The man woke up to find that the IQ of all mankind had plummeted by 1,000-fold, while he alone remained at a normal level. The breakfast shop owner couldn't even calculate a 5-cent coin, while the top student was memorizing multiplication and division problems up to 50. The entrance exam for the city's top innovation class consisted of nothing more than elementary school mental arithmetic questions. Jiang Chen stared blankly at the screen, his mind racing. The sudden turn of events had momentarily overloaded his brain. The problem on the screen was solved by Jiang Chen with incredible speed. The teachers in the audience were momentarily stunned. Is the answer correct? A language arts teacher, thinking Jiang Chen was just filling in the blanks randomly, asked the math teacher next to her for confirmation. He calculated faster than me, but based on my current review of the answers, they are all correct. Mingda had just lifted his buttocks halfway up when he sat back down. I almost misjudged him. This kid's got some interesting qualities. Under the astonished gazes of the teachers below the stage, Jiang Chun finished writing all the questions in less than a minute, at a rate of 1 question every 2 seconds. All answers are correct. The math teacher in charge of reviewing the answers announced incredulously after a moment. This is the first and only student today to get a perfect score in the basic mathematics section. Moreover, it seems that Jiang Chun solved all the questions in less than a minute. The basic math project was passed. Mingda put his glasses back on. Continue. Then, a new problem appeared on the screen. A dozen or so general knowledge questions covering various subjects appeared on the screen one after another. The questions were so basic that Jiang Chun hardly needed to think and wrote down the answers directly on the screen. Behind Jiang Chun, however, the atmosphere among the examiners grew increasingly subtle. The teachers were surprised not only by Jiang Chen's completely correct answers. Jiang Chen also displayed an astonishing vocabulary. As is customary, the interview only required verbal answers. Most students simply can't remember so many Chinese characters. But this student named Jiang Chun wrote all the answers on screen, and not a single word was misspelled. The teachers in the audience went from admiration to astonishment, and finally to disbelief. As Jiang Chun answered the last question correctly, the teachers below the stage fell into an eerie silence. Your name is Jiang Chun, right? After a long silence, Mingda broke the silence. Here's what we'll do. I'll give you a problem. If you can solve it, you'll pass. Mingda hesitated for a moment, then stood up and went up to the stage, carefully writing an equation on the screen. The teachers below couldn't help but frown. This question is for high school students? Isn't it beyond the curriculum? But Jiang Chun was completely unfazed. After all, his worldview had already been shaken by those mental arithmetic problems. The blackboard read, 3 plus 5 equals. After building up such tension, the result was just a simple mental arithmetic quadratic equation, which, considering the previous context, seemed quite reasonable. Teacher Lee, this question is too difficult. It probably won't be able to test his level, a teacher said in a low voice. Mingda responded, as long as he has a clue, even if he can't solve it in the end, I will still let him pass the interview. He paused, his voice turning serious. But if he has absolutely no clue what to do, then he's most likely cheating. No matter how well he answered before, we can't accept him. Jiang Chun on stage didn't hear these words. After seeing the question, he remained silent for a few seconds before writing the answer directly on the screen. 8. In an instant, the entire examination hall fell silent. All the teachers, including Mingda, froze on the spot. Of course, they had expected Jiang Chun to be able to solve the problem. But no one thought he would be so quick. They originally thought that Jiang Chun would hesitate for a while and go through a series of thoughts and calculations before he could get an answer. A problem of this difficulty can be solved in just a few seconds? How is that possible? At the same time, Mingda was also in a state of shock. This problem was an example he found in a calculus book yesterday. He even modified the values and planned to use it as homework for tomorrow's innovation class. It's impossible for anyone else to have seen it beforehand. Even if this kid cheated on all the other questions, there's absolutely no way he could have cheated on this one. Did Jiang Chun really solve it in just a few seconds? Even Mingda himself would need at least 5 minutes to think about this problem. A few seconds? That speed could only be achieved by a true genius. Could it be a fluke? After all, The answer to this question was indeed quite simple. Mingda paused for a moment, stunned. A few seconds later, he finally reacted, composed himself, and said, "Write down the calculation process." Upon hearing this, the teachers in the audience exchanged bewildered glances. This statement meant that Mingda had acknowledged the correctness of the student's answer. Hearing Mingda's words, Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned. How should one write out the steps for a mental arithmetic problem? Ashamed to write such things on the blackboard. After Jang Chun wrote the last word, Mingda's heart felt like it had been struck by a heavy blow, pounding wildly, and his breathing became heavy. He slowly rose, deliberately keeping his movement steady, but his voice was a few decibels lower than usual. "Jiang Chun, congratulations on passing the exam." Then, Mingda picked up Jiang Chen's resume from the table and stamped it with the official seal. "Welcome to the innovation class of Linchuan Middle School. Remember to report tomorrow," Mingda said with a smile. Just like that, I passed. Jiang Chun held the admission notice, feeling the real touch of the paper on his fingertips, yet still felt somewhat unreal. Even though Jiang Chun had realized that something was wrong with this world, the fact that his once unattainable goal had been achieved so easily still gave him a sense of disorientation. After receiving a positive reply, Jiang Chen didn't linger at school, but instead rode his bicycle home as fast as he could. He needed to confirm it online. He needed to figure out what was really going on in this absurd world. In the evening, Jiang Chun turned off his computer and lay on the bed, his eyes glazed over. Although the cultural development and technological level here are basically the same as in the original world, the people have changed. In other words, this is a world of intellectually disabled people. How could a world with intellectually disabled members develop advanced human civilization? This requires discussing the unique characteristics of this world. Within the human population of this world, there are some anomalies. Small minority capable of driving human civilization forward is known as geniuses. Throughout history, all events that have propelled human civilization forward have invariably been driven by geniuses. Unfortunately, the emergence of geniuses is merely accidental, an event with an extremely low probability. In the teacher's office of Linchuan High School, Mingda sat at his desk, staring intently at the graduation photo in front of him. This graduation photo was taken 30 years ago when he graduated from the Department of Mathematics at Tsinghua and Peking universities. At that time, Mingda was a recognized, outstanding graduate of the school, having just passed his doctoral dissertation defense at Princeton University. He was full of vigor and ambition, and the road ahead of him seemed dazzlingly bright. He holds considerable influence in the entire mathematics community. He has always dreamed of expanding the boundaries of human mathematical knowledge and leaving behind his own theorems and formulas in history. But everything changed after he entered the forbidden library of the Mathematical Sciences Department at Tsinghua and Peking universities. Only after entering that room did Mingda realize his own insignificance and arrogance. All the mathematical knowledge he had acquired over decades, from elementary school to his master's degree, vanished. It was just the contents of a thin book on the very first shelf of the forbidden library. And there were thousands of books like this in the library, stretching as far as the eye could see. He trembled as he opened the next book. He knew these were the truths he had sought for countless years, the truths he longed to grasp. But he couldn't understand them. When he finally had the chance to touch those truths, he discovered he was utterly incapable of comprehending them. Is this the realm of genius? Since ordinary people can never touch the truth in their entire lives, isn't our hard work in studying mathematics, spending countless days and nights neglecting sleep and meals, just a joke in the eyes of a true genius? The knocking on the door continued. Then a rough shout came from outside. "Jiang Chun, open the door. Your old man is back." This attitude clearly belonged to Jiang Chen's father. "I thought it was someone else." Jiang Chen opened the door and took the bag from Jiang Li's hand. "Where are your keys?" "I forgot them at the construction site." Jiang Li walked in, patted his clothes, and shook off a layer of dust. He bent down to change his shoes, seemingly casually asking, "How did the interview go?" "I passed." Jiang Li suddenly straightened up, his eyes widening as he looked at Jiang Chun. "Really? It seems that although the world has changed, the changes to people are quite limited." Just as the two were immersed in the joy of Jiang Chen's successful enrollment, a news broadcast suddenly interrupted the television screen in the background. A series of horrific murders targeting young women have recently occurred, with at least 5 confirmed victims. Due to the unclear modus operandi, police have released a sketch of the suspect and are appealing to the public for information. Neither Jiang Chun nor Jiang Li noticed this brief message, nor would they likely pay it any mind. After all, such a low-probability event is nothing more than fodder for casual conversation. The next morning, Jiang Chun arrived at Linchuan Middle School on time and knocked on Li Mingda's office door. As soon as he entered, he was met with Li Mingda's gaze. "You're here. Have a seat," Li Mingda said, casually pulling up a chair from the side. Afterwards, Li Mingda walked to the office door, and after confirming that no one was outside, he closed the classroom door. As is customary, there is a placement test before enrollment. He took a test paper from the drawer and placed it on the table. Then, Li Mingda sat to the side, his gaze seemingly casually sweeping over Jiang Chen's face. After receiving the test paper, Jiang Chun took a closer look. The test paper seemed to be a mix of knowledge from various subjects crammed onto one sheet. The difficulty level was roughly equivalent to the 1st to 6th grade of elementary school in his original world. Sure enough, it matched Jiang Chen's preconceived notions about this world. For Jiang Chun, this kind of question was practically the same as being given the answer directly. Jiang Chen's lips unconsciously curled into a slight smile. Seeing the knowing look on Jiang Chen's face, a barely perceptible look of shock flashed in Li Mingda's eyes. In less than 10 minutes, Jiang Chun finished the exam paper. "I've finished writing. I don't think there's any need to check it. There shouldn't be any mistakes." Pretty fast, Li Mingda casually took the test paper, stuffed it into the drawer, and then turned his back. "Let's go. I'll take you to the classroom." Jiang Chun didn't notice the trembling hands behind Li Mingda's back or his suppressed, agitated breathing. Linchuan Middle School covers a large area, with no fewer than 10 teaching buildings alone. Li Mingda led Jiang Chun through the corridors of the teaching building, and they soon arrived at the top floor of the 6th building. Upon entering this floor, Jiang Chen's first impression was summed up in 2 words: quiet, eerily quiet. It was 7 o'clock in the morning, and most classes were in the middle of their morning reading sessions, the sound of students reciting their lessons filling the background noise of the entire teaching building. But on this floor, not a single classroom was making a sound. Soon, Li Mingda led Jiang Chun to a classroom door. There was no class number on the door, only a sign with 3 black characters: Innovation Class. Even though he was already at the classroom door, Jiang Chun still couldn't hear any sound coming from inside. Is there really someone in here? Or is it that the students in the innovation class have a special learning method and don't need to make a sound? Just as Jiang Chen's thoughts were wandering and his imagination was running wild, Li Mingda had already pushed the door open. As the classroom door opened, Jiang Chun peered inside curiously, then couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Inside, about 20 students were neatly slumped over their desks, fast asleep. Looking at the uniformly sleeping students below, Li Mingda sighed helplessly, walked to the podium, and forcefully tapped the blackboard. "Wake up! Go home and sleep if you want to." Hearing the knocking, the students below the stage slowly raised their heads, their eyes still sleepy. In the corner, a student with dyed yellow hair rubbed his eyes and complained. "Old Li, isn't it bedtime now? It's morning reading time." Hearing this, Li Mingda couldn't help but bulge the veins on his forehead. "I usually don't bother with you guys, but we have a new guy today, so don't let him lead you astray." Then, Li Mingda looked at Jiang Chun and said, "Jiang Chun, sit in the empty seat behind that blonde guy, and remember to ignore him." Amidst the murmurs, Jiang Chun went to his seat and put down his backpack, and the blonde guy in front of him came over. "Hey buddy, my name is Chun Shi." Jiang Chun. "Wow, that name sounds like a protagonist's. Tell me, where did you get this connection? What kind of backing do you have?" Chun-Shi squinted and leaned closer. "What? I definitely got in through the exam." "Of course I know you got in through the exam, but the person who recommended you must be someone special," Chun-Shi said confidently. In fact, Jiang Chun didn't know who had recommended him either. Dad definitely knew, but Jiang Chun hadn't specifically asked before. "The level of our class is not on the same level as your previous class. I'm here to talk to you. Don't think I'm undermining your confidence. Chun-Shi looked around. Listening to Chun-Shi's detailed and knowledgeable introduction, Jiang Chun silently retracted his earlier statement. Most of the people in this class were probably mentally challenged. However, they're just slightly smarter but mentally challenged. By the way, you mentioned general knowledge, classical Chinese, and mathematics earlier. Does that mean everyone in the innovation class studies different subjects? Jiang Chun asked curiously. Of course. You passed the innovation class interview, so you must have already mastered all the high school knowledge. You didn't come to this class to prepare for the college entrance examination, did you? Chun-Shi asked with a surprised look. In the innovation class, in order to ensure that everyone's talents can be brought into play, everyone's learning content is determined by themselves. There are branches of content for each subject at the back of the classroom, and you can choose to learn what you like. If you need any books, just ask Lally to buy them. That old man has plenty of money. After studying for a while, if there are any competitions you want to participate in, just participate directly. Once you get a ranking, you can prepare to be recommended to the university you want. What if we don't get a ranking? Jiang Chen asked. You're in the innovation class now. How could you not get a ranking in the competition? Chun-Shi looked at Jiang Chun with suspicion. Wow, is this the world of top students? Suddenly becoming a top student is a bit hard to get used to. Jiang Chun thought to himself with some emotion. Afterwards, Chun-Shi talked about some of the privileges that the innovation class enjoys at school. For example, there's no need for flag raising, no need for morning exercises, no need for cleaning, and so on. After saying that, Chun-Shi yawned and slumped back onto the table. I didn't sleep well last night because I stayed up late playing games. I'm going to sleep a little longer. Looking at Chun-Shi, who was still sleeping on the table next to him, Jiang Chun smiled helplessly, then began to look around curiously. The classroom for the innovation class was somewhat different from the classroom he used to have at Ziyuan School. This room is about the size of 2 regular classrooms, but it only accommodates fewer than 20 people. Furthermore, the desks are spaced about 2 meters apart, making the classroom appear even more spacious. Then, Jiang Chen's gaze settled on the girl named by Bibbing by the window. There was no particular reason. It was simply that the girl was so beautiful that it was impossible to look away. The girl was wearing a blue and white school uniform. She had fair skin, delicate features, and long black hair tied in a low ponytail, a common style for high school girls. At that moment, she was resting her chin on her hand, reading a book. The morning light outside the window bathed the girl in a warm, orange-yellow glow. This innovation class is great. It is definitely worth attending. Jiang Chun, however, wasn't particularly interested in dating. Having grown up without her mother by her side and relying on her father, Jiang Chun is much more mature than her peers. Moreover, she's clearly a beautiful girl who was raised with money. Their lives would likely never intersect, but being able to see beautiful women every day would naturally improve his mood. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's gaze fell on a book on the bookshelf behind him. 5 million years of history. Jiang Chun hesitated for a moment, then got up and walked to the bookshelf, pulling out all the history-related books. He wanted to see what the history of this world was like. Chapter 8. The Rubik's Cube. In 1947 to 520 BC, the Xia dynasty was established by Qi, the son of Yu the Great, with its capital at Yangqin. The dynasty lasted for 1940 years, marking the end of the abdication system. In 314 to 410 BC, Qin conquered the 6 states and established the first unified dynasty in China, with its capital at Xianyang. Qin Shi Huang, Yingzheng, died during his 5th tour, and Hu Hai ascended the throne. The Qin dynasty lasted for 2 generations. In 1723-018 AD, the People's Republic of China was founded. Jiang Chun closed the history book, rubbed his temples, and tapped his fingertips absently on the table. Even though he had learned about the history of this world through the computer yesterday, rereading the book now still felt ridiculously absurd. In this world, because the number of geniuses capable of driving civilization forward is extremely small, the entire history of humankind has been stretched nearly 1,000 times. Recorded history spans a staggering 5 million years. What does that mean? In Jiang Chen's original world, even Homo sapiens hadn't appeared 5 million years ago. Human ancestors were still Australopithecus, probably lying on the grasslands, hungry and starving. Strangely, although the history of this world has been stretched out, but the key turning points were almost identical to the world Jiang Chen was familiar with. The rise of humanity, the change of dynasties, and the exchange of civilizations all followed the same trajectory. Was this a coincidence, or was there another reason? Jiang Chen couldn't figure it out. An intelligence-suppressing patch applied to Earth Online. Without a doubt, for Jiang Chen, this world is far more suitable for survival than his original one. Do some casual business, study the stock market, and make a few quick profits, and your life will take off. At the very least, find a university teaching position. Occasionally show off your knowledge, and you won't be bad off. What Jiang Chen cares about most right now is whether he and his father can live a life free from worries about food and drink. Since there's an easy mode that allows him to quickly complete Earth Online, he certainly has no reason not to be happy. For some reason, Jiang Chen felt a vague unease. It was like swimming in deep water. The surface was calm and the sun was shining, but something seemed to be writhing in the dark depths beneath the surface. Forget it. Instead of dwelling on these things, I should think about how to get through the rest of the year. Maybe I should earn some money to improve my life. Or perhaps I should participate in a few competitions, win some awards, and get a direct admission to a good university. Jiang Chen pushed his book aside, intending to ask Chun Shi about the student competition. But when he looked up, he found the seat in front of him was empty. Jiang Chen looked around. Most of the 20-odd seats in the classroom were empty, with only a few students sleeping on their desks. A gentle breeze blew in through the window, carrying with it the chirping of cicadas and the noisy shouts of students. Before we knew it, it was time for morning exercises. Of course, the innovation class didn't have to do morning exercises, but most students would take this time to wander around. They might buy some food, soak up the sun, or go to the rostrum next to the playground to watch the regular classes run their morning exercises, euphemistically calling it feeling the breath of youth. Jiang Chun didn't have the leisure for such refined pursuits. He was preparing to go find Mingda to confirm his future study direction and, incidentally, ask for a competition spot. Just then, there was a loud thud. Jiang Chun looked in the direction of the sound and saw something fall from Bibbing's empty seat. Is that a Rubik's Cube? That's strange. I didn't expect there were people playing with this in the world. Jiang Chun bent down, picked up the Rubik's Cube, and examined it curiously. This Rubik's Cube has a unique texture. It feels warm to the touch. Its color is somewhat dull, and there are small scratches on the edges, indicating that it's quite old. Jiang Chun intended to put it back, but then discovered that only one face of the cube was solved. Even the first layer wasn't aligned. Ever since learning to speed solve a Rubik's Cube in junior high, Jiang Chun couldn't stand seeing it slip through his fingers. Not a single one. Hey, easy peasy. Jiang Chun immediately started fiddling with the Rubik's Cube in his hands. This time I'll try the most basic formula. I remember what it is again. His fingers moved nimbly, and the colored blocks gradually returned to their positions with each rotation. It seems to be top left, bottom right, right reverse left. Jiang Chun had just finished assembling the second layer when a cracked sound came from outside the door. He looked up at the classroom door and saw Bibbing standing there. Sweat beaded on the girl's forehead, her hair tied in a neat high ponytail, a few stray strands clinging to her flushed neck. Her school uniform jacket was casually tied around her waist, and a sweat stain stained the collar of her blue and white short-sleeved shirt, indicating she had just engaged in strenuous exercise. At this moment, Bibbing didn't even look at the broken water bottle at her feet. Instead, she stared intently at the Rubik's Cube that Jiang Chun had half-solved in his hand, her eyes filled with astonishment. Sorry, Jiang Chun explained somewhat awkwardly. It fell on the ground just now, and I just picked it up without thinking. Bibbing stared blankly at the Rubik's Cube, then swallowed hard and asked in a low voice, "Can you solve it?" Of course. The Rubik's Cube spun rapidly between Jiang Chen's fingers, the colored pieces returning to their positions like flowing water. In less than 30 seconds, a completely solved Rubik's Cube was gently placed on the table. Here, take this. Jiang Chun handed the Rubik's Cube to Bibbing, but then froze. The girl in front of him was staring intently at the Rubik's Cube, her breathing noticeably rapid. She walked towards Jiang Chun step by step, her steps even a little unsteady. Upon reaching Jiang Chun, Bibbing extended her sweaty hand, but instead of taking the Rubik's Cube, she grabbed Jiang Chen's wrist. Even the slow-witted Jiang Chun realized something was wrong at that moment. Damn it, looks like I'm in trouble, Jiang Chen thought, his heart tightening. Chapter 9. Participating in the competition. A classmate, Jiang Chun asked tentatively. Bibbing realized her lapse in composure and quickly let go of Jiang Chen's hand, looking somewhat flustered. Jiang Chen glanced at the Rubik's Cube and asked, "Is this Rubik's Cube very important to you?" "No, it's just a simple toy." Bibbing took the Rubik's Cube and casually tossed it into the drawer of the table. Then she looked up and asked, "By the way, what's your name?" "My name is Jiang Chun. I just joined the innovation class today." Bibbing murmured the name a few times, and when she looked up again, her eyes seemed to have a little more light in them. She seemed to want to say something more, but the class bell suddenly rang. Students who had gone out for a stroll returned to the classroom one after another, and the two could only return to their respective seats. During class, Jiang Chun stared blankly bored. He'd already read through the history book. The high school textbook was ultimately too general. He wondered if he should go to the computer lab next door to look it up online. But what bothered him more was that Rubik's Cube from earlier. Jiang Chen looked out the window and noticed Bibbing secretly watching him. That Rubik's Cube seems flawed no matter how you look at it. But Jiang Chun thought about it carefully. It was clearly just a regular 3 by 3 Rubik's Cube. If you memorize the formula, you could solve it, right? People in this world can't solve it. Surely not. Suddenly, the classroom door was kicked open. Chun-Shi rushed to the podium, slammed his hand on the desk, and shouted excitedly, "Brothers, super explosive news! Chung Peng from our class has been poached by Ziyuan Middle School." The classroom erupted in cheers. "Really? It's always us from the Lin Chuan innovation class poaching others. How come someone can poach us? Look at the class group chat. Chung Peng left yesterday. No wonder he hasn't been here these past few days." But there's no reason for that. Isn't the future of the innovation class much brighter than that of the top classes in other schools? Everyone discussed among themselves, and soon someone thought of the key point. What about the general education competition next Monday? There are only 3 people in our class who specialize in general education. Chun-Shi, however, seemed relaxed. "No problem. The gap between us and other schools is too big. Bibbing and I, even with a dog, could easily win." At this moment, Jiang Chun in the back row suddenly spoke up. "If the opponents are just students from other schools, then it's indeed not a big problem. But didn't Chung Peng transfer to another school?" The whole class suddenly fell silent, everyone looking at Jiang Chun with puzzled expressions. Jiang Chun took a deep breath and could only patiently explain, "What I mean is it possible that Ziyuan Middle School is recruiting people at this time just so that Chung Peng can represent them in this knowledge competition?" Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly realized what was going on. Chun-Shi quickly took out his phone and logged onto the competition's official website to check. Ziyuan Middle School has been found. The participating team members are Zhang Zhe, Li Chu-wei, and Chung Peng. Chun-Shi's expression changed. Jiang Chun guessed right. 2 days later, Chung Peng will be playing against us as a contestant from Ziyuan Middle School. Upon hearing the names Ziyuan Middle School and Zhang Zhe, Jiang Chun was taken aback for a moment, then gave a cold laugh. He certainly recognized Zhang Zhe. He was the son of a board member at Ziyuan Middle School. Jiang Chen's expulsion and rejection by other schools were likely orchestrated by them. Given Zhang Zhe's abilities, he shouldn't have been qualified to participate in this competition. I guess they only got in because they thought Chung Peng was a sure thing, so the school board forced them in to gild their resumes. After all, the winning team in this competition gets a guaranteed admission to a prestigious university. Ugh, disgusting. On the stage, Chun-Shi's gaze swept across the crowd and landed on Bibbing, who seemed lost in thought. "Bibbing, if your opponent is Chung Peng, can you win?" Bibbing snapped out of her reverie and gently shook her head. "No one dares to say they're guaranteed to win against the defending champion. But I will do my best." Chun-Shi grinned. "It's okay, I'm still here, aren't I? None of Chung Peng's teammates are reliable. The 2 of us together will definitely win." While everyone was still discussing, Mingda's voice suddenly came from outside the classroom door. "Jiang Chun, come to the office." In the office, Mingda pulled up a chair and placed it in front of Jiang Chun. "Sit down." After Jiang Chun sat down, Mingda spoke. "You should have heard about Chung Peng being poached by Ziyuan. Their target is very clear. This weekend's competition." Yes, I just found out too. This means Linchuan Middle School will be one person short, Mingda said, looking at Jiang Chen. I want you to fill in. Huh? Why me? Jiang Chen asked, puzzled. Mingda explained. Most of the other students in the class have competition experience, so this is a good opportunity to let you experience the atmosphere. You don't need to feel pressured. You can observe and learn from the sidelines first. Okay, teacher. As long as he's willing to take action, he can completely make his opponents question their existence at the competition venue. Having just arrived in this world, he didn't want to reveal himself too abruptly. But since he could win without lifting a finger, there was no harm in going and seeing what it was like. At this moment, Mingda suddenly asked, by the way, Jiang Chun, have you thought about which university you'd like to attend? I think Jinling University is pretty good, and it's close to home. Mingda shook his head. No, Jinling University is not suitable for you. I have acquaintances at Tsinghua and Peking universities. If you win a prize in this competition, you should be able to get a guaranteed admission to Tsinghua or Peking University. You can go directly to Tsinghua or Peking University then, and I'll find you a rich and responsible mentor. Of course, Jang Chun had no reason to refuse. After all, Tsinghua and Peking universities were no less prestigious than Jinling University in terms of location and resources. Moreover, Beijing was the capital, so its development prospects were naturally better. That's all for now. You can go back to class. Jiang Chun turned and left. The office door closed softly. Mingda stared at the retreating figure, his gaze calm, remaining motionless for a long time. Back in the classroom, Chun-Shi immediately approached. What did Oldly say to you? He told me to participate in the competition and fill Chung Peng's vacancy. Jiang Chun spread his hands. Really? This isn't like Lao Li at all. She was a little surprised. He's usually most afraid of the innovation class losing face, and he never lets people who aren't confident participate in this kind of competition. Besides, you've only just arrived and haven't even decided on a direction yet. He said he want me to go and experience the competition atmosphere first. That reason's a bit far-fetched. Chun-Shi scratched his head, then waved his hand and said, but it's okay. Don't be nervous. With Bibbing and me here, we can't lose. As he spoke, Chun-Shi suddenly looked to the side. By the way, Bibbing, why did you move to sit next to Jiang Chun? Don't you like sitting by the window? Bibbing was staring blankly at Jiang Chun when asked this question, and her expression became noticeably unnatural. It's a bit cold by the window. Huh, but it's almost 30 degrees today. Chun-Shi scratched his head in confusion. Chapter 10. The Murderer. Before they knew it, it was time to leave school. Jiang Chun specifically talked to Chun-Shi about this competition. It wasn't the written competition he was thinking of, but rather a live television program similar to Chinese poetry competition or Chinese character competition. In other words, Jiang Chun will be on TV this weekend. He's a little excited about it. As for answering the questions, Jiang Chun isn't worried about embarrassing himself. After all, he's on a team of 3, with Bibbing and Chun-Shi covering for him. He plans to just coast along. Speaking of Bibbing, Jiang Chun rode his bicycle and glanced back silently. Sure enough, not far behind him, there was a small figure riding a shared bicycle. What was this girl up to? Before, at school, Jiang Chun had asked her what was wrong with the Rubik's Cube, but Bibbing hadn't said anything. Now that she was following behind, Jiang Chun didn't think it was convenient for her to go that way. Thinking of this, Jiang Chun gently pressed the brakes, slowed down, and rode alongside Bibbing. Do you also take this road home? Oh yes, I take this road too. Would you like to come over to my house? Huh, no need, maybe another day. Okay, I'm turning up ahead. See you tomorrow. Jiang Chun turned the car around and entered the side road on the left. Watching his figure disappear at the end of the road, Bibbing was somewhat lost in thought. It failed. What should I do next? Bibbing took out a small notebook from her pocket and flipped to the last page. She hesitated for a moment, then crossed out a line and murmured, according to the procedure, I should first deepen my understanding. I need to go back and read the book again. After thinking for a moment, Bibbing turned her bike around and rode back the way she came. The sun had already set, and the streetlights lit up in the twilight, dividing the road into alternating sections of light and shadow. Only then did Bibbing realize that she had never ridden this road before. Without hesitation, she immediately took out her phone to set the navigation. A sudden car horn interrupted her. A white private car slowly pulled up beside her, and a middle-aged man with a kind face rolled down the window, a simple smile on his face. "Miss, want a ride? It's cheap, and we can negotiate the price." "No need, uncle, I'll ride my bike home." Bibbing waved her hands repeatedly, her foot unconsciously stepping onto the pedal. "Come on, it's late at night. It's not safe for a girl like you to go home alone." The man opened the car door and walked towards her with a smile. "Really, no need." Bibbing slammed on the pedal and sped off in the opposite direction of the vehicle. Instinctively, she knew this man was dangerous, but it was too late. The bicycle, barely started, couldn't possibly outrun a grown man. Before Bibbing had gone far, a rough, large hand gripped the back seat tightly. "You silly girl, why are you so disobedient?" The man was still smiling, but his other hand suddenly grabbed her hair. Bibbing was dragged off the bicycle, her knees and elbows hitting the ground hard, leaving bloody scratches. The intense pain made her scream, but the next second, a towel with a pungent smell was stuffed into her mouth and nose, turning her screams into sobs. Don't scream, take a deep breath. Dizziness is normal, don't worry." The man's voice was eerily gentle, but the pressure on the towel tightened. As she struggled, Bibbing's sobs gradually weakened, and her body went limp. There seems to be some strange noise. Not far away, Jiang Chen instinctively turned around, as if he had heard something. But upon closer listening, he heard nothing. I might have misheard." Jiang Chen scratched his head and continued riding towards home. When Jiang Chen got home, he opened the door to a completely dark room. "Looks like Dad's already gone on a business trip." Jiang Chen quickly made himself something to eat in the kitchen, then went back into his study and turned on his computer. He had realized something while reading his history book that morning. Human civilization in this world spans 5 million years, and countless events must have occurred. Yet, high school history textbooks only record a tiny fraction of these events, and all of them are related to geniuses. All of them. So, in those long periods of history, without the participation of geniuses, were there no major events that affected the fate of humankind? Famine, war, tsunamis, plagues, and other natural and man-made disasters have occurred every so often in human history, with the number of deaths often reaching millions. Yet, these details are almost entirely absent from history books. It's as if only the parts of human history in which geniuses existed are worth recording. Even more strangely, while the records devote considerable space to describing the achievements of these geniuses, they almost entirely neglect their personal lives. Hobbies, personality, habits, nothing. These geniuses are like puppets forcibly given achievements, their personalities absurdly thin. But this shouldn't be. They're geniuses, the people who deserve the most attention in this world. Their achievements could fill the entirety of human history, yet their lives leave not a single trace online. This is utterly illogical. Since I can't find anything online, I guess I'll have to ask the all-knowing netizens, Jiang Chen said, opening a forum and casually posting a thread. "Hey guys, does anyone know what geniuses like to eat? I'm going to grab something to boost my brain power." A few short while later, the computer sent a reply. "Huh? Geniuses eat? Aren't they supposed to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth?" "Bullshit. I heard geniuses inject themselves with 4 fluids every day, saving their meal times to save the world." "What do you know about geniuses?" "Geniuses don't exist. They're just angels sent down by God every now and then. Amen." "Huh? Isn't it aliens sent down from the sky?" Jiang Chun was speechless. What kind of nonsense is this generation of netizens? He continued scrolling down, and suddenly, a reply caught his attention. "Haha, you piece of trash. You want to know about the hobbies of a genius? If you're so curious, why don't you ask Inbrain?" Soon, others chimed in. "Exactly, why don't you ask the all-powerful Inbrain?" If he had access to the Inbrain, would he be asking such a stupid question online? Inbrain? Jiang Chun pondered for a moment, then immediately searched for Inbrain online. Data shows that the emergence of telebrains can be traced back 10,000 years. At that time, although humanity had entered the information age for nearly 10,000 years, there had been no major breakthroughs. Until that year, 28 geniuses, a phenomenon rarely seen in a millennium, appeared all at once. Their fields spanned physics, chemistry, history, biology, literature, and economics, covering almost the entirety of human civilization. Through the combined efforts of these geniuses, the world's first and only artificial intelligence was created and named InBrain. InBrains possess extremely high intelligence and terrifying computing power, and are granted the authority to integrate all information on network. There's almost nothing it doesn't know, and no answer it can't come up with. However, to prevent InBrains from being misused, geniuses have set up a password wall for them, resulting in access not being open to the public. In theory, only geniuses are qualified and capable of accessing it. Wow, a super AI? Interesting, but I wonder how intelligent it is. Jiang Chen did some more research and found that most of the information about InBrain's capabilities online came from netizens' imaginations, and no one shared any real user experiences. But thinking about it, it's understandable. After all, no genius has appeared in this world for over 1,300 years, so naturally no one is qualified to access the InBrain. Having gained nothing, Jiang Chen simply stopped worrying about it, played on the computer for a while, and then went to bed. Jiang Chen was woken up by the ringing of the phone. Your grandson is calling. He initially thought he'd forgotten to turn off his alarm yesterday, but in his groggy state, he remembered it was the phone ringing. Who is it? So early in the morning, can't a person get some sleep? Jiang Chen struggled to pick up the phone and answer it. Hello. Hello. Is this Jiang Chen from Linchuan Middle School? Yes, who is this? This is the Criminal Investigation Division of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. It has been confirmed that your classmate Bibbing is involved in a serial murder case. She is currently in great danger. As Bibbing's friend, you may possess important information. We hope you can come to the police station to cooperate with the investigation. A police car will be waiting downstairs at your apartment shortly. Was this a dream? Was I still asleep? At that moment, this was the only thought in Jiang Chen's mind. Chapter 11. Variables. Jiangbei City, Municipal Public Security Bureau Interrogation Room. Jiang Chun pushed open the door and walked out, finding an empty seat on the row of chairs in the lobby, his expression serious. On his way here, Jiang Chun had already gained a general understanding of Bibbing's case. The suspect, a carpenter from the neighboring city of Dachong, was known for his honesty and kindness. He was never argumentative and had a daughter with his wife, making them a model family in the eyes of their neighbors. Everything changed 2 months ago when someone reported a pungent, rotten smell emanating from his home, along with a large number of flies. After police broke down the door, they discovered the bodies of his wife and daughter. Both bodies were strapped to chairs, their deaths gruesome. The forensic examination determined the cause of death to be ischemic shock. These are the first and second victims. At the same time, police received a text message from a third victim's phone. 3 days later, the girl's soul will return to God's embrace. This is clearly a murder prophecy. If the killer isn't caught within 3 days, the victim will die. The Dachong City Criminal Investigation Brigade immediately mobilized all its resources and searched for 3 days and 3 nights. Ultimately, all they received was a location tracking message from the victim's phone and the image of a lifeless body at that location. The manner of death was exactly the same as the previous 2 victims. Afterwards, 2 more similar cases occurred in Dachong City, and Bibbing was the 6th. Last night, the Jiangbei City Public Security Bureau received the same message from Bibbing's phone. 3 days later, the girl's soul will return to God's embrace. Jiang Chun sat in his chair, scratching his head in frustration. Based on current information, it's confirmed that the killer specifically targets young women and has no fixed victims. Jiang Chen learned from the detectives that Bibbing's route home didn't pass by the crime scene at all. Although the specific reason was unknown, Bibbing had clearly been following Jiang Chun last night. In other words, if Jiang Chun hadn't touched the Rubik's Cube, perhaps none of this would have happened. Jiang Chen closed his eyes, and the girl's image reappeared in his mind. Blue and white school uniform, fair skin, delicate features, bathed in the morning light, quiet yet vibrant. But now she was going to die, and this might even be related to Jiang Chun. This made Jiang Chun very uncomfortable. If only he hadn't taken that path. If only he had talked to her a little longer. If only he had stopped her as soon as he realized she was following him. If only he hadn't touched that Rubik's Cube in the first place. Jiang Chun shook his head, forcibly suppressing these useless thoughts. As long as he could catch the murderer within 3 days, there was still a chance. The problem was, Jiang Chun felt these detectives were somewhat unreliable. Upon arriving at the police station that morning, He was immediately taken to the interrogation room. The questions they asked were simply whether he had seen any suspicious people or heard any suspicious sounds on his way home. Throughout the entire process, Jiang Chen felt that the detective opposite him was very unprofessional. Not only were his questions completely irrelevant, but he also stared at a small booklet the whole time, like a new recruit. This was a serial murder case. The neighboring city mobilized so many resources, and even knowing the killer's identity, they still couldn't catch him. Is this the work ethic they're in? Are they playing a murder mystery game here? If there are no new twists in this case, Bibbing most likely won't be saved. Just as Jiang Chen's mind was in turmoil, a criminal police officer helped a hunched figure to his side. Please sit down, sir. Don't worry. We will do our best to catch the criminal and bring your granddaughter back. After helping the elderly woman to a seat, the detective turned and walked towards the conference room. The woman sat with her hands on her lap, head bowed, eyes vacant and red-rimmed, clearly having just cried. After a while, she raised her dull eyes, looked around blankly, and finally fixed her gaze on Jiang Chen. Officer, tell me, is my granddaughter Bibbing never coming back? The old woman's voice was calm, but trembled slightly. Jiang Chen immediately realized that this old woman was Bibbing's grandmother. His shirt was a similar color to the police uniform, so the old woman had probably mistaken him for a policeman. Looking at the old man's helpless expression, Jiang Chen opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Bibbing's parents died early. Although they left her a lot of money, it was a huge blow to her. She was so young then, and she cried to me every day asking for her mom and dad. The old woman gestured with trembling hands to indicate the size, her expression sorrowful. Later, she grew up and became more sensible. She knew that mentioning my parents would make me sad, so she never mentioned them again. But sometimes she would stare blankly at the family photo, and I knew she could never let go. That child is really smart and hardworking. When she entered the Linchuan innovation class last year, she was so full of confidence, just like her parents. I could sense that she had a strong obsession, as if she was always looking for something or someone. But, such a good child, why did this happen to her? The old woman finally couldn't hold back anymore, and tears streamed down her face. She hasn't done anything wrong, and she hasn't made enemies with anyone. She's only 17. Why did this happen to her? Officer, I beg you, please save her. I really can't live without her. The old woman looked at Jiang Chen pleadingly, trying to stand up while supporting herself on the chair, but her hand trembled and she fell back down. Grandma, trust the police. We can definitely rescue Bibbing. Trust us. Jiang Chen quickly helped the elderly woman up and held her hand tightly. After finally calming her down, Jiang Chen fell into deep thought again. A change in circumstances was needed. This case was almost identical to the ones in Dachang City. He couldn't expect the detectives to suddenly have a breakthrough and catch the criminals in time. To breaking the deadlock lies in introducing unforeseen variables. Where do these variables lie? Besides the police, what other forces can intervene? Dachang City mobilized its entire police force but failed. What breakthrough can Jiangbei City achieve? And what can Jiang Chen himself do? Wait, Jiang Chen suddenly looked up. That's right, a variable. Isn't his existence the biggest variable himself? What variable could be more outrageous than a soul from another world? Jiang Chen suddenly realized that, without realizing it, he had started to adopt the mindset of his original world again. He began to instinctively rely on others. But in this world, he wasn't just a high school student. He was likely the only truly intelligent person in the entire Jiangbei City. The biggest variable capable of catching the criminal and saving Bibbing. Why couldn't it be him? Chapter 12, The Vanished Car. With this in mind, Jiang Chen made up his mind to get involved in the case, even if it was just to play a minor role. Jiang Chen got up and walked towards the police office area. We still have too little information to make any judgments. We must first gain the trust of the criminal police and obtain unreleased internal case files. Otherwise, we have no way to begin. Inside the office area, countless staff members bustled about, and a sense of oppression permeated the air. Normally, crimes of this magnitude wouldn't create such a depressing atmosphere. But things are different in this world. In this world, due to the generally low intelligence of people and their lack of long-term thinking ability, most criminal cases are crimes of passion, characterized by randomness, impulsiveness, blindness, and madness. Criminals in these cases usually do not consider the consequences in advance, and they're unlikely to come up with a way to escape punishment or capture on the spot. Therefore, it is relatively simple for the police to identify criminals and carry out arrests. Cases like this, which involve careful planning and meticulous execution, are rare in a city, perhaps only once every few decades. Moreover, the brutality of the perpetrator, the number of victims, and the negative social impact of this case far surpass those of ordinary criminal cases. Most of the police officers present lacked relevant case handling experience, and coupled with the precedents set by Dachang City, the police became anxious under multiple pressures. Jiang Chen looked around, and his gaze settled on a policewoman sitting in front of a computer. The policewoman looked to be under 30, with neat short hair, spirited eyebrows and eyes, and 2 stripes and 2 flowers on her shoulder. Damn, she's such a young second-level police inspector. She's the one. Jiang Chen leaned forward and spoke in a low voice. "Officer, could I interrupt for a moment?" The policewoman seemed to be affected by her thoughts. She frowned and looked up at Jiang Chen, but when she saw that he still looked like a student, her emotions relaxed. "Hello, is there anything I can help you with?" "Comrade, I'm a friend of the victim in this case. I would like to know more about the details of this case and see if I can help solve it," Jiang Chun said earnestly. The policewoman looked at Jiang Chun in surprise, then patiently explained. "Student, you don't have any experience in criminal investigation, so it's difficult for you to help us. What you need to do now is to tell the police as many clues as you can think of, and then trust us. It wasn't that easy after all, but I can understand it. After all, from the police's perspective, discussing the case with me is no different from wasting time. Officer, I'm currently studying in the innovation class at Linchuan Middle School, mainly focusing on criminal investigation. Please trust me, I'll definitely be able to help." Jiang Chun started talking nonsense. "You're a student in the innovation class?" The policewoman was clearly surprised. In Jiangbei City, anyone with a little common sense knows that the students in the innovation class of Linchuan Middle School are among the most promising in the city. In a world where human intelligence is generally low, highly intelligent people are respected and valued wherever they are. I'm a student myself, and the killer's targets are mostly students as well, so perhaps I can offer some different perspectives. Even if I were the last person to see by Bibbing before this happened, if I look at the relevant case files, I might remember some important information that I missed. Jiang Chun continued trying to persuade the policewoman. In fact, the policewoman had already wavered when she heard Jiang Chun reveal his identity, and when she heard his logical reason, she had even less reason to refuse. "Okay, classmate, you've convinced me." The policewoman took a stack of documents from the top of the pile of files on the desktop. "My name is Qin Yu, and I'm the captain of the criminal investigation team for this serial kidnapping and murder case. This is the detailed information on this serial murder case, including some photos of the victims, which are unblurred. Please be careful not to vomit them." Qin Yu handed the information to Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun took the document and began to read it. A short while later, Jiang Chun closed the documents and then took the trash can that Qin Yu had handed him in advance. Ugh. Qin Yu sat to the side, looking completely unfazed. "I knew the impact of the photos of the victim's body would be strong, but I really didn't expect it to be this strong." Jiang Chun shook his head, trying to clear the images from his mind and focus on organizing the information he had already obtained. Apart from the first 2 victims, who were the suspect's wife and daughter, the other 3 victims were all female high school students, and they were all beautiful. This means that the killer had a very clear purpose in committing the murders. The suspect typically targets victims in alleys near schools, moves them to other locations after they fall unconscious, and kills them 3 days later. On the 4th day, he sends the location of the murder to the police. He really is a complete madman. By the way, how did you determine that these cases were committed by the same person, and that there was no possibility of copycat? Jiang Chun turned his head and asked. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu gently shook her head. "Take a look at this." Qin Yu clicked on a video on her computer desktop. The video content appears to be a surveillance recording. The scene shows a side street in a narrow alley. A short while later, a white sedan stopped at the intersection, and a middle-aged man got out of the car. He was dressed simply and had a calm expression. He looked around and soon spotted the security camera Then a look of surprise appeared on his face. The man, as if preparing to go on stage, patted his wrinkled clothes in the rearview mirror, straightened the hem and collar, then walked to the center of the surveillance camera, smiled shyly at the monitor. The man took a folded piece of paper from his pocket, unfolded it, carefully flattened it, and then reverently held it above his head. The paper was printed with 7 large, brown, distorted characters, as if they were written with blood. I will offer a gift to the gods. After confirming that the surveillance camera could clearly capture the text, the man put away the paper, smiled at the camera, and drove away from the surveillance footage. After watching the video, Jiang Chen asked, surveillance footage from the alleyway where the third victim went missing. Chen said through gritted teeth. The murderer always chose locations with surveillance cameras for each crime, and before each crime, he would leave a record at the surveillance camera closest to the crime scene. He was provoking the police. Watching the video, Jiang Chun suddenly had some questions. Officer Chen, since the vehicle model and license plate are clearly visible in this surveillance footage, have you checked the vehicle's information with the traffic management department? The Dachang police found out immediately after the third incident that the car was indeed bought by the perpetrator last year, and the model and license plate number matched. In that case, given the current surveillance coverage of city roads, it should be easy to find the car's whereabouts by tracking the surveillance cameras along the way, Jiang Chen asked, puzzled. Chen remained silent for a moment. This is the most puzzling thing about this case. In all 3 cases, we retrieved all the surveillance footage from the road where the incident occurred and the entrances of the residential areas on both sides. The footage only showed the car entering the alley, but there was no footage of it leaving the alley. It was as if the car simply vanished after entering the alley. Disappear? Nothing would be surprising if something happened in Chapter 13. Disappear? In an instant, Jiang Chun thought of many possibilities. Are there any blind spots in the surveillance cameras on both sides of the alley? Or perhaps the car never left the alley at all, but was hidden in a corner of the alley? Is it possible that the surveillance footage was malfunctioning or edited? Or did a large vehicle conceal the car inside and transport it out? Jiang Chun thought for a moment and blurted it out. Surprisingly, the policewoman's expression froze, and she quickly pulled out her notebook from the table, her expression no longer showing any disrespect. Please repeat your previous speculation. Could it be that the police haven't considered these possible scenarios after all this time? Jiang Chun was stunned for a moment. Calm down, calm down. In this world, nothing is surprising. Nothing is surprising. Jiang Chun carefully repeated his thoughts, and Qinyu wrote them down in her notebook. Then, Qinyu took out a police manual from her pocket, turned to the designated page, and carefully checked it. Jiang Chun remembered the appearance of this manual. When he was being questioned in the interrogation room, the police officer opposite him was also holding this manual. Officer Chen, this manual it's a simplified version of the police handbook written by Sherlock Moriarty, a genius in the field of criminal investigation 14,000 years ago. It details all the possible scenarios for various types of cases and is a world-renowned criminal investigation reference book. Aren't you studying criminal investigation? How come you don't know this? Qinyu looked at Jiang Chun with a puzzled expression. Oh, I remember now. Please excuse my poor skills. Jiang Chun looked embarrassed. You don't seem like someone who's not very skilled. Qinyu gave Jiang Chun a deep look. 10 minutes later, after carefully checking and crossing out a few lines, Qinyu said to Jiang Chun with a serious expression, your guess is crucial. 2 of these methods are documented in the police manual, but the others are not. However, upon closer examination, they are all feasible. Come with me. Qinyu stood up and led Jiang Chun through the corridor into the police station's conference room. Upon entering the conference room, the heavy smell of smoke made Jiang Chun frown. Several police officers were smoking and having a heated discussion around the conference table. The whiteboard was covered with countless photos and labels connected by arrows. The smoke, like the morning mist, floated in the air. Upon seeing Qinyu enter, the discussion paused noticeably for a moment, and then all the police officers stood up. Qinyu clearly enjoys extremely high prestige within the police station. Captain Qin, you come at the right time. This case is exactly the same as the previous ones. That bastard and his car seem to have vanished. They entered the intersection and haven't left since, a seasoned-looking police officer reported. Have you checked according to items 174 and 193 of the manual? We checked. We looked at all the surveillance footage from the surrounding area, and Shaoli took people to check if there was anywhere on site where we could hide a car, but damn it, there wasn't a single one. What about Article 215? Captain Sheen, we can't check them all. We simply can't. That road is deserted at night, but the traffic during the day is ridiculously heavy. Checking each vehicle one by one is simply impractical. Wong and I stared at the surveillance footage all afternoon, but there was no such car at all. Chin Yu showed an expression of expectation, handed over the notebook in her hand, and then introduced Jiang Chun, who was standing next to her, to the police officer. This is Jiang Chun, a friend of the victim in this case. He's majoring in criminal investigation in the Linchuan Innovation class. He offered some different perspectives on the killer's methods, which are very valuable. Oh, and open the window. Chin Yu clearly noticed the slight frown on Jiang Chen's brow as he entered the conference room. The officers looked at Jiang Chen with a hint of surprise in their eyes, but they did not question him. They knew Chin Yu well. Unless Chin Yu highly approved of him, he wouldn't bring anyone into the task force to assist in solving the case. The officers took the notebooks and simultaneously took out their police handbooks to check and study them. Before long, the police officers showed surprise and looked at Jiang Chen with more attention. It's feasible, Captain Sheen. This method of committing the crime is feasible. It's such a simple method. Why didn't we think of it before? All right, in that case, let's handle it according to the contingency plan in Article 525 of the manual. Xiao Zhang, pull up the surveillance footage from the night of the incident, starting from the day before the girl was estimated to have gone missing, and investigate whether any large vehicles have entered or left the area recently. Old Wang, get someone from the tech department next door to come over and check if there are any signs of editing in the surveillance footage. Shaoli, go check if there are any blind spots on that road that can accommodate a car. Chin Yu began to give instructions. Jiang Chun watched as Chin Yu assigned tasks according to his guess, but he felt no relief whatsoever. Is it really that simple? Isn't this underestimating the criminals of this world? Will this really lead to finding the killer's trail? Officer Chin, I'd like to see the CCTV footage from the alley entrance on the day of the incident. Jiang Chen looked at Chin Yu again. Okay, Xiao Cheng, you'll be in charge of adjusting the surveillance footage for Jiang Chen today. Chin Yu did not hesitate at all, nor did she have any reason to hesitate. Then, a young man who looked like he had just graduated from university came over and started showing Jiang Chen the surveillance footage. At Jiang Chen's request, the surveillance footage was played at 16x speed. Jiang Chen saw the inmate's routine provocation at the entrance at noon that day, followed by the white sedan entering the alley. A few hours later, Bibbing rode her electric bike into the alley. About an hour later, a red car drove out of the alley. Wait, pause for a second. What's going on with this car? Jiang Chun stopped the video recording at the alley exit and pointed at the red car. Is this the red one? It's about the same size as the murderer's car. We don't know when it was parked in the alley. We checked after the incident, and the owner is a resident of the neighborhood next door. He has no connection with the murderer. Is there anything wrong with this car? The young policeman next to him explained. Don't you think this car hasn't appeared in the previous surveillance footage? Jiang Chen explained. But this car has nothing to do with the case. The most important thing right now is to find the white sedan driven by the murderer. The officer looked at Jiang Chen, seemingly puzzled. No, don't you guys think this car is strange? It has a lot of red marks on the windows and tires, and the model is exactly the same as the white car. Jiang Chen explained patiently again. It is indeed a coincidence, but what does that prove? The officer asked again. I mean, there's no way. This car is just a white car that's been temporarily repainted and had its license plates changed. Jiang Chen said through gritted teeth, enunciating each word clearly. For a moment, the conference room fell into an eerie silence. Only Jiang Chen took a deep breath and silently chanted in his heart. Relax, relax. These police officers didn't do it on purpose. They just didn't expect it. After all, in this world, nothing is surprising. Nothing is surprising. A moment later, a police officer asked tentatively, Captain Sheen, is this feasible? It's feasible. This is a method we never thought of before, but it's unexpectedly reasonable in this case, Chin Yu said, her face serious. So now we should. The police officer asked Chin Yu. Chin Yu remained silent, her head bowed in thought. She tried to recall the response measures for similar situations from the police manual, but to no avail. The police manual does not provide instructions on how to handle this situation. Jiang Chen, who was standing to the side, realized that given the current situation, there was an urgent need for someone who could make decisions. Officer Chen, please assign people to investigate the recent whereabouts of the car owner, and at the same time, check the surveillance footage along the route to determine the car's movement. Chen Yu's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Old Jiang, arrange for someone to do as Jiang Chun said immediately. Yes. Chapter 14, Wang Chong. Evening, Jiangbei City, Municipal Public Security Bureau. Chen Yu leaned back in her chair and rubbed her dry eyes. For the entire day, she and other officers checked all the large vehicles that appeared in the surveillance footage. The investigation revealed that none of the large vehicles that had appeared around the alley within the past 3 days were likely involved in the crime. This eliminates the possibility of large vehicles assisting in the crime. But Chen Yu showed no sign of relaxation. Captain Chen, we've contacted the owner of the red sedan. After verification, we confirmed that the owner is currently on a business trip out of town, and the car was locked in the garage and has not been used at all, an officer reported. Very good. Then there's definitely something wrong with that red car in the surveillance footage. Chen Yu nodded in response, then turned to look at the police officer on the other side. Xiao Cheng, have you figured out the vehicle's route yet? On the screen beside them, several police officers frowned and shook their heads slightly. Team Leader Chen, the red car passed through a lot of intersections, many of which were not monitored or had abnormal monitoring. Therefore, there are many routes that need to be eliminated, and it will take some time to sort out the specific routes. Chen Yu frowned. We can't delay any longer. Although the past 2 days should be safe according to the killer's usual modus operandi, no one dares to gamble. The hostages must be rescued as quickly as possible. As soon as possible, Chen Yu ordered. Etc. Jiang Chun, who was studying the case materials nearby, spoke up. Jiang Chun, have you found anything? Chen Yu's brows relaxed, and she looked at Jiang Chun expectantly. It's unclear when exactly, but Jiang Chun has become the core of this case investigation. Currently, almost all the work within the criminal investigation team revolves around Jiang Chen's guesses and deductions. Try to prioritize having officers investigate routes leading out of the city, Jiang Chun said, looking down at the documents. Xiao Cheng, do as Jiang Chen says. Yes. Looking at the busy police officers around him, Jiang Chun leaned back in his chair, feeling somewhat tired. Data shows that, apart from the first mother and daughter, the victims in the previous cases were all murdered in abandoned buildings in the suburbs. There is no reason why this time it should be different. Jiang Chun just confirmed with the police that there are 2 uninhabited building complexes outside the city. An abandoned village with no inhabitants and an abandoned factory area murderer is most likely in one of those locations. In theory, all we need to do now is determine the specific direction the vehicle went based on the surveillance footage and then decide which area the perpetrator would go to. But is it really that simple? Did the killer take this into account and do the opposite, taking a detour from an unmonitored section of road in the suburbs to a more distant area? Taking it a step further, what if the killer guessed the police's plan and stayed in a nearby area? This is a problem where dividing by 3 will never result in a whole number. There were no options from the beginning. Both regions need to be investigated. Once it is confirmed that the murderer's car has left the city, the team must immediately split into 2 groups to prepare for the arrest operation. But now another problem arises: how to pinpoint the killer's exact location within the abandoned area. Should we have the police search each room one by one? What's the difference between that and urging the murderer to kill the hostage? Jiang Chun covered his face with the documents and sighed deeply. On one side, Chen Yu looked at the boy who was not yet 18 years old and couldn't help but fall into thought. When Jiang Chun first got involved in the case investigation that morning, Chen Yu had already sent people to thoroughly investigate Jiang Chen's information. The result was something Chen Yu could not believe at all. His mother disappeared early, and his father was just an ordinary foreman. For the past 17 years, this child has lived an unbelievably mediocre life. This is the kind of crime that this young boy could guess, and the methods he could use to deal with it, which are completely unrecorded in the 10,000-year-old police manual. This is unreasonable. Is he a genius? Impossible. A genius cannot exist in the lives of ordinary people. Not to mention that due to the special nature of geniuses, the level of intelligence they can display in their childhood is higher than that of ordinary humans, leaving them with no possibility of hiding it. Even if those around him never noticed, the nationwide screening of geniuses starting from kindergarten would not have failed to detect it. Given the importance the country places on geniuses, if even the slightest possibility is found that a child has the potential to become a genius, it is impossible for them to remain in society. Given that brains cannot be used by nations, whichever country possesses the wisdom of a genius will undoubtedly be able to change the world order. Under such circumstances, how could geniuses possibly emerge in society? Your grandson called you. Your grandson called you. A ringing bell interrupted Qin Yu's thoughts. Jiang Chun took out his phone from his pocket. Hello, who is this? Jiang Chun, have you heard? Bibbing is in trouble. I heard she's involved in a murder case. Chun Shi's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. I remember she left with you last night. Do you know what happened? I just found out this morning, and I'm currently at the police station cooperating with the investigation, Jiang Chen replied. I've looked up this case online. It's one of the most difficult cases in Jiangbei City in recent decades. Chun, she paused briefly on the other end of the phone. How's the situation on your end? Is Bibbing still able to? Chun Shi's voice was hesitant. Yes, it's definitely possible. Trust me, Jiang Chen said firmly, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Okay, leave the competition to me tomorrow night. Bibbing's safety is more important, so don't worry about cooperating with the police. Besides, even if neither of you are here, it won't be so easy for Cheng Peng to win. Outside the urban area of Jiangbei, in an abandoned factory area, Wang Chong took the cigarette out of his mouth, exhaled deeply, looked up at the starry sky outside the window, and saw that the cigarette butts at his feet had piled up densely. He didn't want to smoke so much, but he had no choice. Only smoking could calm his restless heart. Behind him, under the dim light of a kerosene lamp, a girl in a high school uniform was tightly bound to a chair with a brown hemp rope and was fast asleep. When Wang Chong lit his 17th cigarette, the girl finally woke up. She looked around in confusion, then noticed the rope tied to her body and the towel stuffed in her mouth. Hearing the noise behind him, Wang Chong turned around in surprise. Little one, you're awake? I'm sorry, the dosage of that inhaled sedative is hard to control, so you slept for so long. Wang Chong stood up and walked to Bibbing, saying apologetically, Oh, sorry. Wang Chong casually stubbed out his cigarette, his honest face showing even more apology. It seems like you young girls don't like this smell. Seeing Wang Chong approach, Bibbing struggled violently, her delicate face filled with terror. Little one, don't waste your energy. This rope is very strong, and it has already been used to tie up 3 or 4 girls like you. They couldn't break free. Wang Chong pointed to the ropes binding Bibbing and said sincerely. Bibbing then noticed that the color on the hemp rope came from a large amount of brown stains and dried brown fragments attached to it, giving off a bloody smell. This rope was soaked in a lot of blood. A wave of despair washed over Bibbing. Let's chat for a bit. I don't really dare to use my phone here. It's a bit boring. Wang Chong moved a chair from the side and sat down opposite Bibbing. Chapter 15 Gods. Outside of Jiangbei City, in an abandoned factory area, Wang Chong sat opposite Bibbing, his honest face full of smiles, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Where should we begin? Let's start with me. Wang Chong habitually took out a cigarette from the pack, but when he saw the girl in front of him, he hesitated for a moment and put it back. My name is Wang Chong, and I am a carpenter in Dachang City. I was born to be a carpenter, just like my father, my grandfather, and all my ancestors. After all, our family's carpentry skills have been passed down for 30 generations. We can't let them die out of my hands, right? I spent the first half of my life learning how to be a good carpenter. I took apart and reassembled the same chair countless times, all to develop that thing called, what's it again? Right? Muscle memory. It was all about developing muscle memory. As he spoke, Wang Chong patted the chair he was sitting on, looking somewhat smug. The chair I'm sitting on now and the chair I used to strap you to are the ones I made while you were unconscious. It took less than an hour, and they're quite sturdy. But Wang Chong's expression quickly returned to calm. But I know that what I'm practicing is actually meaningless. So what if you do it fast? So what if you do it well? In the eyes of our customers, compared to other carpentry families in the city that have been passed down for thousands of generations, our family can only be considered novice carpenters. Although the products I make are almost identical to those of so-called prestigious families, and although I believe they are better than theirs, they just can't outsell them. That makes sense. After all, long-established stores give people a sense of security than century-old stores. If I were a customer, I would buy from long-established stores too. Wang Chong hesitated for a moment, but couldn't resist taking out a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it. However, he deliberately moved his chair back a little, distancing himself from Bibbing. The dim light of the kerosene lamp began to obscure Wang Chong's face, and only his calm voice could be heard. My father always said that this is normal. As long as we can pass on this craft from generation to generation, one day our family will become a family with a long history, and one day my descendants will be able to hang up a plaque that says a 10,000-year-old shop. To be honest, I don't really like being a carpenter. Every time I smell wood, I feel nauseous, especially when sawing pine. I always feel like throwing up. When my father was alive, he told me that pine would smell good. He said I was being too fussy and that I would get used to it after a while. But I actually know that my father doesn't like the smell either. A few times when we were making the pine coffee table together, I saw him looking nauseous, but he thought I hadn't noticed. As he spoke, Wang Chong gave a bitter smile. It's not that I haven't tried changing careers. When I was young, I tried learning to drive, make breakfast, and other trades. But in this world, each person can only spend their entire life learning one or two ways to make a living. No one wants to spend half their life teaching a complete stranger how to make a living. Sometimes I feel it's very unfair. Why is it that those geniuses we learned about in school are able to far surpass us ordinary people in both academics and life? Why are they able to freely decide their own future and make a name for themselves, while we have no right to choose for birth? But then I came to terms with it. Because those geniuses are not actually human. They're messengers of God, a blessing bestowed upon humanity by the gods. How wonderful! Born with wisdom beyond that of ordinary people, born with a mission to change the world. Wang Chong's expression held a hint of longing. He took a deep drag, only to find that the cigarette had burned out. Disappointed, he snorted and bought another one, continuing his conversation. But actually, these things have nothing to do with us ordinary people. Later, I went on blind dates as usual, married a woman I barely knew, had children, and life went on peacefully like that. For so many years, I have worked diligently, earned money, and tried my best to give that mother and daughter a good life. To outsiders, I'm a good father, a good husband, and a family-oriented man. But do I really love my wife? Do I really love that family? I can't explain it. Logically speaking, I should work hard until my 60s, then pass the family business on to my children, perhaps spend a few years in a hospital bed, and then die quietly one morning, just like my father, just like my grandfather. But since that day, everything has been different. Wang Chong's voice suddenly became devout and sincere. That day, the representative of the gods on earth found me. Sunday, 5 a.m. We found Captain Chen. Officer Chung, his eyes gleaming from exhaustion, excitedly reported to Chen Yu. It has been confirmed that the red car has left the city. Based on the route, the car's destination is likely an abandoned village about 57 kilometers away from the city. Very good. Then next. Chen Yu suddenly paused. Then, all eyes in the office turned to Jiang Chen. They are waiting for Jiang Chen to make a decision. Facing everyone's gaze, Jiang Chen took a deep breath and then spoke firmly. As I said before, we need to investigate both the abandoned village and the abandoned factory area further away. Human lives are at stake, and we can't gamble with that. But we don't have time to search them one by one, so I suggested we do it on both sides simultaneously. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Chen Yu's gaze became somewhat hesitant. Jiang Chen, these two abandoned areas cover a considerable area. Based on the number of people we can mobilize, and considering the time for commuting and regrouping, it would be difficult to finish a full search of just one area in a single day. Today is the second day. If the search is carried out in both areas simultaneously, it will be difficult to complete the search within 2 days. I knew that, so I never planned to conduct a full search of each house in the first place. It's still early. I need you to make some preparations. What preparations? 2 teams of experienced criminal police officers capable of carrying out arrest operations, 2 drones with aerial photography capabilities, and 2 experienced snipers. Sniper? Yes, if we can't raise the money, we should contact the military now. It's a matter of life and death, they will agree. So what's next? Wait. Wait for what? Wait until it gets dark. 15 hours later. Jiangbei City, evening. Scene from the Provincial Youth General Knowledge Competition. The waiting area for the athletes. Students and teachers who wanted to cheer for the athletes were kept outside the waiting area. Inside the waiting area, players from different teams were having intense discussions about tactics and teamwork for the upcoming competition. Chun-Shi sat alone, head down, silently tidying up his competition uniform from Linchuan Middle School, looking somewhat lonely. But he didn't seem to care. Compared to the competition, Chun-Shi was more concerned about what was happening on the other side of the city. Suddenly, a pair of legs appeared in front of Chun-Shi. Chun-Shi looked up and saw a person wearing the uniform of Ziyuan Middle School and a face with a hint of apology. Hey, Chung-Peng, you made quite a bit of money, haven't you? Are the Ziyuan Middle School competition uniforms comfortable to wear? Chun-Shi looked up and said sarcastically, his face expressionless. Chung-Peng was stunned for a moment. In his memory, Chun-Shi was always cheerful. This was the first time he had seen him with such a cold attitude. I have my reasons. Of course you have your reasons, but what do they have to do with me? Stay away from me. You're affecting my mood. Chun-Shi lowered his head again and picked up his phone to watch videos. Chung-Peng paused for a moment, then turned to leave, but as if suddenly remembering something, he looked around and found that he didn't see the girl he remembered. By the way, what about Bibbing? I remember she participated in the competition too. Upon hearing this, Chun-Shi suddenly looked up, his eyes sharply fixed on Chung-Peng. Don't you know? Or are you deliberately trying to annoy me? Chung-Peng was at a loss for words. He opened his mouth to explain something, but a mocking voice suddenly came from behind him. Oh, there's only one person from Linchuan Middle School? I remember there were 3 team members. Besides Bibbing, who's almost dead, where's the other one? 2 other people wearing Ziyuan Middle School team uniforms walked over arrogantly and mocked Chun-Shi with a smile. Jiang Chen, what are you talking about? What do you mean by dying soon? Chung-Peng turned around, his eyes wide, and asked Zhang Zhe in surprise. But before Zhang Zhe could speak again, a figure flashed past Chung-Peng. Then, Chun-Shi's fist slammed hard into Zhang Zhe's face. Bang! Chapter 16, I've got you. Zhang Zhe was sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the floor. The sudden attack left him a little dazed. He instinctively touched his nose and then saw the blood on his hand. You son of a bitch, you dare hit me. Do you know who I am? I'll teach you a lesson. Zhang Zhe covered his nose and roared, blood seeping from between his fingers and dripping onto his Ziyuan Middle School team uniform. But the sound stopped quickly. He saw Chun-Shi's extremely cold eyes. It was a condescending gaze, tinged with contempt, pity, and disgust. He had seen it before at a dinner party where he was with his father. He saw his father humbly toasting the guest at the head of the table, and that guest looked at Zhang Zhe's father with the same kind of gaze. Chun-Shi walked to Zhang Zhe's side, squatted down, took out his phone from his pocket, and spoke casually. Zhang Zhe, 17 years old, father Zhang Yunlong, director of Ziyuan Middle School, made his fortune through illicit activities 15 years ago and later bribed high-ranking government officials. Let me see. The amount is 153.25 million. Huh, you're a scumbag too. At 13, you beat up a substitute teacher, causing him to suffer a level 2 disability. At 15, you bullied 3 classmates within a year, resulting in 2 deaths and 1 mental breakdown. At 16, you attempted to assault a female classmate but failed, then led a group to beat her until she was partially paralyzed. As he spoke, Chun-Shi sarcastically placed his phone in front of Zhang Zhe, which was playing a video of Zhang Zhe beating up his classmate. Oh, so it's you. How interesting. Zhang Zhe looked at himself on the screen, his throat tightening. Listen, I don't care about the dirty things you did in the past because it has nothing to do with me. But if you don't keep your mouth shut, I'll cut it off. Remember, even those of lower social standing must know their place. Chun-Shi stood up, turned around, and gave Chung-Peng a mocking look. Huh, so this is your teammate. Chung-Peng, you've actually fallen to this level. I feel a little sorry for you. Then, Chun-Shi left the waiting area without looking back. Meanwhile, behind him, Zhang Zhe, lying on the ground, was gripped by a profound panic for the first time in his life. How is this possible? How is this possible? How is this possible? How could someone from Linchuan possibly know these things? My dad clearly spent a lot of money to suppress the matter back then. He knew about his father's bribery. He even knew the exact amount. How could he possibly know? This was the first time Zhang Zhe, who had been called a celestial dragon since childhood, had been called an inferior person, but he felt no anger at all, only a sense of lingering fear. In this world where class distinctions are so rigid, people's jobs and lives are predetermined from birth. At the same time, social status was also determined. For people in high positions, morality, rules, and even laws are toys that they can manipulate at will. The student from Linchuan Middle School was clearly not on the same level as him. Moreover, the gap between him and the average person might be even greater. Zhang Zhe looked around, then tentatively glanced at Cheng Peng. Cheng Peng, what's the background of that guy from Linchuan just now? Cheng Peng himself did not have a high social status. But in this world, intelligence can bridge the gap between different people's social status. Cheng Peng, a graduate of the Linchuan Innovation class and a recipient of numerous provincial awards, has essentially secured a place in the upper echelons of society. At this moment, Cheng Peng stared blankly at Chun Shi's departing figure. When Chun Shi and Zhang Zhe clashed, he found news of Bibbing's kidnapping online, and his expression became somewhat grave. Upon hearing Zhang Ze's question, Cheng Peng gave him a disdainful look, did not answer, and turned to walk towards the arena. At this moment, Li Chu Wei, Zhang Ze's lackey who had been hiding to the side, finally dared to come forward and, supporting Zhang Ze, asked with concern, "Are you all right, Brother Ze? Where were you when I was being attacked? I was just about to go and call someone." Roll. Zhang Ze pushed away the lackey and glared fiercely at the competition stage. Chen Shi is fine, but Cheng Peng, what is he anyway? You'll be crying after the competition is over. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Never underestimate a young person's potential. Jiangbei City, the outskirts of abandoned factory areas. Jiang Chun sat in the car, staring at the setting sun in the west. Earlier, after all the necessary personnel and vehicles were ready, Jiang Chun and Qin, you led their men in two separate groups, heading towards the abandoned village and the abandoned factory area respectively. Although the factory area where Jiang Chun was nominally stationed was led by another veteran criminal police officer, it was clear to everyone that Jiang Chun actually had the command over this operation. What's going on here? Why are you letting a student lead the team? I came all the way from the military, not to give some layman a taste of his own medicine. A middle-aged man in camouflage military uniform, carrying a sniper rifle, with dark skin and a muscular build, frowned and complained to the familiar veteran detective beside him. The veteran detective's gaze towards Jiang Chun was intense, as if he were looking at a neatly bound stack of banknotes. You don't know anything. This matter is very complicated. I'll explain it to you later. Anyway, we should just listen to him today. As time passed, the sun gradually set, and when it was half hidden by the horizon, Jiang Chun finally picked up the phone. "Officer Qin, we can begin." "Good." Soon after, two small drones carrying cameras flew into the air above the village and abandoned factory area and disappeared into the night. This was also Jiang Chen's first time operating a drone. Because he was not very familiar with it, he had to make several minor adjustments before he was able to hover it directly above the factory area. In fact, operating drones is the job of a dedicated drone operator within the police station. But since there's only one operator, Jiang Chun had to do it himself. Beside him, the middle-aged soldier raised an eyebrow, looking at Jiang Chun with a curious expression. "Wow, a drone operator under 20? Where did you find such a gem? This isn't a job you can do in a year or two." "Ah, would you believe me if I told you this kid's first time touching a drone today?" The veteran detective's gaze towards Jiang Chen intensified. "TCH, I can't be bothered to listen to your nonsense." The soldier rolled his eyes at the detective. "Officer Qin, my drone's position is stable, and the video synchronization is complete. Please transmit the images over from your end." "Good." Then, Jiang Chen carefully watched the images transmitted in real time by the cameras on both sides. The abandoned buildings on both sides of the factory area and the village are like dead corpses, lying silently on the ground. Only the orange glow of the setting sun in the west could vaguely illuminate their outlines. Both teams stared at the screen, falling into a brief silence. Finally, shortly after the sun had completely disappeared below the horizon, a faint yellow light suddenly shone from a window in the abandoned factory area. It wasn't bright, and it looked like it was flickering faintly, like a lone firefly in the dark of the countryside. But it was particularly glaring to the task force. Got you. Jiang Chen stared intently at the faint light. Chapter 17, Happy Birthday, Dad. Jiangbei City, the scene of the provincial youth knowledge competition. As the background music began to play, the stage lights focused, and the host strode to the center of the stage, revealing his signature smile. Thoughts have no boundaries. Knowledge has a vast universe. Welcome to the provincial youth knowledge competition. I'm your host, Wang Feng. From the first seed of civilization to the prosperity of the New World, from Plato's Academy in the West to the Jixia Academy in the East. For millions of years, people have never stopped asking questions. Today, in the name of youth, we continue this dialogue that spans millions of years. Let knowledge break free from the shackles of textbooks, and let thinking break free from the cage of rules. The host suddenly raised his right hand, eliciting cheers from the audience. I now declare that the 7,276th Provincial Youth Knowledge Competition has officially begun. The thunderous applause raised the atmosphere to another level. Next, let's introduce the participating teams in this competition. First up is the Sanglong Middle School team. Lina, Lin Xiaoxian, Zhou Hao. The cheering area for Sakuraba Middle School in the audience. A girl with her hair in a bun was staring blankly at the competition stage, seemingly lost in thought. Next to her, another girl was waving her light stick wildly. Ah! Ting Ting, look! Look! Zhao Fuhua is out. Look! The girl waved her light stick while nudging the girl with the bun next to her with her elbow. Yes, Xiaoqing, I saw it. Luo Tingting came back to her senses and responded with a smile. Wow, you're so cold. He's a school heartthrob at our Sakuraba Middle School. He's handsome, smart, and from a good family. Can't you even get a little bit interested in him? Xinqing was a little surprised. It's all right, but I don't think she's my type. Luo Tingting shook her head gently. Oh, Xinqing squinted and leaned closer, her face full of gossip. Could it be that you already have someone in your heart? Tingting, come on, tell me. Let me give you some advice. Upon hearing this, Luo Tingting was stunned for a moment. She instinctively recalled a figure, the tall boy who had protected her not long ago and fought against several scumbags. Xinqing, who was standing next to her, keenly noticed this pause. Oh, there really is one. Tell me quickly, who is it? Let me see if he's good enough for our Tingting. No. You still say no? Your face is all red. Tell me, is it a classmate from your previous school? Really not. Her face turned even redder. Did I guess right? Is that a classmate? Luo Tingting blushed and pretended to be angry as she turned her head to the side. Oh, okay, I won't ask anymore. Xinqing reluctantly put away her gossipy thoughts and continued to look at the competition stage. Although top students from various schools compete here, they're basically all vying for the runner-up position. Yes, since the Linchuan Innovation class was established 117 years ago, it has basically monopolized the championships of all knowledge-based competitions in the province for nearly a century, Luo Tingting replied. What a bunch of monsters. Xinqing shook her head helplessly, continuing to wave her light stick and cheer for Sakuraba Middle School. Luo Tingting rested her chin on her hand, gazing at the competition stage, lost in memories once more. That boy named Jiang Chen seems to be from the next class. I heard he was also expelled from Ziyuan Middle School. I wonder where he is now. I feel so bad that he was fired because of me. I wish I could have the chance to apologize to him in person. Suddenly, the host's words on stage caught her attention. Please welcome Cheng Peng, Zhang Zhe, and Li Chu Wei from the Ziyuan Middle School team to the stage. Upon hearing these names, Luo Tingting looked up at the competition stage, her beautiful brows furrowing. It really was that repulsive face. Tingting, is that Zhang Zhe the scumbag you were talking about? Xinqing noticed the change in Luo Tingting's expression. Yes, it's him. Luo Tingting clenched her fists, no longer staring at the competition stage. clearly not wanting to see Zhang Zhe's face. With his level, there's no way he could represent Ziyuan Middle School in a competition. He must have been pushed in by his father, who's a school board member. No wonder he's so ugly, disgusting. Shenxing glanced at Zhang Zhe on the stage with disgust. But he looks like he's been beaten up. There's a bruise on his nose. I wonder who did this good deed. As the participating team members entered the venue one after another, the opening ceremony came to a close. Next up, please welcome the team from Linchuan Middle School, the host announced. The words Linchuan Middle School instantly piqued the interest of everyone present. Everyone knows that this is basically introducing the champion of this competition. Almost everyone looked up at the entrance of the competition team, wanting to see what the students representing the intellectual pinnacle of the province would look like. Please welcome Bibbing, Chun Shi, and Jiang Chun. Shenxing patted Luo Tingting beside her. Tingting, look, they've come out of Linchuan Middle School. Come see if this smart guy is handsome or not. But there was no response. Ting. Shenxing turned around, but suddenly froze. She saw Luo Tingting staring intently at the entrance for the contestants, her eyes not filled with curiosity, but rather with anticipation. Outside Jiangbei City, in an abandoned factory area, Wang Chong installed the last pin on the chair, and then looked at the girl tied to the front of him as if he were asking for credit. My dear child, look, this chair is made of top-quality handcrafted hardwood. You can see the natural wood grain, which is as beautiful as water ripples. I specially used traditional mortise and tenon joinery without using a single nail. The two ends of the armrests are also specially carved with the shape of a rui, a traditional Chinese symbol of good fortune, and carefully polished. It is absolutely comfortable. Of course, most importantly, I specially modified the size of the chair, to make sure your skin can fit. But if it's not enough, that's okay too. Your skin is very elastic at your age. You can always stretch it a bit. Wang Chong smiled han-handa, his face full of sincerity. The girl in front of him leaned weakly against the chair, breathing softly. At this point, Bibbing had gone almost 2 days without food or water, and the towel stuff in her mouth had never been removed since she was kidnapped. On the first day after she was kidnapped, she tried to communicate with Wang Chong, but he was a madman, immersed in his own world, and impossible to communicate with. Now, listening to this madman's bloodthirsty words, she no longer had the strength to be afraid. She knew she was most likely going to die here. She didn't want to die. He finally managed to get into the top class. He could earn money now, enough to buy Grandma a new cotton-padded coat and a new set of furniture. Ming finally found that person. But why do I have to die? Bibbing's consciousness became somewhat blurred. Suddenly, Wang Chong, who was enthusiastically introducing the chairs, seemed to remember something and slapped his head hard. Oh dear, I forgot. How could I forget about that? As Wang Chong spoke, he picked up the knife in his hand and walked towards Bibbing. We need to test the tightness of your skin beforehand. This is a gift to the gods, and we can't afford to make any mistakes. Wang Chong looked apologetically at the girl in front of him, who had a look of fear in her eyes. We'll have to take a piece of skin from your arm to test it first. Are you sleepy, kid? Go to sleep. It won't hurt when you're asleep. Wang Chong lifted Bibbing's sleeve, revealing a slender, fair forearm, and gestured with a sharp knife in his hand to indicate the size of the cut. Bibbing closed her eyes, preparing to endure the pain to come. Suddenly, Wang Chong stopped. He seemed to hear something and began to listen intently. The voice came from an unknown source, but it sounded like a girl's voice, though it was clearly not from Bibbing in front of her. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. The sound gradually grew louder, sounding like a girl singing a birthday song, interspersed with bursts of soft laughter belonging to another woman. Although her singing was a little off-key, you could hear the girl's pure and sincere blessings. Hearing the singing, Wang Chong's expression was somewhat subtle, as if he were incredulous or fearful. The birthday song ended quickly, and after a brief pause, 2 women's voices rang out in unison, offering their blessings. 3, 2, 1. Happy 42nd birthday, Dad/husband. Upon hearing this, Wang Chong suddenly seemed to go mad, breathing heavily with a look of terror on his face. Chapter 18. Go Die, Be Good. Earlier, the top floor of an office building in an abandoned factory area in the suburbs of Jiangbei City. Inside a dilapidated office, figures moved about, and whispers could be heard occasionally. It's actually a suspect. It's unbelievable. Yes, the murderer who was able to commit several crimes in a row during the citywide manhunt in Dachang City and still managed to escape was exposed to us in less than 2 days. Shut your mouths. Even though we're hundreds of meters away, if that desperado hears us and our operation is exposed, every single one of you will be skinned alive. The veteran detective reprimanded several other detectives in a low voice, then walked over to Jiang Chun and whispered in his ear, "Jiang Chun, the snipers are setting up positions. Captain Qin has received the message and is on his way. What should we do next?" After learning that Jiang Chun had discovered the criminal, Qin decisively handed over all command of the operation in the abandoned factory area to Jiang Chun and said she would bear all the consequences. Therefore, both nominally and in reality, Jiang Chun is now the highest-ranking officer in this criminal investigation team. At this moment, Jiang Chun was holding binoculars, looking at the abandoned employee dormitory several hundred meters away. On the 5th floor of the dormitory, a dim light was on in one of the rooms. Through the binoculars, one could clearly see inside the room a man standing in front of a girl who was bound by ropes, setting up a chair while gesturing wildly and saying something. Let's double-check that everyone here is carrying any light sources. Keep one cell phone for communication and turn off all others. As for flashlights and other light-emitting items, put them all in the stairwell outside. In this abandoned area, light sources are too conspicuous and risk being discovered. Yes. By the way, how's the sniper setup going? The sniper is currently on the roof, calculating wind speed, wind direction, air humidity, and air pressure. It will probably take another 5 minutes. Are you confident about this distance? The sniper said that if he shot the torso, he was confident that one bullet would incapacitate the suspect. Very good. Is the assault team in position? Yes, it's already hidden downstairs in the dormitory building. Once the snipers are ready, they should immediately shoot the criminals, and then the assault team should quickly rush in to finish them off. Yes. Jiang Chun put down his binoculars, found a place to sit down wearily, and rubbed his tight temples. So far, things have been largely within his expectations. It was predictable that the murderer would turn on the lights after sunset. Based on yesterday's reverse tracking of the red car's movements, the perpetrator specifically went to the timber market to buy high-quality hardwood before committing the crime. Considering his methods, it's highly likely he planned to make a chair to cover the human skin during the 3-day waiting period. In this world, it takes people at least several days to make a good chair. Since the murderer wanted to finish it in 3 days, he would have to work through the night and use a light source. Furthermore, considering the perpetrator's previous successful crimes and his disregard for the police under surveillance, it is highly unlikely that the perpetrator would deliberately conceal the lights. Therefore, Jiang Chun was certain that he could quickly pinpoint the perpetrator's location using the lights. However, Jiang Chun was overthinking it because the prisoner hadn't even considered that aspect. As for whether the murderer opened the window, Jiang Chun was indeed gambling on the matter. After all, although the weather has been a bit muggy these past few days, it hasn't reached the point where we absolutely have to open the windows for ventilation. If the perpetrator doesn't open the window, the only option is for the police to break down the door and arrest him. But in such a desolate area, even the slightest sound will be amplified infinitely. If the goal is to break down the door and make an arrest, the assault team must use the stairwell to ambush the suspect's room door discreetly. If anything happens during this process, there's a high probability that the prisoner will discover it. Once the perpetrator finds himself surrounded, no one can predict what he will do to the hostages. So now, it's a pleasant surprise that the perpetrator was able to open the window. After all, compared to a close-range assault on the perpetrator, it's more reassuring to send a sniper to make him cosplay aid from a distance. In any case, although several action plans were formulated before this operation, there was only one outcomedo kill the criminal. Unless the perpetrator suddenly has a change of heart and surrenders, the police have no intention of letting him live. A direct sniper kill would be a quicker and more swift death. Thinking of this, Jiang Chun let out a long sigh and slumped to the ground. After all, that was all he could do next. Now all that's left is for the sniper to be ready, to use a small copper pill with a 7.62 millimeters caliber to give the criminal a broad mind, and then the assault team will swarm in and Bibbing will be saved. Sizzle. Just as Jiang Chen was relaxing a bit, suddenly, the voice of the sniper on the rooftop came through the communication line. This is the sniper position, Jiang Chun. Can you hear me? The middle-aged sniper bypassed the criminal police officers and communicated directly with Jiang Chun. I can't hear you. Jiang Chun perked up. The sniping preparations are complete, but now, there's a problem. The sniper hesitated. What's the problem? The only possible firing route now is through the window of the room where the prisoner is located. But when aiming from the window, the torsos of the prisoner and the hostage overlap. So if we shoot directly, there's a certain probability of accidentally injuring the hostage. Upon hearing this, Jang Chun pondered briefly before responding. Cease fire and wait and see. The perpetrator cannot stay in one position forever. If the perpetrator moves, fire immediately if you are confident that you will not harm the hostages. Yes. Jiang Chun got up again, picked up his binoculars, and stared intently at the room 100 meters away. Silence fell once more. In the empty factory area, only the occasional sound of the perpetrator assembling a chair could be heard. Why isn't he leaving? There's only one step left. Why couldn't this guy just obediently die? After a while, Jiang Chun gritted his teeth and looked at Wang Chong, who was happily decorating chairs in the room, his mind racing. Suddenly, Jiang Chun saw Wang Chong slowly move to a new position. However, the direction of movement was not the surroundings that Jiang Chun had expected, but rather straight towards Bibbing. Then, Jiang Chun saw Wang Chong take something out of his pocket. Jiang Chen's heart tightened. That was a knife. At the same time, the sniper's anxious voice could be heard through the communication line. This is the sniper position, Jiang Chun. I see the criminal approaching the hostage with a weapon, but firing now would likely result in friendly fire. Should we fire? Should we fire? Do not fire. I repeat, unless you are more than 90% certain that you will not accidentally injure the hostages, do not fire. Jiang Chen replied quickly and rationally. But at this moment, Jiang Chun was breathing rapidly, and his teeth were almost grinding to powder. Jiang Chen knew what the perpetrator would do next. Although for Bibbing, compared to being hit by a sniper's penetrating bullet, the perpetrator's subsequent actions were unlikely to be fatal. It was still. Didn't it say it would start tomorrow? Why is this madman about to make a move now? Jiang Chen's binoculars were highly accurate, allowing him to clearly see Bibbing's panicked expression, her trembling, struggling, and twisting body, and even her fearful eyes. But now they must be patient. If they take any action now, and the killer becomes aware of the police's deployment, it will undoubtedly put Bibbing in an even more dangerous situation. But are we just going to watch Bibbing suffer like this? Is there any way to attract the attention of a criminal without making them immediately suspect that it is a police operation? Jiang Chun patted his head hard. Think fast, you stubborn idiot. There must be a way. There must be. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Jiang Chun. He thought of something that would definitely attract the killer's attention. Assault team, I will send an audio file in the group. Once you receive it, open it on your phone immediately and slowly increase the volume over 10 seconds. Please reply upon receipt. Receive. Jiang Chun quickly located the audio file on his phone and sent it. This is a recording related to the case that Jiang Chun obtained while learning about the case. And it is also proof that Jiang Chun believes the murderer deserves to go to hell. It's a bit windy tonight, so the sound can't travel very far. But Jiang Chun could only gamble, hoping that the recording could be faintly transmitted to the room where the murderer was. Sniper. Exist. There's a good chance the perpetrator will come to the window next. Once they're out of range of the hostages, snipe them immediately. Receive. Chapter 19, I love you all. The sudden appearance of the eerie sound made Wang Chong feel as if he were possessed. The sound is still ringing. Today is my dad's 42nd birthday, so my mom and I prepared for a long time and got some gifts. At this moment, Wang Chong was sweating profusely. He tentatively asked the air, his voice trembling so much that it was almost inaudible. Want a wife? Is that you? I didn't harm you. It is God wants you. I am helping you. No, I don't know. Gradually, Wang Chong felt the sound getting louder, no longer hovering around him like a ghost, but seeming to come from outside the window. It was as if his deceased wife and daughter were gently calling to him from outside the window. Clang, clang. I bought this carving knife with my usual pocket money. I spent a long time looking for the right size, and this one is the perfect size, but the color isn't quite as bright. Wang Chong was in tears, his voice choked with sobs. God definitely exists. I didn't kill you. It was God who made me. I love you all. His legs trembled as he knelt on the ground and crawled step by step toward the window. I love you all. Now, Jiang Chun shouted into the walkie-talkie. Bang! On the rooftop, a 7.62 millimeters bullet, carrying murderous intent, flew toward Wang Chong's chest. Jiangbei City, the scene of the provincial youth knowledge competition. At the entrance where countless eyes were focused, only one boy with dyed yellow hair in his hands and his pockets walked out. He glanced at the crowd in the stands, then ignored their reactions and walked toward the players' seats on his own. Huh? Weren't there 3 people? Why is there only one? Who is this blonde guy? He's so different from the academic genius I remember. Could it be that some street thug went into the wrong passage? The host looked somewhat surprised, but quickly adjusted his headset, as if he had heard something. We just received news that Jiang Chen and Bibbing, members of the Linchuan Middle School team, will be unable to participate on time due to some reasons. Therefore, only Chun she will represent Linchuan Middle School in this competition. The host explained with a hint of regret. The audience and players from other teams were silent for a moment. Then some discussions began to emerge. Oh my God, I saw in the news yesterday that a high school girl was kidnapped, and I think her name was Bibbing. I thought it was just someone with the same name. Really? Holy crap, it's true. It seems they've been kidnapped by a serial killer. What bad luck. I heard this killer murdered 5 people in Dachang City, and they managed to catch him even after casting a wide net across the entire city. I've looked into this case. It's a rare high IQ crime. They've been committing the crime for months, and there's still no lead in Dachang City. I guess Bibbing is probably in grave danger. By the way, has anyone heard of this Jiang Chun? I don't know. I've never heard of such a person. Sakuraba Middle School Support Area. Luo Tingting stared at Chun she blankly for a moment, then smiled and shook her head. How silly. His previous performance at Ziyuan was only average. How could he possibly represent Linchuan in the competition? What? Do you know this person from Linchuan? Shen Qing asked curiously, seeing Luo Tingting's reaction. No, I admitted I was wrong. Not far in front of them was the seating area for special guests. As soon as Zhao Yunlong sat down, someone came over to him. Old Zhao, what brings you here? Is the air conditioner in the dean's office at Tsinghua or Peking University's School of Mathematical Sciences broken? Wang Leiming, you old codger, aren't you here too? Zhao Yunlong said irritably. That's different. Chun, she has been reserved by our Jinling University of Science and Technology. Isn't it reasonable for me to come and take a look at my future student? Wang Leiming said smugly, his face full of wrinkles from his grin. TCH, look at you so smug. If you hadn't had someone ambush my car, Chun, she might not be going to any different school. Zhao Yunlong rolled his eyes at Wang Leiming. But I didn't come here for him this time. Oh, who is it? Bibbing, who didn't participate? Or Chung Peng? No, wasn't Chung Peng already decided by you last year? No, neither. The day before yesterday, Mingda called me specifically and asked me to keep an eye on the student from his class who is participating in this competition, named Jiang Chun, the one who missed today's competition. Jiang Chun? Which student in Mingda's class haven't I poached? I don't remember this student. I just heard about it too. He must have just joined the innovation class a few days ago. That old Lee is acting all mysterious. I wonder what kind of mischief he's up to. It's a pity Jiang Chun missed the competition. Otherwise, I would have really liked to see him. Zhao Yunlong seemed a little regretful. There will always be opportunities. After all, talent can't be hidden in this world. Wang Leiming looked towards the competition stage. On stage, the host is introducing the competition format. This competition continues the previous format. The 12 teams will be divided into 12 soundproof cubicles. The questions will be displayed on the screens in the cubicles, and the teams will work together to complete a total of 40 general knowledge questions. It is worth noting that although each question is worth 1 point and the time limit is 5 minutes, each team has a maximum of 100 minutes to answer questions. If the team's time runs out, the unanswered questions will not be scored. Please manage your time wisely. Now, please proceed to your respective cubicles. The competition will begin immediately. As the contestants entered the cubicles one after another, the cameras in the 12 cubicles were activated, and the large screen on the stage displayed the figures of each contestant, thus officially launching the competition. Wang Laming stood with his arms crossed, staring thoughtfully at the competition stage. Old Zhao, I think this competition will be very interesting. Why do you say that? For the past century, the competition has always been dominated by the Linchuan Middle School team, but this time it may not be so. Zhao Yunlong looked over with interest. Oh? Tell me about it. First of all, this is the first time in nearly a century that Linchuan Middle School has only one participant, so Linchuan Middle School is at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. Are you senile? Zhao Yunlong said sarcastically. When has this kind of knowledge competition ever relied on numbers? In the face of absolute intellectual superiority, the number of people has an almost negligible impact. You're right. In previous years' competitions, even if Linchuan Middle School only had one person left, they could still overwhelm the other schools. But this year is different. Wang Laming looked at Zhao Yunlong. You forgot? This year, Cheng Peng, the champion from the previous Linchuan team, isn't on the Linchuan team. Hearing this, Zhao Yunlong's face stiffened. In other words, the problem facing the Linchuan team this year is not only that they are short of players, but also that their opponents were once their strongest team. Isn't this interesting? Tell me, who's stronger, Chun Shi or Cheng Peng? Wang Laming smiled and looked towards the competition stage. Chapter 20 is complete. Puff! Wang Chong suddenly felt as if he had been violently struck in the chest by a speeding car. With a brief feeling of suffocation, he felt weak all over and collapsed to the ground. The bullet ripped a huge hole in Wang Chong's body, the impact tearing his chest cavity apart. Blood gushed from a wound, and the blood foam from his violent breathing blocked his mouth and nose. No miracle occurred, and there was no dramatic turn of events. The god he believed in did not give him the strength to withstand 7.62 millimeters bullets. Until the very last moment of his life, he couldn't even figure out how he died. The top floor of an office building in an abandoned factory area in the suburbs of Jiangbei City. It's done. Jiang Chen excitedly moved the binoculars away from him. The assault team, lying in ambush downstairs, moved in immediately. Quickly. Then, Jiang Chun turned to look at the criminal police officers beside him. Let's go. We'll go over there too. Get the medical team that's ready outside the factory area to come in. Sniper, stay here and keep an eye on him. If he can still move, give me 2 more shots. It happened very suddenly. Suddenly, Bibbing's nearly collapsed consciousness had no time to react. In less than 2 minutes, what came into view was a blood-stained knife and Wang Chong's twisted smile. This was followed by a flurry of blessings and Wang Chong's frantic sobs. Then came a soft thud and a bleeding corpse on the ground. What happened? Bibbing didn't have the energy to think about these things. Prolonged dehydration and fasting left Bibbing in a dazed state. Bang! With the sound of the door being broken down, 4 or 5 men in plain clothes rushed in. Some raised their guns to survey the surroundings and were on guard, while others pointed their guns at Wang Chong's body on the ground. After confirming that it was safe, the group gathered around Bibbing. Who are they? Bibbing felt a headache. Someone noticed Bibbing's condition and became obviously anxious. One of them shouted frantically into a black walkie-talkie. Medical team, the hostage is not in good condition. Come quickly. The other 2 people began to untie the ropes binding Bibbing and carefully remove the towel that had been stuffed in her mouth for 2 days. Who are you? Bibbing originally wanted to ask that question, but because her mouth had been stuffed with a towel for a long time, her jaw joint was almost out of control, and she could only make incoherent sounds. Soon, there was a new commotion outside the door. People in police uniforms rushed in one after another, including a young man who looked like a student. It looks familiar. The young man was speaking urgently beside her, checking her body with concern. Then, seemingly noticing Bibbing's condition, he hurriedly asked the detective next to him for a bottle of water and began tentatively pouring it into Bibbing's mouth. Gulp, gulp. A few drops of water flowed into Bibbing's body through her parched mouth, and she seemed to regain some consciousness. She stared blankly at the man in front of her. Then, as if finally realizing something, her bloodshot eyes welled up with tears again. Bai Bing buried her head in Jiang Chen's chest, first choking back sobs, then bursting into tears, snot and drool all over Jiang Chun, making her look rather disheveled. Jiang Chun had never seen anything like this before and didn't dare to move an inch. After thinking for a moment, he could only gently pat Bai Bing's back and speak softly. "It's all right, don't worry, it's all over." The medical team arrived a while later, but no one blamed them. Before the operation began, in order to avoid alerting the enemy, Jiang Chun ordered everyone except essential personnel not to enter the factory area. "Wounded? Where are the wounded?" A female medical worker in a white coat rushed in and anxiously looked around the room as soon as she entered. "Look, it's over there." A detective turned his head. Looking in the direction the person in the white coat was looking, a girl was nestled in a boy's arms, her expression calm. "She looks like she's asleep," Jiang Chen said, looking at the medical staff. "Asleep? Let me check." The doctor in the white coat leaned closer, checked his heartbeat and breathing, and hesitated for a moment. He then pinched Bai Bing's arm hard. No response. "Sleep my ass. She's unconscious. Bring a stretcher," the medical staff shouted sharply. Subsequently, numerous medical staff hurriedly lifted Bai Bing onto a stretcher and left the room. Jiang Chen was left standing there dumbfounded. "Jiang Chun, thank you for your hard work." Just as Jiang Chun was wondering if he had delayed Bai Bing's treatment, he suddenly heard someone calling him. Jiang Chen looked up and saw a familiar face. "Officer Qin, it's not hard work at all. After all, Bai Bing is my friend, and it's only right and proper for me to assist the police." Qin Yu smiled, her usually aloof face now full of warmth. "I'm not good at being polite, but you've helped us so much this time. I feel indebted to you. If you ever need any help in the future, just give me a call." "All right, that's enough." Jiang Chun stood up with a smile, but then felt a sudden darkness before his eyes and lost his balance, sitting back down. Jiang Chun hasn't had a break for almost 2 days since he was summoned to the police station yesterday morning. "I just arrived at the scene and need to handle the situation. I'll have the police driver take you home to rest first." Qin Yu had clearly noticed Jiang Chen's condition. "We might be able to compile the relevant information for this case by tomorrow. Before the case is closed, we may need you to come to the police station to assist with the investigation." "No problem. I'll head back now." Jiang Chun didn't stand on ceremony. After all, he had been on edge for the past 2 days. With the murderer killed and Bai Bing successfully rescued, Jiang Chun relaxed, and drowsiness immediately washed over him. Before leaving, he turned back and glanced at the murderer's body lying on the ground. There's something he still doesn't understand. Where did the murderer get his method of committing the crime? After reviewing the murderer's life story, he seemed like an ordinary person. How could he have come up with such a way of committing a crime that could fool almost everyone? What does this have to do with the god the murderer mentioned? If it weren't for Jiang Chen's involvement, Bai Bing, who was used as a sacrifice this time, would have undoubtedly died. Since the sacrifice failed, will the so-called god be angry? So, have I offended that god? Jiang Chun had this thought for no reason, but then he laughed at himself. Am I an idiot? Believing this. Following the police driver, Jiang Chen quickly got into the car. The road to the city was a bit bumpy. The gentle swaying of the car body, coupled with the chirping of insects in the suburbs, made Jiang Chun feel a little sleepy. Perhaps the driver was also bored, so he casually turned on the radio. "Sizzle, it's a really close contest. The scores between Ziyuan Middle School and Linchuan Middle School are very close, and Ziyuan Middle School is far ahead of the other teams. Chung Peng and Chun Shi are obviously the strongest contenders for the championship in this competition. However, Chun Shi from Linchuan Middle School seems a bit impatient right now." That's right. In the decimal to binary conversion question just now, Chun Shi was so eager to save time that he didn't check his answer at all, and as a result, he lost points. Are we really going to witness Linchuan Middle School fall from its pedestal and end its nearly century-long championship title this time? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun, who was lying in the back seat preparing to sleep, immediately perked up. "Woohoo! Chun Shi bragged all day, but it didn't work out in the end. Officer, could you take me somewhere? I suddenly remembered I have something to take care of," Jiang Chun said to the driver. "Of course, but it's so late. What else do you need?" "Oh, it's nothing." Jiang Chen opened the window to let in some cool air and clear his head. "There's a competition that I think I'll need to step in and turn the tide." Chapter 21 Disadvantages. Calm down, calm down. Chun-Shi gulped down a mouthful of water, the plastic bottle creaking under his grip. The competition has reached the 10th question. Currently, apart from Linchuan Middle School, 9 points, Ziyuan Middle School, 10 points, and Yingting Middle School, 7 points, the scores of other schools are generally between 4 and 5 points. Although it seems that Ziyuan Middle School and Linchuan Middle School have not yet widened the gap. But Chun-Shi knew that he was already at a disadvantage. In fact, they were at a disadvantage from the very beginning. According to the pre-competition schedule, starting from question 21, there will be 10 consecutive calculation-related questions. Many of these problems require multiple people to work together to solve quick calculation problems and multiform equations. He was the only player on the Linchuan team this time, which meant he needed to spend more time on calculations compared to other teams. It would be fine if the competition opponents were the same mediocre schools from the past. But this time, Cheng Peng is among their opponents. He knows Cheng Peng too well. If he had followed the usual answering pattern, he would definitely have lost in the calculation section after question 20 due to time constraints. Therefore, he compressed the time to the extreme from the very beginning, trying to make time to think about the later questions. This was the only idea Chun-Shi could come up with, and it was the only way to have a chance of winning this competition. The trade-off is that the time is too tight for the first 20 questions, and there is a possibility of making mistakes. Just now, in order to save time, he skipped the verification step of the number system conversion problem and lost a point because of it. This annoyed Chun-Shi. After all, for people like Chun-Shi and Cheng Peng, the first 10 questions in the competition are always easy points, and getting even one wrong is unforgivable. Even so, Chun-Shi still did not have a clear advantage in terms of time. After all, Cheng Peng is not only very strong in the field of general knowledge, but also has experience in major competitions and has a more meticulous control over time. The odds of winning this time are less than 30%. Chun-Shi was clearly aware of this. 5 minutes have passed, and a new question is displayed on the screen. The full name of Emperor Taizong of Tang, who initiated the prosperous reign of Jingwan, was _____. Please write it in Chinese characters and indicate the pinyin. Chun-Shi's brows furrowed again. The audience consisted of specially invited guests. What do you think? Zhao Yunlong asked, rubbing his chin. How can I watch it? I'll just sit and watch it. Wang Laming tilted his head to the side. Seriously, I'm talking about the competition situation. Zhao Yunlong rolled his eyes. The Linchuan team is clearly at a disadvantage right now. It's more than just a disadvantage. Unless a miracle happens, it's basically certain that we'll miss out on the championship. How so? No matter how smart the students in the innovation class are, they are still human beings. And human beings are not machines. Their mindset can change. Linchuan is currently at a disadvantage, and the side in a disadvantageous position will be anxious about the current situation, which will lead to more mistakes. For example, that number system conversion problem just now, how could Chun-Shi possibly get it wrong under normal circumstances? Wang Laming shook his head slightly, as if he was somewhat regretful. Next, he will definitely try his best to win back this point, but this anxiety will only cause him to lose more points. So I think as long as the Ziyuan team answers the question step by step and doesn't make any big mistakes, they will basically win this competition. That makes sense. It seems the champion of this competition is going to change hands. Yes, it's pretty close. We've witnessed history. Zhao Yunlong looked at the large screen on the stage and sighed. The question quickly reached the 21st question. Please calculate the following 10 two-digit addition and subtraction problems and sum the results. You have 10 minutes to complete these problems. 12 plus 47, 51 plus 16, 32 plus 8. Chun-Shi's eyes changed slightly. Before the question was fully revealed, he picked up the draft paper next to him and started calculating rapidly. Ziyuan Group Cubicle. We've finally reached the mental arithmetic section. Cheng Peng took a deep breath. He knew better than anyone that the results of this part of the questions could determine who would win the competition. This is a good opportunity for our team to widen the score gap, and we should take advantage of our numerical superiority. Cheng Peng began assigning tasks. I'll be responsible for the first 6 equations, Li Chu Wei for the last 4, and I'll do the final summation. As for Zhang Zhe, Chung Peng glanced at Zhang Zhe, his eyes filled with barely suppressed disgust. You don't need to do anything, just don't say anything. Zhang Zhe's face was ashen, as if he had swallowed a fly. He gritted his teeth, wanting to say something, but in the end, he nodded. In fact, even with the assignment of tasks, most of the calculation work still fell on Chung Peng, who could only save about 2 or 3 minutes per problem at most. But that's enough. At this rate, the time difference that Chun Shi painstakingly created within 4 questions can be eliminated. In this way, Ziyuan team will have both a score advantage and a time advantage. Then there's no way we could lose. And the facts were just as Chung Peng had imagined. After just 23 questions, the Linchuan team's time advantage had been caught up. By question 27, the Linchuan team had less than 10 minutes left. At this point, 9 of the 12 participating teams had already been eliminated due to the end of the answering time. Linchuan team has 8 minutes remaining, Ziyuan team has 18 minutes remaining, and Yingting team has 1 minute remaining. As for the scores, Linchuan team had 22, Ziyuan team had 25, Yingting team had 14, and the remaining schools were all hovering around 10. It can be said that the entire competition was basically a contest between the 3 schools, Linchuan, Ziyuan, and Yingting. The championship has essentially been secured by the Ziyuan team. Question 28. Given 4x plus 5 is equal to 21 and 2y plus 10 is equal to 16, find x times y equals. A point 7b.12 c'est point 21 des point 16. Upon seeing the question, Chung Peng's brow relaxed. This problem is arguably the most complex one we encountered in this competition. After solving this problem, Linchuan Middle School would not have time to solve the next problem. Even with a certain victory already secured, Chung Peng did not relax in the slightest. This question involves multiplication, so it's a bit more difficult. Li Chuwei, you use the whole method to find the value of 4x first, and I'll handle the rest. Remember, if you're unsure about the answer, be sure to tell me immediately. Chun Shi stared at the screen for a moment, deep in thought. Then, as if he had made up his mind, he put down the draft paper in his hand and reached directly for the selection button. He decided to take a gamble. He knew, of course, that he was likely to lose this competition. But rather than waiting to die, it's better to take a gamble. The problem in front of us is most likely the most complex and time-consuming problem in this competition. It would take at least 8 minutes for one person to complete it. If you guess correctly, you can save time to answer another question. With only a 3-point difference, if we guess correctly on this question and buy some time, we might still have a chance to turn things around. Of course, if you guess wrong, the competition can basically end early. A 1 in 4 probability. Chun Shi's hand hovered above the button for a long time before he selected option D. There's no particular reason. It's just that I find it pleasing to the eye. Smack! Just as Chun Shi's finger was about to touch the button, his hand was suddenly grabbed. Then, another hand reached out from behind him and pressed on option B. Bite! As the tone indicated that the answer was correct, a cheerful voice sounded from behind him. You can't do it either, little brother. The voice was panting, clearly indicating that the owner had just run over. Take a break. I'll take over the rest of the competition. Chapter 22, How is that possible? Jiang Chen. Chun Shi turned her head and widened her eyes. What are you doing here? Bibbing is over there. All done. Jiang Chen casually picked up a water bottle from the competition table and took a few gulps. Don't worry, she's fine. The live stream is still going on, and the police haven't released a statement yet. I'll talk to you after the stream ends. Hearing Jiang Chen's affirmative answer, Chun Shi breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that everything's all right over there. We've been friends for so long, I was really worried. How's the competition going? I just ran over here. I haven't seen the score yet. Jiang Chen pulled up a chair from the side and leaned back wearily. Sent. Chun Shi shrugged helplessly, a little disappointed. We're down by 3 points and almost 10 minutes on time. It's definitely over. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. 6. You only have 6 chicken feathers. Ziyuan has the advantage in numbers, so I'm doing pretty well to answer like this. Okay. Chun Shi rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen. No. I'm leading them by 6 points in this competition. Oh, what a load of bull. TCH, trust me, okay? I'll believe it. I believe in you the most. You are the first genius in the world in the last 500 years. The world depends on you, young man. Ziyuan team's cubicle. So fast. Chung Peng, who was doing calculations, heard the notification sound indicating that the answer was correct and looked up in surprise at the large screen outside the cubicle. This question was only posted for less than a minute, and Chen Shimin got it right. Wait, who's that person next to him? Jiang Chen? It really is him? How could it be him? Chung Peng turned his head, and Zhang Zhe, who was standing next to him, stared blankly at the image on the big screen, muttering to himself. Is he Jiang Chun? Chung Peng frowned. He had seen that name on the list of players. Even before the competition, he knew that Linchuan Middle School would be his biggest rival, so he tried to simulate the competition. Furthermore, different strategies were implemented based on the answering habits of Bibbing and Chen Shi. But Chung Peng had absolutely no clue about Jiang Chun, who had suddenly joined the innovation class. All he knew was that this was a student who had just entered the innovation class 3 days ago. He knew nothing else. Chung Peng turned to look at Zhang Zhe. Do you know him? How were his grades before? Does he have any talent in general education? Zhang Zhe snapped out of his daze, as if waking from a dream. He was Ziyuan's student just last week. He's usually a simple-minded, muscle-bound loser. There's no way he could get into the innovation class. He must have gotten in through connections. Zhang Zhe's voice was somewhat hysterical, and his face was full of disbelief. Upon hearing this, Chung Peng scoffed. You just asked for nothing. The bottom rung? Using connections? Do you think Jiang Chun is like you? What do you take the Linchuan innovation class for? Which of the students who get into the innovation class is useless? You slacker. You even got to leave a review? Chung Peng shook his head, no longer dwelling on the problem, and continued his calculations. After all, Jiang Chen's skill level is no longer important in this competition. The Linchuan team now has less than 8 minutes left to answer questions and is trailing by 3 points. 8 minutes. How many questions can you answer in 8 minutes? 1 question, 1 minute? Don't make your brother Peng laugh. No one can change the fact that Linchuan is destined to lose. No matter how powerful Jiang Chen is, he has to admit defeat this time. The audience consisted of specially invited guests. Oh, people from Linchuan Middle School have finally arrived. It should be that Jiang Chun. Wang Leiming looked at the big screen and said with great interest. Zhao Yunlong shook his head with some regret. At this time, it's a pity it's a bit late. Yes, if they had come before question 20, the Linchuan team might have been able to turn the tide. Now, they can probably only make a cameo appearance. Where's Old Li? Linchuan is about to lose. Doesn't he come out and say something? He rushed off to the capital a few days ago. It seems like something's up, not far behind them. Wah. It's okay, Brother Fu Hua. You've already done so well. Those 2 school contestants ahead of you are just monsters. As a human, you've already done so well. Shen Xing wiped away her tears with her small hands, waving her light stick wildly in her hand. Just now, the Sakuraba Middle School team stopped the competition due to time running out. Team leader Zhao Fuhua straightened his clothes and bowed deeply in the direction of the Sakuraba Middle School cheering team, which aroused a burst of screams. Seeing Shun Qing wiping away her tears, Luo Tingting smiled kindly. Xiao Qing, don't cry. Ting Middle School got 3rd place this time, which is the highest result in the competition in 10 years. Let's go back and think about how to organize a celebration banquet for Zhao Fuhua and the others. Okay, let's go out for a late-night snack. I want spicy hot pot. Shun Qing turned around, wiped her face, and there was no trace of sadness left. Just as Luo Tingting and her companion were packing up to leave, Luo Tingting suddenly seemed to sense something and instinctively looked up at the big screen. Inside the competition room at Linchuan Middle School, a familiar figure was laughing and joking with his teammates. Jiang Chun. In an instant, a mix of emotion, surprise, confusion, joy along with a flood of memories rushed into her not-so-bright mind. She just stared blankly at the big screen, as if her brain had crashed. Great! The solution for y using vertical calculation is 3, so the final result is x times y equals 3 times 4 equals 12. Choose B. Solved. It only took 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, in the Ziyuan team's answer room, Li Chuwei said with surprise, but her gaze towards Chung Peng was somewhat complicated. He was considered a top student at Ziyuan, consistently ranking in the top 10 of his grade. But even for him, it would take at least 20 minutes to solve a problem of this difficulty. This is not because he is bad at performing addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division operations within 10. It's important to understand that the difficulty in solving equations is never the calculation itself, but rather understanding the relationships between different unknowns and accurately substituting the values. In this calculation, Cheng Peng handled all the data processing and more than half of the calculations by himself. Moreover, Cheng Peng managed to compress the time to the extreme while maintaining an absurdly high accuracy rate. This is on a completely different level from him. Those guys in the Linchuan innovation class are really a bunch of monsters. Li Chuwei couldn't help but feel a little emotional. As the question was answered, the next question appeared on the big screen. Given a right triangle with legs of length 6 and length 3, find the square of the hypotenuse. Note, the Pythagorean theorem applies to the lengths of the three sides of a right triangle. Leg A superscript 2 plus leg B superscript 2 equals hypotenuse C superscript 2. A point 36b.9c.45 des points 18. Another complex question. The problem of designing the shape of a triangle is a university course topic. Essentially, this problem still involves solving equations, and it also introduces the calculation of squares. Amid the bewildered gazes of the other two, Cheng Peng pondered for a moment, then picked up a pen and draft paper to begin thinking of a solution. Just as Cheng Peng was deep in thought, the correct prompt suddenly sounded. Cheng Peng looked up in confusion, then stared intently at the screen as if he had seen a ghost. Outside the question-answering room, a large screen displaying the Linchuan question-answering area glowed with a green light. Linchuan Middle School's answer is correct. Less than a minute? How is that possible? Chapter 23 Luck. Next up is question 29 of this competition. Let's ask the commentators to evaluate the difficulty of this question. On stage, the host and commentators are analyzing the questions that have just been presented. As you can see, this is a pseudographical problem. The main difficulty lies in substituting the given Pythagorean theorem into the numerical values to transform it into an equation. The commentator had barely begun speaking when a notification came from the stage that the answer was correct. Countless people on and off the stage turned their gazes to the big screen, then fixed their eyes on the Linchuan team's answer section, where they saw the green light indicating that the answer was correct. The commentator's words caught in his throat, unsure of what to say. The host standing next to him was also taken aback for a moment, but his professionalism quickly helped him recover. It seems that Jiang Chen from the Linchuan team brought good luck to the team. He successfully guessed the answer to this question and won the 1 in 4 chance. Jiang Chen also guessed the answer to the previous question correctly. If he gets lucky a few more times like this, the Linchuan team might actually be able to reverse the score. The commentator quickly reacted and echoed. As an invited commentator, he naturally reviewed all the questions in advance and prepared a dedicated explanation for each one. The explanation of this question alone is no less than 200 words long, focusing on the key points and difficulties. Because when he was writing the article, he was certain that, given the difficulty of the question, no one could possibly solve it within 5 minutes. And now it's less than a minute. How could the Linchuan team have calculated the answer? Yes, that's right. I guessed on this question. Regardless of whether one is on or off stage, whether one is an audience member or a contestant, regardless of their intellectual level, at this moment, only one thought came to their minds, including Chen Shi, who was standing next to Jiang Chen at this moment. Holy crap, Jiang Chun is awesome. He guessed right again, using his lifespan to answer the questions. Chen Shi stared at the green light on the screen, exclaiming holy crap, repeatedly, and nudged Jiang Chen beside him with his elbow. Jiang Chen remained silent, but turned to Chen Shi, smiled, and raised an eyebrow. Looking at Jiang Chen's confident expression, Chen Shi felt that something was off. Thinking about it carefully, the way Jiang Chen chose his answer just now didn't seem like he was gambling on luck, but rather as if he was actually confident. Was he just guessing? But that's impossible. In less than a minute, before he could even figure out the question, Jiang Chun had already calculated the answer. The previous question was the same. Yes, the students who can get into the Linchuan innovation class all have talents that far exceed those of ordinary people. Perhaps Jiang Chen's talent lies in mental arithmetic and mathematics. But this computing speed is beyond what talent can explain. Just like someone who can catch a cheetah might be a highly talented athlete, but someone who can catch a high-speed train is definitely not from Earth. No, buddy, you guessed those 2 questions, right? Chun, she asked hesitantly. He guess. I guess you. The answer room of Ziyuan Middle School. You guessed right again? Such good luck. Chung Peng took off his glasses and rubbed his bloodshot eyes. They won't be this lucky forever. Getting it right twice in a row is already a 1 in 16 chance. We're still ahead in both score and time, as long as we can hold on. Chung Peng murmured to himself, as if trying to encourage himself. He quickly calmed himself down and assigned tasks to his teammates. Then came another long period of calculations. Finally, in the 6th minute, the Ziyuan team successfully calculated and managed to secure the point. In fact, completing such a difficult problem in just 6 minutes is already considered an exceptional performance. But Chung Peng showed no joy on his face. For some reason, despite still being firmly in the lead, Chung Peng inexplicably felt pressure. Jiang Chen from the Linchuan team seems to have had unexpectedly good luck. Since he started participating in the competition, the scales of victory seem to have tipped unnoticed. Now, although the Ziyuan team still has a 3-point advantage, their advantage in answering questions has been wiped out by Jiang Chen's 2 bizarre coincidences. If Linchuan team continues to be this lucky, Chung Peng dared not think any further. As the Ziyuan team finished answering the questions, new questions appeared on the big screen. Xiaoming bought a toy for 8 yuan, sold it for 9 yuan, bought it back for 10 yuan, and finally sold it for 11 yuan. How much money did Xiaoming earn? A.1 B.2 C.3 D.4. Addition and subtraction within 10? Why is this simple question type listed as question number 30? Beside Chung Peng, Li Chuwei looked somewhat puzzled. But Chung Peng's expression did not relax at all. He knew that this question was never testing calculation skills. That's right, this question mainly tests logic. On stage, the commentator explained to the host. When people see this kind of question, they all think, I could do that too, but they only realize the problem when they actually start solving it. That's what makes logic questions interesting. At this point, the commentators side with emotion. In fact, this question was the final question of the competition. When the program team set the question, they never expected that someone would be able to complete all 30 competition questions in just 100 minutes. The members of the Linchuan team and Ziyuan team who participated in this competition, whether in terms of knowledge reserves, logical thinking, or computational thinking, are undoubtedly the best I have encountered in my 47 years of professional experience. Whether it is, bite, when the voice of correct answer rang out again, everything the commentator had said seemed like a joke. On and off the stage, everyone's eyes no longer hesitated. Their first reaction was to look at the answer section of the Linchuan middle school team. Sure enough, the green light indicating a correct answer was still flashing on the Linchuan team's screen background. A brief silence fell over the entire venue, followed by a tidal wave of cheers. Chapter 24, I Have No Reason Not To. Holy crap, awesome. Wow. The Linchuan team's luck is ridiculously good. They guessed 3 questions correctly in a row. This is fate, my friends. If we guess a few more questions correctly, the Linchuan team will turn the tide. This Jiang Chun is using his lifespan to compete? That's some guts. The audience below the stage was even more enthusiastic than before. After all, as viewers, they would rather see a team win the championship in a predictable way than a team winning against all odds, or a dramatic coincidence and reversal. In contrast, at this moment, the specially invited guests' seats fell into a long silence. Old Zhao, what do you think? After a long while, Wang Laming looked at Zhao Yunlong beside him with a smile. What can I say? I've already said that the result of this competition was determined as early as question 27, or even earlier, Zhao Yunlong said, but his eyes remained fixed on the big screen. That's not necessarily true. What if the Linchuan team gets a few more questions right? Are you getting senile? Zhao Yunlong crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair, his eyes slightly narrowed. The Linchuan team only has less than 6 minutes left to answer the questions, but they are 3 points behind. Even if the Ziyuan team can't answer this question, they will still be 2 points behind. It's already a miracle that the Linchuan team was able to guess 3 questions correctly in a row, but miracles are always limited. And most importantly, according to the competition rules, questions 31 to 40 are not multiple choice questions. But your expression doesn't seem as confident as you say, Wang Laming chuckled. I just feel that this Jiang Chen is a bit strange. Zhao Yunlong shook his head slightly. Normally, what should be the first reaction when you guess a question correctly? Joy? Excitement? Pride? But Jiang Chen's face showed nothing. From the very first question he answered, his face displayed only confidence. It gave the impression that it's as if he calculated the answers to these questions. Wang Laming continued, clearly sharing the same feeling. But that's impossible. How can someone achieve such a high accuracy rate on questions of this level in such a short time? No one could possibly do that. It's impossible. Zhao Yunlong frowned slightly. Upon hearing this, Wang Laming turned his head and looked at the competition stage with a smile. Old Zhao, do you know that for someone who truly has talent, nothing is impossible? Not far behind the two, on the viewing platform of Sakuraba Middle School. Hey, that Jiang Chun guy is lucky, and he's pretty handsome too. Hey, Ting Ting, you know him. Shen Qing turned her head and gently bumped Luo Ting Ting with her shoulder. Luo Ting Ting then came to her senses. Oh, you, how did you know? My dear sister, you're practically shoving your eyeballs into the big screen. Shen Qing leaned over, her gossip spirit reignited. The students in the Linchuan innovation class are all amazing. I heard they don't even look at ordinary people like us. Tell me, how did you get to know them? Luo Tingting hesitated for a moment before explaining. Do you remember the boy I told you about who got expelled for saving me? Luo Tingting turned her gaze back to the competition stage. Is this Jiang Chun? Oh my, what a tragic fate. No wonder you care about him so much. Poor Tingting's heart has been so easily stolen away. Shen Qing stroked her chin with her hand, smoothing her non-existent beard with a compassionate expression. No, I'm just very grateful to him. But the way you looked at him just now wasn't just gratitude. You've got your eye on him, haven't you? If you say that again, I'll tear your mouth apart. Okay, I'm not teasing you anymore. Shen Qing also turned her gaze to the competition stage, then seemed to suddenly remember something. By the way, didn't you say before that Jiang Chun was in the class next to yours? Even the top students in Ziyuan High School aren't qualified to get into the Linchuan innovation class. So how did he get in? I don't know either. His grades weren't bad before, but they were only in the lower middle range of the school. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have been able to get in. Luo Tingting shook her head gently. She didn't quite understand either, but she didn't care. The girl smiled, her eyes slightly narrowed into 2 crescent moons, her delicate white hand supporting her cheeks as she stared blankly at the figure on the stage. But none of that matters. I think he deserves the best. Damn it, bro. Are you playing the life or death game? With your current luck, you'd be lucky to get hit by a car on your way out the door. Chun-Shi patted Jiang Chen's shoulder vigorously, grinning from ear to ear. You king of good fortune, with just these 3 points, you've made a name for yourself in competition history. From now on, before every competition, I won't bother praying to any deity. I'll just pray to you. When I get back, I'll hang your picture on the wall and offer incense. Huff, huff. There was no response from Jiang Chun beside her, but instead, she heard a heavy breathing sound. Chun-Shi turned his head curiously. Dude, are you asleep? Huh? Oh, no, it's just closing my eyes to rest for a bit. Just organizing my thoughts. You're clearly sleeping. You're in a competition, my friend. Can't you show some respect for the competition stage? I haven't rested for 2 days, and besides, as long as the question is correct, isn't that enough? But don't ask. Do you want to win? If you want to win, wait for the new challenge to wake me up. Wake me up? Dude, you're not even going to keep up the act anymore. Looking at Jiang Chun, who was once again resting with his eyes closed, Chun-Shi was speechless again. Judging from Jiang Chen's attitude, he was now absolutely certain that Jiang Chun hadn't guessed the answers to the previous 3 questions. He knew the exact answers. But was that really the result Jiang Chun calculated in 1 minute? Chun-Shi couldn't convince himself. After the competition ends, perhaps it's time to go home. Ziyuan Middle School's answer area. Unlike the previous 2 times, This time, Chung Peng and the others fell into a long silence. The silence lasted for almost a full minute. After a long silence, Zhang Zhe spoke. The Linchuan team must have cheated. I'm going to report this to the production team. This time, surprisingly, Chung Peng, who had always looked down on Zhang Zhe, did not immediately refute him. In this situation, with no time to use the process of elimination, I guessed all 3 questions correctly in a row. Chung Peng didn't believe it either. Did Linchuan Middle School obtain the exam questions in advance without the help of the program crew? But the provincial youth knowledge competition has been held for hundreds of years, and all procedures are complete and well established. How could such a problem occur? Did the Linchuan team collude with the program production team? There's no need for the production team to jeopardize their century-old reputation by resorting to such blatant manipulation. Chung Peng rubbed his temples, then shook his head vigorously. But it's okay. Questions 31 to 40 are not multiple-choice questions. If the Linchuan team was just lucky, then their luck ends here. If there's really something fishy going on, then reporting it later will be more convincing. Chung Peng calmed himself down and began to concentrate on the problem at hand. These kinds of questions that test logical thinking can't be answered by asking others for help. I bought a toy for 8 yuan, sold it for 9 yuan, bought it back for 10 yuan, and finally sold it for 11 yuan. If you want to get it right in one step, you should simply subtract the initial value from the final value. 11 to 8 should be a triplet. Wrong. The logic is flawed. The intermediate calculations have been overlooked. If we substitute the intermediate value, buy at 8 yuan, sell at 9 yuan, buy at 10 yuan, sell at 11 yuan. 9 minus 8 is equal to 1. You made a profit of 1 yuan. 10 minus 9 is equal to 1. You lost 1 yuan, so the profit and loss cancel each other out. Finally, 11 minus 10 is equal to 1, so the final profit should be 1 yuan, but something still feels off. It seems like I overcalculated something, but it also seems like I undercalculated something. Chung Peng couldn't make sense of the logic, so he instinctively looked to his side. During last year's competition, he was surrounded by his solid and reliable teammates. He would discuss difficult problems with his teammates, and they always gained something from it. But the 2 people beside him now just stared at him with blank expressions. Waste. Chung Peng cursed under his breath. Now that things have come to this, Chung Peng is also ready to take a gamble. If Jiang Chen from the Sichuan team can guess correctly 3 times, there's no reason why I can't. Chung Peng took a deep breath, closed his eyes, randomly selected a button, and pressed it down hard. Chapter 25 Cheating? Beep. A red light flashed in the answer area of Ziyuan Middle School. Lady Luck did not smile upon Chung Peng. Ziyuan Middle School's answer was incorrect. Chung Peng slumped into his chair, and after a long while, he suddenly laughed. What bad luck! Ziyuan Middle School's answer time has been reduced to 0, and their final score is 27 points. Let's give a round of applause to Chung Peng, Li Chu Wei, and Zhang Zhe from the Ziyuan Middle School team. Only a few scattered cheers rang out from the audience. This achievement is indeed something to celebrate. Compared to previous competitions, a score of 27 points is quite impressive and enough to earn him the cheers of the entire audience as the champion. But not this time. On and off stage, both on and off screen, everyone is eagerly anticipating it, hoping for a miracle. The Linchuan Middle School team continues answering questions. New questions appeared on the big screen again. Snails A and B want to travel from point A to point B. Snail A travels 1 meter per hour, and Snail B travels 0.5 meters per hour. Snail B started 3 hours earlier than Snail A. After how many minutes did Snail A catch up with Snail B? This is a simple pursuit problem, which comes from Chapter 3 of the textbook Applied Number Theory in Advanced Mathematics Problem Set 3, specifically the 5th example problem in the distance calculation and analysis section. Of course, the production team deliberately changed the numbers. As the first of the final 10 questions, there is no question that can better test the contestant's skills. After the question was presented, a sigh of disappointment rippled through the audience. It's not a multiple-choice question, which means the miracle is over. It would be more fun if it were still multiple-choice questions. Sigh. Maybe the production team made the final question a fill-in-the-blank calculation question to ensure the fairness of the competition. The production team has no idea what the audience wants to see. Amidst the murmurs and sighs from the audience, Chung Peng felt much more at ease. If I were to solve this problem, it would take me at least 10 minutes. Lin Chuan team now has only about 5 minutes left. The game is over. Bye. Before anyone could react, the eerie notification sound rang out again. The green background flashed again in the answer area of Lin Chuan Middle School. Less than a minute later, the student standing at the answering station was still Jiang Chen. The entire stadium fell silent for a moment, then erupted in deafening cheers. Impossible. Chung Peng stared intently at the answer area of Lin Chuan Middle School, his knuckles bulging with veins, squeezing the mineral water bottle in his hand until it was deformed. Let's go report it. Chung Peng turned around and led his teammates out of the quiz room, heading backstage. How is that possible? He even guessed the fill-in-the-blank questions correctly. Zhao Yunlong placed his hands on the armrests of his chair, leaned forward, stared wide-eyed at the stage, his face filled with shock. Wang Leiming, standing beside him, didn't seem as shocked. Is it possible that Jiang Chen's answer was derived through calculation? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This is not something a human could do. Lao Zhao. I told you. Nothing is impossible. Wang Leiming took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, pulled one out, and lit it. How much do you know about genius? Not much. All we know is that they possess extraordinary intelligence and the achievements they have made. After all, detailed information about geniuses is sealed in the end-brain. Are you saying that this Jiang Chun might be a once-in-a-millennium genius? Zhao Yunlong shook his head slightly. Let alone the fact that geniuses can't be found in society. Even if geniuses are still human, no human being could do such a thing. Nothing is impossible for a genius. Wang Leiming took a deep drag of his cigarette, then looked up at the sky above the open-air venue. Although most of the records about geniuses are sealed in the end-brain, a small amount of video footage is still scattered in the hands of some powerful, ancient families. 16 years ago, when I went to Yanjing, I saw a video about a genius in the field of mathematics for 6,000 years, Xingtang Yao. Hey Lao Zhao, how long does it take for ordinary people like us to completely master the multiplication table? A month? 2 months? Half a year? Wang Leiming turned to look at Zhao Yunlong. Guess how long it took that genius named Yao Xingtung to create the multiplication table? Less than half an hour. He even had the energy to write a division by 99 table in the remaining time, and then tore it up in front of the person filming the video. At this point, Wang Leiming couldn't help but laugh. Do you know why he tore it up? Because he felt that something so simple couldn't serve as an introduction to children's education. An introduction to children's education? Isn't that ridiculous? Something a genius casually created and tore up took countless mathematicians nearly a century to successfully reproduce. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yunlong fell into a deep silence. That being said, whether Jiang Chen is a true genius, just lucky, or cheating, I believe Oldie would never have misjudged him. Wang Leiming stubbed out his cigarette and looked back at the stage. After all, Oldie was the only one among us who was qualified to enter the forbidden library of Tsinghua and Peking universities back then. For that guy to return to Tsinghua and Peking universities after decades, this kid named Jiang Chun is definitely not simple. At this moment, although the Lin Chuan team had already answered the questions, no new questions appeared for a long time. Shortly after, a staff member hurried from backstage to the front of the stage and whispered a few words to the host. The host's expression changed slightly. Please wait a moment, everyone. Just now, the Ziyuan Middle School team reported the Lin Chuan team for cheating to the program team. The relevant personnel of the program team are verifying the information. Chapter 26 Topic Selection. Cheating. The audience erupted in uproar. Really? This show has been running for almost 1,000 years, and nothing like this has ever happened before. But it's actually quite possible. The Lin Chuan team has guessed 4 questions correctly in a row, and one of them was a fill-in-the-blank question. It does seem a bit fake. Not necessarily. Maybe it really is the answer someone calculated. What a load of crap. I'm a sophomore, and I can't even understand a problem this difficult. The Lin Chuan team solved it in less than a minute? If they solved it on the spot, I'd eat shit on live stream. The answer room for the Lin Chuan team. What did you say when Cheng Peng and the others reported you for cheating? Chun, she looked at Jiang Chen with a serious expression, as if trying to confirm something through Jiang Chen's reaction. Jiang Chen, standing to the side, leaned back in his chair with his eyes closed, his eyelids not even moving. Let them report it. Let them investigate however they want. There's nothing to be afraid of if it's not true. Upon hearing this, Chun-Shi fell silent once again. The entire competition venue was filled with a cacophony of voices. Meanwhile, a dozen or so members of the production team backstage were also having a heated discussion about the matter. What utter nonsense! The questions are randomly selected from a database of thousands of questions based on their type and difficulty. It's all confidential before the competition starts. Nobody except the commentators and those who review the questions has access to them. Those guys suspect our production team of leaking questions. Exactly. The competition has been held for hundreds of sessions without a single accident. Just because the Linchuan team had a bit more luck this time, they suspect there's something wrong with our program? Isn't that ruining our program's reputation? Don't rush. First, we need to think about how to handle this. The show's director scratched his head in frustration. How about we just randomly select 9 questions from the question bank? The Ziyuan team disagrees. They say they suspect there's an inside agent within the production team. Therefore, they don't approve of any questions selected by the production team. A staff member replied. Fisk, so what do they plan to do? They said the staff member hesitated. They said they would personally select the questions from the question bank. Nonsense. The director slammed his fist on the table. Letting our rival, Ziyuan Middle School, choose the exam questions was going to guarantee fairness? Even if our production team agrees, how could the Linchuan team possibly accept it? Cheng Peng from the Ziyuan team said he would persuade the Linchuan team members. In fact, Cheng Peng just headed towards the Linchuan team's answer area. Why isn't anyone stopping them? The director frowned slightly. How can a team that has already finished its match contact a team that is still playing? Go and call them back. Never mind, I'll go myself. Cheng Peng hesitated for a moment at the door of Ziyuan's exam room before knocking. Enter. Cheng Peng walked into the examination room. Chun-Shi glanced at him, remained silent, and gently pushed his chair aside to make room for him. Beside Chun-Shi, a handsome student wearing the Linchuan team uniform slowly opened his eyes, first picked up the mineral water bottle next to him and took a sip, then gently raised his eyes. The competition champion has arrived. At this moment, Jiang Chen's dragon-like and majestic presence is fully revealed, Doge. Cheng Peng ignored Jiang Chen's sarcasm and asked in a deep voice. How did you do that? Didn't you already have your own guess? Why ask me? Aren't you afraid of losing face for Linchuan Middle School by doing this? The premise is that you have to prove your conjecture is correct, isn't it? The room fell silent for a moment, and after a long while, Cheng Peng spoke again. I will choose the next question. On what grounds? You have a grudge against Zhang Zhe? Jiang Chun looked up with interest. Cheng Peng took a USB drive out of his pocket and tossed it over, which Jiang Chun caught steadily. This is all the evidence of Zhang Zhe's father's crimes over the past 10 years. I will choose the topic. Regardless of the competition results, I will send you the password after the competition ends. Why should I believe you? Believe it or not. A brief silence fell over the air. Jiang Chun stared at the USB drive in his hand for a while, then closed his eyes again and leaned back in his chair. Interesting deal. Cheng Peng nodded slightly to Jiang Chun, then turned and left the question and answer room. For Jiang Chun, it didn't matter at all whether Cheng Peng chose the questions or not. Through his exploration of this world over the past few days, Jiang Chun realized, in this world, in terms of intelligence, he is most likely invincible. Could it be that this lousy competition question bank can actually find a few calculus problems? As for this USB drive, whether the evidence inside is real or not is not really important. As long as Jiang Chen wants to, it's only a matter of time before he brings down Zhang Zhe's family. He agreed to Cheng Peng's conditions partly to save himself some trouble, and partly because he was curious about what kind of questions Cheng Peng, a former competition champion, would ask. This helped Jiang Chun deepen his understanding of the world's intellectual level. You have a grudge against that, Zhang Zhe? Chun-Shi leaned closer. The holidays are huge. Otherwise, I'd still be a flag bearer at Ziyuan Middle School. Then tell me, I can also find out about these things Chung Peng gave you. Huh, why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't ask. 6. As soon as Chung Peng returned backstage, he bumped into the director and 2 other teammates who had rushed over. Chung Peng, how did the talks go? Li Chuwei asked. They agreed. So smoothly. The director was somewhat surprised. Yes, they gave Zhang Zhe face. Chung Peng smiled and looked at Zhang Zhe. Jiang Chen agreed immediately as soon as he heard Zhang Zhe's name. Huh. Li Chuwei looked surprised, while Zhang Zhe, standing next to her, seemed rather smug. Haha, it seems that the previous lessons have made Jiang Chen much more mature. Let's go. The competition has already been suspended for 10 minutes. We can't delay any longer. Let's go choose a topic. Shortly after, the host on stage adjusted his headset, nodded slightly, and then smiled at the audience again. After a 10-minute discussion, the production team and the 2 teams reached a new consensus. To prove that the Linchuan team did not cheat, the next 9 questions will be selected by the Ziyuan team from the question bank. Now, the competition continues. The audience erupted in uproar. Most people didn't immediately realize what this meant. Only a very few recognized the unfairness at the outset. What's the Linchuan team thinking? Letting the opponent choose the questions? Although the selection is limited to the question bank, the questions in the bank vary in difficulty. Letting the opponent choose the questions, isn't that just making things harder for themselves? Zhao Yunlong frowned. That's true for ordinary people, but I don't think it's a big problem for that student named Jiang Chun, Wang Leiming said with a smile. You really think that kid is a genius? Uncertain, but something to look forward to, isn't it? Meanwhile, Chung Peng finally selected the first question backstage. Looking at Jiang Chun, who was resting with his eyes closed on the big screen, Chung Peng's gaze sharpened, and he pressed the confirm button forcefully. Come on, Jiang Chun, let me see what you really are. Chapter 27 Reversal. As Chun Peng clicked to confirm, another question appeared on the big screen. That plus equals 7, plus equals 8, and plus equals 9. Find the values of, and 3 simple symbols, 3 simple numerical values. Yet not a single symbol and value correspondence is given. The audience below the stage was completely bewildered. In fact, starting from the 10th question in this competition, the difficulty of the questions left 90% of the audience at a loss. Only a very small number of people could understand the questions, and most people understood the difficulty of the questions through the commentator's on-site explanations. Because Chung Peng selected the question on the spot, the commentator was unable to prepare a script in advance, resulting in no on-site explanation for the question. Therefore, some audience members thought the question was easy because it had few words. The question and answer room in Linchuan. Chung Peng went a bit too far. Chunshi frowned slightly after reading the question. This question is clearly an equation problem, but in order to confuse the test taker, the common unknowns are replaced with uncommon graphic symbols, and the quantitative relationships are mixed into the 3 equations. 3 unknowns. If he were to calculate this problem, it would take him at least 10 minutes. With less than 5 minutes remaining, Chung Peng intends to ensure that Linchuan team doesn't score a single point. It's nothing. Maybe he's testing my limits. Jiang Chun said nonchalantly, still staring at the question. Then how much time will it take you to solve this problem? Okay, all done. Jiang Chun casually typed the answer on the screen. Question mark. In the special guest seat, Wang Leiming stared at the big screen, first stunned, then couldn't help but laugh. That Chung Peng isn't very kind. I knew it all along, didn't I? I told you the Ziyuan team wouldn't let this opportunity to make things harder for the Linchuan team pass by. Zhao Yunlong said helplessly. How long would it take you to do this problem? Wang Leiming turned his head. If we use the exhaustive method, maybe 5 minutes? Eliminating items will only take longer. Zhao Yunlong shook his head. I'm about the same. What do you think of Jiang Chun? Ding. The correct prompt sounded again. Upon hearing the notification tone, Wang Leiming turned around abruptly and looked at the large screen on the stage. The green color still shines in the answer area of Linchuan Middle School. In an instant, the rumors of Linchuan team cheating were debunked, and the audience below the stage gasped in amazement. Wang Leiming stared blankly at the big screen for a long time, then chuckled twice and turned to look at Zhao Yunlong, who was also somewhat stunned. Old Zhao, I think it's pretty much a done deal. Meanwhile, backstage at the program. How is this possible? How is this possible? Chung Peng, did you choose a question that was too easy? Zhang Zhe shook his head in disbelief. He was a good-for-nothing just over a week ago. What makes him so special? Calm down, Zhang Zhe. Maybe Jiang Chen has done this question before and memorized the answer. Li Chuwei comforted him from the side. Meanwhile, Chung Peng neither expressed surprise nor responded to Zhang Zhe's words. He just stared blankly at the big screen, his mind racing with thoughts. Could such a thing really happen? Could there really be such a person in this world? Could it be that there was something wrong with the topic I chose? Impossible. The production team wouldn't be so foolish as to put external questions directly into the question bank without even changing the values. But I don't understand. I don't understand. How can there be such a big difference between people? I don't believe it. The audience seats below the stage. Wow, the Lin Chuan team guessed right again. I don't know. I don't understand this question. What happened to the person who said they'd eat shit on live stream? I'll eat an egg. Maybe that question was really easy, so it's not surprising that I got it right. Amidst the audience's discussion, another question soon appeared on the screen. There are chickens and rabbits in the same cage. There are 35 heads and 94 feet. How many chickens and rabbits are there? Unlike the previous question, this question elicited a gasp from the audience as soon as it appeared. There's no other reason than that this type of question is notoriously difficult. The chicken and rabbit in the same cage problem. It's a chicken and rabbit in the same cage. I couldn't understand any of the previous questions, but as soon as this question came out, I could guess how difficult the previous questions were. Holy crap. We learned this type of problem in our freshman number theory class. An old professor spent 30 minutes using an entire blackboard to explain the difficult parts of the problem to us, and then told us it was beyond the syllabus and wouldn't be on the exam. Damn, so we have the same teacher. Stop talking nonsense. Look at the score. Someone pointed to one side of the big screen. At this moment, in a corner that no one had noticed before, the score between Lin Chuan team and Ziyuan team has reached 27-27. This means that the outcome of this question will determine whether the Lin Chuan team can achieve this miraculous reversal, which is unprecedented even in the hundreds of years of competition history. The result of the question posed by the Lin Chuan team stirred the emotions of the entire audience. Countless viewers waited amidst cette discussion, waiting for the notification sound. Bye. As expected, after about 10 seconds, the Lin Chuan team's answer area flashed green again. This was followed by deafening cheers. Holy crap, that's awesome. It was worth the trip, guys. We got our money's worth. Just who is this Jiang Chen? He carried the Lin Chuan team to victory without saying a word. Where's that guy who was live streaming himself eating shit? Speak up. Yeah, where's that idiot? As the Lin Chuan team answered correctly once again, the cheers from the audience were like a tidal wave. At the same time, history has once again proven the Lin Chuan team's control over the provincial championship. Yes, that's a miracle. Wow, Lin Chuan team turned the tide. They actually managed to turn it around. Ting Ting, your Jiang Chun is amazing. Shen Qing looked at the screen with admiration. Luo Tingting was also very excited. Hearing someone praise Jiang Chun for being outstanding, she felt a sense of pride for no reason. That's right. Although I don't know how he did it. He's not my Jiang Chun. Xiao Qing, don't talk nonsense. The girl quickly realized her mistake and blushed again. Don't be shy. Does Jiang Chun have a girlfriend? Shen Qing's gossipy nature resurfaced. Luo Tingting tilted her head and thought for a moment. I don't think so before I was expelled. Then go for it. Go confess. Go hold hands. Shen Qing looked at Luo Tingting with anticipation. Take advantage of the fact that you and him aren't so strangers yet. A guy as outstanding as him will be snatched up soon, and then you won't even have time to cry. Don't talk nonsense, Luo Tingting said, blushing. I'm not talking nonsense. Just imagine if he were by your side every day. Wouldn't you be happy? Luo Tingting stared blankly for a moment, then blushed and couldn't say a word. Not denying it means you agree, right? If you're happy, you like him. If you like him, why don't you go get closer to him? Shen Qing looked at her with a disappointed expression. But he's already in the Lin Chuan innovation class. His future is bright, and he'll definitely have no shortage of outstanding girls around him. When no longer in the same class, Luo Tingting's voice grew softer and softer, and her head lowered slightly. Don't be a coward. What if Jiang Chen likes a silly girl like you? No, please stop talking. Luo Tingting twisted the hem of her clothes with her fingers, her voice barely audible. Shenqing looked at the somewhat self-conscious girl in front of her and sighed helplessly, then seemed to suddenly think of something. But he helped you before. Shouldn't you thank him in person? Shenqing's lips curled up, revealing a sly smile. The last question in Chapter 28. Bang! Backstage at the show, Zhang Zhe became agitated, slamming his hands on the table and roaring at Cheng Peng beside him. Cheng Peng, what the hell is wrong with you? What kind of topic did you choose? Do you even know that the runner-up in the competition doesn't get a special admission spot at a university? The staff members standing nearby were startled and, with a sense of morbid curiosity, gradually gathered around. Don't you fucking forget why you participated in this competition. You took my dad's benefits, what about the rest? Wah. Seeing a crowd gathered around watching the commotion, Li Chuwei quickly stopped Zhang Zhe, covered his mouth, and pulled him away from the crowd. Brother Zhe, let's talk about this when we get back. I've been putting up with this for the past few days, all for this spot. You think you're so great. Cheng Peng, just you wait until I get back. You think you're so special just because you came from the Linchuan innovation class? You're still just our dog. The sound grew fainter and fainter until it disappeared outside the backstage door. Cheng Peng stared blankly at the screen in front of him, expressionless, but his hand on the table was trembling slightly. The chief director, standing to the side, looked at Cheng Peng and gently shook his head. Having worked on this show for decades, he quickly realized the relationship between Cheng Peng and Zhang Zhe after witnessing what had just happened. Cheng Peng, a talent like you can succeed anywhere. One failure means nothing. The director stepped forward to comfort him. Huh? Cheng Peng turned around as if waking from a dream. What did you say? Oh, don't take Zhang Zhe's words to heart. What did he say? Huh? Where did those two go? Cheng Peng turned around and looked around in confusion, as if he hadn't noticed Zhang Zhe's behavior at all. Never mind, it doesn't matter to them. Cheng Peng looked at the screen again. There are 7 questions left in the competition. Can I continue choosing questions? Of course. Good. Cheng Peng looked down at the screen again. His hands were shaking violently, and his swiping became unsteady. He quickly realized the problem, and after trying to relax without success, Cheng Peng used his other hand to hold his wrist, barely managing to maintain the amplitude of his finger tremors. Soon, Cheng Peng selected a topic and tremblingly clicked the confirm button. At this moment, the cheers from the stage and the audience had not yet subsided, and everyone was still immersed in the amazing comeback of the Linchuan team. The appearance of the new question did not cause much of a reaction, because the competition was actually over. The question and answer room in Linchuan. Oh, Cheng Peng hasn't given up yet. Chen-Shi looked at the screen with some surprise. If even he himself had realized Jiang Chen's inhuman level of skill, there was no reason why Cheng Peng wouldn't be aware of it. What's the point of continuing to struggle? Wouldn't it be more dignified to just end the competition? Chen-Shi took a closer look at the question. In the idiom chain game, please complete at least 2 idioms, shi xinggeman. A simple idiome usage question. However, the written test should have been completed by the time the test reached 10 to 20 questions. What was Cheng Peng's intention in setting up such a question at this point? Completely unrecognizable, small matter what. Jiang Chun answered instantly as always, eliciting cheers from the audience. Soon, new questions appeared again. In biology, the names of organelles that provide energy to cells. Mitochondria. Which dynasty did the famous poet Li Bai belong to? Tang Dynasty. Cheng Peng is creating questions at an increasingly faster pace, and the range of questions covers subjects such as mathematics, Chinese, history, geography, and biology. Jiang Chun answered without much hesitation. Chen-Shi was increasingly confused. The questions weren't difficult. If Chen-Shi were to answer them himself, although he might not be as quick as Jiang Chun, he could still answer them all. But what is Cheng Peng's purpose? Chen-Shi couldn't understand it. Finally, the answer to question 39 is finished, and the competition is about to enter its final question. At this point, Linchuan team still had a full 3 minutes remaining, and their score had reached 33 points. In other words, since Jiang Chen started participating in the competition, the Linchuan team has not lost a single point. Amidst the anticipation of everyone present, the final question appeared on the big screen. Xiaoming borrowed 50 yuan from his father and 50 yuan from his mother. He bought a pair of shoes for 97 yuan and had 3 yuan left. He returned 1 yuan to his father and 1 yuan to his mother, which means that his parents each lent Xiaoming 49 yuan. 49 plus 49 is equal to 98 yuan. Adding the 1 yuan Xiaoming had left, the total is 99 yuan. So where did the remaining 1 yuan go? The question was quite long, and it took Chun-Shi some time to read it. A simple 2-digit addition and subtraction problem, but something just doesn't feel right. Chun-Shi habitually picked up the draft paper. 50 plus 50 minus 97 is equal to 3. 50 to 1. 2 is equal to 98. 98 plus 1 is equal to 99. The calculation is correct. But where did the remaining dollar go? Something's not right. This question feels off from the inside out, and it gives me a strange sense of déjà vu. Not only Chun-Shi, but countless people both inside and outside the scene were confused. In the audience seats. That's not right. This problem looks so simple. Why can't I figure it out? Luo Tingting muttered to herself, counting on her fingers. Stop looking at Tingting. These kinds of questions aren't even for ordinary people like us. Shunqing shrugged helplessly. From the start of the competition, Shunqing hadn't paid any attention to a single question. She called it self-awareness. But Xiaoqing, this question is different. It always gives me a feeling. A kind of I was almost able to solve it, right? A clear and cheerful voice answered Luo Tingting's words, and then a handsome young man casually sat down in the seat next to her. Hey, Zhao Fuhua. Shunqing looked over in surprise. Xiaoying. Zhao Fuhua nodded gently and responded with a smile. Don't even try to solve this problem. You can't possibly solve it. Can't you do it either? Haha, you guys overestimate me. As he spoke, Zhao Fuhua turned his gaze toward the competition stage. You should remember this question if you have studied the number theory section of the general education course. I just checked online, and this is the original problem left by the mathematical genius Ramanujan more than 5,600 years ago, and it remains unsolved to this day. I don't know why this question appeared in a competition, but one thing I'm sure of, in the remaining 3 minutes, no one can solve this problem. Zhao Fuhua narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Jiang Chen on the stage. Even Jiang Chun is no good. Chapter 29 Fallacies. Backstage at the program. After choosing the last question, Cheng Peng seemed to have all his strength drained away, and he casually dragged a chair from beside him and sat down. He knew better than anyone else what he was doing. He found this question shortly after entering the question bank. He didn't know why a problem that had puzzled the mathematics community for hundreds of years would appear in a competition question bank. At first, he never considered using this question as a test question. After all, it was just an ordinary knowledge competition, and choosing this question would only make the Linchuan team lose a point. But Cheng Peng began to waver after witnessing Jiang Chen's strength. He suddenly realized that perhaps it was meaningful for this question to appear in this question bank. Perhaps it was fate that brought Cheng Peng, Jiang Chen, and this problem together here. Perhaps this question has been silently sleeping in the question bank for hundreds of years, just waiting for someone. Perhaps Jiang Chen really can. Therefore, among the remaining questions, he tried to select those from different fields that were not too difficult. On the one hand, they wanted to see if Jiang Chen's knowledge was comprehensive, and, on the other hand, they wanted to save Jiang Chen's answering time. As Cheng Peng expected, Jiang Chen's speed in answering the questions was simply unbelievable. Jiang Chen was given a full 3 minutes for this last question. 3 minutes may be a short time for the average person. But as for Jiang Chen, Cheng Peng couldn't explain it. Jiang Chen, I remember now. This problem was left by Ramanujan, one of the unsolved problems of the century. She slapped his forehead. Who is Ramanujan? The name sounds familiar, but who cares? Jiang Chen didn't turn around, looked at the question on the screen, crossed his arms, and sighed with a smile. Seeing these kinds of questions here brings back some memories. Jiang Chen recognized the question at a glance. This is a typical logic-based question. This type of question was quite popular when he was in junior high school. It's less of a question and more of a brain teaser. One wrong move, and you'll be caught in the flawed logic presented in the question. Jiang Chen was also momentarily stunned when he first saw this kind of question. But once you understand the logic, you'll realize that if you were stumped by this problem, it means your intelligence is questionable to some extent. The logic is actually quite simple. The parents each borrowed 50 yuan, which is equivalent to borrowing 100 yuan. The shoes cost 97 yuan, leaving 3 yuan. The child returned 1 yuan to each of the parents, which is equivalent to returning a total of 2 yuan. Subtracting 2 yuan from 100 yuan equals 98 yuan. 98 yuan is equivalent to the total amount of money borrowed from the parents. Subtracting the 1 yuan that Xiaoming returned after paying back the money is exactly equal to the cost of the shoes. Adding Xiaoming's 1 yuan to the 98 yuan is a meaningless calculation because Xiaoming's 1 yuan was the leftover from buying things with the 98 yuan his parents provided. If you want to get the answer of 100, you should add 98 to the 1 yuan returned to each of your parents. Jiang Chun smiled, hesitated for a moment, and began typing on the screen. After all, it's a competition, so the wording when explaining the questions needs to be more formal. Backstage. How could this kind of question appear in the question bank? The director, with a serious expression, asked the staff member next to him in a low voice. I don't know either, director. This question bank was last updated more than 200 years ago. Maybe it was accidentally put in by the person who expanded the question bank back then. A staff member guessed. Won't it have a negative impact on the program if a problem that has puzzled the mathematics community for hundreds of years is used as a competition question? Well, what else can we do? We can't just tell the audience now that it was our mistake. The director shook his head and sighed. Fortunately, the Linchuan team's score is already far ahead, so this question has no impact on the competition results. If it does cause controversy, we can say that this question was a carefully designed Easter egg by the program team. On the bright side, at least using a world-class problem as an Easter egg sounds more sophisticated. Hey, wait a minute. Look, the Linchuan team has started solving the problem. Oh, young people are full of energy. That's good. When I was young, I also felt like I could do anything. The director looked at the title with admiration. However, the very first sentence of the solution surprised everyone. This question contains a logical fallacy. The answer does not exist. The answer doesn't exist. Chun, she looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. This is a difficult problem posed by a genius in the mathematics world. And you actually say the problem's logic is flawed. What? Does that mean a genius has the right logic? Jiang Chen replied casually. But Jiang Chen's words left Chun, she speechless. Geniuses, as the cornerstone of civilization, cannot make mistakes, Chen she originally intended to say. But the person who said these words was none other than Jiang Chen. Chun she hesitated for a moment. Yes, why would I take it for granted that geniuses are always right? Meanwhile, Jiang Chen continued typing on the screen. The total amount of money borrowed from mom and dad, then subtracting the remaining amount after Xiaoming pays it back. The 1 yuan itself is a meaningless calculation because Jiang Chen spent a long time on this question, not because he was thinking about the question itself, but because he was trying to explain the logical fallacy of this brain teaser in the simplest and clearest language. Every now and then, Jiang Chen would turn to Chun Shi and ask if he could understand it. Therefore, it can be confirmed that the question is logically flawed, and the whereabouts of 1 yuan mentioned in the question has no computational meaning. Finally, in the last 10 seconds, Jiang Chen typed the last few words and clicked OK. This time, the green background in the Linchuan team's answer area on the big screen did not flash again. No one could be sure whether Jiang Chen's answer was correct. Cheng Peng, standing backstage, stared blankly at Jiang Chen's train of thought, muttering something to himself. What do we do next? We have no way of determining whether Jiang Chen's answer is correct. A staff member whispered to the director. Do we need to judge? This question is just an Easter egg arranged by the production team. Points will be awarded regardless of whether it is right or wrong. The director breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the big screen. It's finally over. Xiao Wang, go talk to the host and prepare for the award ceremony. There have been too many mishaps in this competition. Ending it as soon as possible is the most important thing. As for whether Jiang Chen's solution to the problem was correct, the director didn't understand and didn't want to see it. In fact, no more than 10 people at the competition venue could understand the questions. Most people have no idea where the questions come from, nor can they tell how difficult they are. It's unclear what kind of historical moment they witnessed. After the host completed the scheduled procedures, the competition finally came to an end. Please welcome the champions of this competition, Linchuan Middle School Team, the runners-up, Ziyuan Middle School Team, and the third-place winners, Yingting Middle School Team, to the stage to receive their awards. Amidst enthusiastic applause and under the watchful eyes of countless people, the students from the three teams walked through the corridor to the podium. Jiang Chen, the password for the USB drive, is 8/8. On the red carpet, Cheng Peng took 2 quick steps closer to Jiang Chen, but his eyes darted away. Good. Jiang Chen replied casually. Just then, a figure approached. Hello, Jiang Chen. I am Zhao Fuhua from Yingting Middle School. Zhao Fuhua greeted Jiang Chen with a hearty smile. Oh, hello. Is there anything I can help you with? No, I just wanted to get to know you. Suddenly, Chun-Shi moved to a different spot, deliberately separating Zhao Fuhua and Jiang Chen. Isn't this Zhao? Chun-Shi grinned. Oh, hello, Uncle Chun. Zhao Fuhua replied with a smile. Uncle Chun? Jiang Chun just told me that he suddenly developed a strange illness where he gets a headache whenever he talks. You two can talk next time, Chun-Shi said with a regretful expression, then pulled Jiang Chun ahead of her. A strange illness? After creating some distance, Jiang Chun looked completely bewildered. Should I get sick? Stay away from that Zhao Fuhua. He's disgusting, Chun-Shi replied, his tone filled with disdain. Chapter 30 Champion. What do you mean? Explain in detail. Jiang Chen asked, somewhat curious. Chun-Shi hesitated for a moment. There are too many people. I'll find a chance to talk to you privately. After walking the red carpet, the three teams finally stepped onto the podium. The spotlight shone down, drawing everyone's attention to a few people. When the host came on stage, he first handed the microphone to Jiang Chun, who was in the champion's seat. Jiang Chun, you have accomplished a remarkable comeback on behalf of Linchuan High School. Do you have anything to say now? I just f***ing destroy them. Jiang Chun casually uttered a donk comment, then realized that this meme didn't exist in this world. I didn't expect Jiang Chun to be so knowledgeable about foreign languages. Thankfully, the host clearly didn't understand, and his smile remained unchanged. Could you explain it to us again in Chinese? In fact, bilingual people are extremely rare in this world, and most of them work in high-paying jobs as written or on-site interpreters. There's probably not a single person here who could understand this English expression. Jiang Chun cleared his throat and spoke again. What I meant was to thank my teammate Chun-Shi for persevering until I entered the field, and also to thank the opponents for their excellent performance. So, how did you achieve such great success in the field of general education? Do you have any secrets to share? As soon as the host finished speaking, Jiang Chen noticed that many students in the audience had already taken out their notebooks. I have a damn secret, but I can't possibly tell you that the secret is traveling to another world. Read more books and newspapers, eat fewer snacks, and sleep more. Jiang Chun casually made up a sentence, only to discover to his dismay that there were actually people in the audience diligently taking notes. This world is beyond saving. Then please ask, the host began again. Jiang Chun was getting impatient and turned to see Chun. She's standing to the side in a daze. By the way, my teammate Chen, she has a lot of opinions about this competition. Jiang Chun took a half step back and pulled Chun-Shi, who was spacing out, to his side. Me? Chun-Shi snapped out of her daze, looking completely bewildered. I don't have anything to say. Chun-Shi, you've gone too far. Jiang Chun said with a look of disdain. How can you be so negative about an interview? How can you showcase the outstanding talent development and educational philosophy of Linchuan High School like this? Chun-Shi slowly turned his head, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. It's a live broadcast. Watch your wording. Damn it. When it was Ziyuan's turn to be interviewed, they seemed a little awkward. The team of three was reduced to just Cheng Peng on the podium, who maintained his composure with a smile. Cheng Peng, what are your thoughts on missing out on the championship this time? I'm completely convinced and have nothing more to say. Cheng Peng clearly wanted to say something more, but after hesitating for a moment, he simply smiled and shook his head. Zhao Fuhua from Sakuraba Middle School used a very official press release. thanking his friends, family, school, production team, and opponents, among other things. Finally, the competition officially ended with a grand closing ceremony. Audience members began to leave the stands one after another. Most people quickly forget what happened on the field. After all, in this world, due to the generally low level of intelligence, everyone's ability to remember things is limited. The result of a competition that has nothing to do with oneself is obviously not worth remembering. This competition was indeed very exciting, and the comeback by the Linchuan team was thrilling. But nobody will care forever. Didn't Lao Li give you any press releases to memorize before? Bibbing carried it, but she didn't come. By the way, there's a huge buzz online about what exactly happened to Bibbing. The actual situation is even more shocking. Let's talk about it privately in a couple of days. I'm a bit tired today. Okay, I happen to have a lot of things I want to ask you. Jiang Chen was talking to Chun Shi as they walked out of the venue. Jiang Chen. A timid voice came from behind. Jiang Chen turned around, somewhat surprised. Luo Tingting? Long time no see. Luo Tingting stood a few steps away. As soon as she saw his face, the tips of her ears turned red, and her fingers unconsciously twisted together. Shen Qing smiled helplessly behind her and quietly tapped her back with her finger. Say your lines quickly. Luo Tingting took a deep breath and finally spoke. Long time no see, Jiang Chun. I'm sorry what happened before dragged you into this. I'd like to treat you to a meal. Thank you. So polite? Then I won't stand on ceremony with you. Jiang Chun said readily. But not today. I'm a bit tired after just finishing the competition. Here's what we'll do. Add me on Feishan and call me anytime you're ready. Oh, okay. Luo Tingting blushed as she added Shen Qing as a friend, said goodbye hastily, and practically fled with her. Watching the two figures disappear into the distance, Jiang Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. If you help someone, you should accept their feedback promptly, otherwise, they will feel guilty. Wow, my emotional intelligence is really high. Chun Shi sidled up from the side, his face full of mockery. Wow, you've just won the championship and already have a little fangirl coming to your door? That's impressive, young man. Don't talk nonsense. He was just a classmate from Ziyuan Middle School. In the same top class as you. Who told you I was in the top class? All right, you're a loser in the regular class. You only got into the innovation class because of your looks. Tisk, Chun Shi, your thinking is dangerous right now, but for some reason I feel like agreeing with you. Jiang Chun arrived home at 10:30 p.m. Even though less than 2 days had passed, Jiang Chun felt as if he hadn't been back for a long time. So many things have happened these past few days. Time travel, inexplicably entering an innovation class, a kidnapping case, a knowledge competition. Jiang Chun still has many things he doesn't understand. But I don't have time to think about it right now. After 2 days without rest, the intense concentration left Jiang Chun feeling weak all over and dizzy. Without washing up, Jiang Chun collapsed onto the bed and lost consciousness almost instantly. As night deepened, the lights of countless homes outside the window went out one by one, plunging Jiang Chen's room into darkness and silence. 11:21 a.m. Jiang Chen's phone suddenly lit up, and a message popped up on Feishan. Xiao Chun, I found your mother. Dad. The message was retracted in less than a minute. At 4:34 a.m., I received a text message on my phone. Jiang Chun, we found the suspect Wang Chang's diary in the car, but some information doesn't match up. We hope you can help us analyze it. Then silence returned. Meanwhile, across the ocean, in a burn, Cambridge University. Damn it, I should have just stayed in China and coasted along. What a waste of a place to study here. Zheng Ji scratched his sparse hair, his face full of worry. 2 days ago, his advisor, Professor Rhodes, assigned him a task. Summary of logical analysis of the loan issue and its derivatives. Strangely enough, Professor Rhodes was originally a very capable mathematical genius. His research consistently produces a high-quality academic paper every 1 to 2 years. But 7 years ago, he began studying Ramanujan's The Problem of Borrowing Money. There have been no results so far. Sometimes I even feel that other people are starting to go crazy. 2 weeks ago, he suddenly launched an academic discussion and proposed for the first time that the problem of borrowing money itself may contain logical fallacies. This immediately drew laughter from the audience, with some even suggesting that Professor Rhodes should retire as soon as possible to avoid wasting academic resources. Actually, Zheng Ji thought so too. This is a problem left by the genius Ramanujan. How could it possibly have a logical error? Professor Rhodes was clearly furious, but unable to provide any logical evidence. He stormed off, declaring that he would spend the rest of his life solving the mystery. At that time, Zheng Ji had just finished publishing his master's thesis and was temporarily unemployed. Therefore, as Professor Rhodes' only student at present, Zheng Ji was assigned to organize all the papers related to this issue to date and to analyze and summarize them. This is inhuman. I don't have a brain. Frustrated, Zheng Ji shut down his computer and couldn't help but complain. Never mind, let's take a break. Zheng Ji opened his phone and swiped a few times. There seems to be a general education competition for my hometown today. Let's see how the younger students perform. Wow, only one person from the innovation class? Old Lee's got guts. Why did Chung Pong go to Ziyuan? We'll ask him when we get back. The innovation class might lose this time. TSK. It's like witnessing history. Jiang Chen is really lucky. Wow, this Jiang Chun is something else. Holy crap, this Jiang Chun is amazing. I'll contact Old Lee later and see if I can trick Cambridge into letting me be their junior. Huh, what a coincidence. The last question is also about borrowing money. Are the production team playing a trick on us? Suddenly, Zheng Ji's eyes widened. The surrounding air seemed to freeze, and the sound of heartbeats was deafening. Really? On the phone screen, and on the large screen at the competition venue, the student named Jiang Chun began to answer the questions. The first sentence of the answer is, this question contains a logical fallacy. The answer does not exist. Shouldn't it be Chapter 31? Rhodes has been in the room for 3 whole days. Inside the room, countless draft papers were scattered haphazardly on the table, walls, and floor, but most of them were blank. Rhodes sat at the table, rubbing his temples with a pained expression. I must recall it and find that fleeting white dove. As a mathematician, Rhodes knew very well that the worst thing in mathematical research is to work in isolation. But he had no choice. His mind couldn't hold anything else. A month ago, while he was studying the problem of borrowing money, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. He suddenly felt that the solution to this problem, which had once seemed so far away, was right in front of him. It's like you can reach out and touch it. But even with all his efforts, he couldn't take another step forward. He knew that there was a barrier between him and the answer called talent. To this end, he searched extensively in academia, held academic conferences, and compiled all the views of past scholars on this issue. He tried everything he could to rely on other forces to break down this barrier. There were no results. Everything was telling him that logical fallacies, they were nothing but his imagination. Even now, he himself has begun to have doubts. Could that fleeting inspiration, like a white dove, have been just an illusion? He didn't want to believe it, but he couldn't refute it. He was unwilling to accept it. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking was somewhat urgent. Who is it? I told you not to bother me for the next month, Rhodes said, sounding annoyed. Professor, I am Zheng Ji. I have a very, very important video that I need you to review. About what? The problem of borrowing money. Video? I've told you before that video materials provide visual stimulation and can affect the sharpness of a scholar's thinking. Summarize it into a document and show it to me. This? I'm afraid that won't work, Professor. TSK, a reason. Because I couldn't fully understand the explanation of the borrowing money problem in the video. Answer? Huh. I think I should reconsider your early graduation. Rhodes shook his head helplessly, got up, and opened the door. Throughout history, so many scholars, even if they had ideas, only dared to call them conjectures about solutions. Who dared to call it a solution? Although Zheng Ji has only recently received his doctorate, he has already made considerable achievements in number theory and function analysis at Cambridge. So the information he provided should not be entirely without value. Upon opening the door, Rod found Zheng Ji disheveled, with messy hair, but a serious and earnest expression, even bordering on anxious. The video is here. Zheng Ji handed over a tablet. Rod was taken aback when he saw the screen on the tablet. The scene on screen is stage, a large screen, countless audience members looks more like a variety show than an academic lecture. Rod looked at Zhang Ji with a puzzled expression, only to see Zhang Ji nod seriously. Click on the video. After a moment, Rod's eyes widened, his expression exactly the same as when Zhang Ji first saw the video. Meanwhile, similar situations are occurring simultaneously around the world. Princeton, Cambridge, Yale, Oxford. Numerous arguments were developed based on Jiang Chen's solution, but the news was quickly blocked by local governments. A good night's sleep. When Jiang Chen woke up, it was already past 10 o'clock the next morning. Damn, it's 10 o'clock. It's Monday today. Huh? Why isn't anyone reminding me to go to class? Jiang Chun picked up his phone and saw the messages from last night, frowning slightly. A diary? Looks like Bibbing's matter isn't over yet. I still need to go to the police station. I also want to know what that god the criminal was talking about is. Jiang Chun scratched his head. Perfect. I can use that as an excuse to ask for 2 days off and go to the hospital to see Bibbing. Jiang Chun found Li Mingda's number in his contacts and dialed it. The call was answered quickly. Hello. Teacher Li, I am Jiang Chun. Is there something you need? I was assisting the police with the kidnapping of Bibbing a couple of days ago. It seems there are still some unresolved issues. The police have asked me to cooperate with the investigation for the next 2 days, so I may need to take leave. Okay, no problem. By the way, I watched the recording of your competition yesterday, and you performed exceptionally well. The admissions offices of Tsinghua and Peking universities should contact you about the guaranteed admission in a couple of days. Li Mingda's tone was calm, and at first glance, there seemed to be no emotional fluctuation, but Jiang Chun sensed a faint regret. Okay, thank you, teacher. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chun scratched his head. I turned the tide yesterday, so there shouldn't be any major problems. Why does Lao Li seem a bit off? On the other end of the phone, Li Mingda put down his phone and sat blankly on the sofa with his head down. Beside him, an old man sat in front of him, tapping the armrest of the sofa lightly with a chess piece in his hand, humming the soft sounds of traditional opera. On the coffee table in front of the two of them was the test paper that Li Mingda had asked Jiang Chun to do when he first enrolled in school. Have you figured it out? After a long silence, the old man spoke. Li Mingda remained silent. The old man sighed and tossed the chess piece back into the chess basket beside him. 2 days ago, your suggestion might have been feasible, but after yesterday's competition, it's no longer possible. Do you know how many eyes are watching him right now? Do you know how strict international constitutions are regarding the review of charges of attempting to control the behavior and future direction of genius? Do you know that if convicted of this charge, it will almost certainly result in the death penalty? Moreover, this is still while Jiang Chen's proof of the solution to the borrowing money problem is not yet complete. Once the mathematical community confirms the correctness of Jiang Chen's solution, he could be the only genius in hundreds of years. And this exam paper you gave me today will be the death of you. The old man spoke earnestly, his voice hoarse, but leaving no room for doubt. But teacher, I'm not willing to accept this. You know, geniuses usually only have exceptional talent in one field. He has such strong talent in mathematics, he is clearly a genius in a mathematical world. He'll be in the library sooner or later, so what difference will it make to him if it's sooner or later? I just want to speed up this process. Since you think he'll get in sooner or later, why rush things? You don't understand. Teacher, you don't understand. Li Mingda suddenly raised his head. Do you know, teacher? Do you know how much a genius's day can be worth in a lifetime? Do you know how many people like me have devoted their entire lives to studying mathematics, waiting for a glimmer of hope? Take this borrowing money problem, for example. If it weren't for an unexpected incident during the competition that brought this problem to Jiang Chen's attention, how long would it have taken to solve it? Every second of a genius is precious. He can accomplish in a day what countless ordinary people do in hundreds of years. The sooner Jiang Chun comes into contact with real mathematics, the sooner countless people like me and like us can be freed from their struggles. I just want to speed things up, shouldn't I? Li Mingda's voice was hoarse, and he was on the verge of a breakdown. Teacher, shouldn't we be doing this? Chapter 32 Diary. It was already noon when Jiang Chun arrived at the police station. As soon as I entered, I met Officer Cheng's eyes, which were peering out the door. Jiang Chun, you finally arrived. Please follow me. Upon seeing Jiang Chun, Xiao Cheng immediately greeted him with a smile, without saying anything polite, or perhaps he simply didn't know what to say. After all, Even polite words require thought, but people in this world tend not to use their brains. Okay. Jiang Chen nodded and followed. Unlike the tense and oppressive atmosphere last time, the atmosphere at the police station this time was noticeably more relaxed. The number of busy police officers has also decreased significantly, presumably because the police station has dismissed the officers transferred from various places after the major case was closed. Following Xiao Cheng through the corridor, Jiang Chen quickly arrived at the meeting room from last time. Upon entering the conference room, a heavy smell of smoke still lingered. Qin Yu and several police officers sat silently around the conference table, which was covered with a notebook and scattered documents. There was no pleasant atmosphere at all, as if a major case had been closed. It's obvious that they've encountered some complicated problem. Jiang Chen, I'm sorry to have troubled you again, but we have indeed encountered some problems and really need your help. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, Qin Yu greeted him with a smile and pulled out a chair for him to sit down. She then took out a 2-finger-thick envelope from her pocket and placed it in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was taken aback. Wow, this is so thick. Judging by the size of the envelope, this couldn't be... The solving of this case earned our police station a bonus, and our team unanimously agreed that half of it should be given to you. Pretty. Judging by its thickness, it must be 2 months' salary for my dad. At this moment, I should... Jiang Chen leaned back, his hands placed perfectly in front of him, and a very hypocritical expression on his face. Assisting the police in handling cases is a civic duty. I cannot accept this. No one knows better than us how important you are in solving this case, so please don't refuse. Qin Yu spoke earnestly and solemnly. In that case, I'll accept without hesitation. If the police need anything in the future, they can contact me anytime. No one loves serving the people more than I do. Jiang Chen solemnly put the envelope into his pocket. The surrounding police officers just smiled kindly. No one thought it was unreasonable, especially the group of people who went to the abandoned factory area with Jiang Chen before. Qin Yu watched as Jiang Chen accepted the envelope and seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. She highly recognized Jiang Chen's abilities and reported his contributions to solving the case to her superiors last night. She also applied for the Outstanding Citizen Award for Jiang Chun and asked her teacher at the military academy to come and rescue him. In theory, we should be able to get responses from both sides today. But without exception, there has been no follow-up news on either of these matters. This morning, she couldn't even contact her direct supervisor or teacher. Something strange. Now, let's get back to the main point. We invited you here because we've run into some trouble. Let me tell you about what happened after you left. Qin Yu tidied up the scattered documents on the desktop and began to explain to Jiang Chun. Prisoner Wang Chong died on the spot last night, and hostage by Bing was promptly sent to the hospital. Apart from being weak, she is otherwise unharmed. We found Wang Chong's car less than 100 meters from the scene, under an abandoned residential building. Staff tried to peel back the paint and found that there were indeed several layers of paint of different colors. They also found several counterfeit license plates inside the car, which matched the license plates in previous cases. Therefore, it can be confirmed that the perpetrator's modus operandi is the same as you guessed before. Besides some ropes and wood, the only other item found in the vehicle was this diary. The forensic team, based on fingerprints and handwriting, confirmed that it belonged to the prisoner, Wang Chong. Qin Yu took out a pair of gloves and handed the diary and gloves to Jiang Chun, her expression solemn. Jiang Chun put on gloves and took the diary. This notebook is quite heavy, and the cover is wrapped tightly in cowhide, but there are many signs of it being torn in the first half. Jiang Chun opened the notebook and read through the pages one by one. February 19th, sunny. This is the 3rd day since I met that damn divine messenger. Ever since that guy stopped me 2 days ago and talked for ages about some religious stuff like God of Wisdom, I felt like he's got my eye on me. I've seen that guy every day for the past 2 days. I feel a little uneasy. I was going to call the police, but that guy really didn't do anything, so the police probably wouldn't care. Thankfully, he didn't bother my wife and daughter. For the past 2 nights, I've been sleeping in the hallway between their rooms, so I can hear any sound from either side immediately. Hopefully he'll leave in a few days. February 22nd. He hasn't left yet. I couldn't hold back today, so I took the opportunity to stop him and ask him what he meant. He said I was chosen by God, that I was destined to be a servant of God. I choose him. A cult member tried to drag me down with him. He even wrote me a stock recommendation, saying it would definitely go up tomorrow and urging me to buy it. Stocks are something only highly educated people in the financial industry can handle. How can ordinary people like us get involved? I don't believe it, but there was a threatening tone in his words. For the safety of my mother and daughter, I'll buy one for 10,000 yuan. Consider it a waste of money, and hopefully he won't come looking for me again. February 23rd. It's true. It's already increased tenfold. Damn, I only bought 10,000. The television report said this was a price increase that wouldn't happen for centuries. I couldn't earn this much money even after years of cutting wood. Is that guy some kind of financial tycoon? But why should he help me? I don't understand. However, this is an opportunity. I can take advantage of him. I'll make a lot of money off him in a few months and then find a way to get rid of him. With enough money, I can do what I want. I can spend money to let my daughter learn some other easier skills instead of having to smell this nauseating pine oil every day. I won't tell them about this yet, so they won't worry. TSK, that guy also gave me some kind of revelation of the gods and told me to read it every day. What the heck is this? The cover looks pretty nice though, but it doesn't matter if we just look at it. After all, we still need to use that guy, so we have to put on a show. February 28th. I made several 100,000 more. I feel like that divine messenger seems to know everything. He can even create things out of thin air and control objects with his telekinesis. Does God really exist in this world? The messenger told me very seriously that I am God's chosen one, and that as long as I wholeheartedly serve the God of wisdom, I will be stronger than him. Could it be true? These past few days, I've suddenly felt that every line in that revelation of the gods is worth pondering, and some sentences are particularly catchy. Truth is light, wisdom is God. March 17th. 5 million. Under the guidance of the divine messenger, I've already earned 5 million. The divine messenger guided me to invest in stocks, cryptocurrencies, funds. Whatever it is, the messenger of God knows it all. The messenger said that as long as one follows God's footsteps, wealth is merely a trivial gain. I have indeed gradually started to value money less. I began to separate myself from my past self. How could God's chosen one have such a humble past? My wife and daughter asked me the other day why I've been acting so strangely lately. That's because they didn't bask in the light of wisdom. Many times, I wanted to tell them that their husbands and fathers were God's favorites, but I held back. The book of Revelation once said, "Silence is the fertile field of thought. In solitude, wisdom whispers to you. In noise, it can only shout, and you cannot hear it." Perhaps, when I truly become a servant of God, I will pray that God will also bless them. March 28th. After 10 days, the divine messenger has finally come to see me again. I brushed away the dust of the world for him, and I prepared delicacies for him. He told me that he could no longer communicate with the gods. He told me there was a way to hear the divine voice again. He told me that God needs offerings. Chapter 33, The Ghost Scale. Wang Chong stared wide-eyed as he walked out of the room, panting heavily, his clothes stained crimson with blood. He couldn't tell which blood was his wife's and which was his daughter's. He heard a buzzing sound in his ears, probably from the piercing screams and curses of his wife and daughter. Outside, the divine messenger looked at him with compassion and tenderness. Wang Chong staggered a few steps toward the divine messenger, then collapsed to his knees in despair. Thinking of what he had just witnessed, his stomach churned, but he couldn't vomit anything. "I've already vomited it all out." Wang Chong crawled on his knees toward the divine messenger, his voice hoarse. "Divine messenger, I killed them. I even killed my own daughter with this knife. I cut them off piece by piece. I draped them over the throne of the gods." He suddenly broke down, twisting his neck and raising his head. He first murmured, then his voice grew louder and louder until he finally roared at the sky. "God, is this enough? Is this sufficient? Will this truly bring back your favor?" No one answered him, not even the divine messenger. The messenger lowered his head and looked at him quietly. He saw the corners of the messenger's mouth gradually turn up. First came a suppressed "uff," which gradually turned into a forced laugh. "Ha!" The divine messenger finally couldn't hold back any longer and pointed at Wang Chong, bursting into laughter. He laughed so hard he could hardly breathe, his body hunched over, clutching his stomach, and coughing fits coming from his throat from time to time. God, your mother's ass. This is hilarious. You actually believed it. The messenger took out his phone from his pocket and started taking pictures of Wang Chong, who was kneeling on the ground, looking shocked and confused, while laughing as he did so. Damn, that's hilarious. You actually believed in some god of wisdom? You even killed your wife and daughter for that? What an idiot. The messenger laughed so hard he almost fell over and couldn't help but pound the ground with his fists. Wang Chong was stunned. He turned around blankly and glanced at his home amidst the laughter. His wife and daughter's bodies were still lying inside. He suddenly felt a tightness in his chest and gasped for breath. No, it's impossible, Divine Envoy, you're testing me. You have no reason to lie to me. The reason? Because it's fun. The divine messenger calmed down a bit from his maniacal laughter, stood up, and kicked Wang Chong, who was kneeling down. People like you, so lowly and brainless. You're easily fooled and believe anything, capable of anything. You're perfect for entertaining others. It's an honor for you to make me laugh. As Wang Chong lay on the ground, his gaze gradually hardened. No, this is a test from God. You can't fool me. You can't fool me. He didn't hear a word the so-called divine messenger said. He just kept muttering to himself. He couldn't accept that he had killed his closest relative for such a ridiculous reason. He couldn't accept it. Rather than believing that your own stupidity caused all of this, believe that it is a test from God. In this way, he would still be the darling of the gods. The divine messenger found Wang Chong's appearance rather strange and circled around him, examining him closely. TSK, such unwavering conviction. Suddenly, the divine messenger thought of something and smiled mockingly at Wang Chong on the ground. Since your faith is so strong, why don't you offer a few more sacrifices to your God? The next part of the diary describes how the divine messenger taught Wang Chong the method of escaping a murder case and Wang Chong's subsequent murders. It is worth mentioning that the diary stopped after the 5th case in Dachang City. As for why Wang Chong suddenly risked changing cities to commit crimes, there was no record of it in his diary. TSK. It's hard to judge in short. After reading the diary, Jiang Chun felt a little emotional. In this world, ordinary people are basically toys to those with high intelligence. Beauty, power, money, all seem insignificant in the face of an absolute difference in intelligence. The most direct manifestation of the gap in intelligence is the inability to think about things, the lack of access to information, and the lack of knowledge. The so-called miracles performed by that damned divine messenger could be replicated with some shoddy magic tricks. As for those financial matters, as long as you have money, it's incredibly easy to create some illusions and fool Wang Chong. The only slightly technically sophisticated elements were the record of divine revelation and the modus operandi of this series of cases. Jiang Chun closed his diary. Captain Qin, have you found the revelation of the God's book? And Wang Chong's phone? Qin Yu shook her head. All of Wang Chong's belongings are here. Strange, if Wang Chong was so thoroughly brainwashed, why didn't he carry the divine revelation record with him? Jiang Chun couldn't understand it. Jiang Chun, have you discovered anything about the identity of that divine messenger? Qin Yu asked. Not yet. There's still too little information. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, then shook his head slightly. However, we can look for a breakthrough by examining Wang Chong's bank statements from the past few months and the surveillance footage from his neighborhood. Qin Yu took notes in her notebook, thought for a while, and nodded. Next, Jiang Chun continued to communicate with the police team for a while, helping them to sort out his thinking process in this case, as an example, and then bid farewell to everyone. Before leaving, Jiang Chun gave Qin Yu a USB drive. Captain Qin, this is the criminal record of Zhang Yunlong, a school board member of Ziyuan Middle School. Please verify it and see if it can be used. Qin Yu was stunned for a moment, wanting to ask something, but seeing Jiang Chen's serious expression, she held back and could only nod solemnly. After Jiang Chen left, Qin Yu examined the USB drive for a moment, then plugged it into the computer, and a series of files appeared. She glanced at it and found that the document basically covered every illegal case Zhang Yunlong was involved in. The police had most of these cases on file, and Qin Yu was particularly impressed by many of the heinous cases. However, Zhang Yunlong had handled the evidence very well beforehand, and the police have been unable to find a breakthrough. The evidence provided on this USB drive is undoubtedly a timely help. Captain Sheen, Jiang Chun is just a student. How did he obtain this kind of evidence? An officer asked. I don't know. But given Jiang Chen's intelligence, he must have had access to quite a few high-ranking people, so it's reasonable that he has more channels for information. Old Wang, take some men to verify the accuracy of the evidence. I'll apply for an arrest warrant. The rest of you, prepare to make the arrest. Shouldn't we wait until all the evidence is verified before applying? There's no need for that. I should have eaten at the police station cafeteria. I wasted 10 yuan. After finishing lunch, Jiang Chun stood at the hospital entrance. Just as he was about to go inside, Jiang Chun suddenly felt his hands were empty. Wow, why did you come empty-handed? You should bring something when visiting a patient. Jiang Chun looked around and finally spotted a fairly large fruit stand across the street. The fruit stall owner was smoking a cigarette, sitting with his legs crossed, scrolling through videos. Jiang Chun walked up to the stall and glanced around casually. Upon seeing a customer, the owner stood up and approached him solicitously. Hey, young man, what would you like to order? How much do oranges cost per pound? 3 yuan per gene. Jiang Chun picked out a few, roughly lifted them up, and placed them on the scale next to him. 6 gene and 3 liang. I'll give you 6 gene. The shopkeeper pressed a few buttons on the calculator. That'll be 18 yuan in total. 6 gene. Jiang Chun frowned, picked up the fruit on the scale to feel its weight, and then put it back on the scale. The weight still shows 6.3 gene, approximately 3.5 caddies. But the weight is clearly wrong. Oh, a weird nickname? That's interesting. Chapter 34. Going through the procedures? 18, right? No rush. Let me pick out some other fruits and pay for them together later. Jiang Chun grinned, put the weighed oranges aside, and started looking at the other fruits on the stall while casually walking around to the side of the scale. Sure enough, a black solid was adhered to the bottom of the tray. By the way, boss, is your scale accurate? Jiang Chun asked casually, while taking a picture of the fruit stand and the fake scale with his phone. That's definitely accurate. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, the boss looked up in surprise, his emotions seemingly a little excited, and his voice became much louder. Young man, don't talk nonsense. The most important thing in business is honesty. I've been selling here for years. Would I cheat you? How could that be? Just by looking at his face, I can tell the boss is definitely a good person. I was just asking casually, don't get excited. Jiang Chun didn't even look up and casually replied. Well, judging by this behavior, this boss is definitely a shrewd businessman. Jiang Chun smiled and placed 2 more pomelos on the scale. 7 gene, 3 yuan per gene. That's 21 yuan in total, and it adds up to 39 yuan. The shopkeeper pressed the calculator and said cheerfully, Okay. Jiang Chun replied, rummaging through his pockets and somewhat reluctantly pulled out a 100 yuan bill, flashing it in front of the shopkeeper. Oh, sorry, I don't have any change. It's okay, I have it. I'll find you. 61. The shopkeeper pressed a button on the calculator and said. After taking the money from the shopkeeper, Jiang Chun turned around as if to leave, while casually touching his pocket with his left hand, and then slapped his forehead. Hey, look at my brain, I have some change. Here, I'll give you 40 to round it up, and you can give me back the 100. Oh, young man, you're too kind. The shopkeeper happily accepted the 40 yuan and returned the 100 yuan bill. Come again next time, young man. Okay, if you're still setting up your stall here. Watching Jiang Chen's retreating figure, the boss chuckled. Kids these days are so easy to fool. If I get a few more customers like this, I won't have to worry about buying a house. Jiang Chun, who was not far away, picked up the fruit in his hand. A steal of 21 yuan plus 2 bags of fruit. If there were a few more of these swindlers, I wouldn't need any living expenses. All right, I almost forgot. Jiang Chun took out his phone. Is this the Market Supervision Administration? Yes, I found some vendors using cheat scales near the hospital entrance. I took photos as evidence and will send them to your department's email later. In the hospital ward, Bibbing was looking down at a book. On the bedside table next to it, a pile of books was neatly arranged. Men are from Mars, women are from Venus, How to Build a Strong Friendship, 36 Ways to Win a Man's Heart, How to Win Friends and Influence Others. Bibbing asked the nurse to help her borrow these books from the library this morning. The saying, if you want others to be interested in you, you must first be interested in them, make a lot of sense, but the specific implementation process still needs to be verified. And this saying, men are from Mars, women are from Venus. The meaning is a bit unclear. Bibbing opened the notebook beside her bed, scribbled something down, and then muttered to herself. Then next time I go to school, I'll start with long time no see, and then say, have you missed me? How about that? No. Wouldn't that seem a bit frivolous? Wouldn't it offend people? How about changing it to, how have you been lately? But this doesn't connect well with the following sentence. Thank you for saving me. It feels abrupt, just as Bibbing was pondering a series of strange and unusual phrases. Suddenly, the door to the ward opened. Bibbing, I've come to see you. Jiang Chen pushed open the door and walked in. Bibbing suddenly paused for a moment. He then instinctively flipped through the notebook in his hand, looked at Jiang Chen, then looked at the notebook again, and then parted his thin lips slightly, but could not say a word. Bibbing, Jiang Chun asked tentatively. Hello. Bibbing replied instinctively. Then, an eerie silence suddenly fell over the room. Jiang Chun sensed that Bibbing had something to say, but Bibbing's mind had temporarily gone blank. The scene was very awkward. After a short while, Jiang Chun couldn't hold back any longer and finally spoke. Jiang Chun, are you feeling better? Bibbing, much better. Jiang Chun, is there something you want to tell me? Bibbing, yes, there is. Jiang Chun, why don't you go first? Bibbing, it hasn't reached the process yet. Jiang Chun, Bibbing, Jiang Chun, so what kind of process did you design? Bibbing tilted her head and looked down at her notebook. I should first thank you for saving my life, and then use that as an excuse to treat you to a few meals and chat more. After that, I'll try to devise some thrilling encounters to create unforgettable memories between us. Then one quiet night, I was suddenly overcome with emotion and burst into tears. You asked me with concern what had happened, and I told you about my background and my confusion. Then you gently told me that you would always be by my side, and finally I told you all the things I needed your help with. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun was stunned into silence. Is this girl mentally unstable? Oh wait, could this be the universal logic of this world? Am I abnormal? Surely not. Jiang Chun, who decided on this procedure? Bibbing, I've read a few books on communication and relationships, and I decided on my own. I think if we follow this process, the friendship will be more solid, and the chances of you helping me will be higher. Jiang Chun, this is a pure love story, which is time-consuming, laborious, and has a low success rate. How about we simplify it? Bibbing, I would like to hear the details. Jiang Chun, you first tell me some of the reasons why you're following me, to pique my interest and stimulate my thirst for knowledge. Then I can't help but frantically ask you about your plans, but you remain silent with an arrogant attitude. Only after I repeatedly beg you, do you reluctantly agree to let me participate in your actions. This not only saves time, but also gives you the initiative. I call it the simp line. Bibbing scratched his head. Is it reliable? I think it's quite reliable. The air was silent for a moment. Bibbing finally spoke. Okay, I believe you. Chapter 35, help me. Please. Let me start with myself. Bibbing raised her hand to tidy up the stray hairs by her ear and spoke. My parents died when I was 6 years old. Yes, I met your grandmother when I was assisting the police. She said it was an accidental car accident. No, Bibbing interrupted softly, her gaze suddenly darkening. It wasn't an accident. She raised her eyes and spoke clearly, word by word. They were murdered. Jiang Chen's breath hitched, and all the words stuck in his throat. Bibbing slowly unearthed her deeply buried memories. My parents ran a small newspaper before they passed away. It wasn't a large-scale newspaper, and they didn't employ many people. I usually do interviews, cover local news, and follow trending topics. Though to be honest, not many people read them. The newspaper doesn't make money. In fact, it might even lose money every year. Fortunately, the family was fairly well off, so they didn't have to worry about making a living. When I was a child, I asked them why they would do this job, even though they were losing money. They said that journalism should be about exposing darkness, upholding the public interest, and conveying the truth. But now the entire industry is rotten. Newspapers treat news as a business, and they'll write anything and say anything for money, even if it goes against their conscience. They say these days, those who work in journalism are precisely the kind of people who are not short of money and have a moral compass. Bibbing paused for a moment, then continued. When I was 6 years old, my parents planned to publish some content that readers would be interested in order to increase the popularity of the newspaper. They had a sudden inspiration and decided to use the ranking of average intelligence in various countries as a gimmick to attract attention. But while compiling publicly available data from various countries, they were surprised to find that the country with the highest level of intelligence was actually an inconspicuous small African nation. Even more astonishingly, the country's average intelligence is a full 10 points higher than that of the second-ranked country. This surprised my parents. They unanimously agreed that the data was incorrect. To ensure the accuracy of the published information, they went to that small country for an on-site investigation and attempted to correct the data. However, the results of field tests were even more shocking than the official data. Although that small country has a small population, its average intelligence is a full 15 points higher than the second-ranked country, and there are basically no mentally challenged people there. Like everyone there, they underwent an extra evolution. Bibbing paused for a moment, picked up the teacup next to her, took a sip, and then continued. At the time, my parents thought it was an extremely important discovery. Perhaps by studying this small country, they could find a way to improve the overall intelligence of humanity. So they began an in-depth investigation in the area, trying to find out the underlying reason. At this point, Bibbing turned to look at Jiang Chen. In fact, they did find it. Can you guess why? Excellent genes? Jang Chun tried to guess. Bibbing shook her head. Is it a unique living environment? Or dietary habits? Neither. Bibbing gently shook her head, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. The real reason is, decades ago, that country experienced a massacre. The upper echelons of that small country colluded with some external force and wiped out all the people with low intelligence in the entire country. The air in the ward suddenly froze. A silent chill slowly crept up Jiang Chen's back. After a long silence, Jiang Chun finally spoke. With such a large-scale massacre, didn't the United Nations intervene? That's the strange thing. Bibbing's voice was very soft. The entire massacre was disguised flawlessly. Man-made famines, plagues, and natural disasters occurred one after another. And each time a disaster broke out, all the marked high IQ individuals happened to be away from the disaster area for various reasons. Human control of disasters. Is there any human organization in this world capable of such meticulous planning? Humans can't do it. Bibbing raised her eyes and looked at Jiang Chun, but there are things that can. If there is anything in this world that could devise such a meticulous and ruthless elimination plan. Jiang Chen's mind flashed back to the world history books he had previously read. In brain. Bibbing nodded, her voice slightly hoarse. At first, it was just my parents' speculation. After they returned to China, they published the results of their investigation in the newspapers and put forward the speculation that the in-brain may have been involved. She paused for a moment, her breathing becoming slightly rapid. The day after the news was published, the newspaper was shut down on the grounds that the missing person notice published several months earlier infringed on portrait rights. On the third day, my parents died in a car accident. The driver who caused the accident died on the spot. On the fourth day, the newspaper office caught fire without warning, and 7 staff members were burned to death inside. Police ruled it an accidental fire. Bibbing looked up at Jiang Chun, her eyes reddening, but her voice was strained. But where do so many accidents come from in this world? What a coincidence. I really can't believe it. As Bibbing spoke, she opened her notebook and laid it out in front of Jiang Chun. I've been searching for years online in piles of old books. You look, the ethnic cleansing that occurred in Revaria 340 years ago, the warlord conflicts in the Khasnia Federation 251 years ago, the religious war between Akabe and the Duchy of Delos 112 years ago. All of these bear the shadow of this organization. Today, these countries are ranked either extremely high or extremely low in terms of intelligence, clearly showing signs of interference. Her notebook was filled with her inferences and information collected over the years. She held the notebook up to Jiang Chen's eyes with both hands, her arms and shoulders trembling slightly. I tried to find the truth on my own, but I really couldn't. There was too much information, too much confusion, and it was all half true and half false. I couldn't tell the difference. I really couldn't tell the difference. I did consider calling the police, but it was the police who shut down the newspaper office back then. I didn't dare gamble. She placed the notebook on the edge of the bed, reached out, and grabbed Jiang Chen's wrist once again. But you can, Jiang Chun. You're different from all of us. The Rubik's Cube you solved was a prize I won in a competition 3 years ago. It was a replica of a toy that was a favorite of the legendary Detective Wilson. For thousands of years, no one had been able to restore it after it had been scrambled. You can see through the modus operandi of a crime that baffled thousands of experts in Dachang City within 2 days. I watched the replay of yesterday's competition. Your logic, math skills, and knowledge base are all far superior to mine. If there is anyone in this world worthy of the authority of InBrain, someone who can uncover the true face of that organization, someone who can seek justice for my parents, for countless people who died unjustly, it can only be you. Bibbing completely forgot about what Jiang Chen had said about the simp line. Tears streamed down her red-rimmed eyes, her voice filled with a humble plea. Jiang Chen, help me, please. Chapter 36, I heard you've run into trouble. I refuse. Under Bibbing's pleading gaze, Jiang Chen's answer was calm, to the point of being cruel. Regardless of the truthfulness of what you say, if things are really as dangerous as you describe, I don't want to get myself involved. I also have people I care about, and I have to be responsible for their safety. As Jiang Chun spoke, he gently placed his right hand on Bibbing's wrist, trying to gently push away Bibbing's tightly clenched hand. But Bibbing gripped even tighter, her fingertips turning white from the force, and cool sweat seeping from her trembling palms. Jiang Chen couldn't help but increase the force, and under the push, a red mark appeared on Bibbing's fair wrist. You should rest and recuperate in the hospital, Jiang Chun said, deliberately looking away from her eyes. When we have some free time in a couple of days, Chun-Shi and I will come see you again. He hesitated for a moment, then turned and left. The door was opened gently and then closed gently. Silence fell over the ward once again. On the hospital bed, the girl quietly bent her knees and curled up, her shoulders twitching slightly. Stepping out of the ward, Jiang Chun felt a mix of emotions. Brainwashing, massacre, intelligence modification. What kind of situation is this? Should we intervene? I probably can't control this. It involves the national level. Jiang Chun couldn't help but recall Bibbing's lonely figure once again. Before he knew it, Jiang Chun had arrived at the hospital lobby. Suddenly, a shadow fell over me and a cacophony of noise filled the air. Jiang Chun looked up and realized that a long, winding queue had formed outside the cardiovascular department's consultation room. The crowd thronged under the cold white lights, their expressions anxious. Many were still wearing blue and white striped hospital gowns, leaning against chairs and sitting on the floor. They were clearly patients in this ward. However, the door to the consultation room, which should have been used to receive patients, was tightly closed, with 4 or 5 fully armed security guards standing on either side. Outside the door, there was a simple whiteboard with a line of text written on it. Prescription data is abnormal and is being processed. Please wait. What's going on? Prescription data anomaly? What does that mean? Did they prescribe the wrong medication? Then why are all these people queuing up? Wait a minute. What does seeing a doctor and getting a prescription have to do with data anomalies? Wait a minute. So many people are waiting to see a doctor? Aren't those people in hospital gowns already diagnosed patients? There were so many things to complain about that it almost overloaded Jiang Chen's golden brain. Just as Jiang Chen was wondering, a commotion suddenly broke out at the front of the group. An elderly man with gray hair suddenly clutched his chest, his face turning ashen, and he collapsed forward as if he had lost his footing. Grandma, what's wrong? A boy of about 12 or 13 years old knelt down beside the old man, hugging him and his voice trembling. He looked at the old man with a pained expression, then glanced around with a struggling look in his eyes. Countless patients and their accompanying family members stood by, their faces filled with sympathy, yet all they could do was sigh helplessly. Seeing that no one could help him, the boy gritted his teeth, rushed to the door of the clinic, and slammed his fist into it. Open the door. Open the door. My grandma is dying. Please get her medicine quickly. We can't wait any longer. The boy pounded on the door of the clinic with all his might, his voice hoarse. Soon, a security guard rushed over and dragged the boy away. Let me go. I beg you, really, my grandma's dying. I beg you, let me in, I'm begging you. Unable to break free, the boy bowed heavily towards the two security guards, screaming incoherently. The dull thuds of the skull hitting the ground echoed one after another, and soon a bloodstain appeared on the tiles. The two security guards looked at each other, their expressions troubled. Suddenly, a hand gently pressed on the boy's trembling shoulder, stopping his movements. The boy looked up and met a pair of calm eyes, a handsome face filled with concern. What happened here? Jiang Chun asked gently. Tell me about it, and maybe I'll have a solution. Before the boy could speak, a security guard spoke up. Sir, the situation is special right now. The clinic is temporarily closed to the public in order to control the situation. Before the security guard could finish speaking, Jiang Chen took out his student ID from his pocket and tentatively handed it to the guard. Hello, I am a student from the innovation class of Linchuan Middle School. I saw a message on the whiteboard saying data anomaly, and coincidentally, my research focuses on data induction and analysis. If it is a data problem, perhaps I can help. Although Jiang Chun had used this method once before when he entered the police station, he was still unsure whether his status as a member of the innovation class was enough to save face. After all, in the original world, no matter how well you study, you're still just a student and your words don't carry much weight. But clearly, the two security guards didn't think so. Innovation class? Data analysis. The two security guards looked at each other, clearly aware of the weight of those words. They looked up and compared the photos repeatedly. After confirming Jiang Chen's identity, they relaxed. So you're a highly educated person from the innovation class. Well, please go in and take a look. The situation inside is indeed quite serious. We feel bad seeing so many patients. The two security guards handed over the keys almost without hesitation. It actually works? Jiang Chen took the keys, a hint of surprise flashing through his mind. He looked down at the boy who was still kneeling on the ground, staring blankly at him, and gently patted the boy's shoulder. Get up, don't worry. You'll get better. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the clinic under the boy's gaze. At the same time, I couldn't help but feel a sense of is being in the innovation class really that useful? He had previously complained about why a student ID needed anti-counterfeiting features. It seems I underestimated how much the world values intelligence. I might as well wait until I get my Tsinghua or Peking University student ID and wear as a badge on my collar. It'll definitely turn heads. We've gone off on a tangent. But what's going on right now? Abnormal medical data? When it comes to data organization and analysis, all he can think of is using Word or Excel to create some statistical charts. But what does this have to do with getting prescriptions from outpatient clinics? Jiang Chen couldn't understand it. Let's go in and take a look. Maybe we can help. If this were in the original world, Jiang Chen wouldn't even have considered the possibility of being able to help. But in this world, the moment the key was inserted into the lock, the sounds of arguing drifted through the crack in the door. Teacher, let me try. Maybe I just clicked the wrong option. A young voice said urgently. No, I said no one is allowed to touch this document before the data administrator arrives. The voice in response was steady, but betrayed exhaustion. But the administrator isn't even in this city. Who knows how long we'll have to wait for him to buy a ticket and come over? No matter how long it takes, we must wait. But people are dying outside. Teacher, didn't you hear? People are dying. A young voice rang out urgently, its tone somewhat hoarse. Whose relatives are those? Whose friends? Back in school, you taught me not to just watch patients die before my eyes. You think I'm having an easy time? I'm a doctor too, but we have to be responsible for everyone, understand? Do you even know how to process data? You haven't even learned basic input methods. What if an operational error causes irreversible data corruption? Not only will these patients outside have to be processed, but all the patients in the entire document will have to be redone. Who can afford to wait for those patients? I'm responsible for everyone right now. Click. The sound of the door lock opening interrupted their conversation. The two looked back and saw a young man walk into the clinic and close the door behind him. Excuse me, who are you? The middle-aged man in the white coat spoke first. Hello, I am Jiang Chun, a student in the innovation class of Linchuan Middle School, majoring in data induction and analysis. Then, to the surprise of the two, Jiang Chun slowly stepped forward and handed over his student ID. The movements were clearly more practiced than the previous 2 times. I heard you've run into trouble. Chapter 37. Out of options. So, you prescribe medication based on patients' previous diagnostic records every day, but this morning you discovered an error in the data file, causing the medication to be mismatched with the symptoms? After listening to their accounts, Jiang Chun pondered for a moment before asking for confirmation. Yes. The 2 people in front of them nodded at the same time. If they were initially skeptical about the student ID card for the innovation class, their doubts have now largely dissipated. The level of intelligence is often directly reflected in language organization and logical reasoning. The fact that the young man could grasp the core of the story after hearing it only once and summarize the whole situation in a single, clear sentence is the most powerful proof of his abilities. Can't we re-diagnose on the spot? Jiang Chen asked, somewhat puzzled. The middle-aged doctor shook his head. The diagnostic process is very time-consuming. Taking a consultation, researching data, making a diagnosis, developing a treatment plan, prescribing medication. Each step requires a lot of time from senior doctors. Right now, all the cardiovascular specialists are busy, and it's impossible to ask them to leave their patients to come over. After all, whether it's the patients outside or the patients in other consultation rooms, every life is equally important. Then why can't we prescribe several days' worth of medication at once? Wouldn't it be more time-consuming for patients to come and pick up their medication every day? Although it's hard to hear, the doctor lowered his voice. Most of our patients do not have the same cognitive abilities as you and me. We can't expect everyone to be able to distinguish the daily dosage and type. There have been cases in the past where patients have died from taking a week's worth of medication in one day. After all, we are a public hospital, and most of the people who come here are ordinary people who can't afford guide dogs at home. Guide dog? Jiang Chun wanted to ask more questions, but after glancing at the door, he skipped over this temporarily irrelevant detail. You just mentioned that there are people specifically responsible for data processing. Yes, data administrators. Every public hospital has one, specifically responsible for document maintenance and data entry. We doctors can only operate according to the documents when we work, and we can't make any changes without authorization. At this point, the middle-aged doctor sighed. Unfortunately, our data administrator just went to the provincial capital for further training yesterday. Since the document is only used for comparison, why not set it to read-only mode? Read-only? The 2 doctors in front of me looked puzzled. Well, Sai, it's nothing. Jiang Chen paused. So each hospital only has one data administrator? The middle-aged doctor gently shook his head. No, most small hospitals don't have data administrators. After all, people who are highly sensitive to data and records, and who also have access to massive text databases and computer skills, are very rare. The government can only try to distribute them evenly, and small hospitals usually still have to rely on paper records. Only public hospitals have it? What about private hospitals? Private hospitals only serve a small number of people with power and money. The number of patients is limited, so they naturally do not need such complicated data management. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. The class divide in this world is a bit too great. The rich have doctors who are at their service 24 hours a day, while the poor, when faced with an accident, can only wait to die like these patients outside. The poor have too little room for error. Perhaps there are fewer people with faith in this world, so no one hangs capitalists on streetlights. By the way, what format is the document? Word? Excel? It can't be PowerPoint, can it? The 2 people opposite looked completely bewildered. Never mind, let me take a look. Jiang Chun walked to the computer and clicked the mouse. The screen lit up. Jiang Chun looked closely. Jiang Chen smiled at just one glance. The screen is excessively minimalist, with only a large, prominent Excel icon in the very center. This is so thoughtful. It completely eliminates the possibility of doctors clicking the wrong icon. Just as he reached out to click, the doctor's hesitant voice came from the side. Dude, are you really sure you can do it? Don't worry, Jiang Chen said without turning his head. I guarantee it with the centuries-old reputation of the innovation class. In fact, Jiang Chen already had a rough guess in his mind before he even entered the room. The sudden data corruption is most likely due to the function in some cells of the document being accidentally modified incorrectly. This kind of mistake perfectly matches Jiang Chen's stereotype of the world's intellectual level, and it's also easy to solve. Don't change the content. Just locate the function that caused the error based on the cell. Given Jiang Chen's weak level of computer skills despite attending a few computer classes, there shouldn't be any major problems. He double-clicked the icon. The document opened immediately. This time, however, Jiang Chen didn't laugh. He stared at the screen for 2 seconds, then slowly turned his head away. Are you sure this is the document? Yes. Is it a big problem? Seeing that his expression was off, the two felt a chill in their hearts. Jiang Chen stared at the screen again to confirm, took a deep breath, and his voice became eerily calm. Look, each row in this table is marked with a gradient background color according to the sorting order, but the color of the name column is random and does not correspond to the following content. Don't you think that's strange? The two doctors pondered for a moment, then nodded very seriously. Then, Jiang Chen pointed to the filter icon at the top of each column. At this point, we noticed that there was a filter icon at the top of each column. If you click on any column, you'll find that the sorting criteria are all by color. Only the name column shows by content. So, what would happen if we also changed the name column to sort by color? Jiang Chen spoke calmly, a smile on his face, and tapped his finger lightly. In an instant, the order of the name columns changed drastically. The colors of each row aligned instantly. See, it matches up perfectly, Jiang Chen said with a smile. You should have a way to verify it, right? The two people standing nearby were first stunned, then quickly spoke up. Certainly. The two immediately began searching through the documents and finally found several old copies of invoices in a corner. Wang Zhong, male, 57 years old, unstable angina, medication, and tarot-coated aspirin tablets. Correct match. Zhang Qi, male, 49 years old, ventricular arrhythmia, medication, lidocaine. Correct match. At this moment, Jiang Chen maintained a smiling expression. In reality, they had no other options. The incident likely stemmed from a doctor accidentally selecting the correct sorting option in the file's filter settings. Therefore, the reason why countless people outside the consultation room were put in danger, why two fully educated medical professionals were overwhelmed, and why a child outside bumped his head could be easily solved by simply opening a document and sorting it. Absurd. Ridiculous. Jiang Chen didn't want to say anything, and he couldn't say anything either. After reviewing 6 or 7 cases, the two finally believed that the young man in front of them had solved the problem of messy document data in less than a minute. They exchanged a glance, their eyes simultaneously blazing with ecstasy. The young doctor suddenly turned around and rushed to the door, pulling it open with a jerk. Data recovered. Medication can be prescribed. Priority will be given to those with severe conditions. The middle-aged doctor grabbed Jiang Chen's hand tightly, his voice trembling. Student, on behalf of the hospital and on behalf of all the doctors and patients, I thank you. The situation outside is urgent right now. Please forgive me for having to go deal with it first. Once I'm done, I'll definitely apply for an award for you, a banner, a bonus, and I can even help you get into university and find a job in the future. Before the doctor could finish speaking, the 12 or 13-year-old boy rushed in, pushing his grandmother along with him. Doctor, please save my grandma. Okay, name. Without hesitation, the doctor released Jiang Chen's hand, turned around, and rushed back to the computer to start operating. Jiang Chen looked at the two of them, who were so busy they were almost in a mess, and sighed with a smile. Doctors in this world may have limited intelligence, but their dedication and commitment to life are truly worth learning from. He casually ruffled the boy's hair, then turned and walked out of the consultation room. The boy turned around as if to say something, but was interrupted by a series of questions from the doctor. When he first came in, he clearly saw the middle-aged doctor's attitude towards Jiang Chen and realized that the person who could solve the problem was this young man. He wanted to thank him in person and ask his benefactor if there was anything he could do to repay him, but he could only watch helplessly as that figure disappeared outside the door. Finally, he gritted his teeth and forcefully etched that figure into the depths of his memory. As Jiang Chen walked out of the hospital, he saw market regulators confiscating the fruit stall he had bought earlier. "Comrade, this really isn't mine. Who put the magnet under my scale pan? I don't know, I'm innocent." The stall owner followed behind, making futile attempts to explain, his forehead beaded with sweat. "Oh, he got arrested too. That's good, 2 good deeds in one day." Bite. Just then, my phone vibrated in my pocket. Jiang Chun took out his phone and opened Feishan, only to find that it was a message from Luo Tingting. "Jiang Chun, do you have time after school today? I'd like to invite you to dinner. That requires time. Make sure you reserve a table and call me." Jiang Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. "I've been having a bit of bad luck these past few days, so I need to have a good meal to change my luck." "It's just a meal. Surely we won't run into any more trouble." Extra chapter, Wang Chang's home. This is just to reach the word count, dear readers. It's a draft from before, so feel free to skip it if you're interested, or take a look if you're still interested. Offerings. What are offerings? Late at night, Wang Chang lay on his bed with a blank stare at the ceiling. Perhaps he wasn't looking at anything at all. He hasn't been able to close his eyes since the messenger told him 2 days ago that he had lost contact with the gods. The divine messenger once said that the gods crave the most beautiful things in the world. Beautiful, beautiful. He repeated the word over and over, his fingernails unconsciously digging into the sheets. "What the best thing can I offer?" Suddenly, he slapped his forehead, sprang up from the bed, and a sickly light flashed in his cloudy eyes. "All right, I'm a carpenter." Over the next 2 weeks, Wang Chang converted all of his nearly 10 million yuan savings into top-quality golden nanmu, gold, and various jewelry. He then locked himself and the materials inside the workshop, only allowing his wife and daughters to pass him food through the doorway. After 7 days and nights of tireless carving and polishing, he finally completed his masterpiece, an unparalleled throne. The chair is made of Phoebe Jinan wood, with its grain flowing like gold. The backrest is inlaid with a white jade dragon, its eyes dotted with blood-red coral. The armrests are transformed into golden dragons, with lapis lazuli and turquoise interspersed among their scales. The splendor of gold and jade is all contained within the warm and smooth texture of the Phoebe Jinan wood, exuding ultimate luxury in its dignified and composed manner. This is the throne he offered to the gods. Wang Chang, trembling, placed the so-called god of wisdom statue in the center of the throne, then prostrated himself on the ground in devotion, murmuring, "With the wisdom of a glimmer of light, we glimpse the eternal sea." That way, we should be able to regain the attention of the gods, right? Dad's been acting a bit strange lately. A young girl in a school uniform sat by the door, resting her chin on her hand, looking at the brightly lit workshop in the courtyard with a worried expression. The lights in the workshop have been on for a week straight, and Dad hasn't even left the house during that time. Perhaps they received some big order, the middle-aged woman beside him said hesitantly. But Dad has received big orders before, and he's never done this before. I'm just a little worried. Yes, although he said not to disturb him, we still have to ask. The middle-aged woman made up her mind, got up and walked towards the door, but bumped into Wang Chang, who was covered in sawdust and dust, walking in with a smile. "I did it. I did it. I did it. I did it," Wang Chang murmured as he walked into the living room. Seeing his wife and daughter looking worried, he suddenly became excited. "Wife, daughter, I did it. I made it. I've been so tired these past few days, but I did it." Wang Chang excitedly hugged his wife, then spun around a few times with his daughter, who had walked over. "No, I can't waste time. I have to contact him. I need to contact him first." Wang Chang didn't celebrate much, but hurriedly ran back to his room. "Looks like this order is done," the girl said with a smile. "I thought Dad wouldn't even be able to celebrate his birthday." The woman breathed a sigh of relief. "I wonder what kind of order they took." "Hey, Mom." The girl leaned closer, her smile a little mischievous. "Can you lend me some money? I don't have enough to buy Dad a gift." After agreeing to meet the divine messenger the next day, Wang Chang lay alone on the bed, but the confusion in his eyes was gone. He began to reflect on why he had lost divine favor. He reflected on his recent life, and finally, his memory settled on the worried faces of his wife and daughter. God loves the good things in the world, and the most beautiful of all is family affection. Perhaps it was because I received divine favor that I denied my past and neglected the affection of my family. thus incurring the displeasure of the gods? Yes, I'm the favored one of the gods. I am chosen by the gods. I should be the most virtuous and perfect person in the world. How could I be so heartless and ungrateful? The thought surged through his body like an electric current. He immediately got up, pushed open the door, and walked towards the bedroom he shared with his wife. It was late at night, and his wife had already gone to sleep. Wang Chong quietly lifted one side of the blanket, lay down, and gently embraced his wife. "You must be very tired lately," his wife suddenly asked, clearly having been woken up. "Yes, a little." He paused. "I'm sorry I haven't taken good care of you and our daughter lately." "We're family. Why are you speaking like that?" She turned around and gently hugged him in the darkness. "You're doing this for the family too." Her hand gently stroked his back. "Don't push yourself so hard. It hurts me to see you like this." "I promise." Wang Chong buried his face in his wife's shoulder. "I will make sure you both live a good life." "Oh, by the way," his wife said, her voice tinged with mystery. "Tomorrow is your birthday, and our daughter and I have a surprise for you." The next day, the divine messenger gazed at the luxurious throne before him, his brows furrowing slightly. "No, that's not enough. But this is all I have left." Wang Chong's voice was dry. "I've even exhausted my savings." The messenger's voice suddenly lowered. "Your piety is far from enough." "Why do you say that?" Wang Chong suddenly looked up. "You haven't given up the best things around you." Wang Chong felt as if struck by lightning and staggered backward. "No, this is already the best I can do. I have already—" Wang Chong suddenly froze on the spot. No. His breathing suddenly became rapid, and he shook his head as he staggered backward, his face pale. "Look, you remember." The messenger's smile was gentle and holy. "They've been with me for half my life. I can't." Wang Chong stammered, his nails digging deep into his palms. No. They've been with me for half my life. I can't." "Don't you want to regain the favor of the gods? Are you going to give up your precious status as a chosen one of the gods and become nothing more than a carpenter again?" The messenger drew closer and closer, as if whispering demonic words. "You are the darling of the gods, a status that so many people dream of. Are you really going to give it up?" "I don't want to, but—" "No buts." The messenger's voice softened. "Why carry such a heavy, psychological burden? All people will eventually return to nothingness, but now you have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to let your wife and daughters throw themselves into the embrace of the God of wisdom and obtain true eternity." He stepped forward, his gaze sharp as a hook. "Don't you want to serve the gods alongside them? Don't you love them? Go." The messenger gently placed his hand on his trembling shoulder. "You are not wrong. This is true love." As evening fell, the setting sun cast its slanting rays. The girl laboriously moved the wardrobe and carefully hid a fruit cake in a corner. Then she stuffed the confetti canister under the bed, checking left and right to make sure there were no flaws. "Mom, you have to make your acting convincing." The girl turned to her mother. "Let's pretend we've all forgotten Dad's birthday and eat like usual. After dinner, I'll sneak into the bedroom beforehand, and when he walks in, bang, bang, bang. Fireworks go off," the girl excitedly said. Then we shouted happy birthday together, followed by a pre-recorded birthday message. And lastly, we revealed the cake and the gift I prepared. He was absolutely moved to tears. "Then we'll ignore him for 3 days, the girl snorted, puffing out her cheeks. "Tisich, serves him right for ignoring us for the past 2 weeks. Suddenly, the door opened, and Wang Chong came in with a cold face, holding a hemp rope used for binding timber. Chapter 38, How About We Make a Bet? Evening. Sunny Day Restaurant, Jiangbei City. Luo Tingting and Jiang Chun were sitting opposite each other, chatting animatedly. In his original world, Jiang Chun never thought he was good at socializing. But here, perhaps due to the overall level of logic, people in this world don't communicate very interestingly. In contrast, Jiang Chen's conversational skills, which were only passable in his original world, seem surprisingly good here. There was a slight, awkward silence at first, but under Jiang Chen's encouragement, the atmosphere gradually relaxed. Luo Tingting covered her mouth and laughed so hard she was shaking. During the conversation, Luo Tingting smiled and picked up the restaurant menu, but then her smile froze slightly. Not far behind the two, in a corner seat, Shun Qing, wearing sunglasses and a gray trench coat, shrugged helplessly. Shin Qing originally suggested going to an all-you-can-eat barbecue restaurant, which is known for its large portions and is also suitable for Luo Tingting's financial situation. After all, Luo Tingting came from an ordinary family and didn't have much pocket money. As a result, Luo Tingting felt that it wasn't formal enough and insisted on choosing a better restaurant, even borrowing several hundred yuan from Shin Qing. Although Shin Qing is not short of money, given Luo Tingting's personality, she will probably save money for several more months to pay it back. Luckily, this store is owned by my family. I'll talk to the manager later and ask them to give me a discount for whatever reason they want. Shin Qing thought to herself. Amidst laughter and cheerful conversation, dinner quickly came to an end. Thank you for coming out with me. I'm very happy today. I should be thanking you. I've never been to such a high-class restaurant before, Jiang Chen replied with a smile. Luo Tingting smiled, elegantly wiped her lips, and meticulously arranged the plates in front of her. At that moment, an unidentified woman in sunglasses and a trench coat, sitting in a corner seat, couldn't help but purse her lips. What a pretentious act. When we were eating together, her chopsticks were practically poking into my bowl. Thinking of this, Shin Qing opened her phone and lewdly browsed through her photo album. Not bad. I've had a good day. Once they've negotiated a deal, I'll sell it to Tingting for 2 yuan. She'll thank me then. Okay, I'm going now. Otherwise Tingting will scold me again if she finds out. Shin Qing had only been out of the restaurant for a short while when several people arrived at the door. The leader was a young man who looked like a student and wore gold-rimmed glasses, followed by several bodyguards. He habitually walked to an empty seat, his gaze casually sweeping across the hall, but suddenly fixed on a spot not far away. It landed on Jiang Chen. The young man was taken aback at first, then a clear look of surprise flashed across his eyes, followed by a cold smile that slowly spread across his lips. Jiang Chen was chatting with Luo Tingting when suddenly a familiar, sarcastic voice came from behind him. Hey, isn't this that bastard who lost his mother? Jiang Chen's body suddenly stiffened. Then he abruptly stood up and slammed his right fist behind him with a whooshing sound. Bang! The fist was less than 5 centimeters from the nose of the person who was mocking him when it was firmly stopped by a hand. Wang! Huh! Jiang Chen squeezed out the name through gritted teeth. Phew! That was close. A refined-looking face wearing gold-rimmed glasses emerged from behind the bodyguard's hand. Jiang Chen, long time no see. Wang Hong's lips curled up. You're still as strong as ever. I heard Zhang Zhe put in some connections. It must be hard to find your school these days. Looking at the face before him, Jiang Chen felt a throbbing vein on his forehead. In the original world, Wang Hong, as one of Zhang Zhe's henchmen, ran a Go Academy. Although the chess academy was well run, it wasn't wealthy enough to afford bodyguards. It seems that this change in the underlying logic of the world has led to a change in Wang Hong's family circumstances. This is combined with the world's morbid fascination with intelligence. This is mostly because Go, as an intellectual sport, has had its status in the world greatly elevated, which has led to Wang Hong's family becoming much wealthier. But none of that matters. Wang Hong, I'm saying this for the last time. Jiang Chen's voice was low. Take back what you just said. Yeah, threatening me? Wang Hong smiled, his eyes cold. I admit, I suffered a bit at your hands last time. But today, things seem a little different. Several bodyguards in black surrounded Wang Hong. I admit, you were pretty good at fighting in school, Wang Hong scoffed. But in the real world, it's all about power and connections. My family owns 20% of this restaurant, and no one will stop us. As for the people next to me, they're all skilled fighters who have practiced on Chinese kickboxing. Should I let them play with you? At this point, Wang Hong smiled politely and tilted his head to look at his bodyguard. Just keep fighting, don't let them die. Don't what? Luo Tingting, who was standing to the side, wanted to step forward, but was pulled back by a bodyguard. Jiang Chen, standing to the side, gritted his teeth as he watched the encirclement tighten around him. TSK, I'm going to suffer a bit today. But Wang Hong, we'll have a long time to meet again. Just as the bodyguards were getting ready to fight, a clear voice suddenly came from the side. Stop, Wang Hong. Not far away, Zhao Fuhua strolled slowly down the corridor. Upon seeing him, Wang Hong frowned. Zhao Fuhua, what does this have to do with you? It's not a big deal. I just came over to kindly remind you. Zhao Fuhua said with an indifferent expression, casually moving a chair aside to sit down. What reminder? You probably didn't watch the provincial knowledge competition last night, did you? Wang Hong was taken aback upon hearing this. Why bring this up all of a sudden? Just last night, Jiang Chen, whom you're surrounding, won the competition championship on behalf of the Linchuan Middle School Innovation class. Oh, and he also broke the competition's all-time scoring record. Upon hearing this, Wang Hong was taken aback for a moment, then burst out laughing. Huh? Who are you talking about? Jiang Chun? Don't be ridiculous. Jiang Chun was at the bottom of the class at Ziyuan Middle School. Innovation class? Competition champion? Young Master Zhao, your joke isn't very clever. Zhao Fuhua shrugged. You can always check it online. I'm just kindly reminding you. Seeing that Zhao Fuhua's expression didn't seem to be joking, Wang Hong's smile gradually faded, and he took out his phone to check. After a moment, Wang Hong stared at Jiang Chen's face in surprise, his expression one of disbelief. How is this possible? Zhao Fuhua chuckled lightly. See, I didn't lie to you. You're not stupid. I don't need to explain further. You should know what his identities mean and what heights he can reach in the future. So what? I'm just an ordinary person, no matter how much potential I have. What can I do if I make a move today? Wang Hong's momentum weakened, and his voice showed some hesitation, but he still forced himself to speak. Then do as you please, but don't forget how many of the current 9 Dan players came from the innovation class. All right, I remember your Go Academy's chief was also a graduate of the innovation class, wasn't he? Wang Hong stared at Jiang Chun, a hint of hesitation flashing across his face. He was well aware of the weight of Jiang Chen's identities and titles. From a rational perspective, Wang Hong should try to ease the tension between himself and Jiang Chun. At the very least, we can't lay a hand on Jiang Chen this time, to avoid giving others in the innovation class a reason to stand up for Jiang Chen. But Wang Hong couldn't swallow this insult. Finally, I had a chance to make Jiang Chun suffer. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of Luo Tingting out of the corner of his eye. Wang Hong was taken aback. His gaze swept between her and Jiang Chun for a moment, and then he laughed. Haha, look at what you're saying. Of course I won't lay a hand on Jiang Chun. I always respect outstanding people, and I hope Jiang Chun will have the opportunity to visit and exchange ideas with our chess academy in the future. By the way, this girl's name is Luo Tingting, right? I remember. We seem to have had a falling out before. He changed the subject, turning his gaze to Luo Tingting. Then, Wang Hong smiled and gestured to his bodyguard. Drag her out. Wang Hong, you son of a bitch. Seeing the bodyguards surround Luo Tingting, Jiang Chun tried to stop them, but was held back by the remaining 2 bodyguards. At this critical moment, Zhao Fuhua frowned and spoke again. Etc. Wang Hong's face turned cold, and veins bulged on his forehead. Young Master Zhao, you're meddling in this too? You're meddling way too much. I remember your brother's ranking in the professional tournament wasn't high. He was almost on the verge of elimination, right? Zhao Fuhua hesitated for a moment before speaking. What are you trying to say? His next opponent is me, Zhao Fuhua said calmly. Now, if you leave with your men and stop making things difficult for them, I will forfeit the next round. The air seemed to freeze for a few seconds. After a while, Wang Hong finally resumed his refined smile, but the veins on his forehead were still throbbing. Very good, young Master Zhao. You've saved them. It was a pleasure chatting with you all. I hope we'll have the chance to meet again next time. Wang Hong turned around and prepared to leave with his bodyguards. At this moment, Jiang Chun suddenly spoke up. Etc. Wang Hong paused in his steps. Jiang Chun stood up and straightened his disheveled clothes. Wang Hong, you didn't make a move against me with such a good opportunity. It seems you are somewhat wary of my identity. So, I'll give you a chance to make me suffer eternal damnation. Jiang Chen's voice carried clearly throughout the entire restaurant. Since you are a chess player from the chess academy, let's play a game of chess. If you win, I will drop out of the innovation class and give up the championship title and the guaranteed admission spot I have secured. Wang Hong slowly turned around. Are you sure? Of course. But if you lose, you apologize to me and Luo Tingting, and then, count out to me twice. Jiang Chen's lips curled up slightly. The main problem was that I couldn't hold back. In order to provoke Wang Hong, this idiot Jiang Chun had no choice but to use a classic quote he had read in a cheesy novel. How about it? Compared to the bet I placed, these two conditions aren't unreasonable, are they? I think this is the only chance you'll ever give me in my life to completely ruin my life. How about it? That a bet. Jiang Chun continued to provoke him. Wang Hong narrowed his eyes slightly behind his glasses, and after a long while, a cold smile appeared on his face. Fine, I'll bet with you. It's done. Chapter 39 Chess Game. Wait for Jiang Chun. Seeing that the betting was about to be settled, Zhao Fuhua hurriedly stepped forward and lowered his voice. I know you're angry right now, but please don't act impulsively. You may not know that the reason Wang Hong hasn't officially achieved professional rank yet is simply because he's not old enough. In reality, his skill level has already reached the threshold of professional first dan. I know you have strong general knowledge, but that's not the same as playing chess. There's no need to use your weaknesses to attack your strengths. He paused. Then his tone became even more sincere. You have a long road ahead of you. We can remember this and discuss it further when we get back. Beside her, Luo Tingting hesitated before speaking softly. Jiang Chun, I don't understand chess, but Zhao Fuhua is right. Don't do things you're not sure of just because of a moment of impulse. Jiang Chun turned around, his gaze sweeping over Zhao Fuhua's furrowed brows before landing on Luo Tingting's worried face. He just smiled. Don't worry, I will win. Across from him, Wang Hong looked at Jiang Chen's confident expression, and for a moment, he actually began to doubt whether Jiang Chun had been hiding his true abilities all along. Could it be that Jiang Chun is actually a master of Go? But he was soon amused by his own absurd idea. There's a consensus in this world. Each person's brain is only capable of mastering one area of expertise. This is determined by human intelligence. It is an ironclad rule etched deep within a brain. Even those geniuses are no exception. If Jiang Chun has truly been hiding his talents and concealing his abilities in the field of general knowledge all these years, then he could never have possessed extraordinary skill in chess. Even if we take a step back and say that Jiang Chun played chess with him just last month. In that game, I completely crushed Jiang Chun. At that time, Jiang Chun's chess skills seemed to be those of an amateur player. That rawness that comes from the very core of one's being cannot be faked. Could he really transform himself and reach a professional level in less than a month? That's ridiculous. Wang Hong stared at Jiang Chun, a smile creeping onto his lips. He really didn't want to miss this opportunity to get revenge on Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun, are you sure you want to bet with me? If you lose, your proud identity won't be able to protect you anymore. What? Are you scared? Oh. Wang Hong casually waved his hand, instructing his bodyguards to prepare the betting agreement, as well as the chessboard and pieces. Seeing that the bet was settled, Luo Tingting and Zhao Fuhua had no choice but to look at Jiang Chun with worry. Jiang Chun, on the other hand, seemed completely unconcerned and even started scrolling through videos out of boredom. Worry? Ridiculous. In this world, if it's a competition that requires thinking, what is there for Jiang Chun to worry about? In the original world, Jiang Chun had once played against Wang Hong in a Go tournament held by his school. It must be said that although Wang Hong in that world was just as morally despicable, his chess skills were indeed much better than Jiang Chen's. But in this world, having gone through so much, Jiang Chun gradually began to understand his place in this world. Soon after, the bodyguard brought over the chessboard and pieces, quickly cleared a table, and neatly arranged the chess set. Let's guess first. Wang Hong took a few chess pieces from the chess basket and held them in his palm. Odd number, Jiang Chun said casually. You're wrong. Wang Hong opened his palm, and 4 chess pieces were stacked in his hand. Jiang Chun lost the first move, and Wang Hong, playing black, went first. Zhao Fuhua, standing to the side, frowned deeply, which made Luo Tingting even more worried. Wang Hong pushed up his glasses, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Wang Hong then raised the black piece and placed it in the center of the board. Tian Yuan. Jiang Chun frowned involuntarily. In Go, the first move, the center point, is highly provocative. It expresses contempt for the opponent by violating the principles of Go. My overall control is far superior to yours, and I can win even if I give up the corner territory. Jiang Chun looked up and met Wang Hong's smiling eyes. Jiang Chun, it's your turn. How ugly. Jiang Chen shook his head and smiled, then picked up IZ. Clatter. With a crisp clatter, the chess piece fell to the ground. The 16th column, the 4th row. Star position. As the piece was placed, a brief silence fell over the surroundings. Then, Zhao Fuhua spoke in disbelief. Jiang Chen. On the other side, Wang Hong was taken aback at first, then burst into laughter as if he had seen the biggest joke in the world. Luo Tingting, standing to the side, was at a loss for what to do by this strange reaction and gently tugged at Zhao Fuhua's sleeve. I don't know how to play chess. Was this move a mistake? Zhao Fuhua shook his head. This isn't a question of right or wrong. Before, I just suspected that Jiang Chun might not be aware of the difference between amateur and professional chess players, but now, I even doubt whether he knows how to play chess at all. Is it serious? Luo Tingting's face turned pale. Every move in the opening is crucial. Jiang Chen already lacked the advantage of the first move, and now he has lost a piece. Even if Jiang Chen's strength is similar to Wang Hong's, his chances of winning this game are less than 10%. How could this happen? Luo Tingting murmured. At this moment, Jiang Chen was a little confused. What's going on? Were there expressions? Isn't the opening star point a basic move in Go? Didn't the people in this world notice that move? Impossible. That a bit far-fetched. Jiang Chen, are you crazy? Wang Hong suppressed a laugh and took his second step. Or are you planning to just admit defeat? 10 out of 11. Wang Hong placed his foot right next to Tian Yuan. What kind of chess is this? Jiang Chen's mind went blank. Even if the Go players in this world are terrible, they shouldn't be able to play a move like this. This is no longer about whether you feel a sense of accomplishment after winning. He shook his head, trying to clear his mind of these distracting thoughts. Jiang Chen picked up the chess piece again and placed it down. 4 of 4. It's a star position again. With this move, Jiang Chen had already secured 2 corners of the territory. Even if the opponent is Wang Hong from the original world, the win rate is only 40%. At this moment, as the piece was placed, Wang Hong looked at Jiang Chen again with a hint of pity. Jiang Chen, is this how you beg for mercy? Do you regret this bet? Do you want me to let you go? Jiang Chen's eyes gradually widened. Seeing Jiang Chen's surprised expression, Wang Hong's smile gradually became ferocious and twisted. Useless Jiang Chen, I'm already looking forward to your expression after this game. Wang Hong picked up a chess piece again and placed it on the chessboard. 9 out of 10. This piece is still right next to the center point. It is connected with the previous 2 suns. Jiang Chen stared at the 3 chess pieces arranged horizontally in the middle of the chessboard and fell into deep thought. No Go game in any world could be played like this. Suddenly, Jiang Chen seemed to realize something. He turned his head and looked at Zhao Fuhua behind him with a confused expression. What kind of chess are we playing now? Upon hearing this, Zhao Fuhua frowned slightly. This question is rather baffling. Of course it's Gamoku. 5 in a row. What else could it be? What on earth is this guy talking about? Jiang Chen stood there, his expression more complex than the painting along the river during the Qingming festival. Chapter 40 You Lost. A thunderclap exploded in Jiang Chen's mind. Gamoku? Isn't it Go? When people talk about playing chess, ranking, and professional players, most people probably think of Go. When did Gamoku, 5 in a row, become so influential? Because of the changing logic of the world? So all that wit and courage I put in was just a waste of time fighting against thin air? Jiang Chen turned around and looked at Wang Hong again. Wang Hong, let me confirm one more time, we're definitely playing Gamoku right now, right? Otherwise what? Wang Hong felt somewhat confused. In fact, Wang Hong was somewhat surprised to hear Jiang Chen say the word Go. He had indeed heard of the game of Go, which was mentioned by a senior figure in the Go world during a casual conversation. It is said that this game of chess was difficult to popularize because its rules were too profound and difficult to understand. It has been gradually lost in the long history of the game, and even its name is rarely known. But coincidentally, the Go board and pieces are indeed similar to those of Gamoku, 5 in a row. Could it be that Jiang Chen has been mistakenly believing he is playing Go? But how could he know how to play Go? He's terrible at even Gamoku. He's probably deliberately stalling for time. None of these matters. I have now created a live 3 consecutive pieces that are not blocked by the opponent's pieces at either end. and have the advantage of going first. The outcome is already decided. The remaining moves are merely formalities. Thinking of this, Wang Hong tapped the chessboard. Jiang Chun, don't waste time, it's your turn to make a move. Are you in such a hurry to be reincarnated? Jiang Chen asked. Then, holding the piece, he placed it. 8 out of 10. Block. This prevented Wang Hong from living. Seeing this move, Wang Hong smiled contemptuously. That's right, Jiang Chun. That's how it should be. How can I enjoy the thrill of my prey struggling if it surrenders so easily? Wang Hong attacked again, and his piece fell to 12 out of 10. A 4 in a row, 4 consecutive pieces at one end that are not blocked by the opponent's pieces. Jiang Chun did not hesitate and placed his piece again. 13 out of 10. Block. Beside her, Luo Tingting watched Jiang Chen's retreating figure and Wang Hong's contemptuous smile, clenching her fists. Zhao Fuhua. Is the situation any better now? No. Although Jiang Chun didn't make any mistakes in these two moves, the previous disadvantage was too great to be remedied. You should step back behind me first. If Jiang Chun loses and loses face, Wang Hong will have no more scruples. He won't dare to touch me, but he will definitely target the two of you. You should find a chance to slip away first, and I'll talk to Wang Hong to see if we can protect Jiang Chun. Zhao Fuhua approached Luo Tingting and whispered, No, I won't abandon you. Luo Tingting shook her head, her eyes returning to Jiang Chun. Besides, I don't think Jiang Chun will necessarily lose. He just told me he would win, and I believe him. At this moment, although Jiang Chun blocked Wang Hong's attack in time, the situation was still far from favorable. The 2 star points he placed at the beginning were completely useless, and the 2 blocks related to the game were separated by Wang Hong's 4 in a row, making it impossible for them to be connected. In contrast, Wang Hong not only had a good start, but also firmly held the initiative. 9 out of 11. Wang Hong made another move, instantly creating 3 live 2s. The situation instantly became extremely complicated. As soon as the piece was placed, Wang Hong couldn't help but smile. Since he started playing chess, Wang Hong has rarely had such a perfect opening. Jiang Chun, on the other hand, remained calm, as if Wang Hong had made an insignificant move. He took the chess piece and placed it. 11 of 11. Another simple, unadorned step. Wang Hong did not stop his offensive. Leveraging his accumulated advantages, he began to apply pressure frequently. Black's pieces were already clustered together, and with Wang Hong's first move advantage, a continuous stream of 3 in a row, 3 in a row, and 4 in a row formations appeared on the board. An N in a row formation is a sequence of N pieces with spaces between them, such as a 3 in a row or a 4 in a row. Jiang Chun also seemed to be forced to frantically block. In a short time, more than a dozen moves had been made. As the game progressed, Zhao Fuhua's expression gradually changed from worry to confusion. His chess skills are superior to Wang Hong's, but if he is dragged into a passive situation like Jiang Chen's, his chances of winning are less than 30%. There are too many points to pay attention to in this situation. When Wang Hong makes a move, he is often preparing for other pieces to create 3 in a row or 4 in a row at the same time. If you're not careful and fail to block the point in time, you could easily be dragged into a dead end. But Jiang Chun on the chessboard seemed to be playing with ease. After Wang Hong made his move, Jiang Chen didn't think much before making his own move, and each time he accurately blocked Wang Hong's 3 in a row and 4 in a row attacks. Despite being in a very unfavorable situation, the gap was gradually narrowed as more and more pieces appeared on the board. Wang Hong was clearly aware of this problem as well. His pace of placing pieces gradually slowed down as he began to think about how to create more opportunities using the few remaining openings on the board, while also trying to find weaknesses in Jiang Chen's playing style. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be difficult given the perfect start. Every move at the beginning seemed like a winning opportunity. If Jiang Chun misses a single step, you've already won. But Jiang Chun didn't reveal a single flaw. Not a single one. Wang Hong's moves became slower and slower until finally he stopped. What's wrong? Looking for a second job? Jiang Chun chuckled from the other end, then pointed to a location with his finger. Put your piece here. This is the only place on the entire board where you can still create a 3 in a row. Wang Hong gripped the chess piece tightly in his hand. On the chessboard, the black pieces are completely locked down by the white pieces, with no way out from any angle. At this point, Wang Hong's initial lead vanished, and after this move, he would be completely on the defensive. Wang Hong stared intently at Jiang Chen, his expression shifting constantly. How did you do that? You were a complete noob when we played a month ago. Chess doesn't lie. Jiang Chun didn't look at him, but just lazily yawned. If you're going to chicken out, just admit defeat and then quickly arrange for bodyguards to clear the area. Of course, if you're planning to kneel down and leave in front of everyone, I have no objection. You're talking nonsense. Wang Hong gritted his teeth. Jiang Chun, you think you've got this in the bag? You've only lost your opening advantage. I played games when I'm at a disadvantage before. In the end, you'll be the one who loses. Whatever, I don't care. It'll just take a little more time, Jiang Chun said nonchalantly. After completely blocking all of Wang Hong's moves, Jiang Chun began to mobilize the white pieces used for blocking on the outside to launch an offensive. By creating an offensive with 2 or 3 consecutive moves, Jiang Chen's moves left Wang Hong overwhelmed, and his brows furrowed more and more. Even Luo Tingting, who knew nothing about chess, sensed the reversal of the situation from the change in the atmosphere and couldn't hide her joy. Meanwhile, Zhao Fuhua's gaze towards Jiang Chun was more complicated. Snap! With a crisp metallic sound, Jiang Chun placed his last piece. Wang Hong, you've lost. Chapter 41, the bet? What bet? Wang Hong was taken aback for a moment, then immediately retorted. No, I didn't lose. You're just a survivor. I can hold off. Stop, Wang Hong. Zhao Fuhua interrupted Wang Hong in a deep voice. Look at that line, a diagonal line on the chessboard. A negative line too. Wang Hong's voice stopped abruptly, and he froze on the spot. Jiang Chen's move just now on the negative line, together with the other 2 moves, formed another live 3. The most important, yet most concealed, move in constructing this 3 in a row is precisely the star point that Jiang Chen seemingly placed haphazardly in his first move. How could this be? Could it be that you were? Wang Hong murmured. I hadn't thought that far ahead. Jiang Chen smiled. When I was blocking your attack earlier, I casually steered the situation in this direction, but I just felt that it would be more satisfying to make the final move here. Wang Hong clenched his teeth, his fists cracking as he did so. In other words, from the very beginning, the entire course of the game was entirely under Jiang Chen's control. The gap between my chess skills and Jiang Chen's is not even in the same league. We won. We won. Luo Tingting breathed a sigh of relief. Her tightly clenched fist finally loosened, her palms already icy cold from cold sweat. Meanwhile, Zhao Fuhua's expression grew increasingly complicated, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Chen's retreating figure. Jiang Chun looked up at Wang Hong, whose breathing was disordered and whose temples were bulging with veins. Fulfill your bet. Do you need us to clear the area for you? Of course, you can also kowtow to me and Luo Tingting in front of everyone if you want. Wang Hong glanced at Jiang Chun, Luo Tingting, and Zhao Fuhua with a gloomy expression, then suddenly let out a cold laugh. A bet? What bet? When did I ever make a bet with you? He grabbed the betting agreement from the table and, in front of Jiang Chun and the others, tore it to shreds, piece by piece. He then handed the scraps of paper to the bodyguard behind him and casually ordered, burn them. Seeing this, Jiang Chen's face darkened. You want to renege on your debt? Wang Hong feigned ignorance, adjusted his glasses, and gave a gentle smile. Reneging on a debt? I don't know what you're talking about. Luo Tingting, standing to the side, angrily retorted, how could you do this? There were so many people in the restaurant, so many people saw it. Sure, call someone over to testify. Wang Hong's smile grew even brighter. If anyone dares. You're shameless. Luo Tingting clenched her fists. Ah, ridiculous. Wang Hong ignored Luo Tingting and walked smugly past Jiang Chun through the aisle. As he brushed past Jiang Chun, he lowered his voice and said, word by word, Hian Chen, no rus. We have plenty of time. Watching Wang Hong and his group walk away, Zhao Fuhua sighed softly. There's nothing we can do. Wang Hong's Ichio Chess Academy is one of the top in the country and has a great influence. If he's determined not to admit it, there's nothing we can do. However, you demonstrated your strength today, and given that he is now wary of your status, he shouldn't provoke you again anytime soon. This is already the best possible outcome. But I'm still so angry, Luo Tingting said angrily. Jiang Chun didn't speak and kept his head down in thought. If Wang Hongjia's current status is entirely due to the influence of the chess academy in the chess world, he suddenly looked up at Zhao Fuhua and spoke. In our world, is there any way to completely destroy the influence of a chess academy? A collapse? That's possible. As long as someone comes and successfully challenges us, it'll be fine, Zhao Fuhua said, stroking his chin. Challenge. That's right. According to the rules of the Gamoka Association, if someone can beat all the top players in a Gamoka Hall, it will be enough to prove to the public that the Gamoka Hall is not strong enough and is not qualified to continue operating. In fact, the reason why no new chess academy has emerged in the last 10,000 years is because of this rule. This is why only one chess academy can exist in each region at a time. Okay, I understand. Jiang Chen nodded thoughtfully. Wait, Jiang Chen, you're not planning to challenge the Ichio Chess Academy, are you? Zhao Fuhua frowned. Is that not allowed? Don't be impulsive, Zhao Fuhua hurriedly dissuaded. Challenging a chess club comes at a price. If you lose, you'll not only have to cover the club's expenses for 10 years, but you'll also be banned from competition for life. Ichio Chess Academy has several professional 7-dan players, and even one professional 8-dan player. I admit your chess skills are very good, and you have a lot of talent, but there's no need to act rashly. You have great potential. Wait a little longer. There's no need for that. Jiang Chun shook his head slightly. Since Wang Hong is unwilling to abide by the bet, I will personally make him pay the price. Don't rush things, Jiang Chun. Zhao Fuhua wanted to persuade him further, but Luo Tingting interrupted him softly. Jiang Chun, are you confident? Luo Tingting asked seriously. Don't worry, we'll win, Jiang Chun replied earnestly. Okay, I believe you. Luo Tingting paused for a moment. But this matter started because of me, so you have to let me go with you. No. Jiang Chun immediately began to refuse. Don't even think about getting rid of me. Luo Tingting's lips curled into a stubborn smile. If you don't agree, I'll secretly follow you. Night. Jiang Chun lay on the bed, his gaze unfocused. He felt a bit confused. On the surface, this world seems unchanged except for people's intelligence. But upon closer reflection, it seems to be more dangerous than the original world. Upon careful reflection, Jiang Chun realized that in the few days since arriving in this world, he had encountered many troubles, which caused him to unintentionally overlook some details of his life. The sanitation workers who are beaten and verbally abused on the street for no reason. The construction workers who are not allowed to enter the restaurant. The blood stations set up everywhere. The frequent disappearances reported in the news. This world doesn't seem safe. The reason is that the class divisions in this world depend entirely on intellectual level and capital accumulation. The resulting class stratification is as corrupt and decadent as the caste system in a certain South Asian country. Resources are firmly in the hands of the upper class, while the lower class has virtually no chance of upward mobility. Unless a child with exceptional intelligence is born and accepted by the upper classes, the child can then oppress the lower classes. In short, it was very dirty. Wang Hong and Zhang Zhe are clearly the best examples. In their original world, they were at most considered spoiled brats, but here, their behavior was clearly far worse. Jiang Chun couldn't help but wonder, could someone have actually died on their hands? Also, is what Bibbing said today true? Does such an organization even exist in this world? A force capable of organizing transnational massacres? Jiang Chun couldn't imagine it. After thinking for a while, drowsiness came over me. Before entering the dream, Jiang Chun looked to the side. On the wall hangs a family photo taken when Jiang Chun was a child. In the photo frame, a simply dressed woman seems to be gazing tenderly at Jiang Chun on the bed through the glass. Good night, Mom. Jiang Chun gently turned over and buried his face in the pillow. Chapter 42 Meeting. Huagua, go to Beijing. In a dimly lit, secret room, 5 figures dressed in formal attire sat quietly in the shadows of a corner. In the center of the room, Li Jiangguo sat upright at the control panel, staring at the huge display screen in front of him. After waiting for a while, he subconsciously raised his hand to check his watch, but then hesitated and helplessly lowered his arm. turning his gaze to the old-fashioned quartz clock on the wall. Due to the highest level of secrecy requirements, all metal objects were kept out of the room before personnel entered, and even the metal screws on the glasses had to be replaced. Clatter. As the second hand of the quartz clock passed the 12th mark, Li Jiangguo pressed the start button on the control panel. Time's up. The meeting begins. Sizzle. With a faint electrical hum, the large screen suddenly lit up. 5 separate figures were clearly displayed on the screen. After a brief silence, the man in the first frame from the left on the big screen cleared his throat. He was a middle-aged man with typical white features, and the sign in front of him read, Thomas Widman, President of the Dawn Association. The 9,824th Dawn Conference is now officially open. I will be the chairperson of this conference, and all participants are requested to keep the contents of this conference strictly confidential. His voice echoed through the room, through the speakers, carrying an undeniable solemnity. The purpose of this meeting is to conduct a comprehensive assessment of the intellectual level of Jiang Chen, a Chinese citizen who appeared 2 days ago and is suspected of being a genius, and to carry out follow-up discussions on this matter. First, let's invite the representative of the Bibbing National Chapter, the emergency initiator of this meeting, to speak. There was no applause, no polite words. On the big screen, the fourth person in the picture turned around, took the notebook handed to him from behind, and began to read it aloud. 2 hours ago, Professor Rhodes of Cambridge University in this country confirmed that the solution to the borrowing money problem proposed by Jiang Chun in the Jiangbei City Youth Knowledge Competition in China is logically sound, and Professor Rhodes gave Jiang Chen's solution a very high evaluation. Therefore, we believe that, in accordance with Article 24 of the UN Charter regarding the definition of genius, Jiang Chen should be granted the corresponding resources as an intellectually superior individual. I have reservations, suddenly spoke up from the figure in the second frame of the large screen, the representative of the Viracocha National Branch. First of all, among the scholars currently studying the borrowing money problem, only Professor Rhodes agrees with Jiang Chen's solution. As far as I know, this solution highly overlaps with Professor Rhodes' previous academic views, and I have reason to suspect that Professor Rhodes committed academic fraud for personal gain. At this point, the representative of the America chapter spoke. I support the proposal of the Bibbing chapter. Just an hour ago, we received the preliminary assessment of the solution from Princeton and Stanford universities. Although it cannot be verified immediately, it is also difficult to disprove in the short term. He paused, then said firmly, we believe that even if it's fabricated, if someone can fool so many of the world's top scholars on their own, that's enough to gain the attention and resources of our association. The China branch seconded that. Li Jiangguo finally spoke. We contacted the government early this morning to suspend all actions related to Jiang Chun and are trying to downplay the special status he displayed in the competition program. However, since Jiang Chen's problem-solving program is broadcast live nationwide, a complete ban would be counterproductive. At this moment, the Gallic representative, who had remained silent all along, suddenly spoke up. We second that proposal and hope to provide Jiang Chen with the necessary protection as soon as possible. But there is one question that must be asked to the representative of the Chinese branch. His voice suddenly turned somber. According to international practice, individuals with this level of intelligence should be given intensive training by government departments before they reach school age. But why was Jiang Chun able to end up in society? What if Jiang Chun really is a genius who hasn't appeared in nearly 1,000 years? Everyone here should be aware of how many dangers geniuses face in society. Currently, the development of various industries around the world has stagnated for nearly 2,000 years. What does it mean to lose a genius at this juncture? Genius is also the key to controlling in-brain. What will happen if in-brain is privatized again? Do you want to create another organization like Intelligence Domain? Upon hearing this, Li Jiangguo remained silent. Geniuses should not be left to fend for themselves in society. They're the most unstable element. In their own areas of expertise, they're gods. The rules that keep society running are nothing more than rubber bands that can be stretched at will to them. Once a person possesses superhuman strength, it is difficult for them to live an ordinary life in accordance with the rules. Therefore, the probability of various accidents happening to geniuses in society will greatly increase. Not to mention that there are organizations like Intelligence Domain in the world that deliberately hunt down geniuses. Therefore, every year countries conduct nationwide screenings in an attempt to protect all those with genius intellectual abilities during their childhood and provide them with professional guidance and systematic training. Upon receiving the news this morning, Li Jiangguo immediately retrieved Jiangbei City's screening records for geniuses. The records show that there was nothing wrong with Jiang Chen's screening results. From any perspective, the young Jiang Chun was just an ordinary person. Why has he suddenly shown such exceptional intelligence? Nobody knows. After a long pause, the Secretary General spoke. At this stage, the most important thing is to provide Jiang Chun with relatively discreet protection, while blocking information as much as possible. If the Chinese branch has any concerns, it can communicate with other countries in a timely manner. Genius is never a matter for one country. If the delegates from each country's chapter have no further agenda items, this meeting will be adjourned. The screen in front of Li Jiangguo flickered a few times before going dark. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Jiangguo immediately went to his office to prepare to communicate with the relevant government departments. This matter is urgent, extremely urgent. Although various books and materials describe genius in a very perfect way. But in reality, genius is fragile, a consensus within governments around the world. This vulnerability stems from its extreme imbalance in academic performance. Whether this genius emerges from society or is a product of a laboratory. Most of them are born with various problems. Autism, heart failure, depression, or inability to care for oneself. In contrast, he possesses unparalleled talent in a certain area. Like a deformed child created by God, all the skill points were allocated to one aspect. Although Jiang Chun appears to be fine in the video. But what if he suddenly dies? It is always dangerous to let him exist in society unchecked. The primary objective at present is to establish targeted protective measures against it. Tuesday morning, Ichio Chess Academy. Found it. Jiang Chun glanced at the location on his phone and looked up. The gate of Ichio Chess Academy is a quiet, modern Chinese-style entrance. Above the door hangs an ebony plaque with only the 4 characters Ichio Chess Academy on it. The ink is calm and serene, yet it carries a weight as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Beside the granite-built portico, a couplet is engraved on the square stone pillars on both sides. A game of chess unfolds with profound mysteries, a single game concealing a vast universe. The autumn wind whispers through all things, while the sun and moon hang high on the chessboard. Wow, quite impressive. No wonder they're a big shot. Jiang Chen curled his lip. Jiang Chen, you're here. A clear, girlish voice rang out from not far away. Jiang Chen looked in the direction of the sound and saw a girl wearing a white hoodie and a denim blue pleated skirt waving at him from a few dozen meters outside the chess academy. Chapter 43, Round 2. Looking at the girl, smiling foolishly in front of him, Jiang Chen felt somewhat helpless. Luo Tingting, didn't I say I could do it myself? But I also said that if you don't let me come, I'll secretly follow you. Luo Tingting winked smugly. Jiang Chen chuckled and teased. Then why were you standing so far away when I wasn't here? Were you scared? Luo Tingting put her hands on her hips, wanting to refute, but couldn't find a reason for it, so she could only mutter softly, a little bit. After all, we're on someone else's turf. Don't panic. Jiang Chen smiled confidently, a folding fan appearing in his hand at some point, which he then unfolded forcefully. Snap. Soon, they'll be the ones who need to fear us. Luo Tingting tilted her head. Huh? Why did you buy a folding fan? You don't understand. Good chess players all have a folding fan. After saying that, Jiang Chun took out a spray paint can and sprayed it at the stone pillars on both sides. The first line of the couplet reads, a mere empty reputation. The second line reads, misleading the youth. Horizontal scroll, vegetables. Before the last word could be finished, students from the chess academy rushed out. Stop. What are you doing? A boy of about 17 or 18, wearing the uniform of the chess academy, stood at the door with a frown. He had just noticed Luo Tingting outside the door and was planning to strike up a conversation with her and ask for her contact information when she came in. Who would have thought that these two weren't there to learn chess? but to cause trouble. Looking at the angry young man in front of him, Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow and smiled. Isn't it obvious what we're doing? The boy looked at Jiang Chen, then at Luo Tingting, and then at the bright red characters on the stone pillar. He was first shocked, then turned to anger. He suddenly turned around and shouted towards the hall. Someone's here to challenge us. Challenge. Upon hearing the student's report, Wu Lei, a resident chess player, was initially surprised, but then smiled dismissively. I haven't heard this word in years. I remember the last time someone came to challenge me. I hadn't even reached the required rank yet. He picked up his teacup and took a sip, his tone carrying a hint of disdain. There's nothing we can do. There are always some ignorant people from the lower classes and amateur scum who get carried away playing chess and think they can establish their own school and change their social class by successfully challenging others. It's ridiculous. Just call any student who's about to reach the next rank to practice against. If they win, just kick them out. Those lower-ranked students don't have much money to lose anyway. Wu Lei waved his hand casually and said, Yes, the student replied, turning and leaving. Wu Lei squinted again, enjoying the warmth of the morning light. He is already 70 years old this year. Although he is already a 7th Dan player, he no longer has the ambition to reach the 8th Dan level. Now I spend my days at this chess academy drinking tea, basking in the sun, and instructing students on how to play chess. It's quite comfortable. Just as Wu Lei was drifting off to sleep, he suddenly heard footsteps. Wu Lei looked up and saw the disciple who had just made the announcement running back in a panic. What's wrong now? Our people have lost, the disciple said, frowning. What? Wu Lei frowned and looked up at the clock. It's only been less than 5 minutes. You didn't send a novice student to fight, did you? How could that be? The student hurriedly explained. I sent Zhang Bai to do it. He's participating in the ranking competition tomorrow, and I was planning to let him practice. Zhang Bai? He lost in less than 5 minutes. Wu Lei suddenly stood up. That's impossible. I'll go see for myself. He strode through the corridor to the chess room. A group of people were gathered around a chessboard. Before the chessboard, a strange young man was leisurely fanning himself with a folding fan, watching Zhang Bai, who had a pale face, with a smile. With a slight flick of his wrist, the boy's folding fan opened with a click. Snap! Outside the chess hall, Shunqing frowned as she looked at the red paint sprayed on the stone pillars on both sides. They still went in. I shouldn't have left first last night. If I had been there, I might have been able to stop them. Shunqing shook her head. Now that things have escalated like this, it's probably going to be difficult to handle. After hearing Luo Tingting and Shunqing talk about this last night, I said I wanted to go with Jiang Chun, but Shunqing kept trying to dissuade me. After all, challenging someone to a tournament is the greatest insult to a chess academy, and no chess academy would tolerate such an insult. Ichio Chess Academy is the only chess academy in the city, and many upper-class people send their children there to learn chess. Going up to challenge them would be tantamount to denying their vision. Unless he can successfully challenge the existing chess club, which would not only prove his strength but also grant him the right to open a new one. But Ichio Chess Academy has a history of over 10,000 years and countless players with 7th and 8th Dan ranks. How could they possibly lose? That could potentially affect Luo Tingting as well. We agreed last night to go to school this morning to discuss it again, but who knew this girl wouldn't even go to school? I should have known better than to try and set them up. Now I've dragged this girl into it too. Shunqing regretted it a little. After hesitating for a long time at the door, Shunqing finally made up her mind. No matter what, Tingting is still inside. We have to go in and check on her. Shunqing. A clear voice suddenly came from behind. Zhao Fuhua, what are you doing here? Shunqing turned around, her face showing surprise. Like you, Luo Tingting must have told you about Jiang Chen coming to challenge us, Zhao Fuhua said. I'm a little worried about Jiang Chen. Worried about Jiang Chen? Are you two very close? Shunqing asked curiously. We're not that close, Zhao Fuhua smiled slightly, but I'd like to make friends with him. He stepped aside to make way, tilting his head slightly towards the chess hall. Let's go in and take a look. So young? Wu Lei looked at the boy in front of him with some surprise. How could someone who is only 17 or 18 years old beat Zhang Bai in 5 minutes? He's incredibly gifted. Are you the one here to challenge us? Wu Lei sized him up for a moment and asked in a deep voice. Exactly. Jiang Chun gently shook his folding fan. I am Wu Lei, a 7-dan player and resident player of this chess academy. I can give you another chance. Apologize now and wipe the paint off the stone pillar, and I can pretend you were never here, Wu Lei said, frowning. There's no need for that. I remember the rules for challenging the chess academy state that the academy can select 10 people to play against me. If I lose one game, the challenge is considered a failure. This game just now wasn't the first one. Jiang Chen's expression remained calm. Wu Lei frowned slightly as he looked at the confident young man in front of him. You know what challenging someone means, right? No. Then why did you come here? Do you want to open a chess club too? No. I'm just here to collect a debt. Collecting debts? Wang Hong from your chess academy owes me a gambling debt. He refuses to pay, so I have no choice but to come to the chess club to collect it. Wang Gong? This chess academy belongs to his family, and he also has gambling debts he can't repay. It's probably because they have a grudge against the Wang family. Well, I'm planning to retire here anyway, so I might as well take this opportunity to get closer to Wang Hong. Wu Lei hesitated for a moment, then pushed Zhang by his side and sat down on the opposite side of the chessboard. Come on, let's play the second game. Guess first. Wu Lei sat down, took out a few chess pieces from the chess basket, and held them in his palm. Odd number, Jiang Chun said casually. You're wrong. Wu Lei opened his palm, and 4 chess pieces were stacked in his hand. Oh no, I messed up again. How unlucky. Next time, guess an even number. Jiang Chun thought to himself. Jiang Chun lost the first guess, and Wu Lei, playing black, went first. Wu Lei raised the black piece, and, just like Wang Hong had done before, placed it in the center of the board. 10 of 10. Tian Yuan. Chapter 44, Another Victory. Inside the chess room, the students gathered around. Everyone hurry up and come over to learn from him. It's been so many years since Teacher Wu has shown his skills in public. Don't push. Move your head away. Do you think Teacher Wu can win? Just kidding. Mr. Wu was already a 7-dan player 10 years ago. Plus, with the advantage of black going first, it's a sure win. That's right. Teacher Wu has been playing chess for over 50 years, while Jiang Chun is only 10 years old. He probably hasn't even practiced chess for a fraction of Teacher Wu's time. Listening to the discussions among the students around her, Luo Tingting couldn't help but show a worried expression. She clearly trusted Jiang Chun, but she still couldn't help worrying. On one side of the chessboard, Jiang Chun simply smiled calmly. Jiang Chun hadn't considered the possibility of losing the game, because there's no need to think about it. Back in junior high school, in order to impress his sons, he deliberately studied how to play Gamoku 5 in a row. In fact, the reason why the original World Gamoku competition was not popular was entirely due to its lack of competitiveness. Compared to the ever-changing nature of Go, the strategies of Gamoku are much simpler. With a little time and study, including some chess notation and opening moves, you can easily crush anyone who hasn't studied them. However, there is absolutely no need to use fixed patterns when dealing with people in this world. Just like an ordinary person, you can block any place where you see a 5 in a row without really needing to use your brain. In fact, Jiang Chun was a little unaccustomed to it first. When he played with Zhang Bai earlier, he habitually used a fixed pattern. It turned out that all his brain power was pointless, because Zhang Bai didn't follow the rules of the original world at all. If you can't even spot a simple jump for move, what's the point of digging a hole? Thinking of this, Jiang Chun looked up at Wu Lei opposite him. Since the opponent this time is a 7-dan player, let's change our approach and test the limits of this world's top players. Having made up his mind, Jiang Chun took the white pieces and placed one close to the center. Seeing this, Wu Lei placed a piece diagonally above the center point without hesitation, forming a live 2. Jiang Chun casually blocked it. And so, the two sides went back and forth, exchanging more than 10 blows in the blink of an eye. They're there. As soon as Xinqing and Zhao Fuhua stepped in the chess room, they saw a huge crowd gather together. In the center of the crowd, an old man and a young man are playing chess. After recognizing Jiang Chen's opponent, Zhao Fuhua frowned slightly and muttered to himself, "Why is it Wu Lei playing against Jiang Chun? What do you mean? Is Wu Lei very strong?" Xinqing asked softly. He is one of the resident players of Ichio Chess Academy, and he hasn't played for many years. How many sections? Sifend done. Jiang Chen is actually playing Go against a 7-dan player? Shen Qing looked surprised. But judging from Jiang Chen's expression, he doesn't seem to be struggling much. At this point, nearly 30 pieces have been placed on the chessboard. Zhao Fuhua was puzzled. Logically speaking, most of those who challenge the Chess Academy are overconfident amateur players. Therefore, the Chess Academy being challenged usually doesn't send its resident players to fight in the first game, but instead sends some ordinary students. He walked to the edge of the crowd and found a student he had met before. Han Shi, why did you ask Teacher Wu to take the lead in the first round of this challenge? Zhao Fuhua, Han Shi said, not surprised by Zhao Fuhua's arrival. Zhao Fuhua came from out of town a month ago, planning to participate in the professional ranking tournament in Jiangbei City. It is common for players from different chess academies to visit each other. You just arrived, right? This is already the second round. The second game? But I remember the chess hall only opened 15 minutes ago. Zhao Fuhua pointed to the clock in surprise. This kid who came to challenge us this time is a tough one. He won the first game in just 5 minutes. And do you know who played? Han Shi said mysteriously. It was Zhang Bai. Zhang Bai lost in just 5 minutes. Zhang Bai and Zhao Fuhua played against each other, and their chess skills are similar. Therefore, in just a moment, Zhao Fuhua gained a completely new understanding of Jiang Chen's chess skills. But this time, the kid wasn't so lucky, Han Shi added. Judging from the situation, Teacher Wu is currently dominating Jiang Chun the whole time. At the same time, Wu Lei stroked his sparse beard, his gaze fixed on the chessboard growing increasingly serious. Something's off with this kid, very off. On the surface, Wu Lei fully utilized his first move advantage in this game, dominating the attack throughout, while Jiang Chun seemed to be left only to passively defend. From the moment Wu Lei placed his first 2 live stones, White kept blocking. At first, Wu Lei just felt that Jiang Chun had no chance to attack. But as the game progressed, Wu Lei realized the problem. In the current game, Wu Lei only has 1 open 2 in a row left. All other possible moves are completely blocked. On the other hand, Jiang Chen's moves have countless open 2s and 3 in a rows that can be used for attack. Strangely, the boy in front of them seemed to have no intention of attacking at all, and only kept blocking. Did he fail to spot the attacking opportunities on the chessboard? Impossible. Since this kid can always block my moves in advance, he must know his own moves. Wu Lei looked up at the boy in front of him, his gaze sharp, as if trying to discern something from his face. However, the boy just smiled, waving his folding fan. Snap. Block. It was accompanied by a crisp sound of metal colliding. Jang Chun made a move that blocked Wu Lei's last attempt to reach the 4th position. In fact, it's an alien race in both offense and defense. However, Jiang Chun did not rush to connect his outer pieces to form a suppressive force. Instead, they used the most conspicuous pieces on the edges to build an offensive. This is practically telling Wu Lei, I'm attacking from this position. Hurry up and block me. It's as if Wu Lei himself is giving early childhood education guidance. Wu Lei had only experienced this feeling when he was young, playing chess with the current chess master Li Yi. But how could that be? He's just a teenager. I'm now a 7th dan. Even if Li Yi were here now, I wouldn't be in such a sorry state. In the blink of an eye, another dozen or so pieces were placed. Under Jiang Chen's subtle guidance, Wu Lei sealed off all the paths on the white side of the board. However, his hand holding the chess piece suddenly hovered in midair. Your name is Jiang Chun, right? Wu Lei slowly put down the chess piece. I take back what I said earlier. You are very strong. Yes, I know. With your skill level, you should be able to beat me in less than 10 moves. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding area erupted in commotion. Is Teacher Wu serious? What is Teacher Wu talking about? It seems like Teacher Wu has the advantage throughout this game. Damn, I don't understand. Wu Lei shook the table, silencing the murmurs. Then he looked at Jiang Chen seriously. Go all out. I want to see the difference between us. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. A piece was placed. This piece landed on the other side of the previous battle, seemingly unrelated to all previous moves, but made Wu Lei freeze in place. This move cleverly connected 2 hidden 2 in a row moves that had been blocked at one end from an extremely tricky angle. He turned those 4 useless pieces into a 5-piece set. This move, you had already set up the strategy 10 moves ago. Wu Lei's voice was hoarse. You could have won much earlier. Yes. I lost. Chapter 45. A complete defeat? There are always people better than you, and there's always something beyond your understanding. There's always something higher than the next mountain. Wu Lei looked at Jiang Chen and smiled with relief. The chess world has a worthy successor. He slowly got up. At my age, it's quite nice to see a chess player with such exceptional talent as you. Then, Wu Lei walked toward the inner courtyard with his hands behind his back, giving instructions as he did so. Go and invite other resident Go players to come out and show them what they're capable of. Don't bother inviting those below the 8th Dan level. They're useless. Let them all put in a good effort, lest this kid really tear our chess club down. As Wu Lei walked away, the chess hall erupted in discussion. Teacher Wu has really lost. Teacher Wu is a 7th Dan. This kid looks like a high school student. Could it be the Heavenly Child Granny? Oh no, the Heavenly Child Lord. Don't talk nonsense. At this moment, amidst the confused murmurs of the crowd, an untimely cheer suddenly rang out. Great! We really won. Luo Tingting looked at Wu Lei's back and couldn't help but whisper excitedly. The next second, countless gazes fell upon her. Well, under the gaze of the crowd, she subconsciously took 2 steps back, but was gently supported from behind. Xiao Qing, what are you doing here too? Shun Qing turned around in surprise, first with joy, then slowly feeling a little guilty. Shun Qing, with a stern face, placed her hands on Luo Tingting's shoulders, and then, shake it hard. Me. How did I come here too? You asked me. How did I come here too? Who? This morning, didn't even go to school, and ditched me, and came running all by themselves. A moment later, Luo Tingting slumped into a chair, clutching her head and speaking groggily. I was just afraid you'd stop me. Shen Qing gave a soft snort and turned to look at Jiang Chen beside her. Jiang Chen, are you confident? Shen Qing asked with a serious expression. I recommended the restaurant where you had your dinner, so I also bear some responsibility for this. My family has some business dealings with Wang Hong's family. If things aren't going well, I might be able to help smooth things over. Jiang Chen looked at the serious girl in front of him and smiled calmly. It's not your fault. I have a grudge against Wang Hong, and he'll come after me sooner or later. As for challenging me, I'm more than confident. Luo Tingting had mentioned to Jiang Chen that Shun Qing's family also had some connections, and their financial situation was no worse than Wang Hong's. However, since it doesn't have companies that operate across industries, it should be somewhat weaker than companies like Zhang Zhe's. However, Zhang Zhe's family probably won't be around for much longer. I'll go check on them when I have time. Inside the chess academy, in a quiet room. Snap! Zhou Zhou placed a piece, creating a live 4 at an upward angle. Hee, Lao Qian, you lost, Zhou Zhou said, but his eyes were fixed on the carved wooden box on the table. Oops, I was careless. I regret it now. Qian Liang was taken aback at first, then smiled sheepishly. Old Qian, have you no shame? Loser, admit defeat. Give me the wine. No way, we didn't even have 5 4s. How about I lose half? Stop talking nonsense, get the wine. The two were arguing when there was a knock on the door. Teacher Qian, Teacher Zhou, someone is trying to challenge us, and we need your help. Isn't old Wu on duty today? Teacher Wu has already lost. What? Qian Liang jumped up, grabbing the wooden box on the table. I'll go right now. Hey, what are you doing with the wine? Give me the wine first. Zhou Zhou hurriedly shouted. Watching Qian Liang's hurried departure, Zhou Zhou shook his head and chuckled helplessly. That old bastard, he'll drink right in front of him sooner or later. But seriously, someone actually came to challenge us today, and they even beat old Wu? That's really something new. I guess it's some veteran player from another chess academy who wants to open a branch in Jiangbei. I don't know if I know them or not. However, Qian Liang should not lose. He is considered a top-tier player among 8 Dan players. Zhou Zhou looked around, then his eyes lit up, and he took Qian Liang's tea box from the top of the cabinet. Hey, want to try something new? He had just boiled water to make tea when he heard footsteps outside the door. Then, Qian Liang walked in with a livid face. Did you win? Why do you look like that? Zhou Zhou asked while fiddling with the tea set. Qian Liang shook his head. We lost. Lost? Zhou Zhou paused, glancing up at the clock. It has been less than 10 minutes since Qian Liang left. Win you in 10 minutes? Zhang Jiudan is here? Old Hong? Could be Li Yi himself? No, None of those are true. Qian Liang shook his head, his eyes filled with confusion. The one who came to challenge us was just a child. A child. Zhou looked up in surprise, his hand trembling, and a lot of tea spilled from the spout of the teapot. She was probably around 17 or 18 years old. You underestimated your opponent. I was indeed a bit overconfident in the first 10 moves, but from the 11th move onwards, I thought carefully about every step. Zhou shook his head in disbelief. A kid not even 20 years old, 10 minutes, and he can beat you, a professional 8th Dan? I don't believe it. Zhou got up and walked towards the door. I'll go give a try. Don't go, Qian Liang said. That kid is very skilled. We can't beat him. That's because you can't win. 10 minutes later, Zhou returned to his room with a livid face. Qian Liang's expression had returned to normal, and he was drinking the tea that Zhou had brewed earlier. Lost. That kid. Just where did he come from? Zhou's voice was filled with doubt. I don't know. Qian Liang took a sip of tea, but with his skill level, he would be considered top tier even among 9th Dan players. At the same time, the voice of another resident chess player came from outside the door. Nonsense. Old Wu, Old Qian, and Old Zhou are all good-for-nothings. They can't even beat a kid like him. Let me take him on. After hearing this, Qian Liang and Zhou shrugged helplessly and each took a sip of tea. Wang Feng was sitting at the hotel desk, carefully organizing his speech. As the head of the only chess academy in Jiangbei City, he was invited to give a brief speech at the provincial conference on the development of the Gamoku, 5-in-a-row industry. This is a rare opportunity to appear in front of various powerful and influential figures. Wang Feng planned to seize the opportunity. Ring ring. My phone suddenly rang. Wang Feng frowned. Hello. It's me, what's up? Someone trying to cause trouble? Can't we just have a resident Go player handle it? What? All the resident chess players lost? Chapter 46, The Challenge of AlphaGo. Complete defeat. Which 9th Dan player came? Wang Feng was shocked and asked. You can count the number of 9th Dan players in the country on your fingers. They are all pillars of the chess academies in first-tier cities and are treated like treasures by their respective academies. What reason could you possibly have to suddenly come and challenge our chess academy? Mr. Wang, the one who came to challenge us, is a child. The voice on the other end of the phone was hesitant. Child. To be precise, he is a minor high school student. High school student? How is that possible? Wang Feng suddenly stood up. There are 6 8 Dan players among the resident Go players. Each of them has been playing Go for decades. You're telling me that a kid who didn't even graduate high school beat them all in just one morning? Mr. Wang, I find it hard to believe too, but it's the truth. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng felt his worldview crumbling. He himself is a 6th Dan Go player, and he knows better than anyone that anyone who has reached the top of the Go world through sheer skill has done so through years of hard work and dedication. How can a teenager beat so many 8 Dan players? He's only been playing Go for a few years. But at this moment, dwelling on these things is pointless. If the challenge to the club is successful, it would mean the closure of Ichio Chess Academy. Others may not care. Students and chess teachers can always find new chess academies, but the Wang family will be doomed forever. Today, all his business collaborations and network of contacts are based on the social status brought about by his identity as a board member of the Chess Academy. Without the Chess Academy, we have nothing. After a moment of calm, Wang Feng asked in a deep voice, which game are we in now? 6th inning. Very good, there are still 4 rounds left. The rules for the challenge require a time limit of 3 days, so there are still 2.5 days left. Let that student go back first, and tell him to continue the rest of the game tomorrow afternoon. Be polite and use the formal you when addressing him. Also, investigate carefully why he came to challenge us. Okowo. After hanging up the phone, Wang Feng took a deep breath. He first called to apologize to the organizers of the development conference and said he would be absent the next day. Then he mustered up his courage and dialed a number he hadn't contacted in a long time. I went to the capital and visited the Yulong chess room. 2 old men are playing chess. Qin Xiong, playing black, placed a piece, blocking a live 3 of white's pieces, and spoke at the same time. How's the situation going? On the opposite side of the chessboard, Li made a jump 4 move, directly pulling the situation to the center of the chessboard. It's terrible. Since AlphaGo officially declared war on the Go world last month, 12 out of the 28 9-Dan players in the world have lost. Qin Xiong hesitated noticeably when placing his piece. So fast. Even Li Sidol lost. Li made a move in the upper left corner of the board, instantly shifting the momentum to the upper left. I watched Li Sidol's game. He was completely crushed. How so? The AI's moves are extremely strange. It has no style and doesn't care about the shape of the pieces, but every move is flawless. Li stared at the chessboard. Moreover, it can calculate more than 5 moves ahead for each move and can even lay out its moves more than 10 moves ahead of time. In short, it's ridiculously strong. After a long silence, Qin Xiong said in a deep voice, "That thing was designed based on the algorithm left by a genius, so it's not surprising that it lost." No. Li suddenly looked up, staring straight at Qin Xiong. "I don't agree with that. Although the algorithm was made by geniuses, the game data they collected and the game records they scanned all came from ordinary players like us." An ordinary chess player? You are anything but ordinary. On the chessboard in front of Qin Xiong, the black pieces had completely lost their way. As Li Yi's longtime friend, no one knows better than him how strong Li Yi's chess skills are. Li Yi, known as a legend in the chess world, embarked on a near-invincible path from the moment he became a professional chess player. 30 years ago, he played against a 9-Dan player at the 2-Dan level. 18 years ago, he simultaneously played against 5 9-Dan players and won all of them. 7 years ago, he perfected a game record that had never been changed in 1,000 years. Even in this game, it's clear that Li Yi is giving himself instructions. To be honest, Lao Li, I think the only one in the chess world right now who has a chance to beat that AI is you. Now, what a coincidence, I think so too. Li chuckled. Stop being shameless. Qin Xiong chuckled, then said seriously, "That research team should have already invited you, right? I advise you to go as soon as possible. The more records of AI playing against high-level chess players, the more complete the data will be, and it will only become more and more difficult to deal with in the future." Yes, it's scheduled for 3 days from now. I heard the AlphaGo team has even prepared a press conference, the theme of which is something like AI defeats the chess legend. Gamoku is dead. Wow, that's quite a grand name. Qin Xiong paused slightly, his voice becoming a few decibels lower. Are you confident? No, but we still have a chance of winning. What percentage? To be honest, it's less than 50%. That's enough. No one else would dare say even a fraction of that. Ring ring. Suddenly, a rapid ringing sound rang out. Qin Xiong took out his phone. Hey, Xiao Wang, what's up? Someone's challenging us? Old Zhou and his team couldn't win? Who is it? What? How old? Are you sure? Okay, then I'll go back tomorrow. The call ended. After hanging up the phone, Qin Xiong rubbed his temples in confusion. What's wrong? Why that expression? Li Yi placed a piece and asked casually. Years ago, I had some connections in Zhongbei City and was nominally an honorary chess teacher at a chess academy. Just now, their boss called me and told me that their chess academy had been attacked and they wanted me to go back and help out. Being challenged? That's quite rare. Who want to challenge me? I should know all those above the 8th Dan level. No. Qin Xiong's expression was strange. They said it's a child. When Jiang Chen walked out of the chess academy, he was surrounded by a little crowd. Young friend, who is your teacher? How did you come up with that severing move just now? What's wrong with your brain? Want to enter the world of Go? I'll vouch for you. You can go straight to 6th Dan without even having to participate in the promotion tournament. After Jiang Chen defeated 6 of these 7th and 8th Dan players in a row, these veteran players all looked at Jiang Chen with fervent eyes. After all, the boy in front of them was only 17 years old, yet he could easily defeat an 8th Dan player. This isn't just excellent, it's downright extraordinary. Even Li Yi didn't have the strength of a 9th Dan when he was 17 or 18 years old. As a result, everyone showed great interest in Jiang Chen. As for Jiang Chen coming to challenge the chess academy, that's completely irrelevant to these chess players. Even if we succeed in the challenge, so what? It's simply a matter of moving to a different chess academy. With their skill level, they could be honored guests at any chess club. Rather than saying that the Wang family's chess academy is supporting these chess players, it would be more accurate to say that the Wang family is using their reputation to attract resources from all sides. At best, The Wang family merely serves as a platform provider. Meanwhile, on the periphery of the crowd, Shun Qing stood with her arms crossed, looking on with admiration. Jiang Chun is impressive. He has the ability. That's right, Jiang Chun is really amazing. Luo Tingting pouted slightly, looking very proud. Why are you so happy that I'm praising him? Shun Qing said, speechless. What's wrong with me being happy for Jiang Chun? We're good friends. Is it wrong for me to be happy? Oh, really just friends? Shun Qing suddenly leaned closer, squinting as she scrutinized her expression. Not even a hint of other thoughts. Of course not. Luo Tingting's ears turned red again. Sai, you're so useless. Shun Qing straightened up and tugged at her sleeve. Come back with me first. You didn't even ask for leave. The homeroom teacher was furious in class and said you'd have to clean the classroom for a week as punishment. After saying that, Shun Qing waved to Jiang Chun, who had just gotten rid of the crowd, and Zhao Fuhua, who was standing to the side. Jiang Chun, Tingting, and I are going back to school. See you tomorrow, Zhao Fuhua, bye-bye. See you tomorrow. Jiang Chun smiled and waved to them, then suddenly paused. Why see you tomorrow? Are they going to come along tomorrow? Maybe it's because I'm handsome. Jiang Chun. Zhao Fuhua's voice came from the side. What are you standing there for? Come on, get in the car, I'll take you home. Zhao Fuhua sat in a gleaming Lamborghini and waved to Jiang Chun. Chapter 47 Wangung. Damn it, the quality is amazing. This interior, it's good to be rich. Jiang Chun leaned back comfortably in the passenger seat, sinking into the soft cushions. Zhao Fuhua, what does your family do? How come you're so rich? Jiang Chun couldn't help but ask. I do a little business in Beijing, and that's how I make a little money, Zhao Fuhua said as he drove. I won't allow you to say money stinks. Jiang Chun casually retorted. Haha, don't worry, Jiang Chun. Zhao Fuhua chuckled and turned to look at Jiang Chun. With your abilities, what car can't you drive if you want to? Thank you for your kind words, Jiang Chun replied casually. A brief silence fell over the car. After a long pause, Zhao Fuhua suddenly spoke. Jiang Chun, there's something I'm curious about that I'd like to ask you. Of course, it's okay if you don't answer. Oh, what is it? To be honest, I had someone check your information after the competition ended a couple of days ago, Zhao Fuhua said calmly. After all, your performance in that competition was so outstanding that I couldn't resist my curiosity. It's all right, I understand. Jiang Chun seemed completely unconcerned. The data shows that, clearly, in your entire life a week ago, you didn't have anything outstanding about you. You come from an ordinary family, your studies are average. Aside from being a bit handsome, you have no outstanding qualities, just like a cheap, ordinary person who has never seen anything big. But it started from the day you were expelled from Ziyuan Middle School, or more precisely, from the day you participated in the innovation class interview. You're like a completely different person. You got into the innovation class in Linchuan, easily won the knowledge competition, your chess skills are ridiculously high, and I even found out that you were involved in the kidnapping and murder case that the police solved a few days ago. Zhao Fuhua tapped the steering wheel lightly with his fingers, making a clicking sound. I'm very curious. What exactly happened to you these past few days? Wang Hong sat in the car on his way back to the chess academy, thinking about what had happened that morning. Zhang Zhe's family collapsed. It was very sudden, and nobody knew why. A bunch of people Zhang Zhe had offended came looking for him, and Wang Hong also suffered as a result. Fortunately, they were still wary of the Wang family's power, and Wang Hong deliberately found an opportunity to slap Zhang Zhe twice in front of a group of people to distance himself from the situation, thus managing to escape. The force was a bit too much. My wrist hurt terribly from the impact. But that's not enough. He's been by Zhang Zhe's side all this time. How can two slaps completely sever ties now? We need to find a way to kick someone when they're down. As Wang Hong was thinking, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a Lamborghini driving by. Two familiar faces flashed by in the car, but they made his pupils shrink slightly. That's Zhao Fuhua and that Jiang Chun. Why would they take this route? Could it be that they went to the chess academy to confront that old bastard Wang Feng? Wang Gong smiled mockingly. Wang Hong disliked his father. He was Wang Feng's illegitimate son, and was not valued at home. Few people cared about him. Perhaps if I suddenly die someday, my father won't feel too sad. But so what? He doesn't care. Whether he is valued or not, his surname is Wang. As long as his surname is Wang, and as long as he is nominally Wang Feng's son, his status is completely different from that of Jiang Chen, who is a lower-class person. This is determined from birth. So what if Jiang Chen plays well? So what if he's in the innovation class? So what if he won an award? As long as he doesn't rely on other powerful families, he's like dough that can be molded at will. Sooner or later, I'll have a chance to deal with him, even if I really kill or cripple him. If they get caught, at most they'll have to pay some money and spend a few days in a correctional facility. Feeling it's unfair? This world is inherently unfair. If you want fairness, you have to be born into a good family. Otherwise, how can you even talk about fairness? Shortly after, the car stopped in front of the chess academy, and Wang Hong got out of the car with a water bottle in his hand. Just as he was about to step into the chess academy, Wang Hong suddenly froze on the spot. On either side of the main gate, several glaring red paint marks are clearly visible on the smooth white marble pillars. Someone's come to challenge us. Wang Hong frowned as he read the handwriting. The marks on the stone pillar have not been cleaned, indicating that the challenger's 10 games of chess are not yet finished. Wang Hong suddenly had a bad feeling. He strode into the chess academy, looked around, but found no unfamiliar players playing. Instead, the other students looked at him with strange eyes. What's going on? Wang Hong stepped forward and reached out to stop the student he knew. Han Chi, is anyone trying to disrupt the dojo today? I saw someone spray paint on the stone pillars outside. Yes, he just left not long ago, Han Chi replied. That person was very strong. He beat all the resident 8th Dan players at our chess academy in a row. The manager just called General Manager Wang, and General Manager Wang plans to have Old Qin come over to see if he can control the situation. Upon hearing this, Wang Hong was startled. Who is this person with such strong chess skills? Wang Hong frowned and looked up at the clock. It's not even 10 o'clock yet. How could he have won against all the 8 Dan players in such a short time? Could it be that Li Yi came in person? No, Han Chi shook his head. It's not even a professional Go player, just a high school student in his teens. Upon hearing this, Wang Hong suddenly froze. A face popped into his mind. That can't be. Impossible. He was clearly just a month ago. Wang Hong's voice trembled slightly. Did the person who came say what his name was? What was his name again? I think it was Jiang Chun. Smack. Wang Hong's kettle fell to the ground, splashing water everywhere. Chapter 48, The Zhang Family, is finished. Maybe it's just that my brain suddenly clicked. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, his smile faded, and his voice became calm. The atmosphere inside the car suddenly froze, as if the air itself had become thick and sticky. Zhao Fuhua remained calm, his gaze still focused on the front, but he suddenly stomped his right foot down hard. The engine let out a low growl, and the car suddenly lurched forward, deftly swerving past the vehicle on the side to complete a somewhat aggressive overtaking maneuver. After a long silence, Zhao Fuhua spoke with a light laugh, his tone relaxed. That must be because you have great potential, which has suddenly been unleashed in the last few days. Perhaps. Jiang Chen looked out the window and gave a non-committal reply, then looked at the street scene rushing past outside the window. Soon, the car stopped at the entrance of Jiang Chen's residential area. Do you want me to drive you in? Zhao Fuhua asked with a smile, one hand on the steering wheel. Jiang Chen deftly opened the car door and waved his hand. No need. I still need to go to the property management office to pay a fee. By the way, Zhao Fuhua's voice came from behind Jiang Chen, just as he was halfway out of the car. Have you ever considered developing your career in Beijing? I might go to university there, but whether I'll stay and work there in the future is another matter. Then consider the Zhao family business. Not to brag, but my family has considerable influence in Beijing, Zhao Fuhua said with a sincere smile. Come here, you'll find money, power, women, maybe you can even find a girlfriend. We'll see, Jiang Chen replied casually. After getting out of the car, Zhao Fuhua couldn't help but speak again. I hope you will think it over carefully. We really need someone like you. I'll consider it. Jiang Chun simply responded and walked away into the distance. He didn't turn around, but he knew that Zhao Fuhua was staring at his back. Walking through the old apartment building's corridors, Jiang Chun frowned. He hesitated for a moment, then took out his phone and dialed Chun Shi's number. No one answered the phone. At this time, go to the capital, to the Chun family. It was midday with the sun blazing brightly outside the window, but the room was pitch black. All sunlight was blocked by thick curtains. Not a single ray of light could penetrate. Suddenly, a cell phone rang in the dark room. On the coffee table, a phone screen glowed faintly, its pale light barely outlining a blurry figure on the sofa. Chun, she sat on the sofa, leaning forward with her elbows on her knees, quietly keeping her head down. After hearing the ringtone, he merely glanced up at the screen on the coffee table, then made no further move, lowering his head again. He didn't move until the screen light went out. The square in front of the teaching building at Ziyuan Middle School. A large group of students watched the excitement. Next to the police car, several police officers were escorting a middle-aged man wearing glasses. The lead officer announced loudly, "Peng Wang, principal of Ziyuan Middle School, has been found to have accepted bribes for a long time, concealed incidents of school bullying, participated in covering up multiple student suicides, and been involved in dozens of illegal activities such as prostitution and gambling. You are now being arrested in accordance with the law. You can't do this. This is a misunderstanding. Someone is faking it. Someone must be faking it. I've been the principal here for over 10 years. I've always been conscientious and dedicated. I've always been." Even with his hands cuffed, the principal was still desperately trying to defend himself before being pushed into the police car. Not far away, Zhang Zhe stood there, pale and blank, his face filled with despair. The Zhang family is finished. Tens of thousands of years of family business, passed down through hundreds of generations, gone. The news broke in the early morning and then spread rapidly throughout the city like a plague. In the morning, Zhang Yunlong, the father, was arrested. In the following half-day, all of Zhang's related industries, his cronies, and his close partners were investigated by the police. The police were clearly well-prepared, with a clear objective and swift action. They quickly seized all of the Zhang family's criminal businesses and arrested all the relevant personnel. But why? Is there a problem within the Zhang family? Or is it a tactic employed by their competitors? Zhang Zhe knew nothing. Now that the principal is in jail, it might not be long before he can cover up what he did. Zhang Zhe was having some difficulty breathing. Despair pressed down like a mountain, suffocating us. As the crowd dispersed, Zhang Zhe left the school and began to wander aimlessly. Suddenly, Zhang Zhe was kicked hard in the back, and he fell forward, his head hitting the floor tile hard. "Who the hell?" he cursed as he turned around, only to find a group of people surrounding him. "Hey, isn't this Brother Zhe? We've been looking everywhere for you." The boy in the lead raised his eyebrows in feigned surprise. "Sure, Ping. When will you two stop?" Zhang Ziqiang tried to maintain his momentum. "Just 2 days ago you were hiding from me like a dog, but my family is only temporarily out of power. One day, bang!" The boy suddenly raised his foot and kicked Zhang Zhe 2 or 3 meters away. Still dreaming, Sure Ping sneered as he stepped forward. "Didn't you see the police report? TSK, you guys are really careless. You didn't do things cleanly enough, and you probably messed with the wrong people. All the dirty work you did has been handed over to the cops. How pathetic." He bent down and leaned closer to Zhang Zhe, who was slumped on the ground. "In a family like ours, which one hasn't stained their hands with the blood of the lower classes, haven't done some shady things? But hiding in the shadows and doing it in the open are two completely different things. Right now, everyone connected to your family is hoping your whole family dies as soon as possible to protect themselves. Face reality, Zhang Zhe family is finished, and your fate is sealed in the next few days. You're talking nonsense. You're spouting rubbish." Zhang Zhe shouted hoarsely, his voice filled with a final struggle. "All right, I was just talking nonsense." Sure Ping clapped his hands mockingly. "Now let's get down to business, brothers. Let's go." "You dare." "What wouldn't I dare?" Sure Ping stepped on Zhang Zhe's hand as he tried to prop himself up. "My family took 2/3 of the market that was vacated after your family went bankrupt. Even if you die here today, I can still suppress it." As the crowd grinned and surrounded him, Zhang Zhe looked around frantically, suddenly catching sight of a familiar figure not far away. Li Chubei, come help me." Li Chubei, who was in the distance, clearly heard it. After looking around, she walked over. Zhang Zhe was overjoyed as he watched Li Chubei approach. Li Chubei, come help me. Don't forget, your competition spot was arranged by my family." But Li Chuwei acted as if she didn't see Zhang Zhe and walked straight towards Shiping. Hey Shiping, thanks for that Rolex from yesterday. Come over to my place tonight, guys. Sure, I have nowhere to go tonight anyway. I'll show you my new car then. Li Chuwei greeted him, then smiled and walked away as if she hadn't seen Zhang Zhe at all. Li Chuwei, Li Chui. Zhang Zhe called out hoarsely to Li Chuwei. You don't actually think he'll help you, do you? Shiping looked at Zhang Zhe, leaned down and sneered. Do you know? As soon as your family went bankrupt, they were the first to seize your assets. The remaining third basically ended up in their pockets. Then, Shiping smiled and took a few steps back, and his followers surrounded him. Stay alive, don't die. Fists rained down on Zhang Zhe. Ha ha, keep laughing. Shiping's laughter echoed in the alley. Weren't you laughing happily when you led your men to ambush me before? Ha ha ha. Pedestrians not far away noticed the commotion and hurriedly took a detour, as if they were avoiding some kind of plague. Chapter 49, Re-entering the Chess Academy. Deep in the dark alley, Zhang Zhe spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with broken teeth and leaned weakly against the mottled wall. Pain, excruciating pain, drilled into my brain from all parts of my body. One day, I will kill them all. At this moment, Zhang Zhe's mind was filled with anger and resentment. There was also a trace of powerless despair. Why? This has been the way it has been for tens of thousands of years. It was even worse hundreds of years ago. Back then, wouldn't our family do burn, kill, and plunder? Why must it be my generation? Am I destined to be a lowly commoner from now on? Do-do, do-do, do-do. Suddenly, a series of rhythmic footsteps sounded at the alley entrance. How tragic, Zhang Zhe. Hearing this mocking remark, Zhang Zhe struggled to raise his head, but he froze when he saw who it was. It's you? Wang family, Jiangbei City. In the empty hall, a hoarse voice echoed. A middle-aged man sat on the sofa looking at his phone, while a teenager knelt on the ground beside him. The clan's reputation is paramount. No member's personal actions may damage the Ichio brand. Wang Hong knelt on the ground, repeating the family rules passed down from his ancestors over and over again. How many times is this? Wang Feng asked casually. Father, this is the 124th time. Wang Hong's voice was hoarse beyond recognition. Stop. Yes. A brief silence fell over the air. After a long pause, Wang Feng pushed a bottle of water in front of his son, his voice devoid of emotion. You're the one who provoked Jiang Chen? I didn't expect this to happen. Wang Hong began, trying to explain. Answer me. Yes or no? Yes. Wang Hong lowered his head dejectedly. Wang Feng paused slightly before continuing. Your bodyguard has already reported the details. Is there anything else you'd like to add? I don't know. Just a month ago, he was a completely useless piece of trash. I don't know why his chess skills suddenly improved. If it's just this kind of nonsense, then you don't need to say it. Wang Hong remained silent for a moment before speaking. Father, I'll handle it. Wang Hong suddenly looked up. I can make sure he won't even make it to the chess academy tomorrow. As long as he's unconscious for a few days. No, as long as he's dead, as long as he's dead. Wang Gong. Wang Feng interrupted sharply, his face full of disappointment. Are you really my son? Wang Hong stood frozen in place, his face full of astonishment. Do you know how many people were there when he challenged us today? Wang Feng's tone was icy. Everyone who comes to our chess academy to learn chess comes from a prominent family. Everyone knows that Jiang Chen won against all the resident players today, and then he had an accident the next day. Do you think everyone else is a fool? He stood up, looking down at Wang Hong. Besides, all the resident chess players have been asking me about Jiang Chen's background today. The circle of top chess players is only so big. Who knows how many eyes are watching him right now? Do you dare to touch him at a time like this? Wang Feng looked at Wang Hong with disappointment and finally uttered a sentence. Wang Hong, because of your stupidity, I had no choice but to go to great lengths to ask Elder Qin for help. Listen, if Elder Qin also loses to this Jiang Chun, you're no longer a Wang, understand? Understood. Wang Hong kept his head down, his eyes bloodshot, and his lips were bitten so hard they bled. Keep memorizing. The following morning, outside the gate of Ichio Chess Academy. This should be the last game today. Jiang Chun got out of the car and looked around. It seems they didn't come today. Jiang Chun. Over here, not far away, Luo Tingting stood beside Shen Qing, waving to him with a smile. Never mind what I said. When the traffic light turned green, the two girls quickly crossed the street and came to him. Just as the three were about to step into the chess academy, a familiar voice came from beside them. You've all arrived. Zhao Fuhua. Xinxing turned around in surprise. I thought you weren't coming today. Zhao Fuhua approached with a smile. How could I miss it? Today is a crucial match for Jiang Chen's challenge. Of course I have to come and see. He then turned to Jang Chun and said, By the way, why didn't you hitch a ride with me? We were going the same way. Oh, I was already in a taxi when you sent the message, Jiang Chun said with a forced smile. That's good. I thought you were just being polite with me. Zhao Fuhua laughed heartily. I got a new car. I'll take you home after today's challenge. After saying that, the four of them entered the chess academy together. Meanwhile, there's the Ichio Chess Academy and the Lushui tea room. At this moment, Wang Feng, a director of Ichio Chess Academy, was standing respectfully in front of the tea table, pouring tea for the two elderly men sitting opposite each other. Old Li, what brings you here too? Qin Xiong looked at the old man, eating tea and snacks with a look of disdain. Chapter 50, I'll accompany you. Tomorrow is your match against AlphaGo. Instead of staying home and preparing, what are you doing here making a scene? You know nothing about chess. Nobody knows more about chess than me. Li Yi raised his cup and drank the tea in one gulp, and Wang Feng immediately picked up the teapot to refill it. What's there to prepare for when playing chess? Do you expect me to memorize chess scores and opening moves? What good would that do me? Besides, haven't you seen the Gomoko forum? Everyone in the circle knows that a little Li Yi has emerged in Jiangbei. Old Qian and Old Zhou are practically throwing this information in my face. I had to come and see for myself, right? Li Yi's trip to Jiangbei was a last-minute decision. When Wang Feng saw Li Yi at the airport last night, he was completely stunned. Li, the contemporary chess master. His presence at his chess academy in a second-tier city is practically a way of enhancing the reputation of his academy. Why Li Yi came is not important. If managed properly, the prestige and benefits he can bring to the chess academy are immeasurable. But now is not the time to consider this matter. If we can't get past this hurdle, then the very existence of the chess academy will be in question. Wang Feng lowered his head in deep thought. Can Qin Lao win? The answer seems to be beyond doubt. Judging from his years of experience, rank, and seniority, Qin Lao had no reason to lose. But the other resident chess players who lost yesterday have no reason to lose. At the age of 17 or 18, his Go skills are comparable to those of a professional 9-dan player. Jiang Chen's very existence seems to defy common sense. If it were Li Yi and Jiang Chenxia, that would be great. If it were Li Yi, they definitely could. Wang Feng looked at the two elderly men chatting and laughing in front of him and thought to himself. Qin Xiong took a sip of tea and said sarcastically, Li, you're not ashamed to say that. What's there to be ashamed of? I think this title is a compliment, Li Yi said with a smile. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Speak, Wang Feng said. Mr. Wang, Mr. Qin, Mr. Li, Jiang Chun has arrived. New. Hearing the words outside the door, Li Yi chuckled. He stood up, dusted himself off, and called to the two people behind him. Let's go see what this little self looks like. As soon as Jiang Chun and his group took their seats, a group of students from the chess academy gathered around them. Holy crap, that's Jiang Chun? He's really that young? Damn, why didn't I come yesterday? I missed several great games. Jiang Chun, why did you choose to block this position with your move yesterday? Jiang Chun, I heard that your family is not well off. Would you like to consider becoming my private chess tutor? You can name your price. Jiang Chun, do you have a girlfriend? Well, Jiang Chun was a little speechless. Friends, I'm here to challenge you. Can you at least show some basic anger and anxiety to match the atmosphere? Otherwise, people might think I'm here for a job interview, Jiang Chun said. What's wrong with challenging someone? If you're good at chess, you can challenge others. The strong should humiliate the weak. It's all right, Jiang Chun. Just keep playing. If you become good at it, you can open a chess academy, and we can learn from you. Well, the scene was a little different from what I had imagined. These students had absolutely no sense of collective honor. They were simply drawn to strength. However, upon closer examination, it makes perfect sense. After all, the chess academy is just a place to learn chess, and changing it won't have much of an impact on the students. The people who are truly uneasy now are the Wang family who run this chess academy, and Wang Hong, the one who provoked Jiang Chen here. Suddenly, squeak, the gate to the inner courtyard of the chess academy opened. The entire room fell silent instantly. A middle-aged man stepped forward first, bowing slightly and standing to the side, extending his hand as if to lead the way. That's Wang Feng, Wang Hong's father, Shun Qing whispered a reminder. Immediately afterwards, a thin but energetic old man came out. This old man is Qin Xiong, a ninth dan Go player, the strongest outside, help the Wang family could hire, Zhao Fuhua said from the side. His overall strength ranks among the top 5 in the country. He should be your opponent today. If you beat him, there's no need to play the remaining 3 games. However, the door did not close after Qin Xiong appeared. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, another elderly man slowly stepped out. It was a very ordinary face, covered in wrinkles, with no distinguishing features. But when the old man's face was clearly seen, the entire chess room fell silent. Looking at that face, Zhao Fuhua murmured in disbelief. How could he be here? Does Wang Feng have the ability to get him to come? Who is this? Jang Chun asked in a low voice. You don't recognize him? Shen Qing looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. Even people who don't play chess should know him. The current world champion, the undisputed number 1 ranked player globally, and the greatest player in the chess world in nearly 1,000 years. Jisant Li. At this moment, Li Yi smiled and looked at the expressions of everyone in the room, indicating that he was very satisfied. His gaze swept across the crowd and immediately fell upon the boy in the center, holding a folding fan. Ignoring everyone else, he slowly walked up to Jiang Chun and began to examine him with great interest. You were the one who beat 5 8 dan players yesterday, weren't you? It's me. Cough cough. We should still show due respect to our elders. It is indeed I, young master. Amidst the astonished gazes of those around him, Jiang Chun unfolded his folding fan. Neither humble nor arrogant. That's the true nature of a man. Oh! Seeing Jiang Chen's reaction, Li Yi suddenly wanted to scare him. Today, this game of chess is between you and me. Despite the panicked looks from Shen Qing and the others, Jiang Chun remained unfazed. Okay, please. You don't recognize me? Li Yaskit Somahat Surprisit. I know him, the Go Master Li. Aren't you scared? There's nothing to be afraid of. Good, good, good. Amidst the anxious gazes of Shen Qing and the others, and the expectant look in Wang Feng's eyes, Li Yi clapped his hands and laughed heartily. I'll play this game with you. Chapter 51 Playing Against the Chess Saint. No, that's against the rules. A crisp sound suddenly rang out. Jiang Chun looked up in surprise and found that it was Luo Tingting who spoke. I remember the rules mentioned that only players from the chess academy could participate in these 10 games. Li Qixing is not a player from Ichio Chess Academy, which is against the rules. Luo Tingting tilted her head slightly. Her ear tips were slightly red, and her breathing was rapid. It was clear that she had mustered up a lot of courage to say these words. Is that so? Across the chessboard, Li Yi pondered for a moment, then turned to look at Wang Feng. Your name is Wang Feng, right? How about I be a chess player at your chess academy for a day? Of course, no problem. It would be my honor. Wang Feng quickly bowed in response. At this moment, Wang Feng was extremely excited. He knew Li Yi's importance better than anyone else. If Li were to play this game, there's absolutely no way they would lose. No. Luo Tingting spoke again. Chess master, don't you think this is bullying the weak? Perhaps you intervened in this game just out of interest, but if Jiang Chen loses, he will pay the price. When she realized that all eyes were on her, Luo Tingting unconsciously shrank her neck, but her gaze remained firm. No one knew whether these words would offend the chess world's supreme master, not even Luo Tingting herself. But she just said it without even understanding where that courage came from. Snap! Jiang Chun closed his folding fan, the crisp sound drawing everyone's attention back to him. Thinking about it this way, it's true that this arrangement is not fair to me. He turned to look at Wang Feng. Since Mr. Wang wants the chess master to play against me, a newcomer to the chess world, shouldn't Mr. Wang place a little more bets to ensure fairness? What do you want? Wang Feng looked at Jiang Chun, his brows furrowing slightly. Although the person opposite him was just a high school student, Jiang Chen's performance in all aspects made him impossible to underestimate. I want half of the Wang family's assets. Jiang Chen's tone was calm but firm. Stocks, funds, real estate, shopping malls, including this chess academy. I want half of them all. He paused, then looked directly at Wang Feng. Also, you should know why I'm here. If I win, Wang Hong will have to pay the price. Deal, Wang Feng said without hesitation. The assets are of course important to the Wang family. Losing half of them could very well lead to the disintegration of the entire family. Wang Hong himself is not important, but he is ultimately surnamed Wang, and his reputation is linked to that of his family. If he is slapped in the face, the Wang family will also feel the pain. But all of this is predicated on Jiang Chen winning. Jiang Chen was able to defeat Li Yi, the chess master who had been the pinnacle of chess for 1,000 years and had never been defeated in 30 years. It's ridiculous. Luo Tingting stood to the side, her fingertips twisting the hem of her clothes, her face filled with worry. Jiang Chen, rest assured. Jiang Chen nodded gently and gave her a reassuring smile. Seeing that both sides had reached an agreement, Li Yi spoke up. How'd it go? Everything's settled. Jiang Chen turned around. Yes, senior, we can begin. Soon, the chessboard and pieces were ready. The chessboard was surrounded by a huge crowd. Most of them came to catch a glimpse of the chess master. In fact, apart from Luo Tingting, no one thought Jiang Chen would win. Even Zhao Fuhua and Shun Qing felt that Jiang Chen was too arrogant and had lost his sense of proportion. Although everyone acknowledges Jiang Chen's strength, but in their hearts, the title of chess saint is synonymous with victory. There can be no surprises. On the chessboard, Li casually picked up a few chess pieces and held them in his palm, smiling as he looked at Jiang Chen. Singular. Li raised an eyebrow and slowly opened his palm. 3 chess pieces lay quietly in the palm of your hand. Jiang Chen, playing black, makes the first move. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen made his move. Placed the piece at the center of the board. Li Yi, playing his piece, casually placed it diagonally above the black piece. Slanting stop. Seeing that Li Yi did not place his stone close to the center, Jiang Chen did not hesitate and placed his second stone diagonally opposite the black stone, forming the first live 2 in this game. A Puyue-style opening. In this game, Jiang Chen didn't place his pieces randomly as before, but instead used a set pattern from Gamoku that he had studied and learned before. After all, the opponent was a chess master who was a once-in-a-millennium talent in this world, and Jiang Chen didn't know his exact level, so he simply went all out to avoid being caught off guard and losing his game. The Puyu style on the chessboard is recognized as one of the top winning openings for black among the 26 professional openings. It is highly aggressive and complex in its variations. If white makes even the slightest mistake in its response, black can easily lead to an early and inevitable victory. Although Jiang Chen's research on this formula wasn't that in-depth, he was still confident that he could handle the people in this world. At this moment, Li looked up and glanced at Jiang Chen with great interest. He's been in the chess world for decades and has seen countless openings. He knew that the variables brought about by this opening move would throw the entire game into chaos. Stirring up the game to find a winning opportunity? Was it intentional or unintentional? This kid seems interesting. At this moment, Li Yi was unaware that what he saw as a chaotic game of chess was, in Jiang Chen's eyes, a clear and straight path to victory. Chapter 52, Victory. The inner courtyard of Ichio Chess Academy. In the dimly lit room, Wang Hong sat alone on the sofa, leaning forward, his teeth unconsciously and repeatedly biting his thumbnail, making a soft clicking sound. Blood slowly seeped out, but he seemed completely unconcerned. Today is the day Jiang Chun and Qin Xiong, a 9-dan player, will play their match. This game determined his future. Can Qin Lao win? If it had happened before yesterday, Wang Hong would not have had the slightest doubt. But now he's not so sure, especially after reading the discussions about Jiang Chun on the Gamoka forum last night. This anxiety was amplified to the extreme. What if Jiang Chen wins? What if the chess academy really goes bankrupt? If Wang Feng really expelled him from the clan, wouldn't he become a lowly person? Fear, like a vine, tightly bound Wang Hong's heart. Beep, beep, beep. Wang Hong hurriedly took out his phone. He made an appointment with a familiar student at the chess academy to tell him the latest news. Wang Hong stared intently at the screen, first stunned, then his body trembled violently. What? Jiang Chen is actually playing against the chess master Li Yi in this game. Good, good, good. Wang Hong stared intently at the screen, trembling with excitement. Although the specific reason is unknown, it could be that the chess master himself intervened. Then we're sure to win. Wang Hong gripped his phone tightly, his hands trembling slightly. If we win this game, not only will we be able to saddle Jiang Chen with a huge debt, making him unable to play chess for the rest of his life, but we will also be able to make him lose his current popularity. Although given Jiang Chen's current capabilities, debt is meaningless. But if fewer people pay attention to him, anything can happen. Since we've already offended him to death, as long as Jiang Chun is alive, he's a threat. Once this is over, even if it means spending a few days in a juvenile detention center, we must find a way to kill him. Inside the chess room of the chess academy. Break. Jiang Chun hesitated for a moment, then placed a piece, cutting off Li Yi's upcoming 5-space jump. Jiang Chen really put some thought into this game. It must be said that Li Yi truly deserves his title as a chess master. His chess skills are astonishing, and his perception of the game situation is also extremely keen. Even though Jiang Chun disrupted the game with the Puyu opening, Li Yi was still able to keenly perceive it and try to establish an advantage in the chaos. He truly deserves the title of the world's Go Master. Her strength is truly no less than Jiang Chen's junior high school classmate. This made Jiang Chen nostalgic for the feeling of secretly playing chess with his classmates in class in the past. Meanwhile, opposite Jiang Chen, Li Yi was experiencing a huge emotional upheaval. The game had only gone on for about 10 moves when the boy in front of him had already cut off 3 of his 4-in-a-row moves and 1 3-in-a-row combination. Up until now, the other side has not shown any strong intention to attack. Each step was steady and methodical. Yet there was no rush to attack. It seemed to be setting the stage for a certain move. But Li Yi couldn't see through it at all. He even had a vague feeling that he was being led by the nose by the other party. This is undoubtedly an illusion. In such a chaotic situation, no one can devise a clear strategy in advance. But none of that matters. Gamoku is ultimately a game of shapes. With decades of experience, and by closely observing the possible sequences and checkers your opponent might form, it's impossible to lose. Li was confident that he wouldn't leave any loopholes. Meanwhile, everyone else, except for Qin Xiong, who could barely keep up with the pace of the game, was completely bewildered. All they could observe was that Li Yi's expression gradually changed from relaxed to serious. Why does it feel like neither side is really attacking? Be quiet. Watch closely. I have a feeling this game could very well be the best match ever played. As the game progresses, the number of pieces on the board gradually increases, and the situation becomes increasingly complex. Finally, on the 21st move, Jiang Chun placed another black piece, forming the first truly offensive 3 in a row. The attack is coming. Li immediately blocked the shot, simultaneously cutting off the connection between the 3 players and the other black pieces. Jiang Chun then placed his piece again. This time, the piece landed diagonally opposite, forming a 4-in-a-row jump with the previous piece. But that's all. With his keen intuition about the shape of the pieces, Li Yi found the connected pieces in the corner with almost no effort and cut them off in time. Although black currently holds the advantage, he hasn't yet created a very threatening 4-in-a-row or 3-in-a-row. As long as we can block his path in time, we'll eventually have a chance to counterattack, Li Yi thought to himself. Jiang Chun made another move, creating another 3-in-a-row. Block. Jump to level 4. Break. Aiming for 4th place. Block. Wait a minute, where did this rush to 4th place come from? Li Yi suddenly realized something, and his expression hardened. Wrong. He stared at the chessboard, carefully analyzing the game once again. Jiang Chen's attempt to reach the 4th rank was temporarily constructed using the first 3-ranked move and the previous 4-ranked move. The move Jiang Chun just made will soon be used to prepare for another 3-in-a-row. Li Yi suddenly realized that he had no room to maneuver. Faced with the charge of the 4th move, he could only block it, then watch helplessly as Jiang Chun performed a live 3rd move, and was then forced to block the next move. Those seemingly unrelated moves, in this continuous series of moves, transformed into a perfect yet deadly noose made of black stones. The noose is now tightening. How long is this noose? How to break this deadlock? Li Yi frowned, his hand holding the chess piece, hesitant to place it. Seeing this, Jiang Chen smiled slightly. This game was unfair from the very beginning. Perhaps due to the limited intelligence of this world, the only compensation for Black's first move in the rules of Gamoku in this world is a few commonly used forbidden moves. However, in the original world, the RIF rules not only require forbidden moves, but also include rules such as 3-move exchange and 5-move 2 attacks, which specifically limit the Black's first move advantage. Computer simulations have long proven that without these restrictions to prevent Black from playing specific opening patterns, Black's winning percentage would be 100% without exception. Li Yi had already lost the game from the very beginning. Those nearby noticed that Li Yi was constantly on the defensive and were somewhat puzzled. Why doesn't the chess master attack? A student couldn't help but ask in a low voice. No. Qin Xiong stood to the side, his brows furrowed. There's no chance. In the current game, he can only barely judge the situation by understanding Li Yi's every move. Clearly, Li Yi was in a very passive position. On the chessboard, even. Another push for the top 4. Block. Jump again. The chessboard is ever-changing, and in the blink of an eye, several moves have been made. Li Yi truly lives up to his reputation as a chess master. Every move he makes is extremely precise. Seeing that Jiang Chen's moves were being countered one by one, Li Yi breathed a sigh of relief. We made it through. If we block this 4th-place attack, then only one 3rd-place player will remain. If only. Suddenly, Li Yi froze. He looked at a point on the chessboard, the key point for creating the next 3 in a row. He knew Jiang Chen would come down here. Jiang Chen will indeed land here. But now, in the diagonal direction, this point, combined with Jiang Chen's move of placing a 4-space jump 3 times earlier, forms another 4-space jump. Jiang Chen's move here creates a 4-3 advantage. This means he simultaneously creates a potential 4-4 and a live 3. The rules state that Black has forbidden moves such as 3-3, 4-4, and long chains, but not 3-4. This move signifies a dead end. Li Yi lost. Chapter 53 is truly ugly. Li Yi let out a long breath and looked up at Jiang Chen. But he found that Jiang Chen was also calmly looking at him. The two looked at each other and smiled. Li Yi took 2 chess pieces out of the chess box and gently placed them on the chessboard. To resign and admit defeat. Did we win? Jiang Chun defeated the chess saint. For a moment, the entire room fell silent. Then cheers and screams instantly filled the chess room. My God, what did I just see? The Go Master lost. The Go Master who hadn't lost in decades actually lost. Just who is this Jiang Chun? He's only 17 years old, and he's already defeated the chess saint. Could it be that the chess master deliberately let us win? Shut up. A real chess player takes every game seriously. Only someone like you would throw a game. Shen Xing and Luo Tingting breathed a sigh of relief. Holy crap, Jiang Chun, you're amazing. Why didn't you say so sooner? I was so worried for you. Shen Xing teased with a smile. Jiang Chun, I knew you could win. Oh dear, I wonder who was it that turned bright red just now. Saying something like, oh dear, this isn't fair, I don't agree. Oh no, I was wrong. Shen Xing imitated Luo Tingting's voice in a high-pitched voice, and Luo Tingting chased after her, blushing, as if to hit her. Zhao Fuhua, standing to the side, was also so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. He stared blankly at Jiang Chun, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. Qin Xiong stood aside, looking surprised. Is there really anyone in this world who can beat Li Yi? Is he still a teenager? Old Li, how much of your strength did you use in this game? Absolutely, Lao Yin, Li replied earnestly. That kid won brilliantly. Qin Xiong stared at the boy in shock. Then a strange light flashed in his eyes. Of all the people, only Wang Feng looked as if he had lost his parents. Li lost. How could Li lose? How could Li lose? Wang Feng leaned against the wall, feeling dizzy and disoriented. Everything is gone. All because of this boy who appeared out of nowhere, whose chess skills are even stronger than the chess saint. Etc. Is Jiang Chen's chess skill even stronger than that of a chess master. He also wants half of the Wang family's assets. Family precept number 64. Those of high status should voluntarily contribute wealth and power and attempt to establish a connection with the family. Suddenly, something clicked in Wang Feng's mind. My backache is gone, my legs don't hurt anymore, and I feel refreshed all over. President Jiang. Wang Feng greeted Jiang Chen with a broad smile as he strode towards him. Jiang Chen was taken aback. This competition has concluded successfully. As agreed, I will transfer half of all the family's assets to you in the next 2 days, and you will also have the relevant profit accounts reviewed. To show my sincerity, half of last year's profits will also be transferred to your account. Wang Feng smiled broadly. According to the rules of the challenge, this chess academy should indeed cease operations. However, half of the academy's assets are now yours, and closing down would cause significant losses to your assets. Therefore, we sincerely hope that you will allow the academy to continue operating off course. To show our sincerity, all of the academy's profits this year will belong to you. Qin Xiong, standing beside Wang Feng, narrowed his eyes slightly. TSK, I've been beaten to it. I was originally planning to invite my young friend Jiang Chen to the capital for the start of the semester. A Go master who is not even 18 years old. The value of this title alone is equivalent to that of several Wang families. If the Wang family can use this incident to forge a bond with Jiang Chen, the future gains will far outweigh the current costs. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. Wang Feng's thoughts were easy to guess. Jiang Chen also needed the support of a powerful family. After all, if you only have a high IQ but no power or status, who knows when another Li Hong or Zhang Hong might emerge. Mr. Wang, you can handle these trivial matters. Compared to these, I care more about something else, Jiang Chun said. Of course, I understand. Wang Feng then turned to his entourage behind him. Go and bring Wang Hong up. Wang Feng, we won't interfere in your family matters, Qin Xiong said as he stood up to take his leave. By the way, as you all probably know, tomorrow is the day Old Li plays against AlphaGo. I hope that you will not spread the result of today's game for the time being, so as not to affect the morale of the entire chess community. After saying that, Qin Xiong and Li Yi smiled and nodded to Jiang Chun before leaving the chess room. Afterwards, the other trainees also tactfully left. Inside the chess academy, the door to a dimly lit room was suddenly opened. Young Master Wang. Mr. Wang requests your presence, said the servant outside the door. Where to? Chess room. Has the Go master already won? I don't know. I'm just responsible for taking you there. Wang Hong stood up, pondering to himself. It must be. When a chess master makes a move, how can he not win? But why would you call me here at this time? Perhaps because this matter originated with me. And this time we even went to the trouble of inviting Master Qin and the chess saint. My father asked me to apologize to them? Or is it that Jiang Chun is still unwilling to give up and is insisting on seeing me? It can't be that old bastard Wang Feng has taken a liking to Jiang Chen's abilities and wants us to shake hands and make peace, right? TSK, that means it'll be harder to make a move later. Jiang Chun is destined to die. The enmity between them is too deep. It's okay. There will be plenty of opportunities to plan ahead later. After passing through the long corridor, the attendant pushed open the door to the chess room and gestured for Wang Hong to go in. Father. Wang Honggang was about to speak when he suddenly sensed that the atmosphere was a bit off. Wang Feng sat in his seat in the chess room, his expression icy. Jiang Chun, meanwhile, was leaning back in his chair, gently waving a folding fan with his right hand, a smile on his face. Wang Hong's breathing suddenly became rapid, and an ominous premonition gripped him. An unsettling thought grew larger and larger in his mind, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. Wang Hong, come here, Wang Feng said. Yes. Wang Hong walked over. Seeing Wang Hong walk up to him, Wang Feng slowly spoke. Just now, President Jiang Chun won his game against the chess saint. He is now the owner of half of the Wang family's assets. You offended President Jiang before. Now, kneel down and apologize to him. Wang Feng's deep voice sounded like a thunderclap to Wang Hong's ears. The chess master lost? Did Jiang Chun really win? What given a right? What makes him so special? Kneel down immediately. Wang Feng urged him coldly from the side. Wang Hong trembled as he slowly moved to Jiang Chen's side, his face flushed red. A ringing in his ears, which had started at some point, was throbbing in his head. What makes Jiang Chen so special? He's nothing but a lowly commoner. He's just a lowly commoner. 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 A lowly. Wang Hong suddenly went berserk, lunging forward and grabbing straight for Jiang Chen's neck with both hands. But he was immediately grabbed by the servants behind him, his arms were twisted behind his back, and he was forced to kneel on the ground with his face pressed to the ground. You're just a lowly commoner. Wang Hong twisted his face with difficulty and roared at Jiang Chen. Why can't you just stay at the bottom and behave yourself? Why don't you obediently grovel at my feet? Why can't you just accept your fate like the other lowly commoners? Wang Hong, you son of a bitch. Wang Feng was furious and about to explode when he saw Jiang Chen stand up. Jiang Chen squatted down, looked down at Wang Hong, whose face was pressed to the ground, examined him for a while, and then gently shook his head. How ugly, Wang Hong. Then Jiang Chen turned around and led the other 3 people out of the chess academy. Mr. Wang, you can decide what to do. I hope I never see him again in my lifetime. Good. Chapter 54, Defeated by Capital. Inside Ichio Chess Academy, Wang Feng narrowed his eyes, watching the departing figures of Jiang Chen and the other 3 not far away, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. He turned around and stared sharply at Wang Hong, who was still being held down on the ground. Wang Hong had calmed down by this time and realized that his behavior just now was too impulsive. When he saw Wang Feng looking at him, he trembled slightly and lowered his head even further. Father, looking at his son, Wang Feng shook his head helplessly and waved his hand, signaling the servants holding Wang Hong to release him. He helped Wang Hong up from the ground, gently brushing the dust off his body with a tender gesture. This was the first time in so many years that he had looked at his son so intently. You have a deep grudge against Jiang Chen. Now that things have come to this, I plan to send you abroad. Wang Feng's tone revealed a hint of regret. But don't worry, I will not skimp on your food, clothing, and other necessities. Upon hearing this, Wang Hong couldn't help but lower his head slightly. Okay, father, please take care of yourself while I'm away. All right. Wang Feng gestured to his attendant to take Wang Hong back to the inner courtyard. Wang Hong turned away with a reluctant expression, secretly thinking, that old bastard Wang Feng is afraid of Jiang Chun. He probably wants to hide me in some remote little place. My days are probably going to be tough for a while. I'll come back sooner or later, Jiang Chen. We'll meet again someday. Behind him, Wang Feng watched his son's figure disappear at the end of the corridor and gently shook his head. Arrange for him to take a car to southern Xinjiang tomorrow, and once he reaches the no-man's land, stage a car accident. Find someone trustworthy to do it. Yes. Find a naming agency to change the name of Ichio Chess Academy. The new name should include the character Chun. He paused, then continued to give instructions. Furthermore, summon all senior executives to an immediate meeting. The company's development direction will undergo a major change within the next 50 years. Let's part ways here. Xinxing pulled Luo Tingting along and waved to Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun, let's go back now. Jiang Chun smiled and waved goodbye. Let's go, Jiang Chun, get in the car. Zhao Fuhua stood beside a bright blue Ferrari and waved to Jiang Chun. They remained silent the entire way. The Ferrari's horsepower was indeed abundant, and before long, the two arrived at the entrance of Jiang Chen's residential area. Zhao Fuhua gently pressed the brake pedal, turned his head, and casually asked, So, Jiang Chun, have you thought about what I mentioned last time? We'll see. Jiang Chun smiled. Having just acquired half of the Wang family's assets, we shouldn't be short of money for the time being. Sure, let me know if you have any ideas. You're welcome anytime. The two smiled at each other, and Jiang Chun got out of the car. See you later. See you later. Jiang Chun hadn't gone far after getting out of the car when he heard the roar of an engine behind him. This time, Zhao Fuhua didn't keep an eye on Jiang Chun from behind. As soon as he got home, Jiang Chun took out his phone. After all, the family is now rich, so I have to tell my dad. Upon opening the chat window, Jiang Chun discovered a message record that had been retracted. He sent a message and waited for a long time, but there was no response. After waiting for a while, Jiang Chun simply made a phone call. Beep, beep, beep. The call was immediately disconnected. Less than half a minute later, the phone rang again. "Hello, son, what's up?" Jiang Li's voice came from the other end of the phone, with the sound of a strong wind in the background. "Oh, it's nothing urgent, just some good news," Jang Chen replied. "If it's not urgent, let's talk about it next time. I have something urgent to attend to." "Ah, okay, then you go ahead and get busy. We'll talk again next time." Beep, beep, beep. The call was abruptly ended. Jiang Chen stared blankly at his phone. "What's going on?" "The wind is so strong in the receiver." "Did it run off to the Arctic?" "It's unlikely. They're probably just rushing to meet a deadline at some construction site." "Never mind. I'll tell him next time. This is probably the last time Dad will work on a construction site. Once he realizes that his family is suddenly not short of money, and he starts drinking and gambling every day, he might even start to miss the happy times he had on the construction site." Jiang Chun stopped thinking about it, adjusted his position, and nestled into the sofa, intending to take a nap. Beep. Jiang Chen's phone screen suddenly lit up. He opened Feishan and found it was Li Chuanga Junior High School classmate and Jiang Chen's best friend. The Feishan message contained only one sentence. "I felt a bit unwell after going out for drinks." IKEA food stall. Under the dim light, the smells of cooking oil and cumin wafted in the night breeze. On the table were piles of freshly grilled meat skewers and several plates of edamame. Jiang Chun and Li Xiang's ice-cold beer clinked together, producing a crisp, clear sound. Jiang Chun picked up a skewer of slightly charred pork belly, but didn't eat it right away. He just looked at Li Chuang. "Tell me, what happened?" Li Chuang tilted his head back and gulped down a large mouthful of wine. His Adam's apple bobbed a few times before he spoke in a hoarse voice. "I failed the special admission exam. In the end, I still lost a capital." "What are you even talking about?" Chapter 55, A Familiar Chess Move. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun wanted to retort immediately, his lips almost twitching with barely suppressed sarcasm. But seeing Li Chuang's disheveled yet earnest appearance, he realized that the other party was not joking. "Let's talk in detail, and perhaps I can give you some advice," Jiang Chun finally said calmly, holding back his emotions. "You? Go to hell." After the shouting match, Li Chuang was clearly in a better mood and slowly recounted what had happened. 10 minutes later, Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes. "You mean your score was definitely high enough to get into the nursing school of Jiangbei Vocational and Technical College, but some capitalists used resources to change your score in order to get that spot, causing you to fail to get in and lose your qualification to enter a junior college." "That's right. I worked hard for 3 years. Oh well, I gave 3 years to the capitalists. I'll just consider those 3 years as being wasted." Li Chuang took another swig, but when he looked up, he saw an indescribable expression on Jiang Chen's face. What kind of expression is that?" His voice suddenly rose, and he instantly lost control of his emotions. "Jiang Chen, you don't believe me either? Even you don't believe me." At the same time, in downtown Jiangbei, inside the banquet hall of a 100-foot-tall building, the lights were dazzling. On stage, the host was raising his arms and shouting, "Welcome everyone to Mr. Chen's son's college admission banquet. Now, let's welcome tonight's star young Mr. Chen." A moment later, a servant pushed a wheelchair onto the stage. A young man with a crooked mouth and unfocused eyes sat in a wheelchair. "Let's congratulate Mr. Chen on his successful admission to the nursing school of Jiangbei Vocational and Technical College." Thunderous applause erupted from the audience. The next day, early morning, upon arriving in the capital, the Yulong Chess Academy was bustling with activity. Chess Saint. In the current chess world, only you have a chance to defeat that artificial intelligence. Chess Saint. You must win. Win this game on behalf of humanity. Li Yi looked at the crowd surrounding him, then at Qin Xiong beside him, who had a solemn expression, and nodded steadily. "I will do my best." Li Yi then stepped into the chess academy alone and was immediately surrounded by a group of reporters. "Master Chess, are you confident about this match? How do you evaluate the statement made by the AlphaGo team that Gamoku is dead? Does the defeat of dozens of the world's top chess players put pressure on you?" Li Yi calmly glanced at the reporter who asked the question, smiled slightly, and said nothing more. He had nothing to say. This old man has condensed all his energy for today into the games that will last for the next few hours. As Li Yi stepped in, The door to the game room closed behind him, shutting out the noise. The room was dimly lit, and Li Yi sat down on one side of the chessboard. On the other side, there was only a display screen and a person playing chess for the AI. To ensure fairness, this match was decided to be a best-of-3 series. Li Yi sat down, slowly closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. When I opened my eyes again, all that remained was a calm, sharp light. In that instant, the player on the opposite side who was in charge of moving the pieces felt an inexplicable pressure and subconsciously tensed his back. This is an instinctive fear of the strong. Let's begin, Li Yi said. The first game begins. Li Yi guessed correctly and went first with black. As expected, the first pick is Tian Yuan. The AI then placed a piece diagonally above, and Li Yi immediately made a 2 in a row. The two sides engaged in fierce combat. 10 hands, 20 moves, 30 hands. With his absolute awareness of the board positions and the first move advantage of black, Li Yi once took the initiative in the game, which excited everyone in the spectator room. But only Li Yi himself knew that this was just a facade. In fact, every threatening move he made on the chessboard was precisely neutralized by the AI. That extremely cold computing system is more sensitive and stable than human intuition. At the same time, because it integrates all the chess games in the network, the AI's various responses are extremely ingenious. Li even saw his own reflection in some of the moves. As the pieces were moved back and forth, the AI was silently eroding Li Yi's initial advantage, while calmly waiting for him to make a mistake. Everyone makes mistakes, even a chess master. This mistake is not a major error that could overturn the game, but rather a small flaw that accumulates step by step and seems to have a negligible impact on the game. These flaws will eventually surface all at once at some point. Finally, on the 37th move, Li Yi's last offensive route was completely blocked. After this move was made, the AI system immediately dropped Li Yi's winning percentage to 0. Subsequently, the AI launched a counterattack. Although Li Yi did not give up, he built a new strategy outside the original one in an attempt to salvage the situation. But AI didn't give him a chance. Ultimately, AI won on move 64. The result of this game caused an uproar both inside and outside the chess room. The undefeated Go Master of Decades has really lost. I don't believe it. Is Gamoku really dead? Don't be discouraged, everyone. There are still 2 games left. There's still hope. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the second round began. In this round, Lady Luck was not on Li Yi's side. Li Yi lost the first move and took the white pieces to move second. AI trolls are unlikely to give up this rare first mover advantage. It started with the center point and quickly built a diagonal second point, launching a fierce offensive. Li Yi, who had the first move advantage, was forced to block and cut off the AI's moves, and tried to use the forbidden moves of the black pieces to limit the AI's path. But it was all in vain. Having lost the initial advantage, Li Yi faced even greater difficulties in this game. Finally, on the 47th move, the AI simultaneously made a 4 in a row and 3 in a row play in the corner. 4-3 wins. Li Yi has lost. This game of chess was not a back-and-forth contest, but a one-sided crushing defeat. It seems to be using the simplest way to make everyone realize the insurmountable gap between humans and AI. According to the rules, it was a best-of-3 series, and Li Yi lost the match against the AI. At that moment, the hearts of countless Gamoku enthusiasts outside the venue sank sharply. Some veteran chess fans and players couldn't help but burst into tears. The AI team members all had smiles on their faces, and some of them were already making arrangements, taking out the banner that had been prepared in advance. Gamoku is dead. Inside the venue, Li Yi simply sat in a chair, seemingly deep in thought. Etc. Li Sudeni spoke up. Since it's a best-of-3 series, let's finish these 3 games. Upon hearing Li Yi speak, the AlphaGo team members were stunned. Losing 2 games isn't enough? As a chess master, don't you realize how much the algorithm crushes you? Do you want to struggle one more time? Of course, no problem. The AI team had no reason to refuse. The more times this chess master loses, the more it proves that Gamoku is indeed dead. Seeing this, even the audience outside the venue couldn't help but wonder and didn't understand Li Yi's idea. In the third round, Li Yi guessed first. After the opponent announced the odd number, he took a deep breath and unfolded the chess pieces in his palm. 2. Li Yi plays black and goes first. This time, Li Yi revealed a smile that he hadn't shown throughout the entire game. He goes first with the center point. AI, on the other hand, continues its upward trajectory. At this moment, Li Yi seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, placing his piece diagonally opposite the black stones, thus creating the first live 2 in the game. Off the field, Qin Xiong's pupils suddenly contracted. He knew what Li Yi was planning to do. He had just seen the starting point yesterday. This is yesterday, the beginning of the game for that boy named Jiang Chun, playing black. Chapter 56, Jiang Chun, have an unshirkable duty. Li lost again. The Puyu style is not a fixed style that he can master. Jiang Chun was able to guarantee victory with the Puyu style because he had a thorough understanding of the technique. Li Yi, on the other hand, had only seen it once, so naturally he couldn't execute it at its full potential. After Puyu successfully dragged the game into chaos at the start, Li Yi failed to maintain his advantage. Finally, on the 70th move, the AI placed a piece, forming a 4-4 formation, and the outcome was decided. But at this moment, Li Yi felt no disappointment whatsoever. In this game, winning or losing is no longer the key factor. All he wanted was to verify the conjecture in his heart. In fact, he succeeded. After dragging the game into chaos, Li Yi, relying on his memory, vaguely copied Jiang Chen's moves onto the board. Although inaccurate and even flawed, it did indeed throw the AI into a certain degree of confusion. Between moves 24 and 47, the AI's thinking time increased significantly, and it even made several moves that were not optimal. This had never happened in any of its previous matches. Qin Xiong, who was outside the game room, had a more direct experience of the AI's chaotic state during those 20-odd moves. Between those 20-odd moves, the AI's real-time win rate prediction fluctuated wildly. One moment, it was a steady 80%, the next it plummeted to 20%. The win rate curve, which had been smoothly maintaining at 80%, oscillated wildly during this period, like a disordered heartbeat. Qin Xiong stared silently at the screen, his gaze growing deeper. This series of anomalies only confirms one thing. Jiang Chen's chess strategy is effective. Perhaps only Jiang Chun can defeat this AI. As soon as Li Yi stepped out of the chess room after the game ended, he was immediately surrounded by reporters. Chess Saint, you carried the expectations of countless people, yet you lost 3 games in a row. What do you have to say now? As a recognized top chess player, does your defeat prove that humans are no longer able to defeat AI? Does this mean that the death of Gamoku is a foregone conclusion? Li stopped, cleared his throat, and his voice carried steadily. I did lose. The AI was clearly superior to me in terms of shape perception and rhythm control. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. He paused briefly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. But me lost does not mean that Gamoku has lost. My failure only represents my personal inadequacy, not the game itself, much less human players. But you're already recognized as the strongest in the chess world today. If even you can't beat me. No, you're wrong. Li interrupted, his tone clear and calm. I'm not the strongest. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene fell silent, then erupted in uproar. Li did not pause and continued. In fact, I will try to bring out the strongest chess player I have ever seen in my life to fight for humanity once again. After saying that, Li didn't say anything more. He nodded slightly and turned to leave amidst the astonishment and commotion of the crowd. This statement spread rapidly with the report, and within half a day, the news that the chess master personally admitted that he is not the strongest and a mysterious chess player may be going to fight against AI had spread throughout the streets and alleys. Jiang Chun shut down his computer and rubbed his temples. Li Chuang was right. In this world, a single college diploma is indeed worth the effort and resources that capital would put into creating such a scheme. Social classes here have long been rigid. Due to the pressure of making a living, most ordinary people inherit their father's businesses, and only those in power have the freedom to choose their jobs. Entering government work and gaining power is the common goal of those people. However, government departments have extremely high intellectual requirements, and only recruit college graduates who have received higher education. But getting into university is not easy. In fact, due to intellectual limitations, most people can only receive basic education to maintain daily life. Therefore, in this world, high school students are already an absolutely highly educated group in society and are the talents who remain in school after passing the screening of primary school to junior high school and high school entrance examinations. And the college entrance examination will only be more difficult. Those who are able to enter junior college are 1 in 100. Perhaps someone really did steal Li Chuang's spot. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. After all, I should be considered a wealthy man now. I'll try to find an opportunity to help Li Chuang in a couple of days. Jiang Chen, look at the news. It's the #1 trending topic. Luo Tingting's message popped up. Jiang Chen's eyebrows twitched slightly, and he casually opened a certain blog. 2 trending topics were prominently displayed at the top of the search list. Tragic news. Chess master Li Yi loses to AlphaGo. Is Gamoku 5 in a row dead? Shocking. A mysterious master still exists in the world of Go. The Go saint himself admits he is not the strongest. Both trending topics are related to the match between Li Yi and the AI. This world also has AlphaGo. Jiang Chun pursed his lips, his gaze lingering on the screen for a moment. However, the strongest player Li Yi mentioned wouldn't be me, would it? Beep beep beep. Just then, my phone vibrated. An unfamiliar number appeared on the screen. Jiang Chun pressed the answer button. Hello. Who is this? Is this Jiang Chun, young friend? A strong voice came from the receiver. I am Qin Xiong, 9th Dan. We met at the Go Academy yesterday. Senior Qin, Jiang Chen replied. Did you need something from me? You should have seen today's news by now. Qin Xiong's tone was calm, yet tinged with a hint of solemnity. Li lost. He lost to AlphaGo. I saw the trending topic, Jiang Chun said calmly. Please comfort the chess saint on my behalf, senior. Jiang Chun, Qin Xiong paused, his voice growing lower. If humanity is ultimately proven unable to defeat AI, then the spore of Gamoku may truly be coming to an end. He said solemnly, right now, if I were to ask who in this world could win, I can only think of you. Therefore, on behalf of the entire chess world, I would like to ask you to play against the AI. Hearing this, Jiang Chun frowned slightly and hesitated for a moment. You overestimate me. AI algorithms have almost no weaknesses. It would be a waste of my time to download them. No, Qin Xiong explained earnestly. Li Yi tried in the last game your disruptive strategy exposed a weakness in the AI. If you had played that game, you would have had a chance of winning. You should be aware of AI's data analysis capabilities. Jiang Chen's tone was calm, but his words were clear. Since the chess saint has already used a similar move against it, it has likely made targeted optimizations. If I go now, the result may not be different. Of course, these were just excuses that Jiang Chun came up with on the spot. Jiang Chen knew better than anyone that, without any forbidden moves or restrictions on 3-move exchanges or 5-move double attacks, the advantage of playing black first was virtually unassailable. Even if the AI could calculate the intention behind each of his moves, as long as Jiang Chun played black, there was no possibility of him losing. After he finished speaking, there was a brief silence on the other end of the phone. After a long silence, the person on the other end of the phone spoke again. Jiang Chun, I played chess my whole life. I know Zhao Gang has a solid style and is good at making counterattacks. Liao Rong is extremely aggressive and his first 20 moves are sharp. Hanley has a stable style and is good at using retreat as a strategy to advance. Qin Xiong's voice suddenly became somewhat heavy. But that AI, it has no soul. In the game against it, there is nothing. If AI truly dominates the chess world, future players will only imitate and replicate it. What's the difference between chess without its soul and a dead game? Qin Xiong's tone gradually became more serious as he spoke. I still hope. You can get a try. Even if you lose, it's all right. Consider it a favor the chess world owes you. If you win, he paused slightly. It's not just the 200 million prize money. As long as you ask, I will do my best to fulfill your request. At this point, his words were almost earnest. On the other end of the phone, Jiang Chun paused slightly before speaking. Wait, what did you just say? I'm talking about the chess world. Not this sentence, but the one before it. Not just the 200 million bonus? Could it be Zimbabwean dollars? Oil. All right. For humanity. For the chess world. I, Jiang Chun, have no choice but to do it. Chapter 57, He's Just a Teenager. Have you heard? The chess master has challenged AlphaGo to another match in just 2 days. Hasn't he already lost? It said that it was arranged on behalf of the strongest chess player he mentioned. Is there really someone stronger than the chess saint? Who is it? The chess master didn't reveal anything, only saying that he didn't want outsiders to disturb his opponent's preparations. As the news spread, the topic of humanity's strongest Go player challenges AI again instantly went viral across the internet. However, the identity of that mysterious chess player remains a mystery. In an effort to find that player, reporters began interviewing top players who had played against Li Yi, but all of them denied it. Furthermore, Li Yi's comment at the press conference that the player was unparalleled throughout history has shrouded the identity of this mysterious chess player in a thick veil of speculation. While the news caused a huge uproar in the outside world, Jiang Chen was not idle either. In the past 2 days, he's been reviewing his games behind closed doors, recalling and refining the patterns he had studied in the past, and carefully comparing the overall level of Gamoku in the world through the internet. At the same time, he also watched replays of all the games played by AI against top players online. The conclusion reached was that as long as one plays black, one is guaranteed to win. However, if you play white, you basically have no chance of winning. In the original world, there were also established patterns suitable for Baizi. The problem lay with Jiang Chen himself. He was ultimately not a professional Go player. His research on Gamoku was purely out of interest, and therefore his understanding of various Go patterns and rules was not thorough enough. Furthermore, the world has very few restrictive rules for haters, and they're facing powerful AI, making the chances of white players turning the tide practically negligible. Jiang Chun was also helpless about this. This game, which will determine the fate of the world of chess, may ultimately depend on luck. 2 days later, Jiangbei City, Jiangbei branch of the Gamoku Association. As dawn broke, the entrance to the association was already crowded with people. Most of them were reporters and veteran chess players, hoping to be the first to see the mysterious chess player's true face. Hey, Mr. Chen, I just left the hotel. I'll be there soon. Okay, just show your pass when you get to the entrance. Jiang Chen walked to the entrance of the chess academy and squeezed into the crowd. Nearby, several reporters were having a lively conversation. Just wait and see. My information is absolutely reliable. That mysterious Go player is none other than Yu Xiaoyang, a 9-dan player who retired from Go in his early years. That can't be right. Old Yu is already... What do you know? He faked his death and went into seclusion. Who else could it be? Which active 9th-dan player hasn't been crushed by AI? Could it be you? Me? The photographer was spitting as he spoke. Excuse me, Jiang Chen said politely from his side. It couldn't possibly be this student, could it? The photographer didn't even glance at him, just took half a step to the side and continued his loud discussion. Absolutely no mistake. Whoever it is, my camera is right here. With my years of experience covering the news, I can recognize him the moment he appears. I'll just follow him and capture the whole thing as he walks in, and that'll be it for today. Hearing this, Jiang Chen was speechless for a moment. He silently crossed the red line and headed straight for the association's main entrance. As soon as I stepped onto the steps, staff members came forward to stop me. Sorry, the association is not open to the public today. I've come here at the invitation of Go Master Li Yi. Jiang Chen took out his pass and said calmly, Today I have 3 games to play against the AI. The staff member's pupils contracted slightly as he took the pass and carefully checked it. When he looked up again, his face was filled with shock. You are the chess master who is described as unparalleled throughout history. It's me, Jiang Chen said calmly, with a slight smile. Can we go in now? Of course. Please come in. The staff stepped aside, their eyes following Jiang Chen's retreating figure, and turned on their walkie-talkies. That chess player has come in. Inform the chess master and Qi 9-dan. At this moment, the reporters also noticed that someone had entered the association. Hey, look, that student just went in. I bet some well-connected junior got a spot to watch. Don't get distracted. Stay focused. The photographer lowered his voice, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. I have a feeling the main character should be here soon. Do you think Jiang Chun has a good chance of winning? Inside the observation room, Qin Xiong asked Li Yi a question. I can't say for sure, Li Yi said, shaking his head slightly. Jiang Chen's chess style is varied. He is good at deduction, and he plans before he acts. His control over the overall situation is far superior to mine. But he is facing an AI that has compiled the best of human chess records. He paused for a moment before speaking. I'm only sure he won't be as defenseless as I am. At that moment, a staff member came over. Chess Saint Elder Qin, that chess player has arrived. The two elderly people looked at each other and stood up together. As soon as the staff led Jang Chun into the lobby, Li Yi and Qin Xiong came to greet him. Young friend, thank you so much for your help this time, Li Yi said solemnly, his eyes filled with respect and appreciation as he looked at Jiang Chun. You're too kind. Jiang Chun nodded slightly. When can we begin? Now is fine. Li Yi and Qin Xiong stepped aside and led Jiang Chun toward the game room. Inside the game room, the AlphaGo team is making final adjustments. What kind of player would be described by the Go master as unparalleled throughout history? I don't know, but as long as he has played chess in public, the data should exist in AlphaGo's database. No matter what, AlphaGo will not lose. As they were discussing in hushed tones, the door to the control room was pushed open. Li Yi and his group walked in. Senior chess master, the AI is ready. The AlphaGo project manager stepped forward. When will that chess player arrive? We've arrived. We've arrived. The project manager looked around. Where are they? Oh, I forgot to introduce you. Li Yi stepped aside, letting Jiang Chun stand in front of him. This is Jiang Chun. He is the chess player I mentioned before. Today, he will represent the Gamoku community in a match against AI. The person in charge was taken aback, his gaze falling on Jiang Chen's youthful face before suddenly turning to Li Yi, his eyes filled with astonishment. You're not joking, are you? The chess player you're talking about. Is this student? Almost simultaneously, the live stream clearly transmitted this scene to all the screens. Countless gazes, both inside and outside the venue, suddenly froze. That mysterious chess player who was personally acknowledged by the chess saint, given his last hope, and even hailed as unparalleled throughout history. He turned out to be just a teenager who still looked like he was studying. Chapter 58, Victory. Holy crap. Was that student the mysterious chess player just now? The cameraman holding the live stream camera outside the gate stared wide-eyed. Did any of you record it? What kind of recording is this? Who would have thought? The reporter next to him shook his head with a wry smile. With so many reporters outside, I doubt a single camera here is on. At this moment, Jang Chun had already taken his seat opposite the AI in the game room. His gaze was calm, his breath steady. Let's begin. Jiang Chun nodded in acknowledgement. The player reached in the chess basket and picked up a handful of chess pieces. Jiang Chun remained silent for a moment. One. Then, under Jiang Chen's gaze, and amidst countless breathless stares both inside and outside the arena, the other person slowly opened their palm. 3 chess pieces. Jiang Chun, playing black, makes the first move. In an instant, countless human chess players were invigorated. On stage, Jiang Chun also breathed a slight sigh of relief. A glint flashed in his eyes as he placed a piece on the chessboard. Tenjin. Good. Li Yi, who was watching the game, exclaimed in a low voice. With the first move, as long as Jiang Chun can replicate his previous moves, we have a chance of winning this game. However, what happened next made Li Yi's expression turn serious. It didn't land diagonally at the center of the square, as Li Yi had expected, but instead stayed right next to the center of the square. Stop straight. This move eliminated Jiang Chen's possibility of using the moon formation. The direction AI will take is not hard to predict. 2 days ago, in the final game between Li Yi and the AI, it wasn't just top human players like Li Yi who realized the absolute dominance of Pu Yu's opening moves. That very evening, using the unusual fluctuations in AI data from that game, the AlphaGo team quickly analyzed the shape of Li Yi's pieces and the possible subsequent variations of that shape and thoroughly entered this data into the database. Based on Jiang Chen's understanding of AI algorithm operation mode, AI today is the one in the world besides Jiang Chen who understands the Puyue pattern the most. But what's the use? On the other side of the chessboard, Jiang Chen's lips curled slightly, his smile extremely faint. Surely no one really thinks that when I play black, I only have one winning strategy. Jang Chun placed a white piece with his fingertip, the placement being close to the white piece, sandwiching it between two black pieces. Black's winning pattern 2, cold star. In the cold star formation, white's first few moves must be almost perfectly precise. Any slow move will lead to a quick defeat. Of course, there are ways to break this kind of situation. Through extremely tenacious defense, there is a chance to guide the game toward a vast and extremely complex branch known as long star defense, which is not yet fully understood. This would give us a chance to regain the initiative. However, Jiang Chun was not worried at all. Triggering the long star defense not only requires stringent conditions, but also demands that the player have a profound understanding of the cold star formation. AI knows absolutely nothing about the cold star bureau. As Jiang Chun continued to place his pieces, the AI's win rate curve, which had been consistently approaching the maximum value, finally began to fluctuate. Until the 20th move, Jiang Chun cut off nearly 70% of the AI's moves with a single move. After that, the AI's win rate curve began to fluctuate wildly, and its thinking time was also significantly extended. This situation clearly exceeded the expectations of countless people. Look, this data curve has collapsed. Holy crap, this kid can't actually win, can he? I'm starting to believe that this kid really did beat Li Yi. As the situation gradually worsened, the AI team became increasingly anxious. While playing against the AI, they quickly incorporated the chess patterns built by Jiang Chun into their algorithm library and used all their computing power for real-time analysis in an attempt to find a way out. But soon they realized there was no way out. In the subsequent tens of thousands of simulations conducted by the algorithm, all the subsequent game positions were dead ends. From which step did the problem begin? No one knows except Jiang Chen himself. Finally, on his 27th move, Jiang Chun connected the previously laid out pieces and placed his last piece. The 4-3 combination is formed. First game, Jiang Chun has won. Li Yi's pupils contracted sharply, and the mineral water bottle in his hand was twisted and deformed from his grip. The bottle cap popped off with a bang, splashing water all over Qin Xiong. Qin Xiong, however, was completely unaware. He just stared intently in Jiang Chen's direction, his hands trembling slightly, his lips pressed into a thin line. On and off the screen, everyone watching the game paused in shock when the black piece was placed. Immediately afterwards, the silent tremor transformed into a tsunami of ecstasy. The boy in front of us, not yet 20 years old, represented humanity and won the first round. This means that human players still have a chance to defeat AI, which means that Gamoku is not dead. The entire AI team stared intently at the screen, their faces filled with astonishment and confusion. After a brief silence, the person in charge stepped onto the stage and spoke hastily, requesting a halftime break. A staff member standing nearby asked in confusion, AI also needs rest? Considering that Jiang Chun may need to adjust his state, the person in charge hesitated before speaking. I'm not tired. Let's continue. Jiang Chen shrugged and replied with a smile. No. The person in charge was sweating profusely. It's because the equipment is overloaded and needs cooling. Jiang Chen smiled and said nothing more. Okay, halftime break is 30 minutes, the staff announced. The person in charge immediately turned and went back to the preparation room. The door wasn't even closed properly before the voice could be heard. Everyone get moving. Full power. Reanalyze all the data from that game imported into the database immediately. I have only one request. If the opponent uses the same strategy in the next game, I cannot afford to lose. Outside the lounge, Jiang Chun took a sip of cola and sighed inwardly. No amount of analysis will help. As long as I make the first move, even if I use this set pattern right in front of you, you have no chance of survival. This is the confidence that the wisdom of the original world gives me. After this game, Jiang Chun had a clearer understanding of the world's AI. His victory or defeat against the AI depends solely on the initial coin toss. It's somewhat ironic that the outcome of the battle between humans and AI ultimately depends on luck. Half an hour later, the break ended, and Jiang Chun sat down again. Let's begin. The player reached into the basket and picked up a chess piece. Jiang Chun closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and when he opened them, his voice was clear. 1. The player's arm trembled almost imperceptibly, and the corners of his mouth turned up in an uncontrollable smile. He slowly opened his palm. 2. Jiang Chun guessed wrong first. In the second game, the AI played black and went first. Chapter 59 Dead End. The guessing game ends first, and the AI plays black first. TSK. My luck has run out. Jiang Chun stared at the 2 black pieces in the other person's hand, then shook his head with a wry smile. Sure enough, good luck wouldn't always be on his side. In Gamoku, the white pieces have no fixed moves and are completely passive, their moves entirely dependent on the black pieces. In the original world, Z is not entirely without a chance of winning. Faced with 26 opening patterns, white pieces also have corresponding strong defensive positions. Combined with the many restrictions on black pieces in the original world, the fairness of the game can be largely guaranteed. But Jiang Chun was only studying Gamoku to show off, not to play professionally. He only needed to learn a few standard moves, so he didn't need to memorize so many counterpoints. And the AI in front of us now, as his opponent started with a move at the center point, Jiang Chun tentatively placed a piece diagonally. Without hesitation, the opponent placed their black pieces diagonally upwards. Pu Yu's opening move. AI learns really fast. Just now, I guess Anqing Bureau has also learned it. Jiang Chun continued to place his pieces. In the next few dozen moves, Jiang Chun was constantly suppressed, but he was still looking for an opportunity to counterattack. He attempted to disrupt the situation by using the theoretically strongest defensive point, while simultaneously destroying multiple live twos or potential connections for black. But the results were minimal, as these were merely delaying tactics. To win, one had to wait for the opponent to make a mistake. But AI doesn't make mistakes. Even AI in a world with intellectual disabilities wouldn't. In the end, the black pieces formed a 4-3 formation in the corner. Thus, AI won the second game. The defeat seemed inevitable. Although there was a period when the machine's win rate was unstable, Jiang Chun was suppressed throughout the game. The score is now tied at 1-1. Li Yi frowned, staring helplessly at the broadcast screen. This game demonstrated an extremely high level of skill, especially the dozens of moves Jiang Chun made after disrupting the game, which even Li Yi himself found difficult to fully understand. But Jiang Chun ultimately lost. This is enough to prove that even Jiang Chun cannot erase the first mover advantage from AI. In other words, the outcome of the final game will depend entirely on the coin toss in the next round. Jiang Chun, do you need to rest? After the game ended, the AI team leader's tone was noticeably more relaxed. Just now, he was genuinely worried that even AlphaGo, playing black pieces, would lose to Jiang Chun. It took 3 generations and decades to integrate that genius algorithm with the database. If even a genius algorithm and a massive database can't beat the teenager in front of us, then what's the point of 3 generations and decades of research? The person in charge dared not think about it. No need, Jiang Chen smiled. Let's continue. As the third game began, the opposing player once again reached into the chess basket and took out a chess piece. The chess player gripped the chess piece tightly and placed it in front of Jiang Chun, his fist trembling slightly involuntarily. Everyone knew that this divination would determine the outcome of the challenge. Jiang Chun took a deep breath and spoke in a deep voice. 1. Upon hearing this, the opposing player trembled violently at first, then exhaled a long breath. He relaxed his shoulders slightly and slowly opened his palm. There were still 2 in my palm. Lady Luck did not smile upon Jiang Chun again. AI plays black and goes first. It's over. For a moment, despair filled everyone's hearts. On the other side of the chessboard, Jiang Chun smiled helplessly. Well, at least we won 1 game, which is enough to prove that AI is not invincible. Perhaps in the future, such a genius will truly emerge in this world, someone who can truly rival AI. It's just that the prize money is indeed a bit of a pity. He exhaled softly, his gaze falling on the chessboard. Let's treat this last game as a relaxing game with an old friend. AI started with the center point, and Jiang Chun casually placed a piece on the right. The opposing black stone then placed its piece next to the white stone, which was the cold star move that Jiang Chen used in the first game. As expected, AI's learning ability is quite strong. Wait a minute. If the computations used by AI originate from extensive learning and reasonable inferences, Jiang Chen paused slightly, as if he had suddenly thought of something. Immediately afterwards, he placed his piece on the star point of the chessboard. This move clearly took everyone by surprise, and all the players, both inside and outside the arena, were slightly taken aback. What does this move mean? Did Jiang Chen make a mistake? This move has nothing to do with local offense and defense. So what special meaning does it have? What does Jiang Chen mean by this? To everyone's surprise, after this move was made, the AI on the other side of the chessboard fell into a long period of contemplation. That's it. Jiang Chen was shocked when he saw the AI status. He realized the biggest difference between AlphaGo in this world and AlphaGo in the original world. The AlphaGo algorithm in this world is designed for Gamoku, which is a shape-based game. Unlike Go, where territory is determined by strategic positioning, in shape-based games, any piece that cannot participate in a 5 in a row or prevent the opponent from doing so is considered a useless piece. Therefore, neither the AI in this world has any algorithms nor the chess game data it collects, and there are no strategies to deal with useless pieces. In other words, as long as the moves are made outside the framework of chess pattern logic, the AI algorithm can be bypassed. Even if the purpose of making a move is obvious, so obvious that everyone knows it. Since that's the case, thinking of this, Jiang Chen smiled. Chapter 60, Jiang Chen. Victory. He placed his piece on the diagonal side of the center, forming in sun shape with the previous white piece. Off the field, Li Yi frowned. What's the use of Jiang Chen's move? It didn't block any pieces, nor did it create any connection with his own pieces. The AI paused for a moment, then continued placing its pieces, connecting the previous two pieces to form a 3 in a row. Jiang Chen placed his piece again, this time blocking the 3 in a row above him, and simultaneously forming an even longer shape with the previous two pieces. What's going on? I should be blocking the landing spot from below, which is closer to my own landing point. Not only Li Yi, but all the top players in the chess world are wondering about this. As Jiang Chen and the AI continued to make moves, Jiang Chen's moves were completely unrelated. Countless white pieces were interspersed among the black pieces, forming sun characters, but without any connection. At first, everyone thought Jiang Chen had given up. On the 48th move, Li Yi's gaze suddenly sharpened. Old Qin, look at the gaps between the white pieces. The gaps are huge, full of flaws, and the pieces have no connection whatsoever. Qin Xiong shook his head. What do you want me to see? No, just pick any white piece on a line and count the intervals between them. Li Yi's eyes were fixed on the screen. 1, 2, 3, 4, diagonally 1, 2, 3 for its center. That's not right. Qin Xiong's voice suddenly stopped, and his breathing gradually became rapid. Could it be that Jiang Chen? Yes. Li Yi's voice was deep, but a sharp glint appeared in his eyes. He used this layout to lock all the seemingly unrelated gaps between the white pieces into a 4-square gap. In other words, as long as a black piece is within the coverage area of a white piece, it can only form a maximum of 4 squares. At the same time, almost everyone began to realize that something was wrong. Wait a minute. Jiang Chen's chess move is quite interesting. As long as the black pieces are within the area covered by the white pieces, although it may seem like there are no obstacles, it just can't form a set of 5. This is not Gamoku at all. It's like playing with a child. Black can easily break the game by placing a piece at the same spot where white would normally be placed. Looking at the chessboard in front of him, the person in charge broke out in a cold sweat. In fact, everyone was aware of the problem. But clearly, the AI's algorithm didn't realize that. AI will only instinctively calculate how to connect pieces and how to block the opponent's connections. These scattered white pieces in front of us haven't even formed a live 2, a winning hand, and according to the algorithm, they pose no threat. It was completely unaware that the future of the entire black game had been quietly locked down. Everyone knew how to break Jiang Chen's little trick, but the AI, which was touted as the world's strongest, couldn't. Jiang Chen used this game of chess to calmly demonstrate to the world. The AI that was dubbed the killer of Gamoku was just a machine with no thinking ability, relying solely on algorithms. As Jiang Chen placed his pieces one after another, the white shaped grid silently covered the chessboard. Picture: the AI's black pieces are like a child entering a maze, blindly stumbling through the gaps between white pieces with only 4 squares as the limit, trying to form a 5 in a row that is no longer possible. Finally, Jiang Chen stopped setting up his pieces and began filling the gaps between the white pieces on the board. This move was incredibly fast because the chessboard was covered with Jiang Chen's pieces, and each move was interconnected. Finally, on the 60th move, Jiang Chen made 2 consecutive 3 in a rows. This game, Jiang Chen wins. A moment of deathly silence fell over the entire venue. Immediately afterwards, a deafening roar of cheers erupted. Chapter 61, The Dividing Line Between the Old and the New Era. Holy crap, Jiang Chun really won. He's not even 20 years old. Not only did he beat Li Yi, but he also represented humanity in defeating AI. Just who is this guy? Regardless of his background, from this day forward, he is the strongest player in the 3 million years since the birth of Gamoku, the new Go Saint. Still calling him a chess saint? His chess skills are clearly on a completely different level from all current chess players. I think he should be given a special title. Chess God. Only the word God is worthy of his absolute dominance on the chessboard. In an instant, news of Jiang Chen's victory flooded the internet, streets, chess academies, and screens. Many intelligent people have already realized the significance of Jiang Chen's victory. As we all know, AI carries the chess moves of all chess players throughout history, plus near-unsolvable calculation and learning abilities. Jiang Chun defeated the AI. This means that he, all by himself, overturned the sum of the wisdom of all human chess players over the past 300 years. Below the stage, Qin Xiong gazed at the figure on the stage, his body trembling slightly with excitement. Oldly, did you see that? From today onwards, the landscape of Gamoku is about to change completely. Li Yi nodded silently to the side. His gaze remained fixed on the young figure on the stage. In the world of Gamoku, 5 in a row, a true genius has not been seen for nearly 1 million years. Without geniuses to blaze new trails in chess, later generations can only blindly imitate the moves of their predecessors. If this continues, one day the two players will become so familiar with each other's strategies that the game will become boring. Li Yi also tried to find a new path, but he always lost control after a few steps, becoming like a beginner who could only react to each move as it came. But the boy before them was a being completely ahead of his time. A completely new approach to the game, a meticulous way of thinking, and each game is a masterpiece of strategy. He will become the new genius of Gamoku. He is the master of Gamoku, 5 in a row. The dividing line between the old era and the new era. The thought of having the chance in the future to glimpse the chess moves and thought patterns in this young man's mind that have never been seen before made Li Yi tremble with fear. This thought flashed through the minds of all the top chess players at almost the same moment. If I could learn new moves before I die, even just witness those moves firsthand. If I hear the way in the morning, I can die content in the evening. All chess players are grateful to be born in this era. Inside the private room, the AI team's chief designer tried to get up by supporting himself on the armrest of his chair, but suddenly his legs gave way and he knelt down on the ground. We lost. We really lost. AI lost to humans. How could this be? A senior chess player from the team came over and tried to comfort him, but the smile that appeared on his face was more like a grimace. Don't you understand yet? We didn't lose to humans. The chess player's voice was hoarse. Our opponents are likely to be geniuses in the world of Gamoku, who haven't been around for 1 million years. We'd better not treat them like human beings. The designer broke down and said, "What about the efforts of generations of us? Centuries of dedicated research. What have we been working for? Isn't it just to leave our names in a history dominated by geniuses? But now, a genius who only appeared in history books has suddenly appeared." The designer's voice grew softer and softer, almost trembling. What are our countless achievements compared to true geniuses? They are utterly meaningless. seeing that the team's morale was getting lower and lower. Suddenly, the team leader stood up and raised his voice. "Stop looking so gloomy. Is it shameful to lose to a genius? It's our honor. Others might not even have the chance to lose." He glanced around, his tone gradually rising. "Moreover, we are currently the undisputed second in the chess world. 100 years from now, when this genius passes away, the AI team that has absorbed all of the genius's chess records will be the undisputed number one. Although we are already dead, our sons, grandsons, and our family will carry this honor for millions of years until the next genius is born. As for making a name for ourselves in history, there's no need to worry. I dare say that today's epic match against a genius is destined to be written into history." The person in charge paused, then continued. "What we need to do now is to establish a good relationship with this genius so that we can fully absorb his wisdom and make AI even more powerful." We won. On the stage, Jiang Chen placed his last piece and slowly exhaled. The current chess move is called the Bagua formation in the original world, also known as the AI confusion formation. It only works on AI. Humans can basically understand it at a glance. It seems I overestimated the intelligence level of AI in this world. Jiang Chun turned around and smiled at the host. A few minutes later, led by the host, Jiang Chun stood in the center of the podium. Amid cheers and enthusiastic applause from the audience, the award ceremony quickly came to an end. Although a brief period of chaos ensued when some people tried to rush onto the stage to win over Jiang Chun, it was quickly quelled by Li Yi and Qin Xiong. The organizers promised that the €200 million prize money would be deposited into Jiang Chen's account the following day. Of course, Jiang Chen's net worth is now beyond what can be measured in money. His personal wealth, measured in grams, is several times that of gold. Although his current status as a genius has not been certified by any authoritative institution. But today's victory over AI alone is enough to make him the absolute leader in the world of Gamoku. As soon as Jiang Chen stepped out of the Chess Association building after the award ceremony, a large group of reporters swarmed around him. "Mr. Jiang Chen, how are you feeling right now? What impact do you think these 3 games today will have on the world of chess in the coming decades? What are your plans for the future? Do you intend to open a chess academy to pass on your chess skills? Mr. Jiang Chen, are you really just a high school student? Or could it be a veteran chess player who's had plastic surgery? Wah, don't cover my mouth. I was just discussing a possibility." Well, just as Jiang Chen was figuring out how to escape, Qin Xiong's voice came from behind him. "Young friend, take my car back." "Then thank you very much, Senior Qin. By the way, where's Senior Li? He's still reviewing your game, insisting on figuring it out himself. So stubborn. Why doesn't he just come and ask me directly like I did?" Qin Xiong grinned and waved slightly, and his bodyguards cleared the way for him. "Now that you're a leading figure in the chess world, you need to get used to this kind of situation. You'll need bodyguards when you go out in the future." He changed the subject. "How about you come and stay at my chess academy in Beijing for a while? I'll give you a general overview of the things to be aware of. I'll take care of everything, from food and lodging to transportation. You want me to be an honorary chess player, don't you? Haha, I had to admit you're a smart kid." The two were chatting and laughing as they left the association's gate. Suddenly, Jiang Chun heard an unusual whooshing sound, like a vehicle accelerating. But this isn't a road at all. Jiang Chun turned his head sharply, his pupils suddenly contracting. His gaze first met the throng of people on the periphery and then the front of a truck. They're rapidly approaching. Jiang Chun instinctively grabbed Qin Xiong's arm and pulled it backward with all his might, while also retreating backward himself. But it was too late. The truck ran over the reporters on the perimeter without any obstruction and knocked down the security guards. Then, in Jiang Chen's vision, the cold, steel outline rapidly magnified. Bang! Inside a guest house in one residential area, Jiangbei City. The television is broadcasting the news. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the evening news. I am your host, Zhao Qi. At 11:27 a.m. today, a serious traffic accident occurred in our city. A medium-sized van suddenly veered into the open space in front of the city's Gamoku Association, hitting a crowd gathered there. The truck driver, Zhang Zhe, died at the scene. In addition, the incident caused numerous casualties, with a total of 7 people killed and 6 others seriously injured and receiving intensive care in the hospital. The following is a list of victims. Seriously injured: Wang Wei, Zhang Jing, Li Xiaoying, Zhang Lihua, Qin Xiong, Chen Yonghai. The deceased are Lu Jun, Zhao Bin, Wu Ming, Zhao Jigang, Lu Yumei, Zhou Jiangwo, and Jiang Chen. The police are conducting a full investigation into the cause of the accident. This station will continue to follow this story and bring you the latest updates as soon as possible. In front of the television, Zhao Fuhua slowly got up and turned off the television. Chapter 62, How Do You Want to Die? Late at night, when in residential area, Jiangbei City, Zhao Fuhua sat at his desk and opened a hardcover notebook. The lamplight cast a long shadow on the yellowed pages, casting his shadow on the wall behind him. He didn't start writing immediately, but hesitated for a moment and flipped through a few pages of his notebook. The following is the content of the notebook. In-brain 4627th activation record. Purpose of activation: to eliminate the mission objective, white ice. Specific use cases. Project 1, daily use. Usage period: March 12th to present. Applications: prompting for interpersonal interactions, data retrieval, and constructing and refining the logic of lies. User: Qi Qi, Zhao Fuhua. Content rating generated: A. Project 2, manufacturing cleaning tools. Usage period: March 26th to April 17th. User: Qi Qi. In-brain prompt 1. Generate a religious propaganda text of approximately 100,000 words. It should be realistic, use simple and easy-to-understand language, lower the reading threshold, use simple words as much as possible, and possess a certain degree of persuasiveness. Content rating generated: A. In-brain prompt 2. Design a method of randomly selecting targets for a crime. The method should be conspicuous and attract the attention of the police, but the perpetrator should not be arrested by the police. Generate content rating: A. Crossed out, changed to B. Note: the case was ultimately solved by the police. The investigators were Jiang Chen, highlighted in red, and Zhao Fuhua. Project 3. Target elimination. Usage period: April 30th to May 3rd. User: Qi Qi. In-brain prompt 1. Construct a reasonable logic to prompt tool Wang Chong to move from Dachang City to Jiangbei City. Content rating generated: A. In-brain prompt 2. Instill a specific narrative into tool Wang Chong, making him firmly believe that the target object by Bingyi is an item that must be sacrificed. Content rating generated: A. In-brain prompt 3. Based on Jiangbei City's geographical data, select locations with high concealment and low risk of being detected. Content rating generated: B. Note: the location itself met the requirements for concealment, but it was still located by the police afterward. Case investigators: Jiang Chen, highlighted in red, and Zhao Fuhua. Project 4. Eliminating variables, Jiang Chen. User: Zhao Fuhua. In-brain prompt 1. Select individuals with opposing relationships to Jiang Chun. Fabricate and amplify conflicts between them and Jiang Chun. Zhang Zhe, highlighted in black box. Content rating generated: A. In-brain prompt 1. Based on the information provided, arrange a way to kill Jiang Chun. Generate content rating. Upon seeing this, Zhao Fuhua picked up his pen and added a paragraph on the line below the rating. Note: Jiang Chun has been killed. Whether this can completely deceive the police investigation remains to be seen, but I am optimistic. Zhao Fuhua. After putting down his pen, Zhao Fuhua leaned back in his chair and gently exhaled. Just then, the sound of the door opening came from outside. He looked up and saw a slender young man leaning against the doorframe. If Wang Chong were here, he would definitely recognize that this was the divine messenger from before. How about that, Jiang Chun? The man asked calmly. Dead, Zhao Fuhua replied. It's good that he's dead. Chi Chiho's voice was tinged with laughter. This guy is really in the spotlight today. He beat AlphaGo on behalf of humanity and is called the god of chess. He's been hailed as a genius in the chess world after millions of years and is highly regarded. If you had acted even half a day later, you would never have even touched the hem of his clothes in your entire life. As Chi Chi spoke, He swayed and moved a little closer, then suddenly frowned. Why do you look so pale? Zhao Fuhua shrugged. It's a bit of a pity, but actually, I quite like Jiang Chen. Wasn't it you who proposed killing him? I remember headquarters initially planned to recruit him, but you went against everyone's advice and insisted on killing him. I tried to recruit him, but perhaps because he came from a poor background, he always had an unrealistic sense of belonging to people from the lower classes. So there's no other way. Since we can't recruit him, he has to die. Zhao Fuhua shook his head. He's too special. His level in general knowledge, number theory, criminal investigation, chess, is unbelievably high. I even suspect that he has more than that. I used my terminal emulator throughout our conversation, employing various rhetorical techniques and subtle hints. He understood them without hesitation, and even took control of the rhythm of the conversation. He raised his eyes and looked at Chi. I suspect his level of thinking may be higher than the terminal brain access we have already obtained. Once he attracts the attention of the United Nations, he can mobilize a large amount of resources. Intelligence domain will have no room to survive. If headquarters hadn't been so lax in its priorities, I would have even considered requesting the deployment of overseas special forces to eliminate him, just to be on the safe side. Isn't that an exaggeration? Chi raised an eyebrow. I don't doubt that he might be better than InBrain in some aspects, but in so many fields, even true geniuses usually only reach the top in one field. It doesn't matter anymore. Zhao Fuhua interrupted him, her tones softening once more. He is dead, and the dead pose no threat. Next, we need to design a prompt. As long as the terminal brain generates a feasible plan to eliminate Bibbing, the mission in Jiangbei City will be complete. Chi pulled a leather notebook from his pocket and began to study the permutations and combinations of the prompt words. By the way, he suddenly looked up. Was everything handled cleanly? Will they trace it back to you? No, Sao Fuan said decisively. I followed the plan provided by InBrain strictly. And now, the only person who could see through InBrain's methods is dead. Just then, Zhao Fuhua's phone vibrated. He glanced at the screen in unknown number. He answered the call. Hello, who is this? There was a pause in the receiver, followed by a calm male voice. Zhao Fuhua, let's talk. In an instant, Zhao Fuhua's pupils suddenly contracted. He recognized the voice. At that moment, his mind went completely blank. Jiang Chen's voice came through the phone without any emotion. How do you want to die? Chapter 63, UNG Council. 3 hours ago, the Jiangbei Municipal Government building has 3 underground floors. This place was once a strategic material reserve during the famine 60 years ago. Until 3 days ago, the gates here were locked, and it was almost forgotten. Now, the once empty concrete floor has been divided into countless temporary rooms and corridors by PVC partitions. Countless temporary incandescent bulbs cast a stark white light from the ceiling, flickering slightly due to unstable voltage. Under the lights, people in military uniforms and medical gowns walked briskly down the corridor, their brows furrowed. Amid the low murmurs of conversation, occasional curses could be heard. If you walk into one of the temporary offices, you'll see whiteboards and computer screens displaying a large number of photos and text documents. The entire story revolves around the same person, Jiang Chun. Bite. The elevator beeped. After the door opened, an officer carrying a 3-star tassel on his shoulder was the first to walk out. He was about 60 years old, with graying temples, and wore a crisp military uniform. At this moment, his face was ashen, and he was followed by 5 or 6 equally solemn-looking entourage members. 2 lieutenant colonels waiting by the elevator immediately greeted him. Sir, where's Zhang Jianjun? The old man interrupted abruptly, his voice icy. Tell him to get over here. Director Zhang is on his way. Director Zhang, my ass. From this day forward, he's no longer the director. After a while, a middle-aged man dressed in casual clothes, with his head down, walked quickly from around the corner. He looked to be in his 40s, with a sallow complexion and fine beads of sweat on his forehead. Before he could get close, the old man suddenly stepped forward and kicked him. Bang! The middle-aged man staggered backward, but still dared not raise his head. We gave you so many resources, manpower and materials. We asked you to protect them, and what did we do? They were hit right under your noses? The old man pointed at Jiang Chun's nose, his angry shouts echoing down the corridor. Jiang Chun, take your report. If you can't provide a reasonable explanation at the meeting later, you can take off this uniform and go home to farm. Yes. How is Jiang Chen doing now? The middle-aged man pulled a notebook from his pocket, fractured radius in left arm, multiple soft tissue contusions, and, mild concussion. You mean his brain is damaged? According to medical reports, mild concussions usually do not affect intellectual function. Don't give me that nonsense. The old man abruptly waved his hand, interrupting his explanation. After this is over, you'll go to Beijing to report on your work and see if the United Nations will accept it. Listen, if Jiang Chun has any intellectual problems in the future, it could all be blamed on you. Now, take me to the conference room. Jiang Chun lay on the hospital bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. I felt a dull pain in the back of my head, accompanied by a vague feeling of nausea, but it wasn't severe. This is probably a common symptom after a mild concussion. Everything that happened this afternoon started replaying in my mind. The moment the truck came hurtling towards him, he almost instinctively dodged backward. Most of his body narrowly avoided the impact zone. Therefore, only his left hand was hit, and his head hit the ground, and he suffered a minor injury. But old Master Chen was unable to dodge it. There were no reporters or security guards either. Several reporters who had been thrown into the air landed in front of him, their bodies twitching a few times before falling still. Then, amid screams, a large crowd swarmed around. They ignored everyone else and went straight to surround Jiang Chun. Several people grabbed walkie-talkies and shouted at the top of their lungs. Not long after, a team of people took the injured man and him away from the scene. But Jiang Chun was not sent to the hospital like the others. He was brought directly here. Thump, thump, thump. There was a knock on the door. Enter. The door opened, and a middle-aged man in a dark suit walked in steadily and stood by the bed. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I am Chun Bin, the liaison minister of the UNG Council, and I will be responsible for contacting you in the future. How are you feeling now? Please let me know if you feel unwell. The man's tone was respectful and calm. Jiang Chun frowned slightly. Chun Bin took out a handbook from his pocket and began to speak. The United Nations Council for the Protection of Genius and Higher Intelligence Persons, UNG, is also known as the Genius Council. He explained clearly and slowly. We are directly affiliated with the Dawn Association, established by the United Nations, which is specifically responsible for protecting and assisting individuals like you whose intelligence far surpasses that of ordinary people. Yes, it is you. Chun Bin nodded slightly. Just because I played a few games of chess. That's not all. Chun Bin gently flipped through the booklet in his hand. According to our investigation, since last Friday, almost all of your behavior has demonstrated an intelligence level far exceeding that of ordinary people. What really caught our attention was your answer to the borrowing problem last weekend. In fact, because of your outstanding wisdom in multiple fields, the association had underestimated your intellectual level in a single area until 2 days ago, when Princeton fully confirmed your deductions on the borrowing problem. He raised his eyes and said solemnly, in accordance with Article 24 of the UN Charter regarding genius, the UNG officially recognizes your genius status and grants you the authority to mobilize resources at the corresponding level. A loan issue? What? Jiang Chun was taken aback, thinking of the logical, misleading question from before. You mean that riddle? Forgive me. I don't quite understand what you mean. Chun Bin looked bewildered. Wait, let me catch my breath. Jiang Chun rubbed his temples. After a long pause, Jiang Chun accepted this reality. In fact, Jiang Chun knew that he would eventually gain attention at the national level. After all, he was like a crane standing out from the chickens. No, a dragon standing out from the chickens. It was hard not to be discovered. But he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. In Jiang Chen's memory, he didn't seem to have solved any problems that were worth alarming the country or even the United Nations. Although he showed some skill in Gamoku, Gamoku is just a game and theoretically shouldn't receive much attention for national or even UN levels. At least prove the Pythagorean theorem or solve a differential equation or something. Even if all else fails, reciting Preface to the Pavilion of Princeton from memory during the college entrance exam wouldn't be a bad idea. It would even make you seem more sophisticated. It turns out it was all because of a riddle. Centuries later, when academics think of Jiang Chun, the first thing that comes to mind is that riddle, which is kind of funny. Jiang Chen's cheek twitched involuntarily, pulling at the abrasion on the corner of his mouth, causing him to gasp softly in pain. "Oh, right," he said, his voice growing more serious as he gathered his thoughts. "The accident this afternoon." Chun Bin flipped through his notebook. According to the preliminary investigation, the truck driver was Zhang Zhe, who had a conflict with you before. Due to excessive speed, the vehicle sped through the crowd and crashed into the load-bearing wall of the adjacent building. The perpetrator, Zhang Zhe, died on the spot. Casualties. You're asking about Mr. Qin Xiong, right? His injuries are very serious, and he's still in the ICU. Jiang Chun frowned slightly. Where are the others? Jiang Chun recalled the convulsing bodies before his eyes. 7 dead, 6 seriously injured. Chun Bin turned the page of the record in his hand, lowering his voice. Among the dead are 3 of the guards we assigned to you. Jiang Chun fell silent. Without a doubt, these people were implicated because of him, but why would Zhang Zhe kill him even if it meant dying together? Zhang Zhe certainly had a motive, but the premise was that he knew Jiang Chun had given the USB drive to the police. Only Cheng Peng, Chen Shi, and Qin Yu's people at the police station know about this USB drive. Who would tell anyone? Or is it completely unrelated to that USB drive? With the timing, location, and even the truck, Zhang Zhe was clearly extremely well prepared. But how did he know my whereabouts? How did he know he was going to participate in a match against AlphaGo? With Zhang Zhe's brain in this world, he couldn't have come up with such a meticulous ambush. So who provided the method to kill him? No, I can't think of anything. There's too little information. You're still investigating this case, right? Any progress? Chun Bin frowned slightly, flipped through the notebook in his hand from beginning to end, and spoke helplessly. I'm sorry, this part is outside my scope of responsibility. However, he paused briefly, then said, the military is having an emergency meeting in the next conference room to discuss this matter. Very good. Jiang Chun lifted the thin blanket covering him, his movements slightly paused due to the pain in his arm. Take me there. Yes. Chapter 64, asked directly. By the way, you just said the government announced my death? What? In a corridor, Jiang Chun suddenly spoke. This is Article 247 of the Association's regulations, but I don't know the specific reasons, Chun Bin said in a deep voice, glancing down at his notebook. But we must strictly follow the rules in everything we do in the association, because every rule is built on the backs of human lives. I see. Jiang Chen nodded slightly, but I can guess pretty accurately. Soon after, the two arrived outside the conference room. Before he even got close, Jiang Chun could already hear angry shouts coming from inside. You're telling me it has nothing to do with intelligent domain? Less than 10 minutes after the incident, we intercepted intelligent domain's encrypted signal, and you're telling me that's a coincidence? Thump, thump, thump. Chun Bin stepped forward and raised his hand to knock on the door. I told you not to come in. Don't you know, we're in a meeting. The shouts from inside the door came almost simultaneously. Oh, you won't let me in to discuss my business? Jiang Chen paused for a moment, then pushed the door open. I already said it's in progress. At the head of the table, General Luo Geng looked up with annoyance, but his voice stopped abruptly the moment he saw Jiang Chen's face. Not only him, but the entire conference room fell silent in an instant. Everyone recognizes this face. In fact, over the past few days, these people have spent more time staring at Jiang Chen's photo than at their own wives. Seeing Jiang Chun in person now, an indescribable emotion still fills my mind. It was an almost instinctive respect. It is neither idol worship nor respect for elders. This respect even transcends the human realm. Standing before them now is a planet with 8 billion inhabitants. For over 1,300 years, across more than 3,000 generations. The only one that appeared. General Luo Geng was the first to stand up. Immediately afterwards, everyone in the conference room stood up as if they had received some kind of instruction. After a moment, Luo Geng spoke first, his tone respectful. Mr. Jiang Chun, I'm sorry, I didn't know it was you. Upon seeing this scene, Jiang Chun was taken aback at first, but then quickly understood the logic behind the actions of these people. Logically, he should have said something polite at this point, such as, I'm sorry to disturb your meeting. But right now, Jiang Chun has neither the time nor the inclination to concern himself with formalities. It's all right. Everyone please sit down. Jiang Chun nodded slightly to the audience, then naturally moved an empty chair over and sat down at the long table. What have you found out about what happened this afternoon? Please wait a moment. We have already compiled the investigation results into a document. General Luo Gong turned around and gestured to the projector equipment management specialist next to him. The other person immediately got up and began adjusting the projection screen. You finished the PPT so quickly? Jiang Chun was slightly surprised. Creating a PowerPoint presentation is quite challenging even for most people in the world, so it seems there are some talented people in the government. A few seconds later, the projection screen lit up. The screen is filled with dense black text on a white background, in small font size 5, with no paragraph breaks. This is clearly a Word document. Jiang Chen paused for a moment. That's already great. Immediately afterwards, former Defense Minister Zhang Jianjun took the stage, opened his notebook, and began to report on the progress of the investigation. 10 minutes later, Jiang Chun leaned back in his chair and fell silent. According to UNG's investigation, the truck belonged to a long-established used car dealership in the city. 3 days ago, Zhang Zhe lent the watch out of collateral, and all the formalities were in place. The trail ends here. If that's all there is to it, the military is more inclined to characterize the incident as Zhang Zhe's personal revenge killing of Jiang Chen. Strangely, less than 10 minutes after the incident, the UNG monitoring system intercepted a radio encrypted signal that had previously been used by intelligent domain. The close temporal connection between the two events makes it hard to believe it's just a coincidence. Jiang Chun frowned slightly. 3 days ago the same day, Li Yi publicly announced that he would invite the strongest player to compete. Only those people in the chess academy that day knew they had beaten Li Yi, who would risk offending Qin Xiong and Li Yi by revealing this information to Zhang Zhe. Also, why would Zhang Zhe think of using a car? Given his personality, he would probably use a knife or something to take revenge on himself. Unless the car was originally designed to ensure Zhang Zhe died at the scene. Wrong. Etc. Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly narrowed. It seems something has been overlooked. Zhang Zhe, can he drive? He wouldn't have done that in the original world. Who parked that car in front of the Gamoku Association? In this world, driving is a skill that can make a living. Since Jiang Chun came here, he has only met one person who can drive, but doesn't need to make a living by driving. Zhao Fuhua. Could it be him? Jiang Chun recalled Chun Shi's reminder, Zhao Fuhua's extraordinary enthusiasm, and the strange sense of hypocrisy during their conversation. But he still needs to confirm. Jiang Chun suddenly recalled the company business card that Zhao Fuhua had handed him earlier. He turned his gaze to Luo Gong, who was in the main seat, and looked at the 3 stars on the other's shoulder. May I ask your name? Luo Gong. General Luo Gong. Have you checked the fingerprints on the truck keys? This. Lu Gong paused slightly. Not at the moment. Do you think it's necessary? Yes, I suspect. Never mind, just do as I say. And another thing, he said, taking the house key out of his pocket and gently pushing it across the table. You should know my address. Please send someone to my living room coffee table to retrieve a business card dough, check if the fingerprints on it match those on the key. Understood. Luo Gong took the keys without asking any further questions. Okay, we'll arrange it right away. An hour later, in the previous cubicle, Jiang Chun received an affirmative answer. It's him. Upon receiving the message, Jiang Chun immediately gave instructions to Qinbin. Organize an operation to arrest Zhao Fuhua immediately, but be careful to remain discreet, as I suspect he has accomplices. Jiang Chun thought of that damn divine messenger. TSK. Maybe I was dragged into some troublesome things from the very beginning. Soon, another hour had passed. But this time, Qinbin did not bring back good news. He's not at his residence. Jiang Chun frowned slightly. Yes. Qinbin looked at the notebook in his hand. Right now, we can't pinpoint his exact location. I see. Jiang Chun pondered for a moment, then stood up and smiled slightly. In that case, I have an even simpler way. What method? Let's just ask him directly. Chapter 65 Error. Inside a room in Wonan residential area, Jiangbei City. What's wrong? Who called? You look so pale. Inside the room, Chi-Chi looked at Zhao Fuhua with a puzzled expression. At this moment, Zhao Fuhua frowned deeply. His mind went into a brief state of confusion at that moment. But his trained instincts still compelled him to speak up promptly. Are you Jiang Chen? I thought you died in a car accident. How are you now? When things are completely out of control, a little surprise can help clear you of suspicion. Based on what he had learned, Zhao Fuhua spoke words that were almost instinctive. His tone was stiff, so stiff that even Zhao Fuhua himself noticed the unnatural tremor in his voice. At the same time, he began editing text on the transmitter, trying to get the in-brain to provide an analysis of the current situation. Jiang Chen's voice continued on the other end of the phone. Stop pretending. Since you were able to find out that I solved Bibbing's case when I was in the police station, you should know that. I wouldn't make that call without concrete evidence. What? Surprised? Want to know why I didn't die? Want to know how I determined that you were the one setting this up? This isn't difficult. You have too many flaws. Perhaps in-brain gave you a good plan, but as an executor, you're too unprofessional. These few words completely confused Zhao Fuhua. At the same time, because he didn't have time to carefully craft his prompts, his hastily uttered brief questions were completely incapable of helping in-brain sort out the current chaotic situation for him. What? You're shutting up when faced with a difficult question. Jiang Chen's voice came through the receiver, tinged with sarcasm. Since that's the case, why don't you listen to what I have to say? Actually, On the other end of the microphone, Jiang Chun suddenly paused, as if he had received some news, his voice filled with pleasure. Forget it. There's no need to continue talking to you. You don't actually think. I made this call just to talk nonsense with you, do you? Didn't the endpoint brain tell you that modern communication signals can be located in real time? Upon hearing this, Zhao Fuhua froze, then abruptly ended the call. Almost simultaneously, the deep, dense roar of helicopter rotors could be heard outside the window. We've been discovered. Military helicopter? Communication positioning? The timing was perfect. This is definitely not a force that Jiang Chen alone can mobilize. Has the United Nations government already intervened? Zhao Fuhua suddenly stood up, pressed himself against the wall, and lifted the curtain a crack. In the field of vision, several helicopters hovered at low altitude, and fully armed Special Forces soldiers were rapidly sliding down the rappelling rope. Looking out the window, countless Special Forces soldiers were pouring into every stairwell of the building. We can't get out. Zhao Fuhua instantly understood his situation. After a brief moment of panic, I quickly accepted reality. He slowly sat back in his chair, relaxed against the backrest, closed his eyes, and smiled. Hearing the sound of the helicopter, Chi immediately became anxious. What exactly happened? Zhao Fuhua, say something. As you can see, Zhao Fuhua said calmly, we've been exposed, and we have nowhere to go. As he spoke, Zhao Fuhua slowly stood up and picked up a fruit knife from the table. So what do we do now? Chi suddenly thought of something, and then, as if grasping at a straw, hurriedly pulled out the transmitter from his pocket. Right, ask in-brain. Yes, in-brain definitely has a solution. Puff. Chi-Chi's body suddenly stiffened. He slowly lowered his head and looked at his neck. Then, incredulously, he turned his head little by little to look at Zhao Fuhua beside him. At that moment, Zhao Fuhua gripped the hilt of the knife and plunged it into Chi-Chi's neck. The entire blade was completely embedded in the flesh, clearly indicating that all its strength had been used. Cough, cough. Chi clearly wanted to say something, but only coughed up some bloody foam. Don't blame me. As Chi grew increasingly shocked, Zhao Fuhua slowly spoke. I have no choice. I have to make sure no one says anything they shouldn't. You're a veteran of wisdom domain. Your faith has always been pure, and you've always done an outstanding job. But, he paused, his tone devoid of emotion. I'm worried. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly pulled out his dagger. Blood splattered. Looking at Chi lying on the floor, gradually losing vital signs, Zhao Fuhua sighed slightly. Then he turned around, pushed open the door, and walked out. Top floor rooftop. Mr. Jiang Chun, the Special Forces have entered the residential building in batches and are searching from bottom to top. Okay, tell them to be careful. Yes. Jiang Chun stepped out of the helicopter cabin, the airflow from the rotor blades making his clothes flutter. He glanced back at the hovering helicopter, a touch of emotion in his eyes. It feels so good to have the entire state apparatus standing behind you. There's no need to rack our brains to deduce Zhao Fuhua's location, nor to think about how to use limited police resources to carry out the arrest. As long as you share an idea and provide a feasible plan, anything can be solved. At a single command, the military region immediately dispatched helicopters to be deployed in advance over Jiangbei City. With just one phone call, the telecom operator immediately cooperated in locating the location. Once the location is determined, the operation begins immediately. Government personnel, especially military personnel, all have their own set of behavioral logics. They can execute orders quickly without even thinking about the meaning of the task. They wouldn't even hesitate to jump off a building. As long as you don't need to use your brain during the process, you could trust them. In short, it's very efficient. The entrances are currently blocked, but we expect to have a result soon. Bang! Suddenly, the rooftop door was kicked open. Under the watchful eyes of countless military and police personnel, Zhao Fuhua walked out step by step with his hands raised. In an instant, dozens of red dots landed on him at the same time. As long as Jiang Chen gave the order, Zhao Fuhua would be riddled with holes. There are more holes than that. Don't shoot. Seeing that Zhao Fuhua was not aggressive, Jiang Chen raised his hand and waved to the crowd before walking forward as well. The two stopped at the same time, about 10 paces apart. Jiang Chen's gaze fell on the dark red of Zhao Fuhua's clothes. What happened to the blood on you? It's nothing, Zhao Fuhua said with a smile. I dealt with a colleague because I was afraid he would talk too much. Jiang Chen looked at him, his expression somewhat complicated. To be honest, when we said goodbye 3 days ago, I really didn't expect that our reunion would be like this. I didn't expect this either. Zhao Fuhua forced a smile. I was planning to attend your funeral in a couple of days. You didn't die. You're disappointed. Finally, Zhao Fuhua's smile faded. Jiang Chun, you are the only genius in 1,300 years. There are some things you should be able to see. His gaze was calm, and his expression was unusually serious. There is something wrong with this world. Chapter 66, I'm on the right path. Mistake? Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened. What's he talking about? Is he referring to this absurd worldview? Would someone who grows up under such a distorted cognitive system question the logic of the world itself? Or perhaps he knows something. Jiang Chen suddenly remembered the strange electrical noise before he transmigrated. At the same time, Zhao Fuhua was staring intently at his face. When he caught a glimpse of thought in Jiang Chen's eyes, he was taken aback at first, then slowly unfolded a smile that seemed almost relieved. As expected, Jiang Chen, you can understand. You know the meaning behind those words. What do you want to say? Jiang Chen frowned slightly. Zhao Fuhua sat down cross-legged with great interest, taking out a can of cola from each of his left and right pockets, clearly brought from his room. He casually tossed the can to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't take it, and the aluminum can rolled to the ground with a clatter. Zhao Fuhua gave an awkward smile, pulled open the tab, took a sip, and then continued. I've looked through intelligence domain's internal files before. This sentence is a note in the margin of a book on the history of science and technology. The note is signed by Yifan. Jiang Chen's expression tightened slightly. He remembered the name. The creator of InBrain. Even in a history teeming with geniuses, he belongs to the dazzling category. Really, Jiang Chen's injuries hadn't healed yet, and standing was difficult, so he simply sat down cross-legged. The two sat facing each other, and the atmosphere was like that of old friends chatting. Authenticity guaranteed. I've compared it with Yifan's other handwriting in the intelligence domain archive, and I can confirm it's his own. I've been trying to understand the meaning of this sentence. If this world is wrong, then what would the right world be like? Seeing your reaction made me realize perhaps the world is different in the eyes of you geniuses, and there are some things only you can see. As she spoke, Zhao Fuhua looked at Jiang Chen with an undisguised hint of envy. Isn't God really biased? I don't think so. If we hadn't been lucky this time, we would have really been defeated by you. That's because headquarters didn't listen to me, Zhao Fuhua shrugged. If they had sent special forces directly, you would have been dead. You're quite honest. That's true, but actually you should thank me. How so? After this assassination attempt failed, intelligence domain will not appear again for the rest of your life. After all, InBrain was stolen, an intelligence domain will not expose it to true geniuses. I think I can live to be over 100 years old without any problem. Can they wait that long? It's all right, Zhao Fuhua smiled. The emergence of a genius is ultimately a matter of chance. In the grand scheme of human history, 100 years is but a blink of an eye. After you die, the world will still be the world, and the realm of intelligence will still be the realm of intelligence. After saying that, he tilted his head back and gulped down the last mouthful of cola, crushed the can, and stood up. All right, that's enough. As he spoke, Zhao Fuhua walked step by step toward the edge of the rooftop. Are you leaving? Jiang Chen's voice came from behind. Zhao Fuhua didn't turn around. You can't let your colleagues go first, and then be unwilling when it's your turn. When you get there, remember to apologize to the people you killed. There's nothing to apologize for, Jiang Chen. I did nothing wrong. Zhao Fuhua had already stepped onto the edge of the building, turned around, faced Jiang Chen, and behind him was the vast sky of the city. Staying unchanged is a dead end, Jiang Chen. He smiled with relief. I'm on the right path. Then, Zhao Fuhua slowly leaned back, and his figure disappeared on the rooftop. A moment later, a dull thud was heard from downstairs, followed by the urgent report from the SWAT team downstairs. Jiang Chen stood still for a moment, then turned around and walked towards the helicopter. Mr. Jiang Chen, an officer stepped forward quickly. A male corpse has been found in room 401 on the 3rd floor. He died from excessive blood loss after his neck was pierced by a sharp blade. Okay. Jiang Chen didn't stop walking. Clean up the 2 corpses and investigate their identities to see if we can find any more clues. Yes. The helicopter rotor began to accelerate, and the airflow stirred up dust from the rooftop. Jiang Chen bent down and stepped into the cabin, casually tapping his earpiece. Chen Bin, Zhao Fuhua just said that I will never see anyone from intelligence domain again in my life. What does he mean by that? Hold on. There was a brief pause on the other end of the headset. Clearly Chen Bin was reviewing documents. Soon, Chen Bin's voice rang out again. According to records, Intelligent Domain used its endpoint to set up encryption and blocking for all ports that could normally access the endpoint. However, they themselves accessed it through a vulnerability. After determining that a genius cannot be killed, in order to prevent the genius from accessing the in-brain retrieval authority through the intelligence domain, the intelligence domain will choose to go into silence before the genius dies, and then resume activity after the genius passes away. I see. Jiang Chen paused. Are there any other organizations in the world that target geniuses? No more. 5,000 years ago, the intelligence domain slaughtered all organizations that might threaten the geniuses, the specific reasons for which are unknown. Holy crap. This intelligence domain is a yander or two. Jiang Chen couldn't help but complain. What are your plans next? My head hurts a bit. I'll go back to the hospital first. I'll go up and clarify the rumors when everyone is at my memorial service tomorrow, so I don't have to notify everyone one by one. Mr. Jiang Chen, Chen Bin on the other end of the earpiece, suddenly hesitated. What's the problem? In fact, we suggest that you stop living as Jiang Chen. Why? As you know, the world's worship of genius has bordered on fanaticism. Continuing to use your existing identity in reality could very well cause ongoing disruption to, and even endanger, the daily lives of your family and friends. He paused, his tone becoming serious. We would suggest that you adopt a fictional identity, one without a past or weaknesses, just like most geniuses have done before. Of course, this is just a suggestion. In an instant, Jiang Chen understood Chen Bin's thoughts. Just like in the original world, celebrities' families are harassed by obsessive fans in this world. The pursuit of geniuses will only be more extreme and boundless. It could even endanger those around them. The world government can guarantee Jiang Chen's safety around the clock, but it cannot protect all of Jiang Chen's relatives and friends at the same time. You're right. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. One day later, Jiangbei City Funeral Home, Memorial Hall. White chrysanthemums and black gauze stretched from the entrance along the corridor to the end, while a light yet lasting scent of incense filled the air. On both sides of the passageway, wreaths and elegiac couplets from celebrities from all walks of life in Jiangbei City were neatly arranged, layer upon layer, almost filling the space on both sides. In the center of the hall, Jiang Chen's portrait was displayed. He was still wearing his school uniform in the photo. His face was youthful, and his eyes were clear. It must have been taken directly from his student ID. On the elegiac couplet directly in front of the portrait, the large, gilded characters were solemn yet glaring. His voice and appearance are still vivid in my mind. TSK. Not far away, a boy wearing sunglasses and a mask had his cheek muscles twitch uncontrollably. Chapter 67 Memorial Service. Couldn't you have used a better photo? This is supposed to be a student ID from Ziyuan Middle School. At least Photoshop it to look like it's from the Linchuan Innovation class. Jiang Chun was completely numb. Attending one's own memorial service, Jiang Chun had only ever seen such a thing in the sitcom iPartment. He now finally understands how Hu Yifei felt back then. But unlike the lighthearted and humorous atmosphere in the TV series, a heavy and oppressive atmosphere permeated the venue at this moment. There were few cries, only a heavy silence. Jiang Chun turned his head and looked around. He didn't know most of the people who came to the memorial service, and he had never even met them before. But the badges they wore on their chests silently revealed their extremely high status. President of the World Go Association, several 9Dan players in the Go world, key figures in the political and business circles, provincial and ministerial level officials. These people, whose every move could affect the fate of millions, are gathered in this small memorial hall to mourn a young boy. This is the world and the weight of genius. Jiang Chun even spotted the head of the AlphaGo team in the crowd. The man stood in the corner, his face ashen, his eyes unfocused, looking lost. Even when he lost to Jiang Chun, he didn't have such an ugly expression. An experienced chess player caught sight of him, strode over to him, and his voice trembled. Are you satisfied now? Huh? Jiang Chun is dead, and no one can beat AI anymore. Are you happy now? The person in charge slowly raised his eyes, his gaze filled with gloom. Jiang Chun isn't the only one who died. AlphaGo died too. The veteran chess player was taken aback. What do you mean? The person in charge twitched the corners of his mouth, but it didn't look like a smile. Our goal in creating AlphaGo was to make it a chess player that no human could surpass. If Jiang Chun had died before the match, I wouldn't have cared at all. But he died right after winning against AlphaGo. This means that AlphaGo will never have a chance to win back. No matter how glorious its achievements may be in the future, people will always remember that there was one person who completely defeated it. Even if AlphaGo defeats other geniuses in the future, everyone will feel that it only defeated other geniuses, not Jiang Chun. He paused, his voice so soft it was almost a whisper. Moreover, AlphaGo can no longer learn the game records in his mind. This means it will always be missing a part and can never be truly perfect. Jiang Chun died at the time when he should never have died. Upon hearing this, the veteran chess player silently slid down his cheeks. Yes, Jiang Chun died, taking with him his almost divine wisdom and talent. Gamoku, 5 in a row, has been devoid of geniuses for millions of years. Jiang Chen's emergence could have been the key to the game's continued existence and prosperity. But now everything is gone. At this point, the AI manager suddenly looked up, his eyes scanning the room. Where's chess master Li? Why didn't he come? He played against Jiang Chun before, and I wanted to ask him about the details of that game. Li, he didn't come, the old chess player said in a heavy voice. He can't accept it. He can't believe Jiang Chun is dead. In one day, Lao Qin was seriously injured and fell into a coma, and Jiang Chun suddenly passed away. For a chess fanatic like him, the blow is too great. Not far away, in the shadows of the entrance, Luo Tingting stood by the door, not going inside. She was wearing a black dress today, the hem of which was a little wrinkled, as if it had been hastily pulled out from the bottom of a trunk. Shen Qing stayed by her side, gently placing her hand on her slightly trembling shoulder. How about we go and offer a flower? Shen Qing asked softly. Luo Tingting didn't speak. She just nodded. Her gaze swept across the sparse crowd and landed on the black and white photograph. Shen Qing gently tugged at her, and the two slowly walked towards the portrait. Luo Tingting raised her head and looked into Jiang Chen's eyes in the photo, but after just a fleeting glance, she looked away as if burned. She bent down and gently placed the white chrysanthemum in her hand on the table. You said, Luo Tingting suddenly spoke, her voice very soft. Was this a dream? Xinqing opened her mouth, but said nothing. Just the day before yesterday, Jiang Chun was still chatting with me. Just 3 days ago, we were still challenging each other and even beat Li Yi. She paused, her voice beginning to tremble. How did it suddenly turn out like this? Not far from the two, Li Chuang sat in a corner, his face flushed, clearly having drunk quite a bit. He held a white chrysanthemum, but hesitated to place it on the memorial table, instead using the stem to poke circles on the ground. As Li Chuang was drawing, he looked up and stared intently at Jiang Chen's portrait, his eyes red-rimmed. You idiot. His voice was hoarse, each word seeming to be squeezed out from his throat. You made your father, an old man, bury his son. You deserve to die. In the shadows not far away, Jiang Chun silently raised his phone and took a few photos of Li Chuang. Haha, you little rascal. You finally met your match. Looks like you still love your dad very much, sweetheart. Forget it, I won't tease them anymore. He lowered his head and tapped a few times quickly on his phone. Almost simultaneously, Li Chuang and Luo Tingting received message notifications in their pockets. Luo Tingting blankly took out her phone and glanced at it. The next second, her eyes widened suddenly. She first looked around in disbelief. Then her gaze fell back to her phone screen before suddenly turning to the portrait on the wall. Within seconds, the dazed look in her eyes faded, and her eyes revealed a hint of anger. Xiaoqing, let's go, Luo Tingting said angrily. What's wrong? Whose message is this? Xinqing asked, puzzled. What an idiot. He's driving me crazy. On the other side, Li Chuang took out his phone and tapped the screen. His eyes gradually widened. He stood there blankly for a long time. Then his lips parted uncontrollably, revealing a barely suppressed smile. Immediately afterwards, he quickly pulled a small notebook from his pocket, and while scrolling through his phone, he bent down and began writing furiously in the notebook. Jiang Chun, who was in the corner, was slightly taken aback. What is that bastard doing? 10 minutes later, the memorial service began with the reading of eulogies. After several prominent figures delivered speeches, it was finally the turn of relatives and friends to speak. Li Chuang, holding his notebook, walked onto the stage with a somber expression. I was Jiang Chen's classmate in junior high school, and we were always very close. His voice was low and hoarse, filled with sorrow. His sudden departure has left me feeling incredibly heartbroken. Jiang Chen's eyelids twitched suddenly. To help everyone remember the real him, I've decided to share some fun stories from our junior high school days, Li Chuang said sincerely, opening his notebook. I think Jiang Chun would be comforted if he could hear this in heaven. Jiang Chun, sitting in the audience, suddenly opened his eyes wide. It's over. You're going to suffer. Chapter 68, Have Some Shame. The following day, the video of Jiang Chen's memorial service was played repeatedly on CCTV channels. The poignant speeches delivered by celebrities at the scene added a tragic dimension to the story of this prematurely deceased genius. As a close friend of the genius, Li Chuang shared some past events, which made Jiang Chen's image in the public's mind particularly vivid. Now everyone knows that the genius who burned his roommates, but with a cigarette, but in junior high school, spied on the girls' dormitory across the street with binoculars, sang, quietly asked the holy monk, shirtless on the rooftop in the middle of the night, and splattered himself with cow dung on the road Jiang Chun. He has left this world forever. In front of the television, Jiang Chen's temple veins throbbed. That damned Li Zicheng. Jiang Chen's identity can no longer be used, it can never be used again. Although Jiang Chun is still alive. But Jiang Chun was already completely dead. Society died. Jiang Chun raised his hand and tapped the headset. Chen Bin. I am here. Take the video of the memorial service off the TV. Wait 2 days before doing so to avoid arousing public suspicion. Yes. Have you gotten the results from the special admissions exam I asked you to check? It has been confirmed that Mr. Li Chuang's grades were indeed falsified. They have now been corrected, and the relevant responsible persons have been dealt with according to law. I remember he applied to the nursing school, right? Help me transfer him to the postpartum care of Sao's major. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the communication. Okowo. Jiang Chen's lips curled up slightly as he returned to the main topic. By the way, Chen Bin, I forgot to ask you, is there anything the United Nations and the UNG need me to do? No, Mr. Jiang Chun. Chunbin's voice was steady and clear. This violates Article 1 of the UN Charter's Genius Agreement. The first one, no country, organization, or individual may subjectively interfere with the autonomous behavior of a genius in any form. Chunbin paused. This clause was printed in bold, size 3 font on the cover of the Genius Agreement. So strict? Does anyone know why? The specific reasons aren't recorded in the documents, but every provision in the Charter is built on the cost of human lives, Chunbin said, his tone becoming more serious. There's a consensus within UNG that at least tens of billions of people have lost their lives because of this regulation. Jiang Chen thought for a while before speaking again. So, all you need is for me to live? Yes, no one will ask you to do anything. You can just do what you want to do. Aren't there any restrictions? On this point, Chunbin said, his voice tinged with hesitation. During internal discussions within the association, differing viewpoints led to a split between conservatives and radicals. Radicals believe that geniuses should be allowed to do anything as long as they don't break the law. Conservatives, on the other hand, think the radicals are too conservative. They believe that geniuses, as unique beings in human history, should even be allowed to commit murder. But regardless of which side you're on, there's a consensus on one point. As long as you don't break the existing laws, you could do almost anything you want. Jiang Chun remained silent for a moment. Yifan's last words were correct. This world is indeed wrong. Jiang Chun wanted to change the world even if it was just a little bit. But change requires a thorough understanding of the world. There's one place that will allow him to reach the forefront and core of this world the fastest. University. Chunbin, you should have a well-established process for creating fake identities for geniuses, right? Yes. How exactly do you do it? Please wait a moment. I could hear the rustling of papers and whispers coming from the other end of the earphone. 5 minutes later, Chunbin spoke again. We will first hide you for 2 months while simultaneously downplaying related traces on the internet and appropriately modifying and blurring the facial features of the publicly available images. 2 months later, most people who didn't know you well had a vague memory of what you looked like. At that time, you will only need to make simple cosmetic changes to your appearance to move freely with your new identity. Wearing glasses or a mask is recommended for greater comfort and a more natural feel. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. In this world, 2 months is enough for 99% of people to forget a face. 3 months later, an old, green train swayed along the tracks, its carriages packed with people. Most of the people inside were workers, with dark skin, rough hands, and the smell of cheap laundry detergent emanating from them. At the junction of the carriages, Li Chunmei huddled in a corner, protecting her baby, who was less than a month old, with her body. She was going to the capital to retrieve her husband's body. Her husband died 3 days ago at a construction site in the capital. The construction site manager said that the wind was too strong at high altitude, and her husband was not wearing a safety rope, so he was blown down and died. But Li Chunmei didn't believe it. How could that be? He loves this little home so much. He loves her so much. He just became a father. How could he not value his own life? Yesterday, her husband's friend at the construction site secretly called her and told her that her husband was actually wearing a safety rope. But that rope had been used for 20 years and was already worn out beyond recognition. No one knew when it would suddenly break. Her husband just happened to be there. Yeah, just bad luck. Now, she has to go and collect her husband's body. Actually, she bought a seat ticket. If I'm all alone, it doesn't matter if I stand here for a while. But she had a child in her arms. So she spent an extra 23 yuan to snag a seat. But now, someone else is sitting in that seat. Sitting on this train is someone who theoretically shouldn't be on it. Not far from her, a woman of about 50 years old, dressed simply, with fair skin and an air of nobility, was gently covering her mouth and nose with a handkerchief. I told you long ago not to ride in this kind of car. The air is thick with filth. Don't say that, Mom. It's because you overslept. Beside him, a young man dressed in similar simple attire spoke up, with a hint of complaint in his voice. There's nothing I can do. At this time of year, all the plane, express train, and high-speed rail tickets to Beijing are sold out. The only option is this old-fashioned green train with standing tickets. Just bear with it. We'll be there soon. They seemed completely oblivious to the fact that they had bought standing tickets, yet were able to sit comfortably. It's as if giving up your seat to them is everyone's natural obligation in this carriage. Shortly after, the train stopped at Jiangbei Station. After a brief jostling of passengers getting on and off, a young man who looked like a student boarded the train. He was tall with clear features, wore black half-rimmed glasses, and dressed simply, yet he exuded an aura that was out of place in the atmosphere of the carriage. Clearly, he was not in the same social class as the other passengers. He looked down at his phone and found his seat number. To the surprise of everyone in the carriage, he quickly gave up his seat to an elderly woman in tattered clothes. Then, he noticed Li Chunmei squatting in the corner. "Ma'am, why are you squatting while holding a child? Didn't you buy a seat ticket?" the young man asked, leaning slightly forward. Li Chunmei was stunned when she saw someone taking the initiative to show concern, especially the seemingly high-class young man in front of her. "Big sister?" the boy asked again. I bought a seat ticket," Li Chunmei said hesitantly. "Why aren't you sitting down? Can't you find a seat? What's your seat number?" Li Chunmei pulled a crumpled train ticket from her pocket. 27. The boy glanced at the ticket, then stood up and looked around. Then, his gaze fell on the middle-aged woman from before. "Hey, Auntie," he said clearly, "you're sitting in this lady's seat." The woman was taken aback at first, then her eyes widened. "Are you talking to me?" "Yes, you're sitting in the wrong seat. Get up and let this lady sit down. She's holding a child," Jang Chun said calmly. "You want me to get up, to give her my seat?" The woman looked surprised and angry, as if she had been humiliated. "Huh, what else?" the boy said impatiently. "Get up, you're all adults, have some shame." The boy finished speaking. In an instant, the entire carriage fell silent. Chapter 69, Jiang Fan. Inside the carriage, countless eyes were now focused on Jiang Chun. "You want me to give her my seat?" The woman seemed to have heard an utterly absurd joke. "Huh, all right, come on, let her come over here herself. Ask her if she dares to sit in my seat." "Mom, say less." The young man beside her interrupted in a low voice, then turned to Jiang Chun. He sized Jiang Chun up and down a few times, quickly realizing that Jiang Chun was not from the lower class, so he spoke in a calm tone. "Friend, here's the situation. We're on our way to Beijing for an important investment conference involving a large sum of money, so we need to stay alert on the road. Does that mean other people don't need a rest? Why should others pay for your own things?" Jiang Chun retorted. "No, buddy, I make millions every minute. I pay more taxes to the country than these people at the bottom earn in a lifetime. Shouldn't these parasites of society give us our place?" A hint of impatience flashed across the man's brows, and his gaze toward Jiang Chun became more distasteful. This one sentence was an insult to everyone in the carriage. But none of the workers in the carriage objected. They also felt that the man was telling the truth. Every worker in the carriage has been a worker for generations. They were used to being ignored and belittled, just like their fathers and grandfathers. After all, no one in this world shouts, "Long live the people." Upon hearing the man's words, Jiang Chun was stunned for a moment, then gently shook his head. "Oh, I see. I thought we were talking about reason, but it turns out you were talking to me about status." By this time, the middle-aged woman standing nearby had calmed down. "Huh, how strange. There are still people in this world who side with the lowly." She looked at Jiang Chun with annoyance. Then suddenly her gaze fell on the backpack on Jiang Chen's body. At this moment, the corner of a file folder peeked out from the side of the backpack with the Tsinghua University emblem faintly printed on it. "Are you a student at Tsinghua or Peking University?" She looked up at Jiang Chun, her tone carrying a hint of something else. "Yes, what's wrong?" Jiang Chun replied. "What's your name?" "Jiang Fan." Jiang Chun revealed the fake identity that UNG had prepared for him. The woman gave a short laugh, said nothing more, and picked up her phone. A young man, standing nearby, couldn't help but smile at the sight, his tone tinged with pity. "Jiang Fan, right? You're really unlucky. TSK, what a waste of your education." A moment later, the woman got through on the phone. "Hello, Dean Zhao. I ran into a student from your school on the way here, named Jiang Fan. Yes, his character is really, well, let's just say it's hard to describe." Everyone was startled by the woman's words. This middle-aged woman actually knows the deans of Tsinghua and Peking universities. In a world where intelligence is the standard of identity, the dean of the nation's top university. Their lives are more valuable than all the workers on the train combined. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for prestigious universities like Tsinghua and Peking University to accept students like this? Okay, I'll wait for your news. The call ended quickly amidst everyone's shocked gazes. The middle-aged woman put down her phone, looked at Jiang Chen, slightly raised her chin, and her eyes held a hint of mockery. I just contacted Dean Zhao of the School of Humanities at Tsinghua and Peking Universities. Although the School of Humanities is not as strong as the School of Science and Engineering, as the dean, he still has the authority to expel a student. Her tone was calm, but with a condescending air. Jiang Fan, right? You don't need to go to the school anymore. Go back and repeat your senior year and change schools. This will teach you a lesson so you won't mess with people you can't afford to mess with in the future. As soon as the woman finished speaking, a suppressed sigh of regret rose from inside the carriage. Tsinghua and Peking Universities, what a wonderful kid. Those who speak up for people like us probably don't come from well-off families either. It's such a pity they worked so hard to get into university. Whose prodigy is this? It's a pity he's mistakenly entered the imperial palace. At this moment, Jiang Chen's expression was quite interesting. You mean I've been fired? Right away. The woman glanced at her watch. The dismissal notice will be sent to your phone within 10 minutes. Jiang Chen smiled, tapped his earlobe very lightly with his fingertips, and whispered something. Just as he was about to speak, a figure blocked his way. The woman who had been holding the child earlier gave the two people in the seats an almost ingratiating smile. Boss, I apologize on behalf of this young man. I really didn't mean to sit here. It wasn't easy for him to get into university. Could you please be lenient? The woman knew that for them, who were from the lower classes, learning was the only way to change their social class. But becoming a student requires too much intelligence. She couldn't bear to look at the student in front of her because she had lost the opportunity to become a college student. Faced with the woman's plea, the mother and son merely curled their lips in a mocking smile, without even lifting their eyelids. It's all right, big sister. There's nothing to worry about. Jiang Chun stopped the woman from bending over and gave the middle-aged woman a meaningful look. Afterwards, Jiang Chun secretly used money to get a seat on the side and settled the woman down. Not long after, the middle-aged woman's cell phone rang. It should be done. She glanced at the screen, a smug smile playing on her lips. Although I had to do someone a favor to get involved, it was worth it to get this off my chest. The middle-aged woman slowly and deliberately answered the phone. What did you say? The smile on her face suddenly froze, and the color drained away at a visible speed, leaving only a deathly gray. Chapter 70, hurry up and apologize. It's actually a bit cold. Dean's office, School of Humanities, Tsinghua, and Peking Universities. Zhao Yongmin tightened the thin blanket around himself with satisfaction. The outdoor temperature is approaching 40 degrees Celsius. But inside the dean's room, 3 air conditioners were humming simultaneously, and the thermometer remained steadily at 16 degrees Celsius. This is Zhao Yongmin's peculiar habit. He came from a humble background and relied entirely on his intelligence and interpersonal skills to gradually climb the social ladder, taking a full 50 years to reach this position. Perhaps it's because he lived in a dilapidated shack without air conditioning when he was a child and suffered from both heat and cold. This led to his almost pathological obsession with air conditioning. Ultimately, it's because they're terrified of being poor. Half asleep, Zhao Yongmin's cell phone rang. TSK. Who is it? Zhao Yongmin frowned and reached for his phone. Upon seeing the caller ID, a smile involuntarily crept onto his face. The Wang family of Shangjing controls nearly 20% of the city's real estate. Although they cannot compare to the Chun and Li families, whose businesses span the globe, they are still a well-established and influential family. Zhao Yongmin was planning to use the Wang family as a springboard to push his son into the business world. Right now, he happens to need the Wang family to owe him a favor. The timing of this call was perfect. Zhao Yongmin answered the phone with a smile. Hello, Madam Wang. What can I do for you? Oh, a student behaved inappropriately on the train? Is that really true? Of course, Tsinghua and Peking Universities absolutely cannot admit students with poor moral character. I've made the decision to expel him. What problem could there be? Don't worry, I am, after all, the dean of Tsinghua and Peking University. I can make decisions on this small matter. After all, it's to protect the reputation of a university. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Yongmin smiled and shook his head. Ah, a Tsinghua or Peking University student on a green train. Which naive kid from the slums is he? He skillfully turned on the computer, logged into the campus internal system, used his privileges to retrieve the enrollment list, and quickly found the name Jiang Fan. All you need to do next is delete the name, then talk to the admissions office, and you've got the favor. As for the future livelihood of this student named Jiang Fan, what does that have to do with him? How much is a poor person's life worth? But when the cursor moved to Jiang Fan's name, Zhao Yongmin suddenly stopped. He had previously compiled statistics on the number of students admitted to each college in order to make it easier to curry favor with others. He was particularly impressed by the number of students in the School of Mathematical Sciences, which was a rare multiple of 120 people. But now, the serial number of Jiang Fan on the screen is 121. Zhao Yongmin narrowed his eyes. I'm mistaken. Impossible. He muttered to himself. Could it be that he was also pushed in by one of the deans? But why hasn't the admissions office given any indication of it? In universities, getting a spot into the system is much harder than expelling a student with no connections. Perhaps the admissions office made a mistake? Zhao Yongmin swiped the mouse and opened Jiang Fan's detailed file. Jiangbei Linchuan Middle School, 691 points in the college entrance examination, proposed to be admitted to the number theory major. They have all taken the college entrance examination, so they should not be students in the innovation class. Overall, there's nothing special about them. Zhao Yongmin frowned. No, we still need to be more cautious and find out the details. He scrolled through the information bar and found Jiang Fan's emergency contact number at the end, then dialed it. 3 seconds later, the connection was established. Hello, I'm the Dean of the School of Humanities at Tsinghua and Peking Universities. May I ask who Jiang Fan is? Zhao Yongmin, Dean of the School of Humanities at Tsinghua and Peking Universities, 64 years old, 166 centimeters tall, 142 caddies, residing at Unit 1, Building 14, Lijiang Community, Xinjiang District, 709. A refined voice came from the other end of the phone, interrupting him. In an instant, Zhao Yongmin's scalp blew open, and his blood seemed to freeze instantly. Once you're in his position, his personal information isn't something just anyone can get their hands on. You are. People from the Education Bureau will be in your office in 10 minutes. The voice was as calm as reading a weather forecast. During this time, I advise you not to move around unnecessarily. The call was abruptly ended. What happened? Before Zhao Yongmin could react, his phone rang again this time. It was an old acquaintance from the Education Bureau. Old Zhao, what the hell did you do? The other person's voice was urgent and panicked. The bureau chief just slammed his fist on the table and started cursing. He suddenly said he would personally lead a team to inspect the area. It was clearly aimed at you. He called your name 3 times in less than a minute. I didn't do anything. Zhao Yongmin's voice trembled. Could you say a few words for me? Shut up. If I say another word, I'll be fired, the other person practically yelled. You'd better pack your things quickly. This special inspection targeting you is something no one can stop for you. I don't know who you've offended, but based on what you've done before, your time as dean is definitely over. It's just a matter of whether the school wants to keep you or not. Keep your distance from me in the future. Beep, beep, beep. The busy signal sounded again. Holding his phone, Zhao Yongmin's pupils dilated, and he slumped into the back of his chair like an empty shell. Breathing became difficult, and the heavy pounding of my heart pounded in my ears. He knew he was in trouble. He did something he shouldn't have done, and offended someone he shouldn't have offended. It was that phone call. It was Jiang Fan. Zhao Yongmin's breathing became more and more rapid and heavy. He grabbed his phone and dialed Mrs. Wang's number back. Wang Meiwan, who the hell have you messed with? Apologize to Jiang Fan right now. An urgent scream exploded from the receiver, making the middle-aged woman's eardrums tingle. Apologize now? Hurry up. That kid made one phone call, and my job as dean is gone. Do you still think he's someone you can mess with? His dog is more valuable than your life. On the other end of the phone, Dean Zhao, who was usually so refined and composed, was shouting urgently. Apologize right now. Say it was my idea, say, I never agreed to that. Hurry up, you fucking idiot. Upon hearing this, the woman froze on the spot, all color draining from her face instantly. This young man in front of me can remove the dean of Tsinghua and Peking universities with just one phone call? So dealing with oneself is just a matter of making a phone call. The young man next to her noticed his mother's sudden change in expression and realized something was wrong. Mom, what's wrong? The middle-aged woman turned her head stiffly, her voice trembling. Dean Zhao said, just now that kid made one phone call, his position was taken away. The young man first widened his eyes, then looked at the caller ID on his phone screen. The next second, he suddenly stood up and looked at Jiang Chen, who had just settled Li Chunmei. Hey, we've given up our seats. Please come sit with us. The middle-aged woman also reacted and immediately stood up, turning to Jiang Chen. Yes, classmate. It's our problem. Please let this little sister sit here with me. I'm so sorry. For a moment, the surrounding workers were stunned, their eyes wide open. Only then did they realize that this boy, who looked like a student, held a terrifyingly high status. Not far away, Jang Chun merely glanced at the mother and child. He didn't even lift his eyelids. The two ignored Jiang Chen's coldness and hurriedly squeezed through the narrow passage to his side. Friend, there might be a misunderstanding between us, but there's really no major conflict, right? The man said with a smile. Yes, classmate. How about this? This younger sister seems to be having a tough time. From now on, we'll cover all her and her child's expenses, including food, clothing, and shelter, until the child comes of age. What do you think? The middle-aged woman's smile even had a hint of fawning. Upon hearing this, everyone around her began to envy Li Chunmei. Li Chunmei's eyes lit up slightly. She tightened her grip on the child, and then turned to look at Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun wavered for a moment. Perhaps this isn't a bad choice for this woman. A frustrating trip in exchange for a worry-free future seems like a worthwhile deal. Seeing that she had a chance, the middle-aged woman immediately increased her bet. Believe me, sister, I can still arrange a decent job for this child. My husband is a director of the Wang Group, and our family owns 20% of the real estate development in Beijing. You are from the Wang Group? Li Chunmei suddenly asked. Yes, absolutely genuine. Then, was the construction of the Furong commercial building handled by you? Li Chunmei's voice trembled. That's right, you've heard of it, haven't you? It's the biggest in the capital, the woman continued, her expression even carrying a hint of pride. Mom, stop talking. The man quickly stopped his mother when he saw the change in Li Chunmei's expression. Li Chunmei's eyes gradually reddened, her chin trembled slightly, and her gaze towards the mother and child in front of her was first one of surprise, fear, and finally anger. Jiang Chun frowned slightly. Big sister, what's wrong? My husband died at that construction site. Li Chunmei burst into tears. Chapter 71 Quiz with Prizes. Under the horrified gazes of the mother and son, Jiang Chun frowned slightly. What happened, sister? Tell me about it. Li Chunmei was, after all, a low-level worker, and her speech was somewhat incoherent and disorganized. It took Jiang Chun a full 10 minutes to figure out the whole story. Li Chunmei's husband is a worker at the Wang Group's construction site in Beijing. A few days ago, the winds in Beijing were incredibly strong due to air currents. However, in order to complete the project on an auspicious day, the Wang Group forced the workers to continue working at heights. Perhaps the site manager forgot to check, or perhaps they simply didn't take workers' safety seriously. The safety ropes they provided were so old and worn out that they were in terrible condition. So 3 days ago, Li Chunmei's husband was blown off the scaffold by a strong wind. The safety rope broke in less than a minute, causing him to fall to his death on the concrete ground. However, the site manager's account afterwards was completely different. They insisted that Li Chunmei's husband failed to wear a safety rope as required. They even turned around and accused him of damaging the equipment on site when he fell, demanding compensation from Li Chunmei. As for compensation for work-related deaths, he violated the rules. So why should the company pay compensation? We have already done more than enough by giving 20,000 yuan in humanitarian aid. You're not convinced? If you're not happy, you won't even get those 20,000. Want to file a lawsuit? Okay, hire a lawyer then. We'll drag this out with you through the first and second trials. Of course we'll have to wait until you can afford a lawyer. And so, Li Chunmei gave up her fight against the Wang group. She was too weak. She also had children. Finally, she thought that no matter what, she had to bring her lover home. He's still lying there, cold and lifeless, in a morgue. Inside the carriage, the woman spoke to Jiang Chen haltingly, her voice filled with long-suppressed grievances and unconcealed sorrow. A subdued sigh rose from all around, mixed with scattered whispers. Jiang Chun listened in silence. Finally, Li Chunmei stopped narrating, with only a slight tremor in her shoulders. Jiang Chen stood up and looked back at the mother and son. Did you two hear that? Is this the true face of your Wang group? The two men were deathly pale. Jiang Chun exuded an invisible pressure from his superior, making them unable to even lift their heads. A few days ago, someone died in an accident at the construction site. They had only heard about it and hadn't taken it to heart. Even if they knew the whole story, they wouldn't care. It's just a lowly commoner dying. Who cares? As for not paying compensation according to the law, shouldn't we minimize the amount of money we lose? Otherwise, what's the point of the company employing so many legal professionals? But at this moment, they had to face a reality. The young man in front of them, whose status was frighteningly high, had developed sympathy for the common people. We really didn't know anything about this before, the young man stammered, trying to seize the last opportunity. Here's what we're doing, ma'am. We'll give you a sum of money, a huge sum, enough for you and your children to spend for several lifetimes, as compensation, you see. Or, Jiang Chun interrupted him, his gaze falling on Li Chunmei's face. You can also choose to make everyone involved in this matter pay the price they deserve. Li Chunmei's eyes went from hesitation and struggle to gradually focusing. Finally, a flame of anger ignited in her gaze as she looked at the mother and child. She never imagined she would look at people of higher status with that kind of gaze, nor had her ancestors ever. Brother, her voice was hoarse but unusually clear. I want them to pay the price. Make everyone who killed my husband pay the price. Okay, I heard you. Jiang Chen nodded slightly and tapped his earphone lightly. Did you hear that, Chinbin? Yes, Mr. Jiang Chen. Go investigate and find out what's going on. Yes. The Wang Group is under investigation for a construction safety scandal. Recently, the Wang Group was placed under investigation by a joint investigation team due to a safety incident at the Furong commercial building project. The investigation revealed that the group had a long history of using substandard safety equipment and is suspected of falsifying construction records, coercing workers to work under dangerous conditions, and failing to provide compensation for fatal accidents. Currently, all of the group's ongoing projects have been halted. Several senior executives and project managers have been placed under coercive measures, and related assets have been frozen. Dormitories at Tsinghua and Peking universities. Zhou Hao was scrolling through his phone with his legs crossed, the screen showing the latest trending topic on Weibo. Wow, the Wang family has also fallen? What kind of big shot did they offend? Judging from the situation, their assets will probably be completely wiped out in less than 10 days. Click. The dormitory door lock clicked softly. A huge suitcase was pushed in first. Immediately afterwards, a boy wearing black half-rimmed glasses and simple clothes walked in. Hello. Jiang Chun greeted him with a smile and pushed his luggage to the empty bed. New roommate. Zhou Hao put down his phone and got up to help Jiang Chun tidy up the clutter piled on the bed. Brother, what's your name? Where are you from? Jiang Fan is from Jiangbei. What about you? Wow, your name sounds like a novel protagonist. Zhou Hao teased with a laugh. I'm Zhou Hao, a local from Beijing. My home isn't far away. Come visit me sometime. Suddenly, Zhou Hao seemed to remember something. Are you from Jiangbei? Which school did you graduate from? Linchuan Middle School. From Linchuan, Zhou Hao's eyes lit up slightly. Is it from that innovation class? I'm not that amazing. I'm just in the top class. Jiang Chun shrugged slightly. The top classes are very strong too, Zhou Hao said with interest. But I heard that a big shot from the Linchuan innovation class came to our school this year. He's also from the School of Mathematics. It's all over the news. Really? Jiang Chun asked casually. It's true. You might even know him, Zhou Hao said as he stuffed the last piece of junk into the cabinet. The two worked quickly and efficiently, and the bed was soon made. So this is a 4-person dormitory, right? Jiang Chun looked around. Where are the other two? You're the third one to arrive. The second one is Chun Jun. He just went downstairs to buy daily necessities and should be back soon. You reminded me. Jiang Chen patted the dust off his hands. I also need to go and get some supplies. Let's go together. I'm going to stock up on some snacks. We can't afford to run out of food in the dorm. Zhou Hao also grabbed his phone. Tsinghua and Peking universities truly live up to their reputation as top-tier institutions of higher learning. The entire route is shaded by lush trees and shimmering lakes, making for a truly pleasing sight. The two were carrying the daily necessities and snacks they had just bought when they were suddenly attracted by the crowds of people lining the roadside. What are all these people doing here? Zhou Hao raised an eyebrow. I don't know. Shall we go and take a look? Jiang Chen shrugged. Absolutely. Only a fool wouldn't watch a show. Zhou Hao grinned, and the two of them squeezed into the crowd in perfect unison. After finally squeezing to the front, Zhou Hao and Jiang Chun took a closer look. What comes into view is a large whiteboard covered with a bunch of equations. A small wooden sign stood nearby, with several large characters prominently displayed. Quiz with prizes. Chapter 72. Step back and watch me show off. On the campus of Tsinghua and Peking universities. Oh, a quiz with prizes? Let me see what's going on. Zhou Hao stepped forward with great interest and began to examine the contents of the whiteboard. 1/2 x 75% equals 1.25. 1999.5 y por 9 diagonal 10 igual a 1.35. Find x plus y and show your work. Below is a bunch of messy equations. Presumably someone tried to solve the problem but failed. Looking at the questions on the whiteboard, Zhou Hao frowned slightly, revealing a thoughtful expression. Clearly, this is a system of two linear equations in two variables. It has no higher-order terms and no additional constraints. The logical framework is not complex, but is still not simple. The entire difficulty of this problem lies in the numerical values. Integers, fractions, decimals, percentages. The variety of number types mixed together can put pressure on the problem solver just by glancing at them. What's more troublesome is that the numerical values in the problem are not simple either. This means that while moving unknowns around, one must also be mindful of these tedious calculations. The process of calculating complex numerical values can also have a significant impact on the logic of the test taker. This question is quite challenging. Seeing Zhou Hao frown, Jiang Chen asked, "What's wrong? Is this question difficult?" Zhou Hao nodded. "This question is a bit tricky. It's normal that you don't understand it. Percentages are a second-year undergraduate course, and the combination of these numbers is very misleading. This question is at least at the second-year graduate level. It is indeed very difficult." Jiang Chun nodded in agreement. He wasn't really sure how difficult the question was. Just as you can hardly expect a normal person to distinguish whether 3 by 3 or 3 plus 3 is more difficult. They're both questions that give you an answer instantly. So what's the difference? Zhou Hao looked at the prizes with great interest. Let me see if the prize is worth the difficulty of this question. An iPhone, Bluetooth earphones, a tablet, and a refrigerator. That's not very interesting. Zhou Hao's expression showed slight disappointment. Suddenly, his eyes fixed on a corner, then lit up slightly. Wait, that's a stainless steel wash basin. Zhou Hao turned to look at Jiang Fan. Didn't you fail to buy a wash basin earlier? It really is. Jiang Chun was also taken aback. But what's with the stainless steel basin as the prize for the quiz? Are they going to make me exchange it for an old phone? I might as well just go online. Ugh, what am I saying? Jiang Chen couldn't help but complain wildly. Since my friend is missing a basin, there's really nothing we can do about it. Beside him, Zhou Hao shook his head in a mocking manner, then grinned wickedly. Jiang Fan, actually, your roommate is very strong, stronger than you think. Stay on the sidelines and watch me do it. After saying that, Zhou Hao clenched his fist and gently punched Jiang Chen's shoulder. Then, he shook his clothes, stepped forward, and walked towards the organizer of the quiz competition. Jiang Chun stood to the side, bewildered in the wind. No, was I just tricked? Is this script correct? Zhang Zhe, do you really think anyone can solve this problem on the spot? You have to write out the complete calculation process, and you can't even use a calculator. Beside the whiteboard, Lu Meng also whispered to Zhang Zhe. It's uncertain. We can only take a gamble. Zhang Zhe said hesitantly. We'll use these prizes to test the foundation of this year's freshmen and see if we can find any talent. With the graduation of the previous year's seniors, our School of Mathematical Sciences has lost 4 top talents. The Superbrain Autumn Competition is in a month, and with our current level, without top talents to support us, how can we compete with Huazhong University of Science and Technology next door? Lu Mangyi, but your prize is too shabby, isn't it? Anyone who can get into Tsinghua or Peking University doesn't need a few bucks. Zhang Zhe, you only took a stainless steel basin, and you have the nerve to criticize me? Lu Mangyi, if I'm suddenly pulled in here, where am I supposed to find anything? Or should I just pay out of my own pocket as a bonus? Zhang Zhe, isn't taking money something so vulgar, an insult to academia? Lu Mangyi, isn't your refrigerator and a cell phone considered tacky? Zhang Zhe, this comes from my senior's heartfelt wishes. How can it be the same? Lu Mangyi, you're not a beautiful senior. Your feelings are worthless. As they were talking, the two saw someone walking towards them and immediately got up to greet them. Excuse me, are you here to answer a question? Zhang Zhe asked proactively. Yes. Zhao nodded. Great job, student. You're the first freshman to try today. Zhang Zhe smiled and pointed to the whiteboard next to him. Just write out the solution steps in detail next to it. Okay. By the way, senior, Zhou Hao paused. That stainless steel basin is also a prize, right? Zhang Zhe was slightly taken aback, then turned his head and saw Lu Mangyi standing to the side with his chin slightly raised and a smile on his face. Of course, phones and tablets too. Oh, no need. Zhou Hao waved his hand. That basin is fine. Then he turned around, gave Jiang Chen a thumbs up, walked to the whiteboard, and picked up a fountain pen. For this type of complex question, the two most important steps are breaking it down and simplifying it, and logically organizing it. First, all the seemingly complex numerical values need to be converted into the same type. 1/2 x 75% equals 1.25. 1999.5 y por 9 diagonal 10 igual a 1.35. Find x plus y and show your work. 1/2 0.5, 75%, 0.75, 1,999.5, 0.5, 9/10, 0.9. In this process, it is crucial not to confuse the positions of each constant after the conversion. After simplification, the equation becomes 0.5x, 0.75 is equal to 1.25. 0.5 y por 0.9 igual a 1.35. Find x plus y and show your work. Then comes the constant reordering. 0.5x equals 1.25 plus 0.75. 0.5 igual a 1.35 diagonal 0.9. Therefore, we can obtain 0.5x equals 2 and 0.5 y equals 1.5. The more complicated part of this step is calculating the fraction 1.35/0.9, which requires multiplying both sides by 10 and then simplifying using the least common multiple. The rest is simple. X equals 2 divided by 0.5 is equal to 4. 1.5 divided by 0.5 is equal to 3. So, according to this calculation, answer x más igual a 7. In less than 10 minutes, Zhou Hao had written the complete calculation process on the whiteboard. After the pen tip landed the last number, he wore a calm smile on his face. At the same time, Jiang Chen's undisguised praise came from behind him. Holy crap, Zhou Hao is amazing. I never expected you to be a true near genius. On the other side, Zhang Zhe and Lu Meng were also shocked by his problem-solving speed. The two looked at each other and quickly gathered in front of the whiteboard to repeatedly check the formulas and results. A few minutes later, the two exchanged a glance, smiles appeared on their faces at the same time, and they walked toward Zhou Hao together. Student, absolutely correct. Zhang Zhe greeted him, his eyes filled with undisguised fervor. Solving this kind of problem in less than 10 minutes, that's really impressive. Are you interested in joining a club? Our math club needs an outstanding student like you. Lu Mangyi followed up. I'll think about it. Zhou Hao smiled, not immediately agreeing. The scene from earlier flashed through his mind, and he felt that something was not quite right. What are you still thinking about? Zhang Zhe pulled out his phone directly. Let's add each other's contact information first. You must be a freshman. right? Let me tell you which cafeterias at Tsinghua and Peking University are good, and which food stall Annie's hands don't shake. A moment later. Junior, are you sure you don't want any other prizes? No need. My buddy just needs a basin. He doesn't need anything else. Zhou Hao picked up the shiny stainless steel basin, turned around gracefully, and returned to Jiang Chen's side. Your basin. He handed it over directly. Reliable. Jiang Chun took it without hesitation. Wasn't I handsome just now? That's so cool, bro. From now on, stick with me, and I'll make you a star. The conversation was relaxed, but the images flashed back in Zhou Hao's mind. Once again, the sense of unease grew stronger. There's something I don't seem to have noticed. Zhou Hao recalled the scene from just now. Suddenly, he stopped. It's applause. The timing of the applause is wrong. Just now, the applause rang out almost simultaneously the moment he wrote down the final answer. This shows that the person who applauded had already solved the problem before he finished without a whiteboard or written calculations, relying entirely on mental calculations. And the person who clapped. It's Jiang Chun. Zhou Hao stopped in his tracks, then turned his gaze to Jiang Chun with surprise. Chapter 73. Who knows? You and Jiang Chun might even be from the same clan. Tsinghua University and Peking University. On the way, Zhou Hao looked at Jiang Chun with a shocked expression. Jiang Fan, you already knew the answer to that problem before I even finished solving it? The previous question had mixed numerical values and a chaotic structure. In Zhou Hao's view, it is difficult to construct equations in one's mind without using a whiteboard or draft paper to organize logic and calculate step by step. What's more, Jiang Chun solved the problem even faster than he could with a whiteboard. Oh, you found out. Jiang Chen smiled but didn't deny it. There's actually no need to deny it. Given Jiang Chen's intelligence, if he didn't keep pretending, he would easily be distinguished from ordinary people. Deliberately hiding things is exhausting. Letting things take their natural course is much easier. Anyway, this identity doesn't have any weaknesses, and UNG is behind it. Zhou Hao, standing to the side, still couldn't figure it out. How did you do that? You can do that problem mentally? That doesn't make sense. Maybe I'm just pretty awesome. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow. I can't imagine your way of thinking. Zhou Hao pondered for a moment, then shook his head, giving up on thinking. With such a high talent for mental arithmetic, you're really not from the innovation class. No, really. Have you ever seen any students in an innovation class who need to take the college entrance exam? Maybe you're the kind of person who pretends to eat shit. That's fucking playing dumb to fool others. Please, stop using idioms, bro. When the two returned to the dormitory, Chun Jun was already there. Hey, Chun Jun, this is our new roommate, Jiang Fan. Zhou Hao pointed to the person next to him. Jiang Fan, this is Chun Jun. After exchanging greetings, the three quickly started chatting. Hey, why hasn't the fourth guy arrived yet? It's almost dark, Zhou Hao said, somewhat puzzled. The fourth guy? He's not surnamed Wang, is he? Chun Jun paused for a moment, then casually replied. You're following the latest news, too? Who doesn't know that investigating a safety hazard can lead to a bunch of bribery, intimidation, and even murder cases? A long-established family in Beijing must have had many protectors, but they somehow offended some big shot and were completely wiped out. I think this is the biggest thing that has happened this year. I have to refute that, Zhou Hao said, holding up a finger. No matter what happens in the future, there will only be one major event in the last 100 years. The passing of genius Jiang Chun. The two spoke in unison. Jiang Chun, who was standing nearby, suddenly shivered. It's such a pity about Jiang Chun. Zhou Hao shook his head regretfully, and then said, there was also a Go Club in my high school class. They watched the whole live broadcast of Jiang Chen's competition. Their eyes were practically popping out of their sockets. When Jiang Chen won, they were so excited that they almost tore down the classroom window. But before they could even recover, the news of Jiang Chen's car accident became a hot topic. They almost cried their eyes out. It wasn't just them, Chen Jun said, scrolling through his phone. The entire Gamoka world was depressed for a long time because of this incident. It wasn't until more than a month after the incident that Li Yi, a 9-dan player, was willing to reappear in public. And I heard his general knowledge level is ridiculously high, Zhou Hao continued. I watched the recording. In the provincial general knowledge competition, Even when he was at a disadvantage in terms of time and score, he was still able to help his teammates reverse the score. That's incredibly unbelievable. By the way, Jiang fan, Zhou Hao suddenly turned his head and looked at Jiang Chun beside him. Jiang Chun is also from Linchuan Middle School, and he's in the innovation class. You might have even met him. Really? I don't remember it well. Jiang Chun chuckled dryly. At this point, Chun Jun slapped his thigh and said, "That's right, Jiang fan, you need to pay attention. You also have the surname Jiang, and so does he. If you look through the family tree, you might even be from the same clan 500 years ago." Jiang Chun. Evening came quickly. The three of them ate together in the cafeteria, tidied up briefly afterward, and then went about their own business. Zhou Hao leaned against the bed and talked on the phone with his friends. Chun Jun wore headphones and played games on his phone, while Jiang Chun sat at the table scrolling through his phone. A relaxed atmosphere filled the air. Suddenly, Chun Jun's posture began to change frequently, though it was unclear when it started. He would curl up for a while, then lean on the table for support, but he still couldn't bear to put down his phone. Finally, he abruptly ripped off his headphones, clutched his stomach, and stood up. Damn it! There must have been something I was allergic to in what I ate tonight. I can't take it anymore. Chun Jun looked around and saw that Jiang Chun was still free, so he shoved the phone into his hand. "Help me play for a bit. I'm going to take a break." "Huh? What game is this? I don't know how to play it." "It's okay. We're going to lose soon anyway," Chun Jun said, his face pale. "Just keep moving your character and don't go AFK and get reported." After saying that, he rushed into the toilet. "Aren't we buddies? Can't you play while you're on the toilet?" "I don't want my phone to get dirty." Chun Jun's voice came through the door. "Jiang Chun, 6. Okay, let me see what mobile games are like in this world." Jiang Chun lowered his head, then his gaze suddenly froze. Honor of Kings? Did I really time travel? Chapter 74, the main players are tired. I'm the substitute. This game is exactly the same as Honor of Kings. Jiang Chun swiped the screen, studying the game in front of him. The interfaces are basically similar. What the heck is Season S14079? The user interface is pretty much the same, except for a few oddly placed keys. Even their music styles are similar. Should we say that the two worlds arrive at the same destination by different paths? Jiang Chun poked at the screen with his left hand and tried to slide it gently. The way to control hero movement is similar. The three on the right should be skills. Give it a try. Wow, it still has 3 dashes and a super armor effect. Feels like Han Xian. Speaking of which, Chun Jun is a bit of a noob. He's already down 0-4-0 in less than 5 minutes at the start of the game. Suddenly, I heard cursing coming through my headphones. Where's the jungler? Is the jungler's mom picking Ganoderma lucidum in the jungle? Junglo? Jiang Chen glanced at the equipment slots. Okay, it's me. He grinned and began to control the character's movement. I miss it so much. I've been away from gaming for a year or two now. Back in the day, I was an Eternal Diamond player, which in this world would be at least a Glory King level. Jiang Chun quickly adapted to the controls and began maneuvering his hero into the jungle to farm monsters. Just as I landed a jungle monster, something unexpected happened. 2 figures suddenly emerged from the bushes not far away. A hero, resembling Daji, raised her hand to control the enemy, and then immediately used her ultimate skill to slam them in. At the same time, another guy who looked like Lu Shan rushed up without looking up. Holy crap! People in this world know how to camp in the bushes? Jiang Chun was taken aback, but his body reacted faster than his brawn. He instantly activated his ultimate skill to avoid control and moved away in an instant. Holy crap! Did I underestimate them? It's no wonder that it has developed for more than 14,000 seasons. Even casual players are now hiding in bushes. On the other side of the screen, professional players Jiuqing and Mao Shen looked at each other in bewilderment. What's going on? Am I seeing things? Jiuqing's eyes widened. Did we reveal ourselves? No, right? Not even for a second. He used his ultimate to dodge crowd control and then teleported away. It seems so. Cat God nodded in confusion. Honor Games hasn't come up with any new game ideas for a long time. Tactical rigidity and fixed routines. It's nothing more than each lane facing off, and junglers and supports following the established procedures for farming, controlling dragons, and providing support. This morning, Jiang and Mao Shen suddenly had a brilliant idea to try and develop a new suppression system for junglers. So they brought their teammates, created smurf accounts to smurf, and tried to use unconventional hero combinations to target and kill the enemy jungler. Everything was going smoothly until the enemy jungler was caught out and went 0-4-0, completely disrupting the rhythm of the game. Until that last wave. The enemy jungler's reaction speed, just now, that's absolutely professional level. Jiang long pressed the voice-to-text function and sent a message to all channels. Did the enemy jungler change? A few seconds later, the opposing jungler replied, "Yeah, the starters are tired, I'm the substitute." Almost simultaneously, a double kill sound effect rang out on the screen without warning. Holy crap! The marksman sitting next to Jiang suddenly shouted, "Why is the enemy jungler in the bottom lane? Does he even know how to play? He's not following the proper strategy. He hasn't even cleared his own jungle before coming to the bottom lane." The jungler stared at the grayed out screen, his voice deepening. "We were more than 1,000 gold behind, but he used his mobility skill to dodge a crucial crowd control, and then he wiped us both out. That's not right." The player in the top lane was silent for a moment, then suddenly spoke up, "From the failed gank on him by the mid lane and support to your double kill. Less than 30 seconds passed. He didn't farm the jungle at all. He went straight to the bottom lane, his target was clear. He's willing to forego jungle resources to rush to the bottom lane, which means he knows there's a kill going to be secured there. Could it be?" Cat God raised his head. "That's right." Jiang took a deep breath. "I suspect he gets distracted by looking at the mini-map." "A master," the group whispered almost simultaneously. In an instant, all 5 of them perked up and began to take things seriously. Relying on their professional level skills, they quickly suppressed the opposing team's 4 members, excluding the jungler, to the point of being unable to raise their heads. But they couldn't relax at all. That enemy jungler is too strong. Moreover, it's completely haphazard. It's as if he's never even looked at a professional competition manual, completely disregarding conventional strategies. Yet every single move he makes is precise and deadly. What's even more frightening is his growth rate. In just 10 minutes, his economy skyrocketed like a snowball. He can even steal a professional team's jungle without revealing his location. This means that he can guess everyone's location by constantly observing the minimap. This insight and analytical ability is terrifying. Gradually, the number of players on both sides began to equalize, and 80% of the kills on the opposing team came from that jungler. He even pulled off a high-difficulty maneuver, instantly switching from Resurrection Armor to Blade of Despair. Who is this guy anyway? I've never seen anyone play glory like this before. In an instant, 5 professional-level players were completely overwhelmed by a jungler they encountered in a random match. Seeing the situation becoming increasingly passive, Jiang pondered for a moment and decisively spoke up. "No, we can't keep dominating them. Pressuring the opponent means leaving your defensive towers and exposing yourself to their hunting range." Currently, the player with the highest economy on their team is nearly 4,000 gold behind the enemy jungler. Coupled with the opponent's skill level, showing their face is almost an instant kill. Conserve your strength and drag the game out later. Apart from a jungler, the other 4 on the opposing team are weak points. As long as we can hold on until our items are complete, we still have a chance if we group up. No matter how strong he is, he can't possibly take on 5 opponents at once. With this in mind, the group quickly withdrew their forces. At first, they only retreated to the second tower to clear the wave, but after being tower dived and killed several times, they simply gave up the second tower as well and retreated to the high ground. The opponent's playing style was so ferocious that it was unprecedented in the entire professional league. But Nine City and their teammates are professional players after all, and their mentality never collapsed. Finally, by the 17th minute, their core equipment was basically complete. The 5 began to push forward as a group clearing lanes and killing enemies. The other 4 players on the opposing team were only at the average king level skill level, and they crumbled easily in the face of professional level teamwork and skill. The jungler tried several times to cut in and secure kills, but could never find an opening. As the 5 escorted the last wave of dragon soldiers closer to the enemy's crystal, their tense nerves relaxed slightly. "I just wanted to fry some fish for fun. I never expected this game to be so stressful." But thankfully we didn't lose. Jiang finally smiled. If we win this game, we'll see if we can bring him into the team. When we do, we won't say that we played this game. We'll just say he's a kid from a youth training camp. Otherwise, he might not be interested in our team. If he joins our team, we can definitely look forward to this year's KPL. Suddenly, the cat god paused. Wait a minute. I haven't seen the enemy jungler for almost a minute. Isn't it better that he's not here? The marksman chimed in. It saves us from affecting our push on the crystal. We've already cut off this minion wave, and we've secured the dragon. He simply doesn't have any room to maneuver. Yeah, hurry up and push it. I have a bad feeling about this. Before the words were finished, the alarm suddenly went off at the bottom lane inhibitor turret. What's going on? Impossible. I've been watching the mini-map the whole time, and there was absolutely no vision of the bottom lane minions before. Did he cut off the minion wave beforehand, and then harass us to distract us? It's okay. I'll clear the wave. There's still time, said the top laner. The hero he was playing had ranged abilities, so he immediately activated his ultimate skill and aimed at the wave of minions that were trying to steal his base. The skill swept across the map, hitting its target precisely. Got it. The opponent on the road smirked. As the skill damage increased, the minion's health plummeted, leaving only one minion with a sliver of health. Although we've lost our high ground, the enemy minions are also low on health. One hit to the crystal and they're gone. Let's push quickly. This guy is too tough to deal with. Let's win while he's still unable to make any plays. Wait, he didn't leave. What is he doing? The minion wave is gone. What can he do? The next second, under the horrified gazes of the 5 people, the enemy jungler actually walked into the tower's attack range before the minion wave even reached it. He's tanking the tower with his own body. A hero is taking damage from minions. How can you play like this in honor of kings? Oh no, get back to the city immediately. Jiang roared, but it was too late. The enemy jungler's attack power is ridiculously high. Less than 10 seconds. The crystal shattered. Defeat. A huge failure sign appeared on the 5 people screens. Chapter 75 contains errors in the textbook. The 5 people stared blankly at the screen, with only the background music of the game ending playing in the room. Honor can be done like this? You look at me, I look at you. The next second, all 5 people jumped up almost simultaneously. Holy crap. Quick, get people here. Add me as a friend first. I'll send you a request. Switch to your main account. Use the account we used for professional certification to join. That guy on the other side is fucking awesome. We have to recruit him. Did you record the replay? We have to review it later, every second of it. Tisk, these guys over there are SOSO. Platinum level, maybe no more. Jang Chun put down his phone and sighed softly. As for my teammates, they're basically bots. At this moment, Chun Jun came out of the toilet, clutching his stomach. Are your bowel movements regular? It's all right. Chun Jun's expression softened considerably. Jiang Chun handed the phone back to him. Is this game over? It's over. Chun Jun took the phone and immediately saw the bright victory symbol on the screen. What? You won? Jiang fan, you're amazing. I was completely outmatched from the start, but you turned the tide. That's because you're bad at it. I'm the strongest player, okay. Then I am the god of glory. Screw you. Jiang Chun smiled and lay down on the bed. Seeing that it was getting late, Chun Jun closed the honor page and went to bed. By the way, guys, tomorrow's first class is number theory, taught by Professor Lee. Remember to set your alarms. The next day, room 307, Ziyuan Building, Tsinghua University. Where's Zhou Hao? Jiang Chun asked Chun Jun, who was standing to the side. I don't know. He was gone when I woke up. I thought he had arrived first. Tin Yun shrugged. Smack. A copy of Introduction to Number Theory was placed on the empty seat next to Jiang Chun. Then, Zhou Hao stepped over to the back seat, sat down, panting heavily, and began to speak. Holy crap, did you guys hear? The Dean of the Faculty of Arts has resigned. What's going on? Tin Yun asks, leaning closer. I don't know the details either, but I heard it's related to the Wang family, Zhou Hao said in a low voice. Wasn't there a rumor that he wanted to get his son into the Wang group for training? But now that the Wang family has collapsed, it seems he's been implicated too. I see, that makes sense. These deans are already in high positions, and they spend all their time figuring out how to climb the ranks. They have all their energy spent on interpersonal relationships. So how can they concentrate on research? It would be good to change the people. I don't think climbing the ladder and doing research are necessarily contradictory. Zhou Hao shook his head. How so? Take Professor Li, who is teaching us today, for example. He is a close disciple of the president and a leading figure in number theory. He just joined Tsinghua and Peking University last month and was directly appointed as the dean of the School of Mathematics. No one objects? Yes. In the end, Professor Li, in front of all the teachers in the Department of Mathematics, calculated the volume and area of a cylinder on the whiteboard in less than 20 minutes, knowing only the diameter and height, and even made an analysis diagram. No one said a word immediately. Jiang Chen nodded to the side. That's just how the world is. Social skills and interpersonal relationships are things that the weak need to consider. Faced with absolute intellectual superiority, all talk and reason is utterly worthless. By the way, what's Professor Li's full name again? It seems to be Mingda, Zhou Hao said. Upon hearing this name, Jiang Chun was slightly taken aback. Just then, footsteps sounded outside the classroom door. Mingda walked in expressionlessly. He first wrote his name on the blackboard, then turned around and calmly scanned the entire classroom. Hello, students. This is my name. You can call me Professor Li. I have a few words to say before class begins. I know that you must be quite good at math to have gotten into this university. The fact that you dared to apply for a math major shows that you are confident in your abilities. Perhaps right now you are full of thoughts about what achievements you can make in the future and what name you can leave in academic history. But I must tell you, he paused, his voice clear and indifferent. Since you're able to sit here and listen to my lectures, that means that none of you are suited for real mathematical research. Remember, don't have any expectations for your future in mathematics. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. In the face of true geniuses, you and I are nothing more than ants that can only do math. At that moment, Mingda seemed to remember something, and his eyes glazed over for a moment. He has seen true geniuses. He was once so close to the truth, almost within reach. But then, the genius died. He died before the truth was revealed to the world. Mingda let out a long sigh. Next, let's open Introduction to Number Theory. We'll start with the formulas for calculating the area of basic geometric figures starting with parallelograms. Then, the sound of turning pages filled the air below the podium. Jiang Chen, also in the crowd, lowered his head and flipped through the book, feeling a slight sense of emotion. Unexpectedly, Lao Li stayed on to teach at Tsinghua and Peking universities. What about the innovation class? Should we change teachers? But then again, I hope he won't recognize me. It shouldn't be that bad. We'd only met 2 or 3 times before, and it's been more than 3 months since then. Given the level of memory of people in this world. While thinking, Jiang Chen flipped through the book and soon found the designated page. He glanced at the contents as usual, calculating the area of parallelograms, circles, triangles, trapezoids. It's all elementary school content. Suddenly, Jiang Chen stopped abruptly, his gaze fixed on a corner of the book, and he narrowed his eyes slightly. Wrong. The book contains errors. Chapter 76 Guide Dog. Jiang Chen's gaze was fixed on the textbook page, and he frowned slightly. On the other side of the explanation of the theory of area of figures is the further thinking section of this chapter. One of the problems involved finding the area of an irregular hexagon. The figure is divided into a trapezoid and 3 triangles by dashed lines, and the lengths of each side and the heights of the triangles are given. The problem is that one of the triangular parts has the values 5, 12, and 13, which should be a right triangle. However, the question provides an extra height that does not conform to the Pythagorean theorem and still uses the right-angled side as the base for area calculation. This results in a fundamental error in the numerical values referenced by the entire formula. In short, the question was ridiculously wrong. Jiang Chen frowned, flipped back to the title page of the textbook, and glanced at the publication information. Written between 283-9798 and 283-9997, a book from 200 years ago, not written by a genius? He thought to himself. It's highly likely that later generations pieced together the content summarized by the genius. It took 200 years to compile a primary school math book, and This is the level? TSK, reasonable. But why hasn't anyone discovered it yet? Perhaps it's because of the advanced questions that few people deliberately think about them. Of course, it's also possible that it was checked, but the error wasn't noticed. Or, should we talk to Laoli about it? Tsinghua and Peking University are top-tier universities, so it's somewhat disgraceful for them to use such erroneous content in their textbooks. TSK. Never mind. I'm still a little worried about being recognized by Laoli. After class, when I get back to my dorm, I'll anonymously post this question on the Tsinghua Peking University School of Mathematical Sciences forum. At that moment, Mingda's voice came from the podium. Did you all understand? A few people in the audience responded quietly, we understand. Mingda simply smiled. Okay, he picked up the chalk and turned to the blackboard. Who understood what I just said? I'll pick a few questions right now. In an instant, the audience fell silent. Woof, woof, woof. Suddenly, several dog barks rang out in the classroom. A dog? Where did the dog come from in the classroom? Jiang Chen looked around and saw a black and white border collie lying at a girl's feet, barking with its head up. Are dogs allowed in the classroom? Jiang Chen asked, somewhat curious. Zhou Hao, standing nearby, looked slightly surprised when he heard his question. Regular dogs definitely won't work, but guide dogs aren't restricted to any particular location after all. They're there to assist people with intellectual or physical disabilities. Haven't you seen one? As he spoke, he suddenly realized, oh, I almost forgot. You're from Jiangbei. These kinds of dogs are quite expensive, and you really need to be wealthy to afford one. There are probably fewer of them in Jiangbei. Wow, as expected of Master Jing, you got a lot of knowledge. Jiang Chun joked about the regional differences. Go to hell. Zhou Hao rolled his eyes at him. Actually, I've seen it before, but I always thought it was a pet dog, Jiang Chen said, looking at the dog. Border collies can't be pets. Zhou Hao shook his head. They're too smart. They drive their owners crazy if they were pets. But the job of a guide dog requires extremely high intelligence, so it can only be a border collie. At the same time, on the podium, Mingda's gaze also turned towards the dog, then rose up and landed on the girl. The girl had shoulder-length hair, with bangs partially obscuring her eyes and brows. She wore a faded light blue dress, dressed simply, unlike someone from a wealthy family. She stood up somewhat awkwardly, raised her phone, and pressed a button on the side of the phone. A steady electronic tone came from the speaker. Teacher, I understand. You can test me now. Mingda paused for a moment, then smiled slightly. It seems that not everyone in our class is a good-for-nothing. Soon, he wrote 4 problems on a blackboard, all about solving for the area of a parallelogram. The girl was clearly skilled. She finished solving all the problems in less than 20 minutes. The border collie stayed quietly by her feet the whole time, never leaving her side. Seeing that the answer was completely correct, Mingda nodded in approval. I take back what I said before. Perhaps there really is 1 or 2 people in this class who can save a few seconds for true geniuses. Jiang Chen looked at the well-behaved border collie next to the girl and felt a little curious. Since this dog is so intelligent and understanding, why not breed it in large numbers and promote it nationwide? Breeding is easy, but training is extremely difficult, Zhou Hao explained in a low voice. This dog is too smart. Most people simply can't train it and are more likely to be played by it. Only people with high intelligence can handle and train it. By the way, the world's largest guide dog training base is in Beijing, not far from the school. I remember it's the mainstay business of the Chun family in Beijing. But I heard that they've had some trouble recently, which has affected some of the training progress, causing the price of guide dogs to increase several times over recently. What happened? It seems the head of the Chun family died more than 3 months ago. Zhou Hao paused. The cause of death is unknown. The morning classes ended quickly. After lunch, Jiang Chen returned to his dormitory and casually turned on his phone. The Tsinghua and Peking University campus forums have a history of nearly 10,000 years, and the system automatically installs them when each new student enrolls. It's ready to use right out of the box, requiring no additional steps. The page is so clean and uncluttered that there are no pop-up ads. In short, it's very convenient and very good for the brain. Jiang Chun quickly typed in the editing box, explaining the textbook errors he had discovered that morning in a short time, and then clicked send. That's fine. Jiang Chen put down his phone. If no one saw it, then so be it. Afterwards, Jiang Chun lay down on the bed, and drowsiness gradually overcame him. Ding, ding, ding. He was awakened by a barrage of message notifications. TSK. Who keeps sending messages? Jiang Chun picked up his phone and realized he had been asleep for 2 hours. Unlocking the screen reveals a deluge of message notifications, all originating from the Tsinghua Peking University forum. What's going on? So many people are looking at this question. He opened the software and was instantly stunned. The post I made already has over 100 replies. The content was entirely filled with insults. Chapter 77 Proof of the Pythagorean Theorem. Tsinghua and Peking University Student Dormitory. Jiang Chun frowned, opened a forum, and scrolled to the comment section of the post. What do you know about solving polygon area problems? This is an irregular hexagon. Do you even understand it? Go home, child. You're better suited to be a puddle. Personally, I still believe more in the questions that academician Han set 200 years ago. He was an academician, so how could he not know better than us? Jiang Chun stared at the screen, somewhat speechless. It's just finding fault. Is it really that big of a deal? Why are you so hostile? Suddenly, Jiang Chun noticed a private message hidden in the comments. The sender's name was a string of numbers, and their profile picture was an eagle with outstretched wings. Friend, don't pay attention to those who are criticizing you. They're just paid trolls from academic cliques. There is nothing wrong with questioning authority. They're the ones who are wrong. Learn Valve? Jiang Chun suddenly realized something and immediately logged into the official website of the School of Mathematical Sciences at Tsinghua and Peking Universities and opened the faculty directory. Hongong, Hon Qingshon, Hon Qingshui, Hon Cheng, Hon Hon, Vai Shongsheng, Vai Vai, Vai Goyon. The surnames of all the faculty members in the Department of Mathematical Sciences have an astonishingly high degree of overlap. He turned back to the title page of the book, Introduction to Number Theory, edited by Han Feng and Wei Mingxing. Oh, Jiang Chen smiled. I should have thought of that a long time ago. Under class monopoly, there is no such thing as a clean academic community. I initially thought those comments were just mindless worship of authority. Little did they know, they were protecting their own ancestors. How did they manage to maintain such an obvious mistake? Scrolling down, Jiang Chen's gaze fell on a highly rated comment. The original poster doesn't understand math at all. A right triangle conforms to the Pythagorean triple, but a triangle that conforms to the Pythagorean triple is not necessarily a right triangle. Idiot. The comment was followed by a bunch of people agreeing. Jiang Chun stared at the screen, stunned for 2 seconds. A triangle whose side lengths conform to Pythagorean triples is not necessarily a right triangle. Does the Pythagorean theorem no longer exist? Jiang Chun replied directly on the forum. A triangle whose side lengths conform to Pythagorean triples. That is, a superscript 2 plus b superscript 2 equals c superscript 2 must be a right triangle. Isn't this the basic principle of the Pythagorean theorem? You even understand basic principles? If you really do, I'll do a handstand and eat shit right here and now. Jiang Chun had a bad feeling. He opened his browser and entered keywords. Really, there's only the formula for the Pythagorean theorem in this world. There's no proof of it. Of the more than 400 proof methods in the original world, not a single one exists here. Jiang Chun found an explanation for this phenomenon in a review of academic history. The development of theoretical mathematics depends entirely on genius. Tens of thousands of years ago, due to the lack of communication tools such as the internet and the lack of UNG's emphasis on geniuses, the methods for summarizing the achievements of geniuses were not perfect. Some geniuses, after discovering and proving a conjecture, realized that those around them simply cannot understand the derivation logic, so they simply let them remember the theorem itself. And the manuscripts of geniuses are rarely understood after their deaths. Some manuscripts are even lost for various reasons. As a result, many of the proof methods were never passed down. However, with the development of the times, more and more scholars have demonstrated their thirst for knowledge as researchers. Online, there are over 300,000 conjectures and proofs of the Pythagorean theorem alone. Jiang Chun glanced at them quickly. Some relied on the defense, while others used the Pythagorean theorem to prove it. The most outrageous thing is this debunking of the Pythagorean theorem. I believe the Pythagorean theorem is wrong, and it can be proven by contradiction. Suppose that in triangle ABC, a superscript 2 plus b superscript 2 equals c superscript 2 holds true. From the formula, we know that a superscript 2 plus b superscript 2 is a quadratic expression in two variables. C superscript 2 is a quadratic expression in one variable. According to the Chinese currency calculation method, it can be obtained that a binary quadratic variable is a block. A one-dimensional quadratic symbol is worth 50 cents. 5 cents at a time is not equal to $1 at a time. Therefore, a superscript 2 plus b superscript 2 is not equal to c superscript 2. Therefore, the Pythagorean theorem does not hold. Absolutely genius. It was an honor for Field's medal to be awarded to him. Faced with this meticulous proof, Jiang Chen felt utterly ashamed and could only cover his face and force a painful laugh. Well, since that's how it is, let's leave something behind for this world. After all, they've received a lot of resources from the United Nations, so they have to do something about it. Jiang Chen smiled, got out of bed, opened his computer document, and typed a string of text on the screen. A geometric proof of the Pythagorean theorem. References. This article does not need to refer to any references. In less than half an hour, Jiang Chen finished writing the proof. In fact, Jiang Chen finished writing the main proof in less than 5 minutes. The remaining 25 minutes were spent on meticulously organizing and simplifying the derivation process. He even deliberately replaced several complex Chinese characters and added pinyin to the characters that could not be replaced. Since it's something for people with intellectual disabilities, it's always better to keep it as simple as possible. Finally, 30 minutes later, Jiang Chen reviewed the paper with satisfaction. Excellent. I'm sure even a fool could understand this article. Did you understand? No. 2 days later, at the mathematics department of Princeton University, 2 doctoral students in their early 20s were huddled around a table, discussing a paper in hushed tones. Proving it geometrically is too complicated, not as concise as number theory, but it still feels logically plausible. Just then, they heard footsteps behind them. What are you two young people huddled together here studying? An elderly man with gray hair and elegant clothes approached. Professor Hoffman. One of them turned around quickly. We are discussing a paper on the proof of the Pythagorean theorem. A proof of the Pythagorean theorem? The old man chuckled and shook his head. Which amateur mathematician came up with this again? No, Professor, this article was forwarded to us by the editor-in-chief of the Journal of Mathematics. Apparently, the submission IP is in China, and their review team is unsure what to do, so they want us to take a look. The Annals of Mathematics? Even Bauer can't make up his mind? Looks like he's getting old. Let me take a look. Professor Hoffman stepped forward and took the printed pages. He flipped to the end first, wanting to see the paper's references. This article does not require reference to any literature. The old man was taken aback at first, then smiled and shook his head. Putting everything else aside, the courage of amateur scientists is truly admirable. In the field of scientific research, courage and knowledge are often inversely proportional. The more knowledge a scholar possesses, the less confident he becomes. This is why countries try their best to prevent ordinary researchers from having direct access to the original manuscripts left by geniuses. Many top scholars suffer from severe mental illnesses after witnessing knowledge that is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people, and a considerable number of them commit suicide. Professor Hoffman turned back to the first page, his gaze falling on the title. A geometric proof of the Pythagorean theorem. Splicing geometry method? He had studied geometry extensively in his early years, and had even attempted to prove the Pythagorean theorem, but ultimately failed. What exactly is patchwork geometry? Hoffman continued reading. Let ABC be a right triangle, where angle B is a right angle. For congruent triangles ABC are joined together to form a large square with a side length of A plus B. This approach to piecing things together. Exactly. Since we need to prove A superscript 2 plus B superscript 2 equals C superscript 2, why not just substitute the side lengths into the large square and construct a quadratic term using the area relationship? Hoffman's expression suddenly became serious. Ignoring the surprised looks of the two students beside him, He grabbed his paper and draft paper and walked straight to his office. In his office, he spread out his draft paper and began to follow the deduction of the paper step by step. The closer he got to the finish line, the more alarmed he became. For a full 10 hours, he forgot to eat and rest, only turning on the desk lamp as the sun set. Time passed quickly. Finally, at the moment the moon rose above the window, it proved that the final step had been taken. A Quadrat plus 2a plus b Quadrat gleich 2a plus c Quadrat. Hoffman raised his pen with trembling hands, but hesitated to put it down. The Pythagorean theorem was proven completely, using his most proficient method, geometry, with the final rearrangement, proving the Pythagorean theorem is no longer the exclusive domain of geniuses. And the person who proves it will receive worldwide acclaim. This is a good thing. But at that moment, a surge of insane jealousy suddenly welled up inside him. It took me 10 hours to understand the proof. But why is it someone else who proved it? If I had thought of this method earlier, if I had started studying the Pythagorean theorem from a young age, would I have come up with this proof myself? No. Maybe I'll suddenly have an inspiration tomorrow, and then prove it myself. Hoffman was hailed as a mathematical prodigy from a young age, but despite decades of navigating the academic world, he never achieved truly world-renowned success. And such an achievement is right before our eyes. Suddenly, an idea ignited like wildfire. He abruptly flipped the manuscript over, his gaze fixed intently on the author's section. Jiang Fan, Tsinghua University, and Peking University. Jiang Fan, Jiang Fan, Jiang Fan. He muttered the name to himself and quickly searched for it online, only to find that there was no such person in the mathematics community. Okay, I'm sorry. Jiang Fan. He tidied up the draft paper on the table containing the proof of the Pythagorean theorem, then took out a lighter and lit the printed copy. He then dialed the number saved as Bauer. Did you write the paper in Chapter 78? Today is a good day. May all your wishes come true. Jiang Chun hummed a song as he pushed open the dormitory door, only to see Zhou Hao and Chun Jun looking at him with serious expressions. What's wrong with you two? Jiang Chun stopped in his tracks. Why are you staring at me like that? Jiang Fan. Zhou Hao spoke first, his tone unusually serious. Have you recently submitted a paper to the Journal of Mathematics? I voted, Jiang Chun said, somewhat surprised. How did you guys know? Is it about the proof of the Pythagorean theorem? That's right. What's wrong? Did the Annals of Mathematics publish my paper? Jiang Chen asked. Zhou Hao's expression grew even more solemn, and he slowly shook his head. No, haven't you seen the news today? Chen Jun turned his phone screen towards Jiang Chun. Take a look at the trending topics on Weibo first. Jiang Chun frowned slightly, took out his phone, and tapped on that familiar icon. Shocking. Princeton scholar accused of plagiarism. Identity of the prover of the Pythagorean theorem remains a mystery. Recently, the journal Annals of Mathematics published a geometric proof of the Pythagorean theorem, a collaborative work by Princeton University professor Karl Heinrich Hoffmann and the journal's editor-in-chief Frieder Bauer, causing a sensation in the global mathematics community. However, two of Hoffmann's doctoral students subsequently revealed on social media that the true author of the certificate was a student named Jiang Fan from Tsinghua and Peking Universities in China, and presented photos of the original manuscript and the date the photos were taken. The post quickly went viral, but disappeared along with the account that posted it within hours. In addition, this afternoon, a doctoral student died in a car accident, and another doctoral student is currently missing. Faced with the accusations, Hoffmann and Bauer firmly denied them, claiming that the evidence was the culmination of their long-term independent research and accusing the so-called revelation of malicious slander. The International Mathematical Union has expressed concern. The truth has become a hot topic of debate within the mathematics community. Jiang Chun stared at the absurd news on his phone screen for a long while. Suddenly, a new message popped up at the top of the screen. It was a message notification in the class's Feishan group. Jiang Chun opened Feishan. Li Mingda, Jiang Fan, could you please come to my office? Jiang Chun was slightly taken aback. Chen Jun, do you have any disposable masks? Can I borrow one? Yes, here you go. On the way, Jiang Chun gently tapped his headset. Chen Bin, I am here. That news about me today, the missing doctor, Do you have any information about his whereabouts? Sorry, not at the moment. Do you need to find him in person? First, confirm whether he is alive or dead. Understood. We are communicating with America UNG, but there are relatively more missing persons cases there, so it may take some time. Furthermore, regarding the issue of your thesis, we can intervene directly and take necessary measures against those two professors. No need, Jiang Chen said calmly. I will handle this personally. Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes slightly. You're going to kill someone over something so trivial? Since you're so eager for fame, I'll give you a reputation that you can never wash away in your lifetime. Dean's office. Mingda poured a few pills out of the jar, swallowed them with warm water, and then continued reading the paper on the table. This was just delivered by the printing management office today. Even after only a short while, and without fully understanding the proof, he couldn't help but praise it. This is a brilliant method of proof. Moreover, the paper has a clear line of thought, detailed steps, and concise language. It even includes pinyin annotations for some uncommon characters, making it virtually flawless. How could someone write such a good paper without decades of dedicated research in the academic field? Mingda found it hard to believe that this was made by one of his own freshmen. Even among his former students in the innovation class, apart from Jiang Chun, probably no one could have done it. At this point, Mingda was more inclined to believe that the paper was the work of Bauer and Hoffman. Jiang Fan, a student in the class, accidentally got involved in this matter for some reason. Knock, knock, knock. Enter. A moment later, a young man wearing a mask and black-rimmed glasses pushed open the door and walked in. The moment Mingda saw Jiang Chun, a strange sense of familiarity swept through his heart. It must be my imagination. Jiang Fan, right? Mingda skipped the pleasantries, looking directly into Jiang Chen's eyes, his voice steady and serious. You should have seen the news. Let me ask you something first. Did you write this paper? Chapter 79, Academic Report. Tsinghua University, School of Mathematical Sciences, Dean's Office. Did you write this paper? Mingda stared calmly into Jiang Chen's eyes, as if trying to see something through them. Yes, Jiang Chen replied calmly. Mingda looked away and gestured to the whiteboard on the wall. Then please explain the proof process in the paper to me in its entirety. Jiang Chen didn't say much, nodded, and walked to the whiteboard. 10 minutes later, on the whiteboard, formulas and geometric derivations are neatly arranged. Mingda nodded slightly, gesturing for Jiang Chen to sit down. He then lowered his head and repeatedly pressed the pinball pen in his hand with his fingertips. At that moment, he believed it. Just now, Jiang Fan explained the proof of the Pythagorean theorem in a smooth and logically clear manner. Although he still did not fully understand the derivation process, the content basically matched the paper he had on hand. This issue of the Annals of Mathematics was just released this morning. If Jiang Fan were not the author, he would never have been able to see the proof process in the paper before this. Memorizing it on the spot? That's absurd. Within 6 hours of its release, no one could remember such a complex deduction process, let alone explain it so fluently. But what truly convinced Mingda was the indescribable aura emanating from Jiang Chun as he explained. If I had to describe it in one word, confidence. Extreme self-confidence. This level of confidence is absolutely impossible to come from a plagiarist. After thinking for a long time, Mingda put down his pen and looked up at Jiang Chun. Go back and wait for news. Leave the rest to me. I'll let you know when I have more information. Okay, teacher. Sure enough, Mingda held a press conference that afternoon. Jiang Fan is an excellent student with strong learning ability and a profound understanding of the Pythagorean theorem. Based on my many years of experience as a teacher and scholar, I don't believe he would steal someone else's academic work. At the press conference, Mingda stood at the front of the stage. Faced with numerous inquiries from reporters, he, on behalf of Tsinghua and Peking universities, expressed the attitudes of both the schools and himself. The news quickly became a trending topic. Prior to this, online opinion was more inclined to believe that Hoffman and Bauer were the witnesses. After all, in most people's eyes, it is far more credible for a senior mathematics professor and a top journal editor to work together to prove the Pythagorean theorem than for a freshman to complete the proof independently. However, after Mingda's press conference, public opinion shifted significantly. The reason is partly due to the endorsement from Tsinghua and Peking universities, and partly due to Dean Li Mingda himself. Li Mingda, as the Dean of the School of Mathematical Sciences at Tsinghua and Peking universities, not only holds a high political position, but also carries considerable weight in the academic community. Even though he has faded from the forefront for many years, the groundbreaking achievements he made in some fields before the age of 30 remain unsurpassed to this day. More importantly, he once served as the head teacher of the Linchuan Innovation class, and his students are now spread throughout academia, with many of them growing into the backbone of their respective fields. In an instant, voices of support arose from all sides, forming an academic wave that could not be ignored. Even the academic community in America has had to take this incident seriously. Inside the dormitory, Jiang Chen silently looked at his phone. "That's good." He leaned back in his chair. "It saves me the trouble of hiring online trolls to create hype. Next, let's see how they respond." America. Office of the Chief Editor of the Yearbook of Mathematics. "Didn't we agree to pay them to shut up? Why did you kill them?" Hoffman covered his face in anguish, and a sound of collapse escaped from between his fingers. Bauer leaned back in his chair, looking completely unconcerned. "There's no way around it. Only the dead will shut up. I've already killed 3 editors here, while you've only lost 2 PhDs, which is already quite merciful. What does it matter if a few people die here? By hiring a poor man to deal with him, I'm essentially saving a poor man's life. Thinking about it this way, maybe I'm a philanthropist after all." As he spoke, he opened the latest issue of the Annals of Mathematics and repeatedly ran his fingertips over his own name on the page. Bauer is very rich, extremely rich, and his family has been very rich for generations. As a wealthy family, in a country with rigid social classes and a money-centric society, they can get almost anything as long as they have money. He lived half his life in a daze until, at the age of 40, he suddenly realized something. When a person dies, everything is gone. Money, power, nothing at all. Nobody will remember. At that moment, a thought suddenly occurred to him. He wanted the world to remember his name. Even the slightest trace. Even just a tiny bit. But sadly, in this world, only geniuses truly leave a mark. Bauer is smart, but compared to true geniuses, he's just an ant. He had once given up on the idea. Unexpectedly, an opportunity arose when he was nearly 70 years old. An achievement that, while not comparable to that of a genius, would still shine brightly in the world of mathematics was laid out before him. He seized it by any means necessary. As for murder, he started killing people when he was 8 years old. At that time, his father stroked his head and said, "It's all right, son. Those lowly people can kill whomever they want, because you are the son of a chaebol. What does it matter if a few people die? Forget about killing them even if I ate them. Nobody could stop me." Looking at Holman, who was covering his face in pain, Bauer couldn't help but laugh mockingly. "Stop pretending to be a saint, Holman. You were the one who came up with this idea. Do you think you're any better? How do you know that Jiang Fan's achievements are the result of generations of his family's hard work? Do you think it's more noble for you to steal someone else's hard work than for me to kill a few lowly people?" Suddenly, Bauer's phone beeped. He opened his phone and scrolled to the trending news. A moment later, as he looked at the contents of the press conference, Bauer's expression gradually stiffened. He didn't understand why anyone would publicly support Jiang Fan when he clearly had the advantage in terms of reputation, status, and seniority. Li Mingda. He had just checked this person's resume. He had a place in the world of mathematics, but his status was no lower than his own or Hoffman's. What should we do? Bauer frowned as he got up, ignoring the nearly collapsing Hoffman beside him, and went straight home. After arriving home, he opened the family precepts and read them carefully page by page, repeatedly analyzing them in his notebook. Finally, he came up with a solution. Let Jiang Fan come to America. Since both sides claim to have the means of proof, let him come to his home country for a confrontation. As long as the judging panel consists entirely of academic elites from within the country, the outcome will be a foregone conclusion. Afterwards, we'll find a way to make him die here. In that case, only the names of Hoffman and his Bauer will remain in history. Thinking of this, Bauer recalled Hoffman and couldn't help but sneer. If I weren't unable to fully understand the proof myself, and if I didn't need Hoffman as an explainer, He didn't even intend to keep Hoffman to give an academic presentation in America. Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised to hear Mingda's words. Yes, that's the proposal they put forward, Mingda explained. The reason is that America has more outstanding number theory experts as judges in the field of Pythagorean theorem research, which can better guarantee the accuracy of the judgment. He paused, his tone slightly grave. Currently, our overall strength in number theory is indeed weaker than theirs, so there is no reason for us to refuse. I personally think there's no problem with giving an academic presentation. Do you have any concerns? Jiang Chen noticed that Mingda's expression was a little off and asked. I have two concerns, Mingda said hesitantly. Firstly, there's the issue of fairness in the judging process. I'm worried that the judging panel might be biased toward Holman and Bauer, leading to unfairness. Secondly, there's your safety. After all, that's America. The environment is quite complex. It's all right. Jiang Chen smiled. Fairness isn't a concern. I'm confident they won't be able to find any fault and will keep quiet. As for security, he smiled slightly. There's even less reason to worry. Chapter 80 begins. 3 days later, at the gates of Tsinghua and Peking universities, Jiang Chun carried his luggage and got into a pre-booked car. Driver, to the airport. Okay. On the way, Jiang Chun opened his backpack and took out a notebook with a dark blue cover. This was given to him by Mingda yesterday. Homepage title, Summary of Important Notes for Study Tours in America. When Mingda handed him the notebook, he specifically instructed him. These are all the pitfalls and experiences that predecessors have encountered on their way to America. Take a look around them as much as you can. Professor Zhao from Tsinghua and Peking universities is currently conducting visiting research in America. He will pick you up after you arrive. In addition, I coordinated with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for a simultaneous interpretation machine, which should arrive soon. Can a Ministry of Foreign Affairs simultaneous interpretation equipment be borrowed? Jiang Chun was somewhat surprised at the time. In his mind, such machines were extremely rare in this world. Because the dedicated production line was damaged 79 years ago and the repair techniques were not passed down, we have been able to use the stockpiled inventory from that time. Every one that breaks is one less. After getting off the bus, Jiang Chun gently tapped his earpiece. Is Chun Bin there? Mr. Jiang Chun, I'm here. When will the Ministry of Foreign Affairs be able to lend out translation machines? In fact, it's not possible. The translator was arranged by us after we contacted Professor Lee to ensure smooth communication during your trip, citing the need to maintain smooth academic exchanges between the two countries. That's a plausible reason. Is this what you came up with? This was a proposal put forward by the UNG's Daily Communication Group after discussion. My responsibility is limited to your daily communication. The Daily Communication Group? Jiang Chun paused slightly. How many of you are currently serving me? Please wait a moment. 5 minutes later. According to the latest statistics, there are currently 245,728 people divided into different functional groups responsible for various matters related to you. No rest all day? No. To ensure we can serve you at the best possible condition, we operate on a 6-hour shift system. And what about you? Why is it always your voice when we contact each other? My colleague and I are identical twins, and we have similar voices. We work in 12-hour shifts. Jiang Chun felt a sudden pressure for no apparent reason. By the way, how's the communication with the UNG over in America? Confirmed. America UNG branch promises that your safety is 99.99% guaranteed. Yeah, you seem pretty confident. Jiang Chen chuckled. Let me go check it out. As Jiang Chun walked out of the airport, he saw two people holding up signs that read, Jiang Fan, to greet him. Instead of immediately going forward, he dialed the number written in his notebook. He only went over after the call, was connected, and his identity was confirmed. You're Jiang Fan. It's me. One of them looked at the photo for a few moments and then smiled. Hello, Junior. My name is Jiang Yun, and this is Lu Feng. We are both students of Professor Zhao Yunlong, and we came here specifically to pick you up. It's a pleasure to meet you. It's a pleasure to meet you. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the three of them got into the car together. Jiang Chun looked out the window and found that the street scene in front of him was completely different from the chaotic scene he had imagined. The streets were clean, with no sign of homeless people or garbage. There aren't enough people. Senior, This place is quite different from what others have described to me. It wasn't like this 3 days ago, Jiang Chen replied. Homeless people, garbage, syringes, and gangsters are everywhere, so we have to be extra careful when we pass by. But for some reason, starting 3 days ago, the government conducted a thorough cleanup of this area, detaining those who needed to be detained, taking in those who needed to be taken into custody, and executing those who needed to be executed. Even the streets were washed clean. Yes, Lu Feng interjected. What's strange is that the cleanup area covered exactly from Princeton to the airport, thoroughly clearing out layers and layers of buildings. Do you think it might be because some important person is coming to Princeton? That's possible. Yes, that makes a lot of sense. Jiang Chen nodded with a smile. No wonder UNG dares to promise 99.99%. If I were to trip and fall flat on my face and kill myself, wouldn't they be furious? Soon, the three arrived at the hotel they had booked in advance. After meeting up with Zhao Yunlong, the two exchanged pleasantries, and then Jiang Chun began to adjust to the time difference. Finally, on the third day after arriving in America, the academic conference began. The corridor outside the lecture hall. Zhao Yunlong was trying to find a way to make Jiang Chun, who wasn't nervous to begin with, relax. Jiang Fan, don't be nervous. We have nothing to hide. When they come up to explain their proof, just ask them any questions you have. As long as you can stump them with your questions, the truth will naturally come out. Don't worry, the school, and we will be on your side. Professor Zhao, I am confident you don't need to worry. Just as Zhao Yunlong was about to give a few more instructions, two figures walked over from the other end of the corridor. Professor Zhao, it's been a long time. Zhao Yunlong turned his head and looked. Walking towards him was Bauer with a smile on his face and Hoffman with his eyes darting around. He ignored him and turned back to continue talking to Jiang Chun. Professor Zhao, what? Are you feeling guilty for your school students? You don't even dare to look me in the eye. Bauer took a few steps closer, his smile laced with provocation. There's nothing to say to someone like you who steals others' work, Zhao Yun said coldly, without even raising his head. This must be Jiang Fan, right? Bauer turned to Jiang Chun, his expression shifting to one of regret. I'm sorry, my friend. It was just that Hoffman's student and my editor made a mistake with the documents at first. It had nothing to do with you. But why did you take the blame? You're young and have a bright future ahead of you. Why do something so despicable? Bauer delivered his lines, which he had memorized all day, fluently, with a perfectly measured expression of heartache on his face, trying to put pressure on the young man in front of him with his words. However, to his surprise, Jiang Chun listened to everything through the translator without showing any anger or panic. He even chuckled softly. Bauer, I must say you are a natural-born theatrical performer. I hope your acting on stage will be just as excellent later. At that moment, an announcement was made. The lecture hall is ready. Scholars who wish to attend the academic presentations may enter the hall in succession. Chapter 81. It's my turn to ask questions. Princeton Academic Conference Hall. At this moment, scholars from all over the world have gathered in their seats. All of this was for the purpose of listening to this academic report on the Pythagorean theorem. During the gathering, there were elderly professors with gray hair who had dedicated their lives to proving the Pythagorean theorem, middle-aged scholars who focused their research on it, and young people who chose it as the topic of their graduation thesis. For most of them, it doesn't really matter who proved the Pythagorean theorem. They gathered here for one purpose on Lido: seek knowledge. Even though Jiang Chun had explained the proof process in great detail in his paper, not all scholars in this world could fully understand the content of the paper. Therefore, they came to the event hoping to resolve their doubts through the QA session of the academic presentation. Sitting in the audience, Zhao Yunlong narrowed his eyes as he looked at Jiang Chun in the waiting area not far away. Jiang Yun, who had already tidied the table, leaned close to Zhao Yunlong and asked in a low voice, Professor, you and Professors Bauer and Hoffman may have opportunities to collaborate in the future. So why did you speak so harshly just now? I will not cooperate with them anymore. Zhao Yunlong looked towards the stage, his tone calm. There's nothing wrong with pursuing fame and fortune. Everyone needs something to look forward to in life. But there should always be a bottom line. I don't think it would be a pleasant experience to cooperate with opportunistic people like them. Teacher, do you really believe that the proof was completed by junior brother Jiang Fan? Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment before speaking with some hesitation. You don't believe me? Zhao Yunlong raised an eyebrow. To be honest, teacher, I don't believe it. Lu Feng doesn't believe it either. I believe that the vast majority of scholars present probably don't believe it either. Jiang Chen lowered his voice. As you know, in China, talents in other fields may not have the opportunity to show their talents for various reasons. But talent in mathematics are the only ones who cannot be buried under this education system. A student who had never shown any talent in any competition or on any occasion since childhood suddenly proved the Pythagorean theorem. This is too incredible. You're right. Zhao Yunlong smiled slightly. To be honest, I don't believe it either. And you are? I trust Li Mingda. Zhao Yunlong's gaze sharpened slightly. He has never misjudged anyone. He paused, then added in a low voice. Moreover, I always feel that there is an inexplicable sense of familiarity about this Jiang fan. It's like I've seen him somewhere before. Perhaps he might actually surprise us. During the conversation, the academic report officially began. This academic report had no host or presenter, and no one gave a pre-announcement speech. Nobody wants to see this. People come here simply to satisfy their thirst for knowledge. Soon, the projection screen lit up, displaying the PowerPoint presentation meticulously prepared by Hoffman and Bauer. Below the stage, Hoffman nodded to Bauer, then stepped onto the podium and began his presentation. Colleagues, I believe that you have come here with only one goal to prove the Pythagorean theorem. Next, I will explain in detail. After the presentation, you are welcome to ask questions. As shown in the figure, we can connect four congruent right triangles ABC and to end along their right-angled sides to form a square, as shown below. 40 minutes later, the complex and precise proof process came to an end, and a discussion immediately arose from the audience. The scholars present were all amazed by this ingenious and perfect proof method. The most impressive aspect is the patchwork geometry method that runs throughout the proof. The idea of combining numbers and graphics has been around in academic circles for some time, but in the past, it has mostly focused on the interpretation of the imagery of a single graphic. This proof, however, transforms the area relationship into a pure function problem by piecing together different figures, and uses the geometric area calculation formula as the logical basis for the function conversion. This not only provides a method for proving the Pythagorean theorem, but also offers the academic community a completely new way of thinking about mathematics. This alone is enough to be considered an independent academic achievement and to give rise to a new branch of mathematics. Soon, after a brief gasp of surprise from the audience, scholars began to ask questions. Mr. Hoffman, I noticed that you used the formula a plus b superscript 2 equals a superscript 2 plus 2 a plus b superscript 2 in your conversion process. Could you elaborate on the derivation steps? Certainly. Hoffman opened his notebook and copied down the formula in its entirety. A plus b superscript 2 equals a plus b times a plus b equals a times a plus b times a plus b times b equals a superscript 2 plus b superscript 2 gleich a Quadrat plus 2a plus b Quadrat. The scholar who asked the question stared at the formula for a moment, his eyes gradually revealing realization and admiration, and he quickly lowered his head to take notes. Immediately afterwards, another scholar raised his hand. Could you please demonstrate again the steps from opening the parentheses in the area formula to simplifying by rearranging terms? Hoffman nodded patiently and went through the deduction process step by step again. At this moment, a slight smile appeared on Bauer's lips. Article 142. People tend to believe what they see first. This is from his family precepts. To ensure the plan went smoothly, he specifically adjusted the speaking order of this report, ensuring that Hoffman, not Jiang Fan, would be the first to speak. As the true witness, Jiang Fan naturally understood the contents of the whiteboard. But as long as Hoffman speaks first, everyone will have preconceived notions. Next, when Jiang Fan goes on stage, all we need to do is have someone ask him a few tricky questions, even if they have nothing to do with the proof process, as long as they stump him a few times. With countless witnesses present, there will be no further objection to the identity of the person who proved the Pythagorean theorem. Time flies. Finally, after a few questions, No one raised their hand anymore. All the scholars looked at Hoffman with admiration. Just when Hoffman and Bauer were confident of victory, suddenly a voice rang out, etc. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. At this moment, a young man sitting in the waiting area slowly stood up, his eyes fixed on Hoffman on the stage. Now that the scholars here have already answered my questions, it's my turn to ask them. Chapter 82, Proof Methods, Part 2. Princeton Academic Conference Room. Upon seeing that young figure, everyone in the audience was momentarily stunned. The proof of the Pythagorean theorem is now controversial, as everyone has heard. Many people only knew that the other party in the conflict was a Chinese man named Jiang Fan, but they did not expect him to be such a young student. On stage, Hoffman was momentarily stunned. In fact, he still felt a sense of shame when facing Jiang Chen. He knew that he was the thief. Although he didn't regret it, he still felt somewhat guilty. At this moment, seeing Jiang Chun stand up, Bauer unconsciously tightened his grip on the water glass in his hand. The most crucial moment has arrived. If Hoffman can answer the young people's questions, the purpose of this academic report will be achieved. Just as Bauer was pondering this, he was shocked to find that Jiang Chun suddenly turned his head and looked at him with a smile. Jiang Fan, what do you want to ask? Hoffman composed himself and asked. After several days of repeated review, he was confident that he had fully grasped the proof of the Pythagorean theorem and was in no way inferior to Jiang Fan. He was confident in any problem as long as it was related to the proof steps. Let me ask a question first, Jiang Chun said clearly. Since you claim that the proof was completed jointly by you and Professor Bauer, why has Professor Bauer never come up on stage to give any explanation so far? What specific parts were he responsible for? After he finished speaking, the entire room fell silent for a moment. Yes, why hasn't Professor Bauer participated in the explanation? Indeed, after the paper was published, it was Mr. Hoffman who gave the relevant academic reports. In an instant, all eyes were focused on Bauer in the audience. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Bauer gritted his teeth. What else could it be? Of course, it's because he simply doesn't have the ability to fully understand the proof. If he had understood, when the paper was initially submitted to the Annals of Mathematics, he would have intercepted it and published it independently, instead of letting Hoffman benefit from it. But the biggest problem now is that he was only focused on designing how to make things difficult for Jiang Fan, and he didn't agree on the wording of this issue with Hoffman beforehand. Previously, he naturally assumed that Hoffman's understanding of the proof steps was sufficient, never expecting that Jiang Fan would turn the tables on him with just one sentence. Under the intense gaze of countless eyes, he had no choice but to take a deep breath and slowly stand up. My main responsibility is the process of converting geometric formulas into functional forms. I see, Jiang Chen nodded. Professor Bauer, in the proof just now, what is the functional relationship between the area S of the outer large square, the area S2 of the inscribed small square, and the areas S3 of the four right triangles? Could you please substitute any set of values and perform a calculation for us on the spot? As he spoke, Jiang Chun slightly raised his hand, gesturing to the whiteboard on the stage. Since you are mainly responsible for the conversion process between geometry and functions, this should not be difficult for you. Furthermore, I believe that all the scholars present are also very interested in the actual calculation process of functional relationships. As soon as he finished speaking, many scholars in the room echoed his sentiments. But Bauer stood frozen in place, his face ashen. He won't. Looking at Bauer in front of him, Jiang Chun smiled slightly. He was not surprised at all. Before coming, he specifically looked up Professor Bauer's published academic papers, such as analysis of transposition and conversion of systems of linear equations in one variable, coordinate numerical laws of regular hexagons in a coordinate system, correspondence between the 8 side lengths and surface area of a cuboid. Not only is it low quality, but the content also has no logical connection between it. It is clearly a case of piecing together information from various sources, or even directly misappropriating the work of others. He thinks he understands the Pythagorean theorem. He doesn't know anything. The scholars in the audience looked at Bauer's ashen face and seemed to realize something, and murmurs began to circulate among them. What's wrong, Professor Bauer? Jiang Chun asked with a smile. You can't stay silent at a time like this. I remember, You're a very good actor. At this moment, Bauer clenched his fist so tightly that his nails dug into his palms. The urge to kill Jiang Chen reached its peak at this moment. But under the watchful eyes of everyone, he could only manage a forced smile. I'm sorry, Jiang fan. I'm not feeling well today. We'll focus on Professor Hoffman's lectures today. All right then. Jiang Chun ignored Bauer and turned his gaze to Hoffman on the stage. Meeting Jiang Chen's calm gaze, Hoffman inexplicably felt a sense of pressure. As for Professor Hoffman, I must admit that you have a thorough understanding of my proof process. Jiang Chun still had a smile on his face. But since you keep saying that you came up with the proof method, then may I ask what your thought process was when you used the splicing method to prove the Pythagorean theorem? Hoffman paused for a moment, then hesitated before speaking. First, we construct multiple right triangles and piece them together to find a way to obtain a reasonable function. I see. Jiang Chen nodded slightly and continued. In the splicing geometry method, there are countless different forms of splicing and superposition. Could you show us other splicing ideas that have been misunderstood during the proof process? I think the scholars here are also very interested in the thought process behind your proof. As soon as he finished speaking, many scholars echoed his sentiments. For scholars, understanding the thought processes of top mathematicians is also an important learning method. Upon hearing this, Hoffman couldn't help but clench his fist. After receiving the paper, he only studied and digested Jiang Fan's proof process without doing any further thinking. It's not that he doesn't want to, but that he can't. Learning existing knowledge and creating something from scratch are worlds apart in terms of difficulty. Understanding this proof process is already his limit, given his abilities. Looking at Hoffman, who was frozen on the stage, Jiang Chun smiled gently. What? You don't have any? Then, under everyone's gaze, Jiang Chun stood up. You don't have it, but I do. He slowly walked up to the stage, went to the whiteboard, and picked up a black pen. As the pen tip was about to fall, Hoffman's heart tightened suddenly. We must never let him write down his complete and systematic thought process. Otherwise, it would indirectly prove that he was the one who came up with the proof method. Jiang Fan, Hoffman raised his voice. I don't think there's any point in showing other failed ideas. Does writing your ideas on a whiteboard prove anything? But to his surprise, dissenting voices came from the audience. How is it meaningless? You've been in academia for most of your life. Don't you think the way scholars think is important? Yes, let the kid write it. We'll make our own judgment after he finishes writing it. You're stopping me from doing this? Hoffman, you haven't actually done anything shady, have you? Hoffman's expression gradually became serious. Jiang Chen paused, turned to him, and smiled gently. What's the rush? Who told you? What I'm about to write is a wrong line of thought. Professor Hoffman, you don't really think I only have one way to prove the Pythagorean theorem, do you? As he spoke, Jiang Chun turned around, facing the whiteboard, and steadily wrote 5 words in the astonished gazes of everyone present. Proof Method 2. Chapter 83, Witnessing History. Princeton, Lecture Hall. On stage, the moment Hoffman heard Jiang Chen's words, his heart felt like it had been gripped tightly by a hand. More than one. Could it be that? Is this young man going to prove the Pythagorean theorem using a second method? The proof of the Pythagorean theorem has been missing for millions of years. How could he possibly have 2 kinds? Jiang Chun ignored Hoffman's shocked expression and began writing the proof on the whiteboard. Let ABC be a right triangle, where angle B is a right angle. 4 congruent triangles ABC are joined together with their hypotenuse AC as a common side to form a large square with side length C. At this moment, most people in the audience did not hear the conversation between Jiang Chun and Hoffman. They only thought that Jiang Chun was demonstrating other flawed ideas in the reasoning and proof process. It's a bit different from Hoffman's geometric patchwork method. This time, the hypotenuse is used as the side length of a large square. Although it's still a concatenation method, the functional relationship introduced in this step is very different from the previous one. The idea is brilliant. With that kind of talent, this young man doesn't need to plagiarize. However, as the proof progressed step by step, the atmosphere in the audience gradually changed. Wait, is this really a wrong line of thinking? It seems to make perfect logical sense to me. That makes perfect sense. The same geometric splicing method, a similar splicing pattern of Hoffman's proof holds. Then this line of thought also holds true. Could it be that this kid is proving the Pythagorean theorem in a second way? At this moment, Jiang Chen was using another classic geometric splicing method, Zhao Shuang's string diagram. Since this method is similar to the idea that Hoffman explained earlier, and Hoffman's derivation on stage just now has laid the foundation for the splicing method for everyone. Therefore, some of the top scholars in the audience quickly realized that this proof also held true. Therefore, we can conclude that c Quadrat gleich 2a plus b Quadrat, 2a plus a Quadrat gleich a Quadrat plus b Quadrat. Therefore, the Pythagorean theorem holds true. As Jiang Chen finished writing the proof, the room fell silent. Immediately afterwards, a tsunami of applause erupted. Off stage, Zhao Yunlong smiled with relief. This kid's got guts. I knew old Li's judgment was spot on. At this moment, Bauer's face was extremely ugly. When Hoffman could not produce any evidence to prove his thought process, Jiang Fan presented a second proof of the Pythagorean theorem in front of everyone. This will undoubtedly shake everyone's resolve. That piece of trash, Hoffman! But there's still a chance. The two proof methods have similar thought processes. Who can say that Jiang Fan did not come up with a second method after reading the Annals of Mathematics and drawing on its ideas? It's a far-fetched explanation, but it works, as long as we can find a way to shut Jiang Fan up afterwards. So, I can still be the first to prove the Pythagorean theorem. But the next moment, Bauer froze completely in place. At the same time, Hoffman on the stage and all the scholars in the audience were also stunned. On stage, after completing the second proof, Jiang Chun neither stepped down nor confronted Hoffman. Instead, he went straight to another blank space on a whiteboard and wrote a few more words. Proof method 3. Let ABC be a right triangle, with angle C being a right angle. Construct a square ACGH with AC as its side. Construct a square BCF with BC as its side. This time, Jiang Chun used Liu Hui's blue and red in and out map. Unlike previous geometric splicing and algebraic derivation methods, this proof method relies on the cutting and recombination of geometric figures, rather than algebraic operations. When this third proof was fully presented, no one in the entire lecture hall spoke for a long time. If Jiang Chen's previous proof was still within the framework of geometric splicing, then this time he has almost opened up a completely new line of thought. In the short term, although no one can verify the proof method, the most important thing is that no one can disprove it. And this in itself is the best illustration of the value of this proof. That's how mathematics works. The moment you see a truly excellent proof, even if you don't fully understand it, you can still realize how brilliant it is. Hoffman, standing to the side, stared intently at the proof outline on the whiteboard. He tried to find a flaw in the proof, but found himself completely at a loss. He doesn't understand. When he first saw the splitting method proof, he felt that the gap between himself and the prover was not that big. Only now did he truly realize that there was an insurmountable gap in strength between him and Jiang Chun. Off stage, Bauer's brow furrowed deeper and deeper. No, this proof method is too different from the splicing method. The reason that he was inspired by the paper simply doesn't make sense. What should we do? He has already proven it in public using two different approaches. With the geometric abilities he has demonstrated, public opinion will definitely completely side with him. Just as he was racking his brains for a solution, a scene that left him utterly desperate unfolded. After Jiang Chun finished writing the third proof, amidst everyone's horrified gazes, Jiang Chun left another blank page and continued writing. Proof method 4. Let ABC be a right triangle. Angle BAC equals 90 degrees. Construct squares outwards on each of the three sides. Euclidean proof. Halfway through writing the proof, Jiang Chun realized that there wasn't enough space on the whiteboard, and his pen paused slightly. The meeting organizer suddenly stood up. Quick, get a new whiteboard. Where's the host? Support staff. Hurry up. Soon, several people hurriedly brought over a brand new whiteboard. Jiang Chun nodded slightly in thanks, finished the fourth proof, and then, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, began to write again. Proof Method 5. Hoffman just stared blankly at Jiang Chen. He suddenly chuckled softly, said nothing more, turned around and walked straight off the stage, returning to his seat. Seeing Bauer beside him, who was completely flustered and looked desperate, Hoffman reached out and patted him on the shoulder. Stop struggling, we have no hope. Instead of sighing and complaining, let's enjoy the moment. He raised his eyes and looked at the figure on the stage who was still writing. This moment is destined to be recorded in history. At this moment, everyone present realized history is unfolding before their eyes, and they are all witnesses. From the above formula, we can obtain AB superscript 2 equals AC superscript 2 plus BC superscript 2. Therefore, A superscript 2 plus B superscript 2 equals C superscript 2. The Pythagorean theorem holds true. Finally, the young man on the stage wrote the last word. He slowly turned around, faced the countless scholars below the stage, and bowed slightly. The next moment, a thunderous applause swept through the entire lecture hall. Chapter 80, For There's No One Behind You. Princeton, Academic Conference Hall. The thunderous applause gradually subsided. Jang Chun stood up and faced the scholars below the stage. The above is my report on the proof of the Pythagorean theorem, and also my statement to prove my innocence. He paused briefly, his gaze sweeping across the entire room. Do you have any questions about the proof? Whispers rose and fell softly from the audience, but no one raised their hand. In the field of mathematics, one needs to have a sufficiently deep understanding of a particular topic in order to raise truly valuable questions. Clearly, the scholars in the audience were unable to fully comprehend the 4 drastically different approaches to proof in a short period of time. At this moment, the senior scholars in the front row of expert seats, whom Bauer had arranged in advance to make things difficult for Jiang Chun, also remained silent. On the one hand, looking at the ingenious formula in front of them, they couldn't find any fault with it. On the other hand, they were already secretly weighing whether the price offered by Bauer was worth offending a young man who was very likely to stand at the pinnacle of number theory in the future. Amidst a hushed discussion, Jiang Chun spoke again. Since there are no further questions, my report is now concluded. Then, under everyone's gaze, Jiang Chun ignored Bauer's pale face, ignored Hoffman's dazed expression, and ignored the reporters and scholars who rushed forward. He turned around and left the venue. Jiang Chen didn't need to say anything more. At this moment, any words are superfluous. He just needs to wait a little while. Let the bullets fly a little longer. One day later, in a certain room, the news is playing on the television. Breaking news. Chinese students publicly demonstrate 5 proofs of the Pythagorean theorem to prove their innocence. In the footage, the reporter hands the microphone to Zhao Yunlong. Professor Zhao, as the former dean of the School of Mathematical Sciences at Tsinghua and Peking universities, what are your thoughts on this incident? What opinion could I possibly have? Zhao Yunlong asked angrily. I said from the beginning that students from Tsinghua and Peking universities would never steal the academic achievements of others. That old man Bauer is completely clueless about this proof. And what about that Hoffman? He can't even come up with the thought process behind the proof. They can't be the proof makers. It's a complete lie. Look at Jiang Fan. He's someone who has mastered 5 methods of proving the Pythagorean theorem. Do you think he would commit such blatant academic fraud just to find another method? The reporter pressed further. Didn't his leaving immediately after the presentation seem disrespectful to the scholars present? Leaving on the spot is already giving them plenty of face, Zhao Yunlong sneered. Go ask around. How many people in the audience were initially waiting to see him make a fool of himself? How many didn't believe him? If I were young and had that kind of power, I'd be considered good-natured if I didn't give those 2 thieves a good dressing down on the spot. Now that's good. Jiang Fan has written out the proof. Let the mathematicians study it themselves. In fact, some scholars already hope that Jiang Fan can give a lecture. If you can't understand the research, just bear with it. On behalf of Tsinghua and Peking universities, I hereby state, don't expect Jiang Fan to come out and offer explanations to those scholars until the academic plagiarism incident is thoroughly resolved. Smack! Hoffman got up and turned off the television. He sat alone in the living room, leaning back on the sofa, quietly staring at the ceiling. Yesterday, following the report, The International Mathematical Association swiftly and publicly announced its intervention in the investigation, demanding that he provide a complete proof process or other video or audio evidence. At the same time, scholars in the field of Pythagorean theorem research also distanced themselves from him. Meanwhile, Professor Bauer's journal, The Annals of Mathematics, is undergoing a comprehensive review, with all recent submission records and review processes being re-examined and investigated. If this survey had taken place before that academic presentation, given their combined status, position, and resources, things might not be too difficult. But now, they're finished. But at this moment, Hoffman, lying on the sofa, was thinking about something else entirely. When people are aimlessly reminiscing, the first scene that comes to mind from the deepest part of their hearts is often not a deeply memorable story, nor a particularly exciting moment. Rather, they're just some trivial moments in life. Hoffman suddenly remembered a summer evening when he was 7 years old. He lay on the sofa watching TV, the fan on its highest setting, a faint lemon scent wafting in the air. His mother was washing dishes in the kitchen. The setting sun slanted into the room, filling the entire space with an orange-yellow light. That day was the first time he had seen academic content related to mathematics on TV. At the time, he found it boring and casually switched to Tom and Jerry. Why did this particular scene come to mind? Mingming can't even remember what happened a year ago. Hoffman couldn't help but smile. He turned the TV back on, turned on an episode of Tom and Jerry, and a smile appeared on his face. Mr. Hoffman committed suicide last night. In the prison meeting room, the policeman looked up and spoke to Bauer, who was handcuffed across the table. Bauer smirked. A piece of trash is a piece of trash. He broke down after only a few days. Dr. Bauer, why are you so stubborn? Are you still waiting for some turning point? The policeman looked up at Bauer. Based on clues found by the police, yesterday we found the bodies of 3 editors of the Annals of Mathematics at the bottom of a tributary of the Millstone River, 16 kilometers away. They were found in a suitcase, and the inside of the suitcase was covered with your fingerprints. Could you please explain this? Bauer was taken aback at first, then his eyes widened. Under Bauer's horrified gaze, the police officer continued speaking. Surprised? Indeed, if it weren't for the assistance of professionals in this investigation, we might not have been able to identify you so quickly. You are now sentenced to death for murder, and the sentence will be carried out next month. Bauer took a deep breath to calm himself, then sneered. You think you're worthy? Do you know who I am? The conglomerate behind me will never watch me die. The resources they can mobilize are beyond your imagination. Soon, I'll be able to get out of this awful place. You'll regret telling me all this after I get out. In fact, the day after the report was completed, your family issued a public statement distancing themselves from you. The police officer said coldly. Impossible. Upon hearing this, Bauer's voice faltered. Impossible. From childhood to adulthood, no matter what I do, my family has always been my support. No, the policeman interrupted him calmly. Your support comes from your father, the head of the family. But he died 10 years ago. From then on, you had nothing behind you. The police officer then ignored Bauer's increasingly out-of-control cursing behind him, adjusted his headset, and turned to leave the interrogation room. Outside the one-way glass, accompanied by UNG, Jiang Chun put down the walkie-talkie in his hand. He looked at the hysterical figure on the other side of the mirror, smiled, and shrugged. That's it? You lost your composure after just 2 sentences? You're terrible. Suddenly, my phone beeped. Jiang Chun swiped open the screen and saw a message from Chun Jun. How's it going? Did you get it sorted out on your end? That's about it. I'll go back to China in a couple of days. That's all set. By the way, there's something I wanted to ask you. What's up? There was a pause on the other end of the screen for a few seconds. Then, a voice message popped up, filled with extreme excitement. Holy crap, man. What exactly happened during that Honor of Kings game you played on my phone the other day? Chapter 85, please join my team. Earlier, Tsinghua and Peking University, male dormitory. Is Jiang Fan's situation settled? Why isn't there any news online? Seeing Jiang Fan send a done emoji in the Feishan group, Chun Jun stroked his chin. Just 2 days ago, the academic fraud surrounding the Pythagorean theorem was making headlines. Logically speaking, if this matter had a resolution, it should have been trending on social media by now. But in the last 2 days, this hot topic has suddenly calmed down as if it had been doused with cold water. Jun spent a long time searching online using keywords before finally finding a blurry photo of the scene in a corner of a small website appeared to be Jiang Chen giving an academic report. The caption was only one sentence. A rising star in the field of number theory. That's it. Time, place, people, cause, process, and result of the event. There's not a single one, just a blurry picture. The person who took this photo has essentially retired from journalism. Jun wanted to send a message to Jiang Fan to ask about the specific situation, but he was afraid that Jiang Fan hadn't finished things up completely yet, and he might bother him. Never mind, no rush. We'll ask Jiang Fan when he gets back. I haven't logged in for a few days. I'll play some games first. Jun swiped the screen and skillfully clicked into Honor of Kings. He had just logged into his account and was about to start a game when he noticed a small red dot in the upper right corner of the message bar. Huh, who would message me? Jun clicked on it with some doubt. After seeing who sent it, he paused for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh out loud. Cat God? Jiang Chen? Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. Where did this fake account come from? I'm even impersonating Meng Lei. As he spoke, he habitually clicked on the sender's homepage to see what kind of person they were. The next second, he froze. Next to the profile picture, there was a clearly displayed professional player certification badge. In Honor of Kings, ordinary titles are not uncommon. After all, many people's accounts are passed down from generation to generation, and as long as someone in their ancestor used this account to obtain a title, the title will not disappear. However, the logos for professional players are different. It is real-time, authenticated, and linked to active duty identity. The icon will only be displayed when a user is an active professional player. It will disappear immediately once the user retires. In other words, the messages from these people in the notification panel. He's a current professional glory player. Really? Jun's fingers trembled as he opened the message bar. Cat God. Dude bro, you were amazing this game. Interested in going pro. Jiang Chen. Come join our Dawn team, and we'll make you a starter right away. Name your price. Fly. Dude, give me a reply. Trust me, if you come, you'll be the absolute core. We'll build a whole new system around you. News about those professional players has been constant, with new updates every few hours. The latest one was posted 30 minutes ago. At this moment, Jun felt a slight numbness in his head, an itchy and burning sensation on his scalp, and a rush of blood to his head. Holy crap, what's going on? He stared at the screen and muttered to himself. Could it be that I'm actually a genius in glory? In any industry, reaching the top brings wealth, status, and fame that are unimaginable to ordinary people, especially for established esports titles like Honor of Kings. After tens of thousands of years of development, an extremely complete and massive ecosystem has long been formed around its tournament system. Capital, institutions, forces, and even government departments are deeply intertwined and operate in a mature manner. Although Jun's family has some assets, it is still quite far from the true elite. Becoming a professional player is not only the highest recognition of one's own strength, but also paves a straight and bright path for the future. Although Jun couldn't understand why he was chosen by a professional player, his heart was still pounding with excitement. With a mix of trepidation and excitement, he accepted the group invitation that Jiang Chen had sent half an hour earlier. I entered a group chat that was full of professional gamers. The moment I joined the group, the screen was instantly flooded with messages. The screen was almost completely filled with. In the past 2 days, the Dawn team has been frantically reviewing the replay of that game, with each member watching it no less than 10 times. In competitive games, the strongest reign supreme. Now, everyone in the group is in awe of the jungler from that game. Jun tentatively sent a message in the group. Hello, everyone. Xinyu, no, don't call us Big Boss. We can't accept it. Xiaoyi, Dude. I knew you'd come. Qingrong, you absolutely must join my team. Jun excitedly typed a reply. Of course I'd love to. Jiang Chen. That's great, bro. With your Han Xin skills that swarmed us in the last game, our chances of winning the KPL this year are the highest in the team's 200-year history. Han Xin. Slaughtering indiscriminately? Me? Upon seeing the information from Nine City, Jun was suddenly stunned. In his limited memory, he had only played Han Xin once. That was about a week ago. Jun was stunned for a few minutes, then seemed to realize something. He immediately closed the group chat window and opened the battle record. 2,840. Those 4 heads. It seems like they were delivered by themselves. But those 28 kills. It's Jiang Fan. What exactly happened in that game? At this moment, Jun could no longer suppress his curiosity. He sent Jiang Chen a message to confirm that the other party had finished their work, and then sent a voice message directly. Holy crap, man. What happened in that Honor of Kings game you played on my phone the other day? At this moment, Jang Chun paused slightly while looking at the screen. Was it the Han Xian game we played before? That game wasn't anything special, except the other team was incredibly bad. Suddenly, Jiang Chun realized something. The world has changed, and the skill level of ordinary people in games has definitely dropped a lot. Could it be that the opponent's rank was actually very high in that game? Jun isn't trying to pester me to help him rank up, is he? No, I'm too lazy to bring it. I need to portray myself as weaker. Jiang Chun began typing in the dialog box. That game was alright. The opponent was indeed quite strong, but I was better at the game and had some luck, so I barely won. The message was sent and received a reply instantly. Holy crap, man. You're amazing. I can't believe you can beat pro players. My account is full of pros looking for you, wanting to recruit you into their teams. Huh? Profession? Who is the professional? Etc. The professional players he was referring to were those 5 glory gold players from the opposing team before. Don't make your brother Chen laugh. Then, a screenshot of Jun's phone screen popped up in the message box, showing messages from several professional players and their profile pages. Jiang Chun stared at the screen for a moment, then smiled with relief. 6. Chapter 86. Coincidence or Deception. Office of the Dean of the School of Mathematical Sciences, Tsinghua University and Peking University. Li Mingda stared blankly at the message sent by Zhao Yunlong for a long while. What are the 5 methods of proving the Pythagorean theorem? A student who is not even 20 years old? If all 5 proofs were completed independently by the child, then he is undoubtedly a genius. But why now? A genius that has not appeared in 1,300 years. 2 of them appeared within a year. At this moment, Li Mingda felt no excitement or joy, but rather a sense of absurdity. He stared at the blurry photo. Zhao Yunlong had sent him a figure standing in front of the whiteboard on the stage seemed strangely familiar to him. Because of the blurriness of the photo, Jiang Fan's facial details, including accessories such as glasses and hairstyle, are blurred, making Jiang Chen's overall facial contours easier to identify. Li Mingda squinted and stared at Jiang Fan's face for a long time before suddenly remembering something. He immediately searched online for official photos of genius Jiang Chun. Found it. A moment later, after carefully comparing Jiang Chun on the official website, Jiang Fan in the photos, and the young face in the office 3 days ago in his memory, Li Mingda was stunned for a moment, then smiled helplessly. Now, what am I thinking? Jiang Chun is already dead. This Jiang Fan only has a similar face shape, but his facial features are obviously different. But for some reason, he felt that Jiang Fan in the photo was more familiar to him. It must be my imagination. How could the photos on the official website be wrong? When Jiang Fan comes back, we should ask him about it. But these 5 methods of proof are probably not something he came up with by himself. It's probably the result of generations of his family's work. It is not uncommon in this world for scholarly families to study the same problem for generations, and there are indeed similar precedents in history. Then, Li Mingda shifted his gaze from Jiang Fan's face and looked with interest to the whiteboard behind Jiang Fan. After all, it's a proof of the Pythagorean theorem. Li Mingda had previously written papers on the Pythagorean theorem, so he was naturally very interested in the proof method. Construct a square ACGH with AC as a side, and a square BCF with BC as a side. Do not be limited to piecing together a square, but construct it directly. Prove how the human brain works. Suddenly, Li Mingda's gaze froze. On the whiteboard, Jiang Fan habitually added a pause at the end of each line of characters. This is quite common. Many people have similar writing habits. But Jiang Fan's pause point position is very special. Most people pause point in the lower right corner, but he pauses in the upper right corner. At this moment, Li Mingda's breathing suddenly became rapid. With trembling hands, He took an exam paper from deep within the drawer. Those are relics of a genius, things that should have been put in a museum long ago. That was the test paper Jiang Chen took on his first day in the innovation class. In the countless nights after Jiang Chen's death, he would stare blankly at this exam paper, feeling guilty and repeatedly caressing it. On this exam paper, the last punctuation mark at the end of each of Jiang Chen's answers was placed in the upper right corner. Jiang Chun? Jiang Fan? Is it coincidence? Or a scam? I don't play Honor of Kings. It's boring. Please reject it for me. Jiang Chun thought for a moment and replied on his phone. He's done enough of showing off. With the proof of the Pythagorean theorem not even completely finished yet, how can I have the mind to get involved in anything else? He plans to use the identity Jiang Fan for a while longer. Although this identity has no weaknesses, being watched by too many people is ultimately troublesome. 2 days ago, he had already asked UNG to suppress the trending topics and keep the discussion about this matter within the mathematics community as much as possible. In a couple of days, as planned, I will publicly explain that the 5 methods of proof were passed down from my ancestors, and that I am merely compiling and publishing them. The problem is solved. Of course, even if I say that, I should still become a top scholar in the field of Pythagorean theorem after the news is released. But he certainly wouldn't be labeled a genius. Shortly after the message was sent, Chun Jun's message popped up again. Hey buddy, you really not going to play? That's a professional team. Playing in the professional league. Isn't that much more lucrative than struggling with academics? My passion doesn't lie here. I still love learning. Please tell them for me. Jiang Chen replied again. Sieg, Fine. Upon seeing Chun Jun's reply, Jiang Chun turned off his phone and prepared to leave the interrogation room. At that moment, Chun Bin's voice came through the earpiece. Mr. Jiang Chun, can you hear me? Yes, what's up? Just now, Mingda, the dean of the School of Mathematical Sciences at Tsinghua and Peking universities, called the emergency contact number you left in your admissions file. Oh, what did he say on the phone? You didn't open his box right there, did you? No, but he asked some rather sensitive questions. For example, your date of birth, your home address, and your relationship with Jiang Chun. He wanted to open my box? He recognized me? Mr. Jiang Chun, for your safety, I suggest that he be taken into custody immediately and then sent to a remote location with limited access to information, such as the Arctic. There's no need for that. Jiang Chen quickly interrupted. So what's next? Leave this to me. After a moment's thought, Jiang Chun took out his phone and dialed Li Mingda's number. Hello, who is this? Li Mingda's slightly impatient voice came from the other end of the phone. The ringing had clearly interrupted his thoughts. Teacher Li, it's me, Jiang Chun, your student. For a moment, even the person on the other end of the phone stopped breathing. Chapter 87, Leaving America. Jiang Chun, you not dead? You. On the other end of the phone, Li Mingda's voice trembled. His words were fragmented and almost incoherent. Shadash. Jiang Chun interrupted softly, his tone serious. Teacher, keeping my identity a secret is a decision made above. Please keep it a secret for me. I'll tell you the details when I get back. Okay. Come back quickly. I'll be waiting for you. The person on the other end of the phone said, okay, several times in a row, their voice filled with excitement. Jiang Chen hung up the phone and smiled slightly. Now that it has been discovered, there is no need to deliberately hide it anymore. He had originally planned to go and have a good talk with Lao Li after some time. This idea stemmed from a conversation I had with Zhao Yunlong and others 2 days prior. That was the first time Jiang Chun had heard about Li Mingda's past. During the conversation, Zhao Yunlong spoke highly of Li Mingda. He entered Tsinghua and Peking universities at the age of 13, became a regular contributor to top journals at 17, and graduated with a master's degree in number theory at the age of 20. However, just 3 years after graduating with his doctorate, he destroyed all his accumulated mathematical research, gave up all his honors, stopped considering himself a mathematician, and went to Zhongbei City to become an ordinary teacher. The source of all this change, the Tsinghua Peking University Mathematics Forbidden Library. Even now, Zhao Yunlong's tone still carries a hint of regret. That's the realm of geniuses. How could ordinary people like us possibly enter it? Back then, the top professors in the entire school took turns advising him not to go in, but he refused to listen and insisted on bringing out the future of ordinary people from within. And what happened? He went in, but when he came out, all that high spirits was gone. His heart was dead. At that moment, Zhao Yunlong turned to look at Jiang Chen, his expression serious. Listen, Xiao Jiang, you absolutely must not go into that place. Not even think about it. There are more than just one or two mathematical talents whose lives were shattered by the Forbidden Library. Through his conversations with Zhao Yunlong and others, Jiang Chun roughly understood what the Forbidden Library was. Jiang Chen had long known that the knowledge gap in this world was extremely severe. The fundamental reason is that ordinary people cannot truly grasp the knowledge and wisdom left behind by geniuses. In any field, most practitioners only know how to do it, but not why it is so. This is especially evident in theoretical disciplines such as mathematics and physics. In order to prevent this knowledge from disappearing completely from the human world, later generations of geniuses had to start from scratch. Many countries have sealed away a portion of the manuscripts, original drafts, books, and copies of works by geniuses in special vaults at their top universities, which are known as forbidden book vaults. In fact, it wasn't originally called the Forbidden Book Library, nor did it restrict access. It wasn't until the government discovered that almost all the top scholars who had entered the library had developed serious psychological problems. As we all know, doing scientific research, especially cutting-edge research, requires a sense of pride and a belief that I can solve this mystery. I can see further than others. Without this confidence, one cannot go far on the path of scientific research. The contents of the Forbidden Library would crush such arrogance. What you strive for generation after generation is nothing more than a 2-minute pastime for geniuses. Therefore, for the academic community, allowing top talent into the Forbidden Library is a huge gamble. If they are lucky, they can bring out some knowledge from geniuses and reinterpret it with the thinking of ordinary people, so that this knowledge can be widely mastered. This is also the original intention of geniuses leaving manuscripts. Bad luck, or, likely Mingda, completely lose your passion for mathematics. They either collapse or become mentally unstable, and a significant number commit suicide. Upon learning this, Jiang Chun felt an indescribable sorrow welling up inside him. In the original world, no matter how powerful a genius is among 8 billion people, there will always be one or two who can understand his theories. In this world, perhaps in thousands of years or tens of thousands of generations, there may not be a single person who can truly understand a genius's manuscript. They can only seal away their knowledge and wait for the next genius tens of thousands of years from now. Thinking about this, Jiang Chun developed a strong interest in the contents of the Forbidden Library. He wanted to know what kind of existence a genius in this world truly was. Perhaps he can find the answer he's looking for there. As for whether my Tao heart will shatter, Jiang Chun has absolutely no Tao heart. He doesn't do scientific research. In the original world, he was just an ordinary high school student, consistently at a below-average level. Jiang Chun planned to find an opportunity to visit the Forbidden Library after returning to Tsinghua and Peking universities. The current dean of the School of Mathematical Sciences is Li Mingda, and access to the Forbidden Library requires his approval. Li Mingda himself had shattered his Tao heart during that ordeal, so he was extremely strict in reviewing applications. If we don't let him know his true identity, it will probably be very difficult to get the pass. Since I'll have to go in sooner or later, it's better to lay my cards on the table now than to reveal my identity at the last minute. It will also make the old man happy for a few more days. The matter with America was resolved quickly. After Bauer and Hoffman were arrested, details of the academic fraud were gradually uncovered. Subsequently, the International Mathematical Association quickly issued a statement confirming the academic fraud committed by the two individuals and officially recognizing Jiang Fan as the prover of the Pythagorean theorem. At the same time, the association attempted to invite Jiang Chun to give an academic report with a huge sum of money, explaining in detail the other 4 proof methods and answering questions from scholars around the world. Zhao Yunlong sternly rejected this proposal. Dream on. Don't think I don't know how many scholars have taken bribes from Bauer. If we don't root out those parasites one by one, do you really expect Jiang Fan to explain his proof? Dream on. Subsequently, amidst the pleas of numerous scholars and the media's attempts to persuade him to stay, Zhao Yunlong and Jiang Chun boarded a flight overnight. leaving America and flying directly to Beijing. On the plane, Professor Zhao, do you want me to give an academic report on the Pythagorean theorem at Tsinghua or Peking University? Jiang Chen was somewhat amused and exasperated. That's why I say you're smart. Zhao Yunlong laughed. A report like this, which attracts so much attention, should of course be held on our own turf. Otherwise, our scholars would have to travel abroad, which would be too much trouble. He patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder. Don't worry, Tsinghua and Peking University can afford the money that the Mathematics Association provides. When you get back, we'll hold an awards ceremony first, and then we'll slowly discuss your direct admission to Tsinghua or Peking University for your doctoral studies. PhD. The professorship will likely be around in a month or so. The deanship will probably have to wait a while, since Old Lee just took office. No, that's not what I meant. Jiang Chen shook his head. Isn't it too fast? I've already said that those proof methods were just a summary of the thinking of my elders, not my own proof. Don't underestimate yourself, Zhao Yunlong said seriously. Since you can completely understand these 5 proof methods, you're the number 1 person in this field, second only to geniuses, and I estimate that you will be for a long time to come. Jiang Chun had nothing to say, so he could only smile and nod. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, Jiang Chen asked, will all the teachers from the School of Mathematical Sciences attend the awards ceremony? Of course, I can guarantee it. Very good. Jiang Chun smiled slightly. I happen to have something to announce. What's up? Regarding advanced mathematics textbooks, Jiang Chun had not forgotten the origin of these events. Those online trolls hired by some unknown academic clique. Chapter 88 is absolutely terrible. One day later, at Tsinghua and Peking University in the Central Auditorium. So many people. Han Qingshan frowned as he looked at the packed crowd. After all, he returned from America with honors. Who wouldn't want to see this young talent? Wei Changcheng sat down unsteadily to the side, a faint smell of alcohol emanating from him. Zhang Fan is not even 20 years old, yet he can understand the proofs of 5 Pythagorean theorems. His talent is too strong. We can't control him. Before long, your cousin's professorship this year will definitely be out of the question. That method of proof wasn't his idea, Han Qingshan said with disdain. It's just that he was born into a good family and had a good ancestor. That envious? Wei Changchun glanced at him sideways. The fact that he can understand the proof clearly makes him better than all the scholars present. All 5 methods are written on the whiteboard. If you can understand them, you can also become a professor. Wei Changcheng paused, then lowered his voice. Besides, do we still have a nerve to talk about others? With our abilities, who among us is qualified to teach at Tsinghua or Peking University? Isn't it all because they have powerful ancestors? TSK. Han Qingshan glared at him, wanting to retort, but opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. After all, he was able to sit in this position thanks to the family's glory. Oh, right. Wei Changcheng suddenly remembered something and turned to speak. Didn't someone anonymously point out errors in an introduction to number theory on the forum a few days ago? What happened after that? Anonymous couldn't find a person. Han Qingshan casually fiddled with the nameplate on his seat. Probably some PhD student who just got into Tsinghua or Peking University hired an online troll army to attack him for 2 days and then shut up. Wei Changchun glanced at him. The geometry part of Introduction to Number Theory was written by your Han family. Remember to correct the errors next year and collect the old version when the new book is released. You don't need to tell me. Han Qingshan's gaze fell on the stage, no longer looking at him. Han and Wei have maintained a very stable position in the mathematics community for hundreds of years. This is all because of a book, Introduction to Number Theory. More than 400 years ago, the Han family produced a true scholar. He was not a genius, but he led the scholars in the family to compile the world's first university textbook on number theory written by an ordinary person. Introduction to Number Theory. Back then, most textbooks were written directly or indirectly by geniuses. Sometimes, geniuses simply can't imagine how stupid ordinary people can be. What they take for granted is something that ordinary people could never understand, even after a lifetime of looking at it. At this time, this book, A Guide to Number Theory, written by an ordinary person, allows ordinary scholars to understand some of the more challenging aspects of mathematics. At the time, this book was the only one of its kind in the entire world. Because of this book, the Han and Wei families rose to become top mathematical families in the academic world. Therefore, they value the reputation of this book highly and will not allow any dissent to arise. As people streamed in, the spacious central hall quickly filled to capacity. Shortly after, Mingda took the stage to deliver a speech. Dear teachers, colleagues, and fellow students, today, on behalf of the School of Mathematical Sciences at Tsinghua and Peking Universities, I am sincerely delighted by Jiang Fan's groundbreaking achievement in the field of geometric proof of the Pythagorean theorem. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the entire room. This honor belongs to Jiang Fan alone. Although we cannot share in his honor, we can take him as our role model. I hope that next time, the award ceremony will be held for you. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. Mingda's words might have been a bit harsh in the original world, but they were his most heartfelt wishes. Almost all academic achievements in the world, especially in theoretical mathematics, rely entirely on individual ability. If others can't help, they naturally have no right to share the glory. After the applause subsided, Jang Chun slowly walked onto the stage to deliver his speech. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jiang Fan. As you can see, I have achieved some mathematical success in America. According to the predictions of the Mathematical Society, this year's Fields Medal and the Cole Prize in number theory will definitely be mine. He paused, his tone calm, devoid of any symbolic politeness or euphemism. Logically speaking, I should now say a few words of humility to everyone and share this honor with you all. But I won't. He looked up, his gaze sweeping over the various expressions on the faces below the stage. Because the current mathematics circles at Tsinghua and Peking universities are absolutely rotten. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire audience erupted in an uproar. In short, he put himself in opposition to almost everyone in the Tsinghua and Peking University mathematics circles. Below the stage, Zhao Yunlong's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. What's going on with this kid? Everyone knows about this, but pointing it out in public is a different story. Isn't Jiang Fan afraid of being ostracized by the academic community? Mingda, standing to the side, simply smiled. For Jang Chun, the entire mathematics community is something that is dispensable. On stage, Jiang Chun continued speaking. Those of you who frequent forums should remember that 2 days ago, someone posted a thread pointing out errors in the geometry problems in Introduction to Number Theory, but was met with insults. In our academic circle, some people are desperately trying to protect this textbook and suppress all the criticisms. That post was made by me. Before I proved the Pythagorean theorem, some people questioned me, which can be considered an academic disagreement for now. Now, I'm reiterating my position publicly. Jiang Chun opened the book, Introduction to Number Theory, in his hand, his voice clear. On page 47, in the extended thinking section explaining the theory of geometric area, there's a basic error in the numerical values cited in the formulas. Has anyone raised any questions? There was a lot of discussion in the audience, but no one dared to raise their hand. At this moment, Jiang Chun was the absolute authority in the Pythagorean theorem, and even in the field of number theory. No one present had the right to question him. Not just this one. Jiang Chun continued turning the page. On page 28, the example problem in the explanation of intervals has numerical errors. On page 33, the explanation of object limits has a definitional flaw. On page 52, even the pinyin is marked incorrectly. He closed the textbook and looked up at the audience. In conclusion, I believe that this Introduction to Number Theory is at best a second-rate textbook. In an instant, murmurs arose from the audience. In the front row, several professors, surnamed Han and Wei, had terribly gloomy faces. An elderly professor stood up abruptly, glaring angrily. Jiang Fan, what do you mean? Are you denying the achievements of our predecessors? Otherwise what? I am not only denying your predecessors, I am also denying you. Jiang Chen's gaze calmly fell on him. And also know your place. When you speak to me, use respectful terms. You? The old professor blushed, his lips moved, but he couldn't finish the sentence. Jiang Chen didn't look at him again and continued speaking. I have checked the faculty and staff files of Tsinghua and Peking universities. Of the 16 academicians currently in office, 13 are surnamed Han or Wei. Of the 44 professors, 38 are from these two institutions. How many of these people can actually produce valuable academic results? He paused, his gaze sweeping over the various expressions on the faces in the front row. Take that old Professor Han Liang, for example. He's 72 years old and can't produce a single substantial paper, yet he still holds a high position. Meanwhile, the capable scholars in the back row can only serve as teaching assistants or hold nominal deputy positions. Is this a university dedicated to teaching and nurturing students, or a private school run by the Han and Wei families? The people from the Han and Wei families in the audience were furious upon hearing this, while some scholars in the back row had their eyes shining. Jiang Chen waved the book, Introduction to Number Theory, in his hand and looked at the scholars at the front desk. What makes you think you can sit in this position? Just because of this book? Since this book hinders the development of mathematics, it has no value. I will rewrite the advanced mathematics textbooks used by Tsinghua and Peking universities. Suddenly, someone in the audience let out a cold laugh, the voice neither too loud nor too soft. Rewrite? Isn't it just correcting the mistakes in our book and giving it a new lukis that what you call rewriting? Jiang Chun raised his eyes, his tone calm, yet the entire hall fell silent. No. 3 days later, I will enter the forbidden library of Tsinghua and Peking universities. Bring out real mathematics. Upon hearing this, the audience fell silent for a moment, then gasps of amazement surged forth like a tidal wave. Below the stage, Zhao Yunlong stared wide-eyed, but when he turned his head, he found that Li Mingda's face showed no surprise, and even a hint of anticipation. Old Li? You know. Li Mingda looked at the stage. Zhang Fantian told me about it this afternoon. Do you know what kind of place that is? Zhao Yunlong lowered his voice, but couldn't suppress his emotions. Zhang Fan is even more talented than you. He's just started to achieve results, and needs confidence, right? No, Yuri, sending him to the forbidden library? Li Mingda did not answer. He simply watched the young man on the stage in silence. Yesterday afternoon, Office of the Dean of the School of Mathematical Sciences, Tsinghua University and Peking University. Li Mingda leaned against his desk, his expression grave. A full day has passed since that phone call. From initial shock and elation, he has now begun to doubt the reality of the matter. Is Jiang Chun really still alive? He tried to find evidence that Jiang Chen was still alive. Online, through official channels, archives, alumni directories. There was nothing there. The name Jiang Chun still lies quietly in the old news reports of the memorial service. There have been no updates, no clarifications, and no trace of any living entity. If that's the case, who can prove that Jiang Fan is Jiang Chun? Who can prove that Jiang Fan didn't use Jiang Chen's identity to deceive himself? Even Li Mingda himself couldn't do it. Now, even if Jiang Chun stood in front of him, he wouldn't recognize him. Thinking of this, Li Mingda stroked a test paper on the table. Knock, knock, knock. Enter. The doorknob turned gently. Then Jang Chen walked in with a smile. Old. Before Jiang Chun could speak, Li Mingda pushed a test paper in front of him. Prove to me that you are Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun glanced down at the exam paper and was slightly taken aback. Then he smiled with relief. Reasonable. 10 minutes later, Li Mingda looked at the exam paper filled with answers, his voice trembling with barely suppressed excitement. It really is you, Jiang Chun. Appearance, voice, clothing, identity, memory. In this world of poor memory, everything can be imitated, but not in terms of intelligence. You're really still alive. Something happened. I almost died. Jiang Chen smiled and shrugged. What exactly happened? Who in the world would be so concerned about a genius? Li Mingda's voice tightened. We've been instructed to keep this confidential. The higher-ups? Okay, I won't ask. Li Mingda paused, then didn't press the matter further. There's really no such thing as above. Jiang Chun just didn't want Li Mingda to know too much, afraid that he would worry or find it hard to accept. In fact, Jiang Chun had no one above him for a long time. What are your plans now that you're back? Li Mingda composed himself. Is there anything I can do to help you? Yes. Jiang Chun looked at Li Mingda without hesitation. I want to enter the forbidden library. Li Mingda was taken aback at first. Then his eyes suddenly lit up. It was an expression Jiang Chun had never seen before, an almost fanatical one. No problem. Mingda nodded emphatically. I'll go get the pass right now. We'll go in tonight. Huh? So fast. Jiang Chun was taken aback. I heard the procedures were quite complicated. Just steal the pass. The checkpoint staff only recognize passes. Mingda said matter-of-factly. You just go in. I'll handle the aftermath. It's not that urgent. Cherish your time, Jiang Chun. Every second of yours is precious. He stopped abruptly as the words were about to come out. The United Nations' brilliant Constitution, Article 1. No country, organization, or individual may subjectively interfere with the autonomous behavior of a genius in any form. Mingda swallowed the rest of his sentence. Jiang Chun pondered for a moment. Let's do it after the awards ceremony tomorrow. There are a few people I want to criticize on stage. By the way, we also need to find a reasonable reason to get into the Forbidden Library. Chapter 89, Forbidden Library. The next day, early morning, Tsinghua University and Peking University. Mingda led Jiang Chun to stand at the entrance of the Forbidden Library. Jiang Chun looked up and surveyed the unassuming two-story building in front of him. The exterior walls are simple, without signs or slogans. Even the steps at the entrance were built to be steep and narrow, taking up as little space as possible, as if the builder wanted to deliberately conceal his presence. This is the Forbidden Library? Jiang Chen asked, somewhat puzzled. Mingda stared blankly at the building in front of him, and then spoke. Yes, it was built inconspicuously, supposedly to avoid people accidentally wandering in out of curiosity and causing trouble for the management. Then, Mingda handed the pass to Jiang Chun. He instinctively wanted to give some instructions, but the words caught in his throat. There's nothing much to tell you. If an ordinary person wanted to go in, he would make sure the other person was fully prepared mentally and might even repeatedly dissuade them, just like others dissuaded themselves in the past. But Jiang Chen doesn't need it. The Forbidden Library existed precisely for people like him. Jiang Chun held the pass, nodded slightly to Mingda, and then walked straight in. Passing through an inconspicuous brown wooden door, there's only one more inconspicuous elevator inside the building. There are only two buttons on the panel, -1 and 1. Jiang Chun pressed -1, and then the elevator slowly descended. Jiang Chun was slightly taken aback the moment the door opened. Unlike the unremarkable buildings above, what you see before you is a spacious lobby with hardly anyone around. The lobby walls are entirely gray, without any decoration, and the color scheme has an inexplicable sense of coldness. On one side of the lobby, a heavy, matte steel door was embedded in the wall. Jiang Chun had only ever seen this kind of door in bank vault scenes in movies, but the door in front of him was much smaller than a vault door. The only person in the lobby was sitting at the entrance, an elderly man who looked to be around 60 years old. At that moment, he was staring blankly at the ground. Jiang Chun walked up to the old man and handed him the pass. Sir, I am a student from Tsinghua or Peking University. I am applying to enter the restricted library. This is my pass. The old man raised his head, his gaze falling on Jiang Chen's face, and suddenly paused. So young. He took the pass, looked it over and over, then glanced at Jiang Chun with a complex expression in his eyes. Then he sighed softly. Child, do you really want to go in? What's inside might ruin your life. The old man's tone didn't convey any dissuasion. It was as if he already knew Jiang Chen's answer and was just going through the motions. Yes, Jiang Chun replied without hesitation. I have a reason why I have to go in. The old man was silent for a moment, then nodded slightly. He didn't try to persuade him further, but slowly got up and walked towards the front desk of the lobby. Okay, just a moment, I'll go register. Upon arriving at the front desk, the old man first bent down and pulled out a yellowed form and a red sticker from somewhere deep inside the drawer. He peeled off the sticker and casually pressed it onto the form, crooked and distorted, completely disregarding alignment. Jiang Chun glanced down at the form and then looked up. Xingxing Supermarket, 5,320th Anniversary Customer Evaluation Form. Sir, what is this? Oh, it's not a necessary procedure. The old man waved his hand. Since you were able to get the pass, the procedures for entering the Forbidden Library were already completed outside. It's just a little habit of mine. He pressed the sticker firmly, then gently ran his fingertips across the paper. I've been guarding this warehouse for 40 years. Every time someone goes in, I put a sticker on it. It's a way of marking my life. Jiang Chen asked, somewhat puzzled. Why not just make a more detailed record? The old man chuckled dryly twice. Haha, this old man can't read. The school won't let someone who can read be a librarian. Jiang Chen looked at the form. 3 stickers are now affixed to the yellowed paper. One was just pasted up and belongs to me. The other should belong to Mingda. Next to one of the photos, someone had signed their name with a pen. Zhu Fang. Jiang Chun vaguely recognized the name. He seemed to have seen it on the honor wall of Tsinghua and Peking universities. Jiang Chen asked, somewhat curiously. This Chu Feng is... Chu Feng is my son. A sense of pride suddenly welled up in the old man's eyes. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. He remembered Chu Feng's name in the area of deceased scholars. When Chu Feng was mentioned, the old man seemed to open up and start talking. Speaking of which, our family has been guarding this library for over 70 generations. He pressed the sticker down again, as if giving himself time to continue. Originally, it should be my son, Chu Feng, guarding this gate now. Who would have thought that our Chu family, which has been illiterate for generations, would produce someone with academic talent in my son's generation? I didn't really understand what they were talking about, such as coordinates and geometry. I only heard that he was one of the top mathematicians in the world. Back then, my relatives and friends were very envious and said, Old Chu, your ancestors' graves are emitting auspicious smoke. The old man paused. Later, he said he wanted to enter the forbidden library. He said he had reached the boundaries of mathematics, that the edifice of mathematics had been built, and that as long as he could get in, he could organize the knowledge left by geniuses and fill the few remaining gaps in mathematics. I didn't understand what boundaries meant back then, but I trusted that kid, and I opened the door for him myself. He went in. When he came out, his expression hadn't changed at all. He was still smiling and chatting with me. The next day, he hanged himself at home. The old man's face showed no strong emotional fluctuations when he said these words. Perhaps over the years, while guarding the library, the painful emotions have been repeatedly chewed over until one becomes numb. So, I'm telling you, all the world's top scholars, especially those at the forefront of theoretical research, are selfish bastards. What do you mean by doing scientific research for humanity? It's all an excuse. They just want resources, they want conditions, they want someone to cater to their thirst for knowledge and their perverse sense of accomplishment. They don't care about the country, their relatives, or the future. They're all bastards. As the old man spoke, his tone revealed a hint of emotion for the first time, not anger, not sadness, but a kind of doubt. Child, tell me, what in this world is more important than family and friends, or your own life? I've thought about it for decades, and I still can't figure it out. Jiang Chun remained silent. The old man didn't expect him to answer. A moment later, he slowly stood up, supporting himself on the table, as if he had unloaded something. All right, I know I can't stop you. I can't stop that Dr. Lee. I can't stop my son, and I can't stop you. He paused. Let's go in. Chapter 90 Monkey. Tsinghua and Peking University's forbidden bookshelves. The elderly man entered the password on the access control and then scanned his pass. Then, the heavy steel door slowly opened. It's coming. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and slowly walked in, but his steps suddenly stopped the moment he stepped into the forbidden library. The scene before him was completely different from what he had imagined. There are no rows of towering bookshelves and no books densely packed together. In the spacious hall, books and manuscripts are displayed individually in glass cabinets, with sufficient distance between them, and soft yellow light shines on them. The scene before me didn't look like a library. It looked more like a museum storing ancient books. Everything's in a glass case, the old man said, following behind. Put on those gloves over there, and just press the button on the display stand to open the glass case. Take your time looking around. I need to go get the sealing strips and fill the open glass case with... What was that gas again? Nitrogen, Jiang Chun said. Yes, it seems to be nitrogen. The old man waved his hand and turned to walk to the other side. Jiang Chun stood still, his gaze sweeping over the quietly displayed glass cases. Vacuum nitrogen filling. In the original world, this is the ultimate method for protecting ancient books. The entire system here from site selection and design to constant temperature and humidity and nitrogen sealing, is very meticulous. The design and construction of this forbidden library was most likely the work of a genius. They built the tombs that housed their knowledge. Jiang Chen didn't think much of it, put on gloves, walked to the glass cabinet closest to the exit, and took out the first book. The cover is light blue, with only 2 words in the center, mathematics. Forward. I never imagined I would write this. I also can't figure out the meaning behind it. Perhaps ordinary people shouldn't even be exposed to mathematics. This is the simplest, most basic, and most mindless math knowledge I can think of, to the point that I don't even know what to name this book. I don't expect this book to become an elementary school textbook for ordinary people, but at most it can be used as a middle school textbook. If someone puts this book in a high school or even a college classroom, that would be an insult to mathematics. Formulating. Jiang Chun remained silent for a few seconds before turning the pages of the book. The book's content is very simple. Addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, sums and differences of squares, solutions to basic functions, simple vectors, basic geometry, and the example problems are also very straightforward. The later parts of the book are slightly more difficult, including trigonometric functions and changes in the graphs of direct and inverse proportional functions, but that's about it. Overall, it's at the level of a primary school student. Jiang Chun could even imagine the pain on Formulating's face when he was writing this book. If Formulating knew that only the first half of this book entered university classrooms, while the second half, considered incomprehensible knowledge, was sealed away in a forbidden library, I wonder what he would think. When compiling new textbooks, refer to this book, make appropriate deletions, but no more. Jiang Chun put the book back and then opened the glass cabinet next door. Meeting and chasing problems, rational and irrational numbers, parallel and intersecting lines, powers. Jiang Chun looked at the second book and nodded slightly. The content and examples in this book are slightly more difficult than the first book and are already at the level of junior high school in the original world. Are the books in the forbidden library arranged in order of increasing difficulty? It shouldn't be. Based on Jiang Chen's understanding of ordinary people in this world, the content of this book, although only slightly more difficult, has already exceeded the limits of human comprehension in this world. Since most people cannot understand the content of the books, it is naturally impossible to rank the books according to their difficulty. Jiang Chen had planned to read the books one by one, but he froze on the spot when he reached the third glass case. The third book, with 4 large characters on the cover, Functional Analysis. Jiang Chun had never heard of it. He took out the book, opened it, and was greeted by a bunch of obscure symbols. The 3 fundamental theorems of functional analysis. The Han-Banach extension theorem states that a linear functional on a subspace can be extended to the entire space. If f is an element of x0 asterisk operator is parallel to f is parallel to x0 equals c, then there exists f is an element of x asterisk operator. F x0 equals f is parallel to f is parallel to x equals c. If f is an element of x0 asterisk operator is parallel to f is parallel to x0 equals c, then there exists f is an element of. Smack! Jiang Chun closed the book immediately. Can't read. This was the first time Jiang Chun had encountered something he couldn't understand since he came into this world. But at this moment, Jiang Chun felt no frustration, but rather a sense of expected calm. Subsequently, he read several books and manuscripts, each of which exceeded Jiang Chen's knowledge reserves. Interpolation mechanism for extreme values in stochastic zeta models. Related research on the Mobius disjoint conjecture. Research on stochastic resonance and related problems in dynamical systems. Study of bound states in the Schrödinger equation. Finally, Jiang Chun closed the last book, allowed a long breath, and smiled softly. What he wanted to confirm when he entered the forbidden library has been confirmed. Sure enough, the academic researchers at the forefront of this world are no less intelligent than the top scholars in the original world. In fact, it would be Jiang Chun who would be uneasy if the items inside the library were of the same low quality as those outside. This means that the underlying logic of this world is flawed, like a fruit tree without a trunk, false from beginning to end. That being said, compared to the real geniuses who wrote these books, am I really a genius? Jiang Chen didn't think he counted. In the eyes of ordinary people, he might be, but he lacked the ability, like the true geniuses of this world, to expand the boundaries of humanity. If we say that the average person in this world has the following statistic: 1, 0.6, 1.1, 0.9, 0.4, 0.7, 1.8, he himself was probably 10, 30, 30, 20, 20, 10, 20, and the geniuses of this world are 1, 1.2, 0.8, 1, 1.4, 10,000, 1, 1, 0.9, 7, 0.1. That 10,000 falls on a dimension that Jiang Chun still cannot understand or even name. The geniuses of this world would still be geniuses if they were placed in the original world. With his suspicions confirmed, Jiang Chun put down the book in his hand and prepared to leave the forbidden library. After all, he couldn't understand most of the books here, and in this room, he was no different from the ordinary people outside. Instead of continuing to read it, we should go back and think about how to compile new teaching materials. Sir, I've finished reading. Jiang Chun greeted the old man who was bending over and adjusting the nitrogen-filling equipment, and then stepped forward to say goodbye. Suddenly, Jiang Chen glanced at a glass cabinet to the side. Then, he froze on the spot. It was a notebook with no number on the cover, no embossed title, only a line of words hastily written in black marker. Solutions to problems related to nuclear fusion ignition, self-sustainability, radiation-resistant materials, tritium self-sustainability, and economic viability. Author, Yifan. Yifan. The creator of InBrain? He must be a genius related to computer algorithms and model building. Why are there books on nuclear fusion? Moreover, this is a forbidden library for mathematics. Why would books related to nuclear fusion be placed here? Jiang Chun frowned as he looked at the names of the notes in the cabinet. He recalled that controlled nuclear fusion had been covered in the extracurricular extensions of high school physics. Ignition self-sustaining, radiation-resistant materials, tritium self-sustaining, economic efficiency. Each of these is a major obstacle to the development of controlled nuclear fusion. The cover of this notebook reads solved. Have you fans solved all these problems in this world? Jiang Chun immediately opened the cabinet, took out the notebook, and turned to the first page. What came into view was a crooked and messy handwriting, which made Jiang Chun freeze on the spot. What the hell? The brains of people in this world are like those of a hairless monkey. Chapter 91, 2 photos. An office at Tsinghua or Peking University. Han Qingshan leaned back in his chair, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. That Jiang fan, he really went in? Wei Changcheng took a sip of tea and nodded. Li Mingda personally delivered it this morning. Han Qingshan hooked. That old guy ruined himself in there, and now he's sending students in. Don't you think he's gone mad? The Forbidden Library is a very special place. For those who aren't qualified to enter, the contents of the Forbidden Library won't have a significant impact on them. They won't understand any of it anyway. But once your achievements and intelligence qualify you to enter, it means that your understanding and dedication to mathematics have reached a certain level. That way, the things in the Forbidden Library will destroy your worldview. Wei Changcheng picked up his teacup. Although I really don't want to acknowledge Jiang Fan, I have to admit that his talent and level in the field of mathematics are rare in this world. Given his current level of talent and personality traits, I think he'd likely go insane if he went into the library. It's not that light. Maybe he'll even make it onto the Wall of Honor. Tsinghua and Peking University's forbidden bookshelves. Jiang Chun stared intently at the notebook in front of him, his scalp tingling. A rush of blood to his head threw his mind into disarray. The sentence in the notebook almost confirmed the fact that Yi Fan was a transmigrator. How did he time travel? Was he like me? Or was there another way? Controlled nuclear fusion. This kind of thing didn't exist in the original world. How'd he know? Did he come from another, better developed world? Or is it that he comes from the distant future of the original world? Nearby, the old man had just finished packing up the nitrogen-filling equipment and spoke from a distance. Young man, you just said you finished watching? No, sir, I need to stay a little longer. Jiang Chun responded without turning his head, then immediately opened his notebook and began to read it carefully. Page 1. I woke up to find that everyone else's IQ had decreased except mine in this world. High school knowledge has become the pinnacle of human technology. This is hilarious. I should have known better than to read that guy's cheesy novel. I knew my name meant I was no ordinary person, and that I would eventually be transported to another world. This time travel is definitely related to the electrical noise I heard last night. Jiang Chen was taken aback. Yi Fan, so you're the same way, it's that static sound. Page 2. What the hell? How come the brains of people in this world are like those of a hairless monkey? I thought it was just a slight lapse in scientific development, but I didn't expect they also have mental issues. Communication is a bit difficult. So the current situation is, the transmigrator, have become the most intelligent person on this planet. Suddenly I feel like I'm getting a Tadashi Fumiaki opening. It's not a bad thing. Anyway, in my original world, I was just a high school student living in an orphanage with nothing to worry about. In comparison, being a navigator of human civilization in another world is obviously more interesting. With the high school knowledge I have right now, it shouldn't be a problem for humanity to break out of the solar system. It feels quite fulfilling. Perhaps I should take more notes now and write down the data and parameters I learned in high school, such as control nuclear fusion, propellantless propulsion, and superconducting material polymerization, so that I won't forget them when I need them later. Let me write in my diary again so that future generations can look back on it. Page 3. Ignition and self-sustaining combustion can overcome the tetrode barrier using an ion cyclotron heating system, ICRF, achieving a 2 megawatts wideband steady-state output, with combustion self-sustaining maintained by alpha particle heating. The first wall material abandons pure tungsten. WZRC composite materials utilize multi-scale interface modulation. Tritium self-sufficiency issue. Page 4. In terms of economics, the Z-pinch fusion-fission hybrid reactor, ZFFR, uses fusion to drive spent fuel breeding, and the fission portion amplifies energy output, which can reduce the reactor's unit cost. From the third page onwards, the content consisted entirely of data and technical jargon, which Jiang Chun couldn't understand at all. Apart from the first 2 pages, there is no further self-narration from Yi Fan in this notebook until the very last page. Jiang Chun frowned slightly. It's certain that Yi Fan and I might have traveled to different worlds in similar ways, but our original worlds were definitely different. Is he from the future of my original world? Or is he simply unrelated to my original world? No, that's not enough. There's too little information, and the deductions are very disorganized. Jiang Chun habitually tapped his headset, but only heard a piercing, static sound. There is no signal in the forbidden library. Damn it. Never mind. It's the same as asking outside. We need to first find out what else related to Yi Fan is in the forbidden library. He glanced at the row of glass cabinets and began to look at them one by one in order. The forbidden library was huge, with hundreds of glass cases displayed inside, but Jiang Chun dared not miss a single one. Not far away, an old man leaned against the wall, watching Jiang Chen's busy figure with a puzzled expression. The old man's memory of Mingda and his son's expressions and behavior when they entered the forbidden library is now blurred. But one thing is certain, it's definitely not like the boy in front of you. The young man in front of me doesn't seem to be looking, but rather searching. What are you looking for? Young man, the old man finally spoke. What are you looking for? I don't know either. Jiang Chen didn't turn his head. It might be some special stuff. The old man nodded slightly and didn't ask any more questions. But in that instant, he suddenly froze. Something special. He did see some special documents in the forbidden library. The forbidden library is maintained every 7 days, and he would brush past each display case one by one. All the display cases contained archived and bound books and documents. Only one display case is not. The old man slowly walked to the display case. Young man, I don't know what you're looking for, but I think you could come and take a look at this. Jiang Chen's eyes flashed upon hearing the sound. He first looked down to check the current display case number to avoid forgetting where he was when he came back, and then walked straight toward the old man. Upon arriving at the display case, Jiang Chun paused slightly. This cabinet doesn't contain books, notebooks, or anything bound into a book. Instead, it was a pile of messy, disorganized manuscript papers. They came in all shapes and sizes, thick and thin, the paper yellowed and brittle, with curled edges, as if they had been carelessly stuffed in. Is this draft paper? How could there be something like this in the forbidden library? Without much thought, Jiang Chun put on gloves and gently lifted the pile of manuscript papers out. The twin prime conjecture, the construction of a regular dodecagon, the definition of the derivative, the vertex formula of a quadratic function. The content is disorganized, with varying levels of difficulty, completely different handwriting, and the yellowing of the paper also indicates the difference in age. It's as if someone casually piled up the scattered manuscripts of geniuses from all over the world. The person who organized these manuscripts was probably an ordinary person who couldn't understand the content or categorize them. So they simply stuffed them all into this cabinet. Jiang Chun turned the pages one by one, letting out a soft sigh. It seems to have little value. As Jiang Chun flipped through the manuscript, it grew thinner and thinner. Suddenly, Jiang Chun paused slightly. Tucked inside the manuscript were two photos stacked together, backside up. On the back of the one above, two large characters were written, Yifan. The handwriting is exactly the same as the handwriting in his previous notes, so it must have been written by him. Jiang Chun flipped through the photos. It was an extremely young face, about the same age as Jiang Chun, with the corners of his mouth turned up, his smile carrying undisguised confidence, even a little bit of arrogance, and behind him was a sea view. The person in the photo should be Yifan. Jiang Chen looked at it for a few seconds and nodded slightly. Yifan certainly has the right to be arrogant. He put the first photo aside and looked at the second one. The moment Jiang Chen saw the back of the second photo, his fingers suddenly froze. The white side of the photo was covered with 4 characters written in every corner. Save the genius. 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 The handwriting was chaotic, as if someone's hand was trembling as they drew it over and over again. Looking at the handwriting, Jiang Chun clutched the photo, his knuckles turning white. He had a premonition that what was in this photograph would completely disrupt his understanding of the world. Jiang Chen closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then I flipped the photo over. The moment I saw the photo, a chill ran down my spine and into my brain, making the hairs on my body stand on end. That was a group photo. In the photo, 28 people are placed on chairs. Those bodies deformed, incomplete, twisted. Some were missing arms. Some had deformed torsos, and some looked as if they had been crumpled up and then unfolded. It's like some kind of exhibition of deformed human bodies. But those people's faces were exactly the same. All of them were Yifan's faces. Chapter 92 confirmed. Tsinghua and Peking University's forbidden bookshelves. Looking at the 28 identical, numb, and empty faces before me, quietly crammed into the same photograph. Jiang Chen's breathing stopped for a few seconds. Then he noticed a banner behind those geniuses, celebrating the official birth of one of the greatest inventions in human history, the telebrain. Jiang Chen recalled the previous description of the end-brain. 10,000 years ago, although humanity had been in the information age for nearly 10,000 years, there had been no significant progress. It was in that environment that the most glorious era since the dawn of human civilization was born. That year, 28 geniuses emerged, a phenomenon that is rare even in a millennium. Their fields of expertise span physics, chemistry, history, biology, literature, economics, almost all professional fields of human civilization. Through their joint efforts, the world's first and only artificial intelligence was created and named Endbrain. There is no such thing as a golden age. There are no 28 geniuses. Jiang Chun frowned, speechless for a moment. Those 28 Yifans, were they clones? But can cloning clone talent and memories together? Moreover, since Yifan is a transmigrator, his original body should have been just an ordinary person. No, perhaps the time travel isn't a soul transfer, but rather an entire body being transferred from the original world to this ridiculous one. Are there people in this world who can master cloning technology? This technology was not even perfect in the original world. What happened after this photo was taken? Where did the real Yifan go? How did Endbrain end up in the hands of Jiu? Was the world government involved in this? Or was it actually them who did it? The photo contained so much information that it left Jiang Chen momentarily confused and breathless. The 28 faces in the photo seemed to be staring at him through the photograph, their numb expressions frightening. Child! Child! An old man's anxious voice came from the side. Are you all right, child? Jiang Chen snapped out of his daze, stared blankly for a moment, and then shook his head with a wry smile as he met the old man's concerned gaze. It's nothing, sir. I just saw too many things at once, and my mind is a little confused. The old man listened, but his expression didn't relax at all. He kept muttering something. Don't give up hope. Think about your family. Math and physics don't matter at all. Clearly, he was worried that Jiang Chun would end up like his son, taking his own life after leaving this place. Don't worry, sir. I'm really fine. Jiang Chun folded the photo into the manuscript paper and put it back in the display case. Is there anything else in this forbidden library that you find strange? There shouldn't be any more, the old man said, still looking somewhat worried. Okay, then you go ahead and do your work. I'll look for it some more. For the next 4 hours, Jiang Chun searched through all the display cases, but there was nothing related to Yi Fan. Outside the Forbidden Library building at Tsinghua and Peking universities, Mingda sat on a public bench not far away, glancing at the entrance from time to time. For hours have passed. This is a good thing. Hopefully, Jiang Chun can bring something out of the Forbidden Library that will bring about a change to the mathematics community, which has remained unchanged for thousands of years, even if it's just a little bit. Suddenly, his pupils contracted, and he abruptly stood up. Jiang Chun appeared outside the small brown door. Mingda immediately went to greet him. Are you all right, Jiang Chun? He noticed that Jiang Chun looked a little pale. It's nothing. Jiang Chun twitched the corner of his mouth. There are indeed some things inside that are a bit mind-blowing. Mingda remained silent for a moment, without asking any further questions. It's good that you're all right. Go back and rest first. Take my car. No need, Teacher Li. You should go back first. I want to be alone. Are you really all right? Don't worry. Jiang Chun smiled. Others might be concerned, but you know who I am. I'm just thinking about how to incorporate the knowledge I just saw into the new textbook. It will probably take about a week to write the new textbook, and I'll bring it to you to take a look when it's finished. Mingda looked at Jiang Chun for a few seconds and finally nodded. Okay, remember to call me if anything happens. After watching Mingda leave, Jiang Chun stood there for a moment, then gently tapped his earpiece. Chenbin, are you there? Mr. Jiang Chun, I'm here. Get the head of UNG on the phone with me. I don't care what he's doing now, immediately. Jiang Chen's tone was deliberately impatient. There was a momentary pause on the other end of the earphone. Yes, Mr. Jiang Chun. The call was disconnected. Less than 3 minutes later, the communication was reconnected. This time, the voice that came through was that of an unfamiliar middle-aged man, steady and with a hint of doubt. Hello, Mr. Jiang Chun. May I ask you some questions? I have a few questions for you. Don't look them up. Rely on instinct. Answer me immediately. Yes, Mr. Jiang Chun. Your name? Li Jiangwu. Age? 57 years old. Specific daily tasks? Integrate resources to discover and protect geniuses and potential geniuses, and make decisions in emergency situations. Is there anything UNG is deliberately hiding from me? Don't worry, the overall framework of this book is still enjoyable. It's just that the main plot has a little bit of suspense. In this worldview, no organization would dare to touch a genius. At least in this era, only a terminal brain could possibly exist. I'm worried that some people might find the suspense aspect annoying and give up, so please don't leave. Huh, the comments seem to be gone? I'll only change a few words? Chapter 93's direction is the academic hall, going to Beijing, Qingbei University. Outside the forbidden warehouse gate. When Jiang Chun asked this question, there was a 2-second pause on the other end. A positive reply followed. To my knowledge, no. Withholding important information from geniuses violates the UN Charter and the basic regulations of the UNG Association. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun nodded slightly. In fact, he didn't expect to get anything out of that question. Unless the other party openly admits to hiding something from him, Jiang Chun will not care what their answer is. He simply wanted to express an attitude through this well-timed question, and he sensed something's wrong, and I'm starting to doubt your motives. If you still want the only genius in 1,300 years to do something for humanity, you should weigh the next steps yourselves. But actually, the brief pause on the other end made Jiang Chen feel a little more at ease. What Jang Chun was really worried about was that the other party would instinctively and without hesitation answer no. Given the intellectual level of this world, if one could immediately give the correct response when suddenly questioned, that can only prove one thing. They have received specialized training. Train yourself to deal with the skepticism of geniuses. Train yourself to make certain words instinct. However, from a more fundamental perspective, Jiang Chen is actually more inclined to believe that the events depicted in the photos have little to do with the world government. After all, the world government is a massive organization capable of producing a charter of geniuses by sacrificing human lives. Confining geniuses to do research? Who would dare use something created by a confined genius? Hearing the response from the other end, Jiang Chun remained silent for a moment before continuing to speak. Send me all the information UNG can find related to Yi Fan, everything. Also, compile a list of all the banned books in the world that contain content related to Yi Fan and send it to me in a document. Please help me look up the history of humankind 10,000 years ago around the time the Terminator appeared. Okowo, approximately how many days will it take? Please wait a moment. 10 minutes later, a voice came from the other end of the headset. The exact time frame is unpredictable. After all, we need to communicate with UNG branches and universities in various countries, and it is expected to take between half a month and a month. Okay, go ahead and do it. Thank you for your help. 7 days later, Tsinghua and Peking University, male dormitory. Zhou, can I borrow a light? Promise. In the dormitory, 2 arms stretched out from their respective beds, one holding a lighter and the other holding a cigarette. The 2 structures spanned half of the dormitory, meeting steadily. It was like God touching Adam's fingertips, like the fire that Prometheus brought to the world. The famous painting, The Redemption of Nicotine, was thus created. Chun Jun took a deep drag, then suddenly seemed to remember something and quickly lit another cigarette with the one he had already lit. He rolled out of bed and stuck the newly lit cigarette upright into the ashtray on Jiang Chen's desk. Then, facing Jiang Chen's student ID on the table, he bowed slightly with a solemn expression. Zhou lay on the bed, looking at him helplessly. What are you doing? I'll burn incense, Chen Jun said matter-of-factly. Isn't it obvious? Ever since Jiang Fan followed Professor Li and said he wanted to go into the Forbidden Library, he hasn't been back to his dorm. Do you know how sinister that Forbidden Library is? So many top scholars who went and ended up hanging on the Wall of Honor. Wasn't he just posting in the dorm group chat yesterday? Is there perhaps a net in the underworld? 6. As the 2 chatted, the sound of a car driving by came from downstairs in the dormitory building once again. Chen Jun walked to the balcony and frowned slightly. What's going on today? Why are there so many cars downstairs? He looked in the direction of the traffic. The direction seems to be an academic conference hall. Chapter 94, A New Foundation. Going to Beijing, Qingbei University. At this moment, at the end of Chun Jun's gaze, countless vehicles crowded the parking lot next to the academic hall. At the entrance of the academic hall, Wang Laming was frowning, his expression serious. He received the recruitment notice from the Ministry of Education yesterday afternoon at the last minute. Yesterday afternoon, almost simultaneously, the top scholars in the field of mathematics from all universities across the country received official summons from the Ministry of Education in Beijing. That's right, it wasn't an invitation, it was a conscription, in the name of the government. Moreover, the list of recruits is very specific, only requiring the top few people in each research direction of the mathematics field. A moment later, Wang Laming's eyes lit up. He strode forward and blocked Zhao Yunlong, who was about to enter. Old Zhao, what exactly happened? It's happening at Tsinghua or Peking University. Don't tell me you don't know either. Zhao Yunlong was taken aback when he saw Wang Laming, then shook his head. I'm not sure either. I wasn't notified of this conscription in advance. But that old guy Li Mingda definitely knows. I saw him last night, and he was acting completely out of sorts. How so? Excitement. Extreme excitement. I've rarely seen such strong emotions on his face since he left the Forbidden Library. but he just wouldn't reveal anything. As he spoke, Zhao Yunlong patted Wang Laming on the shoulder. It's no use asking now. Let's go in and take a look. I have a feeling something big is about to happen. Isn't that obvious? When the two entered the academic hall, there were already quite a few people sitting in the seats. Wang Laming glanced around and spotted 4 or 5 familiar faces, all of whom were regulars at top academic conferences. At this moment, they gathered in 2s and 3s, their expressions as puzzled as Zhao Yunlong and Wang Laming's. Clearly, no one knows the real reason for this government recall. Buzz. As everyone gradually arrived, Mingda stepped forward onto the stage and adjusted the microphone. The entire hall fell silent instantly. All the leading scholars present are waiting for an explanation. Mingda stood on the stage, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, and slowly began to speak. The reason I have gathered you all here today is that a few days ago, a scholar took some knowledge out of the Forbidden Library, and we need you to evaluate it. For a moment, the scholars present were stunned, and then their expressions were somewhat incredulous. Just because of this? Offstage, Wang Laming frowned slightly and moved closer to Zhao Yunlong. Old Zhao, what's going on? Has someone recently entered the Forbidden Library at Tsinghua and Peking universities? Did Mingda approve of it? Yes, there is, but how could it be such a big fuss? Jiang Fan. Zhao Yunlong also had a hint of doubt on his face. Amidst the murmurs, an elderly man's voice rang out from below the stage, steady yet tinged with anger. Just because of something like that, Wang Laming looked in the direction of the voice and immediately recognized the person Yang Wan, an absolute authority in plane geometry with extremely high prestige in the mathematics community. Under everyone's gaze, Yang Wan slowly stood up, his tone calm, but his aura extremely strong. Throughout history, every century has seen a few people qualify for access to forbidden libraries. Aside from those who committed suicide or went mad, some were indeed capable of understanding some of the genius's work. But so what? I don't deny the excellence of those scholars, but they are the ones who are truly excellent. Mathematics that only one or a few people can master is meaningless to humankind. It's like a steep mountain. Even immortals can fly straight up. What's the point for ordinary people? The broad progress of mathematics requires a certain proportion of scholars in the world to master this knowledge so that it can be gradually digested and integrated into the whole of human civilization. Only in this way can the overall level of human civilization be improved and even a little bit of the burden of civilization development be shared by geniuses. If only 1 or 2 scholars can understand it, then what's the difference between these things and them not existing? Upon hearing this, a murmur arose from the audience. Yang Wan paused, glanced at everyone present, and continued speaking. And I don't understand why we all have to be summoned. Each of you here is a pillar in your respective field of mathematics. Because of this call to action, projects at 3 of my mathematics institutes were forced to be suspended. There are dozens of other physics and chemistry data analysis projects based on these institutes. Which of you fellow practitioners here isn't like this? He raised his voice a little. I don't think that the little bit of knowledge that a scholar brought out from the Forbidden Library, which is only understood by a very few people, is worth us all putting down our work and making a special trip to attend. Upon hearing Yang Wen's words, the audience began to murmur amongst themselves. But on stage, Mingda's expression remained unchanged. He simply smiled. I will not offer you any explanation, for none of my words will make any sense in the face of what you are about to see. Next, the staff on site will distribute some documents to you. All you need to do is read them. After that, if you still want to leave, feel free to do so. Mingda raised his hand and gestured to the staff below the stage. Then, staff began distributing a booklet along the seating area. What is this thing? Below the stage, countless scholars were slightly taken aback. The booklet looked unremarkable, with a white cover the size of an A4 sheet of paper, about the thickness of 2 or 3 coins, and a strong smell of ink. It was obviously printed on short notice. Some people curiously turned to the first page, only to find not the obscure knowledge of some field they had expected, but a table of contents. Why is there a table of contents? Functions, geometry, roots, sets, statistics. This table of contents is a bit too broad, isn't it? So many fields. These are all brought out from the Forbidden Library. Are you kidding me? Is this scholar some kind of all-rounder? It must be some attention-seeking clown who directly photocopied some incomprehensible stuff from the Forbidden Library to elevate himself. Tsinghua and Peking universities have become increasingly rotten in recent years. Anyone can get into the Forbidden Library now. Tisk, what's the point of bringing it out if you don't reinterpret the legacy of a genius from the perspective of an ordinary person? But as scholars opened their books and found the knowledge in their areas of expertise, all the discussion fell silent. The contents of the booklet were not what they had imagined, nor did they delve deeper into the existing mathematical system to a degree that they could no longer understand. Instead, they opened up several entirely new roads in almost every direction. In the field of geometry, the booklet introduces the concept of axial symmetry for the first time and combines it with geometric side lengths and areas, providing an alternative approach to calculation. In the field of functions, the concept of inequalities has completely overturned the previous understanding of equations and introduced a completely new dimension to range solving. In terms of statistics, the concept of median was introduced for the first time, and it was clearly distinguished from and compared with the mean. And most importantly, these things, although they are entirely new concepts, are all within the comprehension of the scholars present. For a moment, the breathing of all the scholars in the room became heavier. As some people flipped through the pages, their hands began to tremble. Someone is staring at a particular page, motionless. No one spoke. Those present are all top scholars in their respective fields of mathematics, possessing a natural sensitivity to knowledge in their own areas. They keenly realized that this knowledge was not meaningless, but rather had profound significance and practical value. The knowledge contained in this booklet may become a new cornerstone for the field of mathematics. On the stage, Mingda looked at the silent figures below and spoke. Does anyone want to leave? He paused, his tone calm. I heard there are quite a few scholars here, and they have other things to do. No one responded. The entire hall was eerily quiet, save for the occasional sound of papers being turned. In fact, even if you try to drive them away now, they won't leave. For these pure scholars, the dopamine release from the pursuit of knowledge, that burst of pleasure in the brain far surpasses the satisfaction of any worldly desire. On the stage, Mingda clenched his fists, which trembled slightly. The government's call to action was for the sake of the current situation. Nothing could better prove the correctness of the knowledge Jiang Chun shared than the scene before them. Moreover, Mingda knew that these were far from Jiang Chen's limits. In less than a week, the changes he brought about made tens of thousands of years of development in the field of mathematics a joke. That's the weight of genius. What kind of vitality will he bring to the mathematics community in the foreseeable future? Thinking of this, Mingda couldn't help but tremble with excitement. It's burned out. Jiang Chen lay on the bed in his rented room, staring at the ceiling, utterly exhausted. At first, his idea was very simple. Based on the book left by Mr. Hua Logging in the Forbidden Library, and combined with my own junior high school knowledge, I will deepen my understanding of the existing content in various fields of mathematics. He failed. There's a reason why the difficulty level in various branches of mathematics is generally maintained at the elementary school level. This level of difficulty is already the limit of the average person's intellectual capacity. 4 days ago, Jiang Chun took the first draft of the textbook and tried to explain the solution of a linear equation in 3 variables to Mingda, a top scholar in the field of functions. The result almost broke Jiang Chen's mentality. I can barely understand a linear equation with 2 variables, but I just can't understand a linear equation with 3 variables. It doesn't make sense. It's completely illogical. Even someone who's not very smart can't learn calculus. Jiang Chun finally understood the state of mind that Qian Lao had when he said those words back then. Later, he changed his perspective. Since the existing knowledge has already reached its ceiling in terms of the world's intellectual level, why not open a few new roads instead? Take out those concepts that geniuses consider common sense, but have never popularized to ordinary people one by one, and use them as a new starting point. Then combine them with existing knowledge content. This will at least introduce some new ideas to the current mathematical community. As it turns out, this idea was correct. At least after Jiang Chen's extremely detailed explanation, even ordinary people like Mingda could understand these things. He then spent several more days completing the textbook, finally breathing a sigh of relief. According to the plan, after the publication of this new textbook, the Ministry of Education, with Jiang Chen's authorization, will use the content of this textbook to assess all university teachers. Academic performance will be the core criterion for promotion and retention at the university. This way, we can thoroughly clean up those incompetent teachers and professors in universities. The problem of the academic clique is now solved. As for the resistance to implementing this policy from various university academic cliques, what kind of resistance? Where does the resistance come from? Why not just run them over? When I was an ordinary person, I was harassed by powerful families and even had to get involved myself. Now that I'm backed by UNG, how can they possibly find fault with me? Then wouldn't I have been a genius for nothing? Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Just as Jang Chun was about to take a good rest, he suddenly heard a static sound in his earpiece, followed by Chun Bin's clear voice. Mr. Jiang Chun, some of the information you asked us to investigate has yielded results. Are you available to receive it now? Jiang Chun sat up in bed. About which part? The part of history that was recorded 10,000 years ago. Chapter 95. A moment later, Jiang Chen's phone received a file from UNG. This time it's a PDF. I thought it would be another Word document with the font size not adjusted. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow. A week ago, he had just come out of the Forbidden Library and began searching for information about Yi Fan and the history from 10,000 years ago in online and physical books. The result was fruitless. The official websites that document geniuses offer extremely one-sided descriptions of Yi Fan. Aside from the label founder of N-Brain, there's almost no other information. There is no biography, no dates, and no achievements in other fields. It didn't even specify whether it was a male or female, although the world has always kept records of the personal information of geniuses concise. But it shouldn't be this concise, right? The intention to hide information is far too obvious. Doesn't the editor realize that they're trying too hard to conceal something? Well, it's hard to say, but why is the world government hiding Yi Fan's information? Two possibilities. First, Yi Fan himself requested the world government to block information about him for certain reasons. Second, what happened next that forced the world government to block his information to avoid bigger problems? But this has brought new problems. If it's the first type, why not clear all the information instead of leaving the name Yi Fan? Given the level of intelligence in this world, no one should doubt that Yi Fan could be completely erased from history. If it's the second type, what exactly did Yi Fan do that forced the world government to erase his existence? Let's talk about history from 10,000 years ago. Online records of that period seem to have been deliberately blurred out, leaving only scattered scraps that convey a sense of prosperity. But clearly, the people who edited the historical archives back then weren't very bright. Historical records are riddled with flaws that cannot be hidden. The most obvious example is GDP data. From 2004 to 2004, the global GDP composite curve showed a steady upward trend, which seemed normal. However, once the data is broken down and analyzed into the curves of several major world powers of the time, problems emerge. In those 2 years, the GDP of several major countries fell even more sharply than that of the A-share market. The most severely affected region is Western Europe, where several countries have seen their GDP drop to zero. This is clearly due to an error in the parameters during the data fabrication process. But why? What exactly happened during that period that made the world government willing to fabricate history to keep the truth from everyone? The answer may lie in this very document. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and opened the file. Document number, UNG DB 0014. Document status, internal reference, top secret. Subject, War 2004-219-2004221, Final Assessment Report. Compiled by World Government Archives. Overview of the war. In July 2004 to 2019, a military skirmish on the Western European border, for unknown reasons, escalated into a full-scale war within 12 hours. Within 3 months, all major powers were drawn in. Between 2004 and 2020, tactical nuclear weapons crossed the red line for use and became a conventional means of warfare. The war ended in 4 days with a nuclear war that covered all cities around the world. 2. Population loss assessment. According to the preliminary census in 2004 to 2024, approximately 525 million people died in Europe, approximately 310 million died in North America, and approximately 3.472 billion died in East Asia, including subsequent deaths from radiation sickness. According to statistics, major urban clusters across the country were systematically destroyed, and the combination of war and the collapse of agriculture caused by nuclear winter led to an increase in the number of deaths from the war, which continued for nearly 50 years after the statistic was compiled. According to comprehensive statistics, the cumulative number of deaths worldwide was approximately 6.332 billion, accounting for 83.14% of the world's total population at that time. 3. Impact of various countries. After the war, all the old industrialized powers collapsed. The world entered a long period of silence that lasted for 214 years. Among them, the 3 Western European countries of Redland, Finland, and Norwegian suffered saturation nuclear attacks at the very beginning of the nuclear exchange. Post-war aerial reconnaissance revealed that all man-made structures on the surface of the 3 countries' territories had reached 0 levels. Radiation readings remained extremely high, preventing rescue forces from entering. As of 2004 to 2027, the radiation levels in the core area still exceeded the safe living standard by more than 100 times. The 3-nation government in exile was officially dissolved in 2004 to 2029. The kingdoms were destroyed. Notes: the nature of the war remains in question. The logic behind this war transcends the usual categories of racial conflict, economic competition, or ideological confrontation. Archival analysis shows that the countries and regions that suffered the first wave of saturation attacks and were most thoroughly destroyed were precisely those with the closest global economic ties, the highest degree of cultural openness, and the best living standards at the time. The higher the level of industrialization and the more prosperous the city, the more thoroughly it is destroyed. This sequence and distribution of attack intensity cannot be explained by any traditional military theory. Judging from the available combat records, military operations at the end of the war had abandoned conventional objectives, such as conquering cities and seizing territory or forcing surrender. The belligerent nations systematically and relentlessly cleared human settlements and destroyed structures of civilization. Speculated conclusion: the initial purpose of this war was not conquest, but extermination, a systematic elimination of human civilization itself. Endnote: this document is a reprint from 202-4527. The original manuscript is stored in section B7 of the Underground Archive. Chapter 96. Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun stared blankly at the file in front of him for a long time. Clearly, the zero-value data extracted from the GDP statistics charts is not due to parameter errors. The GDP of those countries has indeed dropped to 0. Everyone's dead. How can things not be reduced to 0? As for the archives stating that the cause of the war was unknown. Oh, if this war has nothing to do with Yi Fan, I'll eat shit live on stream. But what role did Yi Fan actually play in all of this? Is it the trigger, the target, or the source? I can't guess. Despite receiving new information, things have become even more chaotic. Jiang Chun frowned and gently tapped his earpiece. Chen Bin. Mr. Jiang Chun, I'm here. Does your UNG have any information that can demonstrate the connection between this war and Yi Fan? No, Mr. Jiang Chun. It's impossible for genius Yi Fan to have any connection with this war. Chen Bin's voice came steadily. Jiang Chun frowned slightly at this unexpected answer. Chen Bin's answer was too certain, almost unnaturally so. Why do you say that? Jiang Chun asked in return. When researching historical materials, the UNG discovered that in the world government's historical record, the first page of the document about this war clearly stated that no genius participated in this war. The subsequent content also repeatedly emphasized that the genius Yi Fan did not get involved. Send it to me so I can take a look. 5 minutes later, Jiang Chun stared at the file on his phone and fell silent. You mean, Jiang Chun slowly began, that in the officially revised historical outline, in less than 7 pages, The phrase, "the war had nothing to do with Yifan," is emphasized as many as 37 times. Even so, you still believe that this war has nothing to do with Yifan and firmly believe that the historical record written by the government is the true history? After he finished speaking, there was a long silence on the other end of the headset. After a long pause, Chen spoke again, but his tone was filled with doubt, as if he did not understand Jiang Chen's words. "Mr. Jiang Chun, I don't understand what you mean. How could the information recorded by the world government be wrong? The history, documents, regulations, and laws left by our predecessors are all necessarily correct. Trusting them and implementing their decisions is the foundation of the operation of the UNG and even the world government." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Chun was speechless for a moment. That doesn't make any sense. Typical human-machine thinking. This world government has successfully trained its staff to be cogs that only carry out orders. The world government is made up of these individual gears. It is fragile, it is rigid, but it is already the best choice for this world. Jiang Chun shook his head helplessly. "How's the investigation into Yifan going?" "The world government has absolutely no files on Yifan, so we are retrieving them from forbidden libraries and local records around the world, which may take some time. But what is certain is that we won't get much information ASAP. At the same time, Tsinghua and Peking University, male dormitory. A knock on the door woke Zhou Hao and Chen Jun from their afternoon nap. "Jiang Fan? The door is unlocked. Come in." Squeak. The first thing that comes into view is a heavy suitcase. Then came an ordinary-looking face with a polite smile. "Hello. I was also assigned to this dormitory, but I was delayed by some personal matters and arrived a little late." The two were taken aback at first, then looked at each other and got out of bed. "Oh, hello, my name is Zhou Hao. I'm Tian Yu." No. Chen Jun smiled and took the heavy item from the other person's hand. "You're quite late. It's been a month since school started. What's your name?" The young man smiled. "My name is Chang Peng." Zhou Hao, standing to the side, was slightly taken aback. As if suddenly remembering something, he abruptly pulled out his phone and quickly searched for something. Then, a look of shock appeared on his face. "You're Cheng Peng? That big shot from the Lin Chuan innovation class." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Jun turned his head sharply and looked at Cheng Peng in shock. "I wouldn't call myself a big shot." Cheng Peng smiled, a hint of regret in his voice. "Besides, I wasn't in the innovation class anymore." "It really is you." Zhou Hao's eyes lit up. "I heard you even competed against the genius Jiang Chun in a competition." "Not really. A true fight is one where there's give and take. I was simply crushed." At this point, a complex look flashed across Cheng Peng's eyes, but he quickly concealed it. As they chatted and laughed, he pushed his suitcase toward the empty bed, but noticed a cigarette sticking out of the table next to it. "This is... Oh, he's also my roommate. His name is Jiang Fan. He's not in the dorm these past few days because of something." "I see." Cheng Peng smiled and nodded, his gaze sweeping across the table. He suddenly stopped abruptly. Then he took 2 steps closer to the table and stared intently at the photo on the student ID card. His breathing suddenly became rapid. "Jiang Chun. Chapter 97, is the Arctic so popular? Jiang Chun." Cheng Peng stared intently at the student ID on the table and blurted out, Zhou Hao, who was nearby, came over when he heard the noise. "Jiang Chun? Where is he? Why is Jiang Chen's photo here?" Cheng Peng pointed at the student ID, his voice changing slightly. "Is this a Tsinghua or Peking University student ID? Jiang Chun is in this dorm." Zhou Hao and Chen Jun were taken aback for a moment, then pointed at the student ID and smiled. "You must be mistaken. This is Jiang Fan. It's written on his student ID, isn't it?" Cheng Peng stared at the name on the student ID and was speechless for a moment. "But this photo clearly shows Jiang Chen's face." "You must be mistaken, buddy. Jiang Chun and Jiang Fan do have similar face shapes, but their facial features are completely different." As he spoke, Zhou Hao pulled out his phone and showed the photos on the official website. "This is the real Jiang Chun look. How is he the same? Didn't you meet him during the competition?" Cheng Peng stared at the photo on the screen, then looked at the student ID on the table. 2 faces. Completely different. Looking at the 2 photos, Cheng Peng was momentarily dazed. The photo on the official website is clearly not Jiang Chun. How could the photos on the official website be wrong? Did I really remember it wrong? That's impossible. Chung Peng stared at the student ID for a few seconds, then suddenly reached out and picked it up. Then, he turned around and patted Zhou Hao and Chun Jun on the shoulder. Lend me the student ID. I have to go out urgently. It was nice to meet you all. I'll treat you to dinner when I get back. After saying that, he pushed open the door and rushed out. In the dormitory, Zhou Hao and Chun Jun stood there, bewildered. He took Jiang Fan's student ID? Qin Yun stammered. He's not a scammer, is he? Tsinghua and Peking University student IDs are worth quite a bit outside. It can't be that bad. Zhou Hao scratched his head. He is indeed Chung Peng from the Linchuan Innovation class. His face is in the competition live replay. I've watched the recording more than 10 times, and I remember it clearly. Besides, his suitcase and everything are still here. As he spoke, Zhou Hao paused slightly. However, his memory is indeed a bit poor. It seems even the big boss isn't without flaws. Half an hour later, in front of a door of an abandoned residential building in the suburbs of Beijing. Without any hesitation, Chung Peng pushed the door open forcefully. A loud bang startled the young girl who was working out mathematical symbols on a piece of scrap paper in the living room, and a black and white border collie lying at her feet. The girl looked up, frowning as she gazed towards the doorway. Upon seeing that it was Chung Peng, she raised an eyebrow slightly, then extended her hand and smiled as she gave Chung Peng the middle finger. Chung Peng ignored the girl and rushed straight into his room, stopping in front of the bedside table. He then pulled the entire drawer out, hurriedly tossed everything inside aside, and pulled out a photograph from the bottom. This photo was taken by him personally with a Polaroid camera just before the competition ended. There's no way it could be wrong. Chung Peng took out his student ID and compared every detail of the face in the two photos. After a long silence, he spoke, his voice trembling. It can't be wrong. It's Jiang Chen. He's not dead. I knew geniuses don't die so easily. Chung Peng lay on his back on the bed, first letting out uncontrollable laughter, and finally bursting into loud laughter, until a cold, electronic voice came from the living room. Shut up, you bastard. He barely managed to restrain himself a little. Although he suppressed his laughter, the light in his eyes remained undiminished. He thought for a moment, then suddenly sat up, took out his phone, and dialed a number. As soon as the call connected, he couldn't wait to speak. Professor Lee, I found Jiang Chen's student ID at the University. Jang Chun is not dead. I know this is sudden. I know you probably can't believe it, but please believe me. It's true. The geniuses of this era are still here. Still alive. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the phone. Then, Li Mingda's calm voice rang out. Really? That's incredible. The man paused. Have you told anyone about this? Not yet. Okay, come to my office right now, and we'll talk in detail. Remember, don't tell anyone. Okay, teacher. I'll be right there. You must come over quickly. Okay, teacher. Earlier, inside an office at Tsinghua or Peking University, Li Mingda leaned back in his chair and drank several glasses of water before he could finally calm himself down. Just now, the scholars in the academic hall have been taken into the Tsinghua Peking University Mathematics Institute in batches. Next, they will each be responsible for compiling the knowledge in their area of expertise from the booklet and assessing and grading its difficulty. It must be said that although Jiang Chun has tried his best to lower the knowledge threshold, using this content as university textbooks is still overestimating the average person. But it's okay. Based on the assessment results, this knowledge will be broken down into different levels and incorporated into the academic research content at the university, master's, and doctoral levels. Perhaps in a month, the mathematics community will see a new lease on life. Li Mingda was still somewhat dazed when he recalled the vibrant scene of everything flourishing in the academic hall. This is not the end. Compared to other geniuses Li Mingda knew, Jiang Chun had one extremely unique trait. He is able to think about problems in a way that is most relatable to ordinary people. The manuscripts left by other geniuses are incomprehensible to ordinary people and can only be sealed in forbidden libraries. Although the knowledge Jiang Chun brought was still challenging, his extremely detailed annotations gave ordinary people the opportunity to touch the truth for the first time. He is more than just a genius. He is also the bridge connecting geniuses and ordinary people. With him around, the speed of human civilization's development may exceed everyone's imagination. Those academic cliques who held high positions in the past, were corrupt, and made no contributions, will be completely eliminated. For example, the recruitment organized by Jiang Chen this time is completely different from the past. It is only aimed at scholars who are truly capable. Those who were highly respected but had long since ceased to produce results were all completely excluded. More than one person from the Han and Wei families has come to him, wanting to know what exactly happened. He didn't meet with any of them because there was no need. In a month, the mathematics community will be completely reshuffled. Those people can't even get to the card table. Perhaps the teacher was able to witness this change before he passed away. Ring, ring. Suddenly, the cell phone rang. Mingda picked up his phone and looked at the contact information. It's Changpeng. Judging by the time, that kid should be here by now. In fact, Mingda already knew about Changpeng's transfer to Ziyuan Middle School. The child had his own purpose, and Mingda didn't ask any further questions, but it was probably related to his deceased father. I just don't know if that child ever got to do what he wanted to do. Although Mingda didn't take it to heart, Changpeng still feels apologetic about transferring schools. Some time ago, when he heard that Mingda's mentor was hospitalized and needed someone to take care of him, he rushed over without hesitation and stayed in the hospital for several months. He's a good kid, too. Thinking it over, Mingda answered the phone with a smile. Hello, Changpeng, what's up? Teacher Li, I found Jiang Chen's student ID at the university. Jang Chun is not dead. An urgent voice came from the other end of the phone. Upon hearing this, Mingda's pupils suddenly contracted. How did Changpeng know? Jiang Chen's identity must not be discovered. Although I don't know why, since Jiang Chen chose to hide his identity, there must be a reason. Changpeng, come here first. He steadied his voice, trying to make his tone sound calm. Come to my office first, and we'll talk face to face. Okay, teacher. After hanging up the phone, Mingda frowned slightly and dialed another number. Hey, Jiang Chun, are you busy? I need to talk to you about something. I'm fine. Please go ahead. I don't know why, but Changpeng also knows you're still alive. Could this pose a threat to your ability to conceal your identity? Mingda asked with concern. Changpeng. There was a pause on the other end of the phone. It's nothing. It won't have a big impact. Are you really all right? Mingda frowned even more. I happen to have a research project that can send him overseas, for example, to the Arctic. Arctic again? Is the Arctic that popular? There's really no need for that. I happen to have something to discuss with you. Let's talk in person later. Chapter 98 Chunxi. Going to Beijing, Qingbei University. Office of the Dean of the School of Mathematical Sciences. Bang! The door was suddenly pushed open. Teacher, I'm here. Changpeng rushed in, his voice urgent. My brain is a bit overloaded right now. I need your help to sort it out. He suddenly froze halfway through his sentence. Before him, Mingda and Jiang Chun sat side by side, smiling, both looking at him. Changpeng. Long time no see. Jiang Chun greeted with a smile. In an instant, Changpeng froze on the spot. He looked at Jiang Chun first. You? Yes, I'm not dead. He then turned to Mingda, who was standing to the side. You? Yes, I knew it all along. Changpeng opened his mouth, then closed it again. He was silent for a few seconds, then raised his hand and pressed it against his temple. Wait a minute, let me digest this. Although Changpeng is considered a highly intelligent person in this world, the sudden influx of information still left him somewhat bewildered. 10 minutes later, Changpeng gripped Jiang Chen's hand tightly, his excitement overflowing. Jiang Chun, genius, it's so wonderful that you're still alive. I was truly honored to share the stage with you before, really. I hope you can live on forever. Oh, well, not that long-lived. Jiang Chun tried to pull his hand away, but couldn't. A few minutes earlier, Mingda, worried that Jiang Chun might have a bad impression of Changpeng, briefly explained Changpeng's situation to Jiang Chun. In reality, Jiang Chun never had any negative feelings towards Changpeng from the beginning. Even if Changpeng was simply changing schools for his own future, it was actually quite normal. As for his suspicion that he cheated, that's perfectly reasonable. We don't need to be so polite when we talk. We can relax a bit, and I'll feel more at ease, Jiang Chun said casually. After a short while, Once Chung Peng had fully expressed his excitement, Jiang Chun finally had a chance to turn to Mingda. Teacher, I've come here today because there's something I'd like to ask you. Okay, go ahead. As soon as Mingda finished speaking, he caught a glimpse of Chung Peng coming over out of the corner of his eye. Chung Peng, get out. Jiang Chun and I have something to discuss. It's nothing. Jiang Chun waved his hand. It's not a very important matter. The more people there are, the more they might know. He paused. Teachers, do you know someone named Zhao Fuhua? Zhao Fuhua. Mingda pondered for a moment, then frowned slightly and shook his head. Never heard of it. Meanwhile, Chung Peng seemed to be deep in thought. I think I vaguely remember him. I collected information about him when I was planning the competition. I think he was the young master of some aristocratic family in the capital, but I don't know the specifics. I see. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun nodded slightly. His investigation into Yi Fan has hit a dead end. The historical data collected by UNG contain no trace of Yi Fan. There are now only two places where clues might be found. First, there are forbidden book collections in various places or privately held materials hidden within certain aristocratic families. Second, the terminal brain of the intelligent domain. However, the investigation into the forbidden library can only wait, and the family's internal documents will not be voluntarily submitted to the government. And now, the intelligent domain has completely disappeared. According to UNG's investigation, all of GU's operations worldwide ceased immediately after Zhao Fuhua's death. All the exposed agents committed suicide, and the hidden agents also disappeared completely. This is probably a solution from N-Brain. Therefore, the only breakthrough point for the GU is the identity information of Zhao Fuhua and the other corpse from that day. Just now, Jiang Chun received the results of UNG's investigation. Among them, the unidentified corpse had absolutely no identity information, as if it did not exist in the world. Zhao Fuhua's identity was easily discovered. The young master of the Zhao family in the capital. Upon receiving the information, UNG, in conjunction with the Beijing government, launched a detailed investigation into Zhao Fuhua's information. The result was quite outrageous. There is no negative information about him, whether in his biographical information, personal resume, or the evaluations of those around him. Even his ID photo looks really handsome. Zhao Fuhua's identity was unknown to his relatives and friends. Jiang Chun originally thought that Mingda, having stayed in Beijing for so many years, would have more information about various aspects. In retrospect, he had been making assumptions. After all, Mingda is a top scholar. Why would a top scholar care about things outside of academia? Now, Jiang Chun can only think of one breakthrough. Before the incident, the only person who warned him to be careful of Zhao Fuhua was Chun Shi. Chun Shi clearly knew something. But since that competition, Chun Shi has been out of contact. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen asked, by the way, I remember Chun Shi is also from Beijing, right? I haven't seen him since he went back to Beijing last time, and he doesn't answer my calls. Do you know what's wrong with him? Chung Peng shook his head. Mingda, however, frowned slightly and spoke. Something's happened to the Chun family in Beijing. Chun Shi, he's been placed under house arrest. What's going on? Jiang Chen asked, slightly surprised. A few months ago, the old master of the Chun family died. Mingda Baoja. Although the outside world said that the cause of death was unknown, according to the scholar from the direct line of the Chun family that I cooperate with, the actual cause of death was falling down the stairs and dying. He looked at Jiang Chun, his gaze filled with a hint of helplessness. Chun Shi, as his grandson, is the only suspect. 10 minutes later, Jiang Chun roughly figured out the ins and outs of the matter. The Chun family of Shangjing is a family that has been passed down for hundreds of thousands of generations. In modern times, it caught the fast track of technological development and rode the wave of humanistic care, and its industry expanded rapidly, spreading all over the world. Their most outstanding industry is the guide dog industry. Border Collie, a breed of dog whose intelligence is in no way inferior to that of people with mild intellectual disabilities. To put it bluntly, if they could talk, they could live a normal life in this world as slightly less intelligent humans. Border Collies trained by the Chun family can help genuinely intellectually disabled and physically challenged individuals better integrate into society. Therefore, the Chun family's guide dogs are very popular and occupy almost the entire world market share. But 3 months ago, the patriarch of the Chun family suddenly died. Almost simultaneously, rumors began to circulate that Chun Shi, the heir, was the murderer. Subsequently, the Chun family publicly claimed that the incident was an accident, but internally they placed Chun Shi under house arrest. Less than a month later, the price of guide dogs began to skyrocket. The amount has jumped from over 100,000 to nearly 2 million, and it is still on the rise. Mingda sighed and spoke. I went to the Chun family to confirm the situation with Chun Shi in person, but I was stopped by the Chun family. Sigh, after all, it's a family matter, and as a teacher, I have no reason to interfere. What a pity. Chun Shi may be a bit wild sometimes, but he's also very talented. If he's kept under house arrest like this, he'll be ruined. After clarifying the whole story, Jiang Chen nodded slightly. I don't think Chun Shi is the kind of person who would kill his own family, but judging from the Chun family's reaction, this is probably not an accident. It's possible that someone in the Chun family wanted to raise the price of guide dogs to make more money, but the old patriarch wouldn't allow it. So that person plotted to kill the old patriarch and then frame the heir, Chun Shi. To prevent Chun Shi from having the opportunity to seek help from the outside world, they simply placed him under house arrest. That's possible, but the specifics still need further investigation. Cheng Peng and Li Mingda, who were standing nearby, were taken aback at first, and then looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, how did you do that? With only such a small amount of information, how could you deduce such detailed possibilities? Aren't you a genius in the field of mathematics? Isn't this related to Gamoku, 5 in a row? Jiang Chun smiled awkwardly. Haha, I only know a little bit about criminal investigation, just a little bit. You guys chat, I'm going to the restroom. Outside the corridor, Jiang Chun gently tapped his headset. Chinbin, are you there? I'm here, Mr. Jiang Chun. The police should have a file on the cause of death of the former patriarch of the Chun family in the capital, right? Could you help me check out? Okay, please wait a moment. 10 minutes later, Chunbin's voice came through the headset again. Mr. Jiang Chun, all the evidence from the police investigation indicates that there is a high probability that Chun Shi is the culprit. But I don't think Chun Shi is the kind of person who would do such a thing. If you wish, the world government can put pressure on the Chun family. Chunbin's tone remained unchanged. Chun Shi may not be a criminal. It can't be? What's the reason? Why do we need a reason? Chunbin paused it. You can do whatever you want. But how can he prove his innocence? We can control public opinion. Never mind. Jiang Chun rubbed his temples. Some things can't be done this way. I'll handle this. I might need you guys to help me get the identity. I need to intervene in this matter. Yes, Mr. Jiang Chun. A moment later, Jiang Chun returned to the dean's office. Teacher, Cheng Peng. I'll handle Chun Shi's matter. I'll go to the Chun family tomorrow. I have some things I need to ask him in person. You have a plan? Li Mingda frowned slightly. Are you confident? Won't it affect your own status? Yes, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Jiang Chen smiled. Chapter 99, The Great Detective Conan. The next day, Kamijing City, suburbs. Xinjia Guide Dog Training Ground. A fence connected to an electric fence has sealed off nearly 1,000 acres of land. At the north gate of the venue, the silver-white retractable gate is smooth and shiny. Inside the guardhouse, the monitor screen flickered incessantly. A dark gray stone sign stands at the entrance, engraved with the words, Chen's Morning Star Guide Dog Training Center. Next to the sign stood a black sign that read, Private Area. Please register before visiting. At this moment, Jiang Chen and Cheng Peng had just gotten out of the car and were standing at the factory gate, followed by 2 armed police officers. You follow me here. Jiang Chen looked helplessly at Cheng Peng beside him. I also want to lend a hand, Cheng Peng said. I owed Chun Shi a favor before, and now that he's in trouble, I'd feel bad if I didn't help him out. Oh, what kind of favor? My sister has some health problems. Although her intelligence isn't affected, she has some difficulties in daily life. A couple of years ago, before I had any honors and before I was affiliated with any powerful family, I was struggling financially and couldn't afford a guide dog. Chun Shi heard about it and gave her one. He paused for a moment. Speaking of which, she was specially admitted to Tsinghua and Peking universities, so you may have met her. In an instant, The image of a simply dressed girl with a border collie by her side flashed through Jiang Chen's mind. I think I vaguely remember. Jiang Chen nodded. All right, that's a reasonable reason. I'll take you with me. Thank you. The two then walked together toward the factory gate. By the way, in order to legitimately intervene in the case, I had someone create a fake identity for me. My name is Conan, and I'm a teenage detective. I've been invited by the police to make a final determination regarding the circumstances of Mr. Chen's death. As he said those words, Jiang Chen's lips curled up uncontrollably. Yung hadn't originally planned for this name, but Jiang Chun, for his own twisted sense of humor, deliberately changed it to Conan. After all, it would be a waste not to use Conan's name when such a great opportunity exists. As for whether the name would attract too much attention, Jiang Chen wasn't too worried. Perhaps due to the decline in the world's intellectual level, detective novels and comics have no market at all. After all, no one can write it out, and even if they could, no one would understand it. Therefore, detective stories like The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes and Detective Conan have never existed in this world. Soon, the two arrived at the retractable gate after walking only a few steps. The security guard in the nearby security room saw someone approaching and immediately came out to stop them. Gentlemen, this is the Chun family's secret dog training area. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. Jiang Chen remained calm and stepped forward a hand over his identification. I am Detective Conan. I have been invited by the Ministry of Public Security and the Chun family to make the final determination on the case of the death of Mr. Chun Hai, the former head of the Chun family. This is my identification and invitation letter. The security guard took the ID and looked at it, then looked up at Jiang Chen. Conan? Why is another detective? He murmured something, then turned his gaze to Chang Peng. And who is this? I am Watson. Jiang Chen spoke first, his expression unchanged. His name is Watson, and he is my partner. The gatekeeper glanced at the two of them, then nodded slightly and said, Please wait a moment. I'll go inform the leader. Okowo. As the gatekeeper re-entered the guard post to make a phone call, Chang Peng turned to look at Jiang Chen. This Watson is... That's right. It's a fake identity I prepared in advance. Jiang Chen looked at Chang Peng seriously. From now on, your name will be Watson. Whether we can perfectly conceal our identities this time depends entirely on you. Chang Peng was taken aback at first, then nodded solemnly. A moment later, in the northwest direction of the factory area, at the general manager's office. TSK, another detective? Is Chun Qing never going to stop? Listening to his subordinate's report, Chan Zheng fiddled with the walnuts in his hand and couldn't help but curse. If it weren't for Chin Qing, this case could have been classified as an accident from the very beginning. Adding to the public opinion, Chun Shi has lost any chance of inheriting the Chun family business. There couldn't be a better outcome. But Chun Qing kept contacting the police and private investigators over and over again. Time and time again. It's like a piece of dog skin plaster that you can't shake off. This matter has nothing to do with her. So why is she always fixated on her own brother? Master, the detective who came this time was not invited by Ms. Chin Qing. The butler paused before speaking. We received a last-minute notification from the police today that they will ask a detective to conduct a final investigation to determine the nature of this incident. Upon hearing this, Chun Zheng's brows relaxed slightly. So, this Conan is the last investigation the police conducted before closing the case. That's right. Is this Conan some kind of famous detective? No. The butler flipped through the tablet in his hand. The records show that he was a newcomer who registered with the Detective Association just 3 months ago. I see. Shun Zheng nodded slightly. It seems that the connections with the police have been taken care of. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he paused for a moment and then spoke. By the way, where is Sherlock, the detective Chun Qing hired? Ms. Chin Qing has taken him to the central building of the factory area of the place where Mr. Chun had the accident. All right, Chin Qing nodded. Have a special reception team pick up Conan. Also, keep an eye on Sherlock. That guy is no pushover. Buzzing. Another deep sound swept across the factory area. Chen Zheng looked up and frowned. What's going on? Why are there helicopters again? The noise hasn't stopped since this morning. The butler bowed slightly. Those are armed helicopters from a nearby military base. The government's explanation is a military exercise. Military exercise? Chun Zheng sneered. A military exercise doesn't necessarily require so many armed helicopters, does it? They come in waves, just hovering around the factory area, without any explanation. He slammed the walnuts he was holding aside and took a deep breath. For some reason, I felt uneasy. I have a feeling something bad is about to happen. Chapter 100 Radish Awesome. Chen's Morning Star Guide Dog Training Center, located in the suburbs of Beijing. Outside the North Gate, Jiang Chen and Cheng Peng didn't have to wait long. In less than 10 minutes, the retractable gate in front of us slowly opened. Then, a group of people came out from inside the factory area to greet them. To be precise, it was a large group of 7 or 8 people, some in uniforms, some in suits, and a few following behind with notebooks, as if ready to take notes at any moment. When the group saw Jiang Chun and Cheng Peng, they all stopped in their tracks, a look of confusion on their faces. They had just looked at Conan's file, but there were no photos in the Detective Association's archives. Could these 2 young men in front of me be Conan? Although the files show that this Conan is just a mediocre professional detective. However, the threshold for registering as a professional detective is already quite high. It requires not only extensive work experience, but also the accumulation of qualifications over time. The person in front of him looked to be in his early 20s, or even younger, and didn't seem like someone who could become a professional detective. The group stood there stunned. The leader looked at the security guard beside him with a puzzled expression. The security guard nodded slightly, met the gaze, and pointed at Jiang Chun. Then, the leader immediately realized what was happening, his face beaming with smiles, and quickly stepped forward to shake Jiang Chen's hand. Hello, I'm Qian Peng, the receptionist. It's truly an honor for the Chun family to have Mr. Conan here today. Before he could finish speaking, the others behind him rushed forward. Yes, I've heard so much about you. Mr. Conan, we extend a warm welcome to Mr. Conan. Thank you for your trouble, Mr. Conan. There were 7 or 8 people, each saying a set phrase. Each sentence has a slight pause before the word Conan. It's clearly a template I memorized, with the name changed temporarily, and it's not quite finished yet. Haha, I'm honored too. Jiang Chun nodded with a smile, his expression natural. Time waits for no one, so let's go and find out more about the case. Of course. Qian Peng smiled and turned to the side, then expertly stuffed a thick stack of envelopes into Jiang Chen's hand. The movements were incredibly fluid, clearly indicating specialized training. The envelope felt heavy and familiar. I'd guess it contained tens of thousands of yuan. Without hesitation, Jiang Chun quietly slipped the envelope into his pocket. Then his smile widened. The Chun family has always abided by the law. Today, I will definitely help the Chun family close this case. Amidst laughter and cheers, a group of people surrounded Jiang Chun and marched into the factory area in a grand procession. As the sounds of greetings, footsteps, and laughter gradually faded into the distance. Outside the North Gate, only the security guard remained standing in the same spot. He stared at Jiang Chun and the others' backs for a long time. In his earlier years, he served in the military region for several years and had a deep understanding of the temperament of soldiers. Just now, the 2 policemen who followed Conan and Watson clearly had a military aura. His posture and expression were exactly the same as those of the real soldiers in his memory. Even stronger. That kind of sharpness that comes from the bone is not something that ordinary troops can train. It must be some kind of special forces unit with extremely rigorous training. Most importantly, the 2 policemen looked very young, far from retirement age. Shouldn't this kind of person still be in the military? How did he end up in the police force? The security guard couldn't understand it. The training ground is very large, extremely large. After passing through the welcoming plaza, you are greeted by a multi-story building with several eye-catching words on its side. Enlightenment Zone. Qian Peng stepped aside to lead the way, explaining solicitously, "We can go through this building. That way we won't have to take a detour and it'll be closer." Okay. Jiang Chen nodded. The group entered the building, passed through the lobby, and then walked down a long corridor. The corridor is lined with countless small cubicles, all with their doors tightly closed, but the soundproofing doesn't seem to be very good occasionally as sound can be heard. Radish, that's great. Tissues, great. Jiang Chun paused, then realized what was happening and turned to look at Qian Peng. These should be the rooms for guide dogs to learn about human things, right? Not entirely. Qian Peng hesitated before speaking. Then, someone next to him casually pushed open a door. The scene before him startled Jiang Chen. There was only a dog in the room and a child who looked to be 4 or 5 years old. A row of colorful buttons is placed in front of the dog, while several daily necessities are scattered in front of the child. The dog raised its paw and pressed a button. Cup. The child blinked and reached for the cup. The dog pressed it again. Spoon. The child put down the cup and reached for the spoon. Each time the child picks up the correct item, the dog presses another button. Great. Great. A mechanical female voice came from the button, and the dog wagged its tail and happily licked the child's face. Qian Peng continued speaking from his side. Some ordinary families, if they unfortunately have a child with intellectual disabilities, will send them to us. Our guide dogs will provide them with free early education. This approach not only helps them, but also promotes the guide dog's adaptability to human interaction, ensuring the quality of training. This is a tradition that has been passed down through the Chun family for thousands of years. It is also a way of demonstrating our humanistic care. Jiang Chen stood at the door, dumbfounded. Enlightenment zone. Is it not humans who enlighten dogs, but dogs who enlighten humans? 6. After passing through the enlightenment area, the group successively passed through the daily teaching area and the simulation training street. Along this route, Jiang Chen witnessed how guide dogs pay bills, guide the way at traffic lights, and some even perform simple math problems. That's outrageous. Jiang Chen stared for a long time before finally speaking up. I remember border collies are a very intelligent breed, but not very obedient. He turned to look at Qian Peng. How did you manage to train them so well? Qian Peng was slightly taken aback. He didn't answer immediately, but instead glanced back. The few people behind him who had been holding notebooks and not saying much immediately gathered together, whispered to each other for a moment, and flipped through something. Soon, one of them nodded slightly. Qian Peng then turned back with a smile, his tone tinged with pride. These border collies are the result of thousands of generations of selection and domestication. Today, the Chun family can be said to have completely domesticated the border collie breed. Compared to other border collies outside, the Chun family's border collies are born with absolute obedience to humans. It can be said that the Chun family's border collies are the smartest and most docile border collies in the world. This is also the foundation upon which the Chun family has established itself in the guide dog industry. At the same time, in order to maintain this advantage, the Chun family spays and neuters all their border collies before they are sold. As they walked and talked, Jiang Chun soon arrived at his destination. Mr. Conan, this is Mr. Chun Hai's residence, and also the scene of the crime, Qian Peng said. Jiang Chen looked up and saw a 3-story pavilion, antique in style, with flying eaves and brackets, which seemed somewhat out of place in the modern training base. There were 2 people standing downstairs. A young woman dressed in a gorgeous outfit, her cheongsam fitted and her hair styled in a high bun, looked as if she had just come from a banquet. The other was a tall, thin man wearing a long dark coat, holding a cane, with his back to them, seemingly examining the attic. Suddenly, the man seemed to realize something and slowly turned his head. A face with sharp feature-soft Caucasian descent, with a high-nosed bridge and deep-set eyes. His gaze pierced through the crowd, past the 7 or 8 people in front of him, and fixed directly on Jiang Chen. Chapter 101, The Family's Punishment. Earlier, Chen's Morning Star Guide Dog Training Center, located in the suburbs of Beijing. Outside the North Gate, Chun Qing, accompanied by a professional reception team, waited anxiously at the entrance. As the third daughter of Chun Hai, the patriarch of the Chun family, Chun Qing has been managing overseas businesses for many years and has not been involved in family affairs. Until 4 months ago, news came from her family that her father had passed away. The cause of death was intracranial hemorrhage resulting from falling down the stairs. Chun Qing was heartbroken for a long time after her father's sudden death. If it's an accident, there's nothing we can do. But the problem is this was not an accident. The family unanimously believes that this was a murder targeting the former patriarch. His nephew, Chun Shi, the only child of his deceased elder brother, became the sole suspect. But Chun Qing didn't believe it. She took care of the child for a long time after his parents passed away. Although he may seem a bit carefree on the surface, he is not a bad person. Moreover, His intelligence level is entirely inherited from his deceased elder brother, making him the most intelligent person in the entire Chun family and the family heir personally selected by old Master Chun. What reason would he have to kill his own grandfather? But all the evidence at the scene points to him. After internal discussions, the Chun family decided to announce to the public that old Master Chun died in an accident in order to protect the family's reputation. However, internally, they have already determined that Chun Shi is the murderer. Chun Shi will not go to jail. With the Chun family's influence, even if he were to commit murder, they could easily protect him. But for Chun Shi, the most critical issue right now is not the law. Instead, it was a punishment from family rules and traditions. Chun Family Rules, Article 3. Any clansman who attempts to murder the patriarch, regardless of success or failure, will be stripped of their titles and exiled. Ignorance. To completely confine people in a dark, enclosed room. Communication is prohibited, information transmission is prohibited, and speaking is not allowed. Aside from eating and sleeping, they are not allowed to do anything else. Within a year at most, a normal person will become vague or even forget most people, things, and even some basic common sense about life. If they remain isolated without undergoing specific rehabilitation, they will become completely disabled, suffering irreversible damage to their intellectual abilities. Chun Shi has now been detained for 4 months. He can't hold on much longer. In order to protect Chun Shi and the successor of the family, Chun Xing used all his connections. She repeatedly prevented the case from being completely closed, repeatedly forced the police to reopen the investigation, and frantically hired detectives to intervene and overturn the verdict. This was the only solution she arrived at after spending a huge sum of money and repeatedly consulting with a team of nearly 100 lawyers. The best outcome would be to find out the true cause of the father's death and clear Chun Shi of suspicion from the family. At the very least, the police could identify Chun Shi as the murderer and arrest him directly. It's better than being completely ruined by the family. But the investigation yielded nothing. The detectives hired all concluded that the incident was a murder and that it was committed by Chun Shi, without exception. Meanwhile, the police were all bribed by Chun Zheng, and the case was classified as an accident. There was no other way to appeal. Now, all hope rests on one person. She mortgaged all of the Chun family's assets in America and hired the world's #1 detective. The one who inherited the name of genius, Sherlock Moriarty. Sherlock Elias, ranked #1 in the World Detective Association. Soon after, to the expectant gaze of Chun Xing and others, a classic racing green Aston Martin DB5 pulled up at the factory gate. The rear side door opens. An unusually thin and tall, middle-aged white man with black hair stepped down, exuding an aura that kept people at a distance. His gray pupils first swept across the factory gate, then settled on Chun Xing. Chun Xing was slightly taken aback, then immediately stepped forward and politely extended his right hand. "Mr. Sherlock Elias, thank you very much for coming. I am Chun Xing, the person who invited you." Unlike the routine reception Jiang Chen received, Chun Xing's personal welcome, this time, was clearly more sincere. Sherlock simply smiled politely. Then he ignored the outstretched hand. He spoke something, his accent heavily influenced by British speech. Immediately, a mechanical male voice came from the simultaneous interpretation device on the collar. "Hello, Ms. Chun Xing. I have read the documents you sent me before. Please take me to the scene of the crime first." Chun Xing awkwardly withdrew his hand, but quickly regained his composure and stepped aside to lead the way. "Okay, once we get through the introductory and training areas ahead, it'll be quick." "Wait," Sherlock interrupted her. "Can we take a different route?" He paused. "I'm afraid of dogs." Chen's Morning Star Guide Dog Training Center, located in the suburbs of Beijing, outside the Central Pavilion. Sherlock's gaze swept over everyone and landed directly on Jiang Chen. The young man, who looked to be under 20, was surrounded by the crowd in the center, listening to the people around him with his head slightly turned. Noticing the gaze, he raised his head, smiling as he met Sherlock's eyes directly, without flinching. Meanwhile, Qian Peng, who was standing nearby, saw Chun Xing in front of the pavilion and looked somewhat troubled. After all, he was working for Chun Zheng, and Chun Xing's reputation within the Chun family was rather frightening. But there was no other way. After hesitating for a moment, Qian Peng reluctantly led the group over. Ms. Chen Xing, we are here on Mr. Chen Zhang's orders, leading the detectives invited by the police to close Mr. Chen Hai's case. Qian Peng tried to maintain a humble demeanor. Chen Xing did not respond, but kept a cold face, his gaze sweeping over Jiang Chun and Cheng Peng, and he frowned slightly. 2 kids under 20? Detectives? That bastard Chen Zhang. Is he not even going to act anymore? TSK. If Mr. Sherlock can't do anything either, we'll see if we can bribe those 2 damn detectives and get Chen Xi thrown in jail. It's better than being crippled by Chen Zhang. With Chun Qingbing's cold silence, the atmosphere on the field instantly turned cold. Jiang Chen maintained apropesmila. Cheng Peng stood beside him, looking relaxed. Although he was nothing in front of Jiang Chen, in the eyes of others, he was a big shot in the general knowledge field that most people would never meet in their entire lives. This situation still couldn't subdue him. Sherlock, on the other hand, watched the 2 with great interest and was slightly taken aback. At this age, how can you be so confident? They're either dull-witted good-for-nothings or they're actually quite capable. After a moment, seeing that Chen Xing remained silent and Qian Peng also stood frozen in place, Jang Chun had no choice but to speak first. Hello, my name is Conan, and I'm a professional detective hired by the police. This is my assistant, Watson. He paused, then turned to Qian Peng. Since we've met, please introduce us, Mr. Qian Peng. Okay. Qian Peng wiped the sweat from his forehead. This is Ms. Chun Xing, the 3rd young lady of the Chun family, who is in charge of all the overseas assets of the Chun family. And this is... Qian Peng glanced at the man, his tone unconsciously becoming more respectful. The world's #1 detective, Sherlock Elias. Upon hearing this, Cheng Peng's eyes flickered slightly, clearly aware of the weight of this title. But the professional detective named Conan remained unmoved, as if he had never heard of the name before. Or rather, they don't care at all. He simply nodded, his tone casual. Yes, nice to meet you. Since we're already at the entrance, we must have the same goal. Let's go in. Chapter 102 Surveillance. Chen's Morning Star Guide Dog Training Center, located in the suburbs of Beijing, outside the main gate of the central pavilion. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Chen Xing paused for a moment and then said nothing more. Now that things had come to this, she had no reason to stop Jiang Chen and the others. Then, Chen Xing walked ahead, leading Sherlock, Jiang Chun, and Cheng Peng, and the 3 of them slowly entered the attic. The other 2 heavily armed police officers followed without hesitation. Since Qian Peng and his companion's task was only to receive guests, they consciously stayed outside to wait. As the 4 of them stepped over the threshold and entered the hall, Jiang Chun couldn't help but squint his eyes. To be honest, it truly lives up to its reputation as the private residence of a prominent family. The interior decoration and furnishings are as luxurious as possible. It is inlaid with various jewels and precious metals, which glittered dazzlingly under the sunlight, streaming through the skylight. It's just ugly. It's ugly. Even Jiang Chun, who knew nothing about art, found this pile of gold and silver jewelry utterly devoid of any aesthetic appeal. It all depends on the thesis defense. But this does not prevent people in this world from viewing this vulgar decoration as a symbol of class. In fact, when Jiang Chun first transmigrated, he naively thought, people in this world, due to a lack of art and taste, will therefore give up the pursuit of luxurious forms. But he soon realized that this was true for both the world he lived in and the world he had lived in before. Many people who like art are never actually pursuing art itself. What they want is the status, prestige, and satisfaction that comes with collecting art. It's quite ironic when you think about it. Those seemingly elegant works of art merely satisfy the most vulgar desires in people's hearts. The group quickly crossed the hall and went up the stairs to the 2nd floor. Unexpectedly, at the corner on the 2nd floor, a blue and white ribbon wrapped around the railings on both sides blocked their way. Chen Xing was slightly taken aback. What's this? It wasn't here when she came last time. Could have been left by the police who came last time. This is police cordon tape, used to isolate crowds and protect the scene. Noticing Chen Xing's confusion, Cheng Peng calmly spoke up. Chen Xing, was taken aback upon hearing this. For a moment, she was surprised that the young man in front of her actually knew about this kind of professional equipment. But she quickly realized that the young man in front of her was a professional detective's assistant, so it was perfectly normal for him to know about police equipment. Thinking of this, she shook her head to herself. The two young faces in front of me are so deceptive that it's hard not to look down on them. But Chen-Ching's idea quickly vanished without a trace. After the group crossed the cordon, an oil painting the size of half a wall instantly caught everyone's attention at the corner of the corridor. Mona Lisa's smile? Chang Peng chuckled and casually remarked, "You have good taste." Upon hearing this, Chen-Ching's pupils contracted sharply. She bought the painting many years ago, and she could only vaguely remember a few words from its title. And this young man was easily recognizable? This means that he not only specifically memorized what the painting looked like, but also recited its name and forcibly connected the two. This cannot be explained by mere coincidence. Is he a researcher in the field of art? However, the fields of criminal investigation and art have absolutely no overlap. Able to master knowledge in multiple fields, there is only one possibility: he majored in general education. Moreover, their skill level is quite high. In this world, talents in the field of general knowledge are rare and special. They can not only seamlessly integrate into any field, but more importantly, they can combine knowledge from multiple fields to make judgments about the current situation. This allows them to be somewhat less bound by rules and to always respond reasonably to unexpected situations. People with this ability. Would he become the assistant to a mediocre detective? Watson. Chen-Ching's gaze narrowed slightly. A moment later, the group reached the corner between the second and third floors. On the ground ahead, a white humanoid silhouette was drawn, with a patch of dried brownish-black liquid where the head should be. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the crime scene." Chen-Ching lowered his voice. "My father was confirmed dead here." Sherlock stepped forward, crouched down, and carefully observed the figure. "Did you hit your head on ground?" he murmured. A moment later, Sherlock stood up and looked at Chen-Ching beside him. "You mentioned in the documents that there was surveillance footage," he said. "May I see it?" "Certainly." Chen-Ching quickly took out a tablet computer from his bag and then opened a video. This is surveillance footage covering the upper middle to the bottom of this staircase. The video has started playing. The screen displayed 11:22 a.m., and Chun Hai appeared on the screen. He was lying on his back sliding down the stairs, then rolled several times before crashing hard to the ground. It twitched a few times, then fell silent. Chen-Ching's hand holding the tablet trembled slightly. Every time she reviewed the events, she had to watch her father die before her eyes again. But she dare not look. She was afraid of missing any details, afraid that she wouldn't be able to save Chen-Chi. Sherlock stared at the screen, his brow furrowed slightly. "He looked terrified and fell backwards," he said slowly. "If he lost his balance while going downstairs, he would have fallen forward. Falling backwards, it's almost certain that he was pushed down the steps with his back to them." He raised his head and looked at Chen-Ching. "Were there any other people upstairs at that time?" Chen-Ching took a deep breath, frowned, and gently shook his head. "At that time, there was only one person upstairs." She paused. "It's Chun-Chi." Chapter 103 Light and Shadow. The following content is from Huashang's Chung Peng perspective. Upon hearing what that lady named Chun-Ching said, a sense of unease arose in my heart. She is an old friend of mine who has known me for many years. Even though there may be some misunderstandings at this moment, I still find it hard to believe that he would do such a heinous thing as murdering his own grandfather. However, the surveillance footage clearly showed that Mr. Chun was pushed down the stairs, and at the time, Chun-Chi was the only person in the entire attic. This irrefutable evidence left me with not a single reason to exonerate him. Strangely enough, even so, I didn't feel any urgency, because I noticed that Mr. Conan, Jiang Chen, standing to the side, looked relaxed and had a smile on his face, clearly having already made up his mind. Just then, Sherlock Elias, who was standing next to me, took control of the situation. This detective, hailed as the greatest detective of our time, certainly has his own unique way of thinking. He began by asking Chun-Ching about the details of the case in a methodical manner, while eliminating many possibilities one by one, such as whether someone might be hiding in the attic, whether Mr. Chun was often at risk of falling, and so on. He then led the three of us to carefully examine the entire attic, hoping to find some clues. It's clear that he has mastered the investigative methods of that genius, Sherlock Moriarty, and every step he takes is solid, steady, and watertight. Ultimately, Mr. Sherlock concluded that there was no evidence that anyone had been hiding in the attic for an extended period of time. At present, there are only two possibilities in this case, either an accidental fall or Chun-Shi committed murder. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but chime in, concerned for my friend. Even so, I still feel the evidence is not conclusive enough. Who can say for sure that Mr. Chun was pushed down the stairs? Although falling backward is indeed unusual, it cannot be said to be impossible. However, no one else refuted this. But I know in my heart that the probability is indeed extremely low and hard to believe. At this moment, Mr. Conan, who had been silent all along, finally spoke up and suggested that the surveillance footage be reviewed carefully again. Mr. Sherlock nodded in agreement. After going around in circles, the four of us finally returned to the surveillance footage. On the computer screen, the entire events of that morning were playing at 4 times the speed. At 10:41 and 32 seconds a.m., Chun-Hai and Chun-Shi entered the frame one after the other. They appeared amicable and showed no signs of distress. At 11:22 and 34 seconds a.m., Chun-Hai suddenly appeared, rolling backward down the stairs. At 11:40 and 7 seconds a.m., perhaps smelling blood, Mr. Chen's guide dog ran down from upstairs. It paced anxiously around the old man, then let out a piercing bark. 32 seconds later, at 11 hours, 40 minutes, and 39 seconds, Chun-Shi rushed down the stairs and entered the frame. He looked anxious and immediately dialed for emergency medical assistance. 11 minutes later, at 11 hours, 51 minutes, and 8 seconds, medical personnel arrived at the scene. However, Chun-Hai had already died. After the recording ended, we fell into a brief silence. There were neither clues to clear his old friend Chun-Shi of suspicion, nor any conclusive evidence to prove that he was the murderer. This situation, ironically, gave the case far more room to maneuver. I glanced at Ms. Chun-Ching, whose face was ashen. Later I learned that the situation at that time was actually the worst possible scenario for Chun-Shi. At that time, Ms. Chun-Ching was at her wit's end and could only place all her hopes on Mr. Sherlock, hoping that he could find the key to breaking the deadlock. Sherlock Elias remained silent throughout. He simply stared at the screen, his right fingers gently stroking the head of the wooden cane. With his seasoned intuition, he seemed to realize that something was wrong. He paced back and forth a few steps, his boot heels clicking on the floor with a hollow echo. Then, he slowly climbed the steps, his head slightly lowered, his gray eyes staring blankly at the wooden planks beneath his feet, as if searching for something, or as if he saw nothing at all. At that moment, Mr. Conan beside me seemed like a detached spectator, looking quite relaxed. He took the tablet from Chun-Ching and casually swiped his finger across the screen, browsing through all the surveillance footage from the past few days. He then sped up the video to 16 times the speed the image instantly turned into a blurry blur of light and shadow, with figures scattered and almost impossible to discern. Ms. Chen glanced at Mr. Conan, her brows furrowing slightly. Her gaze lingered on Mr. Conan for a long time. Later I learned that she felt that from the moment she stepped into the attic, the young man had remained silent and looked relaxed. It lacked both the sharpness a detective should possess and the solemnity of an observer. She felt that compared to me, who was deep in thought beside her, this Mr. Conan seems more like a clueless and ignorant assistant. Suddenly, I heard a noise on the stairs. I looked up and saw that Mr. Sherlock, who was standing on the stairs, had stopped. He seemed to realize something, first slowly reaching out his hand, then suddenly raising his head to meet the blinding sunlight streaming through the skylight. Light, shadow, Mr. Sherlock muttered to himself, a look of sudden realization appearing on his face. He rushed back to us, taking 3 steps at a time. Just as Ms. Chun-Ching and I were exchanging puzzled glances, he had already taken the tablet that Mr. Conan handed him with a smile. His gesture seemed to be tacitly agreed upon, as if Mr. Conan had known he would need it. Sherlock opened the surveillance video again, his finger precisely pulling the progress bar back to the moment before the old man fell down the stairs. The image freezes. Then, A faint smile slowly curved the corners of his lips. Ms. Ching, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Sherlock, have you discovered something?" Mr. Sherlock did not answer. He simply raised his hand and lightly tapped the edge of the video with his knuckles the inconspicuous wall next to the stairs. I followed his fingertip, and suddenly something exploded in my mind. The video shows the time as noon. Sunlight streamed down through the skylight in the attic at a perfect angle. And it was this ray of sunlight that, at the moment the old man fell, projected his shadow onto the mottled wall beside the stairs, creating a blurry silhouette. But this small shadow in the corner was enough to bring the truth of the incident out of the shadows. I was so surprised that I couldn't speak for a moment. Before arriving here, the surveillance video must have been examined countless times by the police frame by frame, second by second, but they still couldn't find any breakthrough. Mr. Sherlock, however, only needed one look to find the key that everyone else had overlooked. Is this the level of the world's #1 detective? With this decisive discovery, we turn our attention back to that small screen. 11:22 a.m. On the wall, the old man's blurry shadow moved slowly. It was the old man walking forward as if he were going downstairs. Suddenly, the shadow stopped abruptly, as if it had heard a call, and turned around abruptly. At that very moment, at the very edge of the screen, a blurry figure suddenly burst in, forcefully ramming into the old man, before swiftly disappearing into the shadows. The next instant, the old man's figure disappeared from the screen and tumbled down the stairs. My heart suddenly tightened. Although the figure pushing the person was blurry and indistinct, and the face could not be seen clearly, this passage alone was enough. It's absolutely certain this wasn't an accident, but murder. At that moment, the only person in the entire attic who could have committed the crime was my old friend, Chen. Looking at this irrefutable video evidence, my heart trembled, while Ms. Chen beside me was immediately at a loss for what to do. Later I realized that perhaps at that moment, she also began to suspect that she was really the murderer. At this point, the nature of the case can almost be determined. Mr. Sherlock rose with a polite smile, preparing to leave. Ms. Chen then slipped a check for over $100 million to Mr. Conan and me, demanding that we apprehend Chen as soon as possible. At the same time, she hoped to help Chen regain his speech in prison as much as possible, as she had some questions she wanted to ask him personally. At that time, Mr. Conan, who was next to me, did not take the check. At that time, Jiang Chen glanced down at the check and shook his head slightly. Why arrest Chen? Chen was taken aback, a look of confusion flashing in his eyes. The evidence is right in front of you. Are you still going to call it an accident? Her tone held a hint of urgency. How much did Chen pay you? I'll pay 10 times that. No. Jiang Chun smiled and shook his head. Of course I acknowledge that this case is murder. He paused, raised his eyes, and calmly swept his gaze over the crowd. But why arrest Chen? He wasn't the murderer. Upon hearing this, the other three were all taken aback. Chapter 104, just who is this Conan? Chen's Guide Dog Training Center, in the suburbs of Beijing. Central Attic. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, the three of them were stunned. Cheng Peng, standing nearby, instantly realized what Jiang Chen's words meant. He suddenly looked at Jiang Chen, a strange light flashing in his eyes. Chen is safe. Although Jiang Chen's words were not supported by evidence at this time, it did not affect Cheng Peng's unconditional approval of him. In theory, a genius only possesses outstanding talent in a particular field. In reality, when an ordinary person actually faces such a legendary figure who appears only once every 1,000 years, people will inevitably have some expectations that defy common sense. Meanwhile, Sherlock was observing Jiang Chen with great interest. He's not stupid. As a top detective, his intuition was frighteningly sharp. Although the young man barely spoke from the beginning, the calm expression on his face was undeniable. Moreover, it is clear that Watson, who has a very high level of general knowledge, is completely focused on him. It is not obedience derived from status or money, but complete trust. Sherlock was curious to see what this young man would say about a case that had already been definitively settled. Of the three, Only Chen truly scoffed at Jiang Chen's words. Jiang Chen's words were exactly what she wanted to hear right now. But what she hoped were these words would come from the mouth of the world's greatest detective, Sherlock Holmes, not from this clueless detective who was not even 20 years old. To her, Jiang Chen's words were like, she was diagnosed with late-stage cancer at a top-tier hospital and sent home to die. Then, a 30-year-old mother who had taught herself traditional Chinese medicine at a small clinic near her home suddenly stopped her, saying she could cure herself. Equally ridiculous. But now she can't smile. Mr. Conan. Chen took a deep breath, his tone turning cold. Instead of saying all this, why don't you consider accepting this check and then take Chen to the police station for me? In fact, with Mr. Sherlock's endorsement, it's only a matter of time before Chen is convicted of intentional homicide and imprisoned. I don't necessarily have to give you this money. You should understand what I mean, right? Oh, Jiang Chen said with a hint of helplessness. You don't believe what I'm saying? Of course I don't believe you. Chen voice rose slightly. I want to believe you too, but the reality is right here the case is intentional homicide, and the only person with the means to commit the crime is Chen. How can you expect me to believe you? As he spoke, Chen emotions began to spiral out of control. All I want right now is to close this case as soon as possible. This case is still unresolved, and my dad is still lying in the morgue. It was I who kept blocking the case from being closed. It was I who kept preventing him from being buried. I was just thinking that I couldn't let the successor he chose be rendered useless. I just wanted to at least protect Chen. Her voice trembled. But Chen really is the murderer. He killed my dad. So what am I doing all these days? Decades of business experience and the family's strict rules and regulations could help her manage the business, but they were of no use in the face of the current situation. Calm down, Ms. Chen. This is not the end, Jiang Chun said calmly. In fact, Chen had absolutely no opportunity to commit the crime in this case. Chen didn't hear this at all, while Sherlock, standing to the side, had a smirk on his face. He paid no attention to the emotionally distraught Chen, but instead spoke to Jiang Chun with great interest. Mr. Conan, your idea is very interesting, really very interesting. Please explain in detail, and I will point out the flaws in your reasoning. Sherlock smiled throughout, his tone radiating confidence, absolute confidence. Guidance from the world's greatest detective? I'm looking forward to it, Mr. Sherlock. Then, Jiang Chun snapped his fingers. Watson, turn on the surveillance video. Switch to position 3. The time is approximately 11:23 on the day of the incident. Chung Peng was slightly taken aback, then realized what was happening. Good. A moment later, a rooftop-like area appeared in the surveillance footage, seemingly unrelated to the incident. However, at 11 hours 23 minutes and 4 seconds, Chen appeared in the footage. He walked straight to the edge of the rooftop and stood there in a daze, holding onto the railing. Sherlock was taken aback at first. He had been focusing all his attention on the surveillance camera on the staircase where the incident occurred and hadn't paid attention to other locations. This time period, this location, Sherlock stared at the screen for a moment, then finally understood Jiang Chen's intention. You mean an alibi? Sherlock's eyes narrowed slightly. He took the tablet, recorded the time Chen appeared on the rooftop, then switched the camera back to the surveillance footage of the crime scene and began comparing the times. A moment later, he looked up, his expression shifting from amusement to genuine appreciation. Mr. Conan, I have to say I'm very impressed with you. To think of this, you've already surpassed 90% of detectives. But unfortunately, although Sherlock Moriarty's detective manual does say that the murderer cannot be in two places at the same time. But here, there's a nearly 30-second gap between when Mr. Chanhai was pushed down and when Shanxi appeared on the rooftop. The time points did not overlap. In other words, the alibi is invalid. To his surprise, Jiang Chen was taken aback upon hearing this. Then, a hint of disappointment appeared in his gaze. To determine whether an alibi is valid, do we only look at whether the suspects appeared at the same time? Jiang Chen shook his head slightly. Your understanding of the detective's handbook is a bit too basic. While the artistic taste of this loft is indeed terrible, I have to admit it is really big. Very big. So big that no one can run from the second-floor stairwell to the third-floor balcony in 30 seconds. For a moment, Sherlock was stunned. The fingers gripping the wooden cane tightened suddenly. At this moment, Chen Qing, who had been keeping his head down, also had a glimmer of light in his eyes. 20 minutes later, Chen Qing summoned dozens of security personnel from the factory area, who ran up to the rooftop one by one from the stairwell, and the final result confirmed Jiang Chen's words. The fastest person takes 41 seconds to reach the rooftop, and they will be panting heavily once they get there. However, Chun Shi in the video clearly did not exhibit this behavior. That's true. No one could do that. Chun Shi was framed. At this moment, Chen Qing looked at Jiang Chen excitedly, as if he had grasped the only light in the darkness. But at this moment, Sherlock's expression was full of doubt. "But that doesn't make sense," he murmured. The genius Sherlock Moriarty once said, "When you have eliminated all the impossible, whatever remains, however unbelievable, must be the truth." Chen Shi was the only person at the crime scene. If it wasn't Chen Shi, then there's no other possibility. Yes, absolutely right. Jiang Chen nodded. The method of elimination after reasoning out all possibilities is sound. But in reality, using this method to reason about cases places one small requirement on the detective. It means that a detective needs to be able to list all the possibilities. And you, clearly, are not capable enough. In fact, Chen Shi was not the only one who had the opportunity to commit the crime at the time. As he spoke, Jiang Chun smiled and casually tapped the tablet. "Isn't there another one?" The group looked at the screen. At this moment, in the center of the screen is Chun Hai's guide dog. Sherlock's eyes widened, and his breath caught in his throat. It was as if a beam of light had pierced directly into his brain. "That makes sense. Everything makes sense." Chen Qing, standing to the side, was taken aback at first. Then his expression became somewhat complicated. "Mr. Conan, although your reasoning is very rigorous, there is a small flaw. You may not know this, but there are many breeds of border collies in the world. But why are the Chun family's guide dogs able to occupy an absolute dominant position? That's because the Chun family's guide dogs would never intentionally harm anyone. That's what Chen Qing said, right?" "Yes, manager." The general manager's office is located in the northwest corner of the factory area. Chun Zheng carefully placed the walnuts he was playing with into the box, and then put them back on the shelf. The Chen family's guide dogs could not possibly harm anyone. After tens of thousands of years and thousands of generations of domestication and breeding, the Chen family's guide dogs would never have any intention of harming anyone. This constraint on thought even surpasses their instincts to some extent. They cannot possibly be aggressive. Any training that involves aggression will be rejected by them. They are completely trustworthy at all times. Yes, that's what that woman would definitely say. Because just a few months ago, Chun Zheng himself had firmly believed this. After all, that's what the family precepts say. However, although Chun Qing's answer was not beyond his expectations, his expression was extremely solemn at this moment. In fact, from the very beginning, this event was completely out of his control. Chun Hai's unexpected death, Chun Shi's sudden return home, and a series of events that followed. Everything was beyond his expectations. However, they all chose to develop along the path that was most advantageous to themselves. A near-perfect situation formed by a series of unexpected events. It cannot be copied or controlled. Even the evidence has now disappeared. Countless days and nights, Chun Zheng lay in bed, thanking God for his blessings. In theory, it is impossible for anyone to see the truth of the matter. But now, the case has been partially seen through by someone named Conan. Conan, just who is this guy? Even Sherlock couldn't figure it out. So what makes him think he can? For the first time, Chun Zheng felt a strong sense of crisis. TSK. No, I have to go check it out. There is no evidence now, at least not. Everything was traced back to me. This incident has come to an end. After all, how could a guide dog intentionally hurt someone? Yes, guide dogs will not intentionally hurt people. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. But what if they weren't doing it on purpose? For a moment, Sherlock fell into a brief moment of thought. Although Chang Peng and Chen Qing couldn't understand it all, they could tell from Sherlock's expression that what he had just said was extremely valuable. At this moment, Jiang Chen paused, seemingly thinking about how to make the person in front of him understand what he was saying. He then continued speaking. While I was talking about guide dogs earlier, everyone emphasized their obedience and non-aggression. But no one seems to have questioned that, as a large breed, guide dogs do possess an objective ability to attack, right? So your point of contention is to provide a reasonable explanation for the aggressive behavior of the guide dogs. That is, under what circumstances will a guide dog attack a person on its own initiative? But your thinking was wrong from the start. A guide dog does not need to have the intention of actively attacking to harm a human. On my way here, I saw an area in the training field where border collies were being taught to play volleyball. One of the poses involved the guide dog jumping over another person's back. He paused. I'm wondering, is it possible to train dogs to think they're playing with humans, thus bypassing their don't harm humans mindset? In an instant, everyone present fell silent. But Jiang Chun continued talking. Of course, I know you're probably thinking it's illogical for old Master Chen's personal guide dog to suddenly do something it doesn't usually do. Upon hearing this, Sherlock's eyes lit up, and he was about to speak when Jiang Chun continued. He took the tablet from Chung Peng while adjusting the monitoring content. This is surveillance footage of the guide dog that was with Mr. Chun at 3 p.m. the day before the incident. The video played for a few seconds. This is surveillance footage of the guide dog that was with Mr. Chun at 8 a.m. on the day of the incident. He looked up. Look at them, what's the difference? The other three stared at the screen, comparing repeatedly, and gradually fell into deep thought. He seemed a bit listless the day before, but quite excited on the day of the incident. Chung Peng frowned. Could he have been drugged? Wait, didn't you guys notice that these two aren't even the same dog? They don't even have the same markings. Jiang Chen first showed an absurd expression, then seemed to accept his fate with relief, and finally turned into a faint smile. The people standing nearby were taken aback, and then the chaotic thoughts in their minds began to clear up little by little. In other words, Mr. Chen Hai's guide dog was replaced before the incident. Sherlock was the first to figure it out. Then, he suddenly looked up at Jiang Chun. A strong sense of shock surged into his mind. Only a top-notch detective like Sherlock could realize just how terrifying this young man named Conan was. Meticulous logic, rigorous reasoning, coupled with an absolute perception of case details and an extraordinary memory. Despite watching less than 10 minutes of surveillance footage, they were able to grasp all the details of the evidence and construct a reasonable chain of evidence. It's unimaginable if this meticulous thinking were applied to crime. Can I see through it all? He was silent for 2 seconds. Cannot. But he can see right through me. It definitely can. For the first time since becoming a detective, Sherlock felt fear of human intelligence. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun was still trying to figure out how to obtain evidence based on his deductions. Ms. Chun Qing. If the real criminal had any sense, those two guide dogs would already be dead. Shouldn't all of your guide dogs be registered? By comparing the markings of the guide dogs in the surveillance footage, you should be able to determine where the dog came from on the day of the incident. Chen Qing nodded quickly. Okay, Mr. Conan, I'll have someone do the comparison right away. I suggest you look for them among the guide dogs in the sports training area. As for the person who replaced old Master Chen's guide dog, without permission, I'm not familiar with your family, but you should know the truth. Jiang Chun didn't continue. Chen Qing lowered his head slightly, and countless faces flashed through his mind. Someone who can be by his father's side and persuade him to bring his new guide dog with him. There is only one. Her fist slowly clenched. Chun Zheng. Bang! The door was kicked open. Chun Zheng strode in, followed by a large group of security guards wielding stun batons. He glanced around, a smile playing on his lips. Gentlemen, how's the case going? Chapter 105 Game Over. Chen's Guide Dog Training Center on the outskirts of Beijing. Central attic. At the main gate, Chun Zheng slowly stepped into the attic. A dozen or so security guards, armed with stun batons, quickly sealed off the main gate. Chun Zheng smiled and slowly scanned the faces of everyone present before finally fixing his gaze on Jiang Chun. On his way here, he had already received news that Conan had not only completely ruled out Chen Shi as a suspect, but had also directed the investigation towards the dog. This means that his meticulously planned scheme to take the opportunity to eliminate Chen Shi has almost completely failed. What's even more troublesome is that, given this trend, they might soon find out about me. Since that's the case, why not take the initiative? As long as Conan shuts up, the whole incident can still be defined as the guide dog accidentally going out of control. Although I'm very unwilling, This is the best outcome under the current circumstances. Meanwhile, inside the attic, seeing the large security team surging in and Chun Zheng leading them, Chun Qing's expression darkened. Chun Zheng, didn't you say you wouldn't interfere in the case's classification? What are you trying to do by bringing so many people here? Oh, me dear sister. Of course I want to check on your progress and see if I could help. Chun Zheng drawled, a smile playing on his lips. Yes, you can. Jiang Chen suddenly chimed in with a smile. Oh, Mr. Chun Zheng, you've come at the perfect time. We were just talking about you. Chun Zheng's smile faltered slightly. Oh, what did you say about me? Jiang Chen looked up, a smile playing on his lips. Let's talk about how you killed your father. In an instant, Chun Zheng's heart sank. Impossible. They've already traced it back to me? It had only been less than 10 minutes. His face gradually darkened, and his tone turned cold. You are Mr. Conan, right? It's best to have some evidence when you speak. Otherwise, this kind of talk will cause unnecessary misunderstandings. After all, you still have the money I gave you in your pocket, don't you? Oh, you mean that envelope Qian Peng gave me? It was too thin, not attractive at all. I just threw it away as trash. Chun Zheng's eye twitched. As for the evidence, Jiang Chun continued unhurriedly. I checked on the way here. Every time a registered guide dog is used, there's a documented record. The name you used back then belonged to one of your subordinates, didn't it? Chun Zheng's expression suddenly froze. Jiang Chun was taken aback when he saw his expression. Judging from your reaction, you used your own name? Did you change it afterward? Chun Zheng remained silent with a cold expression. Still no changes? Then surely the surveillance footage of the guide dogs during their transfer after the incident should be deleted? You didn't delete it either? Then, Jiang Chun casually pointed out a few loopholes, and with each one, Chun Zheng's expression darkened further. Until the very end, Chun Zheng remained silent, his face contorted in a grimace. Behind Jiang Chun, Sherlock stared at his back, his hand holding the cane, trembling slightly. Finally, Jiang Chun shook his head slightly, expressing his disappointment. TSK, to be honest, as a criminal, your intelligence is subpar. He paused, his gaze sweeping lightly across Chun Zheng's face. Looking at your expression, your acting is also lacking. For a moment, the expressions of everyone on the field as they looked at Chun Zheng became complicated. Having said all that, even a fool could see that Chun Zheng and Chun Hai's deaths were inextricably linked to this. Beside him, veins throbbed on Chun Qing's forehead, and anger and hatred seeped out from between his teeth. Chun Zheng, have you lost your mind? What have I done to wrong you that makes you go to this extent? Upon hearing this, Chun Zheng sighed slightly and then raised his hand. The group of security guards behind him surged forward in unison. I really don't understand. Everything was going so smoothly. So why did things suddenly turn out like this? Chun Qing, you might not believe it, but I really didn't intend to kill the old man at first. I just happened to discover that there was a lively but somewhat clumsy guide dog that had a history of accidentally injuring people a few times. I suddenly had a thought. If the guide dog followed the old man, would it hurt him too? I just want that old man to get hurt a little, maybe stay in the hospital for a couple of days or something. I really didn't want him to die, but he actually died. What a pleasant surprise. And coincidentally, Chun Shi is back, and he was with the old man when the incident happened. Tell me, what a coincidence. It must be a divine arrangement. So, the old man died in an accident, and Chun Shi was just unlucky. What does this have to do with me? Chun Zheng's tone began to spiral out of control, becoming somewhat manic. I know that you and Grandpa both look down on me. I don't have my older brother's management talent, and my business acumen is not as good as yours. I can't even compare to that brat Chun Shi. But, he gritted his teeth. I can kill the old man, and I can make sure none of you can find out. Doesn't that prove I'm stronger than you? Look, how much money have I made for the family by raising the price of guide dogs recently? Doesn't that prove I'm better than you? Now, I can bring men to surround you here, and I can prevent you from leaving this atictoescent that prove that I'm stronger than you. All right, buddy. Jiang Chun shook his head, interrupting him. Are you just insecure? You're talking nonsense. Chun Zheng's eyes widened suddenly. How could I be inferior? I was born into the most prestigious family. I have the best resources. Beside him, Chun Qing looked at the hysterical Chun Zheng and shook his head in disbelief. Absurd. Just for this? Chun Zheng, are you even human? Her voice was cold. I will report this matter to the family truthfully and let the elders decide. You're finished. Chun Zheng shook his head frantically, his expression contorted. No, I'm not done yet. Only a few of you know about these things. He stared intently at Chen Qing, squeezing out each word through gritted teeth. As long as you don't tell, I'm not done yet. Chen Qing, you're not going to get out of this attic today. You'll never get out. Then he turned to Sherlock, his tone suddenly becoming respectful. Mr. Sherlock, I acknowledge your position. If you're willing to keep this a secret, turn around and leave now as the heir to the Chun family. I am willing to transfer all my assets in North America to your name. What do you say? Sherlock frowned, but his gaze passed over Chun Zheng and landed on Jiang Chen's back. Perhaps this is for the best. Perhaps it would be better if this Conan were dead. Sherlock is haunted by nightmares. Nightmares from 10 years ago. He was confident that he could keep this nightmare dormant until it disappeared. But now he's not so sure. This young man named Conan is terrifying. That matter, if he gets in touch with it, it definitely can't be kept secret. He and his family will pay the price then. Actually, if you think about it the other way around, his death here is not my fault. All I need to do now is turn around and walk away. Just walk away. Sherlock remained silent, his cane slightly warm in his palm. A moment later, he raised his head, his eyes resolute. Mr. Chun Zheng. His voice was calm, devoid of any emotion. Perhaps things haven't come to that point yet. Calm down. There might still be room for maneuver. There is none left. Before Chen Zheng could speak, Jiang Chun shook his head. Sherlock paused slightly and looked at him. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Jiang Chun said with a hint of helplessness, given the current situation, there's no room for maneuver. Then he looked at Chen Zheng. Chen Zheng, you want to kill me? I have police officers behind me. Aren't you afraid they'll shoot you? Huh. Chen Zheng sneered. Having dealt with the police for so long, I know that this kind of escort duty doesn't require a gun at all. Do you think I'm an idiot? All right. Jiang Chun waved his hand. Shoot him. Break his leg. Bang. Before anyone could react, the two officers simultaneously drew their guns, and the bullet struck Chen Zheng precisely in the thigh. Sherlock's pupils suddenly contracted. Completely obeyed orders, executed them without any hesitation, and maintained high shooting accuracy. He's a soldier, a top-notch soldier. Chen Zheng was stunned at first, then clutched his thigh, screamed, and staggered backward, blood seeping from between his fingers. What the hell? Why the hell are you guys carrying guns? He glared menacingly at the group in front of him and roared hoarsely at the security personnel beside him. All of you get in. This pistol only has a few bullets. It won't kill many people. Come at me all at once. I'll give your families more money than they could ever spend in several lifetimes. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun shook his head slightly. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers lightly. Smack! In an instant, a red dot landed on Chun Zheng's brow. Then his chest, abdomen, a dense array of red dots appeared all over his body. Outside the window, the roar of helicopters was already very close. Amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, Jiang Chun withdrew his hand and calmly looked at Chen Zheng, whose eyes were wide open. Game over. Chapter 106. He's not you. Chen's Guide Dog Training Center, on the outskirts of Beijing. Central attic. An eerie silence fell over the attic hall. In less than a minute, the situation changed in a way that exceeded everyone's expectations. Why are auxiliary police officers armed? Isn't this a military exercise? Why are armed helicopters hovering at such a low altitude? Why is the sniper here? When did they take position? Who gave the order? And what does all of this have to do with the young man in front of us named Conan? Chun Qing stared blankly at the scene before him, his mind completely blank. Even Cheng Peng, who already knew Jiang Chen's true identity, was stunned. Prior to this, he had no concept of the energy that the word genius could evoke. After all, what is introduced in general knowledge books is different from seeing it with one's own eyes. At that moment, looking at the armed helicopters hovering outside the window, at the snipers who seemed to appear out of nowhere, at how the entire situation was completely overturned in an instant, he suddenly realized that all his previous assumptions about Jiang Chun were too conservative. At this moment, the only person who, after a brief moment of distraction, clearly realized the special nature of Conan's identity was Sherlock. As a top detective who has dealt with governments around the world for many years, he knows that every government has a common bottom line. The military will not be used for personal gain. After all, the purpose of the military is to maintain world stability, not to act as bodyguards for private individuals. But right now, this Conan isn't mobilizing ordinary troops. Dozens of snipers, several armed helicopters, and heavily armed special forces soldiers all around. They are all top-tier strategic weapons. Moreover, they mobilized simultaneously, deploying such a large-scale force directly here. This means that for the government, this young man named Conan is of ridiculously high value. His status was so high that the government believed protecting him was one of the necessary conditions for maintaining stability. This Conan is at least a key national-level figure. Seeing that the situation was settled, Jiang Chun ignored Chun Zheng and walked straight to Chun Qing's side. Seeing Chun Qing still standing there in a daze, Jiang Chun waved his hand in front of her eyes. "Ms. Chun Qing? Ms. Chun Qing." Oh. Chun Qing snapped back to reality, took a deep breath, and tried to compose himself. "Mr. Conan, please forgive my previous disrespect." She tried to appear composed, but her words faltered as she tried to speak. "Relax, Ms. Chun Qing," Jiang Chun said with a smile. "Do you know where Chun Shi is right now?" "Chun Shi? You are?" "Watson and I are Chun Shi's friends." Jiang Chen nodded. "We came here specifically to help him and also to ask him a few questions." "Okowo." Chun Qing nodded repeatedly, his tone carrying a sense of relief. "He's in solitary confinement now. I'll take you there right away." Jiang Chun turned around and patted Chung Peng on the shoulder. Afterwards, the group left the attic without looking back. Meanwhile, soldiers on the armed helicopters had entered the attic and begun clearing the area according to procedure. The people on site were taken away one by one, and the necessary checks, statements, and sealing were carried out in an orderly manner, which was obviously in accordance with standard procedures. In the center of the hall, Chun Zheng knelt on the ground, blood dripping from his trouser leg onto the floor, spreading a small patch of dark red. He stared blankly at the ground, muttering to himself, "Why, this shouldn't be happening. The situation was so good just now. Heaven was clearly on my side. Why did it turn out like this? Maybe it's because you're unlucky." Nearby, Sherlock followed the soldier out the gate and glanced down at him. A near unsolvable, perfect case pieced together from countless coincidences. But then they encountered a godlike figure from the field of criminal investigation. Oh, isn't this another kind of good fortune? On the way to the solitary confinement cell, Jiang Chun casually asked Chun Qing beside him, "Now that it's confirmed that Chun Zheng was responsible for these things, what are you planning to do?" Chun Qing continued walking, his tone calm. "I will communicate with the clan elders and deal with him according to the family rules." According to the family rules, what will he do? Plotting to murder the current head of the family, framing the heir to the head of the family, and attempting to kill a member of the same clan. Chun Qing paused. According to the family rules, he should be hanged. "It's good that I'll die." Jiang Chun nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on the distance. In Chun Zheng's case, there are too many coincidences. If the normal legal process is followed, even if a conviction is obtained, it is highly unlikely that a death sentence will be handed down. But with such a big holiday, Jiang Chen wouldn't feel at ease if he didn't die. However, Jiang Chen's worries were actually unnecessary. From the perspective of the world government, Chun Zheng was doomed to die no matter what. The UN Charter stipulates that crimes involving genius are generally punishable by death. However, sometimes Jiang Chun would still unconsciously exclude himself from the ranks of geniuses. After all, he knew what a true genius was like. Before long, the group arrived at the solitary confinement room in the northwest corner of the park. Before me stood a 4-meter-high, brownish-red gate with a heavy chain lock hanging on the doorknob, connecting both sides of the gate. Chun Qing suddenly stopped in front of the gate. "By the way, there's no key. Wait a moment. I'll send someone to search Chun Zheng's office." No need." Jiang Chen's tone suddenly became a little strange. He stood there, staring at the lock for a few seconds, then suddenly asked, "I just want to ask, why does this kind of door use a chain lock?" Chun Qing was taken aback, not understanding why he asked this. "This makes delivering meals every day more convenient," she explained. "You don't need to unlock the door. You can just push it open a crack and pass the food in." TSK. Jiang Chen hesitated before speaking. Aren't you worried that the people inside will come out on their own? No, it won't happen. Chun Qing shook his head, his tone certain. The chain lock is on the outside of the door, so the people inside can't reach it. Jiang Chen remained silent for a second. Then he stepped forward, placed his hands on the door, and pushed hard, and the brown-red door opened with a thud. The chain lock on the outside of the door snapped taut instantly, making a crisp clattering sound. Then, a gap nearly 30 centimeters wide appeared between the two doors. Jiang Chen turned sideways and easily slipped inside. He stood inside the door and looked back at Chun Qing. Then, nothing was said. Chun Qing and Cheng Peng were left standing there, bewildered in the wind. Pushing open the door to the solitary confinement cell, a suffocating atmosphere hit me, carrying the musty smell of something that hadn't seen the light for a long time. The group frowned subconsciously. Is there a light? Jiang Chen asked. No, Chun Qing's voice came from behind. The solitary confinement cell is completely dark. Jiang Chen took out his phone and turned on the light. The moment the stark white lights came on, everyone's breath caught in their throats. This is a very large house. Bedroom, living room, study, all the necessary functional areas are present. There was just no light. Now, everywhere you look, the walls, tables, and even the ceiling are covered with dense writing. Jiang Chen approached the wall and examined it closely by the light. The document records the time, place, and people involved in the case, as well as Chun Xi's various analyses and speculations about the case. The handwriting is very messy. In complete darkness, Chun Xi couldn't see the words he had written at all. The strokes were piled up crookedly, some even overlapping several times. Moreover, the direction of their thinking was completely wrong. Jiang Chen glanced at the lines briefly, his brows furrowing deeper and deeper. Chun Xi's reasoning went astray from the very beginning, considering external forces and unexpected accidents, and eventually even began to think about ghosts and gods. He just kept writing, thinking, trying to discover something. But clearly he failed. Jiang Chen's gaze swept across the wall behind the study. In the very center of the wall, several large brown characters came into view, clearly written in blood. Grandpa, I don't understand. This is the result of Chun Xi's months of contemplation in the solitary confinement room. Jiang Chen stood in front of that wall, remained silent for a few seconds, and then shook his head slightly. Chun Xi's thinking is misguided. You should focus on who benefits from this incident instead of getting bogged down in the methods and motives of the crime. Behind him, Cheng Peng sighed softly. Jiang, Conan, it's already quite remarkable that Chun Xi can still maintain his thinking for a period of time under these circumstances. He paused, his gaze falling on the messy handwriting covering the wall. After all, he is not you. Chapter 107. By the time you see this notebook, I will already be dead. The group found Chun Xi in the bedroom. He sat on the edge of the bed, head bowed. He hadn't left the house for 4 months, and his hair had grown quite a bit. Underneath his previously dyed blonde hair, a large section of new black hair had sprouted out. The moment the light shone on him, his body trembled violently, and he instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes. Don't shine the light directly on him. Change the direction. Jiang Chen spoke decisively. After the lights were moved away, Chun Xi's haggard appearance was finally revealed to everyone by the soft light reflected from the wall. Pale skin, a gaunt face, disheveled hair, and a pair of empty eyes. No one knows what kind of struggle and despair he went through during those 4 months. Upon seeing this scene, Chun Qing was stunned and stood there frozen in place. A moment later, she shakily approached and squatted down in front of Chun Xi. Ow, did it get like this? Her voice choked, and her eyes instantly reddened. Chun Xi did not respond, but simply kept his head down. His reactions to surrounding stimuli have begun to become sluggish. Chun Xi, can you hear me? Cheng Peng tried to speak, but received no response. He then turned to look at Jiang Chun and sighed softly. Jiang Chun simply nodded slightly, then raised his hand and tapped the headset lightly. Chen Bin. I'm here, Mr. Jiang Chun. Chun Xi's been found. Arrange for medical personnel to come over based on the location. Understood. I'll organize the manpower right away. 10 minutes later, outside the factory gate, Chun Xing stood in front of Jiang Chun, his expression solemn. Mr. Conan, thank you so much for your help this time. The Chen family and I personally owe you a favor. If there is any need in the future, we will do our best within our capabilities. Jiang Chen nodded and casually asked, what are your plans next? I will temporarily assume the position of head of the family. Once Chun-Shi regains consciousness and the ability to think, I will return the position to him. Chun-Shi is a strong child, and I believe that day will come. Chun-Shi's expression was firm. Okay, good luck. Jiang Chen smiled. This trip to the Chun family wasn't in vain. At least they rescued Chun-Shi. Unfortunately, Chun-Shi had lost his ability to communicate for a short period of time and was unable to find out more about Zhao Fuhua. On the way here, Jiang Chun asked Chun-Shi some related questions, but she didn't know anything about them either. The trail went cold again. Jiang Chun felt somewhat helpless about this. Just as Jiang Chun turned to leave, he suddenly seemed to remember something and paused slightly. By the way, Ms. Chun-Shi, he turned around. How many years has the Chun family tradition been passed down? Chun-Shi paused for a moment. Around 40,000 years. Are there many long-established families like yours? Chun-Shi shook his head. Very few. I don't know why, but it seems that 10,000 years is a threshold for aristocratic families, and most families are stuck within 10,000 years. Jiang Chen nodded thoughtfully. Chenbin once mentioned that some top-tier families with a long history seem to establish private databases related to their family history. Could those databases contain things that can't be found elsewhere? A family like the Chun family, whose lineage spans 40,000 years. Are there any records related to history from 10,000 years ago? He looked up at Chun-Shi, a smile returning to his face. By the way, Ms. Chun-Shi, Jiang Chen asked with a smile, does the Chun family have its own family history archive? Yes. Chun-Shi was slightly taken aback, somewhat puzzled. Jiang Chen's smile deepened. By the way, you just said that you and the Chun family owe me a favor, right? A moment later, inside the capital city. Located in the most bustling part of the city center, it stands as an extremely old wooden attic. This building appears to have existed before the establishment of Kamijing City. Countless repairs and replacements of the decaying wooden structure have turned this house into something akin to the ship of Theseus, rendering its age meaningless. This is the ancestral home of the Chun family, one of the landmarks of Shangjing City. At this moment, Jiang Chun and Chun-Shi were standing at the entrance of the pavilion. The Chun family's archives are inside. Jiang Chun originally thought that persuading Chun-Shi would require some effort. After all, family history archives are usually not open to the public, let alone to an outsider. But surprisingly, it didn't take him much effort. Chun-Shi agreed readily, seemingly not taking the place very seriously herself. Upon entering the gate, Jiang Chun was slightly surprised by the scene inside. Although the decor remains classical, the materials and furnishings are extremely luxurious. The uniformed servants lined up in 2 rows on the left and right, and bowed slightly when the 2 entered. Chun-Shi didn't even glance at them, and led Jiang Chun straight to a side hall. This is it. In front of an inconspicuous brown door, Chun-Shi took out his ID card and swiped it lightly on the access control. With a soft beep, the door slowly opened. You're free to look at these documents, but please be careful not to damage them, Chun-Shi said. No problem. Jiang Chun stepped inside and was greeted by a wall of filing cabinets. The luxuriously decorated file shelves stretched from floor to ceiling, with all kinds of documents, ancient books, photos, and notes neatly crammed into every inch of space. But after Jiang Chun approached and looked around, he felt somewhat helpless. It is neat and tidy, but upon closer inspection, the categorization is surprisingly chaotic. Aside from a rough distinction based on the year, the rest of the arrangement is basically based on the file size itself. Large ones are placed together, and small ones are placed together, seemingly for aesthetic reasons. Jiang Chun casually pulled out a book, flipped through it, and then put it back. Do you come here occasionally? He asked without turning his head. Won't. Chun-Shi stood at the door and did not come in. In fact, almost no one from the Chun family comes here. The documents here are too disorganized, and some of them are written in classical Chinese, which is incomprehensible to the average person. The lessons learned that are useful to the Chun clan are usually compiled into family precepts, so there is no need to come here to learn them. Therefore, the family history archive exists only as a symbolic place. Jiang Chun frowned slightly upon hearing this. Classical Chinese? It's not some kind of seal script or clerical script, is it? He casually picked up a document from the oldest shelf and opened the cover. Then he paused for a moment, slightly taken aback. Traditional Chinese characters. Reasonable. Without further delay, Jiang Chen headed straight for the area around 10,000 years old and began to examine it. Although the historical archives are categorized in a disorganized manner, the chronological ranges are still relatively clear. There were just too many documents, so he could only scan them one by one. Some were photocopies of manuscripts, some were copies compiled by later generations, and some were simply fragments with illegible handwriting. Fortunately, the number of files dating back to around 10,000 years old is not too large. It didn't take Jiang Chun long to quickly flip through it. As expected, the result was as predicted. Nothing was gained. Jiang Chun closed the last document, stood there, and sighed softly. That makes sense. Since the world governments of the past wanted to block history, how could they not start with these powerful families? It would be a miracle if we could find any clues. Jiang Chun smiled helplessly and was about to turn and leave. Suddenly, I caught a glimpse of the bookshelf on the side. As the name suggests, it is a collection shelf exclusively for members of the Chun family who have published books or written papers in history. Most of them are bound books or archive papers. But at that moment, an inconspicuous notebook in the corner caught his attention. Why are there notebooks on the bookshelf? Jiang Chun walked over with some doubt and casually pulled out the notebook to take a look. It's an ordinary leather notebook with nothing particularly special about its appearance. When Jiang Chun opened the notebook, he was slightly taken aback. The contents inside are a photocopy of handwritten, traditional Chinese characters. The paper isn't old, which is normal. Paper documents like books are prone to decay, and things here are reprinted and reset every few decades. But what truly stunned him was the sentence on the first page of the notebook. Only one sentence. To the members of the Chun clan, by the time you see this notebook, I will already be dead. Chapter 108, A Sinner's Confession. By the time you see this notebook, I should already be dead. I don't care whether the person who opens this notebook is a family member or someone else. But the moment you open this notebook, immediately, right now, hand it over to the world government or the Chun family in Beijing, China. The Chun family will reimburse you for any expenses incurred, and will most likely also give you a substantial errand fee. There's no doubt about the Chun family's wealth. The matter is complicated, so I'll start writing from the beginning. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Chun Shiji, a minor member of a collateral branch of the Chun family. Well, you could call him a criminal. But in fact, I don't consider myself a criminal. Although he does have a strange habit of peeking at other people's mail, he may have opened several people's mail at the post office. But I put everything back after I finished looking at it, and it didn't bother anyone else. As a devout Christian, God wouldn't blame me for such a trivial matter. But clearly, the court does not believe in God. According to the law that 1 year in prison for each piece of someone else's mail opened, I was sentenced to more than 300 years in prison and imprisoned in a rather inconspicuous little jail in a burn. The warden said he would reduce my sentence. If I lived for more than 200 years, he would release me. Oh, it's something to look forward to, isn't it? To be honest, apart from the extremely disgusting toilets, this prison is quite interesting. Everyone there is talented and speaks very well. Some of the murderers even know the Bible better than I do. He occasionally preaches to the prisoners and brags, and he manages to get by. Until more than a month ago, I and several other prisoners were blindfolded, put on a transport plane, and finally arrived at this damned little island whose location we didn't know. There's only one inconspicuous low building on the island, which looks like an abandoned warehouse from the outside. But once inside, you'll find that the facilities are ridiculously advanced. Various research equipment whose names I don't know, rows of large computer cases, and a large group of researchers wearing masks, busy with something I don't know. It looks like a highly modern research institute. I hadn't been here long when I was assigned to cleaning. At first, I thought it was some kind of large-scale scientific research project organized by the government. But I don't understand why, with so many established cleaning companies in the industry, they would choose a prisoner like me to do cleaning work. I only understood it later. They simply don't dare to approach legitimate people in society. This place cannot be exposed to the light of day. For the next month or so, nothing unusual happened. Until the day before yesterday. I walked past that damn office. I swear, that was the stupidest thing I've ever done in my life. In that office, a middle-aged man wearing glasses was arguing with an elderly man. I remember that middle-aged man. He seemed to be some kind of leader at the research institute. To be honest, my memory has always been terrible. But the content of their argument this time, like the whispers of a demon, is etched into my mind. Old man, my God, do you know what you're doing? Middle-aged man. Teacher, I understand very clearly now. I understand it perfectly. The old man said, you'll go to hell for treating God's child like this. Middle-aged man. God's child? He smiled. That laughter gave me goosebumps like bugs crawling down my spine. No. Teacher, you're wrong. They're not the children of gods. They are tools that drive the development of human civilization, time-limited tools. Since it's a time-limited tool, it should maximize its value within the time limit, don't you think? Are we supposed to treat them like royalty, following the principles of a world government? Are we supposed to wait until they're in a good mood, before they spill out a little knowledge from their heads and bestow it upon all of humanity? Should the development of human civilization depend on their will? So, is it the genius of human civilization or the genius of human civilization? The old man said, but they're not tools, they are human beings. They deserve to be basked in flowers and applause. The man's voice was fanatical, like that of cultist. It doesn't matter anymore, teacher. It doesn't matter anymore. Do you know how difficult it was for me to find this opportunity? Any genius with even a slightly normal mind and body, even if they haven't received government attention yet, is not someone an ordinary person like me can easily control. Every second of a genius's time is precious. While they're still alive, we must squeeze every last drop out of their minds. This is the only way for human civilization to develop. The old man's voice trembled even more violently. I won't help you, my God. This goes against my beliefs. I will report this to the world government and get the geniuses back to where they belong. Then, the man shot the old man directly in the head. Through the crack in the door, I saw that the old man's brain had been pierced with a hole. Blood and something else flowed onto the floor, mixing with his white hair. I was completely dumbfounded. They just ran off in a hurry, without having time to think. But afterwards, I lay in bed. Every word they uttered seemed to be etched in my mind, constantly burning with emotion. Genius. A genius is locked up here. The Bible says that geniuses are God's children, who guide humanity toward a better future. Are they being held here, used as tools? I can't pretend I didn't hear it. Yesterday, I took the opportunity while cleaning to search each room. In the center of the research institute, I saw a room. Through the window, I saw those figures with 4 tubes inserted, contorted, lifeless. Researchers were recording data nearby, as if they were recording the feeding situation of laboratory animals. I recognized their faces. That was the face of the genius Yi Fan. I've seen him on the news, the man the Pope called the Son of God. The person who stands amidst flowers and applause, looking down upon the world. That person, like a god, bathed in people's expectations and blessings. Since then, I've been unable to think calmly. I can't take it anymore. Do you understand? I wasn't born into this world to witness this kind of thing. I don't understand it. I can't figure it out, and I don't plan to think about it anymore. That man is a devil. I am now working for the devil. I am a sinner. Now, I've taken the time to write these words down. I will follow the family's instructions, put into a plastic bottle, throw it into the sea, and engrave the family's mark on the bottle. And then, tomorrow, I will try to use this pen to pierce the devil's throat. I'm going to kill him. I knew he had many guard around him. I knew he had a gun. And I knew I was going to die. But I'm going to die sooner or later, aren't I? My soul will go to heaven and return to God's side. Amen. A sinner. Chapter 109, A Bizarre Game. In the capital, at the Chun family ancestral home, Jiang Chen closed the notebook, put it back in its place, and turned to walk out of the Chun family archives. Did you find what you were looking for? Chen Qingho asked as he saw him come out from the doorway. I guess so. Jiang Chen smiled. The notebook's owner's wish has likely been dashed. The notebook was placed in the publications section indicating that the Chun family treated it as a fictional story from beginning to end. That makes sense. After all, for ordinary people in society who are ignorant, The contents recorded there are indeed unbelievable and sound more like the plot of a third-rate science fiction novel. As for why it wasn't erased when the world government blocked history, Jiang Chen guessed that the plastic bottle had probably been floating at sea for a very long time. It wasn't until everything had settled down that it was discovered by a member of the Chen family. Then it was treated as an absurd fantasy story and casually tossed into the literature section. Did the man named Chen Shiji succeed in his assassination attempt? It's highly unlikely. After all, the photo in the Forbidden Library proved that the construction of N-Brain was successfully completed. This suggests that the project leader most likely survived to the end. Nothing has changed. This is the ending that person got at the cost of their life. All he managed to do was bring this notebook to Jiang Chen's attention years later. This is fate. Jiang Chen felt somewhat emotional about this. If the contents of this notebook are true, that is, during the era when Yi Fan was active, someone obtained some of his failed clones and used them to participate in the construction of N-Brain. According to the notes, the world government was not involved in this matter. This means that, at least for now, the world government remains a trustworthy party. But what Jiang Chun couldn't understand was, where was Yi Fan at that time? Given his demonstrated level of intelligence, it's impossible that he was completely unaware of this. Was it his instruction? There's no reason for that. And given his skill level, it's impossible for him to clone a defective product. What happened after that? What happened after the successful construction of the Edge computing platform? What do these things have to do with that war that nearly wiped out humanity? Jiang Chun stood at the entrance of the archives, his mind a jumble of clues, yet he couldn't piece together a clear picture. He planned to ask the world government to help investigate, but in reality, apart from asking the world government to check Chen Shiji's case records and whereabouts, there was no other way to find out anything else. There are so many islands in the world, it's impossible to check them all one by one. Furthermore, Jiang Chun guessed that the world government probably wouldn't be able to find any information about Chen Shiji. After all, he was clearly a person from before the war, and that war had essentially ravaged all of Western Europe. After tens of thousands of years, there was unlikely to be any records left behind. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but rub his temples. Sigh. Never mind, I don't want to think about it anymore. There is not enough information. To be honest, his brain hasn't stopped working since he left Princeton a little over a week ago. Academic reports on the Pythagorean theorem, a forbidden library, textbook compilation, the Chun family case, plus this notebook. One after another, they kept spinning in my mind like wheels. He took a deep breath and stepped out of the ancestral hall. The sunlight hit my face without warning. He closed his eyes, feeling the warm light. Take a break and organize your thoughts. 627. Your king is back. Jiang Chun pushed open the dormitory door and shouted. Inside the dormitory, Cheng Peng, Zhou Hao, and Xin Jun all looked up when they heard the noise at the door. Zhou Hao, the seventh day after death. Tian Yun, alive. Jiang Chun gave the two of them the middle finger, then walked straight to his seat. He took 2 steps, then stopped, his gaze falling on the table. The ashtray and 3 cigarettes on the table are... Oh, Xin Jun slapped his thigh. You didn't even tell me you were coming back today, wasting 3 of my cigarettes. By the way, it's been almost a month since I went to Princeton and haven't been back to my dorm. Tell me honestly, what wrong thing have you done? Zhou Hao said with a smile. Oh, your dad turned the whole Western mathematics upside down, wrote world-renowned academic papers, and then single-handedly crushed the world's strongest detective. Zhou Hao scoffed. Nonsense. If that were true, I'd acknowledge you as my father. Hey, Cheng Peng, what are you laughing at? Beside him, Cheng Peng lowered the corners of his mouth. I remembered something happy. Seeing that Jiang Chen was talking nonsense and unwilling to say more, Chen Jun and Zhou Hao didn't press him further, although they were not quite clear about what Jiang Chen had done. But in reality, they had some idea of what was going on. Being able to publish papers in the prestigious journal Annals of Mathematics also earned him access to the restricted library. Clearly, this guy is definitely a big shot. But perhaps because Jiang Chen is usually so approachable, neither of them could muster the kind of awe or reverence they felt towards him. However, what Jiang Chen just said was pure nonsense. If it were really that outrageous, they couldn't possibly leave out the trending news they had already secured. Jiang Chen, watching the expressions on their faces, nodded in satisfaction. This kind of equal dialogue is more comfortable and makes people feel better. It seems the government has done a good job of keeping things secret. In fact, many people know that Princeton proved the Pythagorean theorem. However, due to UNG's deliberate suppression of media dissemination, it only circulated among a group of mathematicians at the top of the academic field. The publication of Jiang Chen's advanced mathematics textbook was completely blocked by the government. This is a characteristic of this world. Information dissemination channels are completely controlled by government officials. In fact, Jang Chun is not worried about his identity being exposed at all. Even if someone were to hold a press conference and say, Jiang Chun himself is not dead, the official news would issue a statement the next day. This person suffers from delusions and has been sent to a mental hospital for treatment. People in this world, especially the general public, absolutely believe information from official sources. And now, Jiang Chun is the official. Jiang Chun walked to his seat, intending to go to bed and enjoy some leisure time, when Chun Jun, who was next to him, suddenly seemed to remember something. By the way, Jiang fan, ever since you said you weren't interested in playing professionally, I've turned down several invitations from the Dawn team's 9 city. But this morning, the 9 sent me a game account and said they didn't expect me to join the team, but they hoped I would hand the account over to you no matter what. He paused. You sound very sincere. Why don't you take a look? I'll send you the account and password. Then, an account and password popped up from Feishan. Jiang Chun was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. So persistent? They don't want me to join a team and play in matches? Then what do they want? He was a little curious, so he downloaded the game and logged in. I clicked on the home page and then paused for a moment. Goodness. Account V88. All heroes, all skins. Chen Jun suddenly leaned his head in from the side. Holy crap. I guess this account would be valuable, but I didn't expect it to be this expensive. What do you mean? Is skin expensive? Jiang Chun turned his head and asked. Regular skins aren't expensive, of course. Chun Jun pointed at the screen, but the limited edition skins from the seasons when the game's founder was alive are ridiculously expensive. These skins cannot be purchased in the game. People who already own the skins have to voluntarily gift them to this account. An account like this with all the skins would cost at least $1 billion, not to mention V88. So valuable. Jiang Chun was slightly taken aback. Before Jiang Chun could examine it closely, a red dot suddenly appeared in the account's message bar. Jiang Chun then realized that he had added several professional players to his account's friends list. The message we're receiving now came from the 9. Hey boss, you're finally online. Are you free lately? What do you need me for? Jiang Chun typed and sent. There was a very strange game in yesterday's KPL League. We've reviewed it multiple times, but still can't find the problem. We hope you get your help. Chapter 1, 10-1, against 9. A little earlier. Beijing, Dawn Team Training Base. Jiang stared at the computer screen, his eyes bloodshot. On the screen at this moment, a replay of a match is playing repeatedly. This is the match that the veteran Team Nightmare lost in the KPL qualifiers 3 days ago. Team Nightmare was the runner-up in last year's KPL autumn season. Although the team has only been around for a few hundred years, it is definitely a strong team. They're just one step away from securing a permanent spot in the KPL. For them, securing a temporary seat this year is not difficult. This time, however, they didn't even make it through the qualifying rounds. The problem lies with their opponents. Genesis is a veteran team with considerable strength. Strangely, after winning 3rd place in the K-League 1 this year and securing a spot in the qualifying rounds, they were suddenly acquired outright by a company. All the contestants inside were replaced with contestants I'd never heard of before. 5 days earlier, this team had narrowly won after a 21-minute match, keeping Nightmare out of the KPL arena. In any competition, it's normal to have both wins and losses. But the Nightmare team's reaction after the match was surprisingly strong. Xiaoyu, the marksman from Nightmare, directly started cursing in the professional players group chat. Damn it, this is weird. Holy crap, there's definitely something wrong with the other side. It's like seeing a ghost. At first, most professional players thought it was just the Nightmare team venting their frustration after losing. But after Genesis defeated several established powerhouse teams in succession and fought their way into the KPL, some of Glory's top players gradually realized that something was wrong. In reality, While the players on the Genesis team are not weak, they are not particularly outstanding either. The operating technique is average, and the reaction speed is also mediocre. But there are always some strange coincidences and inexplicable luck in the competition. Although I can't quite put my finger on it, something just feels off, but I can't quite pinpoint why. It felt like I'd seen a ghost. In the professional scene of Honor of Kings, several strong teams have good relationships with each other. After realizing something was wrong with Genesis, the top players held several debriefing meetings. But all their efforts yielded no results. And just yesterday, the KPL Professional League officially started. In the round of 16 and the quarterfinals, Genesis once again narrowly defeated KPL regular teams Fongyun and Samsara to advance to the next round. After these two games, the players from Fongyun and Luanhui had the same attitude as Mingda at the time. This has made the remaining KPL teams even more worried. They're not afraid of losing. In the thousands of years of Glory's history, which professional team has never lost? Losing isn't terrible, but you should always know where you went wrong and what you lost to. Bye. Nearby, Joching's phone suddenly lit up. A message pops up on the screen. Fengyan Wuhan. Still no news about that big shot? Is he reliable? Dawn, 9 cities. That big shot is definitely reliable. You saw the replay of that game, didn't you? The other party replied almost instantly. Fengyan Wuhan. I'm not questioning that big shot. I'm fucking questioning you. Fengyan Wuhan. You said you'd invite him to review the Genesis game. Do you have enough face? Dawn, 9 cities. He also had some self-doubt. More than 10 days ago. Ever since they were crushed by that mysterious expert using Han Xin in a game, Team Dawn spent more than 10 days specifically studying that match. The result weighs it was useless. There were no special tactics or systematic playstyles in that game. It was entirely due to the opponent's jungler's extremely strong individual skills and awareness. Even if you put them back in the enemy jungler position and follow the same process, they can't pull off those godlike plays either. In theory, this situation should not exist. Glory should not be a game for one person. But reality gave him a resounding slap in the face. The opposing jungler picked off all 5 of their professional players. This was the final conclusion Dawn reached after countless replays. In response, 9 City initially suspected that the Dawn team's ability to analyze matches was inadequate. So they provided the replay of that match to the other teams. We hope to combine the understanding of the game from other teams and analyze the thought process behind this match. Result: the ideas of several top teams are indeed different from those of Dawn. They all agreed that because their teammates kept feeding kills and resources, the enemy jungler was essentially fighting 9 opponents at once. 9 City couldn't even muster the thought of refuting this. All he could do was send an invitation to that big shot. Of course, all of them were rejected. 9 City was almost ready to give up on this. It wasn't until these last few days that the question of creation was fully brought to the forefront. The professional community unanimously believes that perhaps only that mysterious jungler can figure out the source of the strange feeling in the Genesis team. So, several clubs pooled together a fully equipped V88 account, wanting to try one last time to see if they could invite him. But 9 City didn't have high hopes. So what if you have a fully skinned V88 account? For someone at that level, Honor of Kings might just be a single-player game, not worth playing at all. At this point, on the screen, after the 7th replay of the match, Jiang Chen still couldn't figure it out. He rubbed his dry eyes and picked up his phone, wanting to see something interesting. Suddenly, he froze. Previously, he hadn't exited the Honor interface on his phone. At this moment, next to that account, a green dot appeared, indicating that the device was online. Note: I don't know that much about KPL. I used the names of professional players just to make it more relatable. They are not real professional players. Also, I made some changes to the competition format to make the writing flow better. Chapter 111. The cheat code. Beijing, Tsinghua, and Peking University male dormitory. Jiang Chen stared at his phone screen, his expression somewhat subtle. Weird. Is your gold medal game going strangely? Seeing Jiang Chen's expression, Chun Jun became interested. What happened? Oh, this professional player named Jiang wants me to help him analyze a match. He said it was very strange. Strange. Chun Jun seemed to realize something. I know, Wasn't it the game between Genesis and Wind and Cloud yesterday? I haven't asked him yet. Is this game you mentioned really popular? Jiang Chen asked. No, not really. It's just circulating in the professional gaming community. Chen Jun waved his hand. Thanks to you, I joined a group of professional players before, and now everyone in the group is talking about yesterday's match. What went wrong with this match? Chen Jun shook his head. I don't know. I can't tell, and neither can the commentators or the audience. But those top-star professional players, Jiuqing, Yao Dao, and Wu Hin, saw it. If they say there's a problem, then there must be a problem. Their understanding of the game is the pinnacle of this world. Chen Jun paused slightly, looked at Jiang Chen, and said, one of the pinnacles. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. These words piqued his curiosity. Interesting. He picked up his phone again, opened the chat window, typed a message, and sent it. Add me on Fission and send me the video. My account number is 1145-141-2138. Ugh. Dawn, 9 cities responded almost instantly. A moment later, Jiang Chen accepted the friend request and received the video file from Jiuqing. He glanced at the file name, Genesis vs. Storm. It was indeed the match Chen Jun had mentioned. Open the file, and the video will finish buffering quickly. With just one glance, Jiang Chen's vision went black. Genesis team lineup, top lane, Luban number 7. Mid lane, Yuhua. Bottom lane, Bailey Shoyue. Support, Mosey. Jungle, Nakaruru. What kind of bullshit lineup is this? Jiang Chen couldn't help but make a comment. The game started normally as the video continued playing. At first, everything seemed fine. Everyone was still following the procedures and going their own way. It's still the same human-machine positioning and the same lightning-fast maneuvers. Although not as fake as my teammates last time, it's still at the level of a gold-tier AI. To save time, Jiang Chen went through the entire race at double speed. 10 minutes later, the video ended. Jiang Chen leaned back in his chair, lost in thought. There were indeed some strange things about this game. First of all, on the surface, Genesis's game concept is better than that of Wind and Cloud. In this game, their lineup consisted entirely of squishy characters. Any one of them would be vaporized if surrounded and focused down. But throughout the entire game, almost no one was caught out alone. Every time Feng Yun was about to make an arrest, the people of Chuangshi seemed to sense it in advance and retreated. Sometimes they'll even ignore the minion wave and retreat back to their tower. And those ranged skills, they always seem to hit their opponents by sheer luck, even managing to snatch the tyrant or the overlord. These phenomena can be roughly explained by observations of mini-maps. But what's hard to explain is their poor game strategy. The game concept behind their creation is completely mismatched with the strong sense of awareness they have shown. Although Feng Yun is not very good, at least you can tell their general game rhythm. But let's look at the creation of the world. There was no complete operational strategy or clear timeline planning. All their decisions seemed to be made on a whim. They only decided what to do after seeing what the other side was doing. But this is very unusual. Is your game sense so high that you can guess what the opponent is going to do, but you don't know what you should do? This sense of disconnect felt very strange to Jiang Chen. The first thought that popped into his mind was to cheat. Full view perspective hanging. But this is clearly unreasonable. Don't official competitions always involve equipment testing before the event? Jiang Chen leaned back in his chair, deep in thought, his fingers lightly tapping the table. That's interesting. A moment later, Jiang Chen sent a message. 9 cities. I have some suspicion that this creator has a cheat code for seeing through things, but I'm not sure. You can think about it in this direction. There was a pause of half a minute on the other end before a message was sent. The content made Jiang Chen slightly taken aback. Sorry, sir, I don't quite understand. What do you mean by hack? Beijing, Dawn Team Training Base. Jiuqing stared at the screen, slightly taken aback. What is Ga? He put down his phone and turned to look at Xiao Yi, who had just returned from outside. Xiao Yi, do you know what hanging means? Hang up? Never heard of that. Why are you asking? I'm having an important conversation. I'll explain it to you later. 6. Jiuqing picked up his phone again and stared at the message for a long time. In the end, I obediently typed out a line and sent it. Dawn, 9 cities. Sorry, boss. I don't quite understand. What is this cheat you're talking about? The other side paused for a long time. The message came through. This refers to software that operates independently of the official honor client. It enables cheating by reading or modifying data in the game's memory. Sometimes we call it technology or magic. Jiang stared at the screen, lost in thought. I can't understand it at all. Their family has been playing Honor of Kings for dozens of generations. The tactics, mindset, and debriefing methods passed down from his ancestors were accumulated over generations and eventually passed on to him. But he had never heard of such a thing. He thought for a moment, then typed another line. Sorry, sir, I really don't recall this. I'll check my family history when I get back and ask other professional players to see if I can find out. Good. The chat was about to end. At that moment, just like the moment Newton was hit by an apple, a thought suddenly flashed through Jiang's mind. A bold idea. An idea that would bring glory to his descendants for generations to come. An idea that would make his ancestors shout, "Well done, son," at his grave. He took a deep breath, his finger hovered over the screen, paused for 2 seconds, and then quickly typed a line of text. Dawn, 9 City. Hey bro, I think the recordings might not be enough to show the actual situation. If you could experience the game firsthand, you might have some new ideas. Tomorrow's the KPL semifinals, so why don't you give Dawn a try? After sending the message, he stared at the screen, his heart pounding like a drum. The other side paused for a moment. Then a message came over. Sure, I'm free right now, but you guys probably don't need any extra people, right? Jiang stared blankly at the screen. His eyes widened little by little. The next second, holy crap, I'm fucking done, it actually worked. Xiao Yi, standing next to him, looked up at him with a look of utter disbelief. Are you out of your mind? 9 City had no time to pay him any attention. He quickly typed out a reply on his phone. Dawn, 9 Cities. We're desperately short of players. Our jungler might not be feeling well tomorrow and won't be able to play. After a slight pause, the other person sent an OK emoji. Upon seeing this, Jiang slammed his fist on the table, leaping off his chair. It's done. Xiao Yi, standing to the side, looked completely bewildered. What happened? Why are you so agitated? Jiang turned around and looked at Xiao Yi seriously. You'll be sick tomorrow. Chapter 1, 12 stars. The next day, Beijing KPL Esports Center. The venue was packed, and promotional videos for the two teams were playing on a giant dome screen. The light pillars on both sides flashed and crisscrossed, making the entire arena feel like a grand festival. On the commentary stage, Lingxi and Shuiping were already in place, adjusting their headsets and flashing professional smiles at the camera. Lingxi, hello, everyone here and watching on screen, good morning. Welcome to the live broadcast of the 2016 to 2017 KPL Autumn Season Semifinals. I'm your commentator, Lingxi. Aquarius. I am an Aquarius. Lingxi. Today's two matches are really exciting. Shangjing Dawn versus Yinjing Flying Bird and Beihai Bian versus Shangjing Genesis. Aquarius. What are your thoughts on these two matches? Aquarius. Dawn and Flying Bird are both truly established powerhouses. Look at Dawn. Fly's top lane performance has been consistently strong, and with jungler Xiaoyi's excellent control of the game's tempo, they'll have a very comfortable game. On Flying Bird's side, the marksman support duo of Yao Dao and Ling Dian has been incredibly powerful lately. When these two teams clash, it's really hard to say who's the best, but in perfect unison, she replied, but Aquarius lowered his voice, but I received some last-minute news. On Dawn's side, jungler Xiao Yi is sick today and can't play. Replacing him is a rookie who has never played a match before, named Xingchen. Lingxi paused for a moment. Xingchen? Sending a rookie to this kind of competition? I remember Dawn has a substitute jungler, and I remember Ling Feng on the substitute roster is pretty good, with enough experience. Aquarius shrugged. We don't know, it was a last-minute decision by the club. But it's good. Maybe the newcomer can bring something new to the game. Let's wait and see. Lingxi nodded, then changed the subject. So what are your thoughts on the matter of creation and the other shore, Aquarius? Aquarius pondered for a moment. This time, Genesis is truly a dark horse among dark horses. A newly established team, entirely composed of newcomers who have never played in a major tournament, managed to defeat established teams like Nightmare and Wind and Cloud in one fell swoop. This is truly astonishing. Lingxi chimed in. Yes, yes, yes. What impressed me most about them was their incredible game sense. I even suspect that more than one player on their team is an expert in minimap analysis. Everyone knows that it's difficult to balance mechanics and game sense in a game. Once you divert your attention to analyzing the minimap, try to guess the jungler's location, your own mechanics are prone to errors. But this team, Genesis, hasn't shown this problem in their matches so far. Aquarius nodded. Yes, it's like they each have a little map in their heads. They know when to be greedy and when to retreat. This kind of teamwork can't be developed in just a few days. Hey, do you think they might have been promoted from a youth training camp? Lynxie's eyes lit up. Hey, you know what? It might actually be true. Soon, the opening ceremony ended, and the athletes from both sides entered the stadium. Amidst cheers, the lights in the dome were all turned off. The entire venue was plunged into darkness for a brief moment, and then countless spotlights blazed on simultaneously, their beams sweeping across the stands and unleashing another wave of deafening screams. On both sides, the players from both teams walked out of their respective restrooms and converged on the stage along the same passage. Inside the passage, the leader of the Flying Birds, Yao Dao, turned his head to look at Jiang Chen, who was walking side by side with him. That thing you mentioned in the group yesterday, the cheat, we went back to the club and went through the database, but we didn't find anything. How's it going on your end? Jiang Chen also shook his head. I don't have any here either. But that big shot said we could install live streaming cameras behind the battle booths to monitor the phone screens and see if we could capture anything. Yao Dao nodded. Good idea. Hopefully, we can discover something in today's match between the other shore and the creation world. Suddenly, Yao Dao paused. All right, I saw Xiaoyi outside the stadium just now. He didn't look sick, but he looked like he had no will to live. Upon hearing this, Jiu Cheng's lips trembled slightly. Ah, right. It's just that there's a psychological problem. Ah. Yao Dao glanced at Jiu Cheng suspiciously. Then his gaze fell on a young man wearing a mask behind him. The man had his hands in his pockets, casually surveying the surrounding lights and audience seats, as if he were visiting some tourist attraction. This guy's jungling for Xiaoyi? I don't think I've seen him before. How's his skill level? How many times better than mine? Yao Dao made a casual joke, but after seeing Jiu Cheng's expression, he couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. At this moment, the four members of the Dawn Team Jiu Cheng, Fly, Jiwe, and Xiaoyu simultaneously displayed an indescribable smile. That smile, how to describe it? Very sleazy. Yao Dao was a little confused. What kind of expressions are those? We remembered something happy, Jiu Cheng said, forcing a smile. Behind the group, Jang Chun looked around, a slight smile playing on his lips beneath his mask. Is this what the atmosphere is like when you're playing professionally? That's quite interesting. After talking with 9 City yesterday, Jiang Chun searched online for information about cheat codes. It turned out that the concept of cheats didn't exist in this world at all. After all, this game was developed by a once genius organization, and after the geniuses died, no one had the ability to develop cheats. This made Jiang Chun think of N-Brain again. But it doesn't make sense logically who would be crazy enough to use a terminal emulator to develop game cheats. It's hard to say. So Jiang Chun decided to come and see for himself, and also to relax. Soon, the passage came to an end. Under the spotlight, the two teams took their seats in the competition area. The competition has now officially begun. The period before the start of the match is a pre-match adjustment phase for both sides. On the commentary stage, the two commentators were also analyzing the preparations of both sides. Aquarius. The two teams facing off in this match are Dawn's 9 cities, Fly, September, Xiaoyu and Xingchen, and Flying Birds Tanran, Xiangyu, Yao Dao, Xiaopeng, and Zero. Lingxi. Everyone is making pre-match adjustments right now. Yesterday, at the suggestion of the Dawn team, the production team installed live stream cameras behind each team, allowing us to see the specific rune configurations of the two teams. This perspective is really good, and viewers can record the screen and study it repeatedly. Aquarius nodded. We can see that the Flying Bird team is doing their final checks, confirming their fixed rune and summoner spell combinations. This small detail is crucial. I remember in the last semifinals, the Qingying team only realized they had the wrong skills after entering the game, and they lost somewhat unjustly. Lingxi. Yes, we can see that Team Dawn is also making adjustments. Suddenly, Ling Si stopped. He looked puzzled. Wait, what is this Starry Sky player doing? Aquarius leaned closer to the screen, his expression gradually becoming subtle. This interface, is he adjusting the key bindings? Ling Si paused for a moment, then chuckled dryly. This kind of thing wasn't adjusted before the competition? It seems this contestant's experience in major competitions is indeed a little lacking. It's more than just lacking. He's a complete idiot. I don't know why Dawn would bring him along. Is it to boost his title? Thinking of this, Aquarius shook his head slightly and brought his attention back to the main topic. Soon, the hero selection process begins. Aquarius. Alright, let's move on to the hero selection screen. As you can see, the Flying Bird team has chosen heroes they are good at. Xiangyu for top lane, Daji for mid lane, Di Renjia for bottom lane, Lanling King for jungle, and Mosey for support. Their lineup is quite solid. Now it depends on how they perform at the start of the game. Ling Si. Dawn's side is about the same. Top lane Arthur, mid lane Angela, bottom lane Gallo, jungler. Li Bai? He paused for a moment. That's rather rare. After a pause, Aquarius continued. Indeed. Because jungling requires a strong ability to judge the overall situation. Most people choose heroes that are easy to operate, so that they can devote enough energy to analyzing the situation during the game. And obviously, Li Bai's operation difficulty is in the top tier among all junglers. Ling Si nodded. It's not that you can't use this kind of high difficulty jungler, but you need to pair them with a support who can help analyze the situation and doesn't require a lot of micromanagement, such as Yao or Sunbin. He paused. But Kai Wenji in this game obviously doesn't have that ability. Dawn might have a tough time in this game. On the competition stage, Yao Dao's gaze fell on the young man wearing a mask opposite him, and he was slightly taken aback. Li Bai, this kind of team? The Dawn team shouldn't have made such a basic mistake. But this is a good thing. It seems that the opposing jungler will be the weak point in this game. Chapter 113 False Vision. Beijing, KPL Esports Center. Special seating for invited audience members. Wu Hin patted Xiaoyi on the shoulder and sat down next to him. This is the new player you've brought in for this round? He seems a bit unreliable. Xiaoyi, you weren't sidelined, were you? Why don't you come join Fengyan? The benefits are great. You don't understand. Xiaoyi looked utterly dejected. Sai, you don't understand. Your expression. Could you really be suffering from a mental illness? Wu Hin asked, somewhat puzzled. I feel like I'm on the verge of a mental breakdown. He stared at the screen, his eyes filled with complex emotions. You know what? Today's match will definitely leave its mark on glory history, but I didn't even get to play. What do you mean? This game is going to be very interesting. This game is going to be explosive. At the same time, almost everyone was puzzled by Li Bai's appearance. After all, the hero Li Bai is extremely difficult to portray. Leaving aside the well-worn issues of his fragility, high reliance on economy, and the fact that his 3 dashes make it easy for players to forget his landing point. The most fatal flaw is his ultimate skill mechanism. It requires accumulating 4 passive skills to unlock. The battlefield is ever-changing. A team fight can last only 2 or 3 seconds from start to finish, leaving no chance to stack passive abilities. This means that Li Bai is unable to unleash his ultimate skill in most team fights. Therefore, this hero has almost disappeared from professional matches. However, what puzzled everyone was that it seemed that Dawn's internal decision regarding the star player had not been corrected. A moment later, the hero selection phase ended. As the game began, the commentators on stage started introducing the battle situation. Ling Si spoke calmly. Alright, the match officially begins. Blue team, Shangjing Dawn versus red team, Yinjing Flying Bird. Aquarius. Angela and Daji have started a clash in the mid lane. We can see that both sides have missed one of their first skills, so it's hard to say who is better. Ling Si. Actually, Angela is indeed better at handling minion waves than Daji. Look, she lasted 2 out of 4 minions, showing a good grasp of minion health and her own damage output. The director then switched the camera to the bottom lane. Aquarius. Let's turn our attention to the bottom lane. We can see that Dawnbreaker is playing rather conservatively, since Gallo and Kai Wenji are at a certain disadvantage in the early game. Ling Si nodded. Yes, relatively speaking, Fabiao's Mosey has more long-range harassment methods and can exert more pressure in the early game. Aquarius. Both junglers are clearing their jungle as planned. Lanling King has already taken the Azure Stone statue and is on his way to the red buff area. Lingxi continued, following the conversation. That's right, we're still taking the optimal route, minimizing the time spent clearing the jungle to reach the support point. Suddenly, before Lingxi could finish speaking, Aquarius raised his voice sharply. Wait. Look at Dawnbreaker's Li Bai. He didn't follow the usual procedure to take the red buff. Is he going to the mid lane? No, he set off. On the road. I stared intently at the screen, my brain racing. The jungler's support time is about 1.5 minutes. This is basic common sense in professional matches. As a hero with high skill cooldown requirements, Li Bai's optimal start is to start with blue buff, then red buff, and finally appear in the bottom lane. This was his judgment, based on professional experience, data analysis, and logic validated in countless matches. Therefore, he tried to reduce Arthur's health through close combat and look for an opportunity to push him into the turret. This was a common tactic used by Xiangyu in his games. If he can push the enemy hero into the tower, and with the tower's damage, the first blood is his. But that's difficult. The other side isn't stupid. They won't recklessly advance when they know there's danger. Therefore, he controlled Xiangyu, pacing back and forth beside the minion wave, clearing minions while observing Arthur's movements on the other side. He was waiting for an opportunity. Suddenly, Arthur on the other side moved. Without warning, Arthur charged forward as if he had suddenly gone mad. Tan Rant's eyes lit up. Now, simply get behind the opponent and use your first skill to knock them up. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of his eye. At the edge of the screen, a ghostly figure dashed over in 2 teleportations. It's Li Bai. In an instant, Tan Rant's pupils suddenly contracted. At this time, why would Li Bai be here? On the commentary stage, Aquarius's speech accelerated to the extreme. Li Bai is in the top lane. He dashes in with 2 dashes, uses his first skill to stun, then a basic attack, then his second skill and then uses the third part of his first skill to return to his landing point. That damage and he didn't kill him. Lingxi's eyes suddenly widened. No, he's dead. It's the edge damage of the second skill. This damage is because Xiangyu tried to use his first skill to escape, but ended up running into it and triggering the outer edge of the second skill. Aquarius paused slightly. Let's rewind. The director then switched to slow motion replay. Lingxi slowed her speech, accompanied by the replay. You can see that on the top lane, Arthur's playstyle suddenly became aggressive, actively trading blows. Then Xingqian's Li Bai entered the fray. His skill combos were incredibly smooth, and his control of the displacement distance was perfect. Aquarius, but in the end, you use your first skill to return without killing the enemy? Was it misclick? Lingxi suddenly realized something. Wait a minute. It wasn't a mistake. After Li Bai used his first skill to return, he went straight to the mid lane without any hesitation. Aquarius. You mean, he planned this all along? Lingxi's expression turned serious. Perhaps he had calculated that edge damage would be enough to kill Xiangyu. Aquarius found it hard to believe. Could a player like StarCraft calculate damage to such an extent? Lingxi nodded slowly. It's hard to say. It might really have been a mistake. However, Arthur's suddenly aggressive playstyle might have been designed to coordinate with Li Bai's attack. This is clearly the result of careful consideration after precise observation of the minimap. Aquarius leaned back with a sigh, his tone filled with admiration. I don't know who made the decision, but it was definitely a bold innovation. First blood? What's going on with Xiangyu? In the bottom lane, Di Renjia and Mozi, who were suppressing the opposing team, were both taken aback. Lanling King, what's going on? Yao Dao asked into his headset. In this game, Fabio's minimap observer is the relatively concealed jungler Lanling King, who has the advantage of initiating attacks. How the hell should I know? Little Fatty's tone was full of bewilderment. I was attacking the red buff while preparing to support the bottom lane. How can you go gank before a minute has even passed? Doesn't Li Bai need to farm? The demon sword frowned, but didn't ask any further questions. It's probably a tactic that Dawn rehearsed in advance, in order to gain an advantage at the start. It's alright, it won't have much of an impact. It was just the first blood. The economic difference isn't that significant. A slight disadvantage can be quickly recovered. Furthermore, it slowed down the enemy jungler's development time, so it wasn't a huge loss. Yao Dao withdrew his gaze and continued to focus on the landing phase. But soon he sensed that something was wrong. It felt like the opponent had completely guessed their team's movements. First, the jungler Lanling King missed his target in the top lane. Then came bad news from the mid lane. Daji was killed by Li Bai and Angela. Yao Dao's brows furrowed more and more tightly. He opened the economics panel and glanced at it. 2 minutes. 2 kills. Li Bai's economy has quietly climbed to first place in the entire game. No, we must find a chance to turn the tide. Just then, little Fatty's voice came through the headset. I see him. Li Bai is out of sight in the mid-lane bushes, and judging from his direction of movement, he's moving upwards. He's gone to the top lane again. Demon Blade's eyes lit up. A good opportunity. Lanling King just observed that the enemy Angela was low on health and was recalling to base. There was no support in the bottom lane, so it was a situation of outnumbering the enemy. Lanling King, come here. Mosey and I will take him down, Yao Dao decisively ordered. Mosey and Di Renja coordinated their attack, instantly pinning Jialuo and Kai Wenji onto their towers. At the same time, the minion wave advanced, waiting for Lanling King to come and finish them off. Unexpectedly, just as Lanling King arrived at the dragon pit, a figure suddenly appeared in the bottom lane. It's Li Bai again. Little Fatty's pupils suddenly contracted. How is that possible? Lanling King, are you blind? Yao Dao's voice was almost a shout. How could Li Bai be in the bottom lane? Little Fatty's mind went completely blank. Damn it, I fucking watched him walk down the road. On the commentary platform, Linksy screamed hoarsely. We saw Li Bai enter the fray. Skill 1 dashes in skill 2. Dodges Mosey's control. Basic attack. Another basic attack. Ultimate skill unlocked Azure Lotus Sword Song. Combined with Gallows damage D Renja falls. Mosey can't escape either. A double kill. Brilliant maneuver. It seems the minimap observer on Fabiao's side wasn't observant enough. Failing to spot Li Bai's position in time, they should have been prepared for this gank frequency much earlier. Meanwhile, Aquarius frowned as he stared at the screen, and after a couple of seconds of silence, he said, I feel something's not right. Linksy, what's wrong? Aquarius's gaze was focused, and his fingers tapped lightly on the table. I noticed a very strange point in Li Bai's movement. Linksy, what? Aquarius, trembling. Linksy was a little confused. What do you mean? Aquarius, whenever he reveals himself, before leaving there's a slight tremor in his movement. It's that subtle, almost mistaken pause, making it seem like he's about to go the wrong way. This has happened twice already, once when Li Bai ganked the middle, and once when Li Bai ganked the bottom. Linksy was a mistake, but now it seems that Li Bai's skill level wouldn't allow him to make such a basic error. Aquarius pondered for a moment, then seemed to suddenly realize something. Wait a minute. A connection. Replay the recording. Yes, only look at the Asuka team's perspective. The director switched to a small window for replay, focusing the camera on the perspective of the Flying Bird team. A moment later, Aquarius froze on the spot, his shock barely concealed. The Asuka team's observer was fine. The problem lay with Li Bai. Linksy, what does that mean? Aquarius speaks rapidly. That tremor wasn't a mistake. Look, this Li Bai, during the brief moment he was exposed, deliberately moved in the opposite direction. He created a false direction of movement while the opponent had his sight. Only after the vision disappeared did he move in the real direction. Upon hearing this, Linksy was first stunned, then spoke incredulously. So, he can accurately calculate the time when the opponent's vision disappears each time, making the wrong move before then, letting the opponent's mini-map observer. Aquarius's voice trembled, to render all of their judgments about his whereabouts completely ineffective. This means that observing the mini-map is useless for determining his movements. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire esports center fell into a brief silence. Chapter 114, it's okay. It's all the same. In honor of kings, observing the enemy's movements is the foundation for determining victory or defeat. There are 2 ways to observe: the mini-map and the field of view during combat. During the battle, most players simply don't have the extra energy to think about what the opponent is doing. Laning, last hitting, positioning, skill cooldowns, every detail requires attention. If you then try to focus on the mini-map, your actions will inevitably become chaotic. Therefore, the task of judging the enemy's movements usually falls to a specific person. One person is responsible for observing the movements of the opposing team on the mini-map and then reporting to the whole team. This person is most likely a jungler or support who doesn't face minion pressure. The hero they choose must also be easy to operate and have no landing pressure. Only in this way can we free up enough energy to stare at that small map and analyze every missing avatar and every possible support. They're the eyes of the team. Now, some people can deceive the eyes. Everyone knows what this means. In the VIP section, Wu-Hin stared intently at the screen. This kind of thing can happen. Someone can calculate time to this extent? He suddenly turned his head and looked at Xiao Yi beside him. You knew all along? Xiao Yi leaned back in his chair, a complex smile playing on his lips. I told you, this game is going to be explosive. Who exactly is he? There's no such person in the professional scene. This kind of skill, this kind of awareness, it couldn't have just appeared out of thin air. You know, you've seen his game replays, Xiao Yi said slowly without turning around. There's only one player who isn't in the professional scene, but whose awareness and skills can completely overwhelm professional players. Isn't that the only one? Wu-Hin was stunned. It's him? You can get him to come. At this moment, the only ones completely unaware, without any god's eye view, were the birds in the middle of the game. After several misjudgments, the Asuka team finally realized a fact that was hard to understand. Li Bai's perspective is meaningless. He can appear anywhere, anytime. What's frightening is that, in addition to his unpredictable appearances, he also possesses skills that are completely beyond his capabilities. With his agile movement and 3-stage dash, he can be locked onto by Daji's targeted skills, but other heroes' skills pose virtually no threat to him. As the economy gradually expands, the harm done to Li Bai also becomes outrageous. With 2 untargetable abilities, tower diving and securing kills has become commonplace. Oh shit! Yao Dao's voice exploded in the team's voice chat. After being tower dived and killed by Li Bai for the second time, he couldn't help but swear. The others were clearly also broken down, but no one complained at this point. Everyone knows that complaining is pointless. Even when the situation had deteriorated to its worst, no one ever considered giving up. This is their bottom line and creed as professional players. At this moment, all 3 lanes collapsed and the jungle was lost. The demon's sword gritted its teeth and finally made a decision. Retreat. Forget the second tower. Retreat back to the high ground and wait for the late game. There's no chance in the early game. Continuing to defend will just result in feeding kills. Li Bai won't have a chance to use his ultimate in the high ground. Maybe he can wait for an opportunity when he has all his items in the late game. Upon hearing this, the 5 members of Asuka did not hesitate at all. The 5 men simultaneously retreated their lines, huddled under the high ground tower, and stealthily cleared out the enemy soldiers. As long as it drags on. If the game drags on until the late game and the equipment is fully developed, there's a chance to turn the tide. At this moment, on the commentary stage, Lingxi spoke calmly. Okay, then all the flying birds will retreat to their high ground. Actually, the flying birds team's wave clear ability is not bad, and Mosey has also built magic items for wave clear. Let's see how Dawnbreaker will break the deadlock. Aquarius. But to be honest, as long as we continue to extend our lead, it's only a matter of time before Team Dawn wins this game. At the same time, the minion wave began to advance toward the tower on the big screen. Aquarius. The minion wave has pushed forward, but there's no suitable opportunity to engage. Gallo's mana is almost depleted, and Arthur misjudged his tower dive, getting knocked down to half health. What is Li Bai doing? Is Li Bai clearing jungle monsters? Lingxio, you left without clearing them out? Did you miscalculate the damage? Voice suddenly rises. He turned and charged into high ground. Aquarius immediately launched into a rapid-fire monologue. Li Bai charged into the tower towards Deduction, using his first skill followed by a basic attack, and then his second skill. But he failed to kill him. Daji's ultimate was already flying in. Li Bai's health was in grave danger, almost cracking in voice. Ultimate, Azure Lotus Sword Song. He activated his ultimate, avoiding Daji's damage. Then he finished off Deduction. He used his first skill to return to his original position. Lingxi suddenly paused. Wait a minute. A basic attack, how did that trigger the ultimate skill? Director, Please replay this. Then, looking at the replay, Aquarius was slightly taken aback and then suddenly realized what was going on. He built up his passive while clearing jungle monsters. He used jungle monsters to accumulate his passive, so he could unleash his ultimate immediately upon entering the fight. He calculated the duration of his passive perfectly. Brilliant. Lingxi continued her commentary. Now that Di Renjie is dead, can high ground be held? It's unlikely to be held. Aquarius. Fei Niao's Mozi was killed by Jia Luo. Xiang Yu's ultimate failed to clear the lane. De Ji and Lan Ling Wang are powerless to stop it. The minion wave has already entered the crystal. Moments later, the crystal exploded. Aquarius took off his headphones, his voice hoarse. Game over. Victory this round. Aquarius and Lingxi exclaimed in unison. It belongs to the dawn. A thunderous applause erupted from the audience. On the competition stage, the moment the crystal shattered, the Asuka team players were initially stunned. Then they all looked up at the Dawn team players' seats, not far away. At this moment, at dawn, Nine City slowly took off his headphones. Then, facing Asuka's gaze, he and his 3 teammates. He once again revealed that indescribable, lewd smile that had appeared in the passageway. At this moment, in the audience, spectator area, a woman wearing a suit jacket spoke up next to the head coach of the Genesis team. Star, is there such a person in the professional scene? It's impossible. The head coach stared at the stage, his gaze calm. If it were possible, with the strength he showed today, he would have already become the #1 player in glory. Is he really that strong? You're not a professional player, so you might not notice. The head coach paused for a moment. In this game, the core of the Dawn team was entirely him. In this game, he simultaneously took on 3 roles: mini-map observation, tactical decision-making, and main damage output, and he was using Li Bai, a hero that consumes a lot of energy. Whether it's individual ability, teamwork, or the ability to see the big picture, he is clearly a level above the other players. He shook his head. To be honest, in all my years of coaching in the Honor of Kings Circle, this is the first time I've seen someone achieve this level. Then, the woman frowned slightly. Can you beat him? Without that method, we are bound to lose. If we use that method, his unpredictable false vision will become ineffective. If we also choose some heroes that counterly buy, perhaps we can have a 50% chance of winning. The woman stared at the stars on the stage, a hint of indifference flashing in her eyes. It's okay, it's all the same. Chapter 1:15 Telephone. Beijing, Asuka Team Training Base. On the big screen, the commentator is reviewing and summarizing today's match. Lingxi, today's match between Flying Bird and Dawn was one of the most exciting matches in recent years. Aquarius nodded in agreement. That's right. And judging from the performance in this game, it was completely a solo show by Jang Chen player, strong in all aspects. Lingxi then changed the subject. However, the second match between Bian and Chuangshi was equally impressive. Chuangshi defeated Bian by a narrow margin and successfully advanced to the finals. Aquarius. Genesis seems to be the type that gets stronger when facing stronger opponents. I wonder what kind of sparks will fly when Genesis clashes with Dawn in the finals. Lingxi smiled and looked at the camera. Then let's all look forward to the finals in 3 days. Thank you for watching, and see you in the next match. Aquarius, goodbye. The camera cut back to the studio, and the big screen went dark. Yao Dao leaned back in his chair, staring at the now black screen, growing angrier the more he thought about it. He took out his phone, opened the professional players group chat, and his fingers flew across the screen. Flying Bird, Demon Blade. Damn 9 cities. Aren't you going to say something? Dawn 9 City. I'm preparing for the finals with the big boss. I don't have time. Asuka Demon Blade. You deserve to die. After sending the message, he threw his phone on the table and let out a long sigh. But actually, those 2 insults were just because they have a good relationship. They were just exchanging pleasantries. It takes skill to recruit experts of that caliber to join the team. Now that we've been eliminated, the most urgent thing is to quickly review today's game and see if we can learn anything from Jang Chen. Tsinghua University, Peking University, male dormitory 627. Jiang Chen leaned against the headboard and looked at his phone. The video playing on the phone screen is a replay of today's Genesis versus Other Shore battle. He has already watched it 3 times. This time it's the same sense of disconnect, the same strange feeling of having a cheat code that grants full transparency. Strangely, during the competition, the cameras pointed at the phone screens didn't capture anything unusual. After the competition, he also specifically checked the phones of the participants in the Genesis competition, and there were no problems. But that shouldn't be the case. Is it really because they have a strong sense of awareness? I can't figure it out. What's still missing is definitive evidence that proves they've done something wrong. The other teams in Genesis focused too much on the process, which allowed anything that seemed illogical in the game to be barely explained away as coincidence and awareness. But it's okay. With his exceptional diamond-level skill displayed today, coupled with those masterful feints that fooled everyone. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. If Genesis wants to win the next round, he will definitely try to manipulate the game again. He can confirm it in person when the time comes. However, Jiang Chen felt from the bottom of his heart that this matter had nothing to do with Jiu. How much free time must Jiu have to be so bored as to have InBrain help develop a game cheat? Surely they don't stray from their proper duties. Sizzle, sizzle. Suddenly, a faint static sound came through the earpiece. Then, Chenbin's voice came through. Mr. Jiang Chun, we have detected that someone is hiring a number of professionals to search for your personal information online. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow. Oh, who? The current coach of Genesis Club is Hong Shifeng, 55 years old, from Beihai. Chenbin paused as if flipping through some documents. Do you need to know his detailed information? Including his place of origin, address, date of birth, assets, family members, last medical examination report, and hotel records for the past 3 months. There's absolutely no need for that. Jiang Chen interrupted him. It's enough that I know who it is. Jiang Chen then leaned against the headboard, lost in thought. The coach of creation? Investigating me? Interesting. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, then smiled. Give him my phone number. I want to see what he wants to do with it at this time. Yes, Mr. Jiang Chen. 10 minutes later, Jiang Chen's phone vibrated. On the screen was an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? Are you Xingchen player? I'm Hong Shifeng, the head coach of the Genesis team. I'd like to invite you out for dinner. There's something I'd like to discuss with you. Chapter 116 Glory is dead. At the Fengrao restaurant in Beijing. Hong Shifeng arrived at the private room half an hour early and chose a seat by the window. He pulled out a worn-out notebook from his pocket and repeatedly studied its contents. This is a summary of the information and talking points he might use in today's conversation. Yesterday's match demonstrated that Star's insight and adaptability, proving his intellectual level. Negotiating with smart people requires thorough preparation. He didn't have to wait long. Soon, the door to the private room was pushed open, and a young man wearing a mask walked in. Hong Shifeng immediately stood up, a perfectly timed smile on his face. It's an honor that you could come, star player. He extended his hand. I'm Hong Shifeng from the phone call, the coach of Genesis. The young man nodded slightly. Then the two shook hands and sat down facing each other. Hello. May I ask what brings you here? The young man asked with a smile. Hold on. Hong Shifeng didn't rush to answer. He turned to the previous page of his notebook, clearly preparing what he was about to say. I take this meeting with you very seriously. He raised his eyes, his gaze sincere. Please don't misunderstand. I have no hostility towards you. I just want to talk to you about who will win this year's KPL championship. Hong Shifeng then took a deep breath and calmed his gaze. I hope you can give us the KPL championship in the finals. Upon hearing this, Xingchen raised an eyebrow. Star player, please don't misunderstand. This is not a request, but a plea on behalf of the Genesis team. Hong Shifeng met his gaze and said word by word. Winning the KPL League Championship is a necessary condition for challenging Glory intelligent game, and we need to win the future of Glory through it. Upon hearing this, the young man opposite seemed completely unprepared for this reason. His eyes gradually widened. Glory is dead. It died more than 7,000 years ago. What people are still enjoying now is merely the lingering warmth of its corpse. A bar next to the Glory Center base in Beijing. In a corner booth, a woman wearing a suit jacket picked up her wine glass and spoke calmly. Across from her, a young man raised an eyebrow slightly. Are you so sure? He asked. There are still 300 years left until the deadline. Perhaps there really will be a strong enough team to win the AI game. The woman was taken aback at first, then suddenly laughed. She put down her glass and shook her head. It seems that too much time has passed, so much so that no one remembers how desperate the opponents faced by professional players of honor were 7,000 years ago. At the Fengrao restaurant in Beijing, Jiang Chen's mouth remained open for a long time. Winning the future of Honor of Kings. What's the reason? This isn't how those cliché wish fulfillment stories are. You should first raise your chin and condescendingly threaten me to withdraw from the competition, lowering my opinion of you. Then promise me some benefits and reveal your incredibly powerful family background. Finally, after I refuse, you angrily point your finger at me and curse, saying you'll use your family's methods to make me wish I were dead. Then I'll use a little trickery to let everyone see your special CG, purely hellish style. Why are you suddenly giving me such a noble-sounding reason? I don't accept it. I don't quite understand what you mean. Could you explain in more detail? Jang Chun cleared his mind of all his complaints and asked with some confusion. On the other side, Hong Shifeng was clearly taken aback upon hearing this. He clearly hadn't expected that this professional player, who could perform far beyond the average player in the league, would be completely unaware of the predicament Glory was currently facing. But he didn't ask any more questions. He just nodded and began to tell everything he knew. 10 minutes later, Jiang Chen leaned back in his chair, his brows furrowed slightly. So, more than 7,000 years ago, when the genius was making the game Honor, he set a lifespan for Honor in the game's underlying code if no KPL champion team chose to challenge and win the so-called peak AI game after winning the championship. Then Honor would be forcibly shut down in about 300 years. Yes. Hong Shifeng nodded, looking helpless. In the family files, that genius's exact words were, if the world's best professional teams, after 8,000 years, still can't beat the bots, then they should quit Glory and go play Tetris Kids. Jiang Chun was silent for a moment. He felt that what the genius said made a lot of sense. No, that doesn't make sense. Jiang Chun shook his head. If that's the case, challenging this AI match should have become a traditional event in the KPL long ago. With nearly 8,000 years of history, 2 KPL League matches a year, and 16,000 challenge opportunities even, if you just rely on luck, you should be able to win, right? Upon hearing this, Hong Shifeng gave a wry smile. Perhaps the geniuses of that time set up many restrictions precisely to prevent players from having such thoughts. He opened a notebook in his hand and pointed to a certain page. First, the person who initiates the challenge must be the MVP player of the current KPL champion. The other 4 participants are not required to be from the same team, but they must be players participating in this KPL season. He paused, then looked up at Jiang Chun. Secondly, all accounts participating in the challenge must have all skins, runes, and levels maxed out. Most importantly, after a failure, all participating accounts will be forcibly deleted. Then, Hong Shifeng raised his head and looked at Jiang Chun. In Honor of Kings, everything, from runes and skins to experience levels, is hard-earned. Nobody is willing to risk their family's treasured account like that. In fact, when Honor first started operating, challenging AI opponents was the norm in every KPL season. At that time, the professional players all felt that they were the ones who would win the future of Honor. But after operating for over 300 years, experiencing more than 600 failures, losing over 3,000 top-tier accounts, and collapsing nearly 100 Glory clubs, they finally realized that they couldn't beat the AI, and the cost of defeat was far too high. Since then, no professional player has been willing to try it. Hong Shifeng looked at Jiang Chun, shook his head, and smiled bitterly. Initially, the professional scene would use phrases like, Honor's technology will improve, stronger teams will emerge in the future, and better strategies will appear to deceive themselves and others. But how can a professional scene that has given up on challenging the strong become stronger? In fact, since giving up on challenging AI opponents, the technical level of Honor of Kings has not improved at all, and has even been declining. The fast push and control style strategies that were once stunning thousands of years ago have long been lost. Those heroes with high skill ceilings Jing, Luna, Yuanjir now practically unplayable. In fact, the chances of winning against the machine will only decrease over time. At this point, Hong Shifeng's tone began to show resentment. But even if the possibility is extremely small, someone still has to do it, right? The number of massively multiplayer online games that exist in the world today can be counted on one hand. Are we just going to stand by and watch Honor of Kings shut down in 300 years? Let this game that will be recorded in history become history forever. I really can't accept it. My family has been in this industry for over 200 generations, but I don't treat it as a means of making a living. I truly love this game. Team fights, counter kills, the combination and matching of skills between various heroes, and the excitement of winning a game, these are things that cannot be experienced through history textbooks. If Honor of Kings dies, how can I describe the joy of this competitive game to my successors? And how can I face their questions about my lack of accomplishment? At this point, complex emotions began to well up on Hong Shifeng's face. Although, according to what the genius said, perhaps none of us deserve to experience the joy this game brings. Perhaps we are only fit to play Tetris. But I can't just stand by and watch honor disappear like this. I'm really unwilling to accept it. I will keep this game going, no matter what it takes. Hong Shifeng paused for a moment, then looked directly into Jiang Chen's eyes. To be honest, I look down on the professional players of those KPL regular teams. I admit that their game skills are very good and their mechanics are very strong, even though they can win the KPL championship every year. But so what? They're cowardly, weak, and self-deceiving. They don't even have the courage to try anymore, just to protect those ancestral accounts filled with glory. So, since they are unwilling to take on the responsibilities that they should bear as KPL champions, shouldn't we make room for others to challenge us? This is the purpose of my creation of Genesis. Originally, I was 100% confident of winning the championship this time, and I wanted to try my best for the future of glory. But Xingchen, you suddenly appeared. I can't understand it. How could such a stagnant professional team produce a player as strong as you? At this point, Hong Shifeng shook his head, his eyes filled with a hint of earnestness. But none of that matters anymore. Star, I know you and your teammates wouldn't be willing to risk your own accounts. So, why not give the opportunity to those who truly want the glory to continue? Chapter 117, Unable to Win. At the Fengrao restaurant in Beijing, Hong Shifeng's previous composure and restraint completely collapsed at this moment. His voice trembled slightly. Star, give up this championship. That's my request. I can see that you are very strong. With your abilities, you are fully capable of leading the Dawn team to rule an era. But Genesis couldn't wait any longer. We only want this one chance. I assure you, regardless of whether we win or lose the final match against the AI, Team Genesis will not participate in the KPL League for the next 10 years. If we win against the AI, Genesis will disband on the spot. But if we lose, it will take Genesis a very long time to gather 5 God-level accounts again. No matter what, you'll only lose one KPL League championship, right? As long as you're here, the championship should be within our grasp for a long time to come. We only need this one chance, just this one. Jiang Chen stared at the emotionally charged Hong Shifeng for a long time. Finally, Jiang Chen spoke again. What if I refuse? Hong Shifeng's gaze went blank for a moment. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately swallowed it back, shook his head, and then spoke calmly. Then we'll find a way to win against Dawn in the final. Star player, although Genesis is not 100% certain of winning against Dawn, which you lead, is not entirely without a chance. Your Li Bai is indeed very strong, but as long as we use suitable heroes to limit his effectiveness, we can still win. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun smiled slightly. But all of this depends on the fact that your tampering with the headphones goes undetected, doesn't it? Upon hearing this, Hong Shifeng suddenly looked up, a look of panic flashing across his face. Starry Sky player, I don't understand what you're saying. Jiang Chen leaned back in his chair and spoke casually. Don't understand? Let me explain. I figured out on my way here too. Actually, it's quite easy to guess. First of all, based on the replay of the match, we can confirm that your Genesis team was able to know the opponent's movements even when the opponent was not in sight. The question is, how was creation accomplished? To be honest, at first, my thinking went a little astray. I was wondering if you guys were using some method to read or modify the data in the game's memory so that the opponent's position could be displayed on the screen in real time. But on the way here, I suddenly realized that I should try to think in a more foolish, simpler direction. I watched the replay of the match again and noticed a detail. It seems that Genesis' team did not have real-time information about the opponent's position. There was always a time interval of about a few seconds between the opponent's movement while hiding their vision and Genesis players' reaction. At the same time, what surprised me was that Honor's official live broadcast of the match did not have the 3.5-minute delay I had imagined. Instead, it was a live broadcast. In addition, the contestants adjusted their headphones multiple times during the competition. The answer seems obvious, doesn't it? Jiang Chen interlaced his fingers and looked directly into Hong Shifeng's eyes. Someone relayed the live stream content to the contestants of Genesis in real time, conveying the opponent's movements. Those few seconds of pause are the time that the contestants used to understand the prompts after hearing them. Hong Shifeng's throat bobbed repeatedly, and he opened his mouth. Are you trying to say I have no evidence? Jiang Chun interrupted him and continued speaking. I remember that the league's headsets were all team-specific and were recycled after each use. It's not an easy thing to take the time to tamper with them. After each match, would you deliberately risk replacing the tampered headsets with normal ones? Upon hearing this, Hong Shifeng froze on the spot, his face turning extremely grim. It doesn't look like they were switched. But actually, even if they switch them, it doesn't matter. As long as the organizers replace your headphones before the finals, your true level will still be exposed during the finals. You can't hide it. Looking at Hong Shifeng's unpleasant expression, Jiang Chun smiled slightly and then stood up. But I don't plan to report you. Since this cheating method is what you want to rely on to win against the top AI, then try beating me tomorrow first. If we can't even beat me, how can we talk about winning a glorious future? He passed by Hong Shifeng, gently patted him on the shoulder, and turned to leave the private room. In the empty private room, Hong Shifeng stood alone for a long time without moving. On the taxi back to school, Jiang Chun confirmed the authenticity of Hong Shifeng's words online, then tapped his earpiece lightly. Chenbin, are you there? I'm here, Mr. Jiang Chun. Does the game Honor of Kings create significant social value? Please wait a moment. 5 minutes later. The value is high, with at least 4 million people working in the core maintenance, esports and game services related to Honor of Kings. The number of players is approximately 2.4 billion. I see. Jiang Chen nodded slightly and pondered for a moment. He then took out his phone, opened the professional players group chat, and typed a message. I heard that the champion team in this KPL league will have the opportunity to challenge the top AI opponents. Anyone want to give it a try? After the message was sent, the professional group, which usually responded instantly to my messages, fell into an eerie silence. Several minutes later, a message finally popped up. Dawn, 9 cities. The big boss wants to lift the shutdown time limit for Honor of Kings, right? Actually, there's no need to rush. There are still 300 years before the time limit expires, so there's no need to rush it. Jiang Chen's fingers paused for a moment. Oh, really not in a hurry. Then, realizing that these oddballs might not understand his hint, Jiang Chun added another sentence. Are you afraid that your family's ancestral accounts will be deleted if you lose? This time, the pause lasted even longer. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that someone spoke. Nightmare, nine-tailed fox. Boss, it's not that we don't want to win against the AI. It's just that we can't win at all. Nightmare, nine-tailed fox. How could a human be defeated by bots? Thousands of years ago, the strongest generations of professional players in glory history emptied their accounts. You have no idea how strong bots are. There's no way we can win. Nightmare, nine tails. I know you're strong, but we're not strong enough. Against an opponent like this, you can't carry us. The other sure god. Big boss, there's no need to be in such a hurry. There's still 300 years to go. Perhaps things will take a turn for the better. Maybe a new genius will emerge who can modify the underlying code of glory. Jiang Chun stared at the screen, remaining silent for a few seconds. The big shot. What if there isn't one? The group chat fell silent for a moment. Asuka calmly. There'll always be a way. Jiang Chen looked at the message and suddenly felt like laughing. I see. What you said makes sense. I was overthinking it. He put down his phone and leaned back in his chair. The only sound inside the car was the howling wind outside the window. Finally, The finals of the KPL Autumn Season of Honor of Kings kicked off the following evening. Chapter 118, The Ultimate Aesthetics of Violence. Beijing, Central Gymnasium. The lights suddenly went out. The next second, the giant screen in the center suddenly lit up, and countless highlights of the Glory League flashed across the screen. The image finally freezes, revealing a huge Honor logo in the center of the screen. At the same time, countless beams of light exploded on the dome. Then, the beam of light slowly converged, focusing on the championship trophy that was shining brightly in the center of the stage. At this moment, the 10 contestants from Dawn and Genesis were ready in the competition area. On the commentary stage, Aquarius and Lingxi spoke at the same time. Welcome to the Glory Professional League Annual Finals. The 2016 to 2022 KPL Autumn Season Finals officially begin. In an instant, cheers erupted. After the applause subsided, the two began their pre-match warm-up. Aquarius, it's an honor to be a commentator for today's match. I wonder what surprises the showdown between Dawn and Genesis will bring us. Lingxi nodded and turned her gaze to the large screen on the side. Come on, let's first see the audience's predictions for the competition results. A pie chart popped up on the screen. Aquarius, Dawn versus Genesis, 75% to 25%. It seems everyone is very optimistic about Dawn winning the championship. Lingxi chimed in, haha. Actually, rather than saying that everyone is optimistic about Dawn, it's more accurate to say that they're optimistic about Star. In fact, the day after the semifinals ended, the name Star exploded throughout the entire Glory community. From that unreasonable level 2 gank at the start of the game, to the stealthy shadow step, as the audience called it, to Li Bai's smooth and fluid ultimate operation, and a mystery brought about by his continued absence. In just one match, Jiang Chen has become the most sought-after professional Glory player. Consequently, Dawn has become the team with the highest chance of winning the championship. The audience seats below the stage. Hong Shifeng stared at the competition stage, his expression solemn. A woman wearing a suit jacket sat down next to him. Most people think Genesis will lose, she began. What are your thoughts? Yes, I know. Hong Shifeng's gaze remained fixed on the screen. But we might still win, wouldn't we? So what if you beat Dawn? The woman said indifferently. You've seen those videos of human versus machine battles, though. You really think you can catch up with the machine's skills and awareness using this kind of cheating? You don't actually think you can win, do you? She paused. You will lose, along with all 5 accounts that you've spent your entire fortune and most of your life to build up. Hong Shifeng remained silent for 2 seconds. But failure and running away from failure are 2 different things. The woman smiled slightly upon hearing this, took out a cigarette from her pocket, and lit it. I don't understand. On the commentary stage, Lingxi spoke. Now both sides shall select heroes. Aquarius chimed in. Yes, we see that the creator chose Zhong Weyin, Wang Zhaojun, Ho Yi Sun Wukong, and Dong Wang Tai. Lingxi. It seems they specifically chose a support hero with suppression skills to counter Jiang Chen's Li Bai. Dong Wang Tai isn't seen much in competitive play. So let me explain his core skill is his ultimate, Fallen God's Pact, which forcibly suppresses opponents and cannot be interrupted by any skill. It's specifically designed to counter mobile junglers like Li Bai. Aquarius. Dawnbreaker is still fielding their most proficient heroes. Arthur in the top lane, Angela in the mid lane, Gallo in the bottom lane, and Kai Wenji as support. The exact same lineup as the previous game. Aquarius. Now, let's look forward to seeing which hero Star will choose. At this moment, on the big screen, the last empty spot on the Dawn team side was still vacant. Countless eyes were focused on the avatar that was about to light up. Ding! Suddenly, the entire room fell silent, and everyone's expression carried a hint of bewilderment. On the big screen, instead of any hero appearing in Jiang Chen's hero selection box, a question mark popped up. Random selection. In the character selection interface of this world, there is an option that almost no one touches: random. Its original intention was to allow players to break free from the limitations of their usual heroes, challenge themselves to use new heroes, and find more fun. But this is not an option that can be used in professional matches. Typically, a professional player can only fully master 1 or 2 heroes. Those with exceptional talent might master up to 3. This is common sense. Players like Jiang Chen, who have mastered heroes like Li Bai, who are extremely difficult to control, have inevitably developed a fixed mindset, fast-paced, highly mobile, and with fixed combos. Such players are likely to find it difficult to adapt to the slow and clumsy operation methods of other heroes. Random selection, on the other hand, is tantamount to leaving the outcome of the game to fate. At this moment, everyone on and off the stage was filled with doubt. Even the commentary booth fell silent for a few seconds. The most shocked were none other than the players of Team Dawn themselves. Jiang turned his head and stared wide-eyed, his face filled with disbelief. "Boss, you accidentally triggered it." Jiang Chen smiled. "It wasn't an accident. The game continues." His voice carried throughout the entire venue through his headset. No one could guess what the stars were thinking at that moment. Before anyone could react, the random results were displayed. Dianwei. Aquarius paused for a moment, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Dianwei. This hero's strength is mid-tier, but his operation logic is completely the opposite of Li Baisun relies on movement and kiting, while the other relies on standing still and hacking away. Lingxi chimed in. Indeed, the leap from Li Bai to Dianwei is just too great. But there was no time to surprise everyone. The match had already begun. At first, everything seemed rather ordinary. In this game, Xingqian didn't start by ganking the side at level 2 like last time, nor did he use those dazzling shadow steps. His playing style became more composed, even conservative. He went around providing assistance, but it seems he didn't manage to catch anyone. Whenever he goes to a certain lane, the opponents on that lane seem to sense it in advance. As soon as he reaches the river, they have already retreated to their towers. But he didn't force it. He would just farm a wave of minions, then turn around and go back to farm jungle camps and control dragons. His rhythm was as steady as a wound-up machine. Due to his low participation, the kill score in this round was once in the lead. At this moment, whispers began to circulate among the audience. What's wrong? Is Xingqian not feeling well today? Dianwei is too clumsy. He's completely different from Li Bai. He can't bring out the full potential of Xingqian. Things took a turn for the better in the 9th minute. The first time, I took the initiative to venture deep into the enemy's jungle. Without taking a detour or blocking the view, we just walked straight in. Meanwhile, the mid laner Wang Xiaojun and the jungler Sun Wukong were nearby. The two noticed the intruder almost simultaneously and immediately surrounded him. 2 against 1. In the enemy jungle. No teammates nearby. Logically, any jungler would choose to retreat at this point. There's no vision in the jungle. The enemy mid and jungle are both there, and fighting head-on would just be suicide. But this time, Dianwei did not. On the commentary stage, Aquarius practically yelled, "I didn't leave." He unleashed his ultimate attack, slamming it directly onto Wang Xiaojun. Lingxi spoke rapidly. Wang Xiaojun used her second skill and it was instantly dispelled. It turns out Dianwei deliberately saved his first skill to remove the control effect. Then he followed up with an enhanced basic attack and instantly killed Wang Xiaojun. Aquarius. Monkey King charged in with his second skill. 3 consecutive hits without a critical strike. The damage was completely insufficient. Dianwei used his first and second skills, followed by a basic attack to secure the kill. Wait, how come Dianwei's damage is so high? Lingxi was slightly taken aback. Everyone, take a look at the economy. What's going on here? Aquarius. Only 9 minutes in, Dianwei's economy is already 3,000 ahead of the opposing position 1. There are no exaggerated kill counts, only absolute control over the rhythm and details, combined with occasional counter-jungling and stealing minion waves. Dianwei's wealth had unknowingly climbed to an astonishing 8,000. Thus began Xingqian's extreme violent aesthetics. It started with a solo kill. Then he fought 2 opponents. Then 1 against 3 became commonplace. There are no flashy techniques, no unnecessary operations. Simply use the purest method to unleash damage on every enemy. Damn it, there's no way to dodge it. 3 minutes later, the faces of the Genesis team members turned extremely ugly. Through the real-time callouts in their headsets, they knew exactly where Dianwei was. But there's no escaping it. Dianwei always flanked them from behind, blocking their retreat route, while in front lay Dawn's encirclement. No matter which way you go, you're going to die. There is absolutely no solution. Until finally, they realized a fact. If you're alone, Dianwei will flank you from behind. For Dianwei now, being alone means being surrounded by fewer than 3 people. So the Genesis started to band together. The 5 of them walked together, cleared lanes together, and transitioned between locations together. However, teaming up means giving up the side lanes, the minion waves, and the overall strategy. As the 3 lanes of minions advanced simultaneously, turrets fell one after another. In an instant, creation was driven to the brink of destruction by Star alone. No, there's no way to avoid it. Only Jianwei must die. We must find a way to kill him even, if only once. After realizing this problem, Genesis began frantically searching for opportunities. Finally, the team leader, Dong Wang, found an opportunity by observing the minimap. At this moment, Dianwei had finished clearing the jungle monsters in the upper half of the map and was heading towards the middle lane. He had no teammates with him. Without hesitation, Dong Wang Tai was the first to rush forward. As a leader with top-notch awareness, he knew this was the only chance. He flashed over the wall and unleashed his ultimate skill directly on Dianwei Fallen God's contract. Dianwei had just unleashed his enhanced basic attack when he was firmly controlled. But even from just that one touch, Dong Wang's health dropped by a third. Hurry, this is the last chance. Don't worry about me. Do it now. Without any hesitation, the other 4 moved forward and unleashed all their skills on Dianwei. As expected, under the combined fire of 5 people, Dianwei's health bar was instantly reduced to 0. At the same time, Dong Wang Tai's screen also turned gray, but he remained glued to the screen. It worked. Dong Wang was just about to breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he noticed a golden light that had appeared out of nowhere, wrapping around Dianwei's fallen body. Dong Wang Tai's pupils suddenly contracted. This is a resurrection armor? When did this happen? At this moment, the other 4 members of the creator were still catching their breath after Dianwei was taken away. Suddenly, Dong Wang Tai's roar exploded in the earphones. Run! At the same time, amidst the golden light, Dianwei stood up again. At the same time, a pale blue ice mark flashed around him. At this point, all of Dianwei's skills are available. The 4 creator skills were mostly on cooldown. Aquarius. Dianwei sold his shoes and bought a resurrection armor while being suppressed. After resurrecting, he bought a new blade of despair. Lingxi. At this moment, the other 4 are on skill cooldown. Dianwei activates his ultimate. His first and second skills take down Wang Zhaojun and Ho Yi. His enhanced basic attack finishes off Sun Wukong. Aquarius. Zhong Wuyan wants to run, but she doesn't have flash. She can't escape. Dianwei chases after her the final blow. Pentakill. The water bottle ripped off its headphones and slammed them excitedly onto the table, its voice hoarse yet deafening. Congratulations to player Xingshan. He's achieved the first pentakill in the league in 10 years. Chapter 119, The Champion. Beijing, Central Gymnasium. At this moment, the cheers from the audience almost lifted the entire stadium. Pentakill. A rare pentakill. And this happened during the KPL finals, the most intense competition in the game. At this moment, at the very edge of countless exclamations, Hong Shifeng stood motionless in place. His fists were clenched, but his expression was somewhat blank. Beside her, a woman wearing a suit jacket smiled and spoke. "Yeah, looks like you've managed to keep your account this year." Hong Shifeng did not answer. His expression showed no disappointment or anger, only confusion and bewilderment. On the stage, all the members of Dawn were stunned at first, and then suddenly turned their heads to look at Jiang Chen. Holy crap, that's awesome. A pentakill. Whose life is that? The contestants' seats in Genesis were completely silent. The 5 people remained seated, motionless. There was no sound coming from the headphones, there was no need to communicate, and there was nothing to communicate about. There's no way to win. In terms of awareness, technique, timing, and operational skills, they're not even on the same level. More importantly, the hero Xingshan is using at this moment was randomly selected by the system. Using this randomly assigned hero, he achieved his second pentakill in 10 years on the final stage. So, did the system just happen to select a hero that Xingshan is good at? Is it that Xingshan can pull off this level of play no matter what hero he uses? The match was still going on stage, but it seems to be over. With this pinnacle, the tide of battle turned dramatically. Less than 15 minutes later, the Genesis crystal shattered. As the sound of the creation crystal shattering filled the air, Lingxi and Aquarius on the commentary stage stood up simultaneously and spoke in unison. Congratulations to Team Dawn for winning the 2016 to 2017 KPL Autumn Season Championship. Before he finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall. Most of the applause was for one of the contestants on stage. A new legend is born in honor, stars. No one doubts that he will lead the Dawn to rule an era. On stage, the members of Team Dawn were visibly excited. We won. Jiang Chen ripped off his headphones. Damn, how long has it been since Dawn won a championship? It seems like the last time was 7 years ago. Fly slammed his fist on the table. It's been 7 years. This time it was all thanks to Xingchen. Xingyu turned his head and looked excitedly at the figure sitting in the corner. At that moment, Jiang Chun did not look up. His gaze fell on the phone screen. In the center of the game interface, below the two large characters for victory, an option box slowly pops up. Will you challenge the best AI opponents? Jiang Chun looked at the words, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. The audience. You lost, the woman said with a smile. Yes, I know, Hong Shifeng replied. What are your plans next? Hong Shifeng remained silent for a moment. Wait for next year's spring season. His voice was calm. If that still doesn't work, then wait for next year's fall season and the spring season the year after. Without me tampering with your headphones next year, you won't even make it into the official competition. The woman raised an eyebrow. Hong Shifeng nodded and said nothing more. Ding! Suddenly, at the moment when everyone was cheering, a sharp electronic sound pierced the sky. All the lights in the stadium suddenly turned red, and the music celebrating the victory abruptly stopped. On the central giant screen, the logo of Honor of Kings suddenly exploded with a burst of crimson light, followed by a chain emerging from the depths of the logo and wrapping around it. In an instant, everyone in the room was stunned. What's going on? Is there a problem with the lighting technician? Why did the music stop? And that red light is really creepy. Most people don't understand the situation, because most of the people present had never seen this scene before. The last time this scene appeared was more than 7,000 years ago. Meanwhile, Hong Shifeng, sitting in the audience, was taken aback at first, then suddenly looked up. His pupils suddenly contracted, and he froze on the spot as if he had been electrocuted. He knew what the scene meant. His previously numb face flushed red instantly. His hands trembled as he gripped the armrests and looked at the young figure on the stage. On the commentary stage, Aquarius and Lingxi were clearly caught off guard and didn't know what to say. But soon, a notification from the organizers came through the earpiece. The water bottle pressed the headset, listened for a few seconds, then took a deep breath, his voice tinged with excitement. We just received news that the venue lights and screens are connected to Glory's data. This scene proves that the MVP player of this year's KPL Finals has chosen to challenge the peak AI match. As soon as he finished speaking, the audience fell silent for a moment. Then, countless gasps of amazement erupted simultaneously. In fact, most ordinary Honor of Kings players have heard how strong the peak AI mode is, and they also know the current situation that the game Honor of Kings is facing. But who cares what happens 300 years from now? Because no professional player has ever dared to challenge the peak AI. It has been deified to some extent, becoming an invincible entity. In the eyes of ordinary people, Glory's fate was already sealed. 300 years later, on some ordinary afternoon, it will meet its death. At this moment, someone wants to reverse the fate of Honor of Kings. On stage, witnessing the changes taking place in the venue, the others from Dawn immediately realized what had happened. Jiang opened his mouth, his voice a little dry. Boss, you... He was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly didn't know what to say next. Fly, September, and the others wanted to say something but couldn't say anything. They could understand what the stars were thinking at that moment. Everyone has had the ideal of changing the world during their rebellious teenage years. When they first started playing professionally, they all fantasized about creating a miracle in the history of Glory on their own to single-handedly save the day when Glory was on its last legs and become the person recorded in history. But once you've seen the video of that man-machine battle from 1,000 years ago, any illusions will vanish. That wasn't a slightly stronger opponent. It was an insurmountable wall. It is a benchmark set by a genius to test the limits of glory players. That is the dividing line between geniuses and ordinary people. The stars are certainly qualified to challenge it, but only the stars are qualified. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen didn't turn around, didn't explain, and didn't even glance at the complicated expressions on his teammates' faces. He simply lowered his head, his fingers lightly swiping across the screen. Immediately afterwards, the same notification flashed on the phones of all the professional players who had passed the KPL qualifiers. That was a team invitation from Jiang Chen. There are 3 more words. Believe me, this is the message Jiang Chen wanted to convey to all professional gamers. I have shown you my strength. Now is your turn to show me your courage. At this moment, the world's strongest glory player extends a hand to all the professional players who have entered the league. He promised that as long as you have the courage to face despair, then he will lead you to a glorious future. Chapter 120 Determination. Beijing, Central Gymnasium. As Jiang Chen extended his invitation, murmurs of discussion arose in the room. Starry Sky is going to team up to challenge the AI? That's pretty bold. They'll lose their accounts if they lose. You think we can really win? It's difficult. I've reviewed replays of human-machine matches from over 7,000 years ago. Jiang Chen might be skilled enough, but the others are far inferior to him. And looking at the screen, the invitation has been sent for a minute, but no professional player has accepted it on the team-up interface. Indeed, on the big screen, in the team interface for challenging the Pinnacle AI, Jiang Chen was still all alone. On and off the stage, most professional players chose to observe and wait at the first opportunity. Even Dawn, who was on stage with Jiang Chen at this moment, just kept his head down and didn't move. They all stared intently at the invitation screen, but no one clicked on it. The road was right in front of them, but no one dared to follow in the footsteps of the stars. Thousands of years of experience, generations of accumulation, an entire Corona one is willing to gamble all of that on a game they're likely to lose. They were already at the pinnacle of glory. There was no need for them to take this risk. Perhaps someone else will go? Would it be more advantageous for me to remain an observer? This is what most professional players are thinking right now. That's reality. When a responsibility is spread across many people, the result is that no one is willing to take it on. Looking at the lone name on the screen, Jiang Chun felt somewhat relieved. That's good. It saved me trouble. If even the top professional players are this cowardly in this game, perhaps it would be a good thing for the game to disappear. There is still 300 years before Honor of Kings shuts down. It's still a long time. That's enough for me to find a new industry for those millions of practitioners. Bye. With a notification sound, a new account suddenly appeared on the team-up interface. Bianyun. Oh. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. 1 minute ago. Nightmare Team's viewing area. Bianyun sat in the corner, looking down at the invitation on her phone. He was very confused. As a member of a once powerful but now declining professional gaming family, he inherited the same gaming talent as his father. He has quick reflexes, fast hand speed, and a much better understanding of the game than his peers. He was considered a potential professional player from a young age. So, 3 years ago, he finally made it into the Nightmare Team as a substitute player who was basically unable to play. But he thought it was normal. In the professional gaming world, talent is the one thing that is never lacking. His talent, while outstanding among ordinary people, wouldn't even make a ripple in the professional world. This is not a bad thing. Being ignored means not having to take responsibility. Moreover, compared to other ordinary people with no talent, he is already very lucky. After all, professional players earn so much that they don't need to worry about finances at all, and can even cover all their family's expenses. That's great. He has mediocre competitive talent in a mediocre professional team and occupies a mediocre substitute position. He lived a life that was neither good nor bad. His father was the same way back then. When I was young, I was just a substitute in a professional team, neither good nor bad. When I got older and my reflexes couldn't keep up, I retired to do something else. Occasionally, I'll pull out some old game footage and point to an ID that flashes briefly on the substitute bench on the screen, saying, "Look, that's your dad." Then laugh it off, turn off the video, and go back to your life. This is quite normal in a family of professional elites. If your gaming talent is average, be a substitute player. If you can't be a substitute, work in support. If you can't be in support, keep the account passed down from your ancestors and let a talented player come back to the professional arena in the future. This is how it has been done generation after generation. There's nothing to change, is there? Compared to most ordinary people, this kind of life is already very good. Therefore, when the invitation appeared on the screen, his first reaction was, what does this have to do with me? This is what players like Yao Dao, Jiang and Wu Hin, who stand at the pinnacle of glory, should do. Can I go? I'm playing against bots? Am I standing beside the StarCraft players, fighting for a glorious future? They're just dragging the team down. In contrast, staying with the account and waiting for the final result is a more rational choice. There's no loss this way, is there? Furthermore, the family rules explicitly state that the account is always the top priority. As long as you have this legendary account passed down through generations, you'll always have the potential to break into the professional scene. But at that moment, a thought suddenly burned in his mind. But what if? What if I really do win with Jiang Chen? In an instant, an image flashed through his mind. He is now standing beside the strongest professional player in the world, enjoying flowers and applause. This is the glory he wants. This is the glory he wants. Bianyun's finger hovered above the screen without anyone noticing, and his breathing became rapid. But if I lose this account? No. The family precepts felt like a branding iron, burning his fingertips with pain. Suddenly, a message from his father popped up on the top of his phone screen. Go, son. I know you want to go. Dad, are you serious? But the family rules say that no matter what, the account. To hell with family rules. The father's words seemed to be roaring out from the screen. Do you know what, son? I've thought about this my whole life. The family precepts are right. Of course they are right. But some things in this world can't be simply explained by right or wrong. To be honest, if I were in your position right now, I wouldn't dare to go. I will also follow the family precepts and be content to remain invisible. But now that you're in this position, I don't want you to end up like me, stuck in the middle forever. I don't think this account was passed down from our ancestors so that our descendants could live this kind of life. Tell me, do you want to go? Bianyun stared at the screen, her eyes feeling hot. Then get up, burn once, and stand beside the stars. I think that's the significance of this account. On the central screen, with the addition of Bianyun as the first person. Soon, a second person appeared. Then came the third, the fourth. At this point, the team of 5 was complete. To everyone's surprise, apart from Jiang Chen, none of the team members were famous star players. They are all invisible figures in their respective teams, substitutes who have basically never been on stage, and those who linger on the fringes of the professional scene and have never been in the spotlight. As the 4 stood up, all eyes turned to them. These were more gazes than they had received in their entire lives. They rose from different corners of the audience, walked through a silent crowd, and headed towards the stage. On stage, the other 4 members of Dawn remained silent for a moment, then quietly stood up and gave up their seats. Jiang took a step back, looked at Jang Chun. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he just whispered, "Boss, good luck." Jang Chen nodded. He glanced at the 4 young people in front of him who looked a little nervous. Their combined net worth might not even amount to a fraction of what a star athlete is worth. But they stood up. Fine. Jiang Chun smiled and nodded, then addressed the 4 people in front of him. Good for you guys, come on. Let's go to the preparation room. Before we win, let's go over the tactics and memorize our victory speech. Chapter 121 Glory. Beijing, Central Gymnasium. Below the stage, Hong Shifeng stared intently at the big screen, his body trembling slightly with excessive excitement. The current situation is far better than he had anticipated. Clearly, having Jiang Chen lead the team to challenge the top AI opponent has a much higher probability of winning than sending the Genesis team. This even made him somewhat relieved that Creation had lost to Dawn. Unfortunately, Genesis was excluded from the professional scene and therefore not in the professional group, so he couldn't accept the invitation. Otherwise, Star would have waited less than a minute. As Jiang Chun and the other 4 disappeared from the competition stage, the audience below the stage erupted in heated discussions. Those who buy tickets to watch Honor of Kings matches live are all loyal Honor of Kings players. For them, nothing is more worthwhile than witnessing a human-machine confrontation that hasn't happened in thousands of years. Therefore, even though the expected time for the glory tournament has passed, no one is willing to leave. Meanwhile, inside the preparation room, the four young people sat somewhat reservedly around Jiang Chen, listening attentively as he explained the tactics they would be using next. First of all, one thing is certain: the average level of human-machine interaction is higher than yours. Ours. If we play by the conventional methods, our chances of winning are slim. Therefore, we must find another way. Jiang Chen paused, his gaze sweeping over the four people. Have you heard of fast streaming? I remember. A bespectacled player with the ID lynching spoke, his voice steady but slightly stuttering. It seems to be an ancient school of thought from thousands of years ago, but it seems to have been lost. It hasn't been lost. Jiang Chun shook his head, a slight smile playing on his lips. I can teach you right now. Although time is tight, given that the logic of the fast push stream is too simple, it shouldn't take you long to master it. The four people looked at each other, then nodded solemnly. Jiang Chun wasted no time. He picked up the whiteboard marker on the table and started drawing on the whiteboard. In this game, I'm responsible for the minion pressure on one side lane and the mid lane, as well as restraining the enemy jungler and providing you with information. The pen tip moved quickly across the whiteboard, drawing routes and nodes. The four of you will each be responsible for only one thing. He drew a circle, marking the positions of the four people together. Push the tower. All four of them were stunned. Jiang Chen's words meant that he had taken on nearly 70% of the task in this match by himself. Restraint, reporting, bearing pressure, setting the pace, and temporary command. Jiang Chen handled all the thinking-related tasks by herself. Let me ask you something first. Jiang Chen put down his pen. Who usually plays mid-lane? There was a 2-second silence. Bian turned to look at the others, and seeing that no one spoke, he hesitated before raising his hand. Jiang Chen looked at him, smiled, and nodded. Very good. You're the core player in this game. Bian breath caught in his throat for a moment. Good. In the following time, Jiang Chen explained in detail the precautions for using heroes. A dozen minutes later, seeing that the arrangements were almost complete, Jiang Chen smiled and spoke. Okay, let's get ready to begin. But there's no need for everyone to be so tense. Relax a bit. With me here, this game is a guaranteed win. 20 minutes later, on the competition stage, under the watchful eyes of countless people, Jiang Chun and the other four contestants sat in their respective positions. As Jiang Chun pressed the start button, they quickly selected their heroes. Liang Shen Xiang Yugoslavia, Bai Fen Nushan, Being Un Miladi, Afilonfa, Shingen Fanshin. The moment the lineup was confirmed, the AI's lineup was immediately revealed. Lu Bu, Nuwa, Lu Ban, Giguzi, and Zhao Yun. A standard landing lineup, playing steadily and cautiously, suitable for late-game team fights. On the stage, Jiang Chen frowned slightly as he looked at the opposing team's lineup. The fast-push flow was the optimal solution he could think of. A few days ago, he watched the recordings of human-machine battles from 7,000 years ago. According to his assessment, those 5 androids were probably at the level of diamond-level androids from the original world. Although he poses no threat to him, he can easily crush anyone else. Therefore, if the normal gameplay is followed, the role of one's 4 teammates can be basically ignored. Or some schools of thought that can make them effective. Therefore, his first thought was to raise pigs. With himself as the absolute core damage dealer, and 4 support characters surrounding him to protect and increase his damage, pushing through is incredibly easy. But the reality, it doesn't work. I don't know what the developers of this game were thinking, but the hero selection interface in Honor of Kings actually restricts hero lane assignments. Are they afraid the players will choose the wrong characters during the match? That can't be. However, this restriction means that each position can only select the hero corresponding to the lane. In pig farming, the fetus dies in utero. Therefore, after much thought, Jiang Chen still felt that a fast push flow was the safest option. On the one hand, the lineup for the fast push strategy is easy to choose, the logic is simple, and you can act as the brain. As long as the others have enough execution ability, there won't be any major problems. On the other hand, the towers in this world don't have shields in the first 4 minutes, making them easier to destroy, which gives you a greater early game advantage. However, there's a problem. The fast push strategy requires several players to group up together, making it vulnerable to being wiped out. In the original world, the probability of being wiped out is certainly not high. However, given that my teammates are all idiots, no offense intended, it's hard to predict what kind of incredible moves they might make. Therefore, Jiang Chen ultimately decided to choose Han Xin himself. It has multiple dashes, clears lanes quickly, and deals decent damage. It can cover for the mistakes of other team members. In reality, what truly made him uncertain was the AI level of the AI match and the lineup of the opposing team. Jiang Chen's concerns were clearly reasonable. I have a feeling something bad is going to happen. On the commentary platform, Lingxi and Aquarius's eyes lit up. They were clearly excited. After all, they're the only two commentators in thousands of years to have provided commentary on human-machine battles, which gives them a sense of epic scale. As the game finished loading, the two began providing live commentary. Lingxi, we can see that the red team consists of bots, while the blue team consists of professional players. Aquarius, at the start of the game, Xingqian's Han Xin used 2 dashes to head to the blue buff area, and the other players also left the fountain one after another, eyes widening in surprise. Wait, the other players didn't move along the reasonable routes. Lingxi, why did they all rush to the bottom lane? A moment later, in the bushes below, Milady and the other 3 hid in the grass, waiting for Xingqian's instructions. As the minion waves converged, Lu Bu, the opposing laner, came into view. After a short wait, Lu Bu probably thought no one was coming to the bottom lane, so he decided to clear the minions himself. Just as Lu Bu reached the boundary between the 2 minion waves and was about to clear them, Xingqian's calm voice came through the 4 people's earpieces. Kill enemies, clear out enemy troops, push towers. As soon as the words were spoken, the group acted simultaneously. Xiangyu used his first skill to apply crowd control. At the same time, the other 4 instantly focused their fire, and Lu Bu didn't even have time to use flash before his health bar was depleted. After clearing the minion wave, the 4 of them rushed towards the turret without any hesitation. After killing Lu Bu, they didn't leave. Instead, they immediately demolished the tower and destroyed it. The turret's health is dropping very quickly. The professional team's 4 heroes are very effective at targeting the turret, and they've taken it down. The sound of the water bottle echoed in the venue. Lingxi, incredible. The first tower, destroyed in 2 minutes. This is the fastest tower I've ever lost in the league, as far as I can remember. The audience erupted in cheers. Start by taking down the towers. Someone murmured. I feel like I've heard this strategy somewhere before. I know that it was mentioned in the history of Honor's development that it was a fast-paced streaming service. Rapid flow? Wasn't that technique lost to time? But at the same time, the 4 continue their actions. Looking at the movements of the 4 people on the screen, Lingxi's voice rose again. Wait theory, still moving forward. They're pushing down the second tower. I never thought it would actually work. As the group moved forward at the same time, the second turret in the bottom lane of the AI team was quickly destroyed, which made Lianxing excited. Meanwhile, Bianyin, the core of the team, seemed to be deep in thought. He keenly realized that the reason he was able to demolish 2 towers in succession was entirely because the other side did not provide timely support. The reason there was no support was that Han Xin abandoned his own jungle to harass the enemy jungler and mid laner. Suddenly, Xingqian's voice came through the headphones again. Retreat. The enemy mid laner and jungler have missed the bot lane, the support just recalled, and the top laner is about to respawn. They're on their way to surround us. The group quickly retreated, a slight jolt of surprise running through them. The star's location reporting was incredibly detailed. No one knows how he managed to accurately judge the enemy's movements while simultaneously bearing the pressure of 2 lanes of minions, clearing jungle camps, and disrupting enemy support. Withdraw. According to plan, change routes, Bianyin said. On the commentary platform, Lingxi was excited. The second tower has been destroyed too. Perfect. Only 3 minutes. This team seems to be born to destroy towers. Aquarius suddenly spoke up. Look at the map. The bots are coming. There's danger. Great. The pro team didn't even greed for minions. They retreated straight back to base. Perfect prediction. At this point, the battle situation had exceeded everyone's expectations. Despite Star's unconventional playstyle, the peak AI did not exhibit the same level of dominance as other professional teams. You could even say it's somewhat weak. At this point, less than 4 minutes had passed since the start of the game, and the AI in the peak match had already lost 2 towers. Such a wonderful start was beyond everyone's expectations. This gave everyone a glimmer of hope. Perhaps this time, the professional team could truly win the future of glory. The match was still ongoing. In the next 2 minutes, they used the same method again to push down the top lane tower of the AI, and Jiang Chen also took down the enemy marksman. Everything seems to be moving in a positive direction. But at this moment, things took a slight turn. Giguzi. This AI seemed to realize something and started roaming and coordinating with Lu Bu, which put considerable resistance on tower-pushing teams. Every time the 4 of them pushed the tower, they were stopped by these 2. In theory, the team pushing the tower should have the advantage in a 4-on-2 situation. But right now, every time they encounter Giguzi and Lu Bu under the tower, even if they don't lose any points, they are forced to return to the fountain to replenish their health. The problem lies with the other 4 players. Their skills are really lacking. Jiang Chun was somewhat helpless about this. Jiang Chun can direct the team's overall direction, but he can't do the micromanagement for them. The current professional teams can't even dodge Lu Bu's delayed first skill or Giguzi's second skill control without acceleration, which often results in them taking the maximum damage. Fortunately, Jiang Chun frequently ganked the enemy jungle, causing them to lose points and providing them with opportunities to push towers, thus maintaining their advantage in the situation. 12 minutes into the game, the enemy's bottom lane inhibitor, mid lane tower, and top lane second tower had been destroyed, while our team had only lost the top lane second tower. Everything seems to be moving in a positive direction, but an unexpected event occurred. The time has reached 13 minutes and 47 seconds. After successfully taking down the top lane high ground on their 7th attempt, Xiang Yu's health was almost depleted, and they prepared to return to base to replenish his health. Perhaps he wanted to save some time, so he didn't return to base too far from the opposite high ground. At this moment, Jiang Chen had just taken down Zhao Yun and Liu Ban on the opposing team, and his health was low. He planned to fight the Lord for his team to prepare for a wave of attacks, and also to recover some health. He pressed the attack button while simultaneously zooming in to observe the positions of the other players. The moment Jiang Chun saw Xiang Yu, he keenly sensed the problem. Xiang Yu, step back a little, you're exposing your vision. Before he could finish speaking, Nua's figure suddenly appeared in Xiang Yu's field of vision. Without any hesitation, Nua unleashed her ultimate move on Xiang Yu, Divine Radiance, Annihilation. Coincidentally, the direction of the ultimate skill passed right through the location of the Lord. So, to the astonishment of everyone present, the ultimate skill swept past Xiang Yu, who was returning to base, taking his head and reducing Han Xion's health by 1/3 in the dragon pit, while also taking down the low-health dragon. Meanwhile, Lu Bu and Giguzi on the opposite side were resurrected. Retreat. Prepare to defend the base. Jiang Chun shouted in time, allowing the 3 remaining low-health enemies to retreat out of the enemy's attack range. At this point, the tide of battle turned instantly. Seeing the 5 opponents respawn one after another, Jiang Chun stared at the screen for a moment, then smiled helplessly. Jiang Chun did not complain to Xiang Yu. He knew that if he uttered those words of complaint, they would become a lifelong obsession for that person. It's not a big problem. You guys go back and defend for a while. I'll try my best to clear out the dragon soldiers for you. At this point, if it's just the loss of a ruler, then it's not a big problem. However, a minute later, another despairing thing happened. Since the enemy's Baron Nashor was placed in the mid lane, the remaining 3 members of our team gathered under the mid lane tower to prepare to clear the wave. When the dragon soldiers arrive, be careful not to gather together, or you might get inside the high ground. Bian Yin was instructing the remaining 2 to be careful about their positions when a sudden change occurred. Just before the dragon soldiers reached the high ground, in a brief moment when everyone's attention was slightly diverted, Giguzi had already led the other bots to stealthily advance and charge up the high ground. On the commentary stage, Aquarius's voice was almost cracking. Guguzi pulled 3 enemies in front. Lubu jumped in with his ultimate, and Zhao Yun followed up with his ultimate. The 4 were wiped out. How is this possible? The bots used their ultimate ability to pull people in even when there was no vision of them. This is just too much. Lingxi's voice suddenly turned serious. Damn it, the enemy's dragon minions are pushing forward now. Apart from Luban, who was instantly killed by Han Xin as soon as he left the high ground, the other 4 of them are still there. There's no chance on the front line. Cutting off the minion wave is also unrealistic. At this point, the dragon soldiers pressed forward, leaving only Han Xin on their side. The professional team's defeat is inevitable. I am sorry. Xingchen, I am sorry. Lianqing's voice trembled in the earphone. He knew, of course, that the root of this defeat lay with himself. It's all right. Xingchen's voice was calm in the earpiece. Did you do your best? Yes, we tried our best. I am sorry, Bianyan said through gritted teeth, full of resentment. It's good that you did your best. He paused, his tone even carrying a smile. What's the panic? I should have told you all with me here. Victory is guaranteed. There was a moment of silence in the headphones. Do you remember the acceptance speech I just asked you to recite? Ithagat. Then memorize it again. We might need it later. In the audience, Hong Shifeng stared at the screen with bloodshot eyes. At that moment, no one hoped for a miracle more than him. But his decades of experience with glory also told him that under these circumstances, no miracle was possible. No one could clear out the dragon soldiers while being protected by 4 people. Even the stars couldn't. Almost every audience member felt a sudden pang in their heart. If the AI completely overwhelms the professional players from the start, they will only see it as a foolish challenge from humans. Just a minute ago, they had a huge advantage, and the future of glory seemed within reach. But it burst like a bubble. There will always be some resentment. But then, people suddenly noticed that at the very edge of the screen, a figure had moved. On the commentary stage, Lingxi's voice suddenly rose in pitch. Look at Han Xin's location. What is Han Xin doing? Han Xin is stealing the tower. The water bottle almost stopped breathing. In the scene, Han Xin crosses the minion wave and charges alone onto the high ground to begin attacking the enemy's crystal. There aren't even any minions. As Han Xin attacked, the crystal's health dropped 1 bar at a time. But at the same time, Han Xin's health was also dropping rapidly. Can it be stolen? They're going to steal it. Lingxi's voice suddenly became sharp. No, I can't steal it. I don't have enough health. Finally, Crystal's health bar has only 1 bar left. Just a second before the crystal was about to explode, Han Xin's health bar went to 0 first. To everyone's surprise, a pale blue light flashed around Han Xin. Then, a sound of shattering glass echoed throughout the venue. At this moment, Han Xin unleashed his final sweeping attack. Perfect! My God! Aquarius suddenly stood up from his seat and called out the name of the equipment in a hoarse voice. He produced a legendary sword, the Fate Slayer. The crystal shattered. The image freezes. Chapter 1, 22, to your future self. The moment the crystal shattered, the entire venue fell into a brief silence. Then screams, shouts, and cheers mingled together, creating a sound wave that almost lifted the roof off the stadium. Holy crap! We won! We won! The professional team won! Holy crap! Coming here was the right decision. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Starry Sky is awesome. I'm fucking insane. This is fucking witnessing history, isn't it? Starry Sky Gigi, I love you. I want to have her babies. Which guy yelled that just now? You could at least have used a higher register. On the commentary platform, Lingxi and Aquarius were so excited that they kept looking at the central screen. After confirming that the professional player team had indeed been declared the winner by the system, the two looked at each other excitedly and then suddenly stood up. With slightly trembling fingertips, Aquarius unfolded the speech manuscript, turned to the last page, and uttered the narration line that no commentator had ever said since the release of Glory. Even though it was the first time he had seen this text, he inexplicably spoke it with incredible fluency. I hereby announce that in the 2016 to 2022 KPL Autumn Season Human players, led by Jiang Chen, have defeated the peak AI for the first time, winning the future of glory. Let's cheer for the athletes on stage. Hooray for Star. Amidst the resounding cheers, the stadium's crimson lights suddenly switched to gold. A deluge of golden beams poured down from the dome and converged in the center of the stage. On the central giant screen, the chains wrapped around the Glory logo suddenly exploded, and then the logo burst forth with a brand new golden radiance. Thus, the sword of Damocles that had hung over the heads of all honor players for 8,012 years since the game's inception was shattered. At the same time, all the audience members' mobile phone screens lit up simultaneously. On the screen, below the Honor of Kings icon, a line of text that no one had ever seen before appeared, waiting for an update. Since the passing of that genius developer more than 7,000 years ago, Honor of Kings has received its first update. On the competition stage, the other 4 players stared at the victory sign on the screen, stunned for a long time. Then, they all turned their heads and looked at Jiang Chen, who was sitting to the side smiling. With me here, this game is guaranteed to be won. They always thought that this was a comforting remark, a polite way of encouraging them. Who would have though that was just stating the facts? Looking at the scene before him, Bianyan suddenly felt something rush to his head. His ears were ringing, and his heartbeat and breathing were so heavy they drowned out all other sounds. He raised his head and looked down at the audience. Countless applause and cheers were pouring in for them. Those nightmare team members who used to only play against each other in practice matches were now cheering in the crowd. They clapped their hands loudly, their gazes sweeping over everyone else, and landing on themselves their eyes held envy, shock, and something else indescribable. Jiang Chen sat next to him, smiling as she looked down at the audience. It was exactly the same as the scene I had imagined. At this moment, the audience area below the stage is at dawn. Jiang suddenly punched himself in the face, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, then clapped on the stage as if he had let go of his resentment. What's wrong? The teammate next to him was startled by the commotion and turned to look at him. Just now, for a moment, I hoped that Jiang Chen and the others would lose. When others were fighting for their future and glory, I was too cowardly to go on stage. But when they were striving to win that glory, I felt a pang of jealousy for a moment. Isn't that despicable? He paused, a somewhat bitter smile curving his lips. So, I need to clear my head. Today marks a new beginning for glory, something to be happy about, isn't it? The teammates beside him did not answer. For a moment, they thought so too. Unlike the 9, they didn't even have the courage to admit it. Genesis viewing area. Hong Shifeng stared at the central giant screen for a long time before he shakily sat back down in his chair, clearly feeling weak in the legs. We won. We really won. Did you see that? I'm not blind. The woman with a cigarette in her mouth looked thoughtfully at the young man on the stage, smoke slowly escaping from her lips. Hong Shifeng seemed not to hear him, or perhaps he wasn't even talking to a woman. He just kept muttering to himself, his eyes growing increasingly red. We won. Did you see that? You can see it, right? The woman didn't reply, but simply waited quietly for him to calm down. She waited a long time before she finally spoke. What are your plans next? Hong Shifeng took a deep breath and looked at the smiling young man on the stage. I want to meet Jiang Chen privately. I want to talk to him in person. He paused. Then go to the tavern for a good drink, lay some flowers at the cemetery, and then report Genesis cheating to the organizers. The woman paused for a moment, her fingers holding the cigarette between them. Huh, you reported yourself. I discovered this loophole. Shouldn't I help Glory fix it? After all, I'm a case of successful cheating. Hong Shifeng didn't turn around. The woman stared at him for a few seconds, then shook her head helplessly. All right, remember not to drag me into this, and remember to give me what I asked for before you go. Okay. Hong Shifeng nodded, then his tone carried a hint of doubt. But what use do you have for the manuscript of this second-rate science fiction? The woman had already turned around, but upon hearing those words, she paused in her tracks. Science fiction? She turned around, a cryptic smile playing on her lips. No. Who told you that the contents of this are false? Hong Shifeng was somewhat puzzled. You mean, that's right, utopia really existed. On stage, Jiang Chen put down his phone, barely able to suppress the smile on his lips. Since deciding to participate in KPL, he has tried to destroy towers without minions in training mode. After determining that the crystals in this world had low health and that the damage wasn't percentage-based, he knew he couldn't possibly lose. With his abilities, it's impossible that he couldn't even destroy the enemy's high ground for an entire game. Destroying the enemy's high ground and then directly stealing their crystal guarantees a win. He originally planned to reward the other 4 players for their courage by letting them have the highlight of pushing down the crystal. But they were incredibly unlucky. It doesn't matter as long as the result is good. Jiang Chun leaned back in his chair, listening to the excited, incoherent voices of the 4 people beside him and the thunderous cheers from below the stage. A slight smile curved his lips. It was great. I had a lot of fun. The next step is to find a chance to slip away otherwise. Being surrounded by reporters will cause a lot of trouble. He was just about to get up when his phone suddenly vibrated. Bye. A pop-up window appears in the message bar of the Honor interface. It's not a message from a friend. It's a system notification. What is that? Jiang Chun clicked on the notification, but the title made him pause slightly. To you in the future. Chapter 123, second message. To you in the future. Dear Honor of Kings players. I am Wu Ming, the game's developer. First of all, congratulations on winning against the AI in the peak human-machine battle. Starting today, within 1 to 2 days, some new entertainment modes in Honor of Kings will be gradually released and updated, and some game bugs will be automatically fixed. Hope you enjoy the game. Next, I'll say what I want to say. First of all, by the time you read this, I should already be dead. The doctor said I have 6 months left, but given the current skill level of Glory players, this letter will most likely not be published for hundreds of years. Actually, I've already said most of what I want to say at the last press conference, but while writing this letter, a lot more suddenly came to mind. I'd like to tell you about the initial inspiration for this game, the difficulties and obstacles encountered during development, and the help I received from an old friend during the game's development. But upon closer reflection, since you have already seen this letter, perhaps you have already grasped everything I wanted to say while experiencing this game. In fact, during the early stages of the development of Honor of Kings, this game was more of a boring job for me. After all, since my genius status was confirmed 15 years ago, the world government has helped me a lot. Without the world government, I wouldn't be alive today. I've taken government resources for nothing, so I should at least do something about it. So all they can do is use their talents to make games, providing some jobs and entertainment for the world, which is also a way of leaving something behind for the world. Isn't that the meaning of the existence of geniuses in this world? However, now that I'm about to die, looking back at the fun game I developed, I'm actually quite proud. If it weren't for my congenital illness and limited time, I would like to try developing other types of games. I have a brilliant idea to create a seamless, open-world game. Unfortunately, I'm dying. It's a bit of a regret, but isn't life full of regrets? My imperfect life has already been more exciting than that of most ordinary people. Finally, I have many interesting ideas about Honor of Kings. Combining the ideas of an old friend, I have developed many other game modes, which I think you will like. However, given that players haven't even mastered the basic gameplay yet, we won't announce it for now. Once you defeat the AI in the highest difficulty, you'll have a clear understanding of the game, and the system will automatically update. To prevent you from stagnation, I've set a temporary shutdown period to give you some motivation to keep going. However, even if you can't beat the AI, the system will update once you've challenged the AI 1,000 times. But you probably didn't remove the time limit in this way, did you? No way. No way. It's really a bit unreasonable that someone hasn't won against the AI in thousands of years. Regardless, thank you all for playing my game. Hope you all have fun. Note, I don't know why, but my old friend wanted me to reduce the crystal's health. I hope someone will find out the reason in the future, and then please write it down on paper and burn it for me. Wu Ming, developer of Honor. Beijing, Sports Center. On stage, looking at the contents of the system message on his phone, Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. It seems that Honor's developers overestimated the skill and courage of Honor players. If he knew that less than 300 years after his death, the professional gaming community would have already given up on challenging the best AI opponents, I wonder what his expression would be. Without thinking much, Jiang Chen was about to exit the interface when his fingers suddenly stopped. Something's not right. The game developer meant that an old friend provided him with development ideas for Honor of Kings and suggested that he reduce the crystal's health. Jiang Chen's smile gradually faded. The fact that he could provide game development ideas for a genius shows that that old friend is no ordinary person. However, he deliberately requested that the developers reduce the crystal's health, a suggestion that had absolutely no reasonable basis. There's only one possibility. This old friend created an opportunity for future players to steal towers without minions in order to achieve some purpose. There's a trap. At the same time, Jiang Chen's phone beeped again, and a new notification popped up in the system message bar of Honor of Kings. This time, only my own phone rang with a notification sound. This means that the system message was only sent to him. The message in front of me is encrypted. Please answer. Imperial Jade Liquor. Jiang Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. This was the first signal Jiang Chun had encountered from someone else in the same world since arriving in this world. In fact, when he first came into this world, he thought that the world had simply been reshaped in some way. But after learning about Yi Fan's situation, he realized that he might have traveled to another world's Earth. The message in front of me may very well have come from my fellow townsman. 180 a cup. Jiang Chun typed in the reply box. Big hammer, small hammer. A big hammer costs 80, a small hammer costs 40. When was the People's Republic of China founded? Upon seeing this question, Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened slightly. If the first two questions might coincidentally match due to similar global contexts, then this question with a definite answer at a specific time is the final verification. 1949. After Jiang Chun entered the year, the screen remained silent for a moment. Then, a new message popped up. This time, it's no longer a problem. To fellow townsmen. Wow, bro, that's awesome. Han Xin stealing a tower without minions? You pulled off such a cool move. I'm so envious. Okay, let's get back to the main topic. I know what you're thinking. Don't worry, I don't have any bad intentions. I'm a Chinese from Nanjing. In 2027, I took a nap in the hospital and came here after waking up. I've been here for more than half a year now, and I've learned more about this world. I want to leave something for the unfortunate souls who also come here, as a way to accumulate good karma for myself. However, this world government has very strict control over information about geniuses. If it were left in the form of a document, I cannot guarantee that you would be able to see it. It just so happens that I have some connections with a game design genius in this world, so I've set a trap for you here. You will receive this system notification if you meet certain specific conditions in the game. After all, in this world, using Han Xin to steal towers without minions in the KPL League, and even getting the Blade of Despair, I think no one else in this world could do that. But if someone who comes into this world doesn't play King of Glory, then let's just say we're not meant to be. Next, let's talk about things that interest you. First of all, don't doubt you are not experiencing a consciousness transfer. Your body was completely packed up and thrown into this world. As for why I discovered this, I discovered that the steel pins I had in my leg when I was young are still there, while the original owner of this world has no trace or record of having undergone related surgery. It seems that the original owner of the original world disappeared in this world, so I think that we and the individuals that originally existed in this world have been replaced to some extent. Of course, I'm not sure either. Secondly, you should already be aware of the superficial problems in this world. Intellectual decline, history lengthening, and on this basis, even more absurdities have emerged. But I don't think these are the main problems. The problem lies in the underlying logic of this world. This world is unreasonable, very unreasonable. Many of its phenomena do not conform to the aesthetics of mathematics and physics at all. For example, the sunflower seeds in my hand right now are arranged in a way that doesn't conform to the Fibonacci sequence at all. Many of the honeycombs I saw in the documentary weren't perfect hexagons. It snowed yesterday, but many of the snowflakes were completely asymmetrical. This is very abnormal. It completely violates basic mathematical and physical laws. I'm so glad it wasn't my teacher who came at professor who pursued the ultimate aesthetics of mathematics. He probably wouldn't have survived. If I were to investigate further, I might find even more similar problems, but I don't have time now. I'm going to die. It has nothing to do with this world. I had leukemia before I transmigrated and didn't have many days left to live. But you still have a chance. 10 days ago, with the help of the world government, I gained access to a restricted library at a nearby university. There are some things inside, how should I put it, that completely transcend this world, even the knowledge of our original world. I am, after all, a postdoctoral fellow in the mathematics department of Tsinghua and Peking universities, which means I've already touched the boundaries of a certain field of mathematics. But I can say for sure that the content of those books far exceeded anything I learned. Those books were unsigned, but they were published in the same place, Redland. That country that was destroyed by war more than 2,000 years ago. If someone can study the theories of this world to this extent, given their mathematical perception, they must understand this world much better. I estimate that by this time, you should have already gained the attention of the world government, if you really want to know what happened to us. Go look there. Perhaps all the answers lie there. Chapter 124 Loneliness. Beijing, Sports Center. Jiang Chen looked at the screen and frowned slightly. The story isn't over yet. Of course, my friend. I'm just giving you a direction to explore the world. Actually, not understanding the fallacies of this world is also a good choice. These minor flaws will not affect daily life. Perhaps living a muddled life here isn't such a bad thing. In this world, you are the center, and the world government doesn't even require you to take responsibility. I might feel a little lonely. Well, I feel a little lonely right now. Honestly, I don't know why I wrote these things. I'm not even sure if there were any other time travelers later on, since I haven't found any evidence of other time travelers in historical records. Perhaps this letter was actually written by me for myself. Maybe it's because I'm dying, but I'm really lonely right now. I really want to talk to someone. However, in this world, those who can understand you won't believe you at all, and those who can't understand you will only take notes. Isn't that incredibly unlucky? Fortunately, I'm dying. That's all for now. I wish you all the best. Your fellow townsman. The noisy world seemed to be briefly shut out from the side. Jiang Chun stared blankly at the screen, his mind racing. This passage contains a lot of information. First of all, Jiang Chun traveled to the year 2026. The guy who left these words is from the future in 2027. This indicates that the time travel to the original world did not occur simultaneously. What about Yi Fan? Could he come from an even more distant future? Not necessarily. The information is completely insufficient. But when this fellow villager mentioned Redland, it reminded Jiang Chun of something else. Why were only 3 Western European countries destroyed in that war? Jiang Chun had previously suspected that these 3 countries were instigated by others to start the war and were retaliated against by other countries after the war began. But now it seems that it may not be that simple. There was something there, and perhaps destroying these countries was one of the purposes of starting the war. At the same time, Jiang Chun recalled the seascape behind Yi Fan's photo in the Forbidden Library. Redland is right by the sea. Could it be that the photo was taken by Yi Fan and Redland? As for the books that this fellow villager mentioned, and the knowledge that far surpasses this era, they may have come from Yi Fan. The connections between Yi Fan and those 3 countries gradually formed in Jiang Chen's mind, but he couldn't quite make sense of it all. No, this is insane. Jiang Chun closed his eyes and rubbed his temples. I just wanted to play a game to relax. Why is there so much trouble? At that moment, Jiang Chun heard a shout in his ear. Stars! Stars! Bianyun's soft call pulled Jiang Chun out of his thoughts. Jiang Chun looked up, and the eyes of the host and countless audience members were fixed on him. Star player, as the strongest player in this KPL season, please lead your team to the stage to receive the award. The host spoke with a smile, his eyes shining. Jiang Chun was slightly taken aback, then his tense thoughts relaxed. It's okay, no rush. Right now, the one thing I have plenty of is time. A moment later, Jiang Chun stood on the podium. Surrounded by 4 people behind him, he picked up the trophy that symbolized the pinnacle of glory. Star contestant, would you like to say something? The host handed over the microphone. They're all the same age. I didn't originally intend to. Okay, let's get serious. Jiang Chun picked up the microphone and spoke. Gentlemen, from this day forward, glory is no longer a dying shell. I hope that you will still have glory in the future, and that the future glory will still have you. The audience was initially taken aback, then erupted in applause. But in reality, most people didn't understand what Jiang Chun was saying at all. But actually, the most excited people were the 4 people behind Jiang Chun. An hour ago, nobody knew them. And now, their names will be etched into the most shining chapter of Glory's history, alongside the stars. After the awards ceremony, countless reporters swarmed around Jiang Chen. Star player, how many years have you been playing Glory? Why are you so strong? Just how many heroes do you know? Do you really know all the jungle heroes? Do professional players in the AI-controlled peak tournament use the legendary fast push strategy? How did you learn about this lost style of play? Looking at the dozens of reporters around him, Jiang Chun smiled and spoke. Don't worry, one at a time. I'll answer each of your questions carefully. But please wait a moment, I need to use the restroom first. Then, everyone watched as this most legendary player in the history of Glory gradually disappeared backstage. At this moment, everyone firmly believes that the stars will usher in the most glorious chapter of Glory. No one realized that this was the last time Xingchen would appear in the public eye. I'd say damn. They can figure out themselves. A moment later, on the street, Jiang Chun changed out of his competition uniform, took off his mask, and put on the glasses he usually used for disguise. He thought for a moment, then tapped his headset. Chen Bin. Mr. Jiang Chun, I'm here. Help me check if there are any other geniuses or suspected geniuses from the same era as Wu Ming, the developer of Honor. Jiang Chun checked on his phone just now and found no information about this fellow villager. Please wait a moment. 10 minutes later, the sound came from the other end of the headset again. There was a man of exceptional intelligence named Sun Hao. He was a leukemia patient. Records show that he suddenly displayed exceptional intelligence 6 months before his death and became friends with Wu Ming, a genius at the time. But he may have some mental abnormalities. He described to government officials more than once a world where everyone is a genius, and seemed disappointed with our response. Because he voluntarily gave up treatment in the later stages of the disease, his survival time was shorter and he did not show much intellectual ability. Therefore, the government rated him as average intellectually superior. I knew it. This guy is in a bit of a predicament. Jiang Chun sighed and nodded slightly. By the way, what's the current situation with Redland, the country that was destroyed in the previous war? Please wait a moment. 10 minutes later. According to data, after the war ended 10,000 years ago, due to prolonged nuclear radiation and the destruction of all infrastructure, it was a no-man's land for a long period of time. Until 5,000 years ago, the region was taken over by the world government and began to be used as a resettlement area for disaster victims from various places. It is relatively stable now. Check if there are any post-war relics or pre-war artifacts in this area. Let me know if you find anything. Also, I might go there in a while to hand over some work with the UNG in Western Europe. Okowo. Jiang Chen nodded. I need to make time to go there. Although the world government can help with most things in this world, he needs to be present in person to feel at ease about this matter. After all, the person who might have left something there was Yifan. Chapter 125, Ordinary People. 2 days later. Qingbei University, Beijing. Zhou Hao lay on the bed, scrolling through his phone listlessly. In the past 2 days, 3 events and related hot topics have taken turns dominating the trending searches. The first thing is about the world-class mobile game, Honor of Kings. 2 days ago in the KPL League, a professional player with the ID star suddenly appeared. He won the annual championship with overwhelming force and led the professional team to defeat the Grim Reaper of Honor, the peak AI. This means that Honor of Kings, one of the world's top 5 games, has officially escaped the crisis of being shut down. But now, almost all the trending topics are focused on Starry Sky himself. There was no growth curve, no competition experience, and the competition was immediately capped upon its emergence. This miracle creator, whose story is even more outrageous than a typical esports novel, has completely disappeared after the match. It is said that the organizers reviewed all the surveillance footage at the scene and even mobilized the police and detectives, but they were unable to find any trace. It's like they vanished in a thin air. This has sparked numerous rumors online. There have even been outrageous claims like Star was called by God to challenge Honor of Kings one-on-one, and Star transformed into Han Xin and used his 3-stage dash to dodge the surveillance cameras. The only thing he left behind was his professional player ID, which he casually tossed into the preparation room. Now, that certificate has been retrieved by the headquarters of Honor and is ready to be displayed on the Honor wall in the headquarters lobby. The second thing is related to Tsinghua and Peking universities. Yesterday, the official website released a complete video of Jiang Chen, a freshman at Tsinghua and Peking universities, proving 5 Pythagorean theorems on-site at Princeton University and highly recognized his academic achievements. In recognition of his outstanding contributions to the field of mathematics, Tsinghua and Peking universities directly awarded him a doctoral degree and appointed him as an honorary professor. Subsequently, Cambridge University extended an invitation. A few days later, Professor Jiang Chen will travel to Albion to chair an academic conference focusing on the proof of the Pythagorean theorem. The third thing comes from the world mathematics community. 2 days ago, the Chinese mathematics community released a batch of mathematical materials of unknown origin and compiled the most understandable parts into a book. This content is tantamount to dropping a nuclear bomb on a calm lake. Its groundbreaking content, coupled with meticulous logical reasoning, has shocked scholars both at home and abroad. This book has almost completely reshaped the basic framework of mathematics. In order to truly integrate the knowledge in the book into human society, the mathematics community decided to use this book as the core and select talents capable of mastering this knowledge as the core of the education sector. Initially, some academic cliques that relied on the existing framework and the accumulated knowledge of their ancestors expressed their dissatisfaction. But the attitude expressed by world governments toward this is cold to the point of being cruel. In short, the government's point is that when there was no room for new progress in the field of mathematics, a few parasites who lived off the legacy of their ancestors occupied high positions in academia, and the world government couldn't be bothered to pay them any attention. There is room for improvement now. If anyone continues to suppress newcomers and hinder human progress, go die. As a result, the academic cliques quickly became more positive and cheerful and expressed their willingness to cooperate actively. In just the last few days, a new batch of teachers and professors at Tsinghua and Peking universities have been appointed. After looking at it for a while, Zhou Hao put down his phone, feeling somewhat emotional. This is outrageous. I feel like more things have happened in the last few months than in the past few decades. He shook his head and looked at Chen Jun. By the way, Chen Jun, don't you play Glory? What do you think Xing Chen's identity is? Chen Jun was slightly taken aback, then looked up at Jiang Chen's bed. Don't ask, I just don't know. I think so too. Zhou Hao didn't press further and turned to Cheng Peng, who was reading a book to the side. Cheng Peng, I remember Professor Li was one of the reviewers of the new textbook. You're his student. Did he reveal any information about the author to you? Cheng Peng was also slightly taken aback and looked up at Jiang Chen's bed as well. Don't ask, I just don't know. Zhou Hao was stunned for 2 seconds, speechless. How come you don't know anything? At the same time, in Beijing, at an academic institution, Jiang Chen looked through the documents Li Mingda had brought one last time, his expression turning somewhat grim. These are a batch of incomprehensible theories that the School of Mathematics selected from his books. But Jiang Chen couldn't understand why they couldn't understand it at all. Why can't I understand this? How can I make it so that I can't understand it? What is logical thinking? Am I the one who's mentally challenged? Jiang Chen's face turned slightly red. A moment later, Jiang Chun simplified his explanation steps again, including the vertical calculation of numerical addition and subtraction. Teacher, this is my limit. If even the mathematics community can't understand it, then perhaps it's not the right time for ordinary people to master this knowledge. Okay, let's organize scholars to conduct further research. Li Mingda nodded, then picked up the draft paper that Jiang Chun had just used, preparing to bind it into a book. Seeing Li Mingda's actions, Jiang Chun suddenly spoke up. Teacher, is there something you want to tell me? Li Mingda paused for a moment. He hesitated, his gaze lingering on Jiang Chen's face for a moment, before finally shaking his head slightly. Teacher, you can't hide anything on your face. Jiang Chen smiled. Don't worry, my plane ticket is for the day after tomorrow. I have some free time these 2 days, and I want to do something else to clear my head. Li Mingda remained silent for a few seconds before finally speaking. It's like this. My teacher, Wu Si-wei, a scholar in the field of mathematical function graphing, was seriously ill. But in the last 2 days, his condition has suddenly improved somewhat, and he seems a bit more energetic. He read your book and had some questions about the graphs of quadratic functions, but neither I nor other scholars in the world could answer them. So, old Wu, Jiang Chen's face lit up with joy. That's perfect. I've been wanting to visit him for a while now. Then I'll trouble you to arrange a time for me. Teacher. Mingda was stunned for a moment, then seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. That's great. Tomorrow will be fine. He was clearly worried about taking up Jiang Chen's time, but he couldn't let go of his teacher's concerns. Caught in a dilemma, Jiang Chen's straightforwardness brought him a great sense of relief. Jiang Chun smiled and nodded. In reality, he didn't know Wu Siwei. He had only said that to ease Mingda's burden. Although Mingda's intelligence was far below his own and their status was worlds apart, Jiang Chun found it difficult to look down on him. Perhaps in the original world, there were also such people who explored the truth through their own efforts, followed in the footsteps of true geniuses, and thirsted for knowledge. Apart from their intelligence level, there is no difference between them. They all deserve respect. By the way, what illness does old Wu have? Late-stage lung cancer. But in the last couple of days, I'm getting better little by little, and I've recently started eating again. Jiang Chun was slightly taken aback. He didn't know how to tell Mingda. Late-stage cancer is incurable. The next day, Jiang Chun met the old man in a quiet hospital room. The old man was emaciated, as if his body had been drained of moisture by the hospital bed, but his eyes shone brightly, unlike those of a dying person. His gray hair was combed meticulously, and his thin, bony hands rested steadily on his knees. Before Jiang Chun came, he had consulted some materials and found that the old man in front of him was among the top 3 living mathematicians. Professor Zhang Fan, hello. I am Wu Siwei. I have long admired your name. The old man said with a smile, his voice hoarse but steady. Hello, Mr. Wu. It's an honor to meet you. Jiang Chun sat down on the chair by the bed. I'm sorry to trouble you to come all this way. Wu Siwei smiled, his tone very magnanimous. A few days ago, when I was researching some newly emerging mathematical materials, I encountered some unclear function theories. Mingda said you have expertise in this area. I should have been the one to visit you, but my current physical condition is indeed. I should be the one visiting you. I happen to have some new ideas that I can discuss with you. That would be great. Wu Siwei's eyes lit up for a moment. Then he turned to look at Mingda, who was standing at the door. Mingda, why don't you go out for a bit? The door closed gently. The ward fell silent, with only the ticking of the medical equipment and the faint sound of traffic outside the window. Wu Siwei stared at Jiang Chun for a long time, her eyes filled with some indescribable emotion. Finally, he spoke, his voice very low. You must be the genius Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh, you noticed? Wu Siwei smiled, a hint of smugness in his expression. I've always been skeptical about the news of your passing. The world government's reaction was far too muted. The death of a genius shouldn't be like that. He paused. Until I saw this book 2 days ago, I was certain of my guess. This book couldn't have been written by an ordinary person. Whether it's the richness and innovation of the content or the profound understanding of mathematical theory, it's on a completely different level from the average person. I'm convinced it's the work of a genius. And right now, the only person so young who can understand its contents is Jiang Chun himself. Jiang Chun simply smiled and nodded. Now that my identity has been confirmed, please trust me that I can answer any academic questions you may have, both in and out of the book. Wu Siwei took a deep breath, as if he were using all his strength. Dr. Jiang Chun, I would like to know the graph structure of the quadratic function when y equals x superscript 2 plus bx plus c. His voice trembled slightly, not from fear, but from anticipation. The structure of function graphs was a subject he studied his entire life. The graphs of quadratic functions are much more difficult than those of linear functions. He could understand the case when b and c are 0, but once b and c are not 0, the graph no longer passes through the origin, and the entire structure instantly becomes uncomputable. Certainly. Jiang Chen nodded, picked up a pen and paper from the side, and spread them out on the table beside the bed. The lights in the ward were just right, casting a soft glow on the white manuscript paper. Jiang Chun stayed in the ward until dawn. When I came out, the sky outside the window at the end of the corridor was already turning a pale white. Mingda, who was waiting not far away, immediately came forward, his eyes filled with trepidation and anticipation. "Old Wu has passed away," Jiang Chen said. Mingda's body stiffened, and the color drained from his face little by little. He opened his mouth, but his voice was very soft. "I see." Did the teacher understand the answer he wanted? Jiang Chun remained silent for a moment. Yes, he's an outstanding mathematician, but he got stuck at a certain point and quickly figured it out. Mingda nodded slightly and murmured, "It's good that you understood. That way, I won't leave with any regrets." Jiang Chen nodded and then sat down in a chair at the hospital. The old man didn't understand. When Jiang Chen explained it for the 10th time, the old man finally gave up. In the final moments of his life, this believer who had pursued the truth his entire life finally let go of those functions and graphs and asked his last question. It has nothing to do with mathematics. "Dr. Jiang Chun, I would like to know, as a genius endowed with exceptional intelligence by God, how do you view ordinary people like us?" Chapter 126 Parade. 2 days later, they went to the capital. Central Airport. Jiang Chun stood in line at the border inspection area with his hands in his pockets, looking like an ordinary student going on a trip. Given his status, the world government originally planned to provide him with a private jet. However, Jiang Chun had heard that flight routes in this world were fixed, and private planes would occupy passenger plane routes, causing delays to other ordinary people's flights. So he thought it was unnecessary to disturb the lives of normal people. As for why he decided to go to Albion first, the main reason is that the investigations in Redland, Finnia, and Norwegian are too difficult, and it is unlikely that any results will be obtained in a short period of time. That war practically ravaged those 3 countries from head to toe with nuclear weapons. Nuclear radiation that would normally dissipate in a century persisted in that land for thousands of years. In addition, thousands of years of natural weathering and human activity have almost completely erased the traces of the pre-war period, making it extremely difficult to collect clues. Therefore, Jiang Chun planned to stay in Albion, which is adjacent to the 3 countries, as a scholar, and wait for the world government to conduct a general investigation before deciding on the next course of action. On the other hand, the mathematics community does indeed need a systematic explanation of the Pythagorean theorem. Based solely on Jiang Chen's previous blackboard writing, it is simply impossible for scholars at the current level to fully grasp the material and truly integrate the logical thinking behind the proof method into the academic system. Jiang Chun has used so many resources from the world government. Now that the scandal of academic fraud has ended, it is still necessary for him to do something practical for the mathematics community. At this moment, inside the airport, as time passed, the crowd in front of Jiang Chun continued to move forward, until it was the turn of a middle-aged woman who looked to be around 40 years old. "Hello, please show me your identification." The border control officer greeted him with a professional smile and a polite tone. "What document?" the woman asked, looking bewildered. "Just your passport and boarding pass." "What passport and boarding pass? Nobody told me I needed to bring them." The border control officer paused for a moment, but his tone remained gentle. "It's all right. There's an electronic record of your ticket purchase. Do you remember your ID number?" "I don't remember." "And the phone number?" "Just the last 4 digits are fine." 153. "I meant the last 4 digits of the phone number." 153. The woman's voice rose several octaves, clearly showing her impatience. "Madam, I meant the last 4 digits of the phone number," the border control officer patiently repeated. "Where do I find the last 4 digits of my phone number?" The woman's tone was already somewhat impolite. "Just let me through. Don't ask anymore. I don't have the last 4 digits." The border inspection officer paused for a second, then maintained his professional smile and reached out to lead the woman aside. "Excuse me, please register with the staff member on your left." On the other side, an older border inspection officer came up with a standard professional smile on his face. "Madam, please think about the last digits of your license plate number again. Without the last digits, we cannot start the trip." "I already said 927. The woman's tone was already tinged with anger. "I mean the last 4 numbers." "What 4 numbers?" "The last 4 digits of your mobile phone number." "No, what 4 numbers? Aren't these 4 numbers?" The woman raised her hand and pointed, her fingertip poking at the employee's name tag number on his chest. The border inspection officer's smile froze for a moment. Then he took a deep breath and continued to maintain his professional demeanor. I need your mobile phone number. I signed up 153. Please don't tell me the first 4 digits. Just tell me the last 4. 160. What happens next? Only 160 centimeters. Could you please repeat your phone number from the beginning? I said 153. Anything else? 160. Anything else? 27. Anything else? No, that's all. Ma'am, the phone number is unlikely to be 8 digits. Please think about it again. I already said 153, 927, 160. Anyone else? 2 more are needed. 27. The border control officer paused for a second, seemingly calculating the possible combinations of the numbers in his mind, before tentatively asking, 6027. Is that right? Yes. It has to be someone who can understand human speech. That waiter was like an idiot. The middle-aged woman clapped her hands, looking admiring. Okay, please wait a moment. The border control officer smiled gently again. Jiang Chen stared blankly for a long time. I feel a little sorry for the staff. Soon, Jiang Chen passed through border control, boarded the plane, and found his seat. As the plane took off, the roar of the engines gradually subsided. Jiang Chen leaned back in a chair, looking at the bare cabin walls, and felt a little uncomfortable. Airplanes in this world have no windows. It is said that when the passenger plane was first introduced to the public, people often fainted due to fear of heights and other factors. Some even tried to break windows to get some fresh air, and there were even instances of people forcibly pulling the escape ladders. Therefore, for the safety of passengers on board, most flights do not have windows. Soon after, the plane stabilized completely, and the slight roar of the engine and the sound of air friction made Jiang Chun feel a little sleepy. So he closed his eyes and took a short rest. But not long after, a broadcast suddenly sounded. Dear passengers, due to unforeseen circumstances along the route, for safety reasons, the aircraft has decided to make an unscheduled landing at Xiamen Airport. The company will provide accommodation and compensation. Jiang Chen opened his eyes and frowned slightly. An emergency? What does that mean? He subconsciously touched his headset, but worried that the communication signal would interfere with the aircraft's operation, so he did not contact UGN. But he didn't have to wait long. The plane landed quickly at Xiamen International Airport. As soon as Jiang Chun arrived at the airport terminal, a group of people walked towards him. The leader was a well-dressed, meticulously combed middle-aged man with a steady gait and a respectful expression. Hello, Mr. Jiang Chun. It's an honor to meet you. The man stood ramrod straight, wearing a UGN exclusive logo badge on his chest that gleamed slightly under the lights. I am the president of the UGN Xiamen Branch Association, responsible for meeting all your needs in Xiamen. Hello. Jiang Chen nodded. Due to the widespread military conflict between the neighboring Maharas Federation and the Xiral Sultanate, your route is fraught with risk, and you may need to stay overnight in Xiamen. The president bowed slightly, his tone steady. We have prepared accommodation and meals for you. Meanwhile, the world government has ordered a 1-day ceasefire between the two countries, and you can leave by plane tomorrow. Okay, thank you. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. Leaving the airport, I was greeted by a cacophony of noise. The streets were packed with demonstrators, and banners and signs fluttered in the wind. Many protesters held up photos burning vehicles, collapsed buildings, ashes-covered refugees, and corpses huddled in the ruins. Beside the parade, several reporters held microphones and broadcast loudly into the camera with hoarse voices. Everything seems to be related to this war. Is this a parade? Jiang Chun tilted his head slightly. Yes, Mr. Jiang Chun. The chairman's voice was steady. After all, the two sides in the conflict are our neighboring countries, and it is unavoidable that our people are somewhat agitated. Jiang Chen nodded, his gaze sweeping over the waving banners. This march is probably in the hope that the two countries will stop the war. He couldn't read the text on the simultaneous interpretation machines, could only translate dialogues, not the sentences printed on cardboard. The man beside him was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, then shook his head with a wry smile. No, Mr. Jiang Chun. The marchers demanded that our government immediately join the war until the people of one of the countries are completely wiped out. Chapter 127 Religion. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chun frowned slightly. Hoping for war? Why? Shouldn't we be grateful that our country isn't involved in a war at a time like this? That's generally true, but the countries around us are a bit special. Branch leader Kareem paused, his gaze sweeping over the still shouting crowd, not far away. The surrounding countries are mostly religious countries, all adhering to the same religion, and there is no clear boundary between political and religious power. The cause of this war was actually the difference in religious beliefs between different countries, and our country just happened to share the same beliefs as one of them. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. So, although the neighboring countries share the same faith, they have differences on some key doctrines, and both sides accuse each other of being heretics, which leads to conflict. Kareem paused slightly, seemingly surprised by Jiang Chen's comprehension, but he quickly realized who was standing in front of him and felt it made perfect sense. This is what a genius should be like. Yes, Mr. Jiang Chun. Jiang Chun nodded slightly, rubbing the half-finished plane ticket in his hand. This is difficult. With such a nationwide religious population, the conflict between the people of the two countries will be amplified infinitely. Has the world government tried to intervene? We've tried. But this fundamental conflict can't be resolved simply by signing a ceasefire agreement. The resentment between the two governments and people runs too deep. The world government has mediated many times, but it has been unable to resolve the conflict at its root. Each mediation only results in a short-term ceasefire, after which the war becomes more intense, sometimes even wiping out an entire generation of young men. He paused. Currently, the world government can get them to temporarily cease hostilities to avoid affecting the affairs of other countries. However, if it forcibly intervenes to stop them, it will backfire and make them resentful of the world government. Hearing this, Jiang Chun frowned even more. But for the time being, he couldn't think of any way to intervene. Sigh, this kind of long-term local war must have a huge impact on people's livelihoods. Yes, over the decades of conflict, neighboring countries have suffered in various ways. Wait a minute, Jiang Chun suddenly interrupted him. How many years did you say they've been fighting? Kareem paused for a moment. It's been decades. I'll need to go back and check the relevant records for the exact year. Recent decades? How many years has your religion been around? Around 470,000 years ago. A religion with a history of over 400,000 years has only recently encountered conflict? Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes slightly, about to say something. Suddenly, a very discordant voice came from the side. Not far away, a man wearing broken glasses and covered in dust and dried blood stood next to the marching crowd and shouted loudly. His voice wasn't loud, but it pierced through the noisy crowd and was picked up by Jiang Chen's translator. Ceasefire! Ceasefire! We can't fight anymore. His voice was hoarse, as if he had been shouting for a long time. Soon, the people marching nearby heard the commotion. Several men rushed out of the line and, without a word, kicked him to the ground. His forehead slammed heavily against the sidewalk with a dull thud. Not far away, Jiang Chen's gaze fell on that person. He remained silent for a moment, then turned to look at the digital store not far away. Hassan felt a sharp pain in his forehead, and his limbs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. The exhaustion from days of travel, coupled with the pain all over his body, almost made him faint. But every time he closed his eyes, those images kept flashing through his mind. Broken corpses, pairs of lifeless eyes. No, we can't keep fighting like this. Just as he was struggling to get up, a young man suddenly appeared in his field of vision. The man was dressed neatly, looked young, and was holding a video camera. Are you all right? The man reached out and helped Hassan up. I'm Jiang Fan, a reporter from China. You don't look well. Would you mind talking to me? Hassan paused for a moment, his gaze falling on the camera beside him, and he shuddered violently. Camera. You have a camera. You could be on TV, right? The man paused for a moment, then nodded gently. Hassan's lips trembled violently as he tried to calm his voice, but it still sounded like it was being squeezed from deep in his throat. I am a math teacher from the Maharas Federation. Our school was bombed. Just yesterday was my first day as a teacher. Our principal is dead. When I found him, only half of him remained. Before he breathed his last, he handed me his pass and told me to go find someone. Yes, right. Hassan suddenly remembered something, hurriedly pulled a book from his pocket, and unfolded a few pages that were stuck together. This book is a textbook for children. It's stained with their blood. They were supposed to be going to school yesterday morning, but now they're all buried under those rubble. The fighting is still going on over there. It hasn't stopped. Is anyone doing anything about it? Is there anyone who could do something about it? He raised his head, his eyes red-rimmed, and his voice finally broke completely. Save the children. Chapter 128 Hassan. One day ago, Mahara's Federation, Hamidi Town. Good morning, Mr. Hassan. May the Lord guide you on your path. Ms. Layla, may the Lord guide you on your path. Along the way, Hassan smiled and responded to the greetings from those around him. Hassan was highly respected in this small town on the edge of the country, because he was regarded by the residents as the town's teacher. But he isn't actually one. Just a month ago, he was a university student in neighboring Saruman. As a rare mathematical talent in society, he originally planned to have an easy, high-paying job. Little did he know that a month ago, he was tricked into coming here by his former university math teacher, who was also the principal of the town's only primary school, Fahid, under the guise of high income and high welfare. Don't worry, Hassan, Fahid said, patting him on the shoulder. For those who have been deceived or persuaded to join our school, our ancestors had a well-established placement process. Trust me, just stay here this month. If you still want to leave after a month, I'll reimburse your return airfare and find you a good, easy job. I swear in the name of the Lord, I'm absolutely not lying to you this time. As he said this, Fahid grinned lewdly, his fat jiggling as he spoke. Hassan's answer at the time was, Teacher, please don't bother. I really can't teach here. I just got my bachelor's degree and I'm about to start earning money. How could I possibly stay in this small place? Hassan now thinks so too. After all, although the school has several hundred children, it only has a handful of teachers, so there's obviously not much of a future in terms of income. However, he had to admire his teacher's placement process. On his first day, news of his status as a substitute teacher spread throughout the town, and the residents' respectful attitude towards him made him waver slightly. Mr. Hassan, this is the meal from the last few days. I don't want it. You can have it. On the way, an old woman appeared beside him without his noticing and forcefully shoved a jar into his hand. Miss Sarah, you really don't need to give it to me. I've said it many times. I'm leaving in 2 weeks, and I won't be teaching here anymore. The old woman didn't give any reason, or perhaps she simply couldn't think of one. She just awkwardly shoved the jar into Hassan's hand, smiled, and turned to leave. Hassan stared blankly at the jar in his hand for a while. The people here are quite nice. Perhaps being a teacher here wouldn't be so bad. No. Be firm. I've studied for over 10 years, not to become a teacher in this remote town. I want to make big money. To solidify his resolve, Hassan decided not to wait any longer. He's going to say goodbye to his teacher, Fazhid, today. Although there are still 2 weeks until the agreed deadline, he will leave the town today, even without the teacher's help to find a job. Hassan's residence was not far from the school building, and soon he arrived at the entrance of the primary school. As the only primary school in the town, this school is not dilapidated. On the contrary, it is much cleaner and prettier than the other houses. It's said that the principal's family contributed a considerable amount of money, and the townspeople also value this place of knowledge and wisdom. The school building seemed to have been renovated just a few days ago. Mr. Hassan. As soon as Hassan stepped into the school, a group of children who were having a physical education class surrounded him. Mr. Hassan, I caught a butterfly. Mr. Hassan, Amina bullied me just now. She pulled my hair. Tima clearly snatched my hair tie first, sir. Look, my brand new red hair tie is all frayed. Sir, I heard from Grandpa Fa that you could teach us math. So, who is smarter, you or Grandpa Fa? The children chattered around him, looking up at him with bright, sparkling eyes. This is also part of teacher Fahid's routine now. Almost all the children regard Hassan as their teacher and often pester him to play with them during this period. But I refuse. Hassan took a deep breath. I want to make money. I want to make money. I want to make money. Children, I have something urgent to discuss with the principal. I'll play with you later. A moment later, Hassan found Fazhid in the principal's office without much trouble. The old man was sitting behind his desk, drinking tea when he saw Hassan come in and put down his cup with a smile. Teacher, I'm leaving today. Oh, what? Fahid rubbed his hands together unhurriedly. Wait another half month, and I'll definitely introduce you to a high-paying job. No. Teacher, I feel like I won't be able to leave if I stay any longer. No one will stop you from leaving. Just wait a few more days. Teacher, You don't understand. I feel very strange right now. My child, I understand you all too well. Fahad's smile returned. Is your will wavering? Then follow your heart. It is the Lord's guidance. No, teacher, I won't stay here to teach. I must leave today. I absolutely have to leave. Hassan spoke firmly, his eyes fixed on Fazid before him. Fahad paused for a moment, looking at Hassan's serious expression. His expression dimmed slightly, but he still smiled and nodded. I see, all right then. Fahad bent down, his obese body making his movements slightly labored. He rummaged through the drawer for a while, before finally pulling out a letter. This is a letter of recommendation from a family I interacted with when I was teaching at the university. You can take it. You'll find it useful. Hassan was slightly taken aback. Teacher, thank you. It's nothing. I'm sorry for lying to you about coming here. I hope you won't take it to heart. Fahad waved his hand with an awkward smile. May your future be smooth sailing, and may the Lord protect you. Hassan didn't know how he got out of the principal's office. He held the envelope, feeling that it was a little hot to the touch. When I left the school building, the children's physical education class had already ended. Occasionally, I could hear the sound of children reading aloud from inside the school building, their voices young and orderly. Hassan stood there for a moment, his fingers tightening around the envelope, but he eventually loosened them. I'll donate money to the school when I earn it in the future. That's what he thought. But he didn't have a chance. Just as Hassan stepped out of the school gate, a violent explosion suddenly came from behind him. Boom! Before Hassan could turn around, the surging air current knocked him to the ground. This was followed by pain throughout the body and severe tinnitus. When he came to his senses and looked back, the clean and beautiful school building had been turned into a pile of smoking ruins. Oh! In an instant, Hassan's mind went blank, and the sound of his heavy breathing assaulted his eardrums. Instinct drove him to run frantically toward the ruins, digging through the broken bricks and rubble with his hands. He didn't know what he was looking for. He didn't even know what he was doing. Suddenly, Hassan stopped abruptly. He seemed to have stepped on something soft. Hassan lowered his head stiffly. That thing was a severed little hand, with a small red rubber band tied around it. Hassan suddenly heard someone yelling in his ear. It was very noisy. He later realized that it was his own voice. Hassan! Hassan! In the intervals between the roars, Hassan suddenly heard someone call his name, though the voice wasn't loud. He looked up and saw a large, bloated figure lying paralyzed in the ruins, covered in ash and with blood smeared on his face. Teacher? Teacher! Are you all right? You! Hassan ran over and squatted down, his gaze passing over Fad's body and landing on his lower body, before his eyes suddenly widened. Smack! Fahad suddenly reached out and slapped Hassan's face, turning his face to face and making his unfocused eyes look at him. Look into my eyes, Fahad said, looking into Hassan's face, enunciating each word clearly. Hassan, listen, I'm dying. His fingers were trembling, but the strength was beyond that of a dying man. You promised me I would get the children out of here. You promised me. I saw the explosion coming from the teacher's area out of the corner of my eye. All the teachers should be dead now. He gasped for breath, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. You are now the most knowledgeable and intelligent person in this small town. Promise me. Promise me now. Teacher, I promise you. Hassan instinctively agreed, just as he had when he was a student of Fahad at school. Okay. Fahad's voice finally softened, as if he had used up his last breath. He struggled to pull a pass from his pocket and shoved it into Hassan's hand. His hand, covered in dust and blood, clasped Hassan's. From this moment on, you're the only teacher in this school. Chapter 129 Doctrine. Saruman, in an office. Hassan sat in the chair, head down, his voice hoarse. After the school explosion, all the residents of the town rushed to the rescue. The mayor and I organized people, and everyone started digging from the outermost layer. But the ruins are too heavy. It would take several days to dig them all out. But on the same day, the government publicly stated that the explosion was a terrorist attack by heretics from a neighboring country, and that it would immediately retaliate. Both countries directly designated the entire town as part of the war zone. The town's residents are constantly at risk of being affected by the war. The government is ordering us to evacuate, but Mr. Jiang Fan, The child is still under the rubble. How can we leave? How dare we leave? We can't fight this any longer. At least let's rescue the children first. Hassan suddenly raised his head, his eyes red-rimmed. His fists clenched tighter and tighter. The wounds left from digging through the ruins were forced open, and blood seeped through his fingers. You're a reporter. You must have a way. We need to let world governments and everyone in the world know about this. If the world government intervenes, perhaps the war can be stopped. No more people can die in this town. Beside him, Kareem's expression was filled with pity. He opened his mouth, as if to tell Hassan that even the world government would find it difficult to intervene in this war. But he held back, and then turned to look at Jiang Chen beside him. According to Yu Jian's regulations, in this situation, genius is the core of the decision-making process. At this moment, Jiang Chen fell into a brief moment of thought. Something's not right. Both sides in a war, if they have any sense left, will try to avoid putting themselves in the eye of the storm. Bomb the school right off the bat? Even a madman wouldn't do something like this, let alone a fool. No offense intended. Moreover, Hassan's account of the events contains a glaring flaw. Mr. Hassan, you mean you didn't notice anything unusual before you left the school? No, not even the roar of fighter jets. I don't know what the roar of the fighter jets sounds like, but I can confirm that I didn't hear anything before the explosion. Hassan paused slightly and shook his head. Jiang Chen's eyes slowly narrowed. No fighter jets rolling? Hassan just mentioned that the school building had been renovated just 2 days before the school explosion. It was a bomb planted beforehand. A bomb planted in a classroom where a group of children were studying. Damn it. A moment later, Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at Hassan intently. Thank you, Mr. Hassan. Please recount your experience in more detail later, and I will have someone take notes. I will then report this to the newspapers, hoping that the world government can intervene and buy some time for the rescue. Hassan nodded. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something more, but in the end he only managed to squeeze out one word. Okay. From the moment they met, the young reporter in front of him gave him an indescribable feeling. At first, Hassan was somewhat desperate and grasping at straws. After all, this reporter named Jiang Fan looked to be no more than 20 years old. At this age, one won't have much decision-making power in any large news organization. But after talking for a while, he sensed a strange aura emanating from the young man in front of him. Calm, composed, and with an almost absolute confidence. He resembled a top scholar I met in college, perhaps even more imposing. It makes people trust it without even realizing it. What are you planning to do next? Jiang Chen asked. I will look for other ways to try to stop this war. Hassan released his grip, wiped the blood from his palm on his trouser leg, his gaze resolute. Whether or not the war can be stopped in the end, I will go back. I am the teacher of those children, and I will stay by their side until the very end. Good luck. Watching Hassan's figure disappear behind the door, Jiang Chen sighed softly. Find 2 people to protect him. Make sure he doesn't die. Okay, Kareem replied from the side. After listening to Hassan's account of what happened, Jiang Chen felt a sense of emotion. In the past, war was just a word to him, distant, abstract, and even vaguely exciting. But when it is actually embodied in the corpses of children and the names that can be pronounced, that cruelty becomes tangible. We need to do something. Even if this was truly a conflict stemming from religious differences, he wanted to do something about it. Moreover, there's something amiss about this war itself. Jiang Chun didn't believe that a religion that had lasted for hundreds of thousands of years would suddenly have some fundamental differences in doctrine in just a few decades. Mr. Kareem, Jiang Chun turned around, his tone calm. Please bring me all the information about this religion. No, all the relevant materials about this religion. Okowo. An hour later, Jiang Chun closed the religious book in his hand and slowly exhaled. This religion is called the Light of Truth, or simply the Holy Light Religion. Religious texts have created a fictional story of God creating the world. The story is imaginative, reasonable, and provides positive guidance for believers. It must have been the work of some genius. Jiang Chun had just glanced through the materials that had been delivered and found that although there were many materials, most of them were folk tales and related legends. There is very little directly related to the core of the religion, a thin gospel of just over 10,000 words, plus 2 different versions of the doctrine. Among them, The Gospels are the cornerstone of the Holy Light Church and are recognized by all surrounding religious countries. The source of the religious conflict lies in the two versions of doctrine that were derived from it. Although the two versions of the doctrine are largely the same, there are different interpretations of the Gospels in several key places. For example, regarding the existence of God itself, one side believes that God is the one true God and the source of all things. The other side believes that God is the product of the source of all things and that God also exists in creation. Using the Chinese mythological system as an analogy, the former believes that Pangu is chaos itself, while the latter believes that Pangu was born from chaos. In addition, there are some other differences, but none of them affect the logic of believers' behavior. They only shake their fundamental understanding of the Lord. After carefully comparing the two versions of the doctrine, Jiang Chen couldn't help but fall into deeper thought. Not enough. This is far from enough. These differences are at most disagreements within religions regarding the interpretation of the Gospels. The two sides in a disagreement may become hostile and argue. But would this trigger a large-scale war? That doesn't make sense. Next, Jiang Chun began to research the history of wars between several countries. It was later discovered that in each conflict, neither side admitted to being the initiator, all insisting that it was a self-defense counterattack. Hatred between nations and accusations of heresy arose from these sudden events, which were of unknown cause and resembled terrorist attacks. Someone is up to no good, deliberately trying to provoke conflict. It is even possible that the discrepancies between these two versions of the doctrine were deliberately created by someone altering the content of the original version of the doctrine in order to create conflict. With this suspicion in mind, Jiang Chun compared the two versions of the doctrine back and forth, trying to find some traces of alteration. As he compared page by page, Jiang Chun suddenly stopped, his pupils shrinking sharply. No way. In terms of doctrine, a few words are abruptly inserted in the middle of an inconspicuous paragraph or passage. I will give birth for you. These words shouldn't appear here. They shouldn't appear in any ancient text that has been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years. Jiang Chun knew the complete sentence. I will generate the following content for you. Chapter 130, You Are Guilty. Saruman, UGN Association Building. Inside the office, Jiang Chun stared intently at the four abrupt words on the paper. In-brain. Yes. If the intelligence domain was involved in this, everything makes sense. Jiang Chun had some doubts before who in this world could tamper with the doctrines left by a genius and still make the content seem logical. Who has the ability to plan terrorist attacks and instigate military conflicts between multiple countries. Ordinary people in this world could not do it, but with in-brain assisting behind the scenes, everything becomes reasonable. As for how they integrated the distorted doctrines into the daily lives of their followers without being noticed, Jiang Chen already had some guesses in his mind. The doctrines of the Holy Light Church consist of more than 30,000 words, which even the most devout believers could not possibly memorize in their entirety. The altered parts were precisely the more theoretical content, which wouldn't affect daily behavioral norms. Most believers have almost no memory of this part of the doctrine. By subtly tampering with the printing process of the doctrines and then quietly replacing them during the transmission of the faith from generation to generation. But all of this is based on one premise that there is no way to verify the truth of the doctrine. On the internet, two versions of the doctrine exist simultaneously, but their publication dates are untraceable, rendering them useless for verification. As for reality, Kareem, does the Church of Holy Light have a place that is universally recognized by all its members as a repository for ancient texts and scriptures? Jiang Chen asked. Yes, the Church of Holy Light, the oldest church in history. Kareem paused. However, that church was destroyed by fire decades ago, and it happened to be the annual holy day of prayer there. The most devout and doctrinal leaders in various countries were all inside praying, and none of them survived. That day was later considered by the Holy Light cult to be not devout enough and had angered Allah, and therefore divine punishment was sent down. Really, destroy the universally accepted model and kill the most doctrinal church leaders. Then, they quietly modify the content of the doctrine, and when the time is right, they amplify the differences in the doctrine to an extreme degree, escalating them to the level of heresy, and then create conflict between countries. A war against heresy was thus ignited. In the original world, the two countries might have been able to resolve their misunderstandings through mutual communication and joint investigations. But in this world, under the intellectual crushing power and emotional guidance of the higher dimensional brain, the conflict between nations are almost irreconcilable. What exactly is the purpose of the intelligent domain? Jiang Chen couldn't understand what impact could waging a war of this magnitude have on the average level of human intelligence. Furthermore, is the intelligence domain still influencing the course of this war? No. If InBrain were in charge, it would never do something as stupid as faking an airstrike with explosives. Jiang Chen's mind was racing. In any case, this was the first time he had gotten close to the edge of the intellectual realm since the Forbidden Library. Unfortunately, due to the current strong aversion of religious countries to the world government, the world government is unable to intervene on a large scale to conduct an investigation. Therefore, for our own sake and for the lives lost in the war, the first thing we must do is stop this damned war. Jiang Chen stared at the gospel book on the table, his fingertips tapping absently on the surface. As for the breakthrough point in solving the problem, modern believers seem to have no understanding of the metaphors and core ideas in the Gospels, which are the cornerstone of religion. Moreover, the sect seems to regard genius as the holy light that guides mankind. Perhaps this could be a starting point. But first, we need to bring together the military and religious leaders of these countries. Kareem, can the world government bring together the military and religious leaders of these countries? It's difficult. Kareem looks somewhat troubled. In fact, they're quite resistant to the world government's intervention in wars. I see. Then let's not use war as a pretext. Jiang Chen paused for a moment, then smiled slightly. Since they all believe in God and think they're the ones who follow God's will, then let's put a label on them first. That evening, at the Mahara's Federal Central Church, the spacious church was empty, with only a few rays of the setting sun filtering through the stained glass windows. The wooden pews were arranged in neat rows, with the last vestiges of light still remaining in the rows near the windows, while the deeper areas had sunk into shadow. Above the altar, a candle burned quietly, its light dim and yellow, and the air was filled with the distinctive smell of a burnt-out candle. Bishop Jassim of the Mahara's church stood alone on the platform. Facing the candle symbol, he first touched his shoulders with his left hand, then gently touched his forehead, his movements devout and slow. May God protect us, and may the souls of the departed return to heaven and be embraced by you. His voice was low and filled with an indescribable sadness. In recent years, people seem to have lost God's favor. The war caused his followers to lose too much, and God remained silent. Even the genius they had placed their hopes on, who had been regarded as a divine light just months before, tragically died young. And all of this is because a traitor has appeared among his followers. Those heretics. What kind of evil, despicable, and dark person would target a group of school children? Jassim's body trembled slightly, veins bulging on his forehead, his anger uncontrollable. Suddenly, he heard footsteps behind him. Your Excellency, the bishop. Jassim took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, then turned around and smiled at the middle-aged man behind him. Commander Well, what is it? At this moment, Vale's expression was somewhat complicated. Your Excellency, an envoy from the world government has just contacted me. Oh, another attempt to extend the ceasefire. Jassim frowned slightly. No, this time, they sent a letter with religious rights. Vold posted. The contents of the letter are somewhat. You should read it yourself, as my understanding of the Gospels is not that profound. The Gospels? Jassim frowned even more as he took the letter from Wael. The Gospels say, this world is not eternal. There is an end in this world, called the day of great clarity. On that day, God will judge all the living and the dead by the true light. Why does God judge? This trial is not revenge, but clarification, ultimately revealing what is light and what is darkness. As Jassim looked at the handwriting on the envelope, something seemed to be briefly torn apart in his mind. The first paragraph quotes from the Gospel chapter on the final judgment. Within the church, there has never been a consensus on the interpretation of the Lord's judgment described in this chapter of the Gospels. To judge the world? Are all people sinful? And where does that sin come from? These few words offer a completely new perspective. No, perhaps this viewpoint is more in line with the true meaning of the Gospels. God loves the world and judges only sin. Thinking of this, Jasim's expression became fervent. Who wrote this passage? That person may be closer to the Lord than I am. Jasim couldn't wait to look down. But what he was about to say made him suddenly stop. Why does God need to clarify? What does God want to judge? If God is omnipotent, why does he allow heresy to exist? Since the Lord is all good, why does he watch his children depart for heaven? Because all of God's people have become minions of the shadow. Jasim's breathing suddenly quickened, his body trembled slightly, and his eyes were fixed on the paper. This marks the end of the game. This day is the day of judgment. As recorded in the Gospels, you have forsaken your faith and forgotten the Lord's teachings. You are guilty. Chapter 131, Nobility and Baseness. Mahara's Federation, Central Church. Jasim stared intently at the letter, his breathing becoming increasingly rapid. His first reaction was anger. Extreme anger. Absurd. Absurd. My faith is unwavering. I walk in God's ways. How could I possibly be tainted with sin? At the same time, the words on the paper burned in his mind like a red-hot branding iron. God loves the world and judges sin. But why do people seem to have lost God's favor in these past few decades? Why do the gods remain silent? Why does the Lord allow heresy to exist, yet turn a blind eye to his loyal followers? Wrong. Does this mean we haven't followed the path the Lord has guided us on? Does this mean we are like heretics? Could it be that we have unknowingly become the shadow's henchmen? Thinking of this, Jasim felt dizzy. He swayed and staggered back a few steps, reaching out to steady himself on the prayer table beside him. Seeing Jasim's expression, Wall's face grew even more unpleasant. As the country's military commander, he was also a devout believer. Although he knew he was far from God and lacked the ability to interpret the Gospels, he could understand Jasim's expression. This was the first time in decades that the elderly bishop had shown such a flustered expression. Your Excellency, Vale's voice also grew serious. The letter says we are guilty. Isn't that an absurd lie? Jasim's lips were trembling, but he couldn't make a sound. There was a long silence. I have no idea. The old man finally spoke, his voice sounding as if all his strength had been drained away. Upon hearing this, Vale's mind went into a state of chaos. In religious states where politics and religion are combined, those who hold the highest power are often the most devout believers. Now, someone is telling them they've abandoned their faith, which is tantamount to negating their entire lives. Those who are guilty cannot have their souls return to heaven after death. But soon, Weiler calmed down. As the person in charge of the nation's military power, his family education from a young age gave him an exceptional ability to control his emotions. Instead of wallowing in despair and confusion, he began to ponder the meaning of the letter itself. All changes in this world are in the control of God. The delivery of this letter at 2 should be a destiny ordained by the Lord. God loves the world. Perhaps God does not want to see his people continue to degenerate. Perhaps this letter itself is a form of redemption. Thinking of this, Weil took the envelope from Jasim, reached inside, and sure enough, felt 2 pieces of cardboard. He pulled them out 2 thin, exquisite invitations, with the names Weil and Jasim clearly written on them. Your Excellency, look. Jasim accepted the invitation. His eyes, clouded by the chaos, gradually calmed down and finally became resolute. Let's go. We'll go together tomorrow. Who wrote the letter? What does he know? Are we really guilty? Where does sin come from? And how can it be eradicated? The answer to everything is there. As you wish, Your Excellency, the Bishop. Weil bowed slightly. Meanwhile, religious and military leaders in 6 other countries also received the same letter. Similar scenes were playing out in churches or official residences in almost every country at the same time. Inside the church in Zeiler Sultan, we must go. I refuse to believe we are truly burdened with sin. The bishop slammed his fist heavily on the armchair, his voice filled with deep resentment. As you wish, Your Excellency. I will first go to the army to make some preparations, and then I will go with you tomorrow. Adil bowed slightly, his tone steady. Thanks a lot. Following the Lord's guidance, Adil placed his right hand on his chest, bowed deeply, and then turned and left the church. An hour later, Adil stopped in front of an inconspicuous guest house. He glanced around, pondered for a moment, and then pushed open the door. Inside the room, a man of about 50 years old, wearing a sharp suit and gold-rimmed glasses, with a hooked nose, was leisurely leaning back in his chair, playing with 2 gold bars in his hands. Adil closed the door, a flash of disgust crossing his eyes, and asked, "Haven't you found their people yet?" "No." The man shrugged, spread his hands, and looked helpless. "We haven't heard from them since a few months ago, when their contacts suddenly committed mass suicide. Then, in the plan they left behind, was there any contingency plan related to this letter?" "Absolutely not." The man shook his head. "It's astonishing. Their arrangements have never gone wrong before. This is the first time. But it's truly hard to imagine that the world government could lure all those hostile religious leaders to one place with just a letter." "It's not a lie." Adil shook his head slightly. "You don't believe in the holy light, so naturally you wouldn't understand. The interpretations of the Gospels in these texts are absolutely top-notch. The person who wrote these texts was indeed closer to God." The man paused for a moment, then a smile spread across his face. He. What are you laughing at?" Adil frowned. "Sorry." The man quickly waved his hand, but couldn't stop laughing. "You clearly hate the Church of Holy Light, but your tone has the air of a member of the Church of Holy Light. Very interesting." Adil did not respond. He walked up to the man expressionlessly, pulled a pistol from his waist, and pressed it against the man's forehead. The man's smile froze for a moment, but he quickly relaxed, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. "Relax a bit. I understand that you've been in the core of the Holy Light cult for so long, so you're bound to be influenced, but I know that deep down you're not one of them. After all, arranging for someone to bomb an elementary school is something that even an ordinary person, let alone a follower of the Holy Light cult, wouldn't do. What lovely children they are." The man's expression held a hint of regret. Adil's hand gripping the gun bulged with veins, his eyes growing colder. "Aren't you the same? What wouldn't you do to earn that dirty money?" "No, you're wrong." The man raised his hand and gently parted the gun barrel with his fingertips, his expression becoming serious. "Money is the cleanest and purest thing in the world. I've always felt that capitalist families like ours have the most insightful understanding of this world. Money is the foundation of exchange in this world. Everything in this world can be measured in value with money. Faith, feelings, even life, can all be exchanged for money. The exchange failed simply because the price wasn't high enough." The man's smile widened. "For example, me. Although I've been involved in a lot of dirty work, thanks to the money I have, my hands are still clean. I haven't killed a single person. I donated money to the welfare home just a few days ago. People say I'm a philanthropist. Who knows? Maybe after I die I'll be embraced by Allah." Adil stared intently at the man for a long time before finally squeezing out a few words through clenched teeth. "How despicable." "You call me despicable?" No. I'm as clean as the money I earn." The man's smile carried a hint of sarcasm. "I am not like them, who deliberately instigated war between nations. Nor am I like you, who personally created local conflicts and killed so many innocent civilians. I just resell arms and grain and make a little profit. Even if it weren't me, someone else would have made that money. I didn't kill anyone or commit arson during this process. I'm the most innocent person. How can you say that the money I earned was despicable?" "Sir, a merchant's character is only related to his money, and money has no character." He casually tossed the 2 gold bars he was holding onto the table, making a dull thud. "Now there are 2 gold bars here. Tell me, which one is noble and which one is despicable?" Chapter 132 Truth. The next day, in the evening, Saruman. Jassim got out of the car, looked up at the building in front of him, and frowned. Standing before him was a classical church, or more accurately, the ruins of a church. The church appears to have been scorched by fire. The once smooth marble walls are now covered in charred marks. If it weren't for the fact that the main structure is largely made of steel columns and marble, the church would likely have collapsed long ago. However, even in its burned state, its former grandeur and magnificence can still be discerned from its remaining outline. This is the Church of Holy Light, recognized by the Holy Light sect as the origin of all misfortune. Jassim stood outside the church for a long time, but he couldn't bring himself to take that step. He was afraid. Suddenly, a middle-aged man's voice came from beside him. "Your Excellency Jassim, it's been a long time." "Your Excellency Eder." Jassim tried to force a smile, but he couldn't manage it. The two tacitly avoided mentioning the reason for their visit, simply nodding to each other before walking inside side by side. Inside the church, there were no guards, no believers, and no world government staff in sight. But in an instant, they knew they had come to the right place. At this moment, a few people were scattered across the scorched floor of the church and on the scorched marble seats. They stood on opposite sides, distant from each other. Beside each seat is a candle with a symbol of holy light, illuminating the face of the person seated. Jassim recognized all of these people on one side were religious and military leaders from other countries who shared his beliefs. On the other side were heretics from other countries. If it were before yesterday, he would have rushed forward without hesitation, even using his fingernails and teeth to tear open the throats of those heretics. But today he did nothing. The two sat down on the side of the same faith, silently waiting for the organizers of the gathering. They waited a long time. As the last rays of the setting sun disappeared, everyone inside the church was enveloped in a murky darkness, with only the flickering candlelight at their side remaining. The atmosphere gradually became oppressive and heavy, making it difficult to even speak. Some people began to breathe heavily. In reality, everyone present was already on the verge of a mental breakdown. Ever since they saw that letter yesterday, an invisible sin has been weighing them down, making it hard for them to breathe. At this moment, countless thoughts collided wildly in their minds in the darkness, almost snapping the strings of reason in their brains. Squeak! Finally, just as the candle beside them was half burned, they heard the sound of a door opening. Several world government staff entered through a side door and walked towards them. They said nothing, but instead placed a thin document in front of each of them. Everyone present was slightly taken aback. Excuse me. Jassim tried to speak with difficulty, wanting to ask something, but the staff member left without any hesitation. Watching the staff leave, Jassim and Wael exchanged a glance. They knew that perhaps the documents before them held the answer to their journey. Jassim took a deep breath and then opened the file. The first thing that catches the eye is a thin booklet. He was taken aback at first, then his eyes widened suddenly. This is part of the analysis of the Gospels. The analysis is clear and concise, and the interpretation of various images in the Gospels is extremely reasonable. In an instant, the sacredness of the Gospels briefly dispelled their confusion, and the content of the analysis captured their full attention. Wait, can the Holy Light's intent be interpreted like this? Is the Holy Spirit not a force, but a personal spirit of true light? Does the transmissibility of darkness refer to the transmission of evil? The bishops and high-ranking military officers present were among those who had the deepest understanding of the Holy Light, and they could tell at a glance that this booklet was not just a charade. Although they could not fully comprehend it at the moment, they could clearly feel the will of God contained within it. However, the interpretation abruptly ended after only a few pages. Jassim paused for a moment, then frantically searched behind him. No. There must be more. God, please use your wisdom to dispel my confusion. Suddenly, Jassim froze, then his body trembled violently. At this moment, there were 4 photos in front of him. Those were 4 holy statues, stained with blood and hanging upside down by chains. This is blasphemy. In an instant, extreme fear gripped him tightly, causing him to violently throw the photo to the ground. There is an ironclad rule in the scriptures of the Holy Light Church. Those who do not believe in God will not find peace after death. Blasphemy, on the other hand, involves sacrificing all living beings in the world to the shadow. Even heretics wouldn't do such a thing. Only a true demon could do it. The others nearby had obviously seen that part of the content as well, and they all showed expressions of panic. The darkness inside the church suddenly became thick and heavy, pressing down on everyone without leaving a trace. Jassim felt the fear seeping into his bones, bit his lip hard, clenched his hands, and dumped the rest of the contents of the file folder out in one gulp. The bag was almost empty, with only a few bound photocopies of notes remaining. Jassim grasped at the paper as if it were a lifeline, his hands trembling as he picked it up and buried himself in reading. May 12th. I am a morning star that breaks through the darkness. I am a traveler carrying light. I am the awakening bell that has received the decree. I am the guide who has been shown the way. I am a chosen one of God, and I do God's will, bringing holy light to this world. This piece of paper is divinely favored. It represents genius. It radiates holy light. It was he who left it behind. No wonder the previous interpretations of the Gospels must also have been left by him. Could it be that the holy light hasn't left yet? As long as there is holy light, there is still a chance. A glimmer of hope suddenly ignited in Jasim's heart, and he read on with renewed enthusiasm. May 14th. Something seems off. I was born with the destiny of guiding believers, yet I cannot feel their devout faith. Is their faith not pure? But this shouldn't be happening. God would not send me here for the sake of heresy. Something must have gone wrong. May God guide me on my path. May 17th. Guided by the Lord, I discovered 4 places where the holy statues of God were hanging upside down, soaked in blood. There are blasphemers in this world. And what about the believers? What are they doing? Have they lost their faith and become mediocre? I must go to the land of faith and see for myself what their situation is like. May 19th. It's too late. This is the worst-case scenario. All the believers were deceived by the shadow and fell into killing each other. I too am being watched by the shadows, my pupils in the darkness reflecting my impending death. Perhaps the meaning of my coming into this world is to convey the will of the Lord. Lost lambs, poor lost souls. As a member of God's favored family, I offer you this advice. If you, living in darkness, still harbor a sliver of longing for the holy light, stop. You are powerless to cleanse yourselves of your sins. I entrust truth to carry on the Lord's will and pray that he will lead you out of the shadows before God's grand judgment arrives. Oh, I see. It turns out that we have been deceived by the film without even realizing it. The holy light has departed. Who can save humanity now? The holy light entrusted truth, but where is truth? In an instant, despair washed over us like a tidal wave. Just then, footsteps were heard coming from the altar. Thump, thump, thump. The audience members looked up abruptly. On the stage, a figure appeared out of nowhere. The man was dressed in missionary attire and held a silver candlestick in his hand. To everyone's astonishment, what vaguely appeared in the candlelight was not a human face. It was a mask. They recognized the pattern on the mask. The 12 symbols of holy light, the mask of truth. Chapter 133, Dirty Insects. Saruman, ruins of the Church of the Holy Light. On stage, looking at the shocked expressions of the crowd below, Jiang Chen's lips curled slightly behind his mask. That's exactly the feeling I wanted. Since yesterday, Jang Chun has been thinking about how to intervene reasonably and stop this conflict. Try to reason with them in present evidence, or say that someone is deliberately instigating confrontation and conflict. Who would believe that? Even if they believe it, who would care? Once the killing of war begins, the hatred caused by the loss of compatriots will be etched into the bones of everyone. And this is even more true in this world. They're so focused on killing the other side that they don't have the mind to think. The only thing that can suppress their anger and hatred now is to shake what lies above these two emotions in their mind's faith. Therefore, Jiang Chun started preparing yesterday. As a religious text, the Gospels took Jiang Chun less than an hour to interpret. As for whether his interpretation is correct or not, who cares? He had someone examine it and found that people other than geniuses couldn't see anything wrong with it. Even if their mistake is discovered, they'll have to wait until the next genius appears, which means they'll have a long wait ahead of them. As for that so-called blasphemous statue, fake. Just a few carefully forged photos. When asked, they said that when the idol was discovered, it was destroyed on the spot by a genius, which seemed perfectly plausible. Compared to fabricating evidence, Jiang Chun spent more time creating a depressing atmosphere, while also incorporating the imagery of the holy light cult and making everyone feel that they were burdened with sins and would face a grand trial. After all the trouble, Jiang Chun was exhausted. However, judging from the current situation, the results are quite good. Ultimately, it's because Jiang Chun read a lot of novels. If he hadn't devoured so many online novels over the years, he wouldn't have been able to create these pretentious and mysterious things. At that moment, seeing the shocked expressions on the faces of the audience, he took a deep breath. Next, below the stage, everyone stared at that figure, speechless for a moment. The mask of truth, as one of the 12 symbols, is not uncommon. It has appeared frequently in the scriptures, artifacts, and dramas of the Holy Light sect. But at this moment, it appears here, seemingly conveying some kind of message to everyone present. On the stage, Truth gently placed the silver candlestick on the table, and without any further movement, spoke directly. Friends, you have already read the notes of God's light. I think there is no need to explain my purpose here again. The photos you see come from hidden altars scattered across the globe. The intersection of the lines connecting those 4 locations points directly to the church beneath our feet. With the assistance of the world government, we've pinpointed the exact time the altar was built. The holy day of prayer 41 years ago. That is, the day the altar was burned down. Upon hearing this, the audience suddenly stirred. Several believers looked at each other, and a vague guess simultaneously surfaced in the minds of most of them. The voice from the stage came through steadily. The holy light said that the fire was not a divine punishment from Allah. It is the curse of shadow. The moment those words were spoken, a complex mix of confusion, surprise, and realization exploded in the audience. They had never understood why the gods would punish their most devout believers. However, they still firmly believed that God was not wrong and attributed the disaster to the lack of piety of the church leadership at the time. But what if that fire was a curse from an evil spirit? Then everything makes sense. At this moment, the person who reacted most violently in the crowd was Adil. His eyes widened suddenly, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his palms. The voices on stage continued. As for the doctrinal differences you dispute before the holy light passed away, he told me that both versions of the doctrine you hold have been corrupted and contain errors. Your wars with each other over the years have been meaningless. That concludes my answers to your questions, Truth said coldly. I know some of you may still have doubts about me, and I don't intend to gain your approval. Because I don't approve of you at all, you bunch of stupid sheep stuck in the swamp. The holy light is now dead. I am his agent. Before God's final judgment, I will personally mold those corrupt worms, and you'll have to cleanse yourselves of your sins. At this point, Truth's tone suddenly turned playful. Of course, if anyone wants to join the Shadow's lair and completely betray God, they could try to stop me. Before he could finish speaking, a gust of wind, seemingly from nowhere, swept into the church and instantly extinguished all the candles. Several suppressed gasps rang out in the darkness, and someone instinctively clenched the holy emblem on their chest. Then they saw the moonlight fall. Through the only opening in the church's dome, a beam of silvery moonlight shone directly onto the stage, perfectly illuminating the figure wearing the mask of truth. At the same time, Truth spoke again. That's all I wanted to say. You sinful believers of God, leave this place. Think carefully about what you have done over the years. The audience fell into a deathly silence. Only when the first person lowered their head and turned around, and the second person followed, did the crowd begin to move slowly towards the door, like the receding tide. Some people walked out with their heads down, some with tears in their eyes, and some staggered out with the help of their companions. Adil was the last to turn around. At this moment, his eyes were vacant, and his mind was filled with chaotic thoughts. He was almost numbly following the crowd, wanting only to find a quiet place to think as soon as possible. But he didn't get his chance. Adil ben Shomir. Suddenly, the voice of Truth came from the stage. Did I give you permission to leave? Everyone stopped in their tracks and turned around in surprise. Adil froze, as if he had a premonition of something. Nearby, Bishop Holy Light of Zyler Sultan, who had come with him, saw him standing there in a daze and assumed he was stunned, so he tentatively spoke to Truth. Your Excellency, Truth, didn't you say that we, the sinful believers, could leave this place? The air fell silent for a moment. Then, the Truth spoke. His tone suddenly turned unusually cold, filled with a chilling disgust. He's a believer? No. He is a dirty bugs. Chapter 134 Adil. Saruman, Eugean Association Division. Inside the interrogation room, Adil sat in a metal chair in the center of the room, his hands cuffed to the armrests. He was covered in bruises and had a sizable wound on his forehead that, although simply bandaged, was still bleeding. The injury came from other religious leaders in the Church of Holy Light. If it weren't for the timely intervention of Yu Jian's staff, he wouldn't have been able to leave the church at all. At that moment, across from him, a Yu Jian interrogator leaned against the edge of the table, holding a thin file in his hand, and slightly pressed his earpiece. Name. Age. Seeing no response, the interrogator looked up at him, then smiled and opened the file in his hand. Don't like to talk? That's okay, I quite enjoy chatting, so I'll go first. Adil bin Zamia, 54 years old, Commander-in-Chief of the Ziral Sultanate. 7 years ago, he began collaborating with certain organizations and warmongers to create local conflicts, attempting to incite antagonism between nations as a pretext for war. Since he came to power, the Ziral Sultanate, which had previously exercised restraint in religious conflicts, has seen its military conflicts with other countries increase nearly tenfold. Adil suddenly raised his head and looked at the interrogator with some surprise. Curious why we know so much? The interrogator chuckled. Well, that's because that truth specifically mentioned your name. To be honest, the world government doesn't have any theological beliefs, but this truth does seem to possess some extraordinary power. Following his line of thought, we've uncovered quite a few interesting things. Let me tell you about them in order. He turned the page slowly and deliberately. You were an orphan and grew up in the church. You showed an amazing talent for interpreting the Gospels from a young age. At the age of 14, you analyzed a metaphor in the Gospel on your own, achieving an accomplishment that no one had been able to do for hundreds of years. You were called the person who was closest to God in an era. Logically, your future should have been smooth sailing. However, the first half of your life seems to have been somewhat turbulent. He glanced down at the file. When was it again? Oh, right, 41 years ago. The fire at the Church of Holy Light. That day, your godfather, the previous Pope of Holy Light, tragically died in the fire while participating in a holy prayer. The moment he finished speaking, Adil's shoulders tensed up abruptly, and he suddenly raised his head. The interrogator seemed oblivious to his reaction and continued speaking at a leisurely pace. At first, everyone thought the fire was an accident. But not long after, rumors began to circulate in various places saying that the church leaders had impure faith and were therefore punished by God. The rumors spread wider and wider and became more and more believable, even causing some believers within the church to waver. And that pope, some people consider him a disqualified leader. The rumors circulating among the common people are even worse. Some say he was a gambler, a womanizer, and a villain. I heard even his grave was vandalized by extremist followers, TSK, tisk. The interrogator clicked his tongue. Do you think what they're saying might be true? As the interrogator spoke, Adil's expression grew increasingly agitated until he finally erupted in anger. Fart. He yanked hard with both hands, the handcuffs clanging against the metal handrails. The newly bandaged wound on his forehead reopened from the force, and blood trickled down his brow bone. Those damned insects have no right to judge my father. My father is the most devout believer in the holy light in the world. Adil's voice boomed in the interrogation room, filled with anger. He would rise before dawn every day and devote himself to prayer. He studied scriptures during the day, gave alms to the poor, and still knelt before the icon to repent of his sins late into the night. His desk was always piled with church documents awaiting his review, and he always felt that he had not done enough. By what right do those ignorant, foolish worms speak of him? By what right does God speak of him? They? Calm down. The interrogator raised an eyebrow, calmly interrupting his hysteria. So this is your motive for instigating war, to retaliate against the so-called divine punishment from Allah and all the cultists of holy light who you see as indiscriminate. He turned a page of the file, his tone becoming nonchalant again. Let's go back to you. After the incident, you expressed strong dissatisfaction with the church and those radical believers, and even made statements that completely denied the holy light faith. However, after nearly 3 years of silence, you suddenly became enthusiastic about participating in religious affairs again, and with your outstanding talent, you quickly returned to the core of the church. Interestingly, on the road to advancement, those believers who disliked you or hindered your advancement would die without warning. He raised his eyes, his gaze fixed on Adil's face like a nail. How strange didn't you want to say something about their deaths? I want to see the truth. Don't even think about it. Lord Truth has shown extreme disgust towards you. In fact, he suggested that we just shoot you. The only reason you're still alive is because the world government needs a full investigation report. The interrogator shrugged. However, although you cannot see Lord Truth, I know what you want to ask the source of that great fire 41 years ago, right? Adil's pupils contracted sharply as he stared intently at him. To be honest, I don't really understand what shadow curse or anything like that Truth mentioned, so I'm going to give you a scientific explanation. The strangest thing about that fire was that none of the nearly 30 high-ranking religious figures inside escaped alive. Subsequent investigations revealed that the charred bodies had fallen in the exact same positions they had been in while praying. In other words, they hadn't even tried to move during the fire. And a church is an enclosed space. At the same time, with the help of professionals, we found this in a corner of the Church of Holy Light. He pulled a photo out of the file folder, placed it on the table, and slowly pushed it toward Adil. The photo shows several broken glass bottles, with flammable material symbols still faintly discernible on the remaining labels. We suspect that someone first rendered everyone inside unconscious in some way, and then deliberately set the fire. The interrogator paused, his gaze falling on Adil's face. The specific arsonist can no longer be identified. But to be honest, coming up with this method is not an easy thing, let alone doing it in a way that can be done covertly. There's only one organization in the world that can come up with such a plan, and you should know it very well. Adil's breath hitched. His eyes were fixed on the photograph, his pupils dilating. Yes, you guessed it, right? It's the organization you've been working with. Oh, right. We also found out that after your father died, they were the ones who spread the rumors that he was a disqualified leader, and they also seem to be behind the storming of the church cemetery. You should understand what I mean now, right? You've been used from the very beginning. They've made a fool of you. The interrogator stood up, put his hands in his pockets, and spoke with an almost pitying mockery. Your father was truly tragic. He was murdered, his reputation tarnished, and his adopted son quickly rejected the faith he had upheld his entire life, then conspired with the forces that killed him to slaughter the believers he had protected for half his life. Don't you think you're being too unreasonable? Adil did not answer. His eyes were wide open, his pupils were constricted, and he was breathing heavily. No. That's not how it is. His handcuffed hands trembled violently, his lips moved, and he murmured incessantly. Despair and regret finally overwhelmed him, leaving only an empty void of despair on his face. Was I wrong, Father? His voice was so hoarse it was almost inaudible. Don't call that Pope Father. You're not worthy. The interrogator then slightly turned his head and walked towards the door. Just before leaving, he stopped, turned back, and added earnestly, by the way, Lord Truth once said that your father was an excellent light chaser, and his piety was unmatched. The moment he finished speaking, Adil completely broke down. Tears mingled with the blood streaming down his forehead, sliding down his cheeks. Outside the interrogation room, behind a one-way glass window, Jiang Chun put down the walkie-talkie and shook his head slightly. Being played like this by Jiu, he's quite a pitiful person. He turned to look behind him. According to the rules of the world government, shouldn't he be executed? Behind him, the Eugean member nodded. That's right. According to the direction you provided, he has repeatedly directed mercenaries to attack civilians and create border friction over the years. He was most likely involved in this operation to plant explosives at the school. If he is brought before a military court for war crimes, given the impact he has caused, he will certainly die. Spare him the execution. Give him a chance to atone for his sins. Jiang Chen shook his head. Once this matter is settled, hang him in public at the entrance of the Church of Holy Light. After all, after so many years of fighting, the public's resentment needed an outlet. It would be most appropriate to publicly execute people like them as evil spirits. As for his pitifulness, what about the children who died? What about those who perished in the war? Aren't they pitiful? Jiang Chun was also an orphan. He knew what it meant to lose loved ones. Hiss! Jiang Chen's mind seemed to skip a beat, and he felt slightly disconnected from the reality before him. What happened? Probably just tired. Mr. Jiang Chun, what should we do next? The war has been suspended, and all countries have recognized our right to participate. The situation is now clear. Jiang Chun shrugged slightly. Enter. Kill. Chapter 135 Mission. Damn it. What on earth happened to Sarman? Inside a guest house, Isaac frowned as he stared at the newspaper in his hand, the two gold bars in his grip slightly deformed. Everything went wrong, starting with that strange letter 3 days ago. First, Adil ran into trouble. He didn't return with the other religious leaders, and he completely disappeared. Then, upon returning home, the world leaders almost simultaneously issued orders for a complete ceasefire. They remained silent about the reasons, only stating that it was the will of God. Although the believers did not understand, they chose to obey because of their high trust in the church leaders. But how the hell did they do that? In order to escalate the conflict between these countries to the point of near irreconcilability, under their plan, several generations, including his father's generation, spent decades creating religious conflicts. The religious leaders at the top of the faith harbor such deep hatred for each other that it's a matter of life and death, with almost no possibility of reconciliation. Who exactly is capable of erasing their differences and getting them to execute the same instructions in such a short time? Who knows? In an effort to get things back on track, 2 days ago, Isaac, along with warmongers from other countries, attempted to reignite the conflict according to the plan outlined in the original document. As a result, his old friends started to lose contact with him one by one. At the same time, countries began to cooperate with the world government to gradually screen out capitalist forces that had the potential to interfere in the course of wars in recent decades, in a state of contraction. The cooperation among the countries during this period was so seamless that there was nothing to criticize. It's as if there's a force that everyone agrees on, manipulating everything from behind the scenes. Everything went far beyond any of the plans they left behind. But that was the plan he gave us. That was the creation of this era that was closest to God. How could there be a situation that he could not have foreseen? Damn it. Could there really be some kind of Allah? He shook his head violently, banishing the absurd thought from his mind. Fortunately, I managed to conceal my identity almost perfectly, following the rules passed down from my ancestors. To this day, he has never revealed his name in public. It's impossible for anyone to associate their name with war. Next, we need to consider our options. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Isaac M. Rosefield, target confirmed. Operation time is set for 1 minute. At this time, the area downstairs from the guest house where Isaac was staying was completely surrounded by people. In the distance, the operations commander, holding binoculars, whispered orders into the walkie-talkie. No one knows how that genius found the name from a pile of documents. She just flipped through Adil's daily travel records and phone call logs, pondered for a moment, laughed for a while, and then directly pointed out the name and his approximate location. This made him wonder, do so-called geniuses really have the same brains as ordinary people? I've heard that geniuses have 4 halves of their brains, divided into left, right, front, and back. I'm getting off topic. He snapped out of his reverie, his tone turning cold again. I reiterate, try to capture them alive. But the higher-ups specifically instructed that if your safety is threatened, do not hesitate to shoot. Yes. All right, let's begin. Mahara's Federation, near the border. Inside a house with an extremely simple exterior. Azim is inspecting the gun in his hand. He's been a mercenary for years. But unlike most of his teammates, he did not come from a military family, nor was he a descendant of assassins. 10 years ago, he was just an ordinary office worker, dealing with piles of documents all day long. The adult world is far more cruel than we imagine. He was gentle by nature from a young age and was often bullied, and his father would only tell him to endure it. As adults, being scolded by superiors, ostracized by colleagues, and secretly sabotaged by others are all commonplace. Those were truly difficult times. It felt like the whole world was against him. However, fate did ultimately favor him. In the first half of his life, he met a lovely girl. Although she passed away early, she left him with an equally lovely child. He took a picture of a child from his pocket and kissed it gently. That child was very well behaved and sensible from a young age. When I was 6 or 7 years old, I already knew how to feel sorry for my father. On one occasion, Azim was mistreated at work and was harassed by his colleagues and superiors. On his way home, he was grazed by another car. The driver angrily cursed at him, and he didn't dare to say a word back. He was extremely frustrated. When I got home, my child brought me a glass of water with a big smile, his face beaming with innocent joy. A sudden surge of anger welled up inside him, and in his frustration, he waved his hand, accidentally knocking the child to the ground. He would never forget that day when the child fell to the ground, his small body trembling slightly, his terrified face covered in tears. From that day on, he made up his mind. Azim, stop daydreaming. Get ready to move out, the squad leader said. What's the next goal? Mission received. Head to the base and protect Mr. Isaac for a period of time. The reward is generous. Keep an eye out for lambs along the way to capture as hostages or as provisions. The team members nodded and began to move towards a certain location. Before long, they saw town buildings in the distance. What's ahead? It looks like Hamidi Town, one of the team members said, flipping through the map. It's the town where Lila's team was hired to plant bombs. Okay, go catch a sheep on the outskirts. The group drove towards the town, and soon they saw two figures, one large and one small, on the edge of a field in the distance. It's the two of them. Mr. Hassan, I promise I won't steal Amina's rubber bands anymore. Can you let her come back to play with me? I'm afraid that won't work, Tina. Amina has gone to a very far place. Would it be all right for your teacher to stay here with you? I just miss her a little. The teacher misses her too. The teacher misses them too. Hassan and Tina walked and talked along the ridge of the field. After 3 days of digging, the rubble was finally cleared. Of the more than 300 children, fewer than 40 were still alive. Tina was lucky. She was hiding under the table whispering to her deskmate when the falling pebbles didn't hurt her much. But she was also unfortunate. Out of more than 30 children in her class, she was the only one who survived. This made her feel a little depressed. She didn't understand why all her good friends had suddenly disappeared. So, she could only pester the only teacher around her to come out and talk to her. Hassan's eyes reddened as he looked at the little girl in front of him. In her blurred vision, many children's faces appeared on Tina's face and then disappeared. After a while, Tina's emotions gradually calmed down, and Hassan planned to go back to town with Tina for dinner. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, a speeding van came rushing towards them. Immediately afterwards, several fully armed men jumped out of the vehicle. Under the horrified gazes of Hassan and Tina, the squad leader spoke. Kill the small one. Take the big one with you. Seeing his teammates begin to raise their guns, Fahid hurriedly spoke up. Wait, Captain, that's just a child. It's not a good idea to kill him directly. How about we take him with us? Azim hurriedly said. Azim, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. We're on a mission now, so put away your twisted ideas. The captain frowned and looked at Azim. A teammate behind him turned to ask his teammate beside him. Huh? Azim wants to save that child? He's usually so ruthless. When has he ever been so kind? No, you newbie don't know. That guy became a mercenary because he was wanted for a crime. His crime was that he abused his own son for a long time, causing the son to die from shock due to severe pain. Chapter 136, How much money are you willing to spend to buy your own life? Hamidi Town, on the outskirts. The two team members huddled together, whispering among themselves. Huh, really? You'd actually do that to your own son? His wanted poster is still on the official website, and since joining the mercenary group, he's done quite a few things like this. He especially enjoys torturing and killing people who can't fight back, especially children. To be honest, which of the brothers in the group hasn't killed a lot of people? But someone like him is a bit disgusting. Beside him, Azim looked at his captain, who was angrily questioning him, and was slightly taken aback. Then, he smiled awkwardly, just like he used to do with his leaders and colleagues. Captain, don't be angry. If you don't want to bring it, then you don't have to. It's fine if you don't bring it, haha. After saying that, he glanced at the girl behind Hassan, a hint of regret flashing across his face. The captain didn't reply. He turned to look at Hassan and Tina in front of him and reached for the pistol at his waist. Meanwhile, Hassan, who was surrounded by several people, had come to his senses and quickly realized his current predicament. In countries plagued by constant warfare, mercenaries are almost ubiquitous. No one expects these people who live on the edge to have any humanity. Therefore, As a relatively valuable, highly educated individual, Hassan had nearly 100 lectures in university classes dedicated to explaining to them how to increase their chances of survival in such situations. Most mercenaries kidnap people to hold them hostage to blackmail the police and military. However, a small number are particularly vicious and treat hostages as mobile, obedient food reserves. The teacher repeatedly emphasized that if captured, one should initially go along with the mercenaries' ideas, try not to argue, and wait for rescue or a suitable opportunity to escape, as this would increase the chances of survival. Reason told him that since these mercenaries said they wanted to kill the child, he might still be alive and wait for rescue. But, teacher, little Tina was a little scared, and she gripped Hassan's clothes tightly with her little hands. Hassan, promise me you'll get the children out of here. Promise me. From this moment forward, you are the only teacher in this school. Seeing the mercenary in front of him raise his gun, Hassan did not hesitate for a moment. With the gun pointed at him, he quickly shielded Tina behind him and hurriedly spoke. No, sir. Please let the child go, I beg you. I'll go with you. Anywhere is fine with me. Fisk. The mercenary captain looked impatient, raised his pistol, and aimed at the small figure. In that instant, Hassan almost instinctively crouched down and held Tina tightly in his arms. Bang! Amid screams and cries, a bullet struck Hassan in the shoulder. He first felt as if he had been punched hard, followed by a burning pain that spread, accompanied by a bit of numbness. Then, something warm trickled down his shoulder. Blood dripped onto the girl's face and clothes. She trembled all over and stood there, stunned. Beside him, the captain frowned slightly as he looked at the injured Hassan. Damn it, I got a gunshot wound. If I get infected and die, how am I supposed to be a hostage? There were no professional medics in the team. They only knew how to kill and knew nothing about basic medical procedures. But if you kill the adult, it would be too inconvenient to travel with a child. Besides, that guy Azim likes to kill children, so if you only bring children, it's easy to run out of hostages. TSK, if it weren't for his reconnaissance skills, I'd really like to find a chance to kill him. On the other side, Hassan's initial numbness in his shoulder had subsided, followed by a sharp pain, as if a knife was twisting in his shoulder. But he still pleaded through gritted teeth. Really, I promise you, I won't run away. If it really comes to it, I'll take her with me, okay? Please don't kill her, I beg you. The captain squinted and pondered for a moment before finally speaking. Listen, you're in charge of this child. If he disobeys even slightly, you two will both die. Okay. Hassan nodded quickly, his tone full of relief, then turned to look at Tina, whose face was covered in tears and whose whole body was trembling. Tina, come with the teacher. Everything will be all right, trust me. The captain turned to look at the group of people beside him. Get them the vehicle. Head to the base. At the same time, inside a guest house in Zyler Sultan, Isaac held up his hands, his face filled with shock. In front of him, several fully armed government soldiers were pointing guns at his head. Is there some misunderstanding? I'm just an ordinary businessman. No one answered. I have 2 gold bars, worth at least 100,000 yuan. Could you do me a favor? Still, no one answered. From the moment they broke down the door, these soldiers seemed like robots, their expressions unchanged. Isaac dared not move and remained frozen in place with his hands raised. 2 minutes later, another group of people walked in. The man in the lead walked with a steady gait, clearly a commander, and judging from his demeanor, he was someone of considerable importance. Isaac's heart sank. The commander walked up to him and looked him up and down. Isaac M. Rothfield, you are suspected of multiple crimes, including war crimes and murder. I'm ordered to arrest you. Upon hearing this, Isaac's eyes widened suddenly. What? Have I been exposed? But when did this happen? I hit it so perfectly. Forget it. Now is not the time to think about this. Isaac bit his tongue hard, using the pain to force himself to calm down. The most urgent task is to find a way to buy life with money. Money can certainly buy life. Everyone's life has its price, and Isaac himself is no exception. Isaac then spoke as calmly as possible. Who is the organizer of this operation? I'd like to speak with him. Decades of family education and social experience told him that there was no point in talking to these soldiers in front of him. What we really need to find is the initiator of this operation. Just as the commander was about to say something, a soldier who looked like a clerk pressed his earpiece and whispered a few words to the commander. The commander nodded, then looked at Isaac intently for a moment before handing him a cell phone. Then a mechanical, emotionless voice came from the phone. "Hello? What's up?" He suppressed his inner turmoil and spoke in the calmest voice he could muster. "Sir, I just want to talk to you about a business deal, about how much money I need to pay to get you to let me off the hook." The person on the other end was slightly taken aback at first, and then the mechanical electronic voice came again. "Oh, interesting. Isaac, you must have made quite a bit of money over the years by trafficking people, guns and ammunition, hoarding food, and creating famines. Haven't you? I'm curious, how much money are you willing to pay to save your own life?" Chapter 1, 37 Hostages. Inside a guest house in Zyler Sultan. Hearing the cold, electronic voice coming from the other end of the phone, Isaac gripped the phone, his face grim, and after a long silence, he finally spoke. "43 billion, sir, that's all the assets I can currently mobilize." He paused, then continued. "Of course my life is worth more than that. My net worth is estimated at around 8 billion. So after I get out of here, I'll try to raise another 4 billion to send to you. What do you think? I'm not hiding anything. This is all I can offer right now. After all, no one cares about their life more than I do." There was a pause on the other end of the phone, followed by the same synthesized electronic voice, but Isaac could clearly detect a hint of sarcasm in it. "Oh, so much money," the voice said slowly. "But unfortunately, it won't work. You're a businessman. You should understand that money is ultimately just a medium of exchange. As for me, I've always believed in equivalent exchange without the medium. Only life can be exchanged for life. Here's what we'll do. Find a way to revive someone who starved to death because of you. I'll release you immediately." Isaac was stunned for a long time upon hearing this, and then he gripped the gold bar in his hand even tighter. "You, sir, aren't you asking a bit too much of me? I gave you a chance, but you refused. There's nothing I can do. This pleasant negotiation is over. Go die with your life, which is worth 8 billion. Wait, we can still talk. Give me a chance, and my family will pay a higher price for me." "All right." The other person seemed to suddenly remember something. "The investigation data shows that your family has also been involved in profiting from the war. Thank you for reminding me. Once I find out the extent of their involvement in the war, I'll send them down to join you." "You?" Before I could finish speaking, the call was disconnected. Isaac stared at the blacked-out phone screen, his face extremely grim. In this world, almost everything can be traded for money. This is the fundamental logic of the world. However, the family precepts do mention that there are some illogical and unreasonable fools in this world. He had previously learned a few ways to deal with this kind of person, but right now, he had no leverage. This is a difficult situation. At the same time, several soldiers pressed guns against the back of his head, gesturing for him to move forward. Isaac hesitated for a moment, then had no choice but to continue. He realized that he seemed to have no way out. Although he had never killed anyone with his own hands, he was well aware of the things he had done. Going to military court means certain death. Relying on family connections? That's highly unlikely. The person on the phone just now said they were targeting his family, but Isaac didn't take it to heart at all. How could a mere military commander possibly touch a capitalist family that occupies most of the world? 1% of their wealth would be enough to buy the life of a small country's head of state. Hiring someone to kill him would be more than enough. The problem now is whether the family is willing to use its resources to save him. He knew all too well how much the family valued him at most 5 billion. If it would cost 5.5 billion and 10 billion to pull strings to get him released, his family would not hesitate to abandon him. Not even his own parents. Based on his previous experience in getting death row inmates released from prison, the number of connections required to get someone released from a military court is far more than that. He was about to be put onto an armored vehicle. Just then, Isaac's phone rang. Beside him, the on-site commander frowned slightly. He reached into Isaac's pocket, took out his phone, opened it, and paused for a moment. A message is displayed on the screen. "Mr. Isaac, we've arrived at the base, and we even caught 2 lambs along the way. Would you like me to come and get you?" Meanwhile, in Sarman, at the Eugene Association building, Jiang Chen was on the phone with a team from another country that was carrying out the arrest operation. "Yes, he won't kill them first. He'll keep them alive. After everything's over, he'll hang them on the gallows." "Yes." For the past 2 days, Jiang Chun has been assisting the world government in its manhunt. It wasn't actually that smooth at first, perhaps because the Jiu have been secretly manipulating things for decades, and those religious leaders and warmongers who instigated conflict between countries were not so cunning. The turning point came with a high-ranking military officer in the country of Seraphia. He was bribed by the intelligence domain to instigate military conflicts. After his capture, they pried information out of him about an abandoned intelligence domain stronghold. No one knows why the outpost was abandoned, but the world government found something there, a list of the first people who collaborated with the intelligence domain more than 40 years ago. Although most of the people on the list are long dead, fortunately, there is a fine tradition in this world sons inheriting their fathers' businesses. Finding the children on the list isn't difficult, since wealthy and powerful people often flaunt their family background to highlight their noble lineage. Moreover, it must be said that the family trees of those capitalist families are indeed quite impressive, even recording the addresses of their children and grandchildren, which is very useful for arresting people. All in all, it was a very satisfying catch. However, it is obviously unrealistic to catch them all at once. This will be a long-term task. Once the ringleaders are arrested, we will begin to deal with the aftermath of this religious war that has lasted for decades. Jiang Chen tapped the table lightly with his fingertips, the rhythm neither too fast nor too slow. First, the public must be convinced that the wars of recent years have been instigated by someone behind the scenes, and that they themselves have been deceived by the shadow. Then came the promulgation of a unified version of the new doctrine, followed by long-term control of the media and a continuous output of positive content, in an attempt to gradually eliminate the hatred brought about by the war over time. Of course, it's difficult, but we have to get started. However, given that the average person in this world generally has a low level of memory, it should be much easier than the original world. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, the phone in front of Jiang Chun rang again. He answered the phone, placed the simultaneous interpretation device next to the receiver, and asked, "Hello, who is this?" "This is Isaac's arrest team, sir. We just spoke on the phone." "Okay. Is there a problem?" "Yes." The voice on the other end hesitated for a moment. "We just received news that Isaac has hired a group of mercenaries, and those mercenaries are currently holding 2 hostages." Chapter 138, New Chips. Sultan Zyler was escorted into the vehicle. Isaac leaned back in his seat, unable to suppress the smile on his face. "The news I just received is delightful." He never expected that a casual action by those mercenaries would create a possibility for breaking the deadlock. He recalled that the Fools chapter of the family precepts recorded several fools who did not follow the theory of money as the foundation. Among these people, a considerable number share a common characteristic in excessive concern for the lives of the lower classes. Coincidentally, there are many such people in world governments. If the commander of the unit he just spoke to was also such an idiot, then the 2 inferior hostages he currently held would become new bargaining chips in this life-or-death negotiation. This gave him a chance to return to the base alive. Base was a name Isaac chose himself. In fact, just 6 months ago, it was the most important stronghold of the intelligence domain in these countries and regions, hidden in the center of an abandoned town. Inside the base, ammunition, firearms, food, and water are all readily available and extremely sturdy, even capable of withstanding artillery fire. A few months ago, after all the people in the Jiu suddenly committed suicide, the place became empty. Isaac realized this in less than a month. He preemptively seized the place and converted it into a stronghold for his private army. Now, as long as he can reach the base alive, he and the mercenaries can use the fortifications to buy time. It won't take long, at most 5 days. 5 days is enough time for the family to pave the way with money and buy the position and life of that commander. After all, he didn't think a military commander of a world government was worth $5 billion. Meanwhile, on the other end of the phone, Jiang Chun frowned slightly. Mercenaries? Hostages? What kind of hostages? Were they captured by world government soldiers who were accidentally captured? No, none of the arrest teams have lost contact yet. Even assuming the worst, the government forces in this world could not possibly be captured. Their training from childhood would lead them to commit suicide before they could be captured. At this moment, Jiang Chen hesitated slightly, then spoke to the on-site commander on the other end of the phone. "Let Isaac answer the phone. A moment later, Isaac's voice came from the other end of the phone, his tone carrying an undisguised lightness. Sir, it seems that our negotiations have gained new leverage. Every word he spoke seemed to carry a smile. Since you believe money cannot be used as a medium of exchange, then how about using your life directly? Use the lives of the 2 hostages I hold in exchange for my life. Jiang Chun thought for a moment, then sneered. You say they're hostages? Where's the evidence? If you don't have any, I'll have the soldier next to you break your left hand. On the other end of the phone, Isaac paused briefly before speaking. Hold on. A minute later, a message was sent to Jiang Chen's screen via his mobile phone. It was a photograph of 2 figures tied to a chair, an adult male and a little girl. Jiang Chen's pupils contracted slightly. He knew that man. Hassan, that guy is really unlucky. 2 days ago, the war had just ended, and Jang Chun had personally witnessed Hassan return to the town, so he withdrew the people he had arranged to protect him. Who knew this would happen? This is getting a bit tricky. The main problem is that Jiang Chun isn't sure what the people in this world are thinking. To be on the safe side, he needs to rescue them as quickly as possible. At this point, exchanging Isaac for the hostage as quickly as possible is the optimal solution to ensure the survival of both men. As for whether exchanging hostages will allow Isaac to escape, how is that possible? In this world, as long as Jiang Chun pays special attention, no one can escape from his sight. Jiang Chun took a deep breath, his tone regaining its composure, and spoke into the phone. Very well. Isaac, I accept your offer. I agree to your proposal to exchange hostages, but it must be done immediately. And I need your guarantee that the hostages will not be harmed before then. Logically, in this situation, Jiang Chun should try to appear indifferent to weaken the value of the other party's bargaining chips, which will be beneficial to the negotiation. But in this world, Jiang Chun really wouldn't dare to gamble like that. What if the other side believes it, thinks there's no hope of replacing the person, and then just kills the hostage? Who knows if those mercenaries are idiots? On the other end of the phone, Isaac's answer was crisp and decisive. Of course, ensuring the integrity of the goods is a prerequisite for a pleasant transaction. Where should we switch locations? The border of the Mahara's Federation. I'll mark the exact location on the map later. Isaac's voice carried a hint of relief. Good. Jiang Chun hung up the phone immediately, then remained silent for a moment before dialing another number. Kareem, please prepare a car. Yes, I need to go to the Mahara's Federation border. Chapter 139, The Taste of Power. At the same time, there is an abandoned town on the border of the Mahara's Federation. This place was originally the busiest town on the border, but due to its proximity to the border and the repeated ravages of war over the decades, the residents moved away one after another and disappeared without a trace. Once the people left, the old town died. Decades have passed, and plants have taken over the land again. Lush green vines climb the crumbling walls. Wild trees squeeze out from the cracks, and tree roots have shattered sections of asphalt road. On the edge of the town stands a cluster of silos from an old cement factory. One of the silos had collapsed, its exterior rusted and mottled, and at first glance it was just a pile of ruins. But if someone can peel away the surface layer of broken cement blocks and outer gravel used for disguise, they will see a full 1.5 meters of reinforced concrete, a honeycomb steel plate interlayer, and a highly modern interior with abundant living resources, light and heavy firepower, and a 3-story brightly lit office area. This place was once the most important stronghold of the wisdom domain in this religious region, and it is now Isaac's base. Inside the meeting room, several mercenaries had sat around a table, the atmosphere tense. The mercenary squad leader frowned and said, "Bad news, Isaac has been captured." Upon hearing this, the team members standing nearby were all taken aback. Really? Didn't he always say he was good at hiding it? Damn it, that guy hasn't paid yet. Beside him, a heavy weapons operator from a squad tapped the table lightly, wiped his gun, looked at his captain with a stern face and a steady voice. No problem. At worst we can just storm in and rescue him. By the way, who captured him? World government. Save your mother's ass, die, you stupid bastard. In an instant, everyone in the group fell silent. Snatching people from the world government? What's the difference between this and sending someone to their death? If they could snatch people from the world government, why would they bother being mercenaries? After a moment of silence, The captain looked around at everyone, tapped the table lightly, and spoke. The important thing now is that Isaac says the world government has agreed to exchange the 2 hostages we have for him. At the same time, he promised that as long as we cooperated in the hostage exchange, he would increase our reward 50-fold, and he was absolutely confident that we would get out unscathed. What do you think? As soon as he finished speaking, the eyes of everyone around him lit up. 50 times. This deal was already expensive, and it's going to increase 50 times? Doesn't that mean one deal is enough to retire? But is it true? 2 ordinary people can be exchanged for a billionaire businessman worth billions. But this conflicts with the clause in the mercenary handbook that says, do not have direct contact with the world government. I think we can give it a try. Anyway, who knows what that rule is for? I guess it's just to avoid getting caught. But now that we have such a safe base as a backup, maybe we can handle the consequences of contacting the world government. An opportunity to achieve financial freedom in one fell swoop is rare. The captain glanced around at the discussion, but didn't rush to express his opinion. He used to simply follow the rules in the manual. This was the first time he had seriously considered the meaning behind the rules. He always felt that this contact might have completely unpredictable consequences. But perhaps it really is possible. After hesitating for a long time, the captain finally nodded. Okay, it's settled then. By the way, Captain, where should we set up the exchange location? Let's set at the entrance of the base so we can bring him in directly. Okay, let's go check the hostages first. Before he could finish speaking, the squad leader's expression changed drastically, and he abruptly looked around. Damn it, where's Azim? The group exchanged glances. Someone spoke up. He said he had something to do and didn't come to the meeting. Damn it. The captain suddenly rushed out of the conference room, leaving several people stunned in place. Inside the confinement room, Hassan was tied to a chair, staring in terror at Akim in front of him. Azim simply smiled and slowly inserted his fingers into Hassan's gunshot wound, swirling them around in circles, while staring intently into Hassan's eyes, as if searching for something within them. Hassan groaned in front of him, his teeth clenched so tightly he was grinding them together, but he stubbornly refused to cry out, his eyes fixed on Azim. Tina sleeps next door. The child is timid and will cry if she hears anything. Squeak, squeak. Occasionally, the faint sound of flesh being churned could be heard, which was particularly clear in the cramped solitary confinement cell. Finally, Azim withdrew his finger. His fingertip was stained with dark red, but his eyes held disappointment. Just now, he assured the captain that he wouldn't touch the uninjured child, in exchange for the right to deal with the man in front of him. The captain thought that Hassan had already been shot and would most likely die from infection, so he didn't refuse. But Azim was still somewhat disappointed. No, there's still nothing. Something's missing in your eyes. So it really is something only children have. Akim sighed softly, then took out his son's photo again and gently kissed it. He will never forget that day, looking at the child lying on the ground, and at his own trembling hands. He suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of joy. I see. So this is what it feels like. Is this what it's like? That day, the child's heartfelt fear, mixed with confusion, helplessness, and pain, was deeply etched into his mind. That was the first time he, a timid and insecure man, had tasted the power in this oppressive world. Yes, this world is divided into strong and weak. Since he was bullied as the weak, he should bully the weaker ones. Because I am unhappy, I need people who are even more unhappy than me, so that I won't feel so unhappy. Because I am in pain, I need someone who is in even more pain than me, so that I won't feel so bad. That should be the law governing the world. From that day on, he found the meaning of life. Soon after, his son died, but he soon regretted it. My child seems different from others. I can't quite put my finger on it. There seemed to be something missing, yet something also seemed to have been added in the way that child looked at him. For the next 20 years, he tried to find that look in other people's eyes again, but he always felt that something was missing. Azim shook his head, looked again at Hassan, who was staring intently at him, and a blissful smile returned to his face. But it's already great as it is. He slapped Hassan hard across the face, looked into Hassan's eyes filled with despair and anger, and then looked at his own hands. Yes, that's exactly the feeling. Although it couldn't compare to his beloved son, the sense of power to control other people's destinies was still incredibly captivating. Bang! The door was kicked open suddenly. The captain stood at the door, looking at the scene before him, his brows furrowed deeply, before turning to look at Azim. Something's happened to Isaac. This man and that child are to be used in exchange for Isaac. You can't touch them. But Captain, didn't you promise me? Azim looked somewhat disappointed, with a hint of anger mixed in. Listen. The captain took 2 steps forward, looking slightly down into Azim's eyes, his voice icy. If you touch those 2 again, I'll shoot you. Normally, you can do whatever twisted things and nobody will care, but don't let it interfere with business or block everyone's path to wealth. Oh, okay, don't be angry, I won't touch them. Azim was taken aback at first. Then a smile spread across his face as he bent over, his face full of wrinkles. The captain felt a surge of nausea at the sight of his humble and obsequious demeanor. He doesn't consider himself a good person. He has killed more elderly people, children, and women over the years than all the other members of the team combined. But killing and torturing are 2 different things. Although Azim is a pushover in the team, his almost obsequious humility is unsettling and sometimes even sends chills down your spine. He really didn't want to deal with this guy. Then, the captain ignored him and dragged Hassan, who was slumped in his chair, to his feet. The world government plans to exchange you and that child for someone else. You'll be able to leave alive tomorrow, so don't die before then. A glimmer of hope suddenly appeared in Hassan's eyes. Hassan was then returned to the same cell where Tina had been. The mercenary group and the world government also began preparations for tomorrow's hostage exchange. Time flew by, and soon it was noon the next day. The time for exchanging hostages has come. Chapter 140, I Want Him Dead. Mahara's federal border. After decades of abandonment, the small town finally welcomed its last group of visitors. At this moment, in the town square, dozens of soldiers in camouflage uniforms stood guard with guns at a distance. Snipers occupied almost every vantage point on the surrounding rooftops. With a deafening roar, a helicopter flew in from a distance and landed steadily in the center of the square. The cabin door opened, and a young figure jumped off the plane, his clothes billowing in the raging air currents. Jiang Chen adjusted his glasses and looked at the cluster of silos from the old cement factory not far away, somewhat speechless. In fact, he had been speechless since yesterday. In his view, when it comes to exchanging hostages, one should always choose an open area that can protect against snipers, or even a mobile location such as a 2-way vehicle, bus, or subway, where one can hide their tracks at any time and facilitate retreat. At the very least, you should always keep a vehicle for your escape when you make an exchange. However, the other party directly set the exchange location at their own hideout and made no other requests. This request left Jiang Chen completely bewildered. Even though he knew the other party was an idiot, he still couldn't help but spend over an hour repeatedly confirming whether Isaac had any backup plans. In the end, there was none. This was supposed to be a good thing, but Jiang Chen couldn't laugh at all. He just felt speechless. Having lived in this world for so long, ordinary things no longer make him laugh. Not far away, Isaac stood quietly in the square, his hands cuffed. Following the sound of the helicopter engine, he stared intently at the figure jumping off the helicopter, and then his pupils contracted slightly. Is this the commander of this cleanup operation? Too young. She looks to be under 20 years old. But this makes absolutely no sense. At this age, there simply isn't enough time to accumulate knowledge and experience, and no matter what industry you're in, it's impossible to reach a decision-making position. But his businessman's intuition refuted his judgment. As the young man drew closer, Isaac suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. The person in front of me is ridiculously wealthy. A ridiculous thought suddenly popped into his head, but he quickly dismissed the idea. The net worth of a military operations commander is at most 300 million. In the past, he wouldn't even give someone of that status a second glance. However, since he is currently at the mercy of others, he doesn't mind temporarily bringing the two of them to the same level. Consider this a small reward for this valiant commander before his death. Seeing the young man approaching, Isaac went to greet him with a perfectly timed smile. Commander, it's an honor to meet you. If you come here just to spout this nonsense, I suggest you shut up. The young man didn't even turn his head to look at him and walked straight past him. Isaac was taken aback at first. Then a vein bulged slightly on his forehead, but he quickly managed to smile. Haha, Commander, you flatter me. Of course, I have something important to tell you. He paused for a moment, then continued speaking. I'm the most outstanding businessman in my family in nearly a century. I have always believed that only a family like ours has a clear enough understanding of the world. In fact, this world is a huge shopping mall, and everyone's life is placed on the shelf as a commodity. Whoever has money can buy life. Whoever offers the lowest price will have their life bought. He stared at Jiang Chen's back, his voice gradually becoming lower. Sir, anyone in this world might not live to see tomorrow, but it won't be me. Isaac knew that the young man in front of him probably couldn't understand what he was saying, but he intended to take his words as a form of end-of-life care for the young commander. However, to his surprise, the young man paused slightly, then turned around with a very complicated expression on his face, even showing a hint of pity. The young man patted him on the shoulder, said nothing more, and walked straight past. Finally, a pleased smile appeared on his face. Inside base, the blinding lights suddenly shone on, and Hassan couldn't help but squint, his eyes stinging with tears. It's time to leave. A voice came from outside the door, devoid of emotion. Okay. Hassan opened his mouth, wanting to respond, but found that his throat was so swollen that he couldn't make a sound. A severe headache, fever, and cold sweat, she knew he was sick, and he was almost too weak to even stand up. Teacher, Tina, her eyes red, looked at Hassan with worry in her eyes. I'm Fina. Hassan struggled to stay upright, his voice hoarse, as if squeezed from deep within his throat. Let's go, Tina. Let's go home. The hour and minute hands quietly overlap at the 12 position. All eyes turned to the abandoned cement factory. On the side of the collapsed silo, a piece of old iron stuck to the silo wall moved slightly, and then a narrow passage was revealed from behind. Inside the passage, a mercenary in camouflage stepped out first, followed by a man carrying a child. Inside the building in the distance, Jang Chun nodded slightly, signaling to begin. Isaac took the lead and walked towards the door, while Hassan led the child forward at the same time. The two grew closer and closer. As they brushed past each other, Isaac couldn't help but frown. Trading his life for the lives of these two hostages did not align with his value system of equivalent exchange. After all, his life was worth far more than those two civilians. If you try to exchange gold for stones, even the gold will be unhappy. But there was no other way. In order to get out of his current situation, he could only put them on one level for a transition. As Isaac drew closer to the door, his excitement grew stronger. With only a few dozen steps left, he suddenly sprinted forward and plunged into the doorway. In that instant, the passage suddenly closed as if it had never existed. At this moment, Hassan could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground amidst Tina's worried cries. Inside the passage, Isaac gasped for breath before collapsing to the ground and bursting into unrestrained laughter. I won. All that remained in his heart was the relief of surviving a disaster. Nearby, several mercenaries were also looking at Isaac with extremely fervent eyes. Lord Isaac, about that 50 times reward you mentioned. A mercenary couldn't help but ask. Of course, I keep my word. But before that, please give me a cell phone. Isaac remained lying on the ground, smiling as he spoke. Taking the phone, Isaac dialed a number almost without hesitation. It is Isaac M. Rosefield. That's right. I've successfully escaped. I'll report the details of this incident to the family later. But now, I need you to use the highest search authority in the family to find the commander in charge of this Holy Light Church's multinational manhunt. I need all his information. After hanging up the phone, he ignored the mercenary's questions and quickly drafted an email using a template, explaining the general situation to his master. At the end of the email, he wrote, regarding the resolution of this matter, I have decided to follow the third strategy in the 10 strategies for dealing with threats from government agencies outlined in our family precepts. I have authorized the investigation into that commander's information and believe I will have the results soon. Once his identity has been confirmed, please issue a bounty as soon as possible to replace him with one of your own. Furthermore, I am willing to offer all my assets 8.74 billion to buy his life. He paused, his thumb hovering over the screen for a moment before pressing send. I want him dead. A cruel smile slowly spread across Isaac's lips. Chapter 141 Sunset. Mahara's federal border. In the square, Jiang Chen frowned slightly as he looked at Hassan on the stretcher. Hassan was in very poor condition. He was curled up on the stretcher, his face as pale as a sheet of paper, his collar soaked with cold sweat, and his body trembling uncontrollably. Beside them, a girl stood timidly beside the stretcher, her right hand tightly clutching Hassan's clothes, her eyes red-rimmed. Jiang Chun bent down and reached out to pat the girl's head. "It's all right, little one. Now your teacher needs you to protect him and go to the hospital together. Okay?" "Good." The girl clenched her little fist, her eyes filled with determination. Watching Tina walk away on the stretcher, Jiang Chun narrowed his eyes and looked at the dilapidated silo not far away. Before the operation, Jiang Chun had considered that this stronghold might hide some large underground passage, making it easy for the people inside to evacuate without being noticed. However, after learning the specifics, Jiang Chun dismissed the idea himself. The main reason is geographical location. This is a mountainous area. Beneath the topsoil is all rock. Without large tunnel boring machines, it is virtually impossible to excavate a decent passage and facilities under the rock strata. The world's large-scale infrastructure equipment is all controlled by the world government and local governments. In addition, since this is a war zone, it would be extremely difficult for an individual to secretly bring in a single piece of equipment. However, what really puzzled Jiang Chun was something else. After the soldiers scouted the area, they discovered that several escape routes to the outpost had been blocked off from the inside with rubble. No one knows who did it, but in any case, it saved Jiang Chun a lot of trouble. Just then, a man who looked like an officer walked over and opened his notebook. "Your Excellency, there are 3 things I need to report to you." Speaking. "First, we have taken control of the current head of the Rothfield family, but we do not yet have direct evidence that he was involved in instigating the war." "It's all right," Jiang Chun said calmly. "Isaac will soon hand over the evidence to us." The world government found a copy of Isaac's family precepts at his residence, so Isaac's next move is almost predictable. The officer paused, then continued. "Secondly, we just discovered that someone has posted a bounty on the world's largest intelligence trading website for your personal information." "Yes, that's normal. We're tracking the IP address of the account that posted the bounty." "Okay. The third thing is that the military has already located the coordinates here and can confirm them at any time." "Very good." Jiang Chun turned his head with an expectant expression. "Mr. Jiang Chun, what should we do next?" "Retreat." Jiang Chun smiled slightly. "Retreat, everyone. The farther the better." Inside the base, Isaac sat in a leather chair in his office, his left hand slowly twirling the 2 gold bars, producing a soft metallic clinking sound. "Mr. Isaac, what should we do next?" The mercenary leader behind him asked. "Wait." Isaac seemed quite pleased. "Just wait a little while. Don't worry about their next move. I can tell you what will happen next. Next, they will try to find the entrance from all angles, attempting to sneak into the base to kill us. But they will have no chance of getting in. Although the builders of this base left many passages for emergency evacuation, I destroyed them all when I first arrived here. In this way, the fortress will have no weaknesses. Then they would try to bombard the perfect fortress with some large-caliber artillery fire, but they would soon realize that all the artillery fire would not pose any real threat to the castle, and they will retreat soon, because of the commander's unexpected death." At this point, Isaac paused, a slight smile playing on his lips. The mercenaries beside him marveled at his meticulous logic and perfect plan, etc. Suddenly, the mercenary who was staring at the monitor screen stood up abruptly, his voice filled with disbelief. "They've evacuated." The air in the control room seemed to freeze for a moment. "What's going on?" The mercenary leader strode to the monitoring console. The red dot representing the world government's military heat source on the screen was rapidly moving away, orderly and quickly exiting the monitoring range. "We can't see anyone even with infrared imaging. All units are retreating." The mercenary monitoring the surveillance cameras quickly switched between feeds. Confirmed they really withdrew. The leader paused for 2 seconds, then turned around abruptly, looking behind him with surprise. "Did Mr. Isaac make this?" At that moment, Isaac's smile froze on his face. Did I do this? Impossible, absolutely impossible to be that fast. According to normal procedures, it would take at least an hour just to find out the true identity of that commander, not to mention the subsequent series of countermeasures, which would take at least 5 days. What exactly happened outside? Fight. At that moment, Isaac's phone screen suddenly lit up and a message popped up. Isaac M. Rosefield. Are you sure this operation has a commander? There's no information about him, neither from the world government's known list of officials nor from various spies, mercenaries, or information brokers. Repeated, no messages. Isaac's pupils contracted sharply, and he quickly replied, How is that possible? Didn't I say I was using the family's highest authority within the intelligence network? It uses the highest level of privileges. The other party replied very quickly. Looking at his phone screen, Isaac's body stiffened abruptly. No way. There are probably no more than 50 families like them in the world that spend no less than 10 billion on intelligence networks every year, yet cannot find anyone even with the highest level of authority. If that's really the case, then that bounty absolutely cannot be placed. Isaac immediately realized what was happening and quickly dialed the head of the family's number. Hello, Mr. Herman, Oh, what a coincidence. A very familiar electronic voice came from the other end of the phone. I'm sorry. Your patriarch is busy and may not be able to help you post the bounty. Isaac's breath hitched. You? Oh, you want to ask why I was the one who answered the phone? The voice on the other end chuckled. That's because it was relayed to your master's cell phone signal. Furthermore, I have obtained your patriarch's consent. Would you like to ask him? Isaac's hand holding the phone began to tremble violently. His mind went blank, and he had completely lost the ability to think. It's almost time. You should have windows there, or surveillance cameras for observation, right? The person on the other end of the phone suddenly lowered their voice, as if sharing a secret. Look at the sunset. The evening glow is beautiful, isn't it? Isaac turned his head blankly and looked at the monitor screen next to him. The camera has excellent resolution, and the sunset is breathtakingly beautiful. Orange light filled half the sky, and the clouds were dyed in layers of gold and purple, like a calm and vast oil painting. However, right next to the not-so-bright sunset, a tiny black dot appeared. It did not move. It is getting bigger. Chapter 142 Ruins. Mahara's federal border. On the distant mountaintop, Jiang Chen gazed at the thick smoke rising from the cement plant and the dust billowing up, and smiled as he spoke into his phone. Hello, are you still there? Nothing else you want to ask? Ignoring me? That's so rude. Jiang Chun hung up the phone with a helpless expression. When the location for the hostage exchange was decided yesterday, Jiang Chun had already determined their fate. However, although they were foolish, in fact, the other side's actions were reasonable from a certain perspective. After all, humans cannot imagine things they have not seen, and this is even more true for the people of this world. In this world, all weapons of mass destruction that could threaten global stability are in the hands of the world government, without exception. Even GU wouldn't have that. Perhaps the intellectual domain possesses the blueprints to produce these weapons, but they lack two crucial elements: a complete production line left by a genius, and a family that has been engaged in dedicated production for generations. Today, world governments have not publicly used such weapons for nearly a century. This led to the perception among Isaac and his men that no weapon could threaten their bunkers. In reality, they were just as ridiculous as their bunker. Of course, because the war 10,000 years ago almost destroyed all the systematic large-scale military-industrial bases, the world government did not have many types of weapons of mass destruction. This time, the world government used the Earth Abyss 3 attack ballistic missile. Jiang Chun didn't quite understand the technical parameters, such as high-strength tungsten alloy shell, Mach 6 terminal velocity, and terminal active radar. In short, although it was very powerful, it was not enough to level the factory area in one go. Currently, although there is no sound from the other end of the phone, the call has not been automatically disconnected, indicating that the device is intact. Looks like we'll have to fire another one. We need to make sure they're completely dead. In the ruins of the silo, Isaac was awakened by a series of piercing screams and curses. Then, a sharp pain suddenly struck. He struggled to turn his head and found himself trapped under the rubble, his legs pinned down by several heavy concrete slabs. Damn it, what happened? That thing in the sky, just now. Does such a weapon exist in this world? The excruciating pain in his legs made him instinctively want to call for help, but the piercing screams beside him interrupted his thoughts. Who's calling? He gritted his teeth, tried his best to sit up, and peered toward the direction for which the sound came. In the flickering, broken emergency lights, he saw a person crouching on the ground ahead, seemingly cutting something with great effort. Are they rescuing someone? Isaac squinted as hard as he could, but froze the moment he saw it clearly. Not far away, a mercenary who he always remembered as humble and cowardly was half squatting on the ground. At that moment, he was slowly and deliberately cutting off the fingers of another mercenary who was trapped under the rubble, one by one. Hoarse screams echoed through the ruins, as if they were squeezed out from the depths of hell. Azim, you madman, you fucking kill me. Hee, Carl, your fingers aren't as hard as they were when you hit me before. Azim just smiled, watching the pained expressions on the faces of his teammates who usually looked down on him, and that disgusting look reappeared on his face. Next, I'm going to cut off your ears. Hee. Bang. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out from somewhere. Azim suddenly stopped, first touching his back, then collapsing to the ground. Behind him, a figure staggered out of the ruin pit was the mercenary squad leader. The captain staggered to his feet, picked up a fallen steel pipe from the ground, dragged his broken left leg, and slowly moved to Azim's side, looking down at the face on the ground with disgust. On the ground, Azim first showed a look of fear, then the wrinkles on his face creased, and he put on that obsequious smile again. Team, Captain, puff. The squad leader slammed a stick into Azim's leg. The sound of bone cracking mingled with the dust of the ruins, harsh and muffled. Ah, you know what, Azim? The squad leader's voice was devoid of emotion, only heavy with weariness. I wanted to do this for a long time. Before Azim could even beg for mercy, another blow came crashing down, striking him squarely in the mouth. The sound of teeth shattering was drowned out by his screams, and blood splattered everywhere. The captain didn't want to hear any more sounds coming from that mouth. Then steel pipes rained down like a storm. In less than 5 minutes, Azim collapsed to the ground, his body mangled and bloodied. In the final moments of his life, in a hazy state, he seemed to see his son Againa, small figure in the distance, quietly watching him. Son, they all bully me. The whole world bullies me. But you wouldn't, right? You're my son. I can treat you however I want, because you're mine. He was about to call out when he suddenly froze. On the child's face, countless phantom faces overlapped one another. Some were children he remembered, children he had personally tortured and killed, and some he had no recollection of, yet they were all silently embedded in that face. Azim's lips trembled violently, and not a sound came out his throat. Through his blurry vision, his son picked up a stone from the ground and walked towards him. At this moment, a look of horror finally appeared on his face. The child walked up to him, looked down at him, and raised the stone high. Puff! The captain looked at his smashed head and spat in disgust. He then dragged his broken leg to his teammate's side, only to find that the other was already dead. A steel bar had pierced his abdomen, and the shrill scream he had just heard was nothing more than a last struggle before his adrenaline ran out. Hey, over here! Suddenly a shout came from the side, and following the sound, he saw Isaac trapped under the rubble. So you're still alive. The captain walked over and leaned against the ruins, took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, took a puff, and then offered it to Isaac's lips. I know you look down on this cheap stuff, but we have nothing else right now, so we'll just have to make do. Inhaling cheap smoke is an insult to my worth, Isaac said hoarsely, shaking his head. Oh, the captain withdrew his hand, took another deep drag, and white smoke slowly rose from between his fingers. Did the judgment fail? What are your plans for the future? Do me a favor, just kill me. Oh, so desperate. You have no idea what it means that even the highest level of the global intelligence network can't find any information. I have no chance of survival. Dying here is the most comfortable way to die. Good. The captain pulled out a pistol from his waist and, without hesitation, pressed it against Isaac's head. Bang! As the power system gradually collapsed, the flickering lights went out one by one. With the lights flickering, the squad leader lit another cigarette and began trying to recall his life. He didn't feel there was anything worth remembering in his life. The money I saved up, I didn't have time to spend. He had no wife and no children. His parents died while he was a mercenary when he was young. He had no thoughts about death. Mercenaries live by the law, and he never expected to live long. He's already lucky to have survived this long. But what if there's a next life? Forget it. There probably won't be a next life. He doesn't believe in that. After finishing a cigarette, the last emergency light went out completely at that moment. In the darkness, a spark was dropped on the ground. Then, a final gunshot rang out from the ruins. Bang! Chapter 143 USB Flash Drive. Mahara's Federal Border. After the second missile landed, the already dilapidated silo completely collapsed, turning into a pile of ruins. Looking at the rising gray smoke in the distance, Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction and dialed Isaac's number again. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently switched off. The phone is off. It was probably blown up. It seems that Isaac is indeed dead. Jiang Chen turned off his phone, and his tense nerves, which had been taut for days, finally relaxed. Isaac was one of the key figures in war capitalism and the only war profiteer to escape being hanged. With Isaac's death, the first purge targeting religious traitors and war capital was nearing its end. Next, we need to think about how to deal with the mess these people left behind. Those captured had to be labeled and hanged in public. Ordinary people had to be convinced they were misled, thus dissolving the hatred accumulated during the war. Post-war reconstruction work had to be prepared, and time had to be spent developing a new doctrine that could be accepted by all sides. There's a lot to do, and I estimate I'll be busy for the next few days. But in any case, this war, which was triggered by religious division, is finally coming to an end. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen closed his eyes and rubbed his temples. I've been highly focused these past few days, and my mind is a bit foggy. Sizzle. Just then, Jiang Chen's headset suddenly made a sound. It is Kareem, the chapter president of UGN. Mr. Jang Chun, there is something I need to report to you. Kareem's voice was somewhat grave. It concerns that abandoned intelligence domain outpost. Jang Chun frowned slightly upon hearing this. When he investigated that outpost before, he found it strange given the level of intelligence in this world. It was not easy to build an outpost without the knowledge of multiple countries. Logically, if it hadn't been exposed, it shouldn't have been easily discarded. So after finding nothing inside the base, he casually asked the world government to conduct a general search of the surrounding area to see if there was anything unusual. What was found there? Bones. Kareem paused. We found a stone tablet about 1 kilometer outside the outpost. We dug up a large number of skeletons from the ground around the stone tablet. Bones. Jiang Chun was slightly taken aback. Yes, 23 bodies have been unearthed so far, all wearing uniforms with the Jiu insignia on them. Jiang Chen's brows furrowed slowly. The people of the wisdom domain died beneath the stone tablet outside their own stronghold. He remained silent for a moment, then turned and boarded the helicopter parked nearby. You guys continue searching. I'm coming over now. Yes, Mr. Jiang Chun. By the way, is there an inscription on the stone tablet? What is it? To those who shine. It was already dark when Jiang Chun arrived at the abandoned intelligence domain outpost. But at this moment, the entire area was illuminated as brightly as day by various temporary lights. As soon as he got off the helicopter, Kareem came to greet him. Please take me there. Okay, Mr. Jiang Chun, please follow me. Following Kareem, Jiang Chun quickened his pace toward the excavation site, and soon saw a skeleton wrapped in clothes neatly arranged on a flat ground. Jiang Chun stopped in front of the skeletons, his gaze slowly sweeping over them. Something's not right. These remains were not buried haphazardly. Each body was neatly arranged, with relatively intact clothing, and no obvious knife wounds or bullet marks on the bones at first glance. It didn't look like torture, nor did it look like a fight. Can you tell me the specific year? Kareem stood to the side, pausing slightly. We have already extracted bone samples, but the exact time of death needs to be sent back to the lab for testing. Judging from a degree of weathering, it's been at least several decades. What about their identity information? No, there were no personal identification marks on the uniform or personal belongings, making it completely impossible to identify the person. Jiang Chen frowned, his mind racing. Who are these people? Why do people die? Who did it? If it was done by external forces, there should be signs of resistance. But if it's within the intelligence domain, why would they kill their own people? As Jiang Chen pondered this, he paced back and forth around the 20 or so skeletons. Suddenly, he paused abruptly, as if he had seen something. He slowly approached a skeleton, his gaze fixed between the upper and lower jaws of the skull. There seemed to be something stuck there. Then, under the astonished gazes of those around him, he frowned, reached out, and pried open the stiff jawbone, carefully pulling out an object from inside. It was a USB flash drive. What the hell? Jiang Chun was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at the crowd beside him. You must have brought your laptops, right? Certainly. 2 minutes later, inside a car, Jiang Chun opened a laptop and inserted the USB drive. The USB drive contains only one file, and the file name is a string of English letters. He used the computer's built-in translation software to convert it with one click, and then paused for a moment. Document name: Psychological Counseling File 2016-162.06.112016-163.0 Jiang Chen opened the file and found several documents and video clips with corresponding numbers inside. Without much hesitation, he opened the first document. File creator: James Whitmore. Purpose of this record: during the execution of this mission concerning religious states, the initial plan requires carrying out numerous terrorist attacks against ordinary citizens, including women, the elderly, children, and the sick. This can easily lead to a psychological breakdown among the members performing the task. Currently, for Class C, members have committed suicide, and 3 have suffered mental breakdowns. Such losses are catastrophic for the smooth progress of the mission. Therefore, N-Brain suggests alleviating the members' inner tension through psychological guidance. The following is a record of the members' inquiry. Chapter 144, Always Right. File number: Nod_07-8847.c. Inquiry date: July 19, 2016, February 7, 2016. Personnel information: Alastair Finch, Class C. 2 days ago, he was in charge of interrogating the Chief of Armaments of the Holy Light Church of the Mahalas Federation, with the objective of obtaining the exact location of the armory to facilitate subsequent demolition and conflict. The following is a record of the consultation. Psychotherapist EB04. Mr. Alastair Finch. Hello, I am a psychotherapist. You can tell me what's on your mind. Alastair Finch. Yesterday, the chief of the armaments department I was interrogating bit off his tongue in front of me, and he died this morning. Psychotherapist EB04. It's regrettable, but please don't worry. It's not your fault you didn't complete the task. You'll succeed next time. Alastair Finch, interrupting. No, it's not about the mission. You know what? I used every instrument of torture on him yesterday. That's what I've learned all these years in the organization. I know where the cuts hurt the most. I know how to keep the person being interrogated conscious, and how to make them suffer bit by bit. But he didn't say a word, you know? He just stared at me intently. He made me feel disgusted with myself. I'm not some saint. I've interrogated and killed countless criminals, but I always knew those people were sinners who deserved to be punished. But he did nothing wrong. Do you understand? He just didn't want his compatriots to die because of him. And we are the executioners who will kill their own people. What did they do wrong? How did they become an obstacle to human civilization? Were they wrong from birth? Psychotherapist EB04. I don't recommend you continue thinking like this. For the sake of humanity's future, whatever we do, no matter how cruel, is right. Overthinking will only impair your judgment. Summary and analysis. This Class C individual has experienced a severe breakdown of empathy and a conflict of moral cognition, fundamentally questioning the legitimacy of the organization's actions. It is recommended that they be immediately removed from all positions involving interrogation, and that long-term monitoring for self-destructive tendencies be considered. Note: Alastair Finch committed suicide 5 days later. File number: Nod_07-8853.c. Inquiry date: August 13, 2016. Personnel information: Lysander Croft, Class C. 2 days ago, he was responsible for planting and detonating a bomb at a religious hospital in Sarman, leaving traces of neighboring countries' military at the scene as a pretext to provoke war between the two countries. Psychotherapist EB04. Hello, Lysander Croft. I'm a psychotherapist. You can tell me anything that's on your mind. Lysander Croft. I feel like throwing up. Psychotherapist EB04. Sir, please calm down. You can tell me anything you want to say, and I will listen. Lysander Croft. I feel like throwing up. I want to die. I feel terrible. Psychotherapist EB04. Please explain in detail what happened. Lysander Croft. I want to plant the bomb. I followed instructions and put the bomb in the children's ward. Because they were all children, no one would notice. But once I got inside, I couldn't find a hidden spot for a moment. Then a child spotted me. A little boy who looked about this big. He gestured with his hand to indicate a very small size. He asked me what I was doing. I followed the instructions in the manual. I said I was hiding treasure. Very, very big treasure. The boy then took me to his hospital room, saying it was his secret base where no one would come. He pinky swear with me. He said he wouldn't tell anyone. He gave me the key to the hospital room. Look, it's this one with a little bear pennant on it. He said I can come and get the treasure anytime. Silence. Did he deserve to die too? Was killing that child a necessary condition for winning a future for humanity? Psychotherapist EB04. Yes, he deserves to die. I don't recommend you continue thinking like this. What we do, no matter how cruel, is right in order to save the future of humanity. Overthinking will only impair your judgment. Lysander Croft, after a long silence. Why not send D-class agents to do this? Those clueless guys wouldn't have any inner turmoil if they did it. Psychological counselor EB04. Level D personnel only obey orders and are unable to handle the complex aspects of operations that require judgment and strategy. You are among the best members of the organization, with clear thinking and meticulous logic. There are some things that only you can do. Lysander Croft. I can't do anything. I want to die. Summary. This Class C personnel has exhibited severe post-traumatic stress disorder, accompanied by strong self-destructive tendencies, and is unable to continue performing frontline tasks involving ethical conflicts. Immediate reassignment and psychological intervention are recommended. If ineffective, supervised mandatory leave should be considered. Note: Lysander Croft attempted suicide by cutting his wrists in his bedroom in the early hours of the following day, but was transferred to the psychiatric ward for continued monitoring after the failed attempt. File number: nod_07-8871.c. Inquiry date: 2016-16-03.01.01. Personnel information: Theron Ruck, Class C. Yesterday, he was responsible for planting a bomb in a religious church in Kalar Sultan and detonating it during a New Year's Eve celebration inside, causing numerous deaths and injuries in order to facilitate subsequent religious conflict. Psychotherapist ebnuloniv, helloteron rok, psychotherapist. You can tell me anything that's on your mind. Theron Rookie, breaking down. Are we really doing the right thing? Are we really on the right track? Tell me. Psychotherapist EB04. Yes, without a doubt. I don't recommend you continue thinking like this. What we do, however cruel, to save humanity's future is the right thing to do. Overthinking will only. Theron Rookie suddenly erupts in fury. Stop reciting these template lines. Of course you people in the rear will say that. It wasn't you who killed innocent people. You just need to stay in a safe place and recite your lines to fool us, right? Isn't that right? Huh? 2 seconds of silence. Psychotherapist EB04. The town where you planted the bomb today is my hometown. My father was among those who attended Mass in the church yesterday. The location of the bomb and the detonation plan were determined by InBrain based on the information I provided. I take full responsibility for the deaths of those people, including my father. Theron Rookie, stunned. Psychotherapist EB04. Although I am in great pain, I know I am right. In the millions of years of civilization, only geniuses have been able to drive humanity forward. In an era where geniuses do not emerge, people die in vain. And now, InBrain has provided a path to change the world. There will always be sacrifices along the way. And the significance of my father and others to this world is that they died where they deserved to die. Theron Rookie, in a hoarse voice. What if the InBrain is wrong? Psychotherapist EB04 excitedly, InBrain is always right. Improving human intelligence through evolution will definitely succeed. One day, human intelligence will reach an extremely high level, no longer needing to rely on the accidental birth of geniuses. For this, any sacrifice is acceptable. Your hearts waver only because your ideals are not firm enough. You are not pure enough. A long silence. Theron Rookie, looking down wearily, maybe, but I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it anymore. By the way, did you know? Before you, 3 therapists have already committed suicide. How long do you think you can hold on? In conclusion, this Class C individual has experienced a complete breakdown of psychological defenses, accompanied by a strong tendency toward moral negativity and a drive to retreat, making them unsuitable for continued participation in any operations involving civilian targets. I believe we should strengthen the guidance of the participants' thinking to prevent them from doubting the correctness of the action plan and the end-brain. End-brain is always right and will continue to be right. Note, Theron Rook submitted her withdrawal application the following day, which was rejected. That night, she overdosed on sleeping pills in her dormitory and died. Annotation. You are wrong. The intellectual domain S-path is completely wrong. End-brain. Document record from 2016-3.01.01. Who altered the file? Who made the annotations? The consultation files are uploaded directly to the End-brain cloud. Who can modify the files on the End-brain cloud? End-brain. Was the annotation done by End-brain? Did the End-brain negate us? Are we wrong? What have we been doing all these years? What have I done? We were wrong. What should we do? Father, us. I want to die. 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 Case summary. Psychological counselor EB04 died on the same day. The cause of death was piercing his throat with a pen tip. Speculated cause of suicide. Unexplained annotations in the psychological counseling file led to the collapse of his beliefs. The annotation was found at the end of the file's cloud storage page. The IP address and modification time could not be traced, and the permission level could not be determined. Preliminary technical assessment. It is speculated that this is a rare system malfunction, possibly caused by erroneous output due to residual and disordered data from the output device. Recommended course of action. This file is sealed off immediately and access is prohibited. A new psychologist, EB05, was reassigned to replace EB04. End-brain is always right and will continue to be right. End-brain is always right and will continue to be right. End-brain is always right and will continue to be right. End-brain is always right and will continue to be right. Chapter 145 Hanging. Outside the abandoned stronghold. Jiang Chen felt a chill run down his spine. This document conveys a despair that is almost suffocating. In Jiang Chen's view, it was inevitable that these people would suffer a mental breakdown. The average person in this world cannot simultaneously hold 2 completely different thoughts in their brain. If you only instill a follow orders mindset in his brain, he will not be able to think flexibly in complex tasks. However, if you want him to maintain excellent thinking ability when performing tasks, you must allow him to retain a complete, normal way of thinking. This means that they will have the most basic and ordinary sense of right and wrong. However, the task assigned to them by the intelligence domain, despite being cloaked in lofty ideals, fundamentally violated the basic principles of humanity. In this world, their memory and reason are insufficient to support them, like soldiers in some countries before they crossed over, to wait until after their discharge to develop post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. Their self-doubt and psychological breakdown will quickly explode after the mission, and they will be led to their death by their collapsing beliefs. These are just Jiang Chen's guesses. Perhaps these skeletons are the remains of those members of the intelligence domain who died after suffering a mental breakdown. It is evident that the intelligence domain held a solemn and dignified funeral for them, acknowledging their contributions to humanity. But are they on the right path? Is the path taken by Jiu the right one? Can artificial selection, which involves mass killing of people with low intelligence, really improve the intelligence of people in this world? If this method works, if 99% of humanity were to die, The remaining 1% could lead civilization to a more distant future. Should human civilization sacrifice 99% of its population? In other words, if there were a button in front of you that, if you pressed it, would randomly kill 90% of the world's population, the remaining humans would lead human civilization to the end of the universe. Do you know how to press it? What if your parents or relatives are among those 90% of people? Jiang Chen's mind was in complete chaos. No, don't think too far ahead. I'm not a philosopher. What's the use of thinking about these things? He took a deep breath and shook his head vigorously. Let's deal with the immediate problem first. There are already too many problems. First, if the document was sealed, why was the USB drive in the corpse's mouth? What was the identity of this corpse? Also, why was this outpost abandoned? Just because some people died? That doesn't make sense. What is the purpose of the intellectual domain in instigating war? This kind of war can't possibly target and kill people with intellectual disabilities. Of course, the most crucial question Iswo wrote the annotations in the psychological counseling files. Is it a terminal brain? If InBrain does not endorse the artificial selection approach, why would it provide the intelligent domain with incorrect directions and execution plans? I can't figure it out. It's too confusing. These are problems the world government can't solve for him. The world government knows very little about the intelligent domain. Jiang Chen stared at the skeletons outside the car window, which were pale white under the lights, and rubbed his temples. He's out of ideas. He really has no ideas. He was just an ordinary high school student who had transmigrated here a few months ago. Since arriving, there's not even anyone to talk to. Fortunately, Jiang Chun seems to have plenty of time right now, and there is no imminent crisis. Cari, do me a favor. Please speak, Mr. Jiang Chun. Check it out. Search this outpost thoroughly, inside and out. Also, search that new outpost that was blown up before and collect anything that can store information. Okowo. 2 days later, at the ruins of the Church of Holy Light. This once ominous place, which people avoided like the plague, was now surprisingly crowded with people. A sea of heads stretched from a square in front of the church all the way to the distant slope, and murmurs rose and fell among the crowd. In the center of the crowd, several people dressed in scarlet velvet shawls and wearing religious hats stood on a makeshift platform. This is the first time in 40 years that leaders from religious countries have gathered in public. 2 days ago, they officially characterized the decades-long war at their respective national levels as instigation by shadow, rather than betrayal among the people of God. Although the public could not fully accept it at first, they temporarily put aside their hatred. But anger needs an outlet. Therefore, on the advice of an unknown divine apostle, the leaders announced that the minions of the shadow would be put on public trial in the Church of Holy Light. Thus began the momentous religious hanging. Along the passageway, Adil was pushed out of his cell by 2 priests. He was in a frighteningly poor condition. He hasn't eaten anything for almost a week since he was arrested. He had intended to die, but after much thought, he decided he should accept a grand trial. At this moment, the square was packed with people. The gallows stood in the shadow of the Church of Holy Light, the oak beams blackened by rainwater, with ropes hanging down, each end tied with a loop. The crowd was buzzing with discussion, and the air was filled with the smell of rain and old wood. Behind Adil, a group of warmongers were also pushed out, the sounds of shoving, arguing, and pleading filling the air. My father is the head of the Kadir family. You must have heard of him. We can still talk. Real Iwi can discuss any amount of money. Oh, your father's gallows are right next to you. Remember to catch up with him later. Impossible. No, we can still talk. My son, yes, my son took all our money. He could buy our freedom, really. We can still talk. We've found your son's hiding place. He'll be hanging here in a few days, too. I've left an empty space next to you, too, so that 3 generations of you can reunite. It's no trouble at all, so don't be shy. Adil frowned slightly. It seems that the people escorting these warmongers are from the world government. Such a solemn religious ceremony should be kept as quiet as possible. If he were in charge of escorting them, he would first cut out their tongues. Thinking of this, he suddenly paused, then gave a dry laugh, somewhat bitter. At this moment, on the platform, the church's scribe stood on a high platform, the parchment in his hands fluttering in the wind. Followers of God, under God's guidance, we have caught the termites who pollute the doctrine, mislead the believers, and defile the faith. They are the fallen ones of the Church of Holy Light, the minions of the shadow. Today, we send them hell. At the same time, we proclaim the rebirth of the Holy Light. Below the stage, countless eyes were fixed on the sinners whose hands were bound. Their eyes were filled with anger and contempt. They loathed these depraved believers from the bottom of their hearts. When the executioner hoisted Adil onto the ladder, he did not struggle, but looked around as if searching for something. Finally, the moment the rope was around his neck, he suddenly opened his eyes widey in the distance. A masked figure was standing in front of the hanging window, silently watching the stage. It is the truth. Chapter 146. Welcome. The ruins of the Church of Holy Light. On the gallows, looking at the truth, not far away, Adil finally revealed a relieved smile. That's why he didn't commit suicide in prison. He hoped to die under the witness of truth. If a fallen soul is destined never to return to heaven, then at least let God's chosen ones witness its death. Perhaps the Father in heaven would feel a little comforted by the death of a sinner. On the platform, the clerk read out the crimes of each sinner in turn, then closed the scroll and nodded to the executioner. The ladder was suddenly pulled away. Several bodies fell simultaneously. The ropes tightened abruptly, and brief groans and struggles escaped from the gallows, but were quickly swallowed up by the roaring cheers from below. Some civilians who lost loved ones in the war cried and threw stones at the gallows. The moment the rope tightened around his throat, Adil's breath was cut off by the immense force. His ears were ringing, a crimson color flooded his eyes, and all he could see were blurry lights and shadows. In his final moments, he seemed to see his father again, that tall figure in the distance, with his back to him. He wanted to see his father's face one more time. He wanted to apologize, to say sorry, to say that he had failed his father's teachings over the years. He didn't even ask for forgiveness. He just wanted his father to look at him one more time, even if it was with disgust or resentment. But the figure didn't turn back. It walked further and further away, until it completely disappeared from sight. No one will forgive him. Yes, that should be the case. Those who easily abandon their faith and disregard the lives of others, regardless of their reasons, should not be redeemed. In the distance, Jiang Chen watched the prisoners on the gallows gradually fall silent, and the crowd in the square erupt in cheers, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Very good. The public's negative emotions have been released. All that's left is to pin the blame on these dead people, from instigating wars to a child tripping and falling. Everything is said to be the curse of fallen believers. This would make it much easier to resolve the hatred caused by war. This religious war has now come to an end. As for in-brain and the intelligent domain, aside from a bunch of new problems, there has been virtually no progress. A thorough search of the two locations was conducted over the past 2 days, but the results were not ideal. The old base had nothing but the USB drive. The new base, though it unearthed the bodies of Isaac and the others, also found no noteworthy documents. Sigh. It's too difficult. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. As the hanging ceremony was about to end, Jiang Chen removed his mask, walked downstairs with his guards, and casually tapped his earpiece. Kareem. Mr. Jiang Chen, I'm here. How is Hassan? Wait a minute. He had a minor bacterial infection before, but it's much better after taking antibiotics. He's already back in town with the girl who was with him. That's good. How's the post-war reconstruction work in the combat zone going? The world government is following up, and the reconstruction of civilian infrastructure has begun. Although there is a shortage of manpower, refugees who were lost in the war should return to their countries one after another, so there shouldn't be any major problems. Good. Jiang Chen walked down to the street and paused slightly. At this moment, a parade was slowly moving along the street. This time, the signs they held were no longer incitements to war, but appeals for peace. That's good now. Jiang Chen smiled as he looked at the parade, a sense of accomplishment welling up inside him. Suddenly, a childish voice, out of place with its surroundings, drifted into my ears. Amidst the banners calling for peace, a child holds aloft a sign that reads in a crooked hand, "War, war, destroy the enemy." Jiang Chen frowned, walked over, and squatted down in front of the child. "Little friend, do you know what the sign you're holding up means? It's about fighting a war, the kind where you take a gun and go to the battlefield to fight the enemy." "Why do you want to go to war?" The child's eyes were bright and sparkling, and his face was full of excitement. War is so much fun. I think I'm really awesome. I played a shooting game the other day and killed so many enemies. If I went to the battlefield, I would definitely be a hero. He raised his little hand and gestured. When I see an enemy, I'll pick up my gun. Jiang Chen was slightly taken aback at first, then smiled kindly and patted the child's head while waving his hand to signal the guards beside him. Grab him and spank him until he cries. Yes. Hearing the child's loud cries, Jiang Chun finally smiled with joy. Mr. Jiang Chun, as you instructed, tomorrow's plane ticket has been prepared. Kareem's voice came through the headset. Okay. Jiang Chun stood up, patted the hem of his clothes. We're leaving tomorrow for Albion. The flight went exceptionally smoothly, and we didn't encounter any of those fake border guards who wouldn't even give out their phone numbers like we did at the border checkpoint before. Of course, it could also be because of the guide dogs. Before Jiang Chun boarded the plane, he saw several guide dogs leading their owners into the airport. I even saw a few on the plane. Yes, this world allows guide dogs on airplanes. The plane even has special seats for guide dogs, with cushions that conform to the curves of the dog's body to better secure the dog. But upon closer examination, it makes sense. After all, the original intention of the rule that pets are not allowed on airplanes in the original world was to prevent animals from getting out of control and affecting cabin safety. But in this world, after hundreds of thousands of years of domestication, guide dogs are clearly more controllable than some humans. And that is indeed the case. Inside the airport, Jiang Chun saw the guide dogs barking softly more than once, reminding their owners not to pick up things from the ground. It is very reasonable and very reliable. This is incredibly mind-blowing. On the plane, he looked at the smooth, windowless cabin wall, smiled, and closed his eyes. Humans are going to play a few rounds with eggs. It's worth mentioning that at the airport entrance, he happened to brush past someone who was on the phone. Senior, are there really high-paying jobs over there? What? A monthly salary of $100,000? Half rent and free utilities? Easy and stress-free work? Such a great job. Of course I believe you. Where exactly is it? Hamidi Town? Never heard of it. I think I heard a child's voice coming from your end. Okay, I'll be right there. Seeing the young man's excited expression, Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow slightly. Not long after, Jiang Chen landed safely at Cambridge's Central Airport. As Jiang Chun walked out of the airport, he was about to contact the local Jian when he suddenly stopped. Not far from the airport, a large red banner with white Chinese characters reading Thunder was prominently displayed. A warm welcome to Professor Jiang Chun at Cambridge University. Jiang Chun stared blankly at that line of text for a long time. Huh? You've come here? And this spectacle? Are you home?